Chapter 1. The Misdelivered Package of a Beautiful Woman. In a parallel universe, in Yinshur City, Huagua, Room 301, Building 5, Yushui Bay, Lu Ming was engaged in a telephone conversation with his parents back home. Mom, I have wonderful news to share. My internship has concluded, and I have officially secured a position today. That's splendid, my son. Your father will be overjoyed to hear this good news. And where is Dad? He has gone to the pharmacy. He's been quite anxious lately and is suffering from a toothache again. What has him so worked up? It's the landlord of the restaurant. He's raised the rent dramatically, increasing it from $3,000 to $5,000 a month, and he insists on a one-time payment for the entire year. That's an outrageous hike. Mom, please tell Dad not to worry. My salary will come through at the end of the month, and I will send some money back home. Lu Ming had only recently graduated from university and found work as a trader at a private equity firm. He was acutely aware of his family's financial struggles, as most of their savings had been allocated to his education. Oh, my dear child, you have just begun your career. How much do you expect to earn? Moreover, Yinshur is a large city with high living costs. You should save your salary for your own expenses. Mom, my salary after the probation period is $6,000. Son, focus on your work. Your father and I can manage our affairs. Now it's almost mealtime. I must get back to it. With that, Lu Ming ended the call with his mother, a sense of guilt washing over him as he thought about the hardships his parents faced. Mom and Dad, I promise I won't let you down. I will strive to make a name for myself. At that moment, a knock echoed through his room. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Delivery. Lu Ming opened the door to find the courier handing him a package before departing. Could it be the speaker I ordered? He closed the door and began to unpack the box. This isn't the speaker? As he opened the package, he was astonished to discover it contained a personal massager. What the heck? Did I receive the wrong package? Feeling bewildered, he examined the shipping label. The address clearly stated room 303, Yushui Bay. Oh no, I've opened the wrong delivery. Lu Ming felt a rush of embarrassment. His apartment was 301, and 303 belonged to his neighbor across the hall. Hadn't that unit always been vacant? Was someone living there now? It must be a lonely woman. Who else would purchase such an item? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was another knock at his door. Could it be the courier returning to rectify his mistake? Instinctively, he opened the door and was greeted by a stunning woman clad in athletic attire. She was breathtakingly beautiful, gentle and poised, exuding an air of elegance. This was Lu Ming's first impression of her. Who are you? Hello, I am from apartment 303. The courier just delivered a package to me, but he mentioned it was mistakenly delivered to your place. Lu Ming was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the open cardboard box behind him. The beautiful woman noticed the unsealed package, along with the exposed bouncy ball, and in an instant, her face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. How dare you open someone else's package without permission? Do you realize this is an invasion of privacy? Scoundrel! Shameless! After her furious outburst, she shoved Lu Ming aside and seized her own parcel. Hey, are you seriously blaming me? It was the courier's mistake. You didn't even ask before hurling insults at me. Lu Ming felt speechless, wondering how he had managed to provoke her. What's wrong with scolding you? Isn't it a fact that you opened my parcel? Despicable! Scoundrel! Lu Ming's temper flared. Why wouldn't this woman listen to reason? When I opened the package, how was I to know it belonged to you? So what if I dare to look? Vulgar! The beautiful woman's cheeks turned crimson, and she shot him a glare before departing with her package. Well, you bought that for some purposes, didn't you? Lu Ming scoffed before shutting his door. You. Fuming, the beautiful woman clenched her teeth and stormed back to apartment 303. She pulled out her phone and called her best friend. Hey, Sheng, did you receive the package I sent you? You crazy girl. Why did you send me this? I haven't even dated anyone yet. Haha, that's precisely why I bought it for you. Don't worry, Sheng, this one is meant for outdoor use. It won't breach your defenses. Do you know a man saw me with it just now? You can't imagine the way he looked at me, as if I were some kind of loose woman. How am I ever going to face anyone again? What happened? Xia Yuxing then recounted the earlier incident. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's a natural human need. Besides, that man is just a stranger. Why worry about his opinions? Well, that's true. By the way, was he handsome? Get lost. Meanwhile, Lu Ming retrieved frozen dumplings from the refrigerator and, after cooking them, sat down to eat at the dining table. At that moment, He couldn't help but recall the stunning woman who had just invaded his thoughts. Damn it, that annoying woman insulted me one day. I will have my way with her. Lu Ming grinned, muttering to himself. Ding, damn it, that annoying woman insulted me one day. I will have my way with her. Password correct. You have successfully unlocked the Life Winner Lottery system. Would you like to bind it immediately? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A system? He was an avid reader of web novels and never expected that an offhand remark could actually unlock a system. There had once been a protagonist who activated an evolution system with the phrase, "Damn it, I will eventually get back at you." Host, would you like to bind immediately? Bind, ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the Life Winner Lottery system. Lu Ming immediately began to familiarize himself with the system. As the name suggests, the Life Winner Lottery system allows one to participate in a lottery by completing system tasks, thereby acquiring a plethora of extraordinary abilities. Open the system. In the next moment, a virtual interface materialized before Lu Ming. Within this virtual display, a vibrant spinning wheel appeared, adorned with an array of divine abilities. Photographic memory, superb driving skills, masterful culinary arts, X-ray vision. The dazzling assortment of capabilities ignited a fervent desire within Lu Ming as he realized he had bound himself to a veritable treasure trove of power. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift package, granting you one free lottery draw. Would you like to draw now? Yes, draw. With that, the pointer at the center of the spinning wheel began to whirl rapidly. Chapter 2. The newly appointed female president turns out to be here soon. The pointer beside supervision began to slow its rotation, and Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement. If only he could gain the power of clairvoyance, it would be utterly delightful. However, to his surprise, the pointer continued onward, eventually halting at another ability. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Divine Stock Prediction Technique. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The Divine Stock Prediction Technique, the ability to forecast stock movements with precision. He promptly opened his laptop and launched the stock trading software, Dazahoe. As a trader at Geo Inc. Capital, company policy prohibited personal trading, yet he diligently analyzed individual stocks every day. Lu Ming accessed his watch list and silently activated the stock prediction feature. Manhwa Pharmaceuticals, predicted fluctuation for tomorrow -3, projected trend for the next 5 days -10. For the next 15 days -8, for the next 30 days -23, and for the next 90 days -18. Reason for prediction. Manhwa Pharmaceuticals experienced a decline in market sales over the past 2 quarters, and their new drug research yielded disappointing results, indicating a bearish outlook in the long term. Upon seeing this prediction, Lu Ming was utterly stunned. This system was remarkably powerful. Not only could it forecast future trends, but it also provided rationale for its predictions. He then proceeded to predict the outcomes for each stock on his watch list. Out of 20 stocks, to his dismay, 18 were projected to decline. Am I truly this unfortunate? Is my judgment so poor, my luck so dismal? Moreover, the stock Thunder Technology was predicted to hit its limit down tomorrow. Thunder Technology predicted fluctuation for tomorrow -10, projected trend for the next 5 days -35, for the next 15 days -56, for the next 30 days -63, and for the next 90 days -75. Reason for prediction. Thunder Technology engaged in financial fraud, fabricated research projects, has excessive debt, and is embroiled in a scandal involving the CEO's extramarital affair, compounded by the introduction of new regulatory policies. Reading this left Lu Ming somewhat embarrassed. Thunder Technology appeared to be in dire straits, facing a series of negative events, and was likely to be placed under special treatment in 3 months. In contrast, 2 liquor stocks, Damao Distillery and Daliang Distillery, were projected to steadily rise over the next 3 months. However, he was uncertain about the accuracy of the system's predictions. He would verify them at work the next day. Ding. System task issued. Promote to fund manager. Completion reward. 1 lottery draw. A smile crept onto Lu Ming's lips. With the stock prediction technique at his disposal, ascending to fund manager would be a breeze. He could eventually establish his own investment firm. Yet, to succeed in the investment industry, he needed to build a reputation first. With that in mind, he could use Geo Inc. Capital as a platform for his rise. Once he garnered prestige and recognition within the industry, launching his entrepreneurial venture would not be too late. The following day, Monday, Lu Ming, invigorated by the system, arrived at the office before 8 o'clock. Geo Inc. Capital was a highly esteemed private equity institution in the country. Hey, Lu Ming, you're here so early. Have you eaten yet? Upon entering the office, he encountered his colleague, Dong Xiaojia, enjoying a pancake roll. Old Dong, you are once again dining in the office. Just waiting to be scolded by Qing Yaojin, Lu Ming teased with a smile. He was a trader, while Dong Xiaojia served as an assistant to the fund manager, Cheng Yuanming, who was nicknamed Cheng Yaojin, a veteran at Jiuing Capital. Due to this, Cheng Yuanming possessed an arrogant disposition, frequently reprimanding both Dong Xiaojia and others, with the sole exception being the team researcher, Zhong Xiaoman. Whatever, let him scold me. He made me work overtime until 11 last night. What's wrong with me having a jianbingguizi? Dong Xiaojia grumbled. Really? You worked overtime last night? What was going on over the weekend? Lu Ming inquired. I tell you, the newly appointed president is starting today, and all fund managers are required to present their research reports for the first half of the year. Which is why Cheng Yaojin called me in for overtime. A new president? So soon? Lu Ming responded. Well, our company's performance last year was rather poor. He nodded in agreement. Dong Xiaojie continued, let me share a little secret with you. Do you know the background of the new president? What background? It is said that she was hired back from abroad at a high salary and is dubbed the goddess of Wall Street. What? The new president is a woman? Lu Ming was astonished, as the financial industry was predominantly male, and female executives at the presidential level were even rarer. Haha, Lu Ming, you are quite bold. You haven't even seen the beautiful president yet, and you're already thinking, wow, you must be quite thirsty. Dong Xiaojia winked. Lu Ming retorted, shut up. I'm not thirsty. Dong Xiaojia cheekily replied, Ming, you scoundrel, my sister is only in middle school, and you're already thinking of becoming her brother-in-law? Get lost. Who wants to be your brother-in-law? Lu Ming shot him a glare. What are you two whispering about? Suddenly, researcher Zhang Xiaoman approached, her high heels clicking against the floor as she swayed in her fitted skirt. Dong Xiaojia exclaimed, oh, Xiaoman is here. We were just discussing the new president who is starting today. She's a woman. A female president? Is that true? Zhong Xiaoman, always eager for gossip, inquired with curiosity. Absolutely true. So soon? Oh no, you men are doomed. She must be a fierce female tyrant, Zhong Xiaoman predicted. Lu Ming chuckled. Xiaoman. Just now Xiaojia said she is a beauty. The goddess of Wall Street. Wall Street and a goddess? What a joke. Zhong Xiaoman expressed her disbelief. Hey, you three, stop chatting and hurry downstairs with me. At that moment, fund manager Qing Yuanming entered, tossing his briefcase onto the table. Dong Xiaojia asked in surprise, downstairs? Manager, for what purpose? The new president has arrived. All employees are to go downstairs to welcome her. Move quickly. Dang it. Dong Xiaojia, you're eating in the office again. I'll deal with you later. Qing Yuanming shot him a glare. Dong Xiaojia promptly finished the last bite of his jianbingguizi. Soon, the group followed Cheng Yuanming downstairs. In the company's lobby, a crowd had already gathered, led by the vice president Gu Hongfei and the investment director Guo Rui. Indeed, old Dong. What is the name of the new president you mentioned? Xia Yuxing. Lu Ming nodded. It seems that anyone capable of becoming president must possess a formidable character. At that moment, a grand Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV came to a stop at the entrance of the company. A woman clad in a sleek black professional suit alighted from the vehicle, exuding an air of regality, accompanied by a bespectacled assistant. They swiftly made their way into the company lobby. Hello, President Xia. We extend a warm welcome to you, President Xia. Welcome, President Xia. Vice President Gu Hongfei and Investment Director Guo Rui stepped forward to greet her. Applause erupted in the lobby, resonating with enthusiasm. However, Lu Ming was taken aback. How could the newly appointed female president be her, the solitary woman from across the hall, residing on the same floor, in room 303, known for her online shopping enthusiasm? Chapter 03. The prophecies of stock predictions come to fruition as Xia Yuxing entered the hall. She greeted Vice President Gu Hongfei and others with a warm smile. Gu Hongfei, in turn, introduced her to the other senior executives of the company. Wow, our new president is a breathtaking beauty, murmured Dong Xiaojia. How can there be such a stunning woman? It makes one wonder how we other women can compete, sighed Zhang Xiaoman. Lu Ming was utterly bewildered. How could fate be so ironic? Just yesterday, he had inadvertently opened her package and was misunderstood. That, however, was not the most alarming part. He had also uttered some rather inappropriate remarks to her. Now, this woman had transformed into his superior. How was he supposed to navigate this situation? Would he soon find himself unemployed? Lu Ming lamented his unfortunate fate. Dong Xiaojia, hearing Lu Ming's exclamation, was taken aback. He quietly advised, Hey, Ming, Keep it down. Just think it in your heart. No need to voice it. At that moment, Vice President Gu Hongfei and Xia Yuxing approached them. Xia, this is our veteran, Cheng Yuanming. Hello, President Xia. Cheng Yuanming quickly greeted her. Xia Yuxing responded with a smile. Manager Cheng, I've heard much about you. The 3 funds under your management have performed exceptionally well. Thank you for your kind words, President Xia. I will certainly strive to achieve even greater results, Cheng Yuanming declared promptly. Xia Yuxing nodded and then glanced towards the back. She suddenly spotted Lu Ming standing at the rear. Xia Yuxing suspected her eyes were deceiving her and blinked rapidly, realizing she was not mistaken. It was indeed him, the man who had opened her package and had the audacity to insult her. What an infuriating man. How could he be here? Was he an employee of Jiuying Capital? The thought struck her that if he were to blab about the package incident, her reputation in the company would be in jeopardy. She needed to devise a plan to ensure his silence. Lu Ming had intended to hide behind Dong Xiaojie, but it was too late. He had been spotted. However, Xia Yuxing's expression remained unchanged as she quickly ascended the stairs under the guidance of Vice President Gu. With the new president's appointment, the entire executive team soon gathered in the conference room for a meeting, while the other employees returned to their tasks. Who would have thought our company would welcome such a beautiful female president? This certainly adds motivation to our work, Dong Xiaojie remarked while brewing coffee. Zhong Xiaoman scoffed. Come on, a woman who can rise to the position of president must be stern, decisive, and devoid of compassion. You male colleagues are in for a rough time. Really? Is that so? Dong Xiaojie questioned, unconvinced. Zhong Xiaoman shrugged. You bet. Women understand women best. Dong Xiaojie turned to Lu Ming. What do you think, Mingming? As for whether others would suffer, Lu Ming was uncertain. All he knew was that he was in for a tough time. His gaze was vacant, lost in thought. Ha, Mingming, it appears you are indeed in a predicament. Your demeanor suggests that you have succumbed to the whims of love. Dong Xiaowei initially believed that Lu Ming had captivated the heart of a beautiful CEO. The high-level meeting was anticipated to prolong for an extensive duration. Yet it concluded unexpectedly at 9:15. The market was about to open. You all should hasten your efforts and refrain from indulging in your mobile devices. Cheng Mingyuan exclaimed upon his return. Only then did Lu Ming activate his computer, launching the company's trading system, and executed stock transactions in accordance with Cheng Mingyuan's directives from the previous day. Simultaneously, he opened the mobile application for stock tracking, keeping a vigilant eye on his selected stocks as he sought to validate the accuracy of the system's predictions. By the way, allow me to impart a few words of caution. In the days to come, be perceptive within the company and conduct yourselves with utmost propriety. Otherwise, when the scythe descends upon your necks, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Suddenly, Cheng Mingyuan addressed them. Huh? Lu Ming, Dong Xiaojie, and Zhang Xiaoman were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the meaning of his words. Zhang Xiaoman inquired, Boss, could you please clarify? Cheng Mingyuan retrieved his water cup and infused it with goji berries, saying, Alas, you 3 novices, your minds are rather dim. Do you not understand the phrase a new official takes office with 3 fires? Lu Ming and the others began to grasp the implication. Dong Xiaojie chuckled innocently, Boss, we are merely the lowest tier employees. Surely the flame should not reach us? Not reach you? Cheng Mingyuan retorted. President Xia just mentioned that our company's performance in the first half of the year has been dismal, so our first order of business is personnel optimization. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. Personnel optimization? Layoffs. Oh, little Lu, your mind is still quite sharp, Cheng Mingyuan remarked with a wink and a smile. Goodness gracious. Dong Xiaojie hastily gathered the fashion magazines from the table. Zhang Xiaoman collected her compact mirror, lipstick, and beauty tools as well. Lu Ming glanced at the 2 walnuts and a wrist bracelet on his desk and promptly put them away. Subsequently, the office buzzed with activity. Lu Ming compared the system's predictions. Indeed, Fenghua Pharmaceuticals experienced a decline as soon as the market opened, while Leitang Technology plummeted by 8% within the first hour, likely facing a daily limit down. Observing De Mao Liquor and De Liang Liquor stocks, they surged robustly from the outset. The other predicted stocks also aligned with the system's forecasts, all coming to fruition. In that moment, Lu Ming felt an exhilarating rush. Suddenly, he was no longer fearful of President Xia seeking retribution. At this juncture, Cheng Yuanming approached and stated, Little Lu, let us invest 10 million in Leitang Technology immediately. What? Lu Ming was taken aback. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry and execute the purchase. 10 million. Manager, Leitang Technology is currently plummeting. Of course. That is precisely why we are buying. This is an exceptional opportunity. But manager, I believe the future trajectory of Latang technology is concerning. Lu Ming gently cautioned. Remembering the system's prediction that Latang technology would plummet by 75% over the next 3 months, Chang Mingyuan slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Hey, you little novice. What do you understand? Are you the fund manager, or am I? Enough of this idle chatter. When I instruct you to purchase, you shall purchase. Very well, esteemed manager. I shall proceed with the acquisition at once." Lu Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded in agreement. After all, he was merely a trader. Chang Mingyuan recalled something and remarked, "By the way, our company's internal trading competition is about to commence this year. You 3 should prepare yourselves." Jiuying Capital's internal trading competition primarily serves as a promotional avenue for the company's grassroots employees. As the name implies, each participant will be allocated a virtual capital of 1 million. Contestants may invest in stocks or bonds, and the competition will span a duration of 1 month. At the conclusion of the month, the individual with the highest profits will be crowned champion. Chapter 04. The Trader Competition for Personnel and Public Funds. The career advancement path typically progresses from entry-level trader to researcher, then to assistant fund manager, followed by fund manager, and eventually to positions such as investment department manager and investment director. However, this journey is fraught with numerous workplace influences, including interpersonal relationships, certifications, resumes, personality traits, and experience, all of which impact one's ascent. In contrast, for private equity institutions, capability reigns supreme. After all, clients prioritize the profits generated. Thus, Jiuying Capital organizes an annual trader competition to identify talent. It must be noted that these competitions are indeed valuable. Several exceptional traders at Jiuying Capital have emerged through these contests. Among them are individuals who may not be particularly eloquent but are diligent and hardworking, alongside those who possess innate talent. For instance, Guo Rue, the company's investment director, ascended through the ranks as a naturally gifted trader, thanks to the competition. Life unfolds in mysterious ways. Some individuals possess talents that cannot be envied or replicated. When it comes to trading competitions, the prevailing sentiment is that this year's champion will undoubtedly be Xiao Feiyang, a PhD in economics who was lured to the company with a lucrative salary and quickly became the protege of Guo Rue, serving as his assistant. Initially, Guo Rue envisioned Xiao Feiyang taking the analyst route, which would eventually lead him to the position of research director. However, Xiao Feiyang aspired to be a trader instead. Once this intention became known, it was clear to all that he was the frontrunner for the company's internal trading competition, not solely due to his impressive academic credentials but also because of his undeniable capabilities and the extensive trading experience he gained under Guo Rue's mentorship. In the past, Lu Ming would have shared this sentiment, but now, armed with the system, he thought that winning the championship was merely a matter of time. "What is there to fear?" Lu Ming declared. "Xiao Feiyang is just another person like the rest of us." Chang Mingyuan, holding a cup of water, chuckled, "Ha, indeed. Little Lu is right. What is there to fear?" Moreover, this time, General Manager Xia has insisted that all junior employees must participate. This unexpected announcement took Lu Ming and his colleagues by surprise, as participation had previously been voluntary. At 3:30 p.m., as the stock market closed, Lu Ming reviewed the performance of his selected stocks, noting that their closing prices aligned closely with the system's predictions. He was confident about the upcoming internal trading competition. By 5:30 p.m., Lu Ming packed up to leave for the day. Fortunately, the formidable Xia Yuxing had not sought him out, which he found reassuring. After all, it was unlikely that someone of her stature would engage with a mere trader like him. Exiting the company, Lu Ming rode a shared bicycle to the market. With the system at his disposal, wasn't it time to celebrate? He ordered a portion of pork ribs, a serving of chicken pieces, and a carp. Upon returning home, Lu Ming busied himself in the kitchen, for his father was an esteemed chef, and his culinary talents had been evident since childhood. Had he not pursued a career in finance, his father would have insisted he remain to master the culinary arts at home. Thus, after considerable effort, he prepared braised pork ribs, Yiming Mountain stir-fried chicken, and carp from the family pond, finally setting the dishes on the table. My lips curved in a smile, while my heart brimmed with delight. My younger sister remained silent, merely watching me with eager anticipation, and I knew she awaited my grand gesture. In high spirits, I even hummed a little tune. Just as I was about to serve the rice, an unexpected knock echoed through the house. "Who is it?" Lu Ming queried as he opened the door, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful woman standing at the threshold, none other than the formidable Xia Yuxin. "Xia, Director Xia, he stammered. The inevitable had finally arrived. With a frosty nod, Xia Yuxing entered and took a seat on the living room sofa. Clad in her signature black professional attire, a clear indication that she had come straight here upon her return. Lu Ming approached her, inquiring, Director Xia, how may I assist you? Lu Ming, a trader under Cheng Yuanming, do you not know why I seek you? She replied, her gaze icy and serious. I am unaware, Lu Ming feigned ignorance. This woman had evidently scrutinized his personnel file, holding a grudge. Xia Yuxing's voice was cold as she stated, it concerns the incident with the delivery. Given their frequent encounters, Lu Ming resolved to extend an apology, acknowledging that the mishap was unintentional. However, before he could speak, the formidable woman interjected. Forget what you witnessed regarding yesterday's delivery. And ensure you keep your lips sealed at the company. Refrain from speaking indiscreetly, or I will not hesitate to terminate a traitor. Lu Ming frowned, initially intending to apologize. But her words left him perplexed. Director Xia, what do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? This is not a threat. It is a warning, she retorted. Termination is merely a consequence. Should you find yourself dismissed, I would not mind discussing workplace gossip with colleagues. Stories of a lonely woman, perhaps. Lu Ming shrugged nonchalantly, feigning indifference. Xia Yuxing raised an eyebrow, her irritation palpable. How had she lost control over even a mere employee? While termination seemed trivial. What if further blemishes were added to his record? If he sought to transition to another company, the significance of background checks in the investment realm was well understood. If Jiaoying Capital blacklisted him, would any other financial firm consider hiring him? Her series of rhetorical questions exemplified her unyielding approach. Lu Ming was genuinely taken aback. How despicable. Truly, she was the ice queen as described by Zhang Xiaoman, decisive and devoid of compassion. She was indeed a femme fatale. No wonder she held the title of president. The path to such a position must be strewn with the remains of many. How shocking. Do you presume that I was raised in fear? Do you believe I am a coward? Oh, esteemed President Xia, the incident with the parcel yesterday was merely a misunderstanding. It was entirely my fault. I take full responsibility for my indiscreet words. Rest assured, I shall keep my lips sealed and refrain from spreading any tales at the company. What merit is there for a humble trader like myself to trouble you with the review of my credentials? Furthermore, I have yet to fulfill my duties within the company. Lu Ming swiftly adopted a more flattering demeanor, as it is said that a true man can bend and stretch, adapting to the circumstances. Moreover, in this world, it is indeed difficult to appease a woman. Why provoke her wrath? After all, they endure a cycle of losing blood for 60 days each year. Yet they remain resilient creatures. Chapter 5. The quick transformation of the enchantress upon witnessing Lu Ming subdued. Xia Yuxing's lips curled into a smile. Do remember your promise, she declared, rising to leave, only to recall something. Lu Ming, could you lend me some money? Excuse me? Lu Ming was utterly taken aback. He suspected he had misheard. This enchantress was indeed quick to change her demeanor. Only moments ago, she had threatened him, and now she was asking to borrow money? The irony was palpable. An exalted CEO, seemingly poorer than himself? What a jest. Sir, are you jesting with me? She continued. I left my phone at the office and have no cash on hand. Could you lend me some money to grab a bite downstairs? Understanding dawned on Lu Ming, and he promptly retrieved 200 yuan and handed it over. Xia Yuxing accepted the money, stating, I'll repay you tomorrow. With that, she pushed the door to leave, but suddenly turned upon noticing 3 beautifully presented dishes on the table. Ah, I just finished cooking. Summer, would you care to join me for a meal? Well, all right then, Xia Yuxing replied, surprisingly acquiescing as she approached the table and took a seat. Lu Ming was left in a state of astonishment. Goodness, I could slap myself. I merely intended to be polite, and this woman is far too forward. Do I know you well enough for this? What are you standing there for? Serve me some rice. Xia Yuxing shot him a glare. Oh, right away. Lu Ming hastily went to the kitchen to serve the rice. Goodness, has this woman become addicted to authority? This is my home. She is eating my food and glaring at me. Curse it. Power truly does corrupt. If it weren't for her position as his superior, he would have lost his temper long ago. In actuality, Xia Yuxing was not inherently familiar with others. However, her first day at the company had been overwhelming. She had not eaten lunch and was ravenous after a long day. Upon seeing the enticing dishes, she had swallowed her saliva. Moreover, she recalled how Lu Ming had berated her the previous night, an affront to her authority. It was a relief that she had not sought retribution. What harm was there in sharing a meal? Thus, Xia Yuxing comfortably settled at the table. 2 strangers shared a dining table, and soon, the dishes were being devoured with fervor. In no time, Xia Yuxing had polished off more than half of the meal. Lu Ming was astounded. He had intended to save some for the next day, but it appeared that would not be the case. He could hardly fathom how a person of her stature could have such an appetite. What gourmet delicacies had she not tasted? Yet, Xia Yuxing could not help it. The food was simply too delicious. Lu Ming, I had no idea your cooking was this exquisite. Perhaps I should transfer you to the company cafeteria as the chef? That's quite unnecessary, esteemed CEO. I would genuinely appreciate it. Lu Ming quickly declined. After finishing the meal, Xia Yuxing stretched languidly, exuding an air of nonchalance. Though this woman could be rather venomous, one could not deny her extraordinary beauty. The way she had stretched was utterly captivating. Thank you for the meal. I shall take my leave now, Xia Yuxing said, standing to depart. Wait. Who the hell invited you to dine? Clearly, it was you who stubbornly lingered on. Lu Ming expressed his indignation, then began to tidy the table. Having consumed his own meal, he did not even offer the customary gesture of washing his own dishes. He was left pondering the origins of this woman. Driven by curiosity, Lu Ming finished washing the dishes and opened his computer. He then entered the name Xia Yuxing into Baidu. Although there was no entry in Baidu by key, he did stumble upon a report regarding Xia Yuxing. She was an outstanding graduate of Harvard Business School, with her father, Xia Wansheng, being a magnate in the business world, and her mother, Song Jiawen, a hotel tycoon. Lu Ming was utterly astonished. No wonder Xia Yuxing was so extraordinary, as she evidently inherited her parents' remarkable genes. With Jiaoying Capital's performance declining year after year, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, it seemed that Xia Yuxing had returned to the country to extinguish the flames of crisis. Subsequently, Lu Ming opened his stock trading software, utilizing the system for stock predictions. The company's trading competition was set to commence next week, and he had already selected stocks to ensure an effortless participation. The following morning at 8:30, the company's executives convened for yet another meeting. By 9:30, the meeting adjourned, and the presidential office released several new announcements. The first announcement stated that starting next month, the commission for the company's traders would increase from the original 10% to 20%. Compared to public funds, private equity funds offer a more diversified approach to profitability. The most common model employed by Jiaoying Capital is the profit-sharing model. Once a fund generates profits, after deducting management fees and the principal, the remaining profits are divided between the private equity firm and the investors at a 50-50 ratio. Of this 50% profit, 10% constitutes the trader's commission. Therefore, the increase of the commission from 1% to 20% was undoubtedly exhilarating news for the traders, motivating them to work even harder. The second announcement revealed that starting next month, the investment department would conduct evaluations of the traders. Should a trader rank at the bottom of the department's investment returns for 3 consecutive months, their commission would be reduced by 10% after 3 months. If the commission were to drop to 0, the company would consider terminating their contract. Conversely, if a trader ranked first for 3 consecutive months, their commission would increase by 10%, capping at 40%. This new announcement undoubtedly intensified competition among the traders, embodying the essence of survival of the fittest and might makes right. The third announcement indicated that the company would undergo personnel optimization over the next 3 months, effectively weeding out those who were merely coasting along. After reading the announcements, Lu Ming sighed, acknowledging the ruthless efficiency characteristic of a formidable leader. Suddenly, a notification from his WeChat indicated a new friend request. Upon accepting it, he discovered a woman with the nickname A Little Clumsy Orange. A Little Clumsy Orange. I am Xia Yuxing. I am returning your money. She then transferred 200 yuan to him. Lu Ming was taken aback. What a hilarious nickname. Clearly a femme fatale. Yet she feigns innocence like a Hello Kitty. Nevertheless, it would not be unreasonable to add her on WeChat and peruse her moments. Thus, Lu Ming clicked on her profile picture and entered her moments. To his disappointment, however, her posts consisted solely of shared financial news, lacking any intrigue. Just then, Cheng Mingyuan, seated beside him, suddenly slammed the table. Damn it, Thunder Technology has plummeted again. Lu, increase your stake. Let us add another 20 million this time. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. How reckless of Cheng. Was he intent on self-destruction? Manager, with consecutive declines, are we truly increasing our stake? I believe investing in liquor stocks would be more prudent. Hey, Lu, am I not giving you face? Are you questioning my judgment? Lu Ming could only shake his head in resignation. The reputation of Cheng Mingyuan as a cautious veteran was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 06. After experiencing 3 consecutive surges, the company convened a meeting for all employees in the afternoon. During the assembly, the the newly appointed president, Xia Yuxing, delivered an address. Ultimately, he announced that a trading competition would be held the following day, with the champion receiving a direct promotion to fund manager along with a monetary reward of 100,000 yuan. Furthermore, the runners-up would also be given special training. This announcement sent the conference room into a fervor. For the junior employees, it was undoubtedly a golden opportunity to ascend. As the meeting concluded and the executives departed, many employees began to discuss amongst themselves. Hey, Mingming, Xiaoman. It seems we need to put in some effort. Who knows, we might be lucky enough to win the championship, remarked Dong Xiaojia, rubbing his hands in excitement. Haha, yes. 100,000 yuan. Just think of how many lipsticks I could buy. Xiaoman replied, her face alight with dreams. Lu Ming chuckled, oh Xiaoman, with a prize like that, shouldn't your aspirations be a tad higher? How about investing in something more substantial? You mischievous scoundrel, Xiaoman retorted, casting a shy glance at her small A. Her cheeks flushing as she playfully swatted at Lu Ming. Humph. You three deluded fools, still dreaming of winning the championship. A scornful voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Huh? The trio turned to see Xiao Feiyang standing there, his expression dripping with disdain. Who are you calling trash, Xiao? Dong Xiaojia shot back, stepping forward defiantly. I'm referring to the three of you. With your meager skills, how dare you even discuss the championship? Have you looked in the mirror? Do you think you deserve it? Xiao Feiyang arrogantly declared. At that moment, several employees turned to observe the unfolding drama. Xiao Feiyang was notorious for his brashness within the company, but given that he was the assistant to the investment director, Guo Rue, even fund managers treated him with deference. After all, the investment director was the third highest-ranking individual in the company. Damn it! Dong Xiaojia fumed, ready to retaliate. Lu Ming quickly restrained him and stepped forward, coldly stating, Xiao Feiyang, apologize. Yes, apologize to us. Xiaoman echoed, her face flushed with indignation. Xiao Feiyang scoffed, apologize? You think you're worthy? Lu Ming replied. So you want to apologize? Very well, we can summon Director Guo and President Xia to discuss this matter. Xiao Feiyang frowned. I never anticipated that a doctoral student would exhibit such poor character. Indeed, today has been quite the eye-opener, another employee chimed in. But what can you do? He is backing. At that moment, the surrounding employees began to murmur amongst themselves. Xiao Feiyang's composure faltered slightly. He exclaimed, all right, I will apologize. But you three just claimed you would win the championship. If any of you actually do, I will kneel at the company entrance and apologize to you. The audacity of his words infuriated Dong Xiaojia and Xiaoman, their teeth gritting in anger. Fine. Remember what you said. Lu Ming immediately agreed. Xiao Feiyang. Always speak with integrity. After he finished speaking, he left the conference room. Ming, are we just letting him walk away like that? Dong Xiaojia expressed his frustration. Zhong Xiaoman sighed. What else can we do? If we truly summon Director Guo, that fellow is fiercely protective and certainly won't side with us. So, is it utterly hopeless to get him to apologize? Dong Xiaojia glared. Not necessarily. Lu Ming replied with a sly smile. The following day, the trading competition commenced. Each participating employee received their own account and password, logging into the trading platform. This platform, while the funds were not real, closely resembled the company's actual trading system. However, it featured an additional trading leaderboard. This leaderboard calculated each trader's total capital, inclusive of unrealized gains and losses. Naturally, since it was a competition, the leaderboard displayed only the number of stocks held by each participant, with the specific details hidden from ordinary employees. Furthermore, if competitors hit the limit up or limit down, it would also be reflected on the leaderboard. At 9 o'clock, every participant logged into their accounts, indicating their online status, with each displaying a capital of 1 million. Ming, I'm so nervous, Dong Xiaojia said, his hands trembling as he held a cup of coffee. Lu Ming replied dryly, Xiaojia, what are you afraid of? It's virtual money. Exactly, Dong, let us show some spirit. We're destined to be fund managers. Zhang Xiaoman remarked nonchalantly. Before long, it was 9:30. And the stock market opened. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. According to his system's predictions from the previous day, his target stocks for today were primarily 5, Damao Liquor, London Environmental, Lantian Technology, Konga Pharmaceutical, and Rueduan Lithium Battery. He would also invest in a few other ambiguous stocks. After all, with the system as his golden finger, he couldn't let it be exposed. Otherwise, if all his purchases hit the limit up, he might find himself making headlines the next day. Well, Ming, look. The rankings have updated. Dong Xiaojia suddenly exclaimed. Goodness, can you believe it? Xiao Feiyong hit a limit up in just 5 minutes. Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed as well. Calm down. It just opened, Lu Ming noted, glancing at the leaderboard. Indeed, Xiao Feiyong had secured the top position, but the capital fluctuation was minimal, indicating that the limit up had not yielded significant profits. Dong Xiaojie gritted his teeth. Damn. That Xiao Feiyong really has some tricks up his sleeve. What tricks? It couldn't possibly be Director Guo guiding him, could it? Zhang Xiaoman expressed her doubts. Just then, the manager Qing Yuanming interjected, You three need to keep it low-key. This is a workplace. Some things should not be said carelessly. Especially vulgarities, it's quite crude. Understood, manager, Dong Xiaojie replied. However, no sooner had he spoken than Qing Yuanming slammed the table, exclaiming, Damn it. JB Thunder Technology just revealed a new project failure. That stock is bound to plummet today. Dong Xiaojie and Zhang Xiaoman exchanged amused glances. Truly, what a coarse individual. Lu Ming's lips twitched as he suggested, Manager, I propose you consider cutting your losses and investing in liquor. Cut my losses? That is not my style. It's merely a failed project. I firmly believe the tech sector remains robust. Today, I shall increase my holdings myself. Cheng Ming Yuan remained obstinately resolute. Lu Ming felt a sense of helplessness. It truly was futile to persuade him. At that moment, Dong Xiaojie suddenly exclaimed, Haha, someone has surpassed Xiao Feiyong. Who is it? Zhong Xiaoman inquired, refreshing the trading platform. Hiss. It's Lu Ming. Wow. Ming. It really is you. You. Have you really hit 3 limit ups? Dong Xiaojie's eyes widened in astonishment. Cheng Ming Yuan, skeptical, switched platforms to verify and immediately gasped in disbelief. Hiss. Chapter 07, dominating the leaderboard at this moment. Xiao Feiyong sat in his office, brimming with self-satisfaction. Wow, Assistant Xiao truly excels, holding the top position on the leaderboard. It was only a matter of time before Assistant Xiao ascended to the role of fund manager. Indeed, this time, Assistant Xiao was destined to make a name for himself in the entire investment realm. Numerous colleagues around him flattered him. While Xiao Feiyong leisurely sipped his civet coffee and gazed at the trading platform, observing the market with unhurried attention. Suddenly, however, a name appeared that knocked him from his coveted first place. Xiao Feiyong rubbed his eyes, initially suspecting a system glitch. Lu Ming. This was inconceivable. Lu Ming had indeed claimed the new top spot, having achieved 3 consecutive trading limits. Xiao Feiyong scrutinized Lu Ming's trading account and was taken aback to discover over 1 million in funds. This implied that Lu Ming had invested at least 300,000 in 3 stocks. In contrast, Xiao Feiyong's own funds barely exceeded 1 million. He hastily set down his coffee, realizing the gravity of the situation. He could no longer afford to underestimate his competitor and had to devote himself fully to trading. Could it be Lu Ming who had accomplished this? 3 consecutive limits. How astonishing. Unbelievable. Lu Ming was indeed formidable. Was he perhaps the new prodigious talent in investment? Whispers circulated among the employees as they glanced at Xiao Feiyong, whose face had turned a shade of fury. What are you all chattering about? The trading has only just begun. Stock trading relies on long-term holdings, not short-term speculation. Xiao Feiyong slammed the table in frustration, silencing the surrounding staff. That day, Xiao Feiyong continued to invest in the stocks he believed in. Yet his funds lagged behind Lu Ming's. By 3 p.m., Lu Ming's ranking had soared to 1 million. This meant that on his first day, Lu Ming had already realized a 10 profit, having hit the maximum trading limits. However, Lu Ming held over a dozen stocks, with only 5 reaching the trading limits. This indicated that Lu Ming had indeed captured stocks with substantial volatility. Those knowledgeable in stocks understood that, theoretically, the volatility of A-shares could approach 20. Of course, this was merely theoretical, as such occurrences were rare. Fluctuations exceeding 15 were far more commonplace. The thought sent a shiver down Xiao Feiyong's spine. Finally, at 3:30 p.m., in a fit of rage, Xiao Feiyong stormed to the technical department, suspecting a malfunction in the trading platform's data. Otherwise, Lu Ming's performance was unfathomable. This matter quickly spread throughout the company, generating much discussion. However, the technical department swiftly confirmed that the data was accurate and without error. This revelation meant that Lu Ming's trading data was indeed authentic. Xiao Feiyong was left utterly dumbfounded. In the following 2 days, Lu Ming firmly held the top position on the leaderboard, with trading funds reaching 1.26 million. Meanwhile, Xiao Feiyong's funds had barely reached 1.08 million, leaving him far behind. Remarkably, this had all transpired within just 3 days. Xiao Feiyong, a once arrogant doctoral graduate, had now become the laughingstock of the entire company. Before the end of the workday, Xiao Feiyang was summoned to the office by Guo Rui. "You worthless fool. How could you allow yourself to be outperformed by that Lu fellow?" Guo Rui's anger was palpable. His apprentice had become a laughingstock, a direct affront to his reputation. "Boss Guo, it must be that Lu's luck is simply extraordinary. I will surely surpass him." Xiao Feiyang clenched his teeth in determination. Guo Rui retorted sharply. "You think this result after 3 days is merely luck? Is it your brain that has faltered, or is mine the one that has suffered?" "What?" Xiao Feiyang was taken aback. "You are still underestimating him. That Lu fellow achieved this result in 3 days, clearly having come prepared." "What? Boss Guo, does that mean I am destined to lose?" Guo Rui scoffed. "Not necessarily. The swift profits indicate he has engaged in considerable short-term trading. But such a gambler's approach will inevitably lead to downfall. He will stumble hard." "Indeed. Indeed." Xiao Feiyang's eyes sparkled with renewed excitement. "Remember, the trading competition lasts a month. As long as you maintain your composure, you could still emerge as champion. The key is to keep your mindset steady. If your mentality collapses, no one can save you." Guo Rui emphasized once more. "Understood. Thank you, Boss Guo." Xiao Feiyang felt invigorated once again. Later that evening, Lu Ming prepared a delectable Kung Pao chicken and was about to start on a water-boiled pork dish, having triumphed in the trading competition, securing a prize of 100,000 yuan. It was only fitting to celebrate. Tomorrow being the weekend, he could also indulge in gaming with classmates. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me." "You? Who are you?" "Xia Yuxing." "Goodness." Lu Ming hurriedly returned the plate of Kung Pao chicken to the kitchen, thinking, "Surely, this she-devil is not here to mooch a meal again." He opened the door to find Xia Yuxing looking disheveled and drenched. "Manager Xia, what happened?" "My water pipe burst." "Can you fix it?" Xia Yuxing's expression was one of embarrassment. "Let me take a look." Lu Ming promptly followed her to room 303. Upon entering the apartment, they were greeted by the sound of rushing water from the bathroom. He stepped inside to discover that the showerhead had burst, spraying water everywhere. "Manager Xia, the showerhead has ruptured. It cannot be repaired. First, we need to turn off the water supply." "What? The water supply? I don't know where that is." Xia Yuxing looked bewildered. Lu Ming swiftly surveyed the bathroom and then moved to the vanity cabinet, pulling it open. To his astonishment, it was filled with shower gel, soap, and other toiletries. Notably, nestled in the middle was a package containing a jumping egg, still unopened. Suddenly, Xia Yuxing's face flushed crimson. At that moment, Lu Ming spotted the water supply valve at the back. He quickly reached out and turned it off. The spray from the shower ceased immediately. "Ah, it stopped. It stopped." Xia Yuxing exclaimed with delight. Due to the minimal accumulation of water, it did not overflow into the living room and was quickly drained away. As Lu Ming turned around, he suddenly froze. Summer Yuxing was drenched, her upper garment clinging to her form, rendering the contours beneath unmistakably visible. My word, she truly possesses allure. Whether a C or D cup, her complexion is strikingly fair. Summer Yuxing, already a vision of breathtaking beauty, now appeared as a siren of the rain. Instinctively, Lu Ming swallowed hard, nearly conjuring an inappropriate fantasy. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck out your eyes." Summer Yuxing hastily covered her upper body, shooting him a glare. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched, prompting him to shift the conversation. "Ms. Summer, the water gate has been shut, rendering the bathroom temporarily unusable. What shall we do?" she inquired. "We can purchase a new showerhead tomorrow and have the workers replace it," he suggested. "Where can we find one? Is it even possible to buy one now? The stores are all closed. Perhaps I could take you shopping tomorrow morning?" Summer Yuxing shook her head, replying, "No, I plan to sleep in. Why don't you simply pick one up for me? I trust your judgment. I don't need to be picky." Chapter 08. The female CEO comes for a meal again. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. "Goodness, while you indulge in slumber, I too yearn for a little more rest. How about the afternoon? I'm unavailable then as well. A friend is coming over to visit." "Very well, I shall go by myself." Lu Ming, at a loss for words, exited the bathroom, preparing to return. Suddenly, a chubby orange cat darted out from the side. "Good heavens!" Lu Ming gasped, realizing that the female tyrant indeed owned a ginger feline. The rotund cat glared at him with palpable hostility. "Ah, President Xia, you have a rather plump orange cat, don't you?" Lu Ming jested. Unexpectedly, his comment incited the chubby cat's ire as it lunged toward his leg with claws bared. Having returned home, Lu Ming had donned shorts and flip-flops. One swipe from those claws could easily leave him in tatters. He quickly retreated to avoid the assault. Pai Pai. At that moment, Xia Yuxing intervened, scooping up the cat. Meow. Though cradled in her arms, the little chubby orange continued to hiss at Lu Ming. President Xia, your cat is rather fierce, isn't it? Pai Pai is a little fairy, and if you call it fat, of course, it will retaliate. It certainly has quite the temper, just like you, President Xia. Xia Yuxing fixed him with a piercing stare. Ah, I shall take my leave now. Lu Ming thought to himself that calling it fat was hardly a crime. He returned to his room 301, continuing his culinary endeavor of preparing boiled pork slices. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was halfway through, his door was rapped upon again. President Xia, is there something else? He opened the door to find, unsurprisingly, Xia Yuxing standing there, holding a small plastic basket filled with toiletries and a change of clothes. The water pipe at my place burst. May I borrow your bathroom? Very well. Lu Ming felt a bit awkward refusing her. Xia Yuxing entered the bathroom, surveying the surroundings, her delicate brows knitting together. As a man, Lu Ming's bathroom had a certain untamed quality, particularly with his unwashed red briefs hanging on the towel rack from yesterday. Could you remove that? Ah, I shall do so immediately. Lu Ming hurriedly pulled it down. Is the lock on your bathroom door functional? Xia Yuxing tested the lock once more. Lu Ming, feeling exasperated, thought to himself that this female tyrant was quite particular. Coming to his house to borrow the bathroom and now questioning the lock. The lock works fine. It cannot be forced open even when locked, he replied, somewhat irked. With a resounding clang, Xia Yuxing shut the bathroom door. Lu Ming, feeling helpless, retreated to the kitchen to resume his cooking. Just as the boiled pork slices finished cooking, Xia Yuxing completed her shower. I'm done. Lu Ming emerged from the kitchen, only to be greeted by the sight of Xia Yuxing clad in a modest nightgown. Though she was dressed underneath, the silhouette of her figure, shrouded in mystery, was undeniably captivating. Upon witnessing her, he nearly saluted in reverence. In a rush, Lu Ming darted back into the kitchen, eager to avoid any awkwardness that might arise. I have returned, Lu Ming. Your bathroom could use a thorough cleaning. There is grime lodged in the crevices of the tiles. After Xia Yuxing finished speaking, she departed. Damn it. Lu Ming emerged wielding a shovel, striking the door several times in frustration. It's my bathroom. I didn't solicit your help, yet you speak as though you will return to clean it again. He promptly locked the door behind him. He then brought the kung pao chicken and boiled meat slices to the dining table. Gazing at the delectable dishes, Lu Ming's appetite was piqued. Bang! Lu Ming was left speechless. Was this never-ending? He stepped forward and opened the door, positioning himself in the doorway to obstruct the table. Looking at Xia Yuxing, she had changed into a conservative loungewear, clutching a bowl and chopsticks, clearly having come to mooch a meal. Would you mind if I borrowed a bowl and chopsticks? Xia Yuxing raised an eyebrow. Cough, cough, not at all. Lu Ming forced a smile, thinking, what a nosy woman this is. Thus, the two of them resumed their seats at the dining table. Xia Yuxing began to eat without reservation, differing from the last occasion as she served herself rice this time. President Xia, while I am indeed your subordinate, it is after working hours. And your frequent visits to scrounge for food and drink seem rather inappropriate, don't you think? With a system at my disposal, who cares about your superior status? Just moments ago in my home, you were openly staring at me. Wasn't that rather inappropriate? Xia Yuxing lifted her gaze, her eyes regal. Lu Ming felt a flush of embarrassment. Well, if you put it that way, I suppose I have had my fill of eye candy as well. The boiled meat slices, while spicy, were evidently to her liking, as she seemed unbothered by the heat, even relishing it. Lu Ming glanced down. Damn it. She had devoured all the meat slices, leaving only cabbage and bean sprouts. Noticing the dwindling pieces of chicken in the kung pao chicken, he quickly scooped up a few. President Xia, don't you fear gaining weight from eating so much at night? Is that so? Then that is splendid. I am far too thin. Not thin at all. After uttering this, Lu Ming glanced at a particular part of Xia Yuxing. Clearly displeased by his gaze, she furrowed her brows and retorted, if you keep looking around, I will make you regret it. Huh, you can talk big all you want. You think you can intimidate me? Just you, a mere woman. Lu Ming thought to himself, dismissing her threat. You come to mooch food and use my bathroom. What is wrong with me taking a glance? The two fell into silence. And half an hour later, every morsel had vanished. However, Xia Yuxing showed no inclination to leave. Instead, she initiated a discussion about company matters. Lu Ming, I did not expect you to possess such talent. You are currently first in the trading competition. Indeed, I am a natural trader. That may not be the case. Lu Ming was puzzled. He excelled at trading, yet it was questioned. Xia Yuxing elaborated. I reviewed your positions, Your stock purchases are excessively aggressive, capitalizing on volatility. And your trading frequency is quite high, which is a cardinal sin for a trader. Lu Ming was taken aback. Then realized that while others could not see his positions, Xia Yushin, as the president, must have the authority to access them. To others, it may be a grave taboo. Yet for me, it is merely a keen instinct. He is undoubtedly aware of the prohibitions surrounding stock trading, but those are merely concerns for the average trader. I, being a systematic trader, have no fear. Instinct. If you aspire to become an exceptional trader in the future, it is time to awaken to reality. After finishing her words, Xia Yushin collected her utensils and departed. Lu Ming shrugged and proceeded to the kitchen to wash the dishes. A few minutes later, there was another knock at the door. For heaven's sake, Lu Ming exclaimed, opening the door in a huff, curious to see what this female tyrant was up to now, as the night seemed endless. Do you really think I'm a pushover? However, to his surprise, upon opening the door, Xia Yushin tossed a jar of tea leaves at him. This tea was given to me by a friend. I do not drink it, so it is yours now. Lu Ming quickly caught the jar. While Xia Yushin had already turned back, he examined it and discovered it was Huangshan Maofeng, a rather expensive tea. Well, this female tyrant does possess some understanding of social etiquette. Chapter 09 The Fate Bestowed by Heaven. The following afternoon, Xia Yushin received a call from her dear friend, Zhu Wanqing. Hey, Sheng, I'm downstairs, come down and get me. So soon? I'm coming down right away. Xia Yushin hurriedly descended the stairs and soon spotted her friend's car below. Sheng, Zhu Wanqing exclaimed, waving as she stepped out of the vehicle. Wanqing, your timing is impeccable. Did you bring me something to eat? Xia Yushin grinned as she approached. Oh dear, Xing, you truly are a lazybones. Did you sleep the whole morning again? I packed your favorite braised ribs and boiled meat slices. Zhu Wanqing said, retrieving the food containers from the car. Haha, Wanqing. You know me too well. Xia Yushin gleefully accepted the takeout. Zhu Wanqing then pulled out several bags of clothing before shutting the car door. Let us go upstairs. Xia Yushin eagerly linked arms with her. Wait, Xing, there's a surprise. A surprise? What kind of surprise? Come. Zhu Wanqing led her to the rear of the car and opened the trunk. Inside lay a pet carrier. Xia Yushin leaned down to see a husky puppy nestled inside. Wow. The husky pup wagged its tail excitedly upon seeing her, reaching out with its paws. What? A husky? Haha, yes. Isn't it a delightful surprise? I carefully selected this gift just for you. Xia Yushin was momentarily taken aback, caught between laughter and tears. The two friends then carried the pet carrier upstairs. How do you find my place? I've left it empty for quite a while. It's perfect. They entered the room, and Zhu Wanqing quickly opened the carrier, allowing the husky to bound out. The exuberant puppy dashed around the room, showing no signs of hesitation. Meow. Suddenly, the chubby orange cat, Pippi, leaped forward, brimming with hostility towards the husky. Wow, Pippi, I missed you so much. Zhu Wanqing scooped up the plump feline, showering it with affection. Meow. Pippi clearly resisted, raising its paw in protest. Hey, Pippi, don't you recognize me? I'm your Aunt Wanqing. Zhu Wanqing continued to shower the cat with love. Oh, Pippi issued a warning. Xia Yushin chuckled. You should let her go. She just returned to a new environment and has been a bit temperamental lately. All right then, Pippi, I'll cuddle you later tonight. Zhu Wanqing finally released the orange cat. To her surprise, Pippi jumped down and dashed straight to the husky, launching a flurry of swipes at the unsuspecting puppy, who yelped in shock. Oh, poor little husky. Zhu Wanqing rushed over to comfort the puppy, gently stroking its head. Xia Yushin sighed. You see, Pippi is quite resistant to newcomers. How am I supposed to care for a husky that you gifted me? In a few days, they should get used to each other. I thought you could use a dog for protection since you live alone. Zhu Wanqing teased the husky, who wagged its tail happily. Huffed. Wanqing, are you serious? A husky to protect me? What a joke. Alas, Sheng, this is something I meticulously selected from the kennel, costing 10,000 yuan. Its parents are both remarkably distinguished. Why not take it back with you and raise it yourself? That is out of the question. You know my job requires frequent travel, making it impossible for me to care for it. Summer Yushin glanced at the plump orange cat lounging on the sofa, her expression laden with sorrow, unable to bear the thought of parting. However, this Siberian husky was a gift from her dear friend, and she felt reluctant to decline any further. Zhu Wanqing approached the sofa and gently patted the chubby orange cat, suggesting, how about this, Xing? If you are concerned about Pai's melancholy, perhaps you could give the little husky to a colleague or a friend, as I truly lack the time to raise it. All right, let's discuss it later. I need to eat first. I'm absolutely famished, Summer Yuxing replied as she made her way to the dining table, opened her lunchbox, and began to eat with chopsticks. Zhu Wanqing promptly took a seat across from her. So how is it? Delicious, isn't it? From your favorite restaurant. MHM. Wait, something seems off, Shengsheng. Why does your expression seem less indulgent than before? Summer Yuxing chuckled. Wanqing, let me tell you, it's because I've tasted something even more delicious, braised spare ribs. Something better than this? Which restaurant is it from? Not a restaurant. It was prepared by a colleague from the company. A colleague? Male or female? Male. What? You went to a male colleague's house for dinner? Are you secretly in love? Zhu Wanqing exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Summer Yuxing rolled her eyes and said, Of course not. Do you remember that thing you bought for me? I certainly do. Have you used it? Used it? Not at all. I haven't even unwrapped it. Why haven't you? I've used mine, and it was delightful. Enough of that. What I meant was, that night you sent me a package. It was opened by the guy who lives across from me. Coincidentally, the next day at work, I discovered he is also an employee at Jiuying Capital. What? Zhu Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Summer Yuxing then recounted the events involving him and Lu Ming. Haha. Zhu Wanqing lay back on the sofa, laughing uncontrollably. All right. Enough with the laughter. Is this Lu Ming really that good at making braised spare ribs? Summer Yuxing nodded, saying, Wanqing, did you know? The flavor of his braised spare ribs is strikingly similar to those made by my grandmother. Oh, I see. No wonder you were mooching off his food again yesterday. Zhu Wanqing was aware that Summer Yuxing had been raised by her grandmother and shared a profound bond with her. Yesterday, I caught a whiff of his cooking, which was spicy boiled pork slices. I just had to try it and see if it tasted as good as my grandmother's. And what was the outcome? Interestingly, it was indeed the same. Summer Yuxing's face radiated happiness as she spoke. So is Lu Ming handsome? Hey, Wanqing, why do you ask that? Shengsheng. Perhaps this is a providential connection bestowed upon you. Please, stop it. Just tell me, is he handsome or not? I cannot ascertain his handsomeness. Zhu Wanqing abruptly stood up and declared, If you won't speak, I shall go knock on the door myself and see for myself. Hey, Wanqing, you mischievous girl. What are you up to? What mischief? I am merely ensuring your interests. The two began to jest and tease one another. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded through the air. Who is it? Ah, it's Lu Ming. He has come to assist me with changing the shower hose. A handsome gentleman at my doorstep. I shall answer the door. Zhu Wanqing joyfully rushed forward and swung open the door. Xia Yuxin was left utterly speechless. Xia, who are you? Lu Ming stared at her, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 10. You treat, I cook? Zhu Wanqing scrutinized Lu Ming for a moment, marveling at his striking good looks. I am Xia's close friend, Zhu Wanqing. Hello, I am here to assist Xia in replacing the showerhead, Lu Ming said, gesturing towards the workers behind him. Please come in. Zhu Wanqing eagerly invited them inside. At that moment, Xia Yuxing approached and said, Lu Ming, I appreciate your help. There's no need for formality, Lu Ming replied before leading the workers to the bathroom. Zhu Wanqing seized Xia Yuxin's arm, winked, and whispered, Sheng, he is quite handsome. Be quiet, Xia Yuxing retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, you foolish girl, you failed to cherish such opportunities. When will you reveal your feelings? Lower your voice. Just stop. Xia Yuxin was mortified, thankful that Lu Ming and the workers were occupied in the bathroom. Before long, the workers had successfully installed the newly purchased showerhead. All right. Please turn on the water valve, Lu Ming instructed. Sure. He then opened the cabinet door and turned the valve. However, the item that was supposed to be there was missing. After testing the shower, everything seemed to be in order, and the workers departed. Lu Ming, how much did it cost? I'll transfer the money to you. $13.60. It's a thermostatic showerhead. Got it. Xia Yuxing quickly opened WeChat and transferred the funds to Lu Ming. Xia, I'll be heading back now, Lu Ming announced. Xia Yuxing nodded. All right. Thank you, Lu Ming. Wait. Handsome Lu, don't leave yet. Sheng. Lu Ming has gone out of his way to buy a showerhead and bring workers to install it. We must treat him to dinner, Zhu Wanqing said, pulling on Lu Ming's arm. Yes, Lu Ming. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Xia Yuxing added, nodding in agreement. There's no need for trouble, Xia. Lu Ming thought to himself that he had plans to play games with Dong Xiaojie that evening. It's no trouble at all. This afternoon, Sheng and I will go grocery shopping, and you can come over to cook tonight, Zhu Wanqing cheerfully suggested. Lu Ming was taken aback, thinking, so, they're inviting me to dinner, but I'm expected to cook? These two friends were quite clever. Xia Yuxing was equally surprised by Zhu Wanqing's proposition, nearly bursting into laughter. I've heard from Sheng Sheng that your culinary skills are exceptional. I'm quite tempted, Lu Ming. Would you mind letting me sample your cooking? Zhu Wanqing blinked her big eyes at Lu Ming. Very well. I have no objections, Lu Ming acquiesced. Thus, Lu Ming returned to room 301 and promptly called Dong Xiaojia. Hey, Xiaojia, hurry online. Let us play games this afternoon. Where in tea we supposed to play tonight? I'm currently at the supermarket. There won't be time tonight. I have dinner plans with a beautiful lady. Which beautiful lady? Are you serious? You must be joking. I'm serious. She has someone you'd never guess. Someone I could never guess? Could it be that our company's beautiful president, Miss Xia, is involved? Lu Ming's lips twitched as he replied. Indeed, you guessed correctly. Damn it. Ming Ming, you really boast without any preparation. Hurry up and stop the chatter. Wait a moment. I'll return as soon as I finish shopping at the supermarket. What are you, a single dog, shopping for? Isn't it just a few packs of instant noodles? Who said that? There's also ham sausage. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming turned on his computer. In the afternoon, Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing indeed went to the vegetable market. Unsure of Lu Ming's culinary specialties, they purchased a variety of vegetables and meats. By evening, Zhu Wanqing knocked on the door. Lu Ming followed her to room 303 to inspect the ingredients they had bought. Handsome Lu, take a look at what we bought. What dish can we prepare? Did you two purchase all of this? Yes. Lu Ming smiled wryly. Next time, you two should refrain from going shopping. Look at what you picked. Wilted greens, mushy pork, collapsed tofu, and frozen chicken. You've been deceived by the vendors. Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing exchanged glances, feeling quite disheartened. Well, this fish is still flopping. How about we make braised ribs, spicy tofu, shiitake mushrooms with bok choy, twice-cooked pork, and finally sweet and sour fish? Lu Ming began to formulate a plan. Sounds great. Xia Yuxing nodded eagerly. However, Zhu Wanqing interjected, Mr. Lu, can we also make boiled sliced pork? Lu Ming examined the ingredients. All right, though we might have to make do with the limited meat we have. Thus, Lu Ming entered Xia Yuxing's kitchen, which was surprisingly well equipped. Given the spacious layout of room 303, the kitchen had ample space. However, judging by its cleanliness, it was evident that Xia Yuxing was merely an amateur who could boil water. Just as Lu Ming was about to get busy, he noticed Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing had seated themselves on the sofa, each cradling a cat and a small husky. Snacks were laid out on the table as they prepared to watch television. Damn it, these two mischievous ladies. We agreed you would treat me to dinner. Yet here I am, the one laboring. No way. I absolutely cannot allow them to sit idly while I toil away. I need to prepare 6 dishes. Are they expecting to wait until midnight? Hey, you two ladies, stop lounging around and come help with washing and prepping the vegetables. Lu Ming called out without hesitation. I don't owe you anything, so I want to indulge you. We're coming. Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing exchanged mischievous smiles. However, these two could only manage simple tasks. As Lu Ming prepared to start cooking, he realized that Xia Yuxing's kitchen lacked essential spices, prompting him to return home to fetch a few. By 7 in the evening, all 6 dishes were finally completed and beautifully arranged on the dining table. Wow, it's a feast for the senses. Shenshin, hurry and fetch the wine. Zhu Wanqing was practically salivating. Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Oh, we're drinking too? It was a rather obvious conclusion. With such a delightful array of dishes, how could one not indulge in wine? Very well then. With that, Xia Yuxing fetched a bottle of Petrus red wine. Lu Ming cast a glance at the bottle, worth tens of thousands. Indeed, the affluent were truly distinctive. Come now. Handsome Lu, do open the wine, Zhu Wanqing offered a corkscrew. As Lu Ming took the corkscrew to uncork the bottle, he turned around only to find that Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing, those two mischievous women, had already begun to eat with their chopsticks. What the? I've unwittingly boarded your pirate ship. Handsome Lu, hurry, pour us some. Zhu Wanqing exclaimed, raising her glass, her excitement palpable, while still chewing on a piece of rib. Lu Ming was left speechless. Goodness, are you serious? I am not your waiter. Allow me, Xia Yuxing, exhibiting a semblance of understanding, took the bottle of red wine from him. Chapter 11. Still a lifelong singleton. Come, Brother Lu, let us clink our glasses. Zhu Wanqing suggested as she proactively raised her cup after pouring the wine. The 3 of them toasted and then began to indulge in the meal. At that moment, the exuberant dog bounded over to Lu Ming's lap, wagging its tail expectantly. Lu Ming tossed a piece of rib directly to the dog. Surprisingly, the chubby orange cat did not join them at the dining table, opting instead to lounge on the sofa. Brother Lu, who taught you to cook? Did you perhaps attend New Oriental? Your culinary skills are remarkable. Ji Walking inquired curiously. My father is a chef. He later opened his own restaurant. I learned my cooking from him, though I must admit, a portion of it is innate talent, Lu Ming explained. Did you know? The dishes you prepare taste remarkably similar to those made by Shengxing's grandmother, which is why Shengxing often mooches off your meals. Lu Ming looked at Xia Yuxing, bewildered. Yes, I grew up with my grandmother, but now she. Xia Yuxing paused, the implication hanging in the air. Understanding her unspoken words, Lu Ming responded cheerfully. I see. Miss Xia, you should have mentioned this earlier. If you ever wish to eat, just let me know, and I'll cook for you. Xia Yuxing was taken aback by Lu Ming's offer. The three of them continued to eat, drink, and converse, gradually becoming a bit tipsy. When Lu Ming drank, he became quite talkative. Through their conversation, he discovered that Ji Walking was actually a female police officer, and the apartment they were in, number 303, belonged to her. Since Xia Yuxing had returned to work in the country and the apartment was conveniently located near her office, Ji Walking had lent it to her. By the way, Lu Ming, since you're here today, I need to address the misunderstanding that occurred between you and Shengsheng regarding the delivery incident, Ji Walking recalled. Xia Yuxing's face flushed with embarrassment. Walking, why bring this up? Walking, this is entirely my fault. I didn't check the delivery slip before opening the package and ended up saying some rather unrefined things. I apologized to Miss Xia that day, Lu Ming said, swirling the red wine in his glass. Ji Walking shook her head. Lu Ming, I'm not here to judge anyone's right or wrong. I merely wish to clarify some other matters. Other matters? What do you mean? Lu Ming asked, his expression one of confusion. Do you recall what was in that package? You saw it that day, right? Yes, I did. Let me explain. That toy was actually a surprise I bought for Shangsheng. It was not something she purchased herself. Moreover, that toy is meant for outdoor use. Do you understand? Ji Walking blinked her eyes innocently. Oh dear. Xia Yuxing had not anticipated this revelation and quickly covered Ji Walking's mouth. Walking, hush. Xinxing, please don't cover my mouth. Lu Ming, do you comprehend? What do you mean? Lu Ming was equally perplexed. Was Ji Walking being a bit foolish, sharing this with him as if they were best friends? Walking, you seem intoxicated. Perhaps you should rest in the room for a while? Xia Yuxing, in a moment of spontaneity, attempted to pull Ji Walking into the room. She knew her best friend all too well. When intoxicated, that girl's lips would spill every secret. After a few more drinks, she might very well transform into a brazen vixen. Xing, don't be ridiculous. With just this little bit of alcohol, how could I possibly be drunk? Lu Ming interjected. Ming, do you truly comprehend what I'm saying? I genuinely do not, Lu Ming shrugged. Ji Walking exclaimed in exasperation. Hey, you fool. That jump egg is for external use, meaning Shengsheng is still a pure girl. Oh dear. Xia Yuxing, blushing furiously, immediately released her grip and covered her face. She felt utterly mortified. How could her big-mouthed friend expose such a secret, and in front of a man no less? The fact that this man was an employee of her own company only compounded her embarrassment. Xia Yuxing wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground, utterly humiliated. Walking, such matters are the private affairs of General Manager Xia. There's no need for you to elaborate, Lu Ming remarked, equally uncomfortable. The thought of Xia Yuxing being his superior and knowing such secrets made him uneasy. However, it did explain why he had noticed the toy still in its packaging yesterday. This enchanting yet lethal woman was, astonishingly, still a virgin. Why not? Shengsheng is a good girl. I fear you might misunderstand. She is still a lifelong solo. Ji Walking teased. Enough, Walking, please be quiet, Xia Yuxing retorted, her face aflame. All right, I want to say another word. Look at her. Her face is as red as a ripe peach. Ji Walking laughed, poking fun. Lu Ming stole a glance, and he had to admit. The sight of the fierce woman in such a fluster was truly captivating, akin to a perfectly ripened peach. Normally, she presented herself with an icy demeanor at work. But now she seemed an entirely different person. Ji Walking pressed on. Lu Ming, I have another question for you. Have you ever purchased similar toys? No. Lu Ming hastily shook his head. Xia Yuxing could only smile wryly, realizing that her friend was about to delve deeper into an awkward conversation. None at all? Would you like me to recommend one? Cough. No need, Lu Ming replied with a wry smile. Really not? Truly no? Indeed. You men don't need to buy toys. Your right hand suffices. Right, a manual endeavor, Lu Ming awkwardly nodded. However, the toy I purchased is quite excellent, indeed. It is safe and perfectly suited for us lonely women who have never experienced love, Zhou Wanqing continued with increasing audacity. Xia Yushin quickly interjected, "It's your loneliness. Not mine. Don't drag me into this." Of course, you're not lonely. You're a workaholic," Zhou Wanqing shot back. Then turned her gaze back to Lu Ming. "By the way, Lu Ming, let me ask you again. Do you have a girlfriend?" "No. I'm just like General Manager Xia. I've been single since birth. What kind of girl do you like? I could introduce you to someone." I'm not quite sure. It just has to be someone I can connect with. What do you think of Sheng Sheng?" Lu Ming turned his gaze towards Xia Yuxing, at a loss for how to respond. "Ah, Wanqing, you mischievous girl, must you carry on endlessly? You are intoxicated. It is time for you to rest." Xia Yuxing promptly pulled her towards the bedroom. Lu Ming, wishing to alleviate any awkwardness for Xia Yuxing, hastily remarked, "Well, Miss Xia, I too have had a bit too much to drink, so I shall take my leave." "Very well," Xia Yuxing quickly acquiesced. "Oh, Lu Ming, do not leave. Let us continue drinking." Zhu Wanqing protested, still unsatisfied. "No more. I am already inebriated," Lu Ming declared before opening the door and departing. This time, Xia Yuxing paid no heed to Zhu Wanqing and returned to the dining table. "You blabbermouth, what nonsense are you spouting in front of others? This is so embarrassing." "Embarrassing? I am merely attempting to bring you two together." "Bring together what? You remain a single soul yourself." "Oh, you little rascal, I am trying to play matchmaker for you. Yet you mock me instead. Just wait and see how I will handle you." In room 303, only the playful banter of the two women lingered. Chapter 12. Promotion to Fund Manager. The following day, Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing slumbered until noon. With Zhu Wanqing having an important meeting to attend, she departed early in the afternoon, leaving the once lively room in tranquil silence. However, Xia Yuxing found herself in a state of melancholy. Although Zhu Wanqing had left, the mischievous husky puppy remained behind. At that moment, the plump orange cat, Pippi, wore a sorrowful expression, having begun a hunger strike since the previous evening. Xia Yuxin was aware that Pippi had always been somewhat averse to unfamiliar creatures, yet she had not anticipated such a strong reaction towards the husky pup. Seeing Pippi in distress tugged at her heartstrings, for during her years of studying abroad, Pippi had been her steadfast companion. Thus, her affection for Pippi ran deep. It seemed imperative to find a new home for the husky pup. It could no longer remain in her household. If this continued, Pippi would persist in refusing to eat. The question then arose, to whom could she entrust the puppy? Xia Yuxing found herself in a quandary. Having recently joined the company, she had not yet forged close friendships. The only person she was familiar with was her assistant, Li Xiaoya, who had returned with her from overseas. However, given that Li Xiaoya was allergic to animal fur, she could not possibly take the puppy. Then, aside from Li Xiaoya, the most familiar person in the company came to mind, Lu Ming. After all, he had sat with her the previous night, sharing drinks. Suddenly, the idea of entrusting the husky to Lu Ming seemed quite favorable. Especially since he lived right across the hall, she would be able to see the puppy often. Without delay, Xia Yuxing scooped up the little husky and knocked on Lu Ming's door. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Ming emerged wrapped in a towel. Having indulged in drinks the night before and then gamed all night, he had only just awoken after a long slumber. "Ah?" Xia Yuxing turned her gaze away, feeling a bit bashful at the sight of his bare torso. "Why aren't you dressed?" "I'm not completely bare. I just finished showering," he replied. "What brings you here?" "I have something to discuss with you." "All right, come in. I'll change." Lu Ming retreated to his bedroom, emerging shortly thereafter in shorts and a t-shirt. At that moment, Xia Yuxing was seated on the sofa, playing with the husky. "Xia Zong, what is the matter?" "Lu Ming, as you know, this husky was a gift from Wanqing. However, my cat Pippi is quite resistant to unfamiliar beings and has been refusing to eat since last night. Therefore, I was hoping to give this little one to you." "What? To me? That one do, Xia Zong. I can't take care of it." Lu Ming instinctively shook his head. "Why can't you? You live alone. It would be a fine companion for you." Xia Yuxing released the little husky, who excitedly bounded to Lu Ming's feet. "Xia Zong, you know I'm just a trader. You're aware of my salary. It's a struggle just to support myself, and I've never raised a creature like this. More importantly, it's a husky, known for being a destructive force. I'm renting, and all the furniture and appliances belong to the landlord. If it destroys anything, I'll be in quite the predicament." Lu Ming's concerns were valid. "Lu Ming," Xia Yuxing reassured, "you needn't worry. This little husky comes from excellent lineage and should not be prone to destruction." "Mr. Xia, look. It's in the midst of destruction," Lu Ming suddenly pointed out. Xia Yuxing lowered her gaze to see the little husky excitedly gnawing at the table leg. Lu Ming promptly lifted the mischievous pup away. "Mr. Xia, You should take it back and give it to someone else. Lu Ming, you cannot simply watch it wreak havoc. It can also bring you joy. You should keep it. I won't. You should. I won't. You should. I won't. Lu Ming resolutely shook his head. For some unknown reason, Xia Yuxing felt a surge of anger. As a president, she had never begged anyone like this before. With a resounding clap on the table, she declared, Lu Ming, as a grown man, why are you being so indecisive? What is the harm in raising a husky? It's merely a bit of mischief. Why are you so frightened? If you keep it, whatever it destroys, I will reimburse you and replace it. Isn't that fair? Huh? Mr. Xia, are you serious? Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Xia Yuxing nodded affirmatively. I mean it. If it damages anything, I will reimburse you and replace it. If the landlord causes you trouble, I will handle it. How does that sound? Well, how about this, Mr. Xia? Will you also cover its dog food? Lu Ming cunningly suggested. Seeing how stingy you are, fine. I'll cover the dog food as well. Great. I'll keep it then. Lu Ming immediately embraced the husky, showering it with kisses, exclaiming, hee hee, my little pup. From now on, I'm your dad. Xia Yuxing could only shake her head in disbelief. Afterward, she brought over a bit of dog food and a dog crate that Zhu Wonking had provided. Let it eat this brand of food first. And please don't bathe it for the first month. All right, Lu Ming thought to himself that even 2 months might pass without a wash. Once Xia Yuxing finished her instructions, she opened the door to leave. Oh woo. The little husky wanted to follow. Lu Ming held it back, saying, little pup. Your mommy doesn't want you anymore. You'll have to stick with daddy now. Xia Yuxing stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground. In the following days, Lu Ming's performance in the trading competition remained steady. Naturally, he adopted a more low-key and stable strategy, reducing the frequency of stock exchanges. As Xiao Feiyang was no longer able to keep up, a month swiftly passed. Lu Ming firmly held the top spot on the leaderboard, with his account balance soaring to 1.8 million. In contrast, Xiao Feiyang trailed in second place with a mere 1.3 million, falling short by 500,000. On the day the trading competition concluded, the entire company erupted in excitement. Lu Ming had indeed made a name for himself. With an initial capital of 1 million, he garnered an astonishing profit of 800,000. What does this signify? An 80% profit within a month. Such an achievement is truly remarkable. Little did anyone know that this was the result of Lu Ming's understated approach. Meanwhile, Xiao Feiyang had become the subject of ridicule among his peers. Indeed, his trading performance was commendable. However, prior to the competition, he mocked others, only to be mercilessly confronted with the truth, which ultimately became the root cause of his public humiliation. In the end, the rewards for the company's trading competition were announced. Lu Ming was promoted from trader to fund manager in the securities investment department, receiving a bonus of 100,000 yuan. He also earned an opportunity to participate in a systematic lottery. Xiao Feiyang, along with the third-place contestant, was reassigned to the research department as an intern analyst. Naturally, when Dong Xiaojie and Zhong Xiaomin approached Xiao Feiyang, urging him to uphold his promise and kneel in apology at the company entrance, he chose to evade responsibility. Ultimately, he merely issued an apology in the company's employee group chat. Lu Ming had anticipated this outcome long ago. Furthermore, under Lu Ming's advice, Cheng Mingyuan divested from Thunder Technology, incurring minimal losses by opting to invest in liquor stocks instead. For this, Cheng Mingyuan remains profoundly grateful to Lu Ming. Chapter 13. Taking over a mess? That afternoon, in the third-floor conference room of Jiuying Capital, an investment research meeting was convened. Such meetings are held approximately once a month, with attendance mandatory for all fund managers. Since Lu Ming had been promoted to fund manager, he was also required to attend. Come on, Xiao Lu, bring your teacup. These meetings can drag on for several hours, reminded Cheng Mingyuan. All right, Lu Ming replied, taking his water cup. Suddenly, Cheng Mingyuan asked, by the way, are you prepared? Prepared? For what? Lu Ming inquired, puzzled. For your presentation, of course, Cheng Mingyuan responded. Lu Ming's expression darkened. You mean I have to present? Indeed, Cheng Mingyuan confirmed. It's company policy that new fund managers must share their research and investment insights. Cough. I'm not prepared at all. It's fine if you're unprepared. Just speak freely, Cheng Mingyuan reassured him. The two shared a light-hearted conversation as they entered the meeting room. It was already filled with several attendees from various investment departments, including foreign exchange and futures. In the front sat the company's upper management, such as Vice President Gu Hongfei and Investment Director Guo Rue. along with managers from the securities, foreign exchange, and futures investment departments, due to Lu Ming's outstanding performance in the trading competition. Many fund managers greeted him as he and Cheng Mingyuan took their seats at the back. "Xiao Lu, keep a low profile lately, especially in front of Guo Rui," Cheng Mingyuan whispered. "Manager, I understand," Lu Ming replied, fully aware that his position as fund manager had originally belonged to Guo Rui's protege, Xiao Feiyang, and that Guo Rui must be displeased. Cheng Mingyuan chuckled. "From now on, call me Lao Cheng. You're on the same level as me now." "Sure, Lao Cheng. But in my eyes, you will always be a guiding light in the investment field," Lu Ming quipped, flattering him so artfully that Cheng Mingyuan nearly floated away. At 3:50 p.m., President Xia Yuxing and assistant Li Xiaoya entered the conference room. Instantly, the room fell silent. To everyone's surprise, Xia Yuxing sat down without uttering a word, her icy gaze sweeping across the attendees, leaving them feeling uneasy. A minute later, she abruptly slammed her folder onto the table. The sound startled everyone. Lu Ming thought to himself, so this is what it means to be a president. Truly impressive. In a cold tone, Xia Yuxing commanded, "Jia Biao from the Securities Investment Department, stand up." In the next moment, Jia Biao, who was seated in the middle, rose to his feet. Xia Yuxing furiously asked, "How did you manage the winning 5 fund? Did you use your toes to operate it? Or are your eyes smeared with pig oil?" "I'm sorry, President Xia." Jia Biao quickly bowed his head. The Stabilizing Wind series is a 1-year fixed opening, conservative financial product launched by Jiuying Capital, which has consistently yielded around 20 returns for 4 consecutive years since its inception. Due to the remarkable success of this series, which has attained a star-level status, the Winning 5 was launched last year. Leveraging the brand equity and reputation established by its predecessors, the Winning 1 to 4, it swiftly raised 20 million. Originally, the redemption period for Winning 5 was just a month and a half away. However, half a month ago, Winning 5 suddenly began to plummet, and as of today, it has experienced a decline of approximately 50. It is no wonder that Xia Yuxing is furious. How can one explain such a performance to the wealth management clients when the redemption period arrives? Although the investment risks are borne by the clients, this situation undoubtedly tarnishes the esteemed reputation of the Winning series. Once trust is lost, how can future business endeavors be pursued? This poses a significant negative impact on Jiuying Capital as well. Lu Ming, curious, inquired, "Old chum, what is going on with Jia Biao? How did he manage such a steep decline in just half a month?" Cheng Mingyuan leaned in to whisper an explanation. Lu Ming soon realized that the Hong Kong stocks differ from A-shares and that there are no limits on price fluctuations, making such a rapid decline within a short period entirely plausible. Xia Yuxing coldly remarked, "Apologies? Do you think this is merely childish play? Can a simple apology compensate for the losses incurred by the company? I seriously question your trading acumen. Pack your things and leave at once." "What? President Xia? The company cannot treat me this way." Jia Biao panicked upon hearing his dismissal. Investment Director Guo Rui's expression changed, and he quickly interjected, "President Xia, old Jia simply misjudged the market. Is dismissal truly necessary?" "Indeed, President Xia, no fund manager can guarantee 100% profit. Old Jia's performance from 2 years ago was commendable," added Qian Yue, the manager of the Securities Investment Department. Lu Ming understood that Jia Biao was promoted by Guo Rui, so his defense was expected. Xia Yuxing retorted coldly, "A market misjudgment? What kind of wealth management product is the Winning series?" Jia Biao failed to exercise stringent control over trading risks. When Jimeo plummeted, he did not seek to halt the decline. Rather, he sold off other products and recklessly concentrated all efforts on increasing his stake in Jimeo. What sort of conduct is this? Is this prudent management? It is gambling. This revelation ignited a fervor in the meeting room. Indeed, such trading practices are alarming. Reckless speculation? Is this the conduct expected from a fund manager? If such actions were to circulate, wouldn't peers find it utterly laughable? The room buzzed with conversation, leaving Guo Rui and Qian Yue speechless. Ultimately, Jia Biao gathered his belongings and exited the conference room. Qian Yue then asked, "President Xia, now that old Jia has left, what will happen to the Winning 5 product? Who will take over? What are your thoughts, General Manager Gu?" Xia Yuxing turned to Vice President Gu Hongfei. The cunning Gu chuckled. "Why not have old Qian recommend someone?" Qian Yue, somewhat speechless, replied, "The managers of Winning 1-4 may not suffice. Everyone has limited capacity, and Winning 5 requires someone who can turn the tide." The conference room then fell into silence. Xia Yuxing furrowed her delicate brows, recognizing the complexity of the predicament. After all, the whining no. 5 had devolved into a disarray that no one was eager to take on. Once the redemption period commenced, the fund manager would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame, likely facing severe criticism. In light of this situation, who would be willing to take the reins? Suddenly, the investment director, Guo Rue, spoke with a smile. Everyone present has their own trading responsibilities and is stretched thin. However, if we are seeking a candidate capable of turning the tide in the short term, I believe there is a particularly suitable individual. Lu Ming from the Securities Department had recently been promoted to fund manager, with no new assignments allocated yet. Moreover, his performance in the trading competition had yielded an impressive monthly return of 50. I am confident that Lu Ming can indeed salvage whining number 5. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room turned towards Lu Ming. Chapter 14. Tender as a girlfriend. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, Guo Rue was utterly shameless. Everyone was aware that this was a disastrous situation, one that would inevitably lead to blame. Guo Rue was clearly attempting to shift the burden onto him. How insidious. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxing furrowed her brows. Mr. Guo, Lu Ming may not be the right choice. He has just been promoted to fund manager. And according to company regulations and past practices, the amount he should manage should not exceed 1 million. Cheng Mingyuan hastily spoke in Lu Ming's defense. This is not only the protocol of Jiuying Capital but also a standard across the entire financial sector. Only after a new trader has gained experience and proven their competence will their management limits be increased. However, Guo Rue retorted, in extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures. Our company needs to provide young talent with an opportunity. Indeed, Lu Ming excelled in the trading competition, and his achievements are evident. He did not cheat. Surely, if virtual funds can be transformed into real ones, he should not shy away from managing, Qian Yue chimed in. It was clear that Qian Yue and Guo Rue were of the same ilk. Xia Yuxing felt a surge of anger. These two old geezers were shamelessly bullying a newcomer. Lu Ming is unsuitable. Let us recommend someone else. She shook her head firmly. Oh dear, if Ms. Xia disapproves, then I have no other candidates, Guo Rue said, spreading his hands in a feigned display of helplessness. Xia Yuxing glanced at Vice President Gu Hongfei, but he remained silent, offering no support. Lu Ming realized that Xia Yuxing had just joined the company, and these old-timers were certainly difficult to manage. It was indeed a challenge for the female tyrant to confront such thick-skinned, cunning old foxes. Ding. System task activated. Take over winning number 5 and turn losses into profits. Completion reward, 1 lottery draw. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he stood up without hesitation. Miss Xia, I am willing to take over winning number 5. The room fell silent, with everyone staring at him in astonishment. Cheng Mingyuan was startled and quickly tugged at Lu Ming's sleeve, but Lu Ming remained resolute. Lu Ming, sit down. Although winning number 5 is currently suffering substantial losses, it remains a $10 million portfolio. Your experience is far too limited for this, Xia Yuxing stated with a serious tone. Lu Ming was aware that Xia Yuxing was trying to protect him. However, while it might seem like a mess to others, it represented an opportunity for him, especially since he could fulfill the system task. Otherwise, despite having the system, he would have to start managing just 1 million. Now, he had the chance to directly handle a portfolio in the tens of millions. Lu Ming, I command you to sit down. Xia Yuxing shot him a glare filled with frustration. Guo Rue quickly interjected. Miss Xia, Lu Ming is indeed full of ambition. I believe we should allow him to give it a try. Absolutely. I see Lu Ming as an investment prodigy rarely encountered in our company. Qian Yue could not help but praise him. Miss Xia, given that this young man possesses such fervor, why not grant him an opportunity to prove himself? Let him try for a few days, and if it doesn't work out, we can always pull him back. Vice President Gu Hongfei also voiced his support. In the next moment, the managers from several other investment departments expressed their agreement. Xia Yuxing was utterly speechless and could only grit her teeth and say, All right, Lu Ming. Then give it a try. Manager Qian, please arrange for 2 assistants for Lu Ming. No problem, Qian Yue readily agreed. The meeting continued, delving into analyses and evaluations concerning the investment industry, stocks, foreign exchange, and futures. Just as Cheng Mingyuan had stated, the session stretched on for several hours, concluding at 6:30. Once the meeting adjourned, Lu Ming gathered his belongings and left for the day. While on his way home, he suddenly received a WeChat message from Xia Yuxing. Lu Ming, make sure to prepare dinner and wait for me. Oh, how sweetly she spoke. Almost like a girlfriend. Yet, the 3 exclamation marks hinted at the fury brewing within her. She was clearly intending to settle the score with him. But why must the reckoning come with an additional request for dinner? Lu Ming shrugged. Having taken on the unwavering project number 5, he was well prepared for whatever awaited him. Thus, he replied succinctly, understood. Upon arriving home, even before he opened the door, he heard the sound of something scratching against it. Goodness, what mischief had the dog gotten into this time? Entering the room, he discovered that one leg of the dining table had been gnawed down to half its size. Ever since he adopted this Siberian husky, he had once jokingly remarked to it, "You laugh like a hammer." To his surprise, the dog had leapt up joyfully, wagging its tail. It seemed that the mere mention of the word hammer brought it immense delight. Thus, he named it Hammer. Recently, Hammer had entered a frenzied teething phase, and the dining table was suffering the consequences. Now teetering precariously, it was only a matter of time before it stood on 3 legs. Lu Ming found no anger within himself regarding Hammer's destructive antics. In fact, he accepted them with a sense of amusement. After all, with the formidable Xia Yuxing by his side, what was there to fear? Soon enough, he would be able to replace the dining table. Hammer, perhaps you could gnaw on that chair a bit more so the lady can get us a new set? He encouraged, patting the dog's head. However, Hammer clearly did not appreciate his owner's suggestion. What was once a beloved pastime had now turned into a chore. With a disgruntled growl, Hammer lunged at Lu Ming's shoes. Goodness, Hammer, those are brand-name shoes by Hongxing Erk, so back off. Lu Ming pushed the dog away with his foot and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. At 8 o'clock, he heard the sound of a key turning in the lock of the apartment next door. By 8:10, there was a knock on his door. "Oh, Miss Xia, you're back," he greeted. "Move aside." Lu Ming stepped aside as Xia Yuxing confidently walked in and plopped herself down on the sofa, glaring at him. "Is dinner ready?" Yes. He quickly returned from the kitchen, bringing out the dishes and rice. Why is it all vegetarian?" Xia Yuxing asked, staring in disbelief at the table laden with only plant-based dishes. A dish of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a cucumber salad. Lu Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. How dare this female tyrant not only mooch off him, but also be picky? Boss, indulging in meat daily is straining the finances of a mere grassroots employee like myself. Besides, with the overtime meeting today, I lack the time to visit the market. You're being stingy. It's not like I'm asking for much. I only seek to share 5 dinners a week. Lu Ming thought to himself, pondering how such words could even be uttered. Why not, boss? If you truly find my cooking delectable, why not forego the mooching altogether? You can cover the cost of the ingredients while I provide the labor, and we can share meals together. What do you say? That sounds good. How much for a day? I'll transfer you a month's worth in advance. Lu Ming grinned widely, thinking to himself that wealthy individuals certainly speak with candor. And he decided not to hold back. It's not much. Just 500 yuan a day will suffice. Chapter 15. Are you trying to rip me off? Xia Yuxing took a bite of the shredded potatoes and, upon hearing the figure of 500 for a day, cast a cold glare at Lu Ming. So, Lu Ming, we agreed to share meals, yet it seems you intend to profit from me. Haha, boss, I was just joking. 200 will suffice. Lu Ming began to chuckle nervously. Really? Xia Yuxing raised an eyebrow. Hey, boss, that's not excessive. Have you considered how expensive pork is these days? Do you know the cost of a serving of ribs? And what about fish? 200 is truly not much. All right then. After pondering, Xia Yuxing acquiesced. Lu Ming felt elated in his heart, setting a modest goal of eating vegetarian for a month. Okay, I have a request too. Every day must include 2 dishes and a soup, with both meat and vegetables. That's no problem, boss. Hurry up and transfer the money. Look at you, so eager. Xia Yuxing picked up her phone and transferred 6,000 yuan to Lu Ming. Boss, aren't we supposed to pay in installments? I see you're planning a coup. Haha, fine then, you're not exactly lacking in funds. Let us do it monthly. Lu Ming quickly accepted the transfer. After finishing the meal, Xia Yuxing stared at him coldly. All right, enough of the facade. What do you want to say? Lu Ming, you're quite bold. Newly appointed as a fund manager, and you dare to handle such a hefty sum. That's because I can't stand to see a bunch of old men bully you. Lu Ming flattered her first. Xia Yuxing retorted angrily. Oh, so you're doing this for me? What is it? You felt compelled to rescue your boss from being treated unfairly, or are you playing the gallant knight? Boss, how could you possibly need my rescue? I know you can handle it, but those old foxes are out to undermine me, and I can't stand it. Especially that old Kutgua. You know they're scheming against you, yet you still rush in? Are you foolish? Do you think you're a hero? Boss, I understand your attempts to protect me, but I believe that what poses a crisis for others might present an opportunity for me. Opportunity? Oh, well, Lu Ming. I truly underestimated you. It seems we have a little buffet here. Boss, since we're already in this situation, let me give it a try. Lu Ming thought to himself, what is so special about Buffett? Does he have a system? Xia Yushin, feeling helpless, pondered for a moment before saying, Lu Ming, I may have put you in a difficult position this time. They're actually targeting me. Targeting? Lu Ming was taken aback. But don't stress too much. I'll analyze a few stocks and let you know. Xia Yushin added. Lu Ming was somewhat astonished. It appeared that the formidable woman had a sense of humanity and wished to assist him. By the way, boss, the dog food for Chue is running low. I'll need you to buy some. Is the dog food finished? Yes, there is only a little left. Thus, Xia Yushin once again picked up her phone and opened WeChat to contact her best friend, Zhu Wanking. A little orange cat. Wanking. Chue's dog food is about to run out. Could you send some? Being sexy is not a crime. Chue? A little dazed orange. I forgot to mention. Little Ha gifted Lu Ming a pet, and he named it himself. Sexy is not a sin. Wow, Sheng Sheng, you are quite talented. A little dazed orange. Sexy is not a sin. Little Ha has firmly tied Lu Ming down. A little dazed orange. Nonsense, what are you rambling about? Sexy is not a sin. Haha. I will promptly order some dog food and send it to you. I've asked Wanqing to buy it, and it should arrive in the next couple of days. After chatting with Lu Ming, Xia Yushin turned to him. Lu Ming was astonished. It turned out that in the end, Wanqing was still the one nurturing the beloved dog. By the way, boss, take a look at the dining table leg. You said the hammer wouldn't cause any damage. Xia Yushin glanced over and exclaimed, starting to dismantle the house at such a young age? Yes, this dining table leg might not hold up, boss. Don't you think we should visit the furniture market this weekend? Lu Ming tentatively asked. Sure, Lu Ming, you have quite the audacity. Are you trying to exploit me? Xia Yushin wasn't foolish. Hey, boss, that is not quite right. When I adopted the hammer, you promised me that if it damaged the furniture, you would replace it. I did say that, but the dining table isn't broken yet, so why the hurry? Xia Yushin shot him a glare and then stood up, saying, I'm heading back. Bang. After she left, Lu Ming smiled as he picked up the husky hammer. You'd better work hard. The progress of getting a new dining table depends on you. Oh well. Hammer squirmed in his arms, seemingly protesting. The next day, Lu Ming took over winning No. 5 and acquired his own office. Sitting at his desk, he brewed a cup of coffee. One must admit, the seat of a fund manager is on a different level. Truly comfortable. In the finance industry, the hierarchy is distinctly evident. For instance, the chairs for entry-level employees are ordinary adjustable ones, while fund managers enjoy executive chairs. The computers for fund managers and investment department heads boast top-tier configurations, along with dedicated tea and coffee selections and a monthly expense card. If one ascends to the executive level of investment director, the company provides a chauffeur and allows access to select hotels and clubs for direct billing. This is privilege. Lu Ming grinned, with the golden key in hand. How far could these privileges be? Originally, Qin Yue had promised to arrange 2 assistants for Lu Ming. Yet he deliberately delayed it. Lu Ming recognized that this old fox was doing it on purpose. It seemed, just as Xia Yushin had said, that these individuals were intentionally targeting her. Xia Yushin had just taken office, and during this critical period, if winning number 5 suffered a significant downturn in redemption, it would undoubtedly lead to severe negative repercussions. For Xia Yushin's career, it would be fatal. Lu Ming even suspected that when Jia Biao invested in G stock Jimeho, he significantly increased his position during the sharp decline, going all in. For a trader, this is entirely taboo. But is Jia Biao a fool? Clearly not. So why did he act this way? As Lu Ming pondered this, his pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be that Jia Biao was being manipulated by someone from behind the scenes? Such a self-destructive act would surely require immense benefit. Would Jia Biao engage in it without substantial gain? Who, then, could be the driving force behind his actions? After some contemplation, Lu Ming deduced that within Jiaoying capital, there were likely only 2 individuals capable of compelling Jia Biao to act in such a manner. One was the investment director, Guo Rui, and the other was the deputy general manager, Gu Hongfei. Among them, Gu Hongfei bore the greatest suspicion. Before Xia Yushin's unexpected ascent, Gu Hongfei was the most likely candidate for the presidency. The ramifications of Xia Yushin's sudden arrival on Gu Hongfei's disposition were all too apparent. Guo Rui also remained a contender, as Jia Biao had been promoted under his direct supervision, thereby forming a close-knit alliance. With a wry smile, Lu Ming reflected on the harsh realities of the workplace. Chapter 16. The president also takes a break. Lu Ming sipped his coffee, and as his thoughts wandered, he began to sketch a vivid tableau of the dark machinations within the corporate world. Since Qian Yue had not provided him with an assistant or a trader, he resolved to assume the role of trader himself. He subsequently opened his computer, logged into the trading platform, and navigated to the G-Stock page. Unlike A-shares, G-Stocks operate on a T0 trading model, allowing for same-day purchases and sales, although the settlement occurs on a T2 basis. Furthermore, G-Stocks are devoid of any limits on price fluctuations, which can lead to the emergence of volatile stocks. For instance, it is not uncommon for a stock to surge or plummet by 90 within a single day. This regulatory framework presents a greater challenge for traders. Typically, Lu Ming would have to toil for 1 or 2 years before gaining access to G-Stocks. However, for him, this was not merely an opportunity, it was a calling. He promptly opened the G-Stock Jimeho, a stock that had caused significant losses for the stable Win No. 5 fund, and initiated the system's predictive analysis. Jimeho Holdings, today's fluctuation -2. Projected trend over the next 5 days -5, over the next 15 days -6, over the next 30 days -11, and over the next 90 days 15. Lu Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. This worthless stock was projected to decline further in the coming month. Currently, a substantial amount of capital from stable Win No. 5 was trapped within it, necessitating a painful liquidation, an unavoidable predicament. He then began to scan for predictions on other G-Stocks. With only a month left, utilizing G-Stocks for a turnaround was the most pragmatic approach. Rongqing Global, today's fluctuation 30, projected trend over the next 5 days 15, over the next 15 days 10, over the next 30 days 37. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. This G-Stock was exhilarating. Rongqing Global was poised for a significant rise today, followed by a decline. Yet it would rebound to 37 by the end of the month. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? The stock market operates in this manner. When you expect it to rise, it falls. After you cut your losses, it surges again. One is perpetually anxious about the market's unpredictability. Dafeng Digital, today's fluctuation -15, projected trend over the next 5 days 35, over the next 15 days 28, over the next 30 days 39. Lu Ming discovered another promising stock and added it to his watch list. Although he had the capacity to invest a considerable sum, he deemed such a move too ostentatious. Moreover, it would cast him in the light of a gambler, akin to Jia Biao's reckless all-in approach. Thus, Lu Ming's strategy was to invest in stocks that fluctuated but ultimately yielded profits, a practice known in the industry as risk hedging. On the first day, Lu Ming decided to liquidate Jimeho when it rebounded by 2, clearing his position entirely. The remaining capital in stable Win No. 5 amounted to over 10 million. In short order, he allocated this sum across 10 different stocks. However, the results of the first day, under Lu Ming's careful management, did not yield explosive returns. In fact, several stocks experienced notable declines. As the workday drew to a close, Lu Ming prepared to leave, but received a WeChat message from Xia Yuxing. A little orange cat, don't leave work just yet. A wild bull, why? A little orange cat, there's something I need to discuss. Come to my office at 6. Lu Ming, feeling perplexed, could only wait until 6 o'clock before heading to the president's office. By this hour, most of the company had already clocked out. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lu Ming pushed the door open and entered the president's office. At that moment, Xia Yuxin was focused intently on her computer. Sit down and wait for me for a moment. Lu Ming nodded and settled himself onto the sofa nearby. He initially thought Xia Yuxin was busy with something significant, but he suddenly noticed her left hand resting on the A, W, and D keys of her keyboard. Hey, Lu Ming walked over to take a look at her screen. And indeed, Xia Yuxin wasn't working. She was engaged in a team battle. What on earth? Boss, I thought you were diligently working, but it turns out you were gaming. Xia Yuxing shot him a glare. Can you blame me for being surprised? You're the company president. I didn't expect you to slack off too. It's after hours. Even the president is human. Why shouldn't I indulge in a game? TSK, boss. But I must say, your skills leave much to be desired. You're playing a tank, yet you're not fulfilling your role as a support. Instead, you're in the solo lane? Lu Ming couldn't help but tease her. This is something Wanqing just taught me. What about you? Oh, I have a basic understanding. Xia Yuxing nodded and said, all right then, next time, let us invite Wanqing for a group game. And I'll show you what I can do. No problem. Lu Ming readily agreed. Let us pause for now. Xia Yuxing then set down her mouse, paused the game, and logged off. Lu Ming thought to himself, what a slacker. Gaming without any decorum. Here you go. Xia Yuxing pulled out a printed document from her drawer. Lu Ming took it and saw it contained some stock codes and analyses. These are a few stocks I selected. Do take a look. They might be of help to you. Ahem, boss, that's unnecessary. I've already chosen my stocks. Chosen your stocks? What do you mean? I purchased 10 stocks today. What? Xia Yuxing stood up in shock, exclaiming, You've already executed trades, clearing all your positions in Jai Maiho? Indeed. Did you buy A shares or G shares? G shares. Are you out of your mind? You dare to buy G shares? Xia Yuxing was infuriated. Boss, right now, to recoup losses within a month, G shares are the best option. Recoup? Lu Ming, do you think you're Superman? Xia Yuxing felt that Lu Ming was being delusional, and she slammed the table in frustration. Boss, trust me. I have great confidence in my research on individual stocks. That is sheer arrogance. It's a cardinal sin for a trader. Do you understand? Xia Yuxing glared at him. Boss, tomorrow I'll send you my portfolio. Just wait and see. Fine. I'm curious to know what stocks you've purchased. Is this the reason you asked me to come find you, boss? Xia Yuxing replied with a hint of annoyance. Yes, that's it. You can clock out now. All right then. Lu Ming promptly made his exit. Wait a moment. Is there anything else? Xia Yuxing suddenly produced a set of keys from her pocket and stated, I have a meeting with a client tonight and may return a bit late. Could you please feed Pai for me? Boss. Is it really a problem if a cat skips a meal? Well, is it all right if I deduct a month's salary from you? Lu Ming felt a bit embarrassed. That analogy seemed rather inappropriate. With no other choice, he reluctantly accepted the keys and said, Fine, I'll feed her. Is that satisfactory? By the way, Pai has quite a temper. Just place the cat food down and leave her be, all right? If you provoke her, I won't take responsibility if you get scratched. Understood. Lu Ming thought to himself, it's just a large, chubby orange cat. How could I possibly get scratched by her? Chapter 17, Do Not Peep. Upon returning home, Lu Ming beckoned to Chuizi, the silly dog, who eagerly trotted over. Chuizi, have you been slacking today? The dining table leg looks just like it did yesterday. Woof woof. Chuizi whimpered in protest. Listen here, our new dining table relies on you. If you continue to be lazy, your dog food will be halved, understand? Woof woof. Chuizi expressed dissent. When passion transforms into obligation, it inevitably becomes mundane, even for a dog. All right, let us go. Today, Daddy is taking you to meet an old friend. With a snap of his fingers, Lu Ming took the key to Xia Yuxing's house and stepped outside, with Chuizi excitedly following suit. Upon opening the door to apartment 303, Lu Ming and Chuizi entered. Where's the silly cat? Lu Ming placed the key on the entryway cabinet and glanced around the room, but the plump cat was nowhere in sight. Fat cat, where are you? Still. There was no response. Suddenly, Lu Ming turned and spotted the rotund orange cat, Pai, lounging atop the refrigerator, eyeing him intently. Haha, fat orange, hurry down. Your grandpa is here to feed you. Your mommy has abandoned you. The cat's disdainful expression was unmistakable. Woof, woof, woof. Chuizi, upon hearing this, immediately rushed to defend his master. Haha, Lu Ming chuckled, patting the dog's head. Even at this young age, you know how to protect your owner. A good dog indeed. He then searched the room for cat food, having forgotten to ask the female tyrant where it was hidden. Finally, he discovered it beneath the curtain in the corner of the living room. Come here, fat cat. It's time to eat. Lu Ming lifted the cat bowl and waved at the plump orange cat. Seeing the food bowl, Pai promptly leaped down, well aware it was time for her meal. Lu Ming opened the bag of cat food and scooped out several spoonfuls. Hey, your tyrant mother seems to care for you quite a bit. She feeds you long-shaped kibble. Must be quite expensive. He poured the food into the bowl. However, Fat Orange merely stared at him, as if he were a fool, showing no intention of eating. Hey, eat up, I mean you no harm. Lu Ming scooped out another spoonful, perhaps thinking Pai found the portion insufficient. Yet, the fat cat merely continued to glare at him, unmoving. At that moment, Chuizi excitedly bounded over, seemingly eager to play with Fat Cat. Suddenly, Fat Cat swatted at Chuizi multiple times. Woof, woof, woof. Chuizi yelped, startled, and scampered to the door. Lu Ming, somewhat speechless, remarked, Chuizi, you are a dog, getting scared and running away from a cat. Woof. Just then, Fat Cat turned and clawed at Lu Ming. Damn. Lu Ming jumped back to evade the strike. All right, Fat Cat. Ungrateful creature. I'm feeding you, yet you scratch me? Goodbye. With that, he left the apartment with Chuizi. However, he did not return home immediately. Instead, he took Shuizi downstairs. Due to recent events, Lu Ming had inadvertently conditioned Shuizi to develop a habit of descending for his daily relief during this particular time frame. After walking the dog, he returned home to prepare and enjoy his meal. It was not until the clock struck 11 in the evening that a knock resounded at his door. Lu Ming was certain it must be Xia Yuxing returning. Upon opening the door, indeed, there stood Xia Yuxing, her cheeks flushed and reeking of alcohol. "Goodness, how much have you had to drink?" he exclaimed. "Not much," she replied, her smile radiant as she wobbled into the room. Lu Ming quickly steadied her, thinking to himself that if she had truly consumed so little, she might very well topple over. Upon reaching the sofa, Xia Yuxing fell back onto it with abandon. "Fool, pour me a glass of water," she commanded, pointing at him. "Seriously?" Lu Ming muttered, somewhat irked that this vixen dared to call him a fool. "I refuse to be angered by a drunken woman." Reluctantly, he fetched a glass of water and handed it to her. Xia Yuxing accepted it, downing it in one go. After placing the cup down, she began to unbutton her shirt. "Wait, President, what are you doing?" Lu Ming was taken aback. "What does it look like?" "I'm going to sleep," Xia Yuxing replied, her eyes half closed. To his astonishment, she was swift in her actions, revealing a hint of burgundy underneath. "Hey, President, please don't test my resolve. I am the least resilient to such trials." Lu Ming hastily covered his eyes, peeking through his fingers. Just then, he witnessed her reaching for the zipper of her jeans. Goodness, if this continues, while I might indulge my eyes, I would be unable to explain myself come morning. That would be disastrous. This vixen might very well flay me alive. I must insist, President, I will escort you back to your own home. You are inebriated. Lu Ming quickly searched for the key to her apartment. Alas! Suddenly, he recalled that he had left the keys on the entryway table while feeding the hefty cat earlier. Upon returning, he had hastily closed the door behind him, forgetting to retrieve the keys. Oh no! Lu Ming slapped his forehead in dismay. What was he to do now? At that moment, Xia Yuxing's movements came to an abrupt halt. It appeared that she would have to make do at his residence for the night. Without further ado, Lu Ming carried Xia Yuxing to the bedroom and unceremoniously placed her onto the bed. However, as he leaned down, he inadvertently caught sight of a flash of burgundy. Oh no, this is beyond inappropriate. This is beyond inappropriate. Yet, he found his eyes betraying him. What was he to do? Perhaps a brief moment of indiscretion? No, no. Self-preservation was paramount. With great restraint, Lu Ming held his breath and exited the bedroom. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Xia Yuxing opened her eyes. Her long-established biological clock had ingrained in her the habit of waking at this hour. She stretched languorously and sat up. Wait a minute. She suddenly recognized that she was in an unfamiliar room. Xia Yuxing strained to recollect the events of the previous night. She had come to Lu Ming's abode to retrieve her keys. It seemed she had also requested him to pour her a glass of water. She could not recall the events that followed. Her memory was hazy. Quickly glancing down, she noticed that while her clothes remained intact, a few buttons of her blouse were undone and the zipper of her jeans was unfastened. A jolt of alarm coursed through Xia Yuxing's beautiful eyes. Could it be that Lu Ming had done something to her? The mere thought sent a chill of rage through her. Hastily, she adjusted her attire and exited the bedroom. At that moment, Lu Ming lay sprawled on the living room sofa, deeply asleep. Lu Ming, wake up! Xia Yuxing approached, yanking the blanket off him. To her astonishment, she found that he was clad in nothing but the emperor's new clothes. Oh my! Xia Yuxing instantly covered her face in embarrassment. At that moment, the excited husky raced over to see what was happening. Boss, what are you doing? Lu Ming awoke with a start and quickly pulled the blanket over himself. You exhibitionist. Why are you sleeping without clothes? She exclaimed. Why on earth would I wear anything to sleep? He retorted. Just hurry and put something on. She insisted. All right, boss, but don't peek. He replied, which left Xia Yuxing speechless. Who would want to see that? Chapter 18. You confessed to me last night, Lu Ming. Having donned his attire, stifled a yawn and remarked, Boss, you are quite the early riser. Lu Ming, you better come clean about what you did to me. Xia Yuxing demanded, her voice laced with indignation. What did I do? I did nothing at all. He replied. Then how is it that I found myself in your home? Last night, you returned intoxicated. I intended to escort you back to your own residence, but in the process of feeding my dog, I inadvertently locked your keys inside. Thus, I allowed you to stay here. Staying here is one thing, but how is it that my buttons were unfastened? Xia Yuxing inquired, her voice faltering slightly. Lu Ming's mind immediately flashed back to the vivid scene from the previous night, a memory that was indeed hard to forget. Yet, he would never dare to admit to witnessing it. His life would be forfeit otherwise. I have no idea, he said nonchalantly. You were passed out on the sofa, and I merely carried you to the bed. Is that true? Xia Yuxing raised an eyebrow. Lu Ming, feeling a surge of irritation, retorted, What s with that look? Boss. Just because you possess some charm doesn't mean you can belittle me. Consider this. In your state last night, if I had truly intended to do something untoward, would I have left evidence behind? Am I foolish? Xia Yuxing pondered, realizing that perhaps she had unfastened the buttons herself, as she did prefer not to be constricted while sleeping. All right, I admit it. I was being petty. I didn't say anything inappropriate last night, did I? You did. He replied. What did I say? Boss, you confessed your feelings for me last night. You said you have a secret crush on me and that you like me. Get lost. Xia Yuxing shot him a glare, utterly disbelieving his words. What client did you meet last night that led you to drink so heavily? Do you know the Yu family group? The air conditioning company? Exactly, she confirmed. I met with Yu Pei, the eldest daughter of the Yu family patriarch. They are reportedly seeking a private equity firm to manage their family finances. I see now, boss, you aim to secure a significant client for the company. Precisely. I've recently been appointed at Geoing Capital. I must produce some noteworthy results. Then, boss, that family financial management fund must be quite substantial. No? That's none of your concern. You should focus on handling Project 15 properly. With that, Xia Yuxing opened the door, preparing to head home. Boss, your keys are locked in my house. Do you have a spare? I have another one in my pocket. Had I known you had a spare, I would have searched for it last night and sent you home, leaving me to sleep on the sofa. Lu Ming stretched his waist. To his surprise, Xia Yuxing returned to room 303, and within moments, her voice echoed with fury. Lu Ming. She stormed over, her expression fierce. Curious, Lu Ming asked. What's wrong, boss? Come with me. Xia Yuxing glared at him. Following her, they arrived at room 303, where Xia Yuxing pointed at the cat bowl and exclaimed in indignation, Is this the cat food you provided? Yes, Lu Ming replied, perplexed. At that moment, a plump orange cat lay beside the bowl, glaring at him. Are you a fool? This is not cat food. It's cat litter. Xia Yuxing's frustration reached a boiling point. Cat litter? Goodness. I truly had no idea, Lu Ming said, both amused and exasperated, as he had never owned a cat before. Moreover, he had a Siberian husky named Chuazi, who always did his business outdoors. You imbecile. Pai, scratch him. Xia Yuxing commanded the plump orange cat, which seemed to have been waiting for the signal, leaping forward in a frenzy. Hey, Chuazi, protect me. Lu Ming dodged swiftly, making his escape. That afternoon, after finishing her tasks, Xia Yuxing returned to her office and logged into the company system. To her surprise, she found a document awaiting her review, sent by Lu Ming. Upon opening it, she discovered a list of stocks. Xia Yuxing recognized that these were the stocks Lu Ming had confidently purchased under the winning number 5 strategy. She then accessed the trading system, entered the stock codes, and added them to her watch list. With a flicker, she noticed that 6 of the stocks had already turned a profit that day. Though 4 had declined, the losses were minor and inconsequential. This kid really has some skill. She mused, though she wondered about Lu Ming's capital situation. At that moment, she felt that Lu Ming possessed a true talent for stock selection. Could he truly be one of those rare trading prodigies? Yet, despite this, Xia Yuxing believed that with only a month left for winning number 5, the chances of a turnaround were slim. This was also why she sought collaboration with the Yu family conglomerate. Securing this substantial client would mean a significant influx of investment funds for Geoing Capital, equivalent to dozens of winning number 5 strategies. She then summoned her assistant, Li Xiaoya. Xiaoya, who was the assistant assigned to Lu Ming in the Securities Investment Department. Xia Yuxing recalled the matter. Li Xiaoya hesitated before responding, General Manager Xia. Lu Manager has not yet been assigned an assistant or trader. What? Xia Yuxing was taken aback and asked. Didn't we instruct Qian Yue to assign 2 assistants to Lu Ming during the meeting? Yes, General Manager Xia. I inquired this morning, intending to have HR recorded. But Qian Yue said they are still processing employee matters, claiming that Lu Manager is new, so no one is willing to take the position, Li Xiaoya explained. No one is willing? Xia Yuxing huffed. What a failure Qian Yue is. Xiaoya, go summon Qingming Yuan for me. Understood, General Manager Xia. Li Xiaoya hurriedly made the call. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was reviewing market data when Dong Xiaojia entered the office carrying personal belongings. Ah, my dear Manager Lu, have you missed me? Alas, you are still at work. Why such frivolity? Lu Ming shot him a glance. Oh, is Manager Lu not welcoming me? Very well. I shall take my belongings and take my leave. Wait, what is this? I have come to be your assistant. Lu Ming expressed his astonishment. What is happening here? Dong Xiaojie winked. Hee. Ming, confess honestly, what improper relationship do you have with President Xia? Nonsense. What improper relationship could we possibly have? Lu Ming's words betrayed a hint of guilt as the scene from last night, bathed in crimson, resurfaced in his mind. Then why did President Xia take the initiative to seek out Cheng Yaojin, allowing me, your capable assistant, to come help you? President Xia sought out Cheng Yaojin. Lu Ming was utterly taken aback. It must be that the female tyrant had recognized his extraordinary investment prowess. Chapter 19. Dare to threaten the president? 1 month later. At Jiuying Capital, in Gu Hongfei's office. Gu Zong, I have delightful news to share, Guo Rui exclaimed as he lounged on the sofa, sipping tea. What good news? Gu Hongfei inquired, fiddling with his tea set at the desk. The Yu Family Group's private equity fund has yielded results. They've entrusted 500 million to Dingfeng Capital, Guo Rui replied, shaking his head animatedly. Gu Hongfei gently lifted his teacup, remarking, Dingfeng Capital? I never anticipated such a bold move. The board has appointed a woman as president. Isn't that absurd? She is scarcely older than my daughter, and yet she expects to oversee me? Moreover, what is this Xia Yuxing about? I advocated for Xiao Feiyang to be a fund manager, yet she disregarded my standing. The crux of the matter is, she outright rejected my previously established investment strategy. And it doesn't end there. She recently dismissed Jia Biao, thereby publicly humiliating me. Who in the company doesn't know that Jia Biao is loyal to me? Old Gu, how can you remain so composed? That presidential position was rightfully yours. Guo Rui lamented indignantly. Gu Hongfei replied, Alas, old Gu, this is the board's decision. What can we say? I care not for the board's nonsensical appointments. The losses from Weiying number 5 are an undeniable reality. Now that the Yu Family Group has withdrawn as a major client, I shall see how Xia Yuxin manages to hold onto this presidency, Guo Rui declared, growing increasingly self-satisfied. Although Gu Hongfei did not express his thoughts aloud, he felt a surge of joy within. For if the board were to dismiss Xia Yuxing, he would seize the opportunity. Just then, a knock resonated at the office door. Come in, Gu Hongfei called out. Xiao Feiyang entered, his expression grim. Gu Zong, Guo Zong, I just came from the finance department. That lad surnamed Lu, What about that lad? Guo Rui furrowed his brow. Guo Zong, take a look. Xiao Feiyang handed over the investment report. Guo Rui received the document and was taken aback by the figures reflecting Weiying number 5's investment performance over the past 2 weeks. What? Guo Rui exclaimed. Weiying number 5 has recovered all its losses, now boasting a 30 return. Indeed, Gu Hongfei was equally astonished, snatching the report from Guo Rui's hands. Xiao, this data must be erroneous, right? A 30 return? That surpasses Weiying numbers 1 to 4. It's implausible. Guo Rui was steadfast in his disbelief. Xiao Feiyang nodded. Guo Zong, initially, the finance department harbored doubts, but Weiying number 5 has already settled. The financial statements are available, and the finance department has verified their accuracy. In the next moment, Guo Rui and Gu Hongfei exchanged incredulous glances. Who would have thought that this lad surnamed Lu possesses such skill? Gu Hongfei muttered through clenched teeth. This cannot be. How did he manage to turn a 50 loss into a 30 profit in merely 1 month? Guo Rui found it hard to believe that such remarkable achievements were beyond even his capabilities as an investment director. At that moment, they finally realized how they had underestimated Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming's accomplishments spread throughout the entire company. He had become the idol of all the employees. That afternoon, numerous staff members flocked to the Securities Investment Department manager, Qian Yue, requesting to be reassigned as Lu Ming's assistant. Qian Yue was taken aback. All the employees began to comprehend that Lu Ming was on the verge of becoming a key talent nurtured by Jiuying Capital. In the future, he was destined to become a star trader. Who wouldn't want to align themselves with such a prodigy? Ding. A system task was issued. Manage an actively managed short-term financial fund with a yield of 50. Completion reward, 1 lottery draw. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. He had not anticipated the arrival of a new system task. After a moment of contemplation, he headed to the president's office. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Xia Yuxin felt both gratitude and surprise. Initially, she had hoped to secure a major client from the Yu Family Group, but unexpectedly, she had failed at the critical moment. This left her feeling quite frustrated. wondering if her return to the country was destined to be met with setbacks. However, upon returning to the company, she learned of the good news. The winning number 5 fund had not only turned losses into profits, but had achieved a remarkable 30 gain. It is worth noting that the Wen-ing series focuses on stable investments, with the yields of Wen-ing number 1 to number 4 hovering around 15 to 20 annually. The fact that Wen-ing number 5 surpassed the previous 4 funds despite being in a state of loss was an impressive feat in this moment. Lu Ming had not only delivered an outstanding performance, but also safeguarded Xia Yuxing's tarnished reputation. Lu Ming, you have done splendidly this time. You truly are a gifted trader. Xia Yuxing couldn't help but commend. President, Wen-ing number 5 is now at the redemption period. With these results, the fundraising for the next annual period must be commencing soon, right? I would like to request an increase in the funding limit to 20 million. Lu Ming proposed eagerly. How much do you wish to increase it to? Xia Yuxing inquired, as this was a standard procedure. 100 million, Lu Ming stated conservatively. Xia Yuxing raised an eyebrow, asking, do you have confidence? Naturally, he replied. Very well, Xia Yuxing agreed readily. She was not foolish. Lu Ming's abilities had already been validated. Lu Ming continued, thank you, President. There is one more thing. I wish to launch my own trading fund. A new fund? Indeed, a short-term stock investment fund. I have even thought of a name, winning every month, with an initial fundraising goal of 100 million. Winning every month? 1 month? That is too short. Xia Yuxing shook her head decisively. Lu Ming smiled wryly, President, why not? The duration is 1 month, but for the investors, they will simply have multiple redemption periods each month. I am confident that as long as there are profits, they will keep their funds indefinitely for reinvestment. In such a brief investment cycle, currently, there exists only one bank-affiliated financial product, fixed-term deposits and bonds. There are no stock-based funds available for such a short duration, and I must express my dissent. Xia Yuxing vehemently opposed this notion. In truth, a significant portion of private equity institutions' profits derives from the management fees they collect from clients. The longer clients' funds are invested, the more management fees accumulate. Consequently, financial companies generally disfavor frequent redemptions by clients. Xia, if you disagree, then I can only resign and seek employment elsewhere, Lu Ming remarked with a mischievous grin. How dare you, Lu Ming? You threaten the president. This is outrageous. Xia Yuxing shot him a fierce glare. Indeed, I am threatening you, he retorted. For a short-term investment of 1 month, what guaranteed return can you provide? At least 30. He confidently replied. Very well, I accept your terms. If you fail to deliver, the fund will be terminated immediately. Xia Yuxing clenched her teeth in agreement. Lu Ming, elated, then inquired, by the way, President, will the salaries be disbursed on time this afternoon? Chapter 20. Does the female tyrant also want to hook up? Xia Yuxing replied with irritation, I am the CEO, not the finance department. How is it that you have run out of money? Last month, the prize from the trading competition amounted to 100,000, and with the commission from the stable win number 5, it added up to a significant sum. Several of Dong Xiaojie's commendable colleagues had urged him to treat them to a night of revelry at a hotel. Lu Ming grinned widely. With a principal of 20 million and a return rate of 30 for win number 5, the profit amounted to 6 million. After deducting a 10 management fee, the distributable profit stood at 5 million. Furthermore, Xia Yuxing had recently raised the commission for the traders to 20, meaning Lu Ming would receive a commission of 108 million. Coupled with the 100,000 prize from the trader competition, Lu Ming's total bonuses reached 118 million. Consequently, after tax, he would net over 800,000. Xia Yuxing smiled and nodded. With such a substantial bonus, you certainly should treat us. Boss, why don't you join us tonight? After all, tomorrow is Saturday. Me too. Well, perhaps not. If I attend, would you truly enjoy yourselves? Boss, I believe you should come. Consider this. You just started at the company and need to engage more with the employees to foster understanding. All right then, I will join you tonight. Xia Yuxing pondered and found Lu Ming's reasoning somewhat compelling. That afternoon, Geo-ing Capital dispersed salaries punctually, and Lu Ming's bank account swelled considerably. He promptly transferred 500,000 to his father's account. When his parents received the money, they were taken aback and quickly called to inquire. Upon learning that their son had been promoted to fund manager and that the money was a bonus, they were overjoyed. Having successfully turned win no. 5 from loss to profit, Lu Ming had also accumulated 2 opportunities for a system lottery draw. Unable to contain his excitement, he initiated the lottery draw. System. Commence the lottery. Understood, host. In the next moment, a virtual spinning wheel appeared, visible only to him. This time, several new abilities had been added to the wheel, such as drunkenness resistance and golden Q unfallable. However, these abilities held little significance for him. Drunkenness resistance merely enhanced his alcohol tolerance, which was already considerable. Did he really need to improve it further? As for golden Q unfallable, despite never having dated, he was confident in his strength after accumulating 23 years of life experience. The wheel began to spin. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the ability long distance tracking. Long distance tracking. By merely glancing at a person, animal, or object as photograph, you can activate the long-distance tracking ability to pinpoint its location. Lu Ming immediately understood that this was akin to a positioning system. However, this ability seemed rather inconsequential to him. After all, he was not a police officer. System, continue with the lottery. Understood, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the ability Super Eavesdropping. Super Eavesdropping. You can lock onto a target with your gaze, enabling eavesdropping within a 10-meter radius. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming found himself both amused and exasperated. What on earth? This is a skill favored by law enforcement. He might as well apply to be an auxiliary police officer to solve cases. Of course, that is utterly impossible. Never mind, the monthly win investment fund is about to launch, promising a remarkable 50 return. Such a challenge is effortlessly surmountable for him. Once he fulfills his tasks, he can once again partake in the system's lottery. Furthermore, the impetus behind Lu Ming initiating the monthly win short-term investment scheme is the prospect of swiftly accruing wealth. The more he earns, the greater his commission. That evening, Lu Ming, along with Xia Yuxing and a group of colleagues, arrived at the Grand Night Banquet Hotel. This venue offered an array of entertainment including singing, dancing, drinking, barbecuing, and Western cuisine, making it a notorious hub for corporate revelries. The arrival of Xia Yuxing took the employees by surprise, further elevating their admiration for Lu Ming, who had managed to invite the boss herself. At the banquet table, everyone raised their glasses in a toast to Xia Yuxing. To Lu Ming's astonishment, she graciously accepted each toast, indicating that the formidable woman could indeed hold her liquor. Subsequently, the group turned their attention to drinking with Lu Ming. Hey, everyone. Are you engaging in a war of attrition to get me drunk? Lu Ming quipped, his glass never leaving his hand. Haha, Ming Ming, you're single now? Why fear intoxication? No one is checking your attendance. Dong Xiaojie remarked gleefully, prompting laughter from the crowd. Zhong Xiaoman chimed in. Oh Ming Ming, you've become quite the sensation. You might not realize, but several female employees are harboring illicit thoughts about you. Indeed, Manager Lu, please enlighten us on your ideal type of woman, inquired colleague Gu Xiaojia with curiosity. Yes, echoed several others in agreement. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Ming set down his glass and replied, What do I prefer? I confess, I am rather superficial. I fancy women with ample bosoms and curvaceous figures. Zhang Xiaoman immediately patted her slender frame, lamenting, Alas, I suppose that eliminates me. The room erupted in laughter, with Xia Yuxing unable to suppress a smile. Dong Xiaojie raised his glass toward Lu Ming. Cheers, Ming Ming, to our mutual prosperity. Wait. I need to visit the restroom first. Lu Ming seized the opportunity to slip away. Hey, I'm coming with you. Dong Xiaojie followed suit. And the two exited the private room. Ming Ming, you must confess, have you taken a liking to any of our female colleagues? Indeed. Who? Xia Yuxing. Dong Xiaojie rolled his eyes and exclaimed, Come on, Ming Ming, you've got quite the taste. Even the female tyrant has caught your fancy. The two continued their playful banter as they headed toward the restroom. Hey, Ming Ming, that person looks familiar. Isn't that Jia Biao? Dong Xiaojie suddenly nudged Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned his gaze toward the restroom and indeed saw Jia Biao exiting, making his way down the corridor. How intriguing. You go ahead. I'll take a look, he said, his curiosity piqued as he followed after. He watched as Jia Biao turned the corner and arrived at the door of room 203. To his surprise, a man stood before box 203. It was none other than Guo Rue, the investment director of their company. Lu Ming furrowed his brow lightly. Despite the dismissal of Jia Biao, he had not anticipated the two would once again be in cahoots. Before they entered the box, he swiftly focused on Jia Biao and activated his super listening device. In the next moment, their conversation was entirely intercepted. Jia Biao, Director Guo, I have been dismissed now. You promised to help me find another job. What's the status on that? Guo Rue, old Jia, why the rush? Jia Biao, how can I not be anxious? I have a family to support, And besides, it was you who caused my dismissal from Geoing Capital. Guarue, Jia Biao, be mindful of your tone. Jia Biao, Director Gua, please don't fault me for being blunt. At that time, I was poised to increase my stake in Jiao Mei Hao, but it was your suggestion. Chapter 21. The two were intoxicated upon overhearing this statement. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed in surprise. Indeed, Jia Biao's all-in move was orchestrated by Guarue. Guarue remarked. Jia Biao, no one anticipated that the woman surnamed Xia could be so ruthless, disregarding even my face. Given the circumstances, I am left with no recourse. Jia Biao responded. No recourse? Surely, General Gue, you will not renege on the benefits you promised me? Guarue assured him. Rest assured, the advantages I pledged to you will be honored. Albeit with a slight delay. Jia Biao inquired, how long shall I wait? Guarue replied, within 3 months, I should think. Very well, General Gua. I trust you will uphold your word. Soon after, Lu Ming heard Jia Biao preparing to depart. He promptly concluded his eavesdropping and made his way to the restroom, contemplating the necessity of sharing this information with the formidable Miss Xia. Upon returning to the private room, Lu Ming resumed drinking with his colleagues. The night unfolded into a haze of intoxication. Once the gathering concluded, everyone departed, hailing taxis or arranging for designated drivers. Initially, Lu Ming intended to take a cab. But remembering that he and Xia Yushin were headed in the same direction, he opted to follow her, knowing she had a dedicated chauffeur. Are you all right, miss? He inquired, approaching to steady Xia Yushin's arm. I am fine, she replied. Where's your car? Right here, she gestured as they approached the vehicle. Without hesitation, Lu Ming opened the door and climbed into the passenger seat. Hey you, get out. Who permitted you to enter my car? Xia Yushin furrowed her brow. Miss, we are headed the same way. Would you have me take a taxi? He retorted. Where's your driver? Xia Yushin settled into the back seat, explaining. I sent my driver home. I arranged for a designated driver. Considering the situation, Xia Yushin decided against insisting that Lu Ming exit the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, the designated driver arrived and transported the pair to the residential complex. As they disembarked, their steps were unsteady. Miss, you claim to be sober. Yet you can barely walk straight, Lu Ming teased. You are no better off, she countered. Honestly, I'm fine. This little bit of alcohol is nothing. I could down another pound without issue. Just boasting, are we? How about we indulge in some more drinks at my place? Xia Yushin, having brought her own liquor, enthusiastically replied, Indeed, I have some fine wine at home. Thus, they made their way to Xia Yushin's apartment 303, where she opened a bottle of XO, filling their glasses. Alas, miss, are we to drink without any snacks? Lu Ming complained. Who said we have none? Xia Yushin retorted, retrieving 2 bags of potato chips from the cupboard. Upon seeing the chips, Lu Ming burst into laughter. What is so amusing? She inquired. I also have fruit. Xia Yushin opened the refrigerator and produced 2 papayas. Goodness, miss. You actually buy papayas? Are they for enhancing your figure? Lu Ming, emboldened by the alcohol, spoke without restraint. Preposterous. With such ample proportions, do I require enhancement? To Lu Ming's surprise, Xia Yushin did not take offense. Instead, she appeared proud and somewhat smug. Ah, boss, if you call me fat, you're out of breath yourself. Is yours larger than the papaya in my hand? Go away. I am a D. I don't believe it unless you let me measure it with my hands. You wish. You think you can take advantage of me while I'm drunk? I'm not even tipsy yet. Humph. Do you drink? Yes. Lu Ming declared, raising his glass. Thus, the two of them finished off a bottle of XO. The following day, at 9:30 in the morning, Zhu Wanqing and a middle-aged woman arrived at Yeshuan Community. Auntie, we're downstairs now. Should I call Shixing to come down and meet you? No need. Let's go straight up, the middle-aged woman replied coldly. She was none other than Xia Yuxing's mother, Song Jivan, the chairwoman of the Yunding Hotel Group. All right then, Zhu Wanqing said with a bitter smile, and soon the two ascended to the 3rd floor via the elevator. Zhu Wanqing hurried to the door of room 303 and knocked, but to her surprise, no one responded. Huh? Is Shengxing still asleep? Zhu Wanqing wondered. Knowing that Xia Yuxing loved to sleep in, Song Jivan said, Wanqing, this is your home. Don't you have a key? Just open the door. Oh, auntie, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? I'm Shengxing's mother, and you are her close friend. We're not strangers, Song Jivan stated, her gaze piercing with authority. All right then, Zhu Wanqing conceded, retrieving her spare key from her bag and unlocking the door. As the door swung open, the plump orange cat darted behind the sofa at the sight of intruders. This Shengxing even brought the cat back home, Song Jiaven remarked with a glance. Sheng Sheng. Zhu Wanqing called out, but received no answer. That girl must be sleeping in again, Song Jiaven said as she made her way toward the bedroom. Zhu Wanqing hurriedly followed her inside, and upon entering the bedroom, they were both left dumbfounded. On the bed lay a man and a woman, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing, wrapped in a thin blanket. Ah, Zhu Wanqing exclaimed, shocked. She thought to herself that Shang Shang, this mischievous girl, had progressed so quickly with Lu Ming, they had ascended to blissful heights. As Song Jiaven witnessed this scene, her expression grew increasingly frosty. Zhu Wanqing realized the gravity of the situation and quickly approached Xia Yuxing, shaking her awake. Sheng Sheng, wake up. Come on, wake up. Wanqing, what are you doing here? Xia Yuxing said, groggily opening her eyes, only to be startled by the sight of her mother, her eyes widening in astonishment. Sheng Sheng, hurry and get dressed with Lu Ming. Auntie, let us step outside for a moment, Zhu Wanqing urged, pulling Song Jiaven out of the bedroom. Xia Yuxing, bewildered by these sudden words, turned to see Lu Ming still blissfully asleep beside her, causing her to bolt upright in alarm. Oh no! Xia Yuxing lifted the blanket and let out a sigh of relief upon discovering that both her and Lu Ming's clothing remained intact. Clearly, nothing untoward had transpired. They had merely indulged in that bottle of XO the previous night and had become inebriated. However, the earlier sighting by Wanqing and her mother posed an insurmountable challenge to explain. You scoundrel, get up, Xia Yuxing exclaimed, indignantly smacking Lu Ming. Stop it, Lu Ming mumbled. Still in a haze. Stop what? You lazy fool, still sleeping. In a fit of anger, Xia Yuxing kicked Lu Ming off the bed. He tumbled to the floor, finally roused from his stupor. Boss, good morning. What are you doing in my bed? You imbecile. Look carefully. This is my bed, not yours. Xia Yuxing glared at him fiercely. Lu Ming inhaled sharply, recalling their night of drinking. Could it be that they had? He quickly glanced at his own attire, muttering, thank goodness, thank goodness. Chapter 22. The son-in-law fears meeting his mother-in-law. Xia Yuxing felt a surge of anger upon hearing Lu Ming's nonchalant not bad. What did he mean by that? It was as if, should anything transpire, he would somehow be at a disadvantage. What nonsense! Hurry up and come with me. My mother and Wanqing have arrived. They just saw us sleeping in the same bed. Your mother and Wanqing. What? Your mother? Lu Ming exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Thus, with a heart burdened by trepidation, they stepped out of the room. In the living room, Zhu Wanqing was seated on the sofa. Lu Ming cast a glance at the formidable matriarch, Song Jiawen, and indeed, she embodied both grace and authority, a true businesswoman. Mother, what brings you here? Xia Yuxing feigned calmness, ruffling her hair. Why am I not allowed to come? Sheng Sheng, why didn't you inform me and your father of your return? Had I not encountered Wanqing today, I would remain oblivious to your homecoming, Song Jiawen replied, her tone tinged with reproach. Xia Yuxing glanced at Zhu Wanqing, who shrank back apologetically. I only just returned for work. It's been just over a month, and I haven't settled in yet. Settled in? You are simply being willful and stubborn. And who is he? Song Jiawen directed her gaze at Lu Ming. Hello, Auntie, I am Lu Ming and I. Lu Ming began to explain, but Xia Yuxing interjected, who else could it be? Mother, you've already seen. He is my boyfriend, Lu Ming. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Young Lu, how old are you this year? What do you do? Where is your family from? How many members are there in your household? When did you and Sheng Sheng begin dating? Suddenly, Song Jiawen bombarded him with a flurry of questions. Lu Ming was increasingly bewildered, unsure of which question to address first. Mother, are you taking a census? Lu Ming, you should head back for now. Xia Yuxing signaled him with her eyes. Lu Ming quickly responded, Auntie, I have a few matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. I shall treat you to dinner another day. With that, he departed. In truth, during their previous drinking session, Lu Ming had gleaned some insights into Xia Yuxing's circumstances from Zhu Wanqing. Her parents were workaholics, perpetually engrossed in their careers. Her childhood lacked their presence. Prior to high school, she had been raised by her grandmother, with whom she shared a profound bond. Lu Ming felt a pang of guilt, having been misunderstood by her mother, Song Jiawen, and wondered if the relationship between the formidable matriarch and his own mother would become even more strained. Curse it, all of this was due to last night's excesses. As he reflected, a sudden realization struck him. He recalled teasing the formidable matriarch about the size of her melons the previous night. Remarkably, she had not erupted in fury but had rather proudly declared herself AD. It was surprising. The formidable matriarch was indeed full of hidden depths. Lu Ming couldn't help but muse. In the evening, Lu Ming returned from the market with some groceries and encountered Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing downstairs. Hi, Lu Ming. Have you been shopping for groceries? Zhu Wanqing called out from a distance. Lu Ming inwardly sighed, realizing that the groceries he had purchased might not survive scrutiny, and thus pretended not to hear, keeping his head down as he walked past. However, the swift female detective Zhu Wanqing swiftly approached him. Lu Dashuai, why are you running? Did you sleep with Sheng Sheng last night, feeling guilty? Zhu Wanqing teased, grasping Lu Ming's arm. Lu Ming, slightly embarrassed, replied helplessly, Sister Wanqing. Stop joking around. Wanqing, don't say such nonsense. Summer Yuxing blushed upon hearing this. Zhu Wanqing continued to jest. Oh, you two are already sharing the same pair of pants so soon? Lu Ming, uninterested in her banter, inquired, Boss, has Andy left? Yes, she replied. Boss, why didn't you let me explain things to Andy this morning? Summer Yuxing glared at him, saying, Do you think you can clarify this situation? Besides, do you know what kind of people my mother despises the most? She detests those who dare to act, but lack the courage to admit it. Zhu Wanqing languidly remarked. Indeed, I still don't believe nothing happened between you two. Lu Ming quickly clarified, Sister Wanqing, the boss and I merely drank too much and fell asleep together. Asleep together? Haha, what does that mean? Zhu Wanqing laughed uncontrollably. Lu Ming, feeling exasperated, asked, Did Andy get angry? Summer Yuxing replied, Angry? Furthermore, whom I choose to date is my own business. But knowing my mother, she will undoubtedly seek you out privately. Ah? Seek me out alone? Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. Zhu Wanqing teased, Puffed. Haha, Sheng Sheng, look at how scared he is. What's the matter? Is every son-in-law afraid of meeting their mother-in-law? What son-in-law? You little rascal. Say one more word, and I'll tear your mouth. Summer Yuxing shot her a glare. So, boss, if Andy looks for me, what should I say? Just speak the truth. All right. The trio continued their conversation as they ascended to the third floor. Lu Ming carried the groceries home, while Summer Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing followed closely behind, showing no intention of returning to their own homes. Alas, the 2 kilograms of ribs I just bought are doomed. Soon, Lu Ming prepared a lavish spread. I'll go home and fetch a bottle of wine, Summer Yuxing remarked, her appetite piqued by the array of dishes. Lu Ming, did you see that? She still wants to drink. Clearly, last night's events haven't affected Sheng Sheng at all. Zhu Wanqing winked with a smile. Lu Ming found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet, every minute or so, Summer Yuxing hurriedly dashed back. Oh no, something's wrong. What happened? Both Lu Ming and Zhu Wanqing asked, taken aback. Summer Yuxing, in a panic, explained, This afternoon, when we went out, I forgot to close the window. And Pippi is missing. She might have run away. What? That means she has been out all afternoon. Zhu Wanqing's expression changed in shock. What should we do? Summer Yuxing was on the verge of tears. During her time abroad, her beloved orange cat Pippi had been her constant companion, even dearer than her parents. Lu Ming immediately calmed her, saying, Boss, don't panic. Generally, when cats run away, they don't venture too far. They often just wander around the neighborhood. Let us search the vicinity together. All right, let us go. Xia Yuxing immediately nodded. Thus, the 3 of them swiftly descended the stairs, dispersing in different directions to search. After a short distance, Lu Ming suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that he had just drawn the ability of 1,000 miles tracking from the system, which was perfectly suited for locating the chubby cat. He quickly called Xia Yuxing. Hello, boss, could you send me a photo of Pippi right away? Huh, a photo? Yes. I'll post it in the owner's group to seek everyone's assistance in searching. Lu Ming provided a reason. All right. Xia Yuxing hung up the phone and soon sent a picture of the plump orange Pippi. Upon receiving the photo, Lu Ming immediately activated his 1,000 miles tracking ability and swiftly pinpointed the location of the chubby orange cat. Chapter 23. Is it time to become a grandmother soon? Lu Ming swiftly arrived beside a holly tree, having tracked the precise location with his remarkable ability. Suddenly, he was met with the cacophony of a cat's wails behind him. As he turned, he spotted his hefty orange cat, Pippi, accompanied by a blue cat. To his astonishment, his 1,000-mile tracking prowess had proven to be exceptionally accurate. In an instant, the blue cat bolted upon noticing a human presence. Pippi, upon recognizing Lu Ming, hissed at him with a disgruntled expression, as if he had interrupted something significant. Goodness, Pippi, are you sneaking around with the tomcat? Lu Ming exclaimed, taken aback. Pippi let out an impatient meow. Do you realize that your little escapade has caused your mother great distress? Lu Ming scolded, advancing towards the rotund feline. However, Pippi swiftly ascended an old locust tree, evading his grasp. "Get down from there, you troublesome cat," Lu Ming shouted, unable to keep up. Perched on the branch, Pippi regarded him with a smug gaze, utterly ignoring his words. With no other option, Lu Ming called Xia Yuxing. Shortly after, Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing rushed over. "Lu Ming, where's the cat?" Zhu Wanqing inquired eagerly. Xia Yuxing mirrored her concern. Lu Ming gestured towards the locust tree, saying, "She is up there. You should try calling her." "She won't listen to me. When I found her, she was clearly getting cozy with a blue cat. I suspect she is upset that I interrupted her rendezvous." "Pfft. Haha." Zhu Wanqing burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Sheng Sheng, it seems Pippi has gone out to find love." Lu Ming mused to himself that finding love was a rather genteel way to describe her behavior. It was more akin to a clandestine meeting. Standing beneath the locust tree, Xia Yuxing spotted Pippi and sighed in relief. "Pippi, come down quickly. Do you have any idea how worried I've been about you sneaking out?" Yet, the hefty orange cat remained unmoved, choosing to stay perched. "Haha, boss, it appears your feline companion is rather rebellious," Lu Ming remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Zhu Wanqing chimed in. "Pippi, I'm your Aunt Wanqing. Come down so I can give you a few cuddles." Lu Ming could only shake his head in disbelief. Such words would surely deter Pippi further. "Pippi, if you don't come down now, I will be angry. I'll count to 3. And if you're still up there, I'm leaving. 1, 2, 3. After counting, the hefty orange cat remained steadfast on the branch. Frustrated, Xia Yuxing turned to leave. "Oh dear," Lu Ming and Zhu Wanqing exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. To their surprise, Pippi suddenly softened and hurried down from the tree, following Xia Yuxing. Zhu Wanqing chuckled. "Did you see that, Lu Ming? Even the cat knows not to provoke a woman." Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Once they returned upstairs, Xia Yuxing fed Pippi some cat food before heading to room 301 with a bottle of wine. "Boss, has Pippi been spayed? Are you about to become a grandmother?" Lu Ming jested. Xia Yuxing shot him a glare and retorted, "First, get rid of your hammer." The nearby dog, Hammer, bolted in fright. Zhu Wanqing laughed, reassuring, "Don't worry. Sheng Xing, it's unlikely to happen at first try." Lu Ming chuckled at this, remarking, "You two seem rather gleeful. Are you still going to drink?" At that moment, Xia Yuxing picked up a bottle of red wine. Zhu Wanqing replied, "If you wish to drink, go ahead. I can't indulge at the moment. I have a significant case and must remain on standby after work." "Then I shall abstain as well," Xia Yuxing said, setting down the wine bottle. Curious, Lu Ming asked, "Sister Wanqing, what major case is it? Could it possibly involve a murderer?" "Not quite," Zhu Wanqing clarified. "It's a theft case involving a robber with a sum exceeding 1 million. He escaped during an arrest operation 2 months ago, and the higher-ups are taking it very seriously." "Over 1 million?" Lu Ming exclaimed, surprised at the thief's audacity. "Indeed, this thief is a habitual offender and adept at counter-surveillance. We have had no leads for a month. He may have already left Yanbei," Zhu Wanqing lamented. "Sister Wanqing, do you have a photo of the thief? I would like to see what kind of cunning person he is," Lu Ming inquired casually, recalling how effortlessly he had tracked down a lost cat. "Surely, he could locate a criminal's hideout as well." Xia Yuxing interjected, "What are you looking at? Wanqing has confidentiality regulations for her investigations. Don't put her in a compromising position." Lu Ming was taken aback. "Is there confidentiality even for a thief?" "Sheng Sheng, this is not an issue. Our department even issued a wanted notice on our official account, urging citizens to provide leads," Zhu Wanqing stated as she retrieved her phone to access the account. Soon, she found the announcement and handed it to Lu Ming. The suspect, named Peng San, had an undisclosed true identity, and the notice included several photos of the thief. Upon seeing the images, Lu Ming immediately activated his mental tracking abilities. In the next moment, he pinpointed the suspect's location in his mind. Chui Zhuyuan community? Lu Ming's eyelid twitched, realizing the proximity to his own Yushuai community, a mere 15-minute walk away. He hadn't expected the culprit to be hiding there. Feigning surprise, he exclaimed, "Oh, this person looks quite familiar. Lu Ming, have you seen this individual before?" Zhu Wanqing's eyes brightened. Lu Ming pretended to ponder, then feigned a sudden realization. "I believe I may have encountered him near Chui Zhuyuan." "Really? Are you certain?" Xia Yuxing questioned, skeptical of such serendipity. Lu Ming asserted, "The market is right next to Chui Zhuyuan. I often shop there and visit the fresh produce supermarket." "Lu Ming, you truly have seen him?" Zhu Wanqing's excitement was palpable. Lu Ming deliberately replied, "Yes, I must have. I have always had a strong memory." Zhu Wanqing suddenly rose to her feet and declared, This won't do. I must investigate at Sueju Garden right away. Ah, Wanqing, it's quite late. Can't you go tomorrow? Xia Yuxing was taken aback. You don't understand. In the pursuit of justice, we cannot overlook any clue, and it is imperative to verify information without delay, for time may alter the course of events. Zhu Wanqing explained as she picked up her phone, ready to set off. Lu Ming frowned and said, It's late at night, Sister Wanqing. I will accompany you. Me too. Xia Yuxing chimed in. Very well. I appreciate your company. You two lovebirds. Zhu Wanqing teased with a smile. At least I won't be alone on such a night. Xia Yuxing retorted, You cheeky girl. If you keep babbling nonsense, I will have to deal with you. Chapter 24. A 1,000-mile pursuit of a criminal. The three individuals swiftly arrived at the commercial street outside the Sueju Garden residential area. Zhu Wanqing immediately brandished a photograph. Inquiring at the nearby fresh produce shop, supermarket, barbershop, and pedicure parlor in search of clues. However, the proprietors of the initial establishments glanced at the photo and expressed no recognition. Lu Ming was confident that the ability to track over great distances would not lead them astray. At that moment, the suspect, Ping San, had not moved from his position, remaining within Sueju Garden. Finally, at a tobacco shop, the owner, after scrutinizing the photograph, claimed to have a vague recollection, stating that a man resembling the image had visited the previous day to purchase cigarettes. The owner noted that while the individual in the photograph was bald, the customer who had come to his shop was a brown-haired man. He merely felt that their faces bore a resemblance and could not assert with certainty. Furthermore, the absence of surveillance cameras in the shop hindered any verification. As the trio exited the shop, Xia Yuxing remarked, Could it be that the owner misremembered? Zhu Wanqing countered. I doubt it. Consider this. If only one person had erred, it might be plausible. However, both Lu Ming and the tobacco shop owner have impressions of the same individual. My intuition suggests that Peng San is hiding in a nearby community. Lu Ming cautioned. Indeed, the nearest community to this supermarket is Sueju Garden. Xia Yuxing replied. But we can't possibly search every household in the community. There are hundreds of them. Zhu Wanqing pondered for a moment before stating, You have a point. Since we have obtained a lead, I shall report to the captain tomorrow and strive to have police forces dispatched for an investigation. Lu Ming refrained from expressing his thoughts outright, but he believed that deploying police to conduct a search would likely yield results. Just as Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing prepared to return, Lu Ming suddenly halted in his tracks. Utilizing his tracking ability, he discerned that the suspect, Peng San, was on the move, evidently having left his residence. Shall we take a stroll through Sueju Garden? We might uncover something, Lu Ming proposed. Zhu Wanqing chuckled. Ha, Lu Ming. I can't help but notice that you are even more dedicated than I, a police officer. Lu Ming feigned innocence, saying, To be honest, my childhood dream was to become a police officer. I find the thrill of solving cases exhilarating. Very well, let's explore the community, Zhu Wanqing agreed. Thus, the three ventured into the residential area. Lu Ming, guided by his tracking skill, intentionally led them closer to the suspect's location. At that moment, on the community's fire lane, a tall woman adorned in a dress, sporting glasses, and carrying a black backpack approached them from around the corner. Lu Ming's heart raced, for according to his tracking, this woman was the suspect, Ping San. But how could it be a woman? The system could not be mistaken. Thus, Ping San must have disguised himself. Soon, the trio brushed past the oncoming Ping San. Under the dim light of the community, Lu Ming stole a careful glance and confirmed that the long-haired woman was indeed a man in disguise, because she appeared to be a woman. Neither Zhu Wanqing nor Xia Yuxing paid her much attention. Just as Lu Ming led Zhu Wanqing and Xia Yuxing around a corner, he suddenly grasped their hands. Lu Ming, what are you doing pulling my hand? Xia Yuxing frowned slightly. Lu Ming stated solemnly, Sister Wanqing, our boss. The person who just brushed past us is none other than Ping San. The person from just now? Xia Yuxing queried. Lu Ming, are you out of your mind? The individual who just passed was a woman. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yuxing nodded thoughtfully. Zhu Wanqing concurred. Indeed. Lu Ming elaborated, Sister Wanqing as a police officer. Did you not notice how peculiar that woman was? She is female yet carries a man's backpack. Zhu Wanqing pondered. That is indeed quite odd. More importantly, did you observe her shoes? They were a size 43 sports shoe. How many women have you seen wearing such a large size? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow in retort. Oh, Lu Ming, your observation does seem rather unusual. Quickly, let us discreetly follow her and investigate. Zhu Wanqing promptly turned and walked softly away. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing followed closely behind. The trio swiftly trailed the cross-dressing Ping San, who, while carrying the bag, soon arrived at the door of a black sedan. He quickly opened the backpack and retrieved tools for committing a crime. He was attempting to pry open the car door. As a police officer, Zhu Wanqing was well acquainted with the act of breaking into a vehicle. Lu Ming frowned, remarking, prying open the car door while carrying a black bag. Could he be trying to escape? A sudden realization struck Zhu Wanqing, her eyelids fluttering. The likelihood of such an escape was high. It was imperative that he not be allowed to flee. If he did, finding him again would prove exceedingly difficult. Zhu Wanqing immediately quickened her pace toward the vehicle. Xia Yuxing gasped, "Hey, Wanqing, don't act impulsively. If I don't act now, it will be too late." She shrugged off Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing. Advancing toward the car. As night fell, Peng San, already engaged in prying the car door, suddenly heard the sound of footsteps and halted his actions. Turning swiftly, he spotted Zhu Wanqing accelerating toward him. Peng San, highly alert, promptly discarded his tools and fled with the bag in hand. "Stop right there." Zhu Wanqing charged forward with remarkable speed, seizing Peng San by the shoulder. Instinctively, Peng San swung his backpack at Zhu Wanqing. She deftly evaded, instead grasping one of his arms, executing a shoulder throw. With a resounding thud, Peng San landed heavily on the ground. Lu Ming stood astonished, not expecting Zhu Wanqing to possess such skills. She truly was a seasoned detective. However, just as Zhu Wanqing prepared to secure Peng San, he suddenly drew a gleaming dagger from his waist and thrust it toward her. Xia Yuxin, witnessing the scene from a distance, gasped in shock. Zhu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. A stab like that could result in a grievous wound. In that critical moment, she felt a hand grasp her arm from behind, pulling her away just in time. Peng San's dagger missed its mark entirely. Zhu Wanqing, drenched in cold sweat, turned to see Lu Ming behind her. Xia Yuxing breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing her friend was unharmed. In the next moment, she was taken aback, for Peng San had swiftly risen and charged toward her during the brief interval. "Stop." Xia Yuxing instinctively attempted to impede him. "Get away. You'll die." As Peng San drew near, he slashed the dagger towards Xia Yuxing's face. She yearned to evade the strike, yet her legs betrayed her, rendering her immobile. And in her fright, she shut her eyes. However, the dagger did not inflict harm upon her. When she opened her eyes again, she beheld Lu Ming embracing Peng San from behind. Peng San immediately struggled fiercely to break free, aiming the dagger at Lu Ming's arm in retaliation. At that moment, Zhu Wanqing also rushed over, and upon witnessing Lu Ming being wounded, she was overtaken by fury. "Damn it!" Zhu Wanqing kicked forcefully between Peng San's legs. Chapter 25. You must not offer yourself. Zhu Wanqing delivered a swift kick to the man's most vulnerable spot. In an instant, all the strength within Peng San dissipated, and he let out a howl, unable to maintain his footing. Lu Ming seized the opportunity to topple Peng San and pin him to the ground. Zhu Wanqing swiftly moved to secure Peng San's arm from behind, extracting handcuffs from her pocket and deftly fastening them around him. "Stop moving! Stop moving! Stop moving!" Zhu Wanqing shouted in frustration, delivering 3 sharp slaps. "Lu Ming, you're bleeding." At that moment, Xia Yuxing rushed forward and suddenly noticed the blood streaming from Lu Ming's arm. Lu Ming glanced down, finally realizing the injury, grimacing in pain. "Damn it, you hurt me." In a fit of anger, he retaliated against Peng San with a few more fierce slaps. Zhu Wanqing quickly instructed, "Sheng Sheng, hurry to the pharmacy across the street and buy some bandages. We need to stop Lu Ming's bleeding." "All right." Xia Yuxing hurried off to the pharmacy. Upon her return with the bandages, she found Zhu Wanqing and Lu Ming relentlessly assaulting Peng San. "Are you still struggling?" Zhu Wanqing roared. Meanwhile, Xia Yuxing hurriedly began to wrap the bandages around Lu Ming's wound. Zhu Wanqing expressed her gratitude. "Lu Ming, thank you. We owe this to you." "Xia Wanqing, let's not just say thanks. Make sure to buy me some supplements later. My arm is in pain," Lu Ming joked through gritted teeth. Zhu Wanqing promptly agreed. "Of course. I will definitely buy them." Xia Yuxing chuckled softly, her previously tense nerves finally beginning to relax. The dangerous scene from earlier still lingered in her mind, and she felt a twinge of fear. If it weren't for Lu Ming, both she and Wanqing could have been injured. In that moment, as she looked at Lu Ming, her heart swelled with admiration and gratitude. Zhu Wanqing then called the captain. Within a mere 10 minutes, 2 police cars arrived, and several officers stepped out to escort Peng San away. Zhu Wanqing said, "Sheng Sheng, I need to accompany my colleagues back to the station to assist with the processing. Why don't you take Lu Ming to the hospital to attend to his wound?" "Sure, you go ahead. I'll take Lu Ming to the hospital." Xia Yuxing nodded in agreement. The two then made their way to the hospital, where the doctor examined Lu Ming's injury. Fortunately, it was not deep, but he would need to rest for a month. After applying medication, wrapping the wound, and securing it with bandages, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it was his left hand that was injured, as he was right-handed. By the time they returned home, it was already 11 p.m. Lu Ming, during your recovery, if you need any assistance, just let me know. It must be inconvenient for you with just one hand, Xia Yuxing generously offered. Lu Ming couldn't help but jest. Oh, boss, since I'm injured, how about granting me a month's leave? That's not possible. Hey, boss, how can you be so cruel? I'm injured, and you won't even give me a break? You hurt your left arm. Your right hand is perfectly functional. It won't hinder your ability to use the mouse. Lu Ming retorted. Ah, Xia Yuxing, I am your savior. Is this how you treat your benefactor? If you wish to take a break, a few days will suffice, but a month is out of the question. Xia Yuxing felt a twinge of guilt. Had it not been for Lu Ming timely catching that punk sand, her delicate visage might have suffered a grievous scratch. Boss, if it weren't for me, your face would have been marred, and you might find it difficult to marry later. TSK. Just see how great my favor is to you. You ought to repay me with your body, Lu Ming jested shamelessly. Go away. Xia Yuxing shot him a glare. Haha. Boss, don't you think you were foolish at that moment? The villain brandished a dagger, and you didn't even think to dodge. I wanted to evade, but my feet wouldn't obey, Xia Yuxing pouted. Lu Ming grinned. TSK, boss, this fierce woman of yours lacks courage. You weren't so frightened that you wet your pants. Were you? Get lost. Standing up, Xia Yuxing declared. I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep. Don't leave, boss. It's inconvenient for me to be alone. Won't you assist me in loosening my clothes? Loosen your own. Xia Yuxing huffed, genuinely irked. This Lu Ming had become increasingly audacious, daring even to tease her. How infuriating. On Monday, Lu Ming returned to work as usual. When he arrived at the office, his bandaged appearance elicited curious inquiries from his colleagues. He offered a brief explanation, claiming he had accidentally injured himself while helping a friend. In truth, he understood the reasons behind Xia Yuxing's refusal to let him rest. One was the launch of Stable Win No. 5, which had commenced its fundraising for the next year, rendering matters quite busy. Additionally, he needed to prepare extensive materials for his new financial product, Monthly Gains, alongside various approval processes. Thanks to Lu Ming's remarkable efforts, Stable Win No. 5 witnessed unprecedented returns. As the fundraising for the new year began, it immediately attracted a multitude of investors, accomplishing a fundraising target of 100 million within just one day. This astonishing speed not only astounded the entire company but also incited envy and jealousy among competitors. Simultaneously, news of Lu Ming's remarkable turnaround spread through the private equity circles. And within a month, his reputation soared. During a research meeting that day, Xia Yuxing presented the upcoming launch of Lu Ming's Monthly Gains Fund for discussion. Qian Yue, the sycophant, preemptively stood up to voice his opposition. I oppose this. In financial investment, beyond personal judgment and analysis, there is always an element of luck. The true capability of a trader must be validated through bear and bull cycles. Lu Ming, being a novice trader with only Stable Win No. 5 under his belt, and having just increased his trading quota, how can he possibly handle more? One must recognize that a trader's energy is finite. Juggling multiple portfolios is clearly beyond Lu Ming's current experience, especially now that he is left with only one functioning hand. Qian Yue's teasing remarks elicited laughter from the audience. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ming cursed his ancestors for 18 generations, feeling quite vexed. He thought to himself, I can accomplish many things with my right hand. Watching a film is not a hindrance. Investment director Guo Rue also expressed his opinion, stating, Old Qian is right, General Manager Xia. Even if Lu Ming possesses extraordinary talent, he still requires time for validation. What if he is merely a lucky fool? I believe it is unnecessary to discuss such matters. This statement was met with considerable agreement from other managers in the financial management department. Lu Ming, sitting at the back, wore a grim expression, thinking, damn it. This old fox is truly insidious. Not only did he blatantly belittle him, but he also audaciously questioned President Xia Yuxing's ability to execute. Vice President Gu Hongfei maintained his usual warm smile, refraining from voicing his opinion. Yet, in the face of the collective dissent, Xia Yuxing spoke with an air of calmness. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant Lu Ming an opportunity. Chapter 26, Taking a nap in the president's office. Lu Ming was deeply touched by Xia Yuxing's words. Despite the opposition, Xia Yuxing had pushed for the inclusion of Ye Ying on the agenda. Within the company, opinions were rife. Some claimed that President Xia was favoring her own people, while others remarked on her decisive nature, and yet others criticized her for being domineering and dismissive of counsel. After lunch that day, Lu Ming recalled something and decided to seek out Xia Yuxing. He knocked on the door. "Come in," came the reply. Xia Yuxing was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Typically, during this midday respite, she was seldom disturbed. Curiously, she looked up to see Lu Ming enter with a cheerful demeanor. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "Hey, boss, I came to discuss a matter with you," he replied. "It's rest time," she reminded him. "Boss, do you wish to take a nap? Perhaps a short repose?" "Not quite. I intend to read," she responded. Lu Ming, feeling at ease, settled onto the sofa and smiled. "Boss, I have something important to share." "Speak quickly," Xia Yuxing said, casting him a sidelong glance. "Last Friday night at our gathering, I happened upon Jia Biao, the individual you dismissed, at the hotel. He was accompanied by Director Guo Rue." Lu Ming nearly forgot about the drunken misunderstanding and the subsequent incident involving the capture of a thief. Xia Yuxing appeared somewhat taken aback and inquired, "And then?" "I discreetly listened at the door of the private room. Guess what I overheard?" "What?" she prompted. "I heard Jia Biao mention that his reckless investment in Jimeho stock was at the behest of Guo Rue," Lu Ming whispered conspiratorially. Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. She had initially thought Lu Ming was leaning in to kiss her. Did you truly hear Jia Biao say that? Prior to this revelation, Xia Yuxing had harbored her own suspicions. After all, Jia Biao's audacious investment actions seemed rather foolish. "Indeed, I did. Thus, boss, I suspect there exists some clandestine connection between Director Guo and Jia Biao. You must exercise caution around that sly fox," Guo Rue, Lu Ming advised. "Very well, I understand. However, Lu Ming, remember this matter must not be discussed indiscriminately. Even if Guo Rue is implicated, we currently possess no concrete evidence." Xia Yuxing expressed her gratitude for Lu Ming's well-intentioned warning. "Of course, I am aware," Lu Ming replied, rising to his feet and suddenly moving toward the lounge area. The president's office was not only spacious, but also featured a private sleeping chamber. As expected of the president, such splendid accommodations. A bed and a private restroom. "By the way, boss, did you not mention earlier that you weren't taking a nap?" Lu Ming grinned. Xia Yuxing frowned. "What are you doing? Since you're not resting, may I take a brief nap here?" Lu Ming declared as he stepped into the lounge. "You rascal. Absolutely not. Get out. What would the employees think if they saw you napping in my office?" Xia Yuxing hurriedly stepped forward, extending her hand to obstruct him. However, Lu Ming firmly grasped her wrist, smilingly saying, "Boss, look at my arm. It's bound in bandages. The doctor has advised me to rest more. Don't forget how I sustained this injury." Xia Yuxing was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to decline his request. When she lifted her gaze again, Lu Ming had already reclined on the bed in the lounge. "Fine, such shamelessness. Let him sleep." Xia Yuxing reluctantly acquiesced. Nonetheless, before 1 p.m., she roused Lu Ming from his slumber and ushered him out of the president's office. Just as he exited, he encountered the president's assistant, Li Xiaoya. "Oh, Manager Lu, why are you coming out of the president's office?" "I took a nap." Lu Ming nodded before departing. Li Xiaoya was left in a state of bewilderment. What did he mean by took a nap? With whom did he sleep? How did that happen? In the afternoon, Lu Ming instructed Dong Xiaojie to commence preparations for the approval documentation of Ye Wen. This time, Lu Ming resolved to personally invest 300,000 in his financial fund. Simultaneously, he initiated an internal fundraising channel within the company, making an announcement in the internal group. Dong Xiaojie decided to invest 50,000, while Zhang Xiaoman contributed 20,000. Cheng Mingyuan, the venerable superior, also graciously invested 100,000. However, many colleagues in the company opted not to participate. The entry-level employees were not affluent and lacked sufficient funds, while short-term investments in stock-based funds carried considerable risks. Among the middle and senior management, everyone was aware of the investment director Guo Rue's public opposition to Lu Ming during the investment research meeting. These individuals were the most perceptive. Even if they wished to partake, they likely hesitated after contemplation. Lu Ming sighed internally, recognizing Guo Rue as a cunning old fox with immense authority. It was no surprise, considering the investment director was the third most significant person in the company and Guo Rue was a heavyweight in the investment sector. Such figures commanded respect from the board of directors. The fundraising target for Ye Wen was set at 100 million, and Lu Ming naturally hoped to accomplish this goal. Yet, This target posed considerable difficulty for him. The amount he could raise would largely depend on the marketing department's promotional efforts. The sales channels for private equity funds primarily include self-sales, broker sales, third-party platform sales, bank sales, trusts, and limited partnerships, all of which are managed by the company's marketing department. Just then, the landline on Lu Ming's desk rang. He answered it, only to find it was Guo Rui calling, inviting him for a cup of coffee at the CAF downstairs. Lu Ming stroked his chin, pondering why the old fox would treat him to coffee. Surely, this was akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Ah, no. I am not the chicken. It should be a weasel wishing a dragon a happy new year. Lu Ming informed Dong Xiaojie and then descended the stairs. Upon arriving at the CAF, he met Guo Rui. Ah, little Lu, you've arrived. Come, what would you like to drink? Guo Rui greeted him with a broad smile. No need for that, Director Guo. The company is quite busy. Do you have something to discuss with me? Lu Ming settled into his seat across from him. Guo Rui smiled and replied, Ah, Xiao Lu, I am here to congratulate you. You have executed a remarkable turnaround with Win No. 5, and now you are set to launch a new wealth management fund. Truly, you are a rising star in our company. Thank you for the kind words, Director Guo. I assure you, I will not disappoint the company. Lu Ming felt even more perplexed. It seemed unnecessary for Guo Rui to flatter him. Guo Rui shifted the conversation, saying, Xiao Lu, my comments during the investment research meeting this morning were not aimed at you. Rather, they were intended to protect you. Protect me? Lu Ming inquired. Yes, indeed. Look at your success with Win No. 5. At this stage, it is crucial to solidify your current achievements. However, with Xia Yuxing suddenly increasing her investment in you, focusing solely on revenue gains, she is merely exploiting your efforts. Chapter 27. Are you confessing to me? Lu Ming was taken aback, realizing that Guo Rui had come to sow discord. How do you intend to use me? He pondered. Little Lu, consider this. If your operations yield success, all is well. However, should you face losses or fail to deliver results, Xia Yuxing will cast you into a bottomless abyss, effectively ruining your future. Guo Rui, what you mentioned is rather interesting. The proposal for the new fund was initiated by me. In fact, Lu Ming interjected. You initiated it? Guo Rui appeared somewhat bewildered. Indeed. Who would have thought, little Lu, that you possess such ambition? It seems I underestimated you. However, since you aspire to manage the new fund effectively, allow me to create some advantageous conditions for you. What advantageous conditions? Lu Ming inquired. During the launch period of the new fund, I suggest finding someone else to take over your winning No. 5. You can focus entirely on managing the new monthly victory fund. Find someone else to take over? Lu Ming was taken aback. Realizing Guo Rui's audacity, this was nothing short of an attempt to seize his achievements. Don't misunderstand, little Lu, winning No. 5 will still belong to you. Once your new fund stabilizes, I shall return it to you. This approach is simply more prudent. Guo Rui feigned a benevolent demeanor. Such grandiloquent rhetoric was not lost on Lu Ming. He was no fool and would not be deceived. He understood that relinquishing winning No. 5 would place him at the mercy of others. Director Guo, that's unnecessary. What do two funds matter? My energy is ever restless. I could manage a few more funds without issue. Director Guo, do you have any surplus projects that you could assign to me as well? He retorted shamelessly. What? Little Lu, what do you mean by that? Everything I said was for your benefit, Guo Rui replied, clearly agitated. Lu Ming responded earnestly, Director Guo, what I mean is that I am confident in my ability to succeed without your special favors or concerns. Very well, Lu Ming, if you refuse to appreciate my offer, then take care of yourself in the future. Guo Rui's expression hardened, and with a cold snort, he exited the CAF. It must be said that Guo Rui's retaliatory tactics were swift and self-serving. Following the launch of Lu Ming's monthly victory, the marketing department did not exert any effort to promote or sell it across major channels. It was evident that Guo Rui was undermining the initiative. Consequently, the fundraising for monthly victory was predictably dismal. After a week, it had barely reached 10 million. Of course, there was another layer to this issue. While he had garnered recognition through winning No. 5, which catered to a conservative clientele, the new fund monthly victory was stock-based and involved high-risk short-term investments. Pondering a viable solution, Lu Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, a notification chimed. His WeChat pinged with a message from Zhu Wanqing, who had created a group chat that included both him and Xia Yuxing. Zhu Wanqing. My dear friends from Yushui Bay, prepare some food and drinks tonight. I shall come over for a drink. Xia Yuxing. Oh, you sly one, finally remembered us. Zhu Wanqing. Haha, I've been busy with interrogations these past few days. It's not that I am ungrateful. Lu Ming. Humph, Sister Wonking, what about the nutritional supplements you promised me? Zhu Wonking, I've got them ready. I'll bring them over tonight. Don't forget to prepare food and drinks. Lu Ming. Sister Wonking, are you speaking in human language? I only have one right hand left. How can you expect me to cook? Zhu Wonking. Oh dear, I forgot about that. So who will be the chef tonight? Xia Yuxing. Definitely not me. I might just set the kitchen on fire. Zhu Wonking. How about we have hot pot then? Lu Ming. That works. Then it's up to you, Wonking, to bring the ingredients. Xia Yuxing. I second that. Zhu Wonking. You two are truly something else. Xia Yuxing. Zhu Wonking. A little nudge. Lu Ming. One more thing. I haven't bathed for over a week. It's quite inconvenient with one hand. Can one of you help me out tonight? Xia Yuxing. It has to be Wonking. After all, you apprehended the criminals for her. Zhu Wonking. Shouldn't it be you? Shenshin. Lu Ming injured his arm saving you. Thus, the two women began to feign reluctance in the group chat. Lu Ming. Are you two really going to keep passing the buck? If not, you might as well do it together. Xia Yuxing. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhu Wonking. My mother always said, one should see a man's body before marriage. Lu Ming could only laugh helplessly, thinking how typical women could be. He was merely jesting. After work, Lu Ming took the initiative to wait for Xia Yuxing in the garage. Since his injury, Xia Yuxing had given her chauffeur an extended leave, and she had been driving Lu Ming to and from work every day, which he quite enjoyed. As they drove, Xia Yuxing asked, Lu Ming, how much have you raised for Ye Wen? Well, not yet $1 million. That's all right. You've just taken over. And many people still don't know you. Xia Yuxing offered some comfort. Lu Ming nodded, refraining from mentioning Guo Rue, but he had devised a strategy. Boss, I wish to add a guaranteed interest on Ye Wen. Is that possible? What? You want to add a guaranteed interest? How much do you intend to add? 3. Xia Yuxing shook her head, saying, Lu Ming, do you understand what this implies? Lu Ming certainly understood the implications. An interest of 3 is akin to the interest on a fixed deposit, and with a guarantee, it essentially means private equity providing a safety net, which would undoubtedly appeal to clients. This indicates that the investment risk would shift from the clients to the company. If Ye Wen incurs losses, it would signify actual losses for the company. Lu Ming, even if I support your proposal, the board of directors will oppose it. Do you comprehend? Xia Yuxing said earnestly. Lu Ming shrugged in resignation. Yes, I understand. Xia Yuxing suddenly said, however, do not be disheartened. I will invest an additional $1 million, and you can raise another $1 million, thus providing a total of $2 million to kickstart the project. What? Lu Ming was taken aback, but then recalled that the formidable woman had been navigating Wall Street for several years, making $1 million savings hardly surprising. Moreover, her parents were titans of the business world. Unable to resist teasing her, he quipped, Boss, are you not afraid that I might squander all your money? If I do, will you make me your servant for life? Cooking for you? Xia Yuxing retorted, Oh, boss, are you confessing your feelings to me? Lu Ming couldn't help but jest. Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed as she replied, Spare me your self-adoration. I merely meant to say that your cooking is delightful. Lu Ming readily agreed. All right, no problem. If I lose money, I shall cook for you for a lifetime, boss. The corners of Xia Yuxing's mouth curled upward as she contemplated the idea of having Lu Ming prepare her meals for eternity, which seemed rather appealing. Oh, how could she entertain such thoughts? Wasn't that akin to wishing for her own financial ruin? Unless there was another way. Chapter 28. Cohabiting with the enchantress, by the way, you might want to make an effort tonight and secure a significant client. A major client tonight? Sister Wanqing? Indeed. But she's a criminal police officer. Can she possibly have substantial savings? Xia Yuxing couldn't help but chuckle. Do you know why I have Wanqing buy dog food for me? Why? To cozy up to a wealthy patron. Sister Wanqing? Is she affluent? Absolutely. Wanqing's mother is in the garment business, providing her with an allowance exceeding $1 million each month. Lu Ming was taken aback. He never realized that Zhu Wanqing was a little heiress. Upon arriving at the community, they found Zhu Wanqing already there, carrying several boxes of nutritional supplements and a plethora of ingredients. Haha, Lu Ming, my dear Lu Ming, come here. Let me give you a hug. Zhu Wanqing leaped towards him. Startled, Lu Ming exclaimed, Sister Wanqing, don't frighten me. I haven't done anything wrong. Indeed. Be mindful in public, Xia Yuxing advised. Oh, Sheng Sheng, are you feeling a hint of jealousy? Jealous? Whatever for? Haha, Sheng Sheng. This is merely my way of expressing gratitude to Lu Ming. Did you know? I got promoted. Zhu Wanqing exclaimed with exuberance. Promoted? Yes. I captured Ping San and earned accolades. I am now the leader of the Criminal Investigation Group 3. Zhu Wanqing proclaimed with pride. Lu Ming gave her a thumbs up. Congratulations. Xia Yuxing smiled. No wonder you seem so cheerful today. The trio, filled with laughter, ascended to apartment 301, with Lu Ming's left arm immobile. Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing took the initiative in the kitchen. Naturally, since they were preparing hot pot, all they needed to do was wash the ingredients. Come, let me raise a toast to Lu Ming, thanking you for your gallant intervention that day. If it weren't for you, I might have suffered a wound. Zhu Wanqing raised her glass. Hey, Sister Wanqing, you flatter me. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, there are other ways, Lu Ming winked. Zhu Wanqing paused. Other ways? What do you mean? Well, I've heard that Sister Wanqing is quite the little heiress. Ah? Zhu Wanqing immediately turned to Xia Yuxing. All right, Shang Shang. You must have spilled my secrets. I said nothing at all, Xia Yuxing chuckled. Come on, Lu Ming, do you need to borrow money? Not borrowing. I wish to assist Sister Wanqing with financial management. Lu Ming then elaborated on his investment fund. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wanqing promptly replied, This is simple. It's merely financial management. I'll invest 10 million. Thank you, Sister Wanqing. Here's to you. Lu Ming beamed with joy. Don't mention it. Tomorrow, I'll introduce you to a few wealthy clients. Oh my, Sister Wanqing, I toast to you 3 times. Lu Ming, you must be diligent in managing my finances. That is my allowance. Zhu Wanqing recalled something. Lu Ming was taken aback, feeling a sense of disbelief. How could someone have a disposable income of 10 million? The trio was in the midst of enjoying their drinks when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lu Ming, someone is knocking, Xia Yuxing said. Who could it be at this hour? Curiosity piqued. Lu Ming opened the door, only to be astonished to find Aunt Lu, the landlord, accompanied by a young couple. Ah, Aunt Lu, he exclaimed. Little Lu, you have guests. How lively. I'm here to show this apartment to potential buyers. Oh, I see. Please, come in. Lu Ming felt a bit exasperated. His landlord had brought visitors without any prior notice. Upon entering, Aunt Lu noticed the 2 stunning women and appeared slightly surprised. Just then, the husky, Chui Zi, suddenly lunged at Aunt Lu. Woof woof. Oh no. Aunt Lu was startled. Chui Zi. Xia Yuxing quickly scooped up the husky. Aunt Lu's expression darkened as she scolded. Little Lu, how could you keep a pet in this apartment? This place does not allow pets. I'm sorry, Aunt Lu. But he was just playing. He doesn't tea-bite. Lu Ming quickly apologized. Aunt Lu's gaze fell upon the chewed-up leg of the dining table, and she gasped. Heavens! The leg of this table is ruined. I bought this table when I got married. Lu Ming hastily replied, Aunt Lu, I'm truly sorry. Don't worry. I will compensate you for the table. Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing exchanged glances, both feeling helpless. Aunt Lu, visibly upset, said, Little Lu, some things can't just be resolved with money. You don't need to compensate for the table. I'm selling this apartment anyway. So you should move out by tomorrow. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He understood Aunt Lu's temperament. Further discussion would be futile. Shortly after, Aunt Lu left with the couple who were viewing the property. The 3 sat at the dining table, devoid of any desire to continue drinking. Boss. It seems you'll need to give me a day off tomorrow. I need to find a new place. Lu Ming shrugged helplessly. Xia Yuxing frowned, saying, But your left hand is injured. How will you move all your things? Oh, why bother finding a new place? Yuxing, my apartment has 2 rooms. Just let Lu Ming move in with you. Besides, Pai Pai and Lu Ming have become quite familiar with each other, Zhu Wanqing interjected suddenly. During this time, not only had Lu Ming grown close to the orange tabby cat, Pai Pai, but Pai Pai and the husky, Chui Zi, had also become playmates. What? Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Sharing a roof with Lu Ming was not an option. However, she felt it inappropriate to refuse. Especially after the incident that had angered the landlord, which was Chui Zi's fault, and Chui Zi was entrusted to Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming had sustained his injury while saving her. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. How wonderful. He wouldn't have to pay rent anymore. Is it appropriate for me to move in? If you wish to move, then come on over, Xia Yuxing conceded, albeit reluctantly. Zhu Wanqing clapped her hands in delight and exclaimed, Wonderful. This matter is resolved, isn't it? Come, let us continue our revelry. Thus, the 3 indulged in their libations until the clock struck 11. Naturally, Zhu Wanqing did not return home, opting to spend the night with Xia Yuxing. Upon their return to room 303, Zhu Wanqing eagerly remarked, Ha ha, Sheng Sheng. You ought to thank me. You and Lu Ming are about to cohabit so soon. You silly girl, cohabitation? It's merely sharing a flat. Do you realize how inconvenient it is for a man and a woman to live together? I am aware. Isn't it because you enjoy the thrill of a close proximity? Oh, you loudmouth. Can you keep it down a bit? Now, Sheng, tell me, do you harbor any feelings for Lu Ming? Zhu Wangqing inquired, grasping her hands with earnestness. Chapter 29. The 5 Agreements of Cohabitation. Xia Yuxing was taken aback and replied, I don't know either. Haha, that means you have feelings for him. Not necessarily. Xia Yuxing had never been in a relationship, so how could she be certain of what constitutes affection or love? Sheng, I find Lu Ming quite impressive. Just look at his handsome appearance and the courage he displayed when facing the wrongdoers. Such an exceptional man should be cherished. Oh, matters of the heart should unfold naturally. Indeed, now that you two will be living under the same roof, you can gradually adapt to each other. Adapt? Yes. You both need to explore each other's strengths and weaknesses. Wanqing, you naughty girl. The 2 young women began to playfully bicker again. The following day was Saturday. So Lu Ming tidied up his belongings. In the afternoon, Xia Yuxing assisted him in moving everything over. However, for Lu Ming, his entire possessions amounted to very little. At last, it's all moved. Lu Ming, drenched in sweat, lifted a glass of plain water from the table and drank it all in one go. Hey. Lu Ming, that's my water cup. Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lu Ming grinned and said, Oh, you should have mentioned it earlier. Xia Yuxing shot him a glare and then huffed, taking a seat on the sofa. Lu Ming, although I have agreed to let you move in, we must establish some ground rules. What rules? First, we cannot disclose our cohabitation at the company. That is fine. Second, at home. You must be mindful of your attire and refrain from exposing your body. Lu Ming nodded and asked, No problem, but can you be exposed? Bah. You're the one who will be exposed. Haha, is there anything else? Xia Yuxing continued. Third, without mutual consent, one cannot enter the other's bedroom. Agreed. Fourth, do not meddle with each other's belongings, such as personal items, toothbrushes, towels, and clothing. Understood. Fifth, once your arm heals, you will be responsible for cooking, cleaning, and washing dishes at home. Hey, boss, I can cook, but why should I bear all the household chores? At the very least, we should split them evenly. Lu Ming was instantly displeased, feeling as though he was becoming a servant. Xia Yuxing furrowed her brows and said, Don't forget, I pay you 6,000 yuan each month for food. Is it too much to ask for you to do some chores? Hey, boss, that reasoning is flawed. The grocery money is just one part. My energy and effort count as well, not to mention I have to wash the dishes after you eat. So how do you propose we divide it? How about this? I'll handle the grocery shopping and cooking, and you take care of the rest of the chores. No way. If that's the case, let us just eat separately and not share meals. Lu Ming feigned indifference. Xia Yuxing felt a tingling sensation at her gums. Yet she found herself unable to resist the delicious meals prepared by Lu Ming. Each time she savored his culinary creations, a profound sense of happiness enveloped her. There was a period when the highlight of her day was the anticipation of dining on Lu Ming's cooking each evening. It must be said, Lu Ming's casual remark struck a chord within her. All right, I will handle the household chores. Xia Yuxing retorted, rather irritated. Lu Ming was taken aback that the fierce woman actually agreed. It was surprisingly easy to gain the upper hand. That evening, when Lu Ming was unable to cook, they resorted to ordering takeout. After their meal, they settled in the living room, where a soap opera flickered on the television. Lu Ming entertained the dog while Xia Yuxing played with the cat. Boss, I broke a sweat moving things around today, and considering I haven't bathed in over 2 weeks, I'm starting to stink. Could you possibly help me with a wash? He playfully pressed. Why on earth should I wash you? She shot back. Oh, come on, boss. Look at my arm, it's injured. But I'm a woman. How could I assist you? Xia Yuxing felt a twinge of guilt. Lu Ming feigned a stern expression, remarking, Boss, your face is turning red. I merely asked for a wash, not that I expect you to do it while I'm completely unclothed. How would that even work? Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed, thinking how this man could so casually reference nudity, reminiscent of her friend Zhu Wangqing's crude humor. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed with mischief. Sensing an opportunity, I'll just wear shorts. You could help me scrub my back or something. Well, fine then, she conceded with a pout. The thought of Lu Ming injuring himself while rescuing Zhu Wangqing and her softened her heart. Oh, I'll go change into something comfortable. You find a towel and prepare a basin of water. Lu Ming, eager not to let her change her mind, hurried off to the bedroom. Xiaoyushin was left in a daze, pondering how she had agreed to such a thing. Shortly after, she prepared a basin of warm water and grabbed a towel. Settling onto the sofa to await his return, Lu Ming soon emerged clad in athletic shorts. Wow, Xiaoyushin thought, feeling shy. She had never observed a man so closely in her life. Boss, do you think my abs look good? Lu Ming teased. Xiaoyushin shot him a glare. I don't know. Turn around. Lu Ming positioned a small stool in front of the sofa and said, Come on, don't be shy. Just treat me like a guest and yourself like a masseuse. Get lost. You're the one who is a masseuse. Xiaoyushin snapped, grabbing the towel and giving his back a playful swat. Ouch, Lu Ming complained, feigning annoyance. I was just joking. At that moment, their chubby cat, Pippi, and a husky named Chue Z dashed over, excitedly lying nearby to observe the unfolding scene. Shoo, what are you two staring at? Xiaoyushin glared at them, and Pippi and Chue Z obediently scampered off to play elsewhere. Thus began Xiaoyushin's bathing endeavor. Initially, she felt a hint of embarrassment, but soon she found herself at ease. Is there anyone else at home? What is there to fear? As for Lu Ming, I doubt he would dare to speak recklessly. Interestingly, Lu Ming possesses remarkably fair skin. Moreover, he boasts an aesthetically pleasing set of abdominal muscles, though I wonder what they feel like to the touch. The mere thought of this causes Xiaoyushin's cheeks to flush with warmth, a sense of embarrassment enveloping her. At that moment, Lu Ming cast a glance at Xiaoyushin. This enchanting siren, who could be perilous, was surprisingly gentle at this instant. Her complexion, a delicate blend of porcelain and rosy hues, truly ignited a flutter in one's heart, evoking a desire for a tender kiss. It is often said that the inception of love is sparked by physical attraction. Perhaps that holds some truth. For a sudden thought of wanting this woman as his wife blossomed in Lu Ming's mind. Just a glance was a delight. To lie entwined together would surely ignite a fervent fire. At that moment, as Xiaoyushin lifted her towel, their gazes intertwined. What are you staring at? Boss, you are truly stunning. Be quiet. Xiaoyushin's delicate face flushed crimson, her heart inexplicably racing. Chapter 30, a glimpse and a threat. Lu Ming gazed at Xiaoyushin, whose bashful demeanor resembled that of a ripe peach, tantalizingly tempting and utterly irresistible. He found himself yearning to take a bite. What are you staring at? Look again, and I shall gouge out your eyes. Xiaoyushin shot him a fierce glare. Boss, your techniques are quite impressive. Perhaps you could prepare a basin of foot-soaking water for me to indulge in a foot massage? His audacity knew no bounds. Xiaoyushin flung the towel she held into Lu Ming's arms, retorting, with such a thick skin, do you have no shame? Do you truly consider me your technician? Huh. If a spa had a technician as attractive as you, there would be a line of men clamoring for foot baths. One cannot expect ivory from a dog's mouth. I shan't entertain you any longer. Xiaoyushin glared at him once more, tossed her hair, and retreated to her room. Lu Ming grinned. It appeared that teasing the formidable woman daily was quite entertaining. More importantly, he realized that even this fierce lady could display shyness. TSK, her face, when blushing, was utterly enchanting. Not to mention, even her eye rolls were captivating. After a while, Xiaoyushin emerged, clad in a modest strawberry-patterned pajama set, carrying a small basket designated for bathing. The basket brimmed with an assortment of shower gels, facial cleansers, and skincare products. Lu Ming couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. For his own showers, a single bar of soap sufficed. This woman, however, seemed to require an entire arsenal for her bathing rituals. Boss, do you really need all these items for a shower? Aren't you afraid of over-exfoliating? Mind your own business. Xiaoyushin shot him a disapproving glance. With a resigned smile, Lu Ming retreated to his room. The soap opera had grown tedious. With his left arm injured, he couldn't indulge in gaming either. Well, after a day of moving, it's best to retire early. An hour later, Xiaoyushin finished her shower, towel-drying her hair as she stepped out of the bathroom. She entered her room to blow-dry her hair, preparing for sleep, but to her dismay, her sleep companion, Pai Pai, was absent. Typically, at this hour, her large orange cat would be sprawled on the bed, eagerly awaiting her return to slumber. In her initial days abroad, Xiaoyushin had struggled with insomnia. However, since adopting Pai Pai, the gentle purring of her feline companion had always lulled her into a peaceful sleep. Thus, for years, she had found solace in the warmth of her cat. Yet, tonight, Pai Pai was nowhere to be found. She ventured into the living room, searching thoroughly, only to discover Pai Pai was also missing there. Furrowing her brow, she glanced toward Lu Ming's bedroom. Could it be that Pai Pai had been carried off to his room? With all the windows shut for the night, that seemed the only possibility. Approaching the door to the guest room, she was about to knock when, unexpectedly, the door swung open at her touch. He had neglected to lock it. The room was shrouded in darkness. Only the faint sound of Lu Ming's breathing could be heard. Instinctively, Xia Yuxing reached out to switch on the light beside her. The room illuminated instantly. Lying on the bed, Lu Ming assumed a posture resembling the character Tai, covered by a thin blanket. Beside his pillow, the husky named Chui Zi rested on the left, while the orange cat Pai Pai lounged on the right, together resembling guardians flanking him. The significant detail was that Lu Ming had both arms wrapped around the dog and the cat, embodying a scene of affectionate embrace. Xia Yuxing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She could understand the husky sleeping alongside Lu Ming, but how could her beloved Pai Pai have climbed onto this man's bed? Traitorous Pai Pai, you, my cherished companion, my sleeping partner, have now betrayed me for another, and a man at that. Xia Yuxing suddenly felt a pang of betrayal from her feline friend. Fuming, she rushed forward to seize Pai Pai, intending to carry her away. However, as she did, Pai Pai's claws snagged the blanket, pulling it away. With a swift motion, Lu Ming's modesty was compromised. Xia Yuxing's face flushed with embarrassment. She had nearly forgotten Lu Ming's penchant for sleeping in the nude. The abruptness of her actions startled the husky, who bolted upright, while Lu Ming awoke to the scene and hurriedly pulled the blanket over his exposed self. "Boss, what are you doing?" "I'm here to hold the cat," she exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. "I thought you were about to take advantage of me." "Good heavens. Explain how Pai Pai ended up on your bed. What trickery did you employ?" Xia Yuxing glared at him, convinced that Pai Pai, loyal as she was, would never betray her. It had to be Lu Ming's doing. "What trickery? She came over of her own accord," Lu Ming protested. "On her own? Impossible. Absolutely not." Xia Yuxing was resolute in her disbelief. With a sigh, Lu Ming suggested, "If you don't believe me, try placing Pai Pai down and see if she follows you." "Why test? Pai Pai will undoubtedly come with me." "Not necessarily, boss. Why not give it a shot?" "Fine, I will." Xia Yuxing gently set Pai Pai down and dashed to the doorway, beckoning, "Pai Pai, come, let's return to my room." To her surprise, Pai Pai glanced between her and Lu Ming, then plopped back down onto Lu Ming's bed, exposing her belly in a display of surrender. Lu Ming nearly burst into laughter. "Hey!" Xia Yuxing's fury ignited. "Pai Pai, you little traitor. Just wait until I deal with you." She stormed over, scooped the cat up, and rushed back to her room. "Arg!" Chui Zi leaped onto the bed, howling as if to voice his discontent. "Enough, Chui Zi, quiet down. Did you see that? This woman is fiercely jealous," Lu Ming mused, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the unfortunate orange cat, who likely faced reprimand. Meanwhile, in Xia Yuxing's room, just as Lu Ming had predicted, she grasped Pai Pai by the scruff and raged, "Pai Pai, do you realize you're a girl? How can you be so utterly devoid of modesty? You dare to run to a man's bed. Are you not ashamed? Moreover, considering the years of camaraderie we share, have you so swiftly grown tired of me? Who do you think has provided you with those delightful treats and canned food? Do you not have any awareness of that?" Yet, it seems that the orange tabby is somewhat weary of Xia Yuxing's incessant chatter. She vigorously waved her paws, attempting to break free from Xia Yuxing's grasp. Xia Yuxing promptly tightened her hold on Pippi to prevent her escape. However, during the struggle, Pippi's claws inadvertently pressed against her upper body, causing Xia Yuxing a momentary sting of pain. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and as she glanced down, she realized that after visiting Lu Ming's room, she had only donned a nightgown on the outside, leaving herself entirely bare beneath. Although this strawberry nightgown is rather modest, the outline of her upper body is strikingly apparent. This is a disaster. She has made a significant blunder. She wonders if Lu Ming happened to catch sight of her. Chapter 31. Lock the door when you sleep. At 5:30 the following morning, Lu Ming was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of growls. Due to the fact that the large ginger cat occasionally ventured out at night to relieve itself, Xia Yuxing typically left the door slightly ajar while sleeping. However, in the dead of night, the mischievous feline had stealthily made its way onto Lu Ming's bed. "Pippi, you traitor!" Xia Yuxing exclaimed in exasperation. Lu Ming could only chuckle in response. "Oh, come on, it's just a cat. Let it sleep wherever it pleases. That simply won't do. From now on, you must lock the door while you sleep," Xia Yuxing retorted, casting him a sharp glance. Fine, I shall lock the door from now on," Lu Ming conceded. Feeling somewhat helpless, since he was already awake, he decided against returning to sleep. He usually arose at 6 in the morning to take the dog out for a walk. Prior to adopting a dog, he never had the habit of waking up early. However, ever since Xia Yuxing took in a Siberian husky. He had inadvertently developed an early rising routine. Boss, you're up quite early. Are you going to take the cat for a stroll too? Stroll? Nonsense. I merely got up to use the restroom. I still intend to return to my room for a bit more sleep, so please don't disturb me. With that, Xia Yuxing carried the cat back to her room. Lu Ming took the husky, Hammer, for a brief walk downstairs before venturing outside the community to procure breakfast. Upon his return, he was surprised to find Xia Yuxing brushing her teeth in the bathroom. Hey, boss, didn't you say you were going back to sleep? Why aren't you resting? That is thanks to you. How is that my fault? Pippi followed me back to my room and wouldn't stop causing a ruckus. How could I possibly sleep? The disturbances caused by the ginger cat have nothing to do with me. It's all you're doing. Lu Ming merely laughed, unperturbed, and said, Not sleeping is fortuitous. I bought breakfast, soy milk, millet porridge, crepes, and meat sandwiches. Xia Yuxing was quite pleased with Lu Ming's initiative to bring her breakfast. What would you like to eat, boss? Crepes and soy milk, please. Very well. Lu Ming began to enjoy his meat sandwich when the ginger cat, Pippi, sauntered over and rubbed against him. As Xia Yuxing savored her crepes, she remarked with a hint of sarcasm, What exactly have you done to my cat? Huh. That is quite the accusation. Perhaps Pippi is simply enamored by my good looks. Opposites attract. Wouldn't you agree, Pippi? Lu Ming replied, affectionately stroking the ginger cat. Xia Yuxing, unimpressed, said, All right then, from now on, you shall be Pippi's designated caretaker. You will clean the litter box shortly. Lu Ming felt a wave of despair wash over him. In the days that followed, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing gradually acclimated to their cohabitation. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's project, Yeah Wins, had garnered $30 million in funding over the month, though it fell short of the $100 million target. Nevertheless, this amount was still significant, marking a considerable venture for Jiuying Capital. Lu Ming was well aware that this achievement was largely attributable to the support of Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing, two affluent women. Without their assistance, the fundraising results would have been dismal, rendering him the subject of ridicule among his colleagues. One morning, while Lu Ming was engrossed in his work, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Is it Lu Ming? I am Sheng Sheng's mother. Lu Ming was taken aback. It was Song Jiawen, Summer Yuxing's mother, seeking him out privately. Hello, Auntie Song. Do you have a moment? I invite you for a cup of coffee at Kevin CAF, right across your company. All right, Auntie, please wait for a moment. I'll head down now. Lu Ming understood that such matters were inescapable. Since this was the case, it would be better to clarify things with Summer Yuxing's mother in person to avoid straining her relationship with her parents. Upon arriving at the CAF, Lu Ming immediately spotted Song Jiawen seated by the window. Auntie Song, please, have a seat. She gestured to the chair across from her. Lu Ming sat down. Xiao Lu, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I ordered you a mojana. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Ming thought to himself that this was premium coffee. He had previously only indulged in instant Nestle. Just as he was about to explain his relationship with Summer Yuxing, Song Jiawen spoke up first. Xiao Lu, I don't care how long you've been dating Sheng Sheng. I hope you will break up with her soon. Huh? Lu Ming frowned, feeling inexplicably displeased. Xiao Lu, the disparity between you and our Sheng Sheng is like heaven and earth. You are still young and do not understand that marriage requires a balance of social standing. Sheng Sheng is from Harvard Business School, while you are merely an ordinary undergraduate. The gap between you is not just about education, but also about perspective. If you truly care for Sheng Sheng, you should leave her. Otherwise, your presence will only become a burden to her. Lu Ming initially intended to clarify, but Song Jiawen's words had an adverse effect. Auntie, I'm sorry, but Sheng Sheng and I are genuinely in love. I will not leave her. Huh. Upon hearing Lu Ming's declaration, Song Jiawen frowned, revealing her displeasure. Xiao Lu, after all I've said, do you still not comprehend? You and Shang Xing do not belong to the same echelon. Your parents run an ordinary restaurant in Jin City, and you are just an office worker. Do you really need me to state it plainly that you are unworthy of Sheng Sheng? Lu Ming retorted, Auntie, what do you think would make me worthy of Sheng Sheng? Song Jiawen was momentarily taken aback before stipulating, at the very least, you must possess a fortune of billions. She believed that this single condition was something this young man would never achieve in his lifetime. To Lu Ming, this condition was somewhat unexpected. He had anticipated something more daunting. So, simply having a fortune of billions was sufficient? In the past, such a condition would have seemed as far-fetched as a lunar expedition or fairy tale. Billionaires represent the pinnacle of society in the country. However, Now with the life winner system at his disposal, accumulating a fortune of billions was no longer a formidable challenge. Lu Ming promptly inquired, a fortune of billions? And Song, are you saying that as long as I become a billionaire, I can be with Xingsheng? That's correct. Well then, if I do not become a billionaire within a year, I will voluntarily distance myself from Shengsheng. This. Song Jiawen never anticipated that Lu Ming would make such a declaration, leaving her at a loss for words. All right, little Lu, I hope you will honor your word. Following this, Song Jiawen departed from the CAF. Lu Ming shook his head helplessly and took a sip of his coffee. Ding. System task issued. Accumulate a fortune of billions. Task completion reward, 1 lucky fragment. Oh, it seems the system has presented a new task. However, Lu Ming was somewhat intrigued. What exactly is a lucky fragment? Chapter 32. Tracking with Super Eavesdropping. What is lucky fragment? Lucky fragments are utilized to integrate the exchange system for the Grand Lottery, requiring 3 fragments for each exchange. The Grand Lottery offers the potential to acquire even rarer prizes, which may include not just abilities, but also information, unique items, or even advanced technology. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, it was the hallmark of a life-winning system. In the afternoon, during the investment research meeting at the company, Lu Ming reported on the fundraising status of Ye Win, announcing that the project would officially commence its capital allocation next month. Among those present, the most disheartened was undoubtedly Guo Rue. He had previously coordinated with the marketing department, ensuring that they did not actively promote Lu Ming's Ye Win, resulting in poor fundraising outcomes. According to Guo Rue's plan, should Lu Ming's project fall short in fundraising, he would propose to cancel the capital allocation. However, this cunning scheme had now faltered. At that moment, the manager of the Foreign Exchange Investment Department, Fu Jingluan, was delivering a report on foreign exchange investments. Suddenly, Guo Rue's phone erupted with a ringtone. Hey you are my treasure, the taste of missing you is haunting me, darling. Let's have a toast, this is your favorite spade. The office fell silent in astonishment. Guo Rue hastily silenced his phone. Xia Yuxing frowned slightly and motioned for Fu Jingluan to continue his report. Lu Ming, seated at the back, could not help but smirk, thinking to himself how amusing it was that Guo Rue, despite his age, had such a trendy ringtone. However, it wasn't long before Guo Rue's phone rang again, this time vibrating insistently. He quickly silenced it once more. Yet, moments later, the vibration resumed, and he frowned in annoyance. Stepping out of the conference room with his phone in hand, Lu Ming's curiosity piqued. Who could be calling Guo Rue? He swiftly targeted Guo Rue and activated his super eavesdropping feature. Soon, he could hear Guo Rue's footsteps, followed by the sound of an elevator. Lu Ming's intrigue deepened. Why was the old fox taking the elevator just to answer a phone call? After a while, he heard the sound of a door closing, and Lu Ming deduced that Guo Rue had returned to his office. Next, he overheard Guo Rue's voice. Hello, Jiao. I'm in a meeting. What's going on? You've been calling incessantly. Jiao replied. Guo Rue, what's the matter? You've been avoiding me for a month. Guo Rue responded. I haven't been avoiding you. I've just been quite busy this past month. Jiao retorted. Busy with what? After taking what you wanted, you've forgotten me? Guo Rue reassured. Jiao, how could that be? Are you missing me? Jiao replied. Yes, I miss you so much that I can't sleep at night. You heartless man. Don't you feel the same? Guo Rue chuckled. Haha, you little vixen. So you want me to pamper you, huh? Jiao eagerly responded. Yes. Come and pamper me tonight, or I won't be able to sleep. By the way, I bought some popping candy today. Guo Rue. All right, tonight you go to No. 91 Yuan. Make sure to clean yourself up and wait for me. Jiao. Got it, Rue baby. The two then ended the call. Lu Ming, who had been eavesdropping, was utterly astonished. What the hell? Guo Rue knows how to play the game. This must be a mistress he is keeping. And calling her Rue baby is just revolting. Soon, Lu Ming overheard Guo Rue making another call. Hello, wife. I won't be back tonight. The company has a new fund planned. And I need to work overtime. What? Husband, even as a director, you're still working so hard? Indeed, my dear wife. It's because I am such a capable director. Honey, didn't we agree that you would accompany me back to my family tonight? Oh, dear. I promise I'll take you back in a couple of days. All right then. By the way, my brother wants to buy a car. Didn't he just buy a house? Now he wants a car too? Oh, come on. Husband, it's inconvenient for him to go to work without one. Fine. In a few days, let Zone Kai keep an eye on it. Okay, dear. Next time, let us discuss such matters at home, not over the phone. With that, Guo Rue hung up. A few minutes later, Guo Rui returned to the conference room. Lu Ming, fixated on Guo Rui, pondered the conversation he had just overheard. Guo Rui's wife's brother needed money for a car, and Guo Rui suggested his wife pay attention to Zhong Kai regarding it. What could that mean? Zhong Kai was evidently a middleman. Who was he? What was being received? Money? If it were money, why not say so directly, instead of using the term receive? This implies it might not be outright money, but something equivalent to it. Lu Ming thought to himself, this phone call was rife with enigmas. And his instincts told him that Guo Rui, the wily fox, was certainly up to no good. Given this, he decided to follow Guo Rui after work. After all, he possessed extraordinary eavesdropping abilities. As the workday neared its end, Lu Ming sent a WeChat message to Xia Yuxing. Wild Bull, I have something to do after work. So you can head home first. Little clumsy orange. No way, what is going on? Wild Bull, why not? It's my personal matter. Little clumsy orange. But you promised to make me boiled pork slices tonight. Wild Bull, let us do it tomorrow. Little clumsy orange. No. I've been looking forward to it all day. Lu Ming chuckled helplessly. Ever since his arm was injured, he had tea cooked, and now that it was almost healed, the little tyrant expected him to return to the kitchen. Wild Bull, fine, just clean everything and wait for me. Little clumsy orange? Lu Ming felt a bit embarrassed. He had been infected by Guo Rui's lewdness and quickly clarified. Wash the vegetables and meat and wait for me. Little clumsy orange. Got it. After work, Guo Rui left the office, and Lu Ming hailed a cab to follow him. Sure enough, the destination was number 9 Guanyuan Community. This was an upscale residential area in Yanbei, and soon he saw Guo Rui stopping his car in front of a small villa at number 13. Unexpectedly, as Guo Rui had just alighted from the vehicle, a woman, adorned in vibrant attire, rushed towards him. Lu Ming, observing from a short distance, promptly raised his mobile phone's camera, zooming in to capture a few snapshots. The woman was not particularly youthful. Rather, she resembled an alluring matron. It appeared that Guo Rui had a penchant for such tastes. Before long, their conversation reached Lu Ming's ears. Guo Rui. Oh, Jiao Jiao, why did you come downstairs? Weren't you waiting for me up there? Jiao Jiao. It's just the second floor. I couldn't resist coming down. I missed you and was eager to. At that moment, Guo Rui's large hand landed on the woman's posterior, and he chuckled. Ha! How provocative you are. Thus, the two embraced and ascended the stairs. Engaging in amorous activities. Chapter 33. The envious sorceress Lu Ming soon intercepted a conversation between Guo Rui and his mistress, Jiao Jiao, that was too indulgent to describe. Nevertheless, Guo Rui was no novice. His performance was remarkably swift, achieving a score of 2 out of 5. Jiao Jiao, why have you stopped? Guo Rui, it's done. Jiao Jiao, finished so quickly? I was just starting to feel something. Guo Rui, I apologize, Jiao Jiao. It's your allure that has made me somewhat anxious. Jiao Jiao, how annoying. It's not our first time, so why be nervous? Guo Rui, haha, darling, don't worry. I've brought something special today. Jiao Jiao, tadalafil. 28 tablets? Wow, Rui, I adore you. Quickly, let's take 3. Guo Rui, no rush, let us eat first. Jiao Jiao, alright then, I've already prepared the meal. Listening in, Lu Ming scoffed at Guo Rui, this older man whose lackluster performance was hardly commendable for keeping a mistress. The conversation then shifted to their meal. Guo Rui, Jiao Jiao, you seem quite unsatisfied. Has old Jia not been fulfilling your needs at home? Jiao Jiao, how rude. Why bring him up? He has been rather down lately. Guo Rui down? Jiao Jiao, yes, it's your fault. You've cuckolded him, and now he has lost his job. How could he not be despondent? Guo Rui, haha, that's hardly my fault. Jiao Jiao, you're terrible. You've slept with his wife, and you're laughing so merrily. Guo Rui, Jiao Jiao, let us spice things up later. You can call old Jiao while I Jiao Jiao. You're incorrigible. At this point, Lu Ming gasped in astonishment. He had initially thought Guo Rui was merely keeping a mistress, but it turned out he was a true scoundrel. With Jiao Jiao being the wife of the fund manager Jia Biao. This revelation was quite shocking. Guo Rui certainly knew how to play the game. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement. It seemed Guo Rui was in deep trouble. The dialogue continued. Jiao Jiao, now that old Jia has lost his job, my quality of life has plummeted. What about the bags and shoes I have my eye on? Rui, you must reimburse me. Guo Rui, no problem. I'll withdraw some cash for you another day. Jiao Jiao, isn't that a hassle? I have a stock account too. Just secretly give me a stock code that's bound to rise. Guo Rui, Jiao Jiao, that's too risky. It could be traced. Jiao Jiao, how annoying. I heard old Jia say you've shared such information before. Why can't I? Guorue, don't listen to his nonsense. That's not true. At this juncture, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Could it be that Guorue had previously divulged lucrative stock codes to others, engaging in insider trading? The pieces began to fall into place. Guorue's earlier phone conversation with his wife had mentioned an intermediary, Zhong Kai. It was clear that Guorue had shared promising stock codes with this individual, seizing the opportunity to profit. It is essential to recognize that Guorue holds the esteemed position of investment director. His formulation of a particular investment strategy guarantees that the company's fund pool will amass considerable capital to purchase a specific stock. Consequently, that stock is bound to experience a significant surge. It seems that Guorue has indeed accumulated wealth through such clandestine trading practices. Lu Ming recalled that when Xia Yuxing had recently joined the company, she had once dismissed Guorue's investment strategy. Such a stance must have inadvertently disrupted Guorue's financial schemes, which explains his frequent opposition to Xia Yuxing within the company. Lu Ming was convinced that his hypothesis bore an 80% likelihood of accuracy. However, he lacked concrete evidence. In the realm of investments, such underhanded tactics are, regrettably, not uncommon. Their inherent secrecy renders them difficult to detect and substantiate, which emboldens certain cunning fund managers to act with impunity. Contemplating how to outsmart this wily fox, Lu Ming's thoughts turned to a certain individual, Zhu Wanqing. As a criminal police officer, her colleagues would likely include those specializing in economic investigations, making her an ideal ally in this matter. With this idea in mind, Lu Ming eagerly seized his phone and dialed Zhu Wanqing. Meanwhile, Xia Yuxing had returned home. Having washed the vegetables and meat, yet Lu Ming had not yet arrived. Her stomach began to grumble from hunger. She retrieved her phone, intending to prompt him, but hesitated, considering whether it was appropriate to disturb him while he attended to personal matters. At that moment, a sudden craving for cake struck her. Descending the stairs, she hailed a taxi and made her way to a charming dessert shop on the bustling commercial street. There, she purchased her beloved chocolate cake and 2 slices of meat floss cake, recalling that Lu Ming had mentioned his fondness for the latter. After making her selections, she exited the shop with a cheerful paper bag in hand, ready to return home. However, just then, she spotted 2 familiar figures in a nearby CAF. Through the transparent glass, she clearly saw Lu Ming and Zhu Wanqing seated by the window, their laughter echoing as they engaged in conversation. The smile on Xia Yuxing's face vanished in an instant. Was Lu Ming's personal matter merely a coffee date with Zhu Wanqing? A pang of jealousy surged within her inexplicably. Subsequently, she took a taxi back to Yushui Bay. Despite her hunger, the cake she had bought suddenly lost their appeal. Prior to this, Zhu Wanqing had inquired about Xia Yuxing's feelings towards Lu Ming, leaving her uncertain of her own sentiments. Thus, Xia Yuxing pondered deeply on the matter. Ever since she had tasted Lu Ming's cooking, reminiscent of her grandmother's culinary delights, she felt an unexplainable warmth towards him. Later, when Lu Ming gained fame through a trading competition and skillfully turned the winning number 5 fund from loss to profit, her gratitude towards him deepened. Furthermore, on that fateful night when she narrowly escaped disfigurement during a criminal apprehension, it was Lu Ming who had rescued her at a critical moment. Over the course of their 3-month acquaintance, they had often shared meals together and even found themselves sharing the same bed after a night of revelry. All of this stirred within her an inexplicable affection for Lu Ming. She pondered whether, if Lu Ming shared her feelings, she should grant him an opportunity to explore a romantic relationship. At her age, it was only natural for her to fantasize and yearn for love. After all, which woman is not beset by the pangs of youthful longing? However, her spirits dampened upon witnessing Lu Ming and Wanqing in private rendezvous, causing her thoughts to spiral into disarray. Could it be that Lu Ming harbored feelings for her dear friend Wanqing? Xia Yuxing found this notion quite plausible. If that were indeed the case, she would never vie for Lu Ming's affection against Wanqing. Just then, the door swung open, and Lu Ming returned. "Hey boss, I'm back," he exclaimed. "Humph." Xia Yuxing shot him an exasperated glare before retreating to her bedroom. Chapter 34. Have you just started your period? Lu Ming was taken aback. Had the formidable woman become irate once more? He immediately surmised that his late return, close to 8 o'clock, was the cause of her displeasure, especially since he had promised to prepare boiled pork slices. Just then, his gaze fell upon the desserts on the table, including a meat floss cake. His eyelids fluttered, and enlightenment dawned upon him. The fierce lady had indeed bought him a meat floss cake, and he had made her wait so long. How could she not be upset? "Apologies, boss. I've returned a bit late. I will commence dinner preparations right away. Lu Ming hastily declared as he made his way to the kitchen. Fortunately, Xia Yuxing had already prepared the ingredients, allowing Lu Ming simply to ignite the stove and cook. Before long, the boiled pork slices were ready, and the rice had also been steamed perfectly. He hurried to knock on Xia Yuxing's bedroom door. "Boss, dinner is ready. Please come out and eat." "I have no appetite." "You can eat by yourself," she replied curtly. "Please don't, boss. I genuinely had matters to attend to that delayed my return." And what matters could possibly be so significant? Very important matters, he insisted, which only served to infuriate her further. "Humph, you scoundrel. Don't spout nonsense about important matters. Have you forgotten there is someone at home who hasn't dined yet?" Lu Ming was astonished. What was the matter with this fierce lady? Her tone resembled that of a pouting wife quarreling with her husband. "I merely returned a tad late. Besides, it was to assist you in addressing the company's major issues." However, Lu Ming decided to keep this to himself for the moment, planning to surprise her once everything was finalized. He understood the art of charming a woman. "Boss, I apologize. Please come out for dinner. The boiled pork slices are delectable." "I shall not." "Yuxing, do hurry out. You must be famished." "Do not call me Yuxing." "Then how about Sheng baby? Please come out to eat." Upon uttering that endearment, Lu Ming regretted it. Such a term would surely incite her ire even more. As anticipated, Xia Yuxing stormed out of her room, fuming. "What are you calling me? Who is Sheng baby?" "Ah, boss, I merely intended to coax you out." "Humph. Where's the food? I'll set the table right away." Lu Ming grinned as he dashed back to the kitchen. Though Xia Yuxing was angry, her hunger was undeniable. Once seated, she began to devour her meal voraciously. Before long, she was hiccuping from her gluttony. "Boss, why the rush? Here, have some water." Lu Ming poured her a glass of warm water. Xia Yuxing frowned, casting a frosty glare in his direction. She thought to herself, this scoundrel dares to call her Sheng baby while secretly courting Wan Qing. Surely he must be a complete cad. "Boss, have you just started your period?" Lu Ming felt that the fierce lady's mood was somewhat peculiar that evening. "You are the one who has just started your period." Lu Ming pondered for a moment and realized. "Ah, yes, your cycle is on the 20th. It hasn't yet arrived." Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed crimson. Indeed, he was a complete cad, remembering the dates of her cycle so well. Just then, Lu Ming glanced at the time and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's almost 9 o'clock. I completely forgot about something important." "What is so important?" Xia Yuxing asked, her face displaying a look of confusion. Lu Ming squinted and chuckled. "I've endured an arm injury for a month now. I've been itching to play, and finally, I can let loose." "Excuse me?" Xia Yuxing was taken aback. This shameless fellow, with a skin thickness akin to city walls, spoke such crude words. Although most boys might engage in such activities late at night to cultivate their formidable skills, to hear this guy express it so openly in front of her was astonishing. Did he possess no sense of shame? How brazen. "It's only 9 o'clock. And so?" Lu Ming retorted. "I've been holding back for so long." Xia Yuxing muttered, "Isn't it supposed to start at 11? However, Lu Ming caught her words and shook his head. 11? That is far too late. I've arranged to play with Dong Xiaojie at 9. "This? You actually made an appointment for this?" "Of course. We often play together." Xia Yuxing was utterly dumbfounded. It turned out that boys enjoyed such pastimes so enthusiastically. Lu Ming extended an invitation. "So, boss, would you like to join us? Get lost." "How shameless." Xia Yuxing shot him a glare. Lu Ming, undeterred, replied, "Come on, boss. It's just a game of League of Legends. How can that be considered shameless? Weren't you sneaking in some playtime at the office?" "League of Legends? Is that what you meant?" Xia Yuxing was momentarily stunned. "Exactly." Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Her thoughts had wandered astray. "Huh, boss. What do you think I meant?" Nothing. Xia Yuxing hastily shook her head. As Lu Ming observed her flustered demeanor, a realization struck him. This seemingly demure lady was not as innocent as she appeared, and perhaps had a more adventurous side. "What are you looking at?" "It's merely a game of League of Legends. I can play too." Xia Yuxing resumed her frosty demeanor. "All right then," Lu Ming nodded. They each retreated to their respective rooms, powered up their computers, and logged into the game. Coincidentally, both played on the same server, Bilgewater. However, their rankings diverged. Lu Ming was a gold-tier player, while Xia Yuxing was bronze. He grinned. "Oh, boss, you're just a bronze novice, huh?" Xia Yuxing, indignant, retorted. "Who are you looking down on? My true skill level is that of a challenger." Sure, challenger." Lu Ming laughed, then invited Xia Yuxing into a game room, where her username was Gentle Little Orange. Lu Ming's username was One Hammer to Smash You. Xia Yuxing scoffed. What a crude username. At that moment, Lu Ming brought in Dong Xiaojia, whose username was Sleeping Dragon Knight. Dong Xiaojia exclaimed, "Why did it take you so long to log on? I've already played a match." Lu Ming replied, "I just finished dinner." Dong Xiaojia queried, "Did you just finish eating? You didn't go off to watch something again, did you? After the game, send me the domestic film you mentioned last time." Lu Ming admonished, "Watch your language. There are ladies present." Dong Xiaojia responded, "Oh, there really is a lady. Who is it?" Lu Ming replied, "It's Boss Xia." "Boss Xia? Which Boss Xia?" "Lu Ming, our company's general manager, Xia." Dong Xiaojia, the female tyrant? Lu Ming, indeed. Dong Xiaojia, "Huh, you're just kidding. The female tyrant is swamped with responsibilities. Would she take the time to play games with you? No. Even if she had the time, she wouldn't play with you." Lu Ming, "You don't believe me." Dong Xiaojia, "Alas, Ming Ming, I advise you to abandon such delusions. The female tyrant is far too formidable for you to handle." Lu Ming was momentarily speechless, intending to respond, when unexpectedly, Xia Yuxing spoke up in the game room. "Gentle little orange, who is the female tyrant?" Dong Xiaojia, "Haha, dear lady, the female tyrant is our company's president, who is incredibly beautiful and also the goddess of Ming Ming's secret admiration." Gentle little orange, is that true? Dong Xiaojia, "Of course it is true." Gentle little orange, then what was that domestic product you were talking about earlier? Lu Ming felt a jolt of anxiety and hastily clicked to start the game, eager to avoid the continuation of the conversation. Chapter 35. Ascending to millionaire status. The following day, Lu Ming arrived at the office, where Dong Xiaojia immediately began to express his grievances. "Ming Ming, who was that girl you brought last night? Her skills were rather lacking. I told you. She is our general manager, Xia. You are truly audacious, using the female tyrant as a shield." Lu Ming, feeling exasperated, replied, "All right, it's 9:30. Today we commence the monthly wins initiative. Let us get to work." All right. Dong Xiaojia busied himself as well. On this inaugural day of building their portfolio, Dong Xiaojia took the initiative to assume the role of trader, allowing Lu Ming to concentrate on researching individual stocks. At that moment, it was not just the two of them who entered a state of focus. Indeed, the entire investment department of the company was closely monitoring their monthly wins. Most were validating and determining whether Lu Ming was truly an investment prodigy. Lu Ming opened the trading platform and activated his stock prediction technique. Hongta Biotechnology. Today's fluctuation 8. Projected trend over the next 5 days 20. Over the next 15 days 35. Over the next 30 days -75. And over the next 90 days 115. What on earth? Is the capital flow about to shift? Lu Ming was astonished. This biotechnology stock was forecasted to soar. Could it be that liquor stocks are no longer appealing? He promptly initiated predictions for De Miao Liquor and De Liang Liquor stocks. As expected, the 3-month trend for liquor stocks was concluding, and the two representative liquor stocks would enter a downward spiral following today's market opening. Continuing his predictions, Lu Ming discovered that the capital had not transitioned into technology, healthcare, or renewable energy sectors, but rather dispersed across several domains: biotechnology, real estate, and agriculture. What cunning capital flows! The stock market operates in such a way that one can never truly grasp its patterns. Xiaojia purchased 10 million of Hongta Biotechnology. Understood. Dong Xiaojia nodded. But then his eyelids fluttered as he confirmed, "Ming Ming, are you certain about the 10 million? Absolutely. Lu Ming affirmed. Dong Xiaojia privately marveled at Lu Ming's decisiveness. It was indeed formidable. Of the total 30 million stock portfolio, he boldly opted to buy 1/3 in a single stock. Longhai Real Estate, by 1 million. Nongxia Agricultural Industry, by 1 million. Starry Innovation Board, Xinghe Biotechnology, by 10 million. Subsequently, Lu Ming procured multiple stocks across the biotechnology, real estate, and agricultural sectors. Finally, by 3:30 in the afternoon, the results of the first day of monthly wins were revealed. The yield was an astonishing 12. This achievement left everyone in the company in a state of shock. Despite the A-shares being limited to a daily fluctuation of 10, the Starry Innovation Board had a limit of 20. Thus, averaging out, Lu Ming's results surpassed 10. Consequently, the employees throughout the company began to lament, regretting their decision not to invest in the monthly wins fund. Several even began to privately blame Guo Rui, for had it not been for him, many would have participated in the investment. The most elated individuals were undoubtedly Dong Xiaojia and Qing Mingyuan, who had reaped substantial profits within a mere day. Of course, another person brimming with joy was Xia Yuxing. She felt an immense pride as she witnessed Lu Ming's remarkable achievements, prompting her to send a message praising him. Lu Ming simply replied, "This is just the beginning." Xia Yuxing was left speechless, thinking to herself that this fellow lacked any sense of humility. However, in the ensuing days, Lu Ming truly resembled a general triumphantly conquering the battlefield, consistently achieving victories. His average daily return hovered around 8, culminating in an astonishing 120 return over the span of half a month. Nonetheless, several investment managers claimed that Lu Ming had merely stumbled upon luck, citing the current market's transitional phase, particularly after the significant decline of liquor stocks and the diversion of market funds. Nevertheless, as the latter half of the month progressed, Lu Ming began to decelerate his trading pace, limiting daily fluctuations to around 3. By the end of the month, he boasted an impressive performance of 190. This achievement astounded everyone. A 190 return, what does that signify? Many technology stocks might only hope to achieve such a feat over the course of a year. Yet, Lu Ming accomplished this in just 1 month. In the realm of financial investments, surpassing a year's performance in a single month is nothing short of extraordinary. With a principal investment of 30 million, a 190 return translates to a total profit of 57 million. After deducting a 10 management fee, the distributable profit amounted to 51.3 million. As the trader, Lu Ming was entitled to a 20 commission from this remaining sum, equating to 10.26 million. Coupled with his personal investment of 300,000, his total capital and earnings approached 11 million. Consequently, his wealth surged by 2 tiers, catapulting him into the ranks of millionaires, leaving Lu Ming in a daze. Simultaneously, he completed a system task, earning himself a chance to draw a lottery. Should the host draw immediately? Yes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing appraisal of calligraphy and painting. Lu Ming was left both amused and bewildered. Was he to work at an auction house now? At that moment, Xia Yuxing sat at her desk, holding the financial report for monthly wins, overwhelmed with astonishment and delight. She had not anticipated that Lu Ming would indeed live up to his name, making a stunning impact. Such a gifted investment strategist was truly a rare find. She realized how exceptional Lu Ming truly was, reminiscent of the saying, "The golden scales are not mere pond fish. When encountering wind and clouds, they transform into dragons." Clang. Just then, the door to the president's office swung open, and Lu Ming swaggered in. Xia Yuxing furrowed her brows, annoyed that he hadn't bothered to knock. "Boss, what are you doing? Slacking off again?" He approached the desk and unceremoniously took a seat opposite her. Xia Yuxing retorted, "What are you doing?" Just as she finished her sentence, her eyes widened in disbelief as Lu Ming boldly lifted the coffee cup from the table and took a sip. "Hey, Lu Ming. You rascal, this is my coffee. What's the big deal if I take a sip of yours? Why so stingy? I have tasted this before." "Oh, it matters not. I hold no disdain for your superior," Lu Ming boldly declared. Xia Yuxing rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting, "It is quite clearly I who holds disdain for you. Do you possess no self-awareness? Disdain for me? Very well then, I shall return it to you," Lu Ming said, placing the coffee back down. Xia Yuxing glared. "You've already taken a sip. What purpose does it serve to return it? Are you out of your mind?" "Of course I have a purpose. After work, I intend to procure some ingredients, prepare a few dishes, and invite Sister Wanqing over. This evening, we shall indulge in some wine, and additionally, Wanqing and I have matters to discuss with you," Lu Ming added with an air of mystery. Xia Yuxing paused, inquiring, "You and Wanqing have something to tell me?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "What is it? Why the rush, dear boss? You shall find out this evening." Chapter 36, the first stirring of the heart for the enchantress. Ever since Lu Ming departed from her office, Xia Yuxing has been in a state of emotional turmoil. She found herself replaying Lu Ming's words in her mind, pondering what matters he and Wanqing wished to discuss with her. Could it be that the two of them had secretly embarked on a romantic relationship and were now ready to announce it to her? The mere thought of this quickened her breath. It must be so, otherwise, what other matters could they possibly have? With a resigned sigh, Xia Yuxing lamented the swift conclusion of her own first romantic stirrings. After work, she stayed behind for some additional tasks before finally returning home. Upon her arrival, she discovered that Zhu Wanqing was already there, sharing laughter with Lu Ming in the kitchen. This only deepened her sense of gloom. "Ah, Shengsheng, you're back," Zhu Wanqing exclaimed cheerfully as she emerged from the kitchen. What delicious dishes are you preparing?" Xia Yuxing forced a smile. "Haha, Lu Ming has made quite a feast. There's shredded pork in garlic sauce, kung pao chicken, poached fish, sauteed prawns, stir-fried mushrooms with vegetables, and garlic broccoli, Zhu Wanqing replied with delight. Xia Yuxing thought to herself that it seemed the two were indeed on the verge of revealing their relationship, given the abundance of delectable dishes. I'll change into something else first, she said before retreating to her room. She lingered in her room for a full half-hour before finally emerging. By then, the dining table was laden with sumptuous food, yet for reasons unknown, Xia Yuxing felt little appetite. At that moment, her orange cat, Pippi, seemed to sense her discontent and approached her. Meow, meow, meow. What are you meowing about? Xia Yuxing snapped, playfully swatting Pippi. Ow! The large orange cat scurried away, disgruntled. Soon after, the other cat, Hammer, came over to play with Pippi, only to receive a swift paw from Pippi in response. Come on, Sheng Sheng, dinner's ready. Zhu Wanqing called out, waving her hand. Okay, I'm coming, Xia Yuxing replied, her expression vacant as she took a seat at the table. Zhu Wanqing, noticing her demeanor, asked, Sheng Sheng, what's wrong? With so many delicious dishes, you seem rather unenthusiastic. It's nothing, I just have a bit of a stomachache today. Xia Yuxing offered as a casual excuse. A stomachache? Oh dear, that means you won't be able to enjoy all this delicious food. You should eat less later. Zhu Wanqing said with a look of sympathy. Just then, Lu Ming finished his tasks, gathered the bowls and chopsticks, and joined them at the table. Come, let us open some wine, he announced, lifting a bottle of mediocre vintage Romani Conti. Xia Yuxing felt a twinge of annoyance, ever since he moved in. Her precious collection of red wine was rapidly being depleted. Lu Ming, don't rush to drink. Have you forgotten what we need to discuss today? Zhu Wanqing reminded him. Only then did Lu Ming smile and say, Boss, I have something important to tell you today. No need to say it. I already know, Xia Yuxing interjected. What? Boss? You already know? Lu Ming was taken aback. Xia Yuxing gestured towards the table filled with dishes and remarked, with all this delicious food and the expressions on your faces. It was quite evident. What? Sheng Sheng, could it be? I thought Lu Ming and I were discreetly handling this without your knowledge. You found out. Zhu Wanqing was taken aback. Yes, I know. What? Sheng Sheng, you didn't tell me in advance. You won't hold it against us, will you? Zhu Wanqing clung to her arm. Xia Yuxing forced a smile. How could I possibly blame you? I wish both of you the best. What? Blessing? What are you talking about, Sheng Sheng? Zhu Wanqing looked bewildered. You and Lu Ming, the two of you aren't. Xia Yuxing hesitated. Zhu Wanqing furrowed her brow, then suddenly understood, bursting into laughter. Aha, Sheng Sheng, you thought the matter Lu Ming and I discussed was about our romance? Lu Ming was equally confused. I assented about this. Xia Yuxing's brows knitted together. Lu Ming was rendered speechless. Boss, where were your thoughts? You didn't know? What we were discussing was regarding Guo Rui. Guo Rui? Xia Yuxing was even more perplexed. Zhu Wanqing interjected to clarify, Sheng Sheng. Here's the thing. Lu Ming discovered that there were issues with Guo Rui from your company, so he asked my colleagues in the Economic Investigation Department to investigate. With a simple explanation, Xia Yuxing finally grasped the situation. It turned out that Lu Ming and Zhu Wanqing had been working on this matter behind her back. While she had misinterpreted their intentions, Xia Yuxing immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She quickly changed the subject. So, is Guo Rui really in trouble? Yes, indeed. Allow me to elaborate on this matter. Zhu Wanqing recounted the events. After Lu Ming provided the leads to Zhu Wanqing, she discreetly instructed her colleagues in the Criminal Investigation Department to commence an investigation. Initially, a superficial inquiry revealed that there were no issues with Guo Rui and his wife's bank accounts or financial records. However, with Lu Ming's provision of a crucial name, Zhong Kai, further investigation led to significant discoveries. Zhong Kai owned a laundromat, yet drove luxury cars and lived in an opulent residence, which was inconsistent with his business earnings. It turned out that most of his income stemmed from stock trading. But what connection did Zhong Kai have with Guo Rui? It was discovered that Zhong Kai had a girlfriend named Luo Tong, and this Luo Tong was childhood friends with Guo Rui's wife. Following this lead, they uncovered the web of interests linking them. Guo Rui had a daughter studying abroad, and the funds for her education came from an overseas trading company, the shareholders of which included Zhong Kai. One had to admit, Guo Rui was quite the cunning fox. His clandestine dealings were remarkably discreet. Xia Yuxing was astounded. So, Guo Rui provided Zhong Kai with stock codes? Zhu Wanqing nodded. Exactly. Our colleagues in the Economic Investigation Department have officially opened a case, and they are currently securing evidence. Guo Rui will be formally summoned tomorrow morning. With a bang, Xia Yuxing slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "This Guo Rue, as an investment director, is capable of such shameless acts. Alas, one can only say, greed has clouded his judgment." Zhu Wanqing helplessly shook her head. Lu Ming chuckled and remarked, "Boss, now you understand why, after you previously dismissed Guo Rue's investment strategy, he would deliberately target you, right?" Xia Yuxing finally grasped the situation. This had obstructed Guo Rue's path to wealth. Oh dear, why didn't you all inform me of this sooner? Why keep it a secret? She felt a sense of relief. Realizing she had misunderstood, Zhu Wanqing explained, "Sheng, I intended to tell you in advance, but Lu Ming insisted that the matter wasn't yet certain. So we decided to hold off." Upon recalling that Lu Ming had intentionally concealed this from her, Xia Yuxing shot him an indignant glare. Lu Ming, utterly bewildered, could not fathom why he was being glared at. Chapter 37. Then you let me steal a kiss. The following day, shortly after Guo Rue arrived at the company, he was taken away by personnel from the Economic Investigation Department. In no time, rumors concerning Guo Rue spread swiftly throughout the company. Given the involvement of the Economic Investigation Department, it was easy for everyone to deduce that Guo Rue must have encountered some economic troubles. Simultaneously, the department briefed Xia Yuxing on the situation. Naturally, Xia Yuxing insisted on confidentiality regarding Guo Rue's predicament, as he held the prestigious position of investment director and was well known within the industry. Such a scandal could spell significant negative repercussions for Jiuying Capital. To Xia Yuxing's astonishment, Jiuying Capital's operations remained unscathed, and business was booming with a constant influx of investment clients. This surge was attributed to the recent launch of the second round of fundraising for Lu Ming's Yang. The actively managed financial product had achieved remarkable success in its first month, boasting an impressive return rate of 190. This achievement quickly reverberated throughout the private equity sector, attracting the attention of affluent investors, whose instincts for lucrative opportunities were exceptionally keen. Thus, on the very day the fundraising commenced, Jiuying Capital's northern branch was inundated with eager clients, a scenario Xia Yuxing had not anticipated. According to her and Lu Ming's initial plan, the fundraising target for this second phase was set at 100 million. However, on the very first day, they met their goal. To raise 100 million in a single day was nothing short of explosive. The following day, even more prospective clients arrived, prompting Xia Yuxing to decisively raise the fundraising target to 1 billion. Last month, Lu Ming's post-tax commission amounted to approximately 6 million, and he resolved to invest the entirety of that sum into this fundraising round. With Guo Rue's downfall, no one cared about his authority or reputation anymore. Consequently, other colleagues within the company also contributed significantly. In the eyes of the public, Lu Ming had become a veritable cash cow, revered as a formidable figure. Within less than half a month, the 1 billion target was achieved. At that moment, Lu Ming reclined comfortably with his legs crossed on the sofa in the president's office. "Hey, Xiao Xia, fetch me a cup of coffee," he called out. "Hey, Lu Ming, the tables have turned. I'm the president, and you dare to command me?" Xia Yuxing arched an eyebrow. "Well, dear Xiao Xia, I just helped you clear the way for 1 billion in fundraising for Ye Yang. Is it too much to ask for a cup of coffee?" Lu Ming retorted, brimming with confidence. He genuinely possessed that level of clout in the domestic landscape. There were very few private equity moguls capable of managing such a substantial fund. "All right, I shall brew it for you," Xia Yuxing conceded, realizing she had little choice. Despite her reservations, she couldn't overlook Lu Ming's significant contributions, and thus, she acquiesced. Once the coffee was ready, as Xia Yuxing handed it over, Lu Ming seized the opportunity to grasp her delicate hand. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. "Oh, Xiao Xia, your hand is so soft." Xia Yuxing glared at him, blushing. "If you don't let go, I swear I'll chop off your hand." Lu Ming's eyelids fluttered. He understood the temper of this formidable woman and promptly released her. Xia Yuxing, undeterred, sat down opposite and suddenly inquired, "By the way, Lu Ming, with the National Day holiday approaching, do you have any plans?" "Not really." Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Xia Yuxing pursed her lips and said, "Since you have no plans, prepare yourself to come home with me." "Huh, come home with you?" Lu Ming nearly burned himself with the coffee, astonished as he set down his cup. "Indeed, last time we shared a bed, my mother saw us, and she informed my father. Therefore, they expect me to bring you home for the National Day holiday," Xia Yuxing explained. "Ah, boss, that was merely a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? How clear is your explanation?" "We shared a bed," Xia Yuxing continued. "Moreover, I thought it would be a good opportunity to tell them I am in a relationship. To spare my father from introducing me to some CEO's son or some official's offspring. Oh, boss, so you intend to use me as a shield? Precisely. That is indeed part of the reason. Does that mean I must accompany you home? Absolutely. But we are not truly a couple. Won't your father see through it? Xiaoyushan shrugged. Then we shall just act a bit more convincingly. Won't we? Act convincingly? Lu Ming's eyes twinkled as he said, Hey, boss. I can help you with that, but what's in it for me? In it for you? What do you desire? Lu Ming shamelessly proposed. Then let me steal a kiss. Oh really? You dare? Do you believe I won't give you a good slap? Xiaoyushan shot him a glare. Haha, boss. I was merely jesting. Besides, wasn't it you who prompted me? Do you have no sense of decorum? All right, let me rephrase. How about this? Guorue has left, and the position of investment director in the company is vacant. Perhaps you could promote me to that role? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and chuckled awkwardly. Wow, you have quite the appetite, aiming for the investment director's position in one go. Are you dreaming? The investment director must be well versed in stocks, bonds, foreign exchange, futures, and a comprehensive range of investments. Lu Ming inquired again. Then how about becoming the manager of the Securities Investment Department? Securities Investment? Xiaoyushan considered for a moment. Noting that the current occupant of that position was Qian Yue, a skilled yet slippery individual, aligned with Guo Rue. That could work. Perhaps we could start by making you a vice president. Vice president? That's rather dull. Lu Ming expressed his disappointment. Xiaoyushan laughed. You aren't satisfied being a vice president? You wish to leap 2 ranks? Of course. I've long found Qian Yue displeasing, Lu Ming scoffed. Very well. Here's the deal. If you can maintain steady performance in the 4th quarter, I shall transfer Qian Yue to the fixed income department and appoint you as the manager of the securities department. How does that sound? Xiaoyushan extended an olive branch. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he chuckled. Haha, no problem. It's a trivial matter. Xiaoyushan was both amused and exasperated. This fellow remained as arrogantly confident as ever. By the way, boss, since I'm accompanying you home, should I not purchase a few decent outfits? Lu Ming grinned mischievously. Well, if you wish to buy, then go ahead. All right, tomorrow is Saturday. You'd better bring some cash, and we shall explore the mall together. Huh, so you're buying clothes while I foot the bill? Xiaoyushan looked bewildered. Lu Ming, unashamed, replied, Boss, I am merely masquerading as your boyfriend to placate your parents. I am not taking advantage of you, rather. I am using your funds to attend to your affairs. Xiaoyushan was left speechless, astonished at the audacity of this man. Chapter 38. Do you dare to intrude upon my bedroom? On this particular morning at precisely 6:30, Xiaoyushan was still soundly asleep when a persistent knocking echoed through her bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Boss, it's time to rise and shine. The weather is delightful today. Let us go for a run. Irritated, Xiaoyushan retorted, I want to go. You can go by yourself. Not going? Allow me to remind you, young ladies should not be so indolent, or else they might find it difficult to marry in the future. Mind your own business. Enraged, Xiaoyushan pulled the covers over her head. With a creak, Lu Ming pushed the door and discovered, to his surprise, that it was unlocked. He stepped inside. Boss, your door was unlocked. I've come in. No response. I really have come in. Indeed, Lu Ming had entered. Xiaoyushan peeked out from under the covers, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. You scoundrel! How did you get in here? You forgot to lock your door. You dare to intrude upon my bedroom? Get out. I did not intrude. I merely asked you, and here I am, calling you to rise for our morning run. I refuse to get up. I will not run. You must leave at once. Oh, still not up? Then I shall pull back your covers. Lu Ming feigned a move towards the blanket. Hey, don't. I'll get up. Just give me a moment. Xiaoyushan exclaimed, hastily clutching the blanket. A smirk played on Lu Ming's lips as he replied, Very well. I shall grant you 10 minutes. With that, he exited the bedroom. Xiaoyushan let out a sigh of relief. She had nearly been frightened out of her wits. She was not dressed beneath the covers, and had he pulled them back, it would have been quite the embarrassing predicament. A thought struck her. Hadn't she once pulled back Lu Ming's covers? Was this all a part of his plan? With the commotion having chased away her drowsiness, she had no choice but to rise, dressing in athletic attire for their run. She eventually emerged from the bathroom to find Lu Ming had leashed both the dog and the cat. What are you doing? Are we taking the dog and cat along for our run? She inquired. Of course. Can't you see how excited they are? Lu Ming patted the husky, Chuizi. You can walk the dog, but why must my Pai Pai join as well? Pai Pai no longer gets anxious when going out, so of course she must come along. Lu Ming gently patted the cat's head. Upon the gentle touch, The plump orange cat flipped over, exposing its belly. Haha, you big fat cat. You certainly know how to be affectionate, Lu Ming remarked, scratching Pai Pai's belly, causing the cat to squint its eyes in sheer contentment. Hey Pai Pai, get up. You're a girl. How can you behave like this? Aren't you ashamed? Xia Yuxing exclaimed as she scooped up the hefty orange cat. The cat's pupils constricted, casting a disgruntled glance at her, mewing in protest. Haha, Lu Ming nearly burst into laughter. Xia Yuxing rolled her eyes, still perplexed. Could it be that Lu Ming possessed an innate charm with cats? She recalled the first time he had visited her home. Pai Pai had been quite resistant then. Thus, the two of them, one leading the husky and the other carrying the plump orange cat, made their way to the nearby park for their morning stroll. Wow, what an ethereal couple. The man is exceptionally handsome, and the woman is stunningly beautiful. This truly epitomizes the phrase a talented man and a beautiful woman. Such a high-quality pair. As they strolled into the park, they attracted numerous compliments from morning exercisers. Xia Yuxing felt her cheeks flush upon hearing the remarks. Lu Ming said, Boss, don't just stand there. Let us go for a run. You can run. I'll just take a leisurely walk. I don't need to lose weight. Need to lose weight? I can see your waist has thickened, Lu Ming teased playfully. Nonsense. There is not an ounce of extra flesh on my waist. Xia Yuxing shook her head defiantly. Yet, she felt a twinge of guilt, for in recent months, with Lu Ming cooking for her, her appetite had noticeably increased. Could it be that her waist had indeed thickened? Not an ounce? Really? I find that hard to believe unless you let me check. Lu Ming winked mischievously. Dream on. Xia Yuxing shot him a glare. Ah, boss, this is where you're mistaken. Why is that? I ask you, in a few days. Aren't we supposed to meet your parents as a couple? That's right. Then let me ask you, do you know what it means to be a couple? No, I don't exactly. So, shouldn't we practice beforehand? We wouldn't want to end up with no chemistry, only to be seen through by your parents. Practice? How do we practice? I'll teach you, Xia Yuxing teased. You should teach me, considering you've been single for 23 years. Lu Ming was at a loss for words, then pointed to a couple ahead. Isn't there an example right in front of us? Xia Yuxing looked ahead. Indeed, a couple was walking together, the man with one arm around his girlfriend's waist, while she leaned affectionately against him. Come, boss, let us learn from them. Lu Ming grinned wickedly and approached to wrap an arm around Xia Yuxing's waist. Xia Yuxing quickly stepped back, embarrassed. No, don't do that. I'm ticklish. And such intimacy all at once is too much for me. Lu Ming sighed. Then surely holding hands is acceptable? Hold hands, Xia Yuxing hesitated. Without further ado, Lu Ming stepped forward and grasped her left hand. Wow, so soft and smooth. Truly delicate fingers, fair and exquisite. Xia Yuxing stood momentarily stunned, feeling the warmth of his hand enveloping hers. Her heart raced like a startled deer, pounding fiercely in her chest. Lu Ming boldly held her hand and began walking forward. Xia Yuxing, caught in the moment, said nothing. Boss, your hand is a bit cold. Are you lacking vitality? Lu Ming broke the silence. I shouldn't be. Once we get back, I'll prepare some nourishing meals for you. You understand this too? Easy peasy, Lu Ming replied with a smile. Look at that couple ahead, holding hands and swaying. Shall we do the same? Feel free to sway if you wish. Xia Yuxing cast a glance at the couple ahead, who were playfully swinging their arms. With permission granted, Lu Ming boldly began to shake Xia Yuxing's arm as well. A sudden warmth blossomed in her heart. Strangely enough, this sensation felt akin to being in love. She stole a look at Lu Ming's face, contemplating whether his grasp on her hand was merely a playful advance or a genuine desire to hold her hand. At that moment, the couple in front reached the edge of a small river in the park, where they suddenly embraced, lost in an affectionate kiss. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing trailed behind, halting instinctively at the sight. Xia Yuxing felt her cheeks flush crimson. Lu Ming, with a cheeky demeanor, broke the silence. Boss, shall we continue to learn from them? Chapter 39. Are you misinterpreting? Xia Yuxing shot him a glance and remarked, Lu Ming, don't push your luck. Ha. Boss, are you misconstruing my intentions? Lu Ming replied with a sly grin. What I meant was that we should try embracing, not kissing. Embrace? Is that something we need to practice? Of course. Otherwise, when we return home, we will inevitably give ourselves away. Let the chips fall where they may, Xia Yuxing thought to herself, knowing that merely holding hands was already the extent of her comfort. With his silver tongue, Lu Ming attempted to persuade Xia Yuxing, yet she remained unfazed. Lu Ming, I only asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend, not to take advantage of the situation. Xia Yuxing glared at him. Lu Ming mused. The female tyrant is indeed a female tyrant. Her nature remains cold and unyielding. The two strolled through the park, purchased breakfast, and returned to Yushui Bay. After enjoying their meal, they made their way to the parking lot to shop for a few outfits for Lu Ming. Xia Yuxing tossed the car keys to Lu Ming, saying, "You drive." Lu Ming accepted the keys and settled into the driver's seat of the Cullinan. He felt a surge of excitement, although he had driven before. This was a Cullinan. For a man, such a vehicle was a symbol of prestige. As he started the engine, Lu Ming felt as though he were piloting an aircraft rather than merely driving. The sensation of this luxury car is unparalleled. Boss, why not provide me with one as well? Xia Yuxing replied, "Dream on. There is only one in the entire company, and it is designated for me, the president." Lu Ming squinted playfully and said, "As the company's star manager, don't you think I deserve a car too? Just one. And I can drive myself without needing a chauffeur." "You're not foolish, but company policy cannot be breached. Only directors and vice presidents are entitled to such privileges. But you are the president. Can't you revise the rules?" "I am not omnipotent. I answer to the board. Alas, without a car, when headhunters come to poach me, I'll have to negotiate for one as a condition," Lu Ming stated brazenly. Xia Yuxin was both amused and exasperated. What a blatant threat. It's just a car. Your commission last month was substantial. Surely you can afford one yourself. That's different. A company car symbolizes status and position. Besides, if I buy my own, I have to pay for the fuel. It's far better to take advantage of company resources. Xia Yuxing retorted, "Why are you so miserly? It's not that I'm stingy. All my money is invested in funds, and I need to save." "You're saving? How much?" 100 million. 100 million? Are you joking? What on earth do you intend to do with such a fortune? Shoo, that's a secret. A secret? You're not in debt to some gambling den, are you? Boss, you truly underestimate me. Do I look like someone who frequents casinos? Xia Yuxing raised an eyebrow and teased, "If it's not gambling debt, are you saving to marry a wife?" "Well, boss, you're quite impressive." Lu Ming raised his thumb and exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable. You guessed it right." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxing retorted, "Oh, who are you planning to marry? It seems you need a fortune of 1 billion. She added, CEO, you have no idea. She is no ordinary beauty. She is stunning." Lu Ming squinted playfully. "Stunning? Such a woman must be frivolous and materialistic. Why would you marry someone like that?" Indeed, the CEO is correct. I must contemplate this thoroughly," Lu Ming chuckled, stroking his chin. "But don't laugh. I'm serious. Men should not only seek beauty in a wife," Xia Yuxing insisted. "Yet we men are drawn to those who are pleasing to the eye. Isn't that simply a matter of lust?" "Oh, CEO, what you say is quite true." "That's merely the nature of men," Lu Ming grinned widely. Xia Yuxing pondered, unsure if he was jesting or speaking truthfully. Was there truly such a woman? Then she realized, Lu Ming must be joking. Why was she feeling so anxious? Could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for him? No, that was impossible. She merely felt a flutter of attraction, a slight fondness. Yes, a flutter does not equate to love. It could only be described as a mild affection. Moreover, she was uncertain about the type of girl Lu Ming favored or if he held any feelings for her. "By the way, CEO, where shall we shop for clothes? I am unfamiliar with the malls here. You choose any place you like." "This is your suggestion, CEO," he replied with a glimmer in his eyes, pressing the accelerator. And in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the SKP shopping center. Although Xia Yuxing had spent a few years abroad, she was aware that SKP in Yanbei was one of the premier shopping destinations, a haven for luxury brands. At SKP, there were no mass-market brands. Everything from clothing, shoes, handbags, watches, to skincare products belonged to first- and second-tier luxury labels. Xia Yuxing chuckled. "Well, Lu Ming, you are not foolish. Coming here for shopping. Are you attempting to exploit me? Oh, CEO, you know that at your level, shopping must start with luxury goods. How could I take you to those small commercial markets? They don't suit your status?" Lu Ming said, unabashedly flattering her. "Stop buttering me up." She laughed. "Think about it. When I visit your home, I certainly cannot appear shabby." Xia Yuxing conceded and said no more. They then entered the mall together. With someone else footing the bill, Lu Ming was prepared to indulge. However, upon entering the mall, Xia Yuxing immediately headed to a Chanel boutique, drawn to perfumes and lipsticks. An hour passed as she perused. Lu Ming was astounded. It seemed that women took such time to try on lipsticks and perfumes. Finally, after an hour and a half, Xia Yuxing emerged from the Chanel store with 2 sets of perfume and 2 sets of lipstick. The CEO certainly knows how to spend lavishly, purchasing 2 sets at once. she remarked. One of them is for Wan Qing. Her birthday is approaching. Ah, I see, Lu Ming replied. Lu Ming chuckled. Boss, isn't it time for you to pick out some clothes for me? Xia Yuxing laughed. Look at you, so eager. Let's head to Prada and get you a suit. All right. Lu Ming grinned widely. The two of them entered the Prada boutique, where two enthusiastic sales associates promptly attended to them. Soon, Xia Yuxing selected a suit and trousers for Lu Ming, who then proceeded to the fitting room. Meanwhile, Xia Yuxing began browsing the women's section and spotted a stunning color block dress with a collar, so she took it to try on as well. After a short while, Lu Ming emerged from the fitting room clad in the suit. At that moment, a young couple entered the store, arm in arm. Hey, Lu Ming, the girl with a ponytail exclaimed, her surprise evident upon seeing him. Chu Chanshan? Lu Ming responded, somewhat astonished. Chu Chanshan, his classmate from university, the belle of the class, and the very first girl he had pursued, who had ultimately rejected him with ridicule in front of their entire class. Chapter 40. Xia Yuxing's gentle defense of her husband Chanshan. Who is this fellow? Chu Chanshan's boyfriend curiously scrutinized Lu Ming. My dear, I told you about him. He's the classmate who confessed to me in college, only to be rejected by me right there in the classroom. Lu Ming, Chu Chanshan replied, nestling into her boyfriend's embrace. Oh, so this is the country bumpkin you spoke of, her boyfriend scoffed, a mocking expression on his face. Lu Ming furrowed his brow, a wave of regret and pain washing over him. He truly couldn't comprehend why he had ever been drawn to a woman as vain as Chu Chanshan. With a playful smile, Chu Chanshan turned to Lu Ming and asked, Lu Ming, I thought you were working as an assistant in an investment firm. What brings you here? I'm here to buy clothes. Buy clothes? As an assistant, how much do you earn in a month? The cheapest outfits here cost several thousand each. Can you really afford them? Chu Chanshan retained her haughty demeanor from school, relishing in belittling others to highlight her own superiority. Lu Ming coldly retorted, whether I can afford it or not is none of your concern. Chu Chanshan let out a disdainful huff. Oh, are you upset by my words? I only meant it for your own good. With your meager salary, you should avoid embarrassing yourself here. Can you truly afford it? Haha, Chanshan, don't be so harsh. Perhaps he is purchasing a luxury item to impress someone, her boyfriend chimed in, laughing derisively. That would merely be an act of pretentiousness. Besides, with his paltry salary as an assistant, he hardly deserves to pursue romance. What girl would be attracted to him? Chu Chanshan sneered, casting a cold glance in Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming felt a surge of disbelief. Were these two insufferable individuals truly lost in their arrogance? Just as he was about to lose his temper, Xia Yuxing approached. Ah, my husband, you look stunning in that suit, Xia Yuxing exclaimed, her expression warm as she affectionately linked her arm with Lu Ming's. Lu Ming was utterly taken aback. The way she addressed him sent a delightful shiver through him, nearly rendering him speechless. At that moment, Chu Chanshan and her boyfriend were left dumbfounded upon seeing Xia Yuxing approach. With her angelic beauty and devilishly alluring figure, she resembled a celestial being. The dress she had just donned accentuated her regal grace and elegance, especially for Chu Chanshan, who had just mocked Lu Ming for being single. She was caught off guard by the swift turn of events. Not only had Lu Ming found a girlfriend, but she was also more stunning than herself. For the first time, Chu Chanshan felt an utter lack of confidence in the presence of another woman. Her former sense of superiority shattered in an instant. Ah, darling. Who are these two? Xia Yuxing inquired, glancing at Chu Chanshan and her companion. She had just emerged from the fitting room, intending to show Lu Ming her new dress, only to overhear Chu Chanshan's scornful remarks. Anger surged within her, prompting her to come and support Lu Ming in this moment. University classmates. I never expected to run into you here, Lu Ming replied, basking in the pride of her arm around his, feeling utterly triumphant. What a delightful coincidence to see you all, my university classmates. Xia Yuxing waved gracefully at them, then turned to her husband, exclaiming, Darling, this suit fits you splendidly. Waiter, please wrap this up for us. Certainly, madam, the shop assistant replied with enthusiasm. Darling, take a look at this dress of mine. Isn't it exquisite? As she spoke, Xia Yuxing tugged at Lu Ming's hand and twirled in front of him. Indeed, it is beautiful, Lu Ming quickly affirmed. With joy, Xia Yuxing said, Waiter, I shall take this dress as well. Darling, pick a few more for me. All right, Lu Ming nodded. At that moment, Chu Chanshan's face turned pale, and she hurriedly pulled her boyfriend away in defeat. Afterward, Xia Yuxing selected a shirt, and the couple finally exited the Prada store. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, boss, for earlier. For what? Xia Yuxing shot him a playful glare. I never expected you to have such poor taste during our school days. Surely, you are not saving up a fortune to marry her. Cough, how could that be? The one I would save a fortune for would be 1,000 times more beautiful and gentle than her. Oh, stop your nonsense. She laughed. Haha. Now that I have my suit, should we also buy a pair of leather shoes? Lu Ming suggested with a smile. Look at you. Fine. But you pay for the shoes yourself. The duo continued their playful banter as they strolled on. On National Day, Lu Ming first called his parents in the morning. Mom, I won't be coming home for the holidays. I have some matters to attend to. Why not come back? Are you working overtime? Not overtime, just some personal affairs. What affairs? You rascal, you're not dating, are you? His mother, Su Yufan, inquired curiously. No, just a gathering with classmates. Lu Ming fabricated an excuse. A gathering? I thought you were in a relationship. If I were dating, I would certainly inform you and Dad, he assured her. Well, make sure to work hard out there. And strive to bring home a daughter-in-law soon. Sure, no problem. After a brief chat, Lu Ming hung up the phone. Before long, his phone rang again. It was his university roommate, El Feihong, calling. Ming, now that the holidays are here, do you have time for a get-together with the guys? Oh, I've been quite busy these days. I have some matters to attend to. Hiki, what matters? You're not going to meet your future in-laws, are you? What future in-laws? Nonsense. Lu Ming felt slightly embarrassed. El Feihong's words were quite audacious. Ming, are you perhaps in a relationship? El Feihong teased. No, I'm not. Not. Come on, stop pretending. Everyone in our class group knows you're dating. Everyone knows? What do you mean? Lu Ming was bewildered. Huh? Haven't you checked WeChat? No. I haven't. Then take a look. Chu Qianqian mentioned in the group that you found yourself a wealthy benefactor and are being kept. Lu Ming was left speechless. After hanging up the phone, he opened the WeChat group, and indeed, last night in the group, Chu Qianqian claimed she had attached herself to a wealthy woman who was supporting her. She also mentioned encountering Lu Ming at SKP and purchasing numerous luxury items for him. Consequently, the classmates in the group began inquiring about the nature of this affluent individual, their age, and someone jokingly asked if she weighed 300 pounds. Another jested whether she was the kind of wealthy woman who would simply sit down and pass away. Others, enviously tagging Lu Ming, urged him to introduce them to a wealthy benefactor to ease their years of struggle. Amidst the cacophony of voices, it appeared that the rumor of Lu Ming being supported by a rich woman had become an established fact. Yet, the instigator of this gossip, Chu Qianqian, offered no further clarification. Upon reading this, Lu Ming was overwhelmed with a torrent of expletives. Chapter 41. The Enchantress transforms into the neighborly sister in the afternoon. Lu Ming donned the newly purchased suit. As he emerged from his bedroom, he beheld Xia Yuxin, who had also changed into the color-block dress from the previous day. At the office, Xia Yuxing typically wore professional attire, but this dress exuded a casual elegance, showcasing a completely different style. It felt surreal to share a roof with such a stunning beauty. To be frank, Xia Yuxing possessed an extraordinary beauty that could rival the most celebrated actresses. And Lu Ming couldn't help but fantasize about having a girlfriend like her. Unfortunately, their relationship was merely a fade. Faced with a woman of such unparalleled grace and charm, Lu Ming felt an undeniable attraction. Yet, he understood that winning the heart of someone like her required more than mere words. As Xia Yuxing's mother had pointed out, to be worthy of Xia Yuxing, one must possess sufficient capital. Until then, Lu Ming could only gaze up in admiration from a distance. However, with the newfound system at his disposal, Lu Ming felt emboldened, igniting a fervor within him to pursue her. Why are you staring at me like that? Xia Yuxing questioned, a hint of warmth flushing her cheeks under Lu Ming's intense gaze. Haha, CEO, this outfit makes you appear more relatable. Transforming you from the formidable enchantress into the charming neighborly sister, he teased. What? Enchantress? She replied, feigning a cough. What I meant was, your usual office attire exudes a certain aloofness, but this style radiates gentleness. Gentleness? Xia Yuxing felt a delightful flutter in her heart, as it was the first time a man had complimented her on being gentle. Recalling an important matter, Lu Ming said, by the way, CEO, we are about to meet the in-laws soon. We should clarify our romantic narrative, how we met, how our relationship developed. Let's ensure we are on the same page to prevent any misunderstandings. In-laws? Xia Yuxing thought to herself, amused by how quickly he immersed himself in the role. All right, go ahead. Lu Ming continued, let us begin with how we met. Surely, there is no need to fabricate that, right? Yes, no need for deceit. But let us refrain from mentioning the delivery incident. Xia Yuxing advised. Why not mention it? The delivery was tea even purchased by you, CEO, Lu Ming questioned playfully. That cannot be mentioned. Those are my parents. If they find out, how will I face anyone? Xia Yuxing shot him a glare. Lu Ming chuckled inwardly, realizing that while Xia Yuxing appeared as a cold and heartless CEO in the office, she was quite similar to any ordinary woman at heart. Fine, we won't mention it. By the way, CEO, what happened to that delivery afterwards? Did you throw it away? He inquired curiously. That's none of your business. You're straying from the topic, Xia Yuxing replied, somewhat exasperated. Lu Ming smiled sheepishly. All right then, let us say we first met when the pipe in your bathroom burst, and I helped you fix it. The next day, I discovered you were my boss. That works, she agreed. Then you came to my home for dinner, captivated by my culinary skills, and subsequently enchanted by my charm, leading us to, well, you know, Xia Yuxing said with annoyance. All right, there's no need to be so detailed. My parents won't ask such specific questions. There's nothing more to discuss. Let's talk about it on the way. Good, replied Lu Ming, and they set off in the car. In the Yanbei Wanqing Villa area, the latest development from Wanqing Group, there are only 18 villas. Each villa boasts its own swimming pool, garden, and small sports court. This villa area could be deemed a true estate, with each villa valued at over 500 million. Importantly, the Wanqing Villa area is not open for public sale. Only the elite can acquire a property here. The launch of this area has elevated Wanqing Group to the pinnacle of the real estate sector, and Xia Wanqing has become a prominent figure in the business world of Huagua. At this moment, Xia Wanqing sat in villa number 18, savoring tea from a cup. Opposite him, Song Jiawen held an international hotel business magazine. Old Xia, your daughter is bringing her boyfriend home, yet you remain so calm while drinking tea? Song Jiawen inquired without looking up. Xia Wanqing chuckled. Let them come. I'm curious to see what kind of taste our Shengsheng has. What? Song Jiawen exclaimed in frustration. Old Xia, you're truly something. Your daughter is being deceived by a poor boy, and you're not even anxious. Deceived? How can you say that? Xia Wanqing replied. I've already told you about Lu Ming's family background, and besides, it hasn't been long since Shengxing returned home, if they're already together. Isn't that a form of deception? Jiawen, you underestimate my daughter too much, Xia Wanqing retorted. It's not underestimating. Do you know about the term PUA? Don't start with those internet terms. You know I don't use Douyin. PUA refers to psychological manipulation and brainwashing. Xia Wanqing set down his teacup and laughed. Are you implying that my daughter has been brainwashed by that Lu fellow? Nowadays, men have all sorts of tricks to deceive girls. I'm worried that our daughter has been misled. Jiawen, I believe it's not our daughter who has been deceived, but you. Deceived? Old Xia, what do you mean? Song Jiawen looked perplexed. Xia Wanqing said, I doubt that Shengxing's relationship with her boyfriend is genuine. Not genuine. Song Jiawen was at a loss for words. Old Xia, I've seen our daughter and that Lu fellow together. Just because they're together doesn't mean they're in a romantic relationship, Xia Wanqing clarified. Huh? Song Jiawen gasped. Then angrily retorted, Old Xia, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting our daughter is engaging in casual relationships? What are you saying? My daughter would never behave that way. Then what do you mean? What I mean is that what you perceive may not necessarily reflect the truth. I ask you, when you saw those two lying together, did you actually witness them in a state of undress? Not quite. They were covered by a blanket. But what lies beneath that blanket? Were they clothed? This. Song Jiawen was taken aback. When she visited that day, the two of them were indeed wrapped in a blanket, and later, Zhu Walking had pulled them outside the room. Could it be that her daughter and that young man surnamed Lu had not engaged in any such activities? Lao Xia, are you suggesting that Shengxing is not in a relationship at all and has deliberately enlisted Lu Ming to pose as her boyfriend to deceive us? Upon reflection, Song Jiawen found this possibility rather plausible. After all, it was Zhu Wanqing who had taken her to the residence that day, and since Wanqing and Shengsheng were close friends, it was entirely conceivable that they had conspired together to stage this ruse. Chapter 42. Is this my brother-in-law? Xia Wanqing continued. Our daughter has only just returned to the country and has known that young man surnamed Lu for a brief period. How could it be possible for her to fall in love so quickly, let alone engage in intimacy? Old Xia, your analysis holds some merit. Therefore, it is likely that Shengxing has simply fabricated a boyfriend to deceive us. Oh, Old Xia, after your explanation, it appears our daughter is not in a romantic relationship after all, regardless of her romantic involvement. The fact that she has enlisted a young man named Lu to pose as her boyfriend indicates something significant. What is that? Our daughter might indeed harbor some affection for the young man surnamed Liu. Song Jiawen nodded in agreement. Xia Wanxing then remarked, however, based on your investigation, this young man surnamed Liu is certainly not worthy of being my son-in-law. Song Jiawen inquired, what do you plan to do then? Jiawen. Today I have invited Jiaming to our home to discuss matters. Jiaming? Are you attempting to match our daughter with Jiaming? Currently, Du Jingshan's health is poor, and Jiaming is steering the affairs of the Wolfgang Group. The Wolfgang Group is a well-known tourism company in the country. Recently, the Wanxing Group has been negotiating a commercial partnership with the Wolfgang Group. Old Xia, what do you mean by this? Are you willing to sacrifice our daughter for a business alliance? Upon hearing this, Song Jiawen set down the magazine she was holding, visibly displeased. Jiawen, you are mistaken. I, Xiao Wanxing, do not require a business marriage for my Wanxing Group. I merely believe that Du Jiaming is a commendable young man. While the Du family does possess a respectable lineage, at this critical juncture, how do you think Shengsheng would perceive your introduction of him? I trust that with time, Shengsheng will come to understand. Besides, young people should meet first. As their relationship develops, they may find themselves mutually attracted. Old Xia, if our daughter brings her boyfriend home today, and you have invited Du Jiaming to discuss matters, are you truly unafraid of upsetting her? Only in this manner can we encourage the young man surnamed Liu to retreat. Let us hope for the best. At that moment, a young man descended from upstairs. Father. Mother, when will my sister return home? The young man, dressed in a colorful shirt and loose shorts, was Xia Yushin's younger brother, Xia Honyuan. Song Jiawen replied, she should be home shortly. Xia Honyuan smiled. I am curious to see what kind of brother-in-law my sister has chosen for me. Impudent boy, go upstairs and change your clothes. Dressing in that floral shirt and shorts is utterly inappropriate. Xiao Wanxing glared at his son. Understood. Xiao Honyuan reluctantly ascended the stairs, muttering, what is wrong with my attire at home? Meanwhile, Lu Ming had already arrived at the Wanxing Villa district, his heart inexplicably stirred by the grandeur of the villas. He realized that the homes of the affluent resembled castles, complete with gardens, swimming pools, and sports courts. In this concrete jungle, not everyone resided in crowded high-rise buildings. It dawned upon him that in a metropolis, one could also enjoy the highest standards of living. Although Lu Ming now possesses the life winner system, he feels that he is still far from being among the true elite and societal luminaries. In the blink of an eye, the Cullinan arrived at the front of Villa number 18. Before the villa, there were 3 parking spaces on either side. Lu Ming initially intended to park at the entrance, but Xia Yuxing promptly suggested driving into the courtyard instead. Upon reaching the entrance, Xia Yuxing lowered the car window. With a chime, the garden gate swung open. Lu Ming noticed that a facial recognition system had been installed beside the gate. As the car entered the spacious courtyard, which boasted 5 additional parking spaces and a garage behind them, Lu Ming alighted and retrieved the gifts he had purchased in advance. Given that Xiao Wanxing was a business magnate, the gifts were not necessarily extravagant. During a recent shopping excursion, Xia Yuxing had bought her father a tie and her mother a silk scarf. Big sister. At that moment, Xia Honyuan emerged from the house, clad in athletic attire. Oh, you're back? Xia Yuxing exclaimed in surprise. Prior to Lu Ming's arrival, he had inquired about her family. Like her, Xia Hongyuan had been sent abroad for his studies after graduating high school. The distinction lay in the fact that Xia Yuxing had gained admission to Harvard University due to her exceptional academic performance, whereas her brother Xia Hongyuan, a less diligent student, had relied on his father's connections and some donations to attend a university in Los Angeles. Xia Hongyuan squinted and grinned. Isn't it the National Day holiday? So I flew back. Cut the nonsense. Does Los Angeles even observe National Day? Xia Yuxing was left speechless by her brother's excuse. Sister, please watch your language. This must be my brother-in-law, right? Hurry up and introduce us. Xia Hongyuan scrutinized Lu Ming. Lu Ming returned the gaze. The siblings shared a slight resemblance. Yet Xia Hongyuan exuded an air of a carefree scion. Upon hearing the term brother-in-law, Xia Yuxing felt a twinge of unease but refrained from countering. Lu Ming, this is my brother Honyuan, she introduced. Hello, Honyuan. I've heard your sister speak of her handsome brother. Meeting you today, it is indeed true. Lu Ming complimented with a smile. Haha, thanks for the compliment, brother-in-law. Come on, let us head inside. Xia Honyuan was quite welcoming. The group entered the villa, where Xia Honyuan called out, Mom and Dad, my sister and brother-in-law are here. Upon hearing the term brother-in-law, Song Jiawen corrected him, saying, Honyuan. Don't address him so casually. Xia Wansheng assessed Lu Ming and mused to himself that the young man possessed a commendable demeanor reminiscent of his own youth. At that moment, Xia Yuxing hurriedly introduced, "Dad, this is Lu Ming, my boyfriend." "Hello, uncle." Lu Ming extended his hand. Xia Wansheng, however, did not reciprocate, merely acknowledging with a soft grunt, "Please, have a seat." Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Such a simple gesture, albeit feigned, inexplicably pierced his heart. Noticing the situation, Xia Yuxing promptly took Lu Ming's hand and guided him to the sofa in the living room. "Dearest, are you thirsty? Allow me to prepare some tea for you." Summer Yuxing cheerfully linked her arm with Lu Ming's, eager to make the tea. Initially, Lu Ming felt somewhat restrained. However, upon observing Summer Wansheng's haughty demeanor and recalling that he was merely pretending to be her boyfriend, he found his nervousness rather trivial, though he still felt a flicker of it. "Just wait a moment, I shall brew the tea," he replied. Summer Yuxing hurried off to the tea corner. Meanwhile, Summer Wansheng, who had been composed just moments before, suddenly found himself awkward and slightly uncomfortable witnessing their affectionate display. Song Jiawen, upon hearing Summer Wansheng's words, decided to simply watch this little performance unfold. "Sheng Sheng, let the maid prepare the tea," he suggested. Summer Yuxing responded, "That won't do. The maid doesn't know which type of tea Lu Ming prefers." Song Jiawen couldn't help but chuckle internally, thinking, "Oh, my dear daughter, you are playing your part so convincingly." Chapter 43, The Arrogance of the Father-in-Law. At this moment, Xia Hongyuan sat beside Lu Ming with a grin and said, "Brother-in-law, how did you and my sister meet and fall in love? Do share." Coughing slightly, Lu Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment, especially with his father-in-law present. Xia Wansheng shot his son a disapproving glance and inquired, "Lu, I heard your family is from Jincheng?" "Yes, uncle," Lu Ming replied. "What do your parents do for a living?" "My parents run a restaurant at home," he answered. "A restaurant? Interesting. Is it a star-rated establishment?" Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Xia Wansheng was asking this deliberately. From his previous conversation with Xia Yuxing's mother, Song Jiawen, they had already investigated his family background. His parents ran a modest eatery in Jincheng. Now, Xia Wansheng's inquiry about the star rating seemed intended to undermine his self-esteem. Unfazed, Lu Ming confidently responded, "Uncle, my parents own a small diner, not an international hotel." "Oh, brother-in-law, you're from Jincheng. I've heard that the manhwa and gobuli buns from there are quite famous." Xia Hongyuan's eyes lit up. "Indeed, to be candid, the manhwa and gobuli are primarily sold to outsiders," Lu Ming admitted. "Huh, isn't that the case with local specialties?" Xia Hongyuan chuckled. "By the way, I've also heard there's a snack street in the northwest corner of Jincheng." "That's right. My parents' restaurant is located in the northwest corner, where you can find a variety of breakfast options every day." Lu Ming nodded. "Really? What a coincidence. Next time you visit Jincheng, let me take you to Zhang Ji Sanqing's Jianbing Guozi and Ding Ji's rolled pancakes, and then we can enjoy a bowl of authentic Xinwei Zhai's gabakai." Xia Hanyuan exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "Oh, brother-in-law, you're making my mouth water." Xia Hongyuan was a true foodie, excited at the mention of delicious dishes. Xia Wansheng, somewhat exasperated, interrupted their conversation and asked, "I heard you work as an assistant at Geo in Capital." As of now, Lu Ming had already become a fund manager. Xia Yuxing approached with a cup of hot tea, placing it in front of Lu Ming. Xia Wansheng was momentarily taken aback and then remarked, "Sheng, you should have informed your parents about your return. Moreover, why work elsewhere instead of at our family business? I've heard that Geoing Capital is on the verge of collapse." "Father, Geoing Capital did face some issues previously, but the company is currently operating well and is far from failing," Xia Yuxing retorted firmly. Xia Wansheng countered, "I understand your ambition, but at our family business, the platform would be larger, allowing you to showcase your talents more effectively." "Father, I have no desire to work at your company. You should understand the reason. Everyone knows I am your daughter. All I would receive are flattery and sycophancy. If I achieve success, no one would attribute it to my talent or capability," Xia Yuxing stated earnestly. Lu Ming was taken aback, realizing that this was the reason behind Xia Yuxing's reluctance. Song Jiawen interjected, Sheng, "If you're unwilling to join your father's company, you can come to work at mine. I'll keep your identity a secret. No one will know you are my daughter." "Indeed, going to your company might be a viable option," Xia Wansheng concurred. Xia Yuxing remarked, "Mother, I harbor no particular interest in the hotel industry." Xia Wansheng shifted the conversation, stating, "Well, my dear daughter, you are still young. Exploring is beneficial. However, In comparison to your career, I believe personal relationships require more careful consideration. Don't you agree, Xiaolu? Absolutely, Lu Ming did not dispute. Xiao Wanqing continued, Xiaolu, did you graduate from Peking University or Tsinghua? Uncle, I attended Nankai. Nankai, is it? Not bad, Xiao Wanqing replied with a smile and added, yet it pales in comparison to Xingxing's Harvard. Father, why bring this up? Xia Yuxing responded with a hint of displeasure. Xiao Wanqing lifted his teacup, saying, I was merely having a chat with Xiaolu. Lu Ming thought to himself, you sly old fox, this is not just casual conversation. You are subtly highlighting the disparities. Initially discussing familial differences, now he was broaching the subject of educational distinctions. Just then, the sound of a vehicle echoed outside the manor. Song Jiawen glanced over and remarked, Oh, Lao Xia, we have guests. Sheng, hurry and come greet them. Xiao Wanqing stood up. Xia Yuxing furrowed her brow. Guests? Which guests? It's your Uncle Du's son, Jiaming. It has been years since you last met. He heard you were home today and made a special trip to see you. Xiao Wanqing's words were clearly indicative of his invitation to Du Jiaming. The implication was unmistakable, despite playing the role of her boyfriend. Lu Ming felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Xia Yuxing's brows knitted together in irritation. Prior to this, her father frequently introduced her to outstanding young men. Yet today, when she had brought her boyfriend home, her father had invited Du Jiaming over, which vexed her. At that moment, Xiao Wanqing and Song Jiawen exited the villa. Xia Yuxing grasped Lu Ming's hand, whispering, I apologize for putting you in this situation today. It's not so much an inconvenience, but your father is rather shrewd. Lu Ming replied with a wink. Xia Yuxing shot him a playful glare. Lu Ming, smiling, asked, What is the matter? Guests have arrived. Aren't you going to see? You are a guest too. I am merely accompanying the guests. Here, let me pour you some tea. Xia Yuxing picked up the teapot. At that moment, Xia Honyuan rushed over, saying, Brother-in-law, my dad is just like that. Please don't take it to heart. Lu Ming thought to himself that this younger brother-in-law was far more amiable than his father-in-law. Just then, a Maybach pulled up outside the manor. The driver exited and opened the door, revealing a young man in a suit and silver-rimmed glasses stepping out of the vehicle. Uncle Xia and Song. Du Jiaming greeted them as they approached. Song Jiawen smiled. Oh, Jiaming, after several years, you truly are quite the gentleman. And Song, you two are looking increasingly youthful. Du Jiaming's compliment delighted Song Jiawen immensely. Xiao Wanqing laughed. Jiaming, how is your father's health? He has been recovering well lately. He is eating and sleeping fine. That's great. Come in. Xiao Wanqing beckoned as they entered the house. A few individuals stepped into the villa, and Xiao Wanqing quickly remarked, Sheng. Jiaming has come specifically to see you. My dear child, why didn't you come out to greet him? Du Jiaming cast a sweeping glance around the room and soon spotted Xia Yuxing seated on the sofa. His eyes brightened, and a surge of emotions welled up within him. After several years apart, Xia Yuxing had grown even more exquisite, radiating a newfound femininity. Now at the helm of Wolfkeg Group, Du Jiaming aspired to achieve significant accomplishments. Collaborating with Wanqing Group seemed a promising avenue. Moreover, if he could win the hand of Xia Yuxing, the daughter of Xiao Wanqing, it would be a remarkable dual triumph. Suddenly, he noticed the man sitting beside Xia Yuxing. Chapter 44. My modest understanding of calligraphy and painting. Xia Yuxing intertwined her arm with Lu Ming's as they both stood up. Hello, Jiaming, she greeted politely. Du Jiaming smiled and said, Sheng, it's been a while. You are becoming more beautiful by the day. Thank you. And who might this be? Du Jiaming inquired. Glancing at Lu Ming. Leaning against Lu Ming, Xia Yuxing introduced him. This is Lu Ming, my boyfriend. Ah, Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure. I'm Du Jiaming. Du Jiaming stepped forward to extend his hand. Though a flicker of anger and jealousy simmered within, he endeavored to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Hello, Lu Ming replied, shaking his hand. While Du Jiaming wore a broad smile, he could not help but sense a hint of hostility. Jiaming, please, have a seat, Xia Wanqing invited. Gesturing for Du Jiaming to sit down. Turning to the servant, he instructed, bring out my treasured Jin Guogong tea and prepare it. Certainly, Mr. Xia. The servant responded promptly. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxing felt a surge of irritation. She had just brewed a pot of mother tree to Hong Pao for Lu Ming. Unaware that her father had concealed Jin Guogong tea, the group settled into casual conversation. Du Jiaming initiated dialogue with Lu Ming, asking, May I inquire what business you are in, Mr. Lu? I am in investment, Lu Ming replied. Investment? Which firm do you represent? Jiao Ing Capital, Lu Ming stated. Du Jiaming paused momentarily astonished. Jiaoying Capital? Isn't that the company Sheng joined upon her return? Maintaining his composure, Lu Ming affirmed, Indeed, I work under Sheng. Working under her? I had assumed you were the heir of some affluent family, Du Jiaming remarked, half-jokingly, though his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Fearing that Lu Ming might feel uncomfortable, Xia Yuxin clasped his arm and smiled. Lu Ming may not be a scion of a wealthy family, but he is the prince charming in my heart. Du Jiaming's lips twitched slightly at this display of affection, igniting a sense of jealousy that burned within him. At that moment, Du Jiaming's driver entered, carrying a gift. Du Jiaming promptly stood to receive it, exclaiming, Uncle Xia. I recently traveled abroad and fortuitously came across a piece of calligraphy and painting at an auction. I thought you would appreciate it. Oh, calligraphy and painting? Xia Wanqing's eyes brightened at the mention. It was well known in the industry that he had a passion for collecting such artworks, with rumors suggesting his collection was worth hundreds of millions. Du Jiaming opened the box and gently revealed a painting. Upon glancing at it, Xia Wanqing's eyelids fluttered in surprise. Is this not Fu Daxi's Lonting Hu Yue? Ah, Uncle Xia, you truly have an eye for art. You recognized it at once, Du Jiaming praised, giving a thumbs up. Xia Wanqing carefully placed the piece, Lonting Hu Yue, on the nearby desk, exclaiming, I actually saw this painting at Fu Daxi's personal exhibition. It left a lasting impression on me. Fu Daxi is a renowned painter in the country, and in his earlier years, his works held little value. However, Xia Wanqing admired Fu Daxi's artistic style and thus collected several pieces. Eventually, Fu Daxi's reputation soared, and his paintings became highly sought after by affluent individuals, resulting in a significant increase in their value. The few pieces in Xia Wanqing's collection also appreciated several-fold. Yet, in various public settings, Xia Wanqing often lamented that his collection of Fu Daxi's works was still too meager, expressing a desire to acquire several more pieces but lamenting the lack of opportunity. After all, in the realm of calligraphy and antique collection, mere wealth does not guarantee acquisition. As the saying goes, gift-giving should align with the recipient's tastes. Thus, Du Jiaming's painting resonated deeply with Xia Wanqing. Haha, Uncle Xia, it is evident that you are quite fond of this gift. That puts my mind at ease. Du Jiaming remarked. His intention in presenting this painting was, of course, to foster collaboration with the Wanqing group. Fondness is an understatement. I am utterly captivated, exclaimed Xia Wanqing, his eyes gleaming with excitement, unable to restrain himself from asking, Jiaming, how did you manage to acquire it? Du Jiaming replied, I stumbled upon this auction piece at a company in France. Knowing your appreciation for Fu Daxi's works, I endeavored to secure it. Oh, an auction. That must have cost a pretty penny, several million, I presume. Xia Wanqing was well aware of the value of Fu Daxi's paintings. As long as Uncle Xia is pleased. A few million is trivial, unlike some, who wish to honor you yet lack the means, Du Jiaming said with a hint of arrogance, casting a glance at Lu Ming. His intent to boast unmistakable. Lu Ming thought to himself, what a pompous display. However, he acknowledged that Du Jiaming's willingness to spend millions on a gift for Xia Wanqing was indeed impressive. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Lu Ming's mind. System detected a celebrity artwork. System task issued. Initial trial of calligraphy and painting appraisal technique. Task completion reward. 1 lottery draw. The system's voice echoed in Lu Ming's head. Appraisal task? He recalled that during the last system lottery, he had drawn the calligraphy and painting appraisal technique, which he had deemed of little utility at the time. He hadn't paid it much mind, but now the system had issued a task for him to try it. Since that's the case, I shall proceed with the appraisal. Commencing appraisal. Good. Host. Appraisal in progress. Ding. Artwork appraisal complete. Appraisal result. This piece, Dragon Soaring and Tiger Leaping, is a counterfeit. Lu Ming was taken aback. He had never expected that this Fu Daxi painting was a forgery. He then received the system's appraisal report. Observing Du Jiaming's current smugness, Lu Ming smirked and casually remarked, this painting looks impressive, but alas, it is a counterfeit. Huh. At that, everyone fell silent, including Xia Yuxing, who displayed a look of astonishment. Du Jiaming, flustered, interjected, Brother Lu, what do you mean by that? Would I gift Uncle Xia a fake painting? I paid 8 million for it at a French auction house. Lu Ming chuckled, 8 million? Oh dear. It seems Brother Du has truly been taken for a ride. Brother Lu, are you perhaps envious of the painting I gifted to Uncle Xia? Do you realize that this artwork comes with an appraisal report from a reputable auction house's expert? Du Jiaming's face displayed discontent. Lu Ming retorted, what does an appraisal report signify? Is it not possible to forge one? Du Jiaming scoffed. Oh, Mr. Lu, do not brazenly slander my painting, claiming it to be a counterfeit. What are you, a mere worker? know about art. Lu Ming replied with a smile. I would not dare to claim expertise in calligraphy and painting. I merely possess a modest understanding. Du Jiaming derisively stated, You possess only a modicum of understanding? Given your social standing, I doubt you have ever even attended an auction. Xiao Wancheng, thinking Lu Ming was merely youthful and brash, interjected, Lu Ming. Since you assert this painting is a forgery, enlighten us on how you discern it as such. Chapter 45, Impressive, Brother-in-Law at this moment. Xia Yuxin gazed curiously at Lu Ming, unsure why he confidently declared the painting to be a forgery. Lu Ming addressed Xiao Wanqing, Uncle Xia, as a seasoned collector. You must hold a fondness for the works of Mr. Fu Dashi, who, as you know, passed away in 1967. Xiao Wanqing nodded, fully aware of this fact. However, the Xian paper used for the painting Dragon Soaring and Tiger Leaping was produced in 1969, specifically the Chongqing Specialty Pure Skin paper. Lu Ming approached and touched the Xian paper, a smile playing on his lips. So Mr. Fu Dashi resurrected 2 years after his death to create this piece? You're talking nonsense. Du Jiaming could not believe it, pointing at him in anger. How could you possibly discern the year of this Xian paper? Do you fancy yourself an appraiser? Lu Ming replied confidently, If you doubt my words, you may certainly seek authentication from a reputable appraisal company in the country. Xiao Wansheng also touched the paper, though merely with his fingertips, as most could not detect such nuances. Are you deducing this painting to be a forgery solely based on the age of the Xian paper? Of course not, Lu Ming continued. Uncle Xia, you should be able to identify the type of ink used in this Dragon Soaring and Tiger Leaping, right? Naturally, it is Songyan ink. Lu Ming remarked. Songyan ink is crafted from the ashes of burned pine trees, combined with glue and spices, imparting a sense of vastness when used in landscape paintings. Xia Yuxing listened, somewhat surprised. She never anticipated that Lu Ming possessed such knowledge. He leaned closer, inhaling the ink's aroma, and stated, however, the scent of this ink is evidently problematic. How could there possibly be an issue with the ink? Du Jiaming retorted, irritated. What? Can you even smell it? Lu Ming clarified. While it is unlikely to detect it merely by scent, each type of ink yields a distinct character in the artwork. This painting possesses an overt sense of vastness that is atypical for Fu Dashi's style. The essence is influenced by the glue in the ink. To my knowledge, this is likely an imported Songyan ink, with the glue being foreign SK glue. Such Songyan ink is quite common in the market. Yet this SK glue was introduced in the latter half of 1967. By that time, Mr. Fu Dashi had been bedridden due to illness and was unable to produce any works. After hearing Lu Ming's discourse, Xiao Wanqing began to genuinely question the authenticity of the painting, as Lu Ming's arguments were both rational and substantiated. Du Jiaming, now flustered, exclaimed, Uncle Xia, do not listen to this brat's nonsense. I acquired this from a legitimate auction house abroad, complete with certification. Xia Wanqing inquired, Is there truly a certificate? Of course. It is contained within this gift box. Du Jiaming retrieved the certificate from the box. He unfolded it, saying, Uncle Xia, look, it bears the auction house's seal, along with the signatures of appraisal experts, and furthermore, the personal signature of Mr. Fu Dashi's grandson. Xiao Wanqing took the certificate and glanced at it, his brow furrowing in disbelief as he exclaimed, I never anticipated that this painting, Dragon Leaping and Tiger Pouncing, is indeed a counterfeit. Dad? Du Jiaming was suddenly taken aback. Xia Yuxing curiously inquired, How did you discern that, father? Song Jiawen also asked, Indeed, old Xia, have you uncovered some clue? The signature of Fu Dashi's grandson is forged. Xia Wanqing pointed to the signature on the certificate. Having previously collected several works by Fu Dashi, he was naturally familiar with his grandson's signature. Certain institutions, when acquiring artworks, would request Fu Dashi's descendants to authenticate the pieces, resulting in some certificates bearing the signature of Fu Yongquan, Fu Dashi's grandson. Du Jiaming, perplexed, picked up the certificate and asserted, That's impossible, Uncle Xia. I had someone compare it with Fu Yongquan's signature before, and this one doesn't appear to be fake. Xia Wanqing replied, It's not about the signature. I had a private conversation with Fu Yongquan before, and he specifically mentioned this painting, stating that it is unique and has never been accompanied by any certification or signature. Du Jiaming was left utterly speechless. Lu Ming smirked, Oh dear, Du brother, who would have thought you would bring a counterfeit as a tribute to Uncle Xia? Du Jiaming was at a loss for words. Xia Hanyuan, who had been a silent observer, immediately gave Lu Ming a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother-in-law, you are remarkable. You are truly a master of discernment. Du Jiaming hastily explained, Uncle Xia, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea this painting was a counterfeit. I genuinely spent 8 million to purchase it. Xia Wansheng let out a soft sigh of disappointment, saying, Jiaming, there's no need for explanations, I understand. I am merely regretful that this is a counterfeit. Uncle Xia, I am very sorry about this matter. Xia Yuxing immediately interjected. Du Jiaming, please take this painting back. My father cannot keep a counterfeit of Mr. Fu's work. It is not only disrespectful to Mr. Fu Dashishi, but it also contradicts the principles of collecting. Xia Wansheng nodded in agreement. With no choice but to comply, Du Jiaming rolled up the painting and placed it back into the gift box. Aside from this incident, he felt too embarrassed to remain at the Xia residence and departed with the artwork. After Du Jiaming left, Xia Wansheng regarded Lu Ming with newfound respect. Lu Ming, I never imagined you possessed such knowledge regarding calligraphy and painting. Lu Ming humbly replied, Uncle Xia, I feel quite ashamed to admit that I have merely nurtured a passion for this since childhood and studied it with a few teachers during university. I have not undergone formal training. Subsequently, Xia Wansheng and Lu Ming engaged in a conversation about the intricacies of art collection. Lu Ming, possessing a discerning eye for calligraphy and painting, was well aware of the rich secrets and knowledge embedded within this field. Their discussion left Xia Wansheng profoundly enlightened. Sheng, quickly prepare a cup of golden melon tribute tea for Lu Ming. We shall converse at length. Xia Yuxing was taken aback, exclaiming, Wow, Dad, your transformation is astonishingly swift. I have no idea where you keep your golden melon tribute tea. Xia Yuxing said irritably. Xia Wansheng, both amused and exasperated, recognized that his daughter was likely still upset about Lu Ming's earlier negligence. Jiawen, you know where the tea leaves are. Please prepare a cup. Song Jiawen felt somewhat speechless. Preparing a cup of tea was clearly a task meant for a servant. Yet, he found himself tasked with this duty, indicative of Xia Wansheng's desire to ease the tension. With a disapproving glance at Xia Wansheng, Song Jiawen thought to himself, You old fellow. Surely you won't change your mind simply because that lad Lu has a modicum of knowledge in calligraphy and painting? That's simply unacceptable. Art cannot be consumed as sustenance. Nevertheless, despite his inner musings, Song Jiawen ultimately accompanied Xia Yuxing upstairs to brew the tea. Chapter 46. Sharing a room. Upon ascending the stairs, Song Jiawen remarked, Sheng. Although your father and Lu Ming seem to be enjoying their conversation about calligraphy and painting, it does not imply that he endorses your relationship with him. Mother, my romantic life is my prerogative. I kindly ask you not to interfere, Xia Yuxing asserted with a serious demeanor. Song Jiawen pondered. Could it be that her daughter and Lu Ming were genuinely in love? Yet, the previous analysis by old Xia had merit, even if they were dating. It seemed implausible that they would rush into intimacy so swiftly. Indeed, you may be in love with Lu Ming, but ultimately, he is not suitable for marriage. Why is he unsuitable? You are aware that your families and your understandings of life are not on the same level. Mother, I believe we resonate quite well together. Xia Yuxing countered. Song Jiawen shook her head in resignation, stating, Merely having a good conversation does not suffice. You lack understanding of marriage. Let me tell you. Lu Ming is too young and immature. Do you know what he said when I last approached him? You sought him out? Yes. I discreetly approached him not long ago and urged him to leave you. Xia Yuxing inquired curiously, and what did Lu Ming say? He claimed that you two are genuinely in love and that he would not abandon you. Xia Yuxing was taken aback, as Lu Ming had never mentioned this to her. Song Jiawen continued, I prodded him a bit and presented a condition. What condition? I told him that if he wished to marry Xing, he must possess at least 1 billion in assets. What? Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Song Jiawen replied, You wouldn't believe what that young man said. He agreed and proclaimed that he would amass 1 billion within a year, or else he would voluntarily step away from you. Did he truly say that? Xia Yuxing's eyes sparkled. Song Jiawen nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, Xia Yuxing recalled her recent shopping excursion with Lu Ming, during which he had mentioned saving money to marry a wife. At that time, she had playfully asked how much he intended to save for the endeavor, and he had replied that he aimed to accumulate 100 million. She had laughed, questioning what kind of woman would require such an extravagant sum. Undoubtedly a frivolous and materialistic one. Little did she expect that the woman he referred to was herself. Her cheeks flushed at the thought, and she mused that Lu Ming was quite mischievous, seemingly teasing her. Could it be that he truly harbored feelings for her? The mere thought made her smile blossom into a radiant expression of happiness. Song Jiawen, noticing her daughter's reaction, could not resist commenting, So what do you think? I told you Lu Ming was immature. To aspire to become a billionaire within a year is nothing short of arrogance, sheer boasting. Mother, if Lu Ming truly earns $1 billion, will you then consent to my marrying him? Xia Yushin countered. This left Song Jiawen momentarily speechless, before she chuckled, of course. I would agree. If he can earn $1 billion in a year, he must be a once-in-a-century genius. However, it is common knowledge that such a feat is unattainable. My intention was merely to devise a way to encourage him to leave your side. Mother, what did you discuss with Lu Ming the other day? Please recount everything to me. All right, I was at the CAF downstairs from your office. Song Jiawen recounted her conversation regarding Lu Ming. What? Xia Yuxing felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. Mother, how could you investigate someone's family background? Such behavior is deeply disrespectful. Sheng, you are being a bit excessive. When you have a boyfriend, it is only natural for me to ascertain who he is and what his family background entails. Is it not? If you wish to know, you could simply ask me. Instead, you had someone investigate him, leaving me unsure of how to face Lu Ming. Song Jiawen replied, this is not entirely your fault. How could this possibly be my fault? Xia Yuxing looked perplexed. Consider this, you have only just returned home. And so quickly you have become involved with Lu Ming. I must know if this man is a romantic fraud. I am concerned for your well-being. Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Well, if that is the case, should I blame myself? Seeing her daughter's reaction, Song Jiawen realized she truly cared for Lu Ming. Could it be that their relationship is genuine? Even if their previous encounters were merely physical, as long as the affection is real, it is only a matter of time before they become intimate. Speak honestly with your mother. Is your relationship with Lu Ming genuine or merely a facade? Song Jiawen could not resist asking. A facade? Mother, how could you possibly think our relationship is insincere? Xia Yuxing felt a twinge of guilt. Could it be that her relationship with Lu Ming was exposed? Unthinkable. Song Jiawen remarked. I observe that you and Lu Ming lack the affectionate intimacy typical of young couples. Your cousin's boyfriend, for instance, is quite smitten. Your aunt has mentioned how they are forever cuddling and kissing. Xia Yuxing quickly defended. Lu Ming and I are indeed affectionate. When he first visited our home, it would have been inappropriate for us to display such intimacy in front of you. It appears that a false couple is indeed lacking in genuine connection. Xing, let me caution you. Men are adept at flattery. Do not allow love to cloud your judgment. You must discern whether a man genuinely loves you or is merely deceiving you. Oh, mother. Do you think I am a mere child? Love can indeed diminish one's intellect, especially when a woman becomes emotionally invested. It is easy to be misled. Your mother, in her youth, was once deceived by your father. How did my father deceive you? He claimed that his rented apartment had mice and borrowed my cat to catch them. So I brought my cat along, only to find there were no mice. Instead, he pulled me into watching pirated DVDs. Xia Yuxing was astonished. Well, that was quite the clever ruse, I suppose, as those pirated DVDs were quite innocent. Song Jiawen reminded her, by the way, Sheng, now that you are in a relationship and understand matters of intimacy, it is imperative to take precautions, all right? Oh, mother, I am well aware of that. Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed. Not only should you know, but you must also practice it. All right, I understand. After they descended the stairs, Lu Ming and Xia Wansheng were engaged in hearty laughter. Xia Yuxing thought to herself that Lu Ming was quite charming, having made her father so merry so quickly. The two individuals conversed for an entire afternoon. During dinner, Xia Wansheng instructed the housekeeper to prepare a sumptuous feast. After their meal, Xia Wansheng intended to discuss matters concerning ancient calligraphy and paintings with Lu Ming. However, Song Jiawen interjected, all right, old Xia, let us not prolong the conversation. It's getting dark, and Lu and Sheng need to return home. Very well, then we shall cease our discussion for today, Xia Wansheng replied, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Unexpectedly, Xia Yuxing announced, Dad, Mom, Lu Ming, and I won't be going home today. We will stay here. Upon hearing his daughter's decision to stay, Xia Wansheng joyfully exclaimed, excellent. Have the aunt prepare a guest room for Lu Ming. Xia Yuxing responded, no need for that. Lu Ming can simply share a room with me. Both Xia Wansheng and Song Jiawen displayed expressions of surprise. Chapter 47, Can I Subvert You? As soon as Xia Yuxing uttered these words, not only did her parents freeze in astonishment, but so did Lu Ming. What could Xia Wansheng and Song Jiawen possibly say in response? That evening, while conversing with Lu Ming, the old man carried a hint of displeasure. At 10 o'clock, everyone retired to their respective rooms. The villa, a 3-story structure, had only Xia Yuxing's bedroom on the 3rd floor, which offered Lu Ming a sense of relief. Once back in her room, Xia Yuxing securely locked the door. Lu Ming felt a sudden jolt, regarding her with a strange look. Xia Yuxing turned to him and asked, "Why are you keeping such a distance from me?" Lu Ming replied nervously, "Boss, we agreed that I would pretend to be your boyfriend, but you never mentioned that I had to sell my body as well." Xia Yuxing was momentarily speechless. What was this guy insinuating? Did he fear she might devour him, taking advantage of him? Get away with that nonsense. Do you think I would subvert you? Didn't we agree to return home after dinner? Why are we still here? My parents might suspect that our relationship is a sham. What? Lu Ming's eyelids fluttered. How could they suspect? They saw us sleeping together. I find that puzzling, Xia Yuxing replied. When I brewed tea for you today, my mother remarked that we didn't seem like a couple. Why not? She explained, she said we weren't affectionate enough. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Furthermore, when we arrived home today, my father's demeanor towards you was too composed, despite his snarky comments. Indeed, Lu Ming agreed. I thought he would be furious. Especially since your mother saw us in bed together last time. This indicates that my parents might suspect we are merely acting. So, you intentionally chose to stay at home and share a room with me? Yes, it was the only way to convince them. As you saw today, if I were single, they would bombard me with potential suitors like Du Jiaming, Lu Jiaming, and Song Jiaming. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. I say, boss, if your parents are suspicious, sharing a room won't change their minds. How so? Think about it. We could sleep on the same bed while the other takes the sofa, Lu Ming suggested, pointing to the bed and sofa in the room. One must admit, this villa was exceptional, a bedroom spacious enough to accommodate a sofa. What other options do we have? Xia Yuxing shrugged in resignation. Lu Ming grinned widely. I actually have a brilliant idea. What idea? We can create some noise for your parents to overhear. What kind of noise? That kind of noise. What kind? Xia Yuxing remained oblivious. Lu Ming could only extend his hand, mimicking the sound of clapping. To his surprise, Xia Yuxing still did not comprehend. Lu Ming found himself somewhat speechless. The emotional and intellectual faculties of this female tyrant were indeed concerning. Boss, have you ever watched the television series The Hidden? Yes, I have. Then let me ask you, what did Yu Ziqing do the first time Cui Ping entered the city and stayed with him? Lu Ming mimicked a rocking motion. Rogue. Xia Yuxing instantly understood, her delicate face turning crimson. Lu Ming replied, Boss, what you just said, aren't you implying that you want them to know our relationship is genuine? This is the most straightforward method. Xia Yuxing shot him a glance, saying, while it may be a good method, consider this. We live in a villa, and my parents are on the second floor. Can they hear us? Their bedroom is directly beneath ours, isn't it? Indeed. Then that settles it, rocking the bed. Xia Yuxing blushed and said, why don't you give it a try? Can it even move? Lu Ming then approached the bed, grasped the headboard, and attempted to rock it. To his astonishment, it did not budge an inch. What on earth? Boss, what material is your bed made of? Redwood. Ah, wealthy people. Since rocking the bed won't do, we are left with only one option. What option? Lu Ming grinned mischievously. That would require you to create a bit of noise, boss. At this moment, Xia Yuxing comprehended. Although she had never experienced it herself, she was not oblivious to matters between men and women. I won't. She shook her head, her face aflame. She found it too embarrassing to do such a thing. Alas, boss, if you are unwilling to make a sound, then we are out of options. Why must it be me? Can it be you? Ahem, in such matters, it is not customary for a man to shout. Is it not? Why is that? Xia Yuxing asked earnestly. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Boss, haven't you ever watched those films? No. Then what have you seen? I've only read descriptions of such matters in novels. Which novel? Xia Yuxing was about to respond when she realized she was almost led into a trap. Why was she providing him with answers? Why should I tell you? Haha. Boss, you seem utterly clueless. Do you need me to enlighten you? I certainly do not. Xia Yuxing's face was aflame, her neck flushed. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the bedroom. Who is it? Xia Yuxing inquired. It's me, Sheng Xing. Came the voice of Song Jiawen from outside. Xia Yuxing opened the door and stepped out. Song Jiawen handed her a set of men's pajamas, saying, These are pajamas I bought for your father. He has never worn them. You can give them to Lu Ming. Okay, thank you. Xia Yuxing accepted the pajamas. Afterward, Song Jiawen went downstairs. Xia Yuxing returned to the bedroom and handed the pajamas to Lu Ming. Lu Ming teased, TSK. Could it be that my mother-in-law is eavesdropping? Xia Yuxing retorted, You're overthinking it. I'm going to take a shower first. Once she finished her shower, Lu Ming then proceeded to wash up. As Lu Ming emerged dressed in his pajamas, Xia Yuxing was already seated at the bedside, engrossed in her phone. You should sleep in the bed, she suddenly remarked. Lu Ming was taken aback, responding, me? Sleep in the bed? But then where will you sleep, boss? I can take the sofa. I refuse to sleep on the sofa. I will also sleep in the bed. What? Are you suggesting we both sleep in the bed? He exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely. This. Lu Ming thought to himself how delightful that sounded, yet he maintained a facade of seriousness, saying, Boss, that simply won't do. I considered it just now. If you were to sleep on the sofa, my mother would surely notice when she comes to the room tomorrow. Therefore, we both must sleep in the bed. That makes sense. Very well, I will heed your suggestion. With that, Lu Ming swiftly climbed onto the other side of the bed. Ah, this blanket is truly delightful, he remarked. Xia Yuxing promptly adjusted the blanket, stating, Let me remind you, this is the dividing line. Behave and sleep properly, and do not cross it. Chapter 48. Sleep well at this moment. On the second floor of the villa, Song Jiawen returned to her room, where Xia Wanxing inquired, Did the pajamas get delivered? Yes. They have, she replied. What did they do? Xia Wanxing asked, curiosity etched on his face. Song Jiawen shot him a glance and said, Old Xia, considering your age. Why are you so inquisitive about the affairs of the younger generation? Nonsense. What am I curious about? Xia Wanxing's face flushed. Song Jiawen continued, Today, I asked our daughter if her relationship with Lu Ming is genuine or if he is merely a fabricated boyfriend. What did Shansheng say? She claimed it was not a sham, but a real romance. Xia Wanxing frowned, stating, That is impossible. Is it really? Our daughter has been sharing a room with Lu Ming. Old Xia, do you still doubt it? The more this unfolds, the more I feel Shengsheng is being deliberate. Alas, I believe Shengsheng's feelings for Lu Ming are sincere. I still find it hard to accept. Your skepticism about our daughter's relationship with Lu Ming suggests you believe they couldn't possibly become intimate so quickly. Exactly. Quickly? I realized that when Shengsheng started dating. She had already known Lu Ming for over 2 months. Just 2 months. Old Xia, consider the current times. Young people can become intimate after just a day of acquaintance. Do you still think it requires a year or more like in our days? That may apply to others, but I know my daughter. Do you truly know her? During her childhood, we were preoccupied with our careers while she grew up with her grandmother. Are you sure you understand her? Indeed, we owe her an apology. Precisely. While Shengsheng needed our company the most, we were engrossed in work, oblivious to the responsibilities of parenthood. Thus, we must be vigilant regarding her significant romantic decisions. Xia Wanxing asserted earnestly. Vigilant? You have not participated in her growth and lack the authority to intervene in her love life. Do you honestly believe she will heed your advice? Shengsheng has matured. She should grasp certain principles. This is futile. I told Shengsheng that she and Lu Ming are incompatible. But do you know how she responded? What did she say? She said she will govern her own romantic life and requested we refrain from interference. Initially, Xia Wanxing was skeptical about the authenticity of their relationship, but after hearing his wife's words, he began to consider the possibility that it might be real. Refrain from interference? We should at least keep an eye on things. You seem to enjoy your conversation with Lu Ming. Indeed. I was surprised to find Lu Ming quite knowledgeable about antiques and paintings, yet that alone is insufficient. What is it? Does your future son-in-law need to possess extraordinary skills? Not necessarily extraordinary, but he should at least have some capabilities. Rest assured, if Lu Ming lacks merit, he will distance himself from our daughter within a year. What do you mean? Xia Wanxing frowned. Only then did Song Jiawen recount her earlier discreet encounter with Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming told you that he could amass a fortune within a year? Indeed. This young man, Lu Ming, possesses quite the talent for boasting. Song Jiawen remarked, in truth. Even if my daughter and Lu Ming are genuinely in love, it matters little. They are not married, and if it proves unsuitable, they can part ways. My concern lies elsewhere. What troubles you? I fear my daughter may become pregnant before marriage. Have you spoken to Shengsheng about it? Xia Wanxing's expression grew grave. After all, in this society, countless tales about of individuals, both men and women, using love as a stepping stone to ascend. I have given her a warning. Ah. Only then did Xia Wanxing exhale with relief. However, upon suddenly recalling that his daughter and Lu Ming resided in the same house, just 1 floor above, he became restless once more. By the way, Jiawen, I remember a hotel partner sent you a case of condoms last time, correct? Song Jiawen replied, somewhat exasperated. What are you suggesting, old Xia? You can't possibly mean for me to send that to my daughter, can you? Ahem. Xia Wanxing said awkwardly, Jiawen. I believe it is quite necessary. Old Xia, be reasonable. If you wish to send it, go ahead. I certainly will not. With that, Song Jiawen turned over and pulled the covers over herself. Absurd. How could I, as a father, send such things? I say, old Xia, are you still the formidable business mogul you once were? You seem a bit anxious lately. Just go to sleep. Leave the matters of the young to them. Xia Wanqing appeared helpless. In the bedroom on the 3rd floor, Xia Yuxing tucked the blanket in. Isn't crossing the line prohibited? Lu Ming glanced at the blanket and remarked, Boss, if we are to draw a line, it should be in the middle of this bed, shouldn't it? You leave me only 50 centimeters on this 1.8 meter wide bed? Xia Yuxing replied, 50 centimeters is ample for you to sleep comfortably. What? Do you expect me not to shift positions while sleeping? You can manage with that. Not enough. If I shift onto my side, a normal man's width of 20 centimeters will not suffice. Lu Ming argued, that is incorrect. When I turn, I will inevitably end up in the middle, leaving just 25 centimeters, which is entirely insufficient. You have no belly. 25 centimeters is adequate for you on your side. Boss, while I may lack a belly, I possess something that exceeds it in length. Nonsense. What are you referring to? Xia Yuxing was puzzled. Lu Ming, with a bold grin and a wink, rolled over on the bed. Xia Yuxing suddenly realized that he had indeed crossed a line. Rogue. Her cheeks flushed, and she dared not look at him. Well, boss, I did not lie, did I? Just sleep honestly and retract it, won't you? Boss, I have never been in a relationship, and you are so beautiful. I have restrained my instincts. If I were to show no reaction at all, wouldn't that be a sign of disrespect towards you? What kind of twisted logic is that? Xia Yuxing rolled her eyes, yet despite her words, she secretly agreed with Lu Ming's sentiments. Otherwise, if a man lies beside oneself without any reaction, would that not indicate a profound lack of charm and allure? Dear sir, how can this be regarded as mere sophistry? Shall I elucidate the intricate knowledge contained within? No need. I shall simply grant you a bit more leeway. As Xia Yuxing spoke, she adjusted the blanket, pushing the seams a little further back. Lu Ming glanced over and remarked, not sufficient. It needs to be at least 20 centimeters. Oh, you're just boasting, Xia Yuxing retorted, somewhat irked. Do you take me for a 3-year-old who hasn't studied biology? Sir, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. If you doubt me, feel free to measure it with your hand. Lu Ming jested with increasing audacity. Chapter 49. The first night together get lost. Xia Yuxing exclaimed in anger. If you continue to utter such disrespectful words, I shall put an end to you. Boss, who told you not to believe me? It's quite lengthy indeed. Are you a donkey? That pales in comparison. Donkeys have a starting point of 30. Xia Yuxing was at a loss for words. Oh, you seem quite knowledgeable. Hee. I just used to watch Animal World quite often. I particularly miss that phrase, spring has arrived, and all things awaken. It's the season of animals. Stop right there. Why are we discussing this? Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed red as she wondered how their conversation had veered off course. Continuing along this line would certainly dispel her drowsiness. Very well, let us not dwell on that. Speaking of which, boss, could you shift back a little to give me more space? Otherwise, when I turn in my sleep, I might poke you. Poke me? With a toothpick. As soon as Xia Yuxing finished speaking, she burst into laughter, doubling over. Lu Ming, feeling a wave of embarrassment, thought to himself, wasn't my description meant to imply something else? Goodness, boss, I underestimated you. You are indeed a hidden veteran. When you drive the conversation, I can hardly keep up. Then perhaps you should refrain from making suggestive remarks. Xia Yuxing retorted, shifting her body slightly backward. Is this acceptable? I'll leave you 80 centimeters. All right. Lu Ming feigned a threatening tone, but I must forewarn you. Boss, I might practice martial arts in my sleep, rolling around on the bed. If I inadvertently grab something, please be understanding. Xia Yuxing was unperturbed, responding, rest assured. The knife I use to chop fish can handle other tasks as well. Lu Ming felt a chill run through him. Boss, may I ask you a question? What question? Are you afraid of the dark? Not at all. If you're not afraid, then why don't you turn off the light? Fool. The switch is on your side. Lu Ming turned his head to glance, and then reached out to turn off the light. The room fell into silence. And in the darkness, the two could hear each other's breathing. As two individuals who had never been in a romantic relationship, it was not easy for either of them to drift off to sleep. Boss, are you asleep? Not yet. Why aren't you sleeping? I can't. Neither can I. How about we do something? I warn you, don't move around, and don't entertain any absurd thoughts. I am trained in grappling. Boss, you can't even lie properly. The last time you helped Sister Wanqing catch a criminal, you stood there nearly wetting your pants. I was terrified at that moment. I truly have learned grappling. All right, I believe you. I've trained in combat too, Lu Ming boasted. By the way, why weren't you afraid back then? I'm a man. Upon hearing Lu Ming's response, Xia Yuxing recalled the scene of him rescuing her, and warmth surged within her heart. After a moment, she took the initiative to ask, "Why have you stopped speaking? Are you asleep?" "Not at all. I thought you had fallen asleep since you were so quiet." "I am not tired. It is my first time lying in bed with a man, and I cannot sleep. It is also my first time sharing a bed with a woman." Xia Yuxing inquired, "Did you really not have a romantic relationship during your university years?" "No," I replied. "After my confession failed, I immersed myself in gaming, believing that women could only hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword. During my school days, I never played games. It was only after starting my career that Wanqing introduced me to them." "Boss, you were so beautiful and accomplished. How is it that you never found love abroad?" Lu Ming could no longer contain his curiosity. Xia Yuxing responded, "I focused intently on my studies while abroad. I had no time for romance. Moreover, most of the people around me were foreigners, whom I had little affinity for. But surely there must have been some compatriots?" "Indeed, but at that time, I was not interested in dating. In fact, I felt somewhat resistant to the idea." "Resistant? Boss, you can't possibly be a lesbian? How absurd. I am perfectly normal. I simply believe that love is a waste of time." "Then what prompted you to return to develop your career here?" "I went abroad for my studies with no intention of staying. Of course, I would return. I worked overseas for a few years solely to gain experience." "By the way, I am curious about how you chose to come to Jiuing Capital," Lu Ming asked, considering that the company's performance had been quite poor in the previous 2 years. Xia Yuxing replied, "A friend recommended it to me. The underperformance of Jiuing Capital presents a greater challenge for me." The two continued their conversation for a while longer. However, as the hour grew late, they fell silent and succumbed to sleep. Yet Lu Ming found it impossible to drift off, instead indulging in fanciful thoughts. He also recalled that he had the opportunity to use his skills in art appraisal for a system lottery. Consequently, he promptly initiated the system lottery. In the next moment, the familiar spinning wheel of the lottery materialized once more. This time, Lu Ming was greeted by several exciting skills. Nevertheless, many prizes still bore a question mark. Would the host like to draw immediately? Yes. In an instant, the pointer began to spin. Finally, it came to a halt on a prize marked with a question mark. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the super climbing skill." Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Super climbing? Upon inspection, it turned out to be a skill for mountain climbing. According to the description, this ability was formidable, allowing one to scale buildings with ease. "Well, perhaps this ability won't prove immensely useful," he mused. "I could use it for leisurely mountain excursions or even to climb Mount Everest." As he drifted into a haze of thoughts, fatigue finally overcame him, and both fell asleep. The following morning, Xia Yuxing was awakened by the chill. Drowsily, she sought the blanket but found it elusive. Upon opening her eyes, she realized that the blanket was entirely covering Lu Ming. To make matters worse, he had constructed a makeshift tent with it, utterly shameless. Enraged, Xia Yuxing grasped the edge of the blanket and yanked it forcefully, reclaiming it. Suddenly, she noticed that Lu Ming, lying there, resembled a three-dimensional character of the Chinese character. "Rogue, wake up!" Xia Yuxing exclaimed, giving Lu Ming a gentle kick to rouse him. Lu Ming, bewildered, opened his eyes and inquired, "Is it time to get up?" "What time is it?" "5:30, Xia Yuxing replied. "Boss, it's only 5 o'clock. Why get up?" Lu Ming was inclined to continue his slumber. "It's raining." "Raining? Impossible." Lu Ming had checked the weather forecast in advance. "Why are you carrying an umbrella then?" Xia Yuxing retorted with a hint of annoyance. Lu Ming's eyes brightened as he quickly understood. "Haha, boss, you are quite the experienced driver, aren't you? Your speed is impressive. I feel as though I've been run over by your wheels." "Go away, shameless. Playing the rogue so early in the morning." "Hey, boss. You're missing the point. This isn't being a rogue. It's a symbol of masculine prowess." "I don't believe that." "Hurry and get up." "So early? Have your parents risen yet?" "My dad wakes up every day at 5. No wonder he's a business tycoon." The two of them got out of bed, finished their morning routines, and descended the stairs, where it was already 6:30. At that moment, Xiao Wanqing was indeed reading the newspaper, while Song Jiawen was tending to the flowers on the balcony. "Good morning, Uncle Xia," Lu Ming greeted as he approached. "Morning. Did you sleep well last night?" Xiao Wanqing inquired. Not too bad," Lu Ming replied, though in his mind he thought otherwise. Soon after, Song Jiawen instructed the maid to prepare breakfast, and they all headed to the dining room. During breakfast, Xia Hongyuan was absent. "Where's Hongyuan?" Xia Yuxing asked. "He left early this morning to hang out with his classmates." Song Jiawen replied. Sigh, that brat only knows how to play. I fear he is going to waste away. Shinshin, have some sympathy for your father and come help him at the company. Want you? Xia Wanxing broached the subject again. Dad, why do you keep bringing this up? Xia Yuxing declined once more, saying, Dad, I heard you're planning to collaborate with Du Jiaming's Lofkex group to develop a resort park? Indeed, Xia Wanxing nodded. Are you really going to withdraw from the residential real estate sector? Xia Yuxing queried. Yes, that's correct. The residential real estate market in the country is nearing saturation, and the downward trend in the housing market is inevitable. Therefore, Wanxing Group must pivot towards commercial real estate and the cultural entertainment industry. And how much do you intend to invest in this resort park? About 10 billion. 10 billion? Xia Yuxing exclaimed, astonished. But Dad, I've seen the group's financial report for the first half of the year. The debt ratio is rather high. Can you really afford to allocate so much money at once? Same old strategy. Wanxing and Lofkex will provide 20 of the capital, with the remainder financed through loans. Isn't that debt ratio a bit concerning? Don't worry, my daughter. Your father won't allow the funding chain to break, Xia Wanxing assured with a relaxed demeanor. Uncle Xia, I suggest you approach the collaboration with Lofkex Group with caution. Lu Ming suddenly interjected. Chapter 50, Have you two slept yet? Lu Ming's question left several people momentarily stunned, glancing in his direction. Xia Wanxing inquired, Lu Ming, are you familiar with Green Science Group? To be honest, Uncle Xia, I previously operated in the stock market. And as Green Science Group is a player in the tourism sector, I naturally took note of it. Lu Ming had previously made predictions about the stock and, during their conversation, learned that Du Jiaming was indeed the leader of Green Science Group. Consequently, he began to reassess the stock's potential. To his astonishment, the stock exhibited a commendable performance in the short term. However, 3 months later, the trajectory took a downturn. The predictive analysis indicated that Green Science Group would encounter financial difficulties. Lu Ming was well-versed in stock prediction techniques, which boasted a remarkable accuracy rate. The forecast suggested that current financial issues were indeed plaguing Green Science Group, implying a potential crisis ahead. Lu Ming, is there a problem with Green Science Group stock? Xia Yuxing asked curiously. Lu Ming replied, I have reviewed the financial reports of Green Science Group for the past 3 years, and the data concerning their operations, revenue, and profits presents anomalies that are difficult to articulate. Xia Yuxing asked, so you believe there are financial issues within Green Science Group? Lu Ming nodded, precisely. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanxing chuckled. So, Lu Ming, are you suggesting that your belief in Green Science Group's financial troubles is merely intuition or speculation? That could be one way to put it, Lu Ming conceded without contradiction. Hey, Lu Ming, you are indeed youthful and reckless. The finances of a publicly traded company must be reported, disclosed, and regulated. They are not simply subject to your conjectures, Song Jiawen interjected. Lu Ming's expression turned sheepish. He couldn't very well disclose his unique insights. Xia Wanxing chuckled. Lu Ming, whether it's Green Science Group or any other company, those collaborating with Wanxing Group must be evaluated by our professional team to mitigate risks. As an operator, remember that many matters cannot be discerned merely by glancing at financial statements and reports. Dad, but Lu Ming is a naturally gifted operator. His intuitions are remarkably accurate. Xia Yuxing defended him. Shu Xing, while your studies in finance are commendable, finance can be quantified, data-driven, and technical. It must not rely on fanciful predictions or gut feelings. Xia Wanxing stated gravely. Xia Yuxing found herself momentarily speechless. Her father's perspective was not without merit. Yet, Lu Ming's innate talent in finance was undeniably present. In this world, perhaps every individual is endowed with a unique gift for survival from the moment of their birth. Some are fortunate enough to harness their talents, uncovering their potential and thriving splendidly. However, some individuals may spend their entire lives stumbling through endeavors they do not cherish, engaging in pursuits for which they possess no innate talent. The greatest inequity in this world lies in the fact that upon entering it, each person is endowed with varying degrees of intelligence, intellect, and innate ability. The pinnacle of one's lifelong efforts may merely serve as the starting point for another. Subsequently, Xia Wanxing inquired about Joeying Capital. Shensheng, how are things at Joeying Capital? Is your work progressing smoothly? Encountered a few minor difficulties, but with Lu Ming's assistance, they have now been resolved, Xia Yuxing replied, casting a glance at Lu Ming beside her. I heard you visited the Yu family group? Yes, the Yu family is planning to venture into family wealth management. However, this business deal was ultimately seized by Dingfeng Capital. Do not be disheartened. Yuan Pei is aging, and the group has been entrusted to his daughter, who is entirely driven by self-interest. If you still wish to pursue family wealth management, I can share a piece of information with you. What information? Xia Yuxing inquired, intrigued. Recently, during a gathering with a few old friends, I heard that Shen Huaiwen's eldest daughter is planning a family wealth management deal amounting to 1 billion. You might want to keep an eye on that. All right, I understand. Thank you, Dad. Xia Yuxing felt a surge of excitement, raising an eyebrow playfully at Lu Ming. After breakfast, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing set off for home, with Lu Ming once again taking the wheel. On the way, he could not help but ask, "Boss, who is the old fellow Shen Huaiwen that Uncle Xia mentioned? Have you heard of Shen Dafu Jewelry?" Shen Dafu? Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Shen Dafu Jewelry is a leading enterprise in the domestic jewelry industry. Boss, if we secure this family investment fund, we could earn a substantial management fee each year, Xia Yuxing explained. The Shen Group is a publicly traded company with a market value of hundreds of billions, while the Yu Group's family wealth management amount is 500 million. But the Shen family's is a staggering 1 billion. The Shen family possesses vast assets, consistently allocating a significant sum to family trust and wealth management. It is safe to say that several prominent investment firms, both domestic and international, manage funds belonging to the Shen family. However, based on previous experience, Joey and Capital's scale may not attract their attention. Lu Ming quickly grasped the situation. It was understandable, given the stature of Shen Dafu. They would undoubtedly seek to collaborate with the most qualified and capable investment firms for family wealth management. Ding. System task issued. Manage a family wealth management fund. Reward for task completion, 1 lottery draw. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. A task had arrived. Boss, although Joey and Capital's strength may be slightly lacking, we must strive for this opportunity. If we secure it, I will take the helm. You will take the helm? Xia Yuxing queried. You currently have win no. 5 in monthly win. Are you not concerned about the workload and your limited energy? Boss, this is just the beginning. Many mutual fund managers oversee a dozen funds, and some manage even over 20. Are you truly capable? Of course. How will you know if I am capable unless you give me a chance? Indeed. Xia Yuxing narrowed her beautiful eyes and reproached, Lu Ming, have you indulged again? Lu Ming chuckled mischievously. At that moment, Xia Yuxing's phone rang. It was Zhu Wanqing calling. Hello, Shinshin. How is your new son-in-law's first visit going? I'll tell you more about it tomorrow, Xia Yuxing replied, having made plans with Zhu Wanqing to go for beauty treatments together the next day. Alas, Shinshin, I called to discuss this matter. But suddenly a major case has come up, and I won't have time tomorrow. Oh, is that so? Well, that's all right, Xia Yuxing said, feeling a bit disheartened but understanding, knowing that as a criminal police officer, Zhu Wanqing rarely had time off. Haha, since I can't go, you can accompany Lu Ming instead. With him? Never mind. Why not? Have you two been intimate yet? Chapter 51. Are you really being supported by a wealthy woman? Xia Yuxing, speechless, remarked, Hey, you little rascal. How can you be so much like him? Like whom? With such a mouthful of inappropriate remarks. Oh dear, Xing. Have you actually tasted the flavor of Lu Ming's words? How distasteful, so unrefined. Oh, is Lu Ming driving? Are you afraid he might overhear? Enough of that. By the way, is Aunt Xian in Yinbei recently? I haven't visited her in ages. Xia Yuxing took the initiative to shift the topic. She isn't in Yinbei. She's in Donghai. By the way, why have you suddenly thought of visiting my mother? Is there something on your mind? Zhu Wanqing's mother is named Xue Jingxian, whom Xia Yuxing affectionately refers to as Aunt Xian. Actually, there is something. I remember last month, Aunt Xian's Jinglan Fashion and Shun Dafeng Jewelry held a joint fashion crossover exhibition in Donghai, right? Indeed, that's correct. I heard that the person in charge of the Shin Dafeng Jewelry exhibition is Shen Inch. I see. Shengxing, you wish to meet Shen Inch? Xia Yuxing chuckled. TSK. It's no wonder you're in criminal investigation. You guessed it right away. That's simple. My mother is quite familiar with Shen Inch. I can have her introduce you. That would be splendid. So, why do you want to know Shen Inch? I have a financial investment opportunity. Oh, I see. I must say, you and Shen Inch bear quite a resemblance. Both are strong women and stunning beauties. The two conversed for a while before ending the call. At that moment, Lu Ming, who had been listening nearby, cheerfully interjected, Boss, does this mean with Wanqing's mother's connections, we have a better chance? Xia Yuxing replied, Chance? It would be more accurate to say that with this connection, we have the opportunity to compete. By the way, we need to work overtime at the office tomorrow. Huh? Overtime? We just had 2 days off. We need to meet Shun Ange if we wish to pursue this financial venture. We must understand what kind of person Shin Ange is, study the investment styles and strategies favored by the Shin family over the years, and then formulate a tailored financial plan for them. That makes sense. Hence, time is of the essence. We must work overtime. Lu Ming sighed. All right then. If we must work overtime, you have to pay me triple my salary. Oh, Lu Ming, you manage funds and earn millions in commissions. I don't earn as much as you do, and you still care about that trifling triple salary. Haha, boss, how could you say that? You sound just like a heartless capitalist. My high earnings are a result of my abilities, but what is rightfully mine must be respected, in accordance with labor laws. Fine. I shall pay you quintuple wages. Boss, how generous. Please repeat that. I need to record it. Lu Ming gave a thumbs up and took out his phone. Xia Yushin couldn't help but laugh. This round of overtime wouldn't involve just Lu Ming and Xia Yushin. Dong Xiaojie was also included. And Xia Yushin had assigned Zhong Xiaoman to assist Lu Ming. After that, during the regular meeting, as the company president, Xia Yushin naturally announced the matter of the Shun family's financial investment fund. In theory, this matter could indeed be described as the principle of self-recommendation, granting every fund manager the right to participate. However, the daunting responsibility ultimately fell upon Lu Ming's shoulders. Clients like the Shin Group led most of the company's fund managers to believe that the chances of securing a deal were minimal. Not only the fund managers, but even Xia Yushin lacked confidence. Although she had a talented trader like Lu Ming at her side, clients focused on family wealth management tend to prioritize future benefits, with numerous factors influencing their evaluations. Moreover, aspects such as personal connections also play a significant role. Thus, mere performance is insufficient to secure such clients. Eventually, Zhu Wanqing's mother, Shui Jingxian, facilitated an introduction with Shun Ange, setting a time for both parties to meet. However, the meeting was scheduled in Donghai, necessitating Xia Yushin and Lu Ming's journey there. Before departing for Donghai, Xia Yushin encountered a dilemma. Her dog and cat were left unsupervised at home. A couple of days prior, her brief visit had posed no issue, but this time, with both she and Lu Ming potentially away for 3 to 7 days, it became problematic. Boss, it's simple. Just have your secretary, Li Xiaoya, come by daily to feed them, Lu Ming suggested proactively. Xia Yushin shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, what nonsense. If we live together, the entire company will know. So what if they do? Are you worried about being involved in a scandal with me? Lu Ming winked. You're overthinking it. I'm concerned for you. For me? Just think about it. If we cohabitate, everyone at the company will certainly assume you're keeping a toy boy. Lu Ming, both amused and perplexed, pondered and said, if the company personnel can't help, perhaps we could ask a friend to feed them. Does Wanqing have any free time? I asked Wanqing. She is currently busy with a case across regions and ISNT in Yebei. How about sending them to my classmate's place for a few days? Is your classmate reliable? Absolutely. He has 2 cats as well and posts short videos on Douyin, garnering hundreds of thousands of followers. Very well, please inquire. Xia Yushin consented. Thus, Lu Ming took out his phone and called his university classmate, Lu Feihong. During their university years, Lu Ming and Lu Feihong were not only classmates, but also roommates, sharing a close bond as they often skipped classes to game through the night. When Lu Ming was mocked for confessing to Chu Chanqian, Lu Feihong had stood up for him. After graduation, however, Lu Feihong chose a different path, working in a car sales company for the commission-based opportunities it offered, as less than 20 of their classmates remained in the finance field. Hey, Feihong, do you have time this afternoon? I do. What's up? Lu Ming then explained the situation regarding his pets needing temporary care. Hey, Ming, when did you get a pet? Well, it's been a few months. Great. Bring it over to me. By the way, what breed of dog do you have? A husky. Oh, a silly one, haha. Hurry and bring it over. I adore those goofy dogs. Feihong felt a surge of excitement. Later in the afternoon, Lu Ming drove his Cullinan, bringing a husky and a ginger cat to Feihong's residential complex. Upon arriving, Feihong was taken aback when he saw Lu Ming stepping out of the luxurious vehicle. Wow, Ming, have you really been taken care of by a wealthy woman? What are you talking about? This is the company car. The company car lets you drive it? Hee, my friend is now a star fund manager at the company. What's wrong with driving a car? You're quite impressive. Chapter 52. Women are to be pampered. Feihong led Lu Ming upstairs. It was evident that Feihong rented a 2-bedroom apartment in Yanbei, where every inch of land is precious. This 80 square meter apartment commands a rent of several thousand. However, Feihong, thriving in sales, could afford such luxuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep pets. As soon as Lu Ming entered the apartment, Fei Hong's golden short hair and cheese cat were startled and scurried under the sofa. Previously, Lu Ming had often watched Fei Hong's Douyin videos featuring these two cats, one named Donkey Roll and the other Cow Roll. The golden short hair, Donkey Roll, is often humorously compared to the idiotic character from Donkey Gets Water due to its lack of intelligence. Hey, Ming Ming, look at these silly cats. They usually scratch and bite me. Yet they're terrified of strangers. Fei Hong chuckled as he approached. Come on, Donkey, Cow, come out, we have a guest. At that moment, Lu Ming released his pets, Chweezy and Pippi. Chweezy excitedly began to dash around the apartment, while Pippi wagged its tail and started to explore. Hey, Ming Ming. Your dog and cat are quite the streetwise duo, aren't they? Not afraid of strangers at all? Fei Hong was astonished. You guessed it right. I often take them out shopping. My short videos will have new material now, Fei Hong remarked as he took out his phone to capture footage. Lu Ming inquired. With your tens of thousands of followers on Douyin, have you made a significant income? Not as easy as you think. Although pet bloggers have many followers. Monetization isn't great. I only managed to secure a few advertising deals and sell some pet products. You're quite eloquent. You could try live streaming sales. Lu Ming suggested. Live streaming sales is even more challenging, but I might give it a shot, Fei Hong replied with a smile. By the way, where is your girlfriend? Xueping? Working late? Lu Ming asked. Fei Hong's girlfriend, Pei Xueping, was also a classmate. Yes, she's working late. We had a quarrel this morning, Fei Hong sighed. What happened? She was upset that I bought a PS5 without consulting her first. Fei Hong pointed to the PS5 console in the living room. Now, that is something I have to criticize you for. You should have discussed it with her beforehand, Lu Ming advised. I apologized, but you know how Xueping is. She can sulk for 3 to 5 days. In a relationship, you need to pamper her. Women are to be pampered. Maybe buy her a handbag or something. Lu Ming suggested. Exactly. So, I ordered her a set of lipsticks online, Fei Hong continued. Ming Ming, did I tell you we almost broke up? What happened? You know. Xueping is from here, while I'm from out of town. Her parents have always wanted us to part ways, primarily because I don't own a house here. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to console him. It seemed that every young person at this age inevitably faces such dilemmas. Fei Hong sighed. You know how exorbitant the housing prices are in Yanbei. Buying a house is far from easy. Even in the 6th ring, the down payment starts at over $1 million. Lu Ming inquired. Is it true that Xueping broke up with you because of this? Not quite, Fei Hong replied. I was the one who proposed the breakup. I feared Xueping would find herself in a difficult position. However, she refused to accept it, insisting she wants to continue living together even when renting. As Fei Hong spoke of this, a radiant happiness illuminated his face. Lu Ming, somewhat taken aback, remarked, Indeed, Fei Hong, Xueping is truly remarkable. You have certainly struck gold. Indeed, Fei Hong concurred. I have always felt a sense of guilt towards Xueping, which is why I work so diligently. Upon returning home, I edit short videos, hoping to earn a bit more to expedite our journey towards homeownership. Fei Hong, if you're interested, you could consider investing some funds in the mutual fund I manage. Fei Hong, who had always been kind to himself, often assisted Lu Ming during their school days, prompting Lu Ming to extend his support. Sounds good. I shall visit your office one day to lend my support, Fei Hong readily agreed. Assuming Lu Ming had performance targets to meet, Lu Ming refrained from pushing further, understanding that excessive persuasion could lead to misunderstandings. By the way, Ming Ming, Fei Hong interjected. Enough about me. What about you? Have you been in a relationship? Chu Chanqian mentioned you were being kept. What is the story behind that? Lu Ming candidly shared the events that transpired in the mall that day. Is that so? Chu Chanqian surely loves to flaunt. Isn't she merely attached to a wealthy individual? Fei Hong scoffed. Rich individual? Is her boyfriend a second-generation wealthy heir? Lu Ming questioned. Not quite. The last time I encountered our class leader, Song Yuanzhou, he mentioned her boyfriend is an executive at a company. Our class leader is quite impressive. I saw him driving a luxury Range Rover worth over $1 million. Fei Hong responded, simultaneously wielding a cat teaser, attempting to lure the mischievous donkey out from hiding. Indeed, Song Yuanzhou's family operates a substantial business. He is a genuine second-generation wealthy heir, Lu Ming concurred, nodding in agreement. The two continued to discuss their classmates, sharing an endless stream of conversation that spanned the entire afternoon. By the way, Ming Ming, does your husky, Shuizi, wreak havoc at home? Fei Hong suddenly recalled. Lu Ming chuckled, pointing out, Isn't that evident? Upon noticing, Fei Hong spotted Chuazi gnawing at the living room sofa, laughing. Haha. My sofa has already been ravaged by 2 cats. If he wishes to destroy it further, so be it. At 5 o'clock, Lu Ming returned to Yushui Bay, only to discover that Xia Yuxin was busily packing her bags. Your timing is impeccable. Hurry and pack your things. We have an 8 o'clock flight tonight. Ah? Why the rush? Isn't our flight scheduled for tomorrow? Lu Ming was startled. Xia Yuxin explained, the itinerary has changed. Tomorrow we will go directly to meet Shenangi. Lu Ming responded in astonishment. Directly? Wasn't it arranged for Aunt Xian to act as an intermediary and set up a dinner to facilitate an introduction to Shenangi? Aunt Xian just called, stating that tomorrow Shenangi will be meeting with 5 investment firms to discuss matters related to the Shun family's fund. Meeting together? Lu Ming was astounded, exclaiming, this Shenangi is quite impressive. This allows investment firms to bid face-to-face. The Shin family undoubtedly possesses considerable resources. Aunt Xian has recommended us to Shun Onghua, who suggests that we attend the meeting together tomorrow morning. I see, but which 5 investment firms are we speaking of? Dingfeng, Zhuyi, Haihong, Jiawanqing, and Yueying. Hiss. Lu Ming gasped in astonishment. These 5 investment firms are titans in the private equity industry. Particularly, Dingfeng, Zhuyi, and Haihong are renowned as the 3 musketeers of domestic private equity. Previously, the Yu family's wealth management fund, led by Xia Yuxing, was defeated by Dingfeng. Jiawanqing is a Sino-foreign joint venture, while Yueying stands as a leader in the public fund sector, having established a subsidiary 3 years ago to enter the private equity market, showcasing formidable strength. In comparison, Jiuying Capital is utterly overshadowed in both scale and experience. Chapter 53. Have we booked the hotel? Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing had a brief discussion before retreating to their respective rooms to pack their belongings. Anticipating a lengthy stay in Donghai, Lu Ming decided to bring along several changes of clothes. Additionally, he remembered that his undergarments had been washed the previous day and were hanging on the balcony to dry. Venturing out to the balcony, he discovered Xia Yuxing retrieving her undergarments from the drying rack. To his surprise, she was taking down a multitude of pieces in various colors, leaving Lu Ming momentarily speechless. What are you staring at? Xia Yuxin asked, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. When she and Lu Ming had first cohabited, she had felt shy about hanging her intimate apparel in plain sight. However, observing Lu Ming's nonchalance regarding such matters had emboldened her. She pondered why she should feel ashamed when it was merely drying in the sun, not being worn for public display. Besides, she had refrained from airing her delicate garments on the balcony, lest Lu Ming think her careless about cleanliness. Yet, being scrutinized by Lu Ming in such a manner was undeniably mortifying. With a playful grin, Lu Ming teased, CEO, we're merely discussing business. And it may only last a week. Why bring so many? Mind your own business. Xia Yuxing retorted, rolling her eyes. You wouldn't understand. Girls need to change daily. Really? Lu Ming asked, bewildered. Of course. She affirmed. Why? He inquired, still confused. Isn't it common sense? Don't you men change daily? Not really. Xia Yuxing was taken aback. You can't be serious. So, how often do you change? Well, it's hard to say. Some change every few days. Every few days? She echoed incredulously. You mean to say some wear the same pair for a week? Yeah, some wear one for a week on one side, then flip it for another week. She burst into laughter, exclaiming, you men are utterly unhygienic. After a week, wouldn't it be like armor? That's nothing. Some wear them until they have holes or fade. Xia Yuxin couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. So, how often do you change? I change quite regularly, barring any special circumstances, about every 2 to 3 days. Special circumstances? What do you mean? Like when I'm lacking nutrients. I don't understand, she said, shaking her head. Lu Ming winked mischievously. CEO, do you need me to enlighten you? Absolutely not. Xia Yuxing replied, recognizing the playful glint in his eyes, knowing it would lead to more cheeky banter. Haha, you still have the audacity to laugh. Changing every 2 or 3 days is simply unacceptable. You must pay heed to personal hygiene and change daily from now on. Every day? Alas, I don't possess that many pairs. Why don't you buy me a few? Lu Ming could not resist teasing her. Go away. Why should I buy them for you? Am I not your boyfriend? That's a pretense. A falsehood is still a boyfriend. Rascal, I can't be bothered with you. With that, Xia Yuxing retreated to her room with her clothes. By 7 in the evening, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing had collected their tickets, having booked business class. They proceeded directly to the VIP lounge to await their flight. By the way, has our hotel been reserved, boss? Xiaoya has taken care of it. We'll be staying at the Shangri-La. Lu Ming asked with a grin. Is it 1 room or 2? What do you think? Xia Yushin shot him an exasperated glance. Haha, is it the presidential suite? Wow, you wish to stay in the presidential suite? We are here on business, not for leisure. I've never stayed in one. But I heard the presidential suite has a swimming pool. Is that true? Indeed, it is. Are there foot massages as well? That is a presidential suite, not a spa center. Xia Yushin was rendered speechless. Heh, I've never been to a spa, after all. Lu Ming chuckled awkwardly. As they settled down, Xia Yushin extracted a book from her bag, preparing to read. At that moment, Lu Ming surveyed the lounge and suddenly froze. Hey, he tapped Xia Yushin's arm. Thinking he was being inappropriate, she retorted. What are you doing? Boss, look at that person. Why does he seem so familiar? Is that my little uncle? Lu Ming pointed toward a massage chair not far away. Xia Yushin followed his gaze, astonished. Indeed, it's that rascal Xia Hanyuan. She promptly stood up and walked toward the massage chair, with Lu Ming hastily trailing behind her. At that moment, Xia Hanyuan lay with his eyes closed, indulging in the massage. Beside him sat a young and attractive girl. With a resounding clap, Xia Yushin struck Xia Hanyuan's shoulder. Huh. He opened his eyes abruptly. Xia Hanyuan, what brings you here? I. At that moment, the beautiful girl beside him inquired. Hanyuan, who is this? Xia Hanyuan quickly introduced. Rumen. This is my sister. Sister, this is Lin Rumen, my high school classmate. Hello, sister. Lin Rumen greeted promptly. Where are you headed? Xia Yushin inquired. We're planning to visit Donghai Disneyland. Oh, brother-in-law, you're here too? Xia Hanyuan spotted Lu Ming behind her. Lu Ming smiled. What a coincidence. My wife and I are also going to Donghai. Xia Hongyuan's eyes lit up. Really? That is wonderful. Sister, brother-in-law, let us go to Disneyland together. We're going for business, not leisure. Xia Yushin shot him a warning glance. Oh, I see. I thought you and my brother-in-law were on your honeymoon. Honeymoon? We are not even married. So what? You and my brother-in-law are currently in the throes of passion. Xia Yushin inquired. Have you informed our parents about your trip to Donghai? Ah, sister. You must keep this a secret for me. Please don't tell mom and dad. Xia Hanyuan implored, his expression one of apprehension. You are truly a worry, Xia Yushin retorted, casting him a disapproving glance before returning to her seat. Xia Hongyuan quickly grasped Lu Ming's arm, saying, Brother-in-law, you must help me out. Don't let my sister inform our parents, otherwise, my credit card will be locked tomorrow. Not a problem, I will have a word with her, Lu Ming assured, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Upon returning to his seat, Lu Ming remarked to Xia Yushin that Hongyuan fellow is quite impressive. He has managed to woo an internet celebrity. Xia Yushin paused in surprise and asked, an internet celebrity? Which one? Chapter 54. Are you an exhibitionist? Lu Ming leaned closer to Xia Yushin's ear and whispered, it's that girl beside Hongyuan. Isn't she a classmate of Hongyuan? Xia Yushin replied, somewhat astonished. At that moment, Lu Ming pulled out his phone and opened his Douyin app. He scrolled through his list of followed accounts, which were all beautiful female streamers. Xia Yushin cast him a strange glance. Ahem. Lu Ming felt his face flush and quickly scrolled down until he found a Douyin user named Rumen. He opened her profile and was greeted by a series of short videos she had posted. Lu Ming casually selected one, which featured Rumen dancing. Xia Yushin took a brief look and confirmed it was indeed Lin Rumen's Douyin. The account showcased numerous dance videos, primarily featuring twerking, and boasted an impressive 2 million followers. She is truly an internet celebrity. It seems Hongyuan has quite the taste for influencers. Xia Yushin gritted her teeth in frustration. Lu Ming then asked, by the way, boss, do you have your brother's Douyin account? Yes. What is it called? UNZ. Oh. Isn't he the top supporter who often frequents Rumen's live streams? Top supporter? Yes, he is the one who frequently donates during her streams. Upon hearing this, Xia Yushin became even angrier, exclaiming, that little rascal. He is not learning anything good. Hey, boss, shouldn't you tell your parents about this? Nowadays, many influencers enjoy luring wealthy suitors and engaging in deceptive pranks. Lu Ming, with a mischievous grin, had inadvertently thrown Xia Hongyuan under the bus. We absolutely cannot inform them. If my parents find out, it would be disastrous. They would be furious. Xia Yushin crossed her arms in irritation. True enough. Lu Ming, you must tell Xia Hanyuan to break up with this girl. Huh? Am I supposed to say that? It doesn't he seem appropriate. Lu Ming looked somewhat uneasy. Why not? Aren't you his brother-in-law? Lu Ming was taken aback and helplessly replied, Boss, let us not rush into this. I'll help you investigate first. What if Lin Rumin is indeed Hong Yuan's classmate? What if we're misunderstanding the situation and they aren't even dating? After pondering for a moment, Xia Yuxing agreed that they should clarify matters first. An hour later, the group boarded the plane. The flight from Yanbei to Donghai took merely 2 hours. Upon landing, Xia Hongyuan hurried over and inquired, "Sister, which hotel did you and brother-in-law book?" "Shangri-La Hotel." "Great. Rumin and I will stay at the same hotel then." Shortly after, Xia Hongyuan summoned a car, and they arrived at the hotel. While checking in, Xia Yuxing suddenly remembered that she had previously asked her assistant, Li Xiaoya, to reserve 2 rooms, one for herself and one for Lu Ming. However, since Xia Hongyuan had joined them, she realized it would be inappropriate for her and Lu Ming to stay separately. Thus, she decided to book one room at the front desk and canceled the other. Soon after, Xia Hongyuan and Lin Rumin completed their check-in, each with their own room. At this moment, Lu Ming approached and wrapped his arm around Xia Hongyuan's shoulder, saying, "Hongyuan, let us go out and buy some late-night snacks for your sister and your classmates." "Sure," Xia Hongyuan readily agreed. The two made their way to a barbecue restaurant and ordered a considerable number of skewers. While they waited, Lu Ming, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Ah, Hongyuan, you are in trouble." What's wrong, brother-in-law?" Xia Hongyuan was taken aback. Lu Ming pulled out his phone, opened Douyin, and navigated to Rumin's personal page. "Oh, brother-in-law, you're a fan of Rumin too?" Xia Hongyuan exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I stumbled upon her before." "Haha, do you watch Rumin's live streams?" "I tune in quite regularly." "I know, you are her #1 supporter." "You know that too, brother-in-law? So, have you given Rumin any gifts?" "No, I never reward streamers." "What? So you're one of those who just enjoys without contributing?" Xia Hongyuan couldn't help but tease. Lu Ming, feeling speechless, replied, "Hongyuan, you still haven't realized the gravity of the situation. Your sister already knows Rumin is an internet celebrity. Yet you deceived her into thinking she was a high school classmate." "Brother-in-law, I didn't deceive my sister. Rumin is indeed a streamer. But she is also my high school classmate. Regardless of whether it's true or not, you are currently dating an internet celebrity, and your sister is extremely upset." "What?" Xia Hongyuan quickly exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, what do you mean by dating an internet celebrity? My relationship with Rumin is serious. Whether you are serious or not, your sister will inform your parents." "What? Then I'm doomed." Xia Hongyuan wilted at the thought. If his father, Xiao Wansheng, found out, his monthly allowance might very well vanish. Lu Ming, with a bold face, said, "Fortunately, I managed to persuade your sister not to tell your parents for the time being." "Really, brother-in-law? You're too kind." Xia Hongyuan was deeply touched. "However, while I've managed to delay her, you must tell me about your relationship with Rumin. What is the current status? How did it all begin? Share everything with me." "Brother-in-law, that's our private matter. You want privacy, do you? Well, I can't stop your sister." "Fine, I'll tell you." Subsequently, Xia Hongyuan recounted the details of his relationship with Lin Rumin. Half an hour later, Lu Ming returned to the hotel room with the skewers in hand. At that moment, Xia Yuxing had finished her shower and changed into her pajamas. "Here you go, boss. The late-night snacks are here." "What late-night snacks?" "Skewers." "Skewers? Is this considered a late-night snack?" Xia Yuxing was both amused and bewildered. "Of course. Don't you like them, boss?" "Not really. Eating this at night feels a bit sinful." "What is sinful about it? Just eat. Besides, your figure is absolutely perfect." "Perfect? With all the meals you prepare, I'm afraid I'm gaining weight around my waist." "Oh, then I'll have to make sure to drag the boss out for morning exercises from now on." Xia Yuxing quickly shook her head, saying, "No way. No one can take away my habit of sleeping in. That doesn't seem right. Boss, you usually retire early, around 10 p.m. How is it that you still manage to sleep until 7:30 a.m. every morning?" "Well, if I were to rise early, then going to bed early would serve no purpose." Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words, sensing an underlying issue. Shortly thereafter, he took a quick shower and donned a pair of shorts. By that time, Xia Yuxing was already enjoying barbecued skewers and drinking beer. "Oh dear." Xia Yuxing quickly covered her eyes and playfully admonished, "Could you exhibit a bit of decorum? Why are you parading around without a shirt? Hurry and put on some clothes. It's rather warm. I'll change in a moment." Lu Ming, freshly showered and still perspiring, retorted, "Wait, have you forgotten our cohabitation agreement?" "I haven't forgotten. But we are in a hotel, not at home." "Scoundrel, are you some sort of exhibitionist?" "Boss, I'm simply bare-chested. I'm not parading around like a kite." "That still isn't acceptable." "Come on, boss. I possess an admirable 8-pack. I'm offering you a complimentary view without any fees. Chapter 55. A gentle distance between men and women who cares to see your abs. Bah. Xia Yusheng rolled her eyes. However, the hand covering her face could not resist parting slightly, revealing a narrow gap. Oh, Lu Ming indeed possessed an impressive 8-pack. Boss, are you peeking through your fingers? Lu Ming noticed. Absolutely not. Hurry and put on some clothes, or I shall be quite displeased. All right, I shall dress immediately, Lu Ming replied, opening his suitcase to retrieve a tank top. Only then did Xia Yusheng lower her hand. Boss, don't you think my physique is rather commendable? I've developed some chest muscles. Lu Ming couldn't help but tease, feeling quite pleased with his own body. Narcissistic. Xia Yusheng shot him a glance. Yet her gaze lingered as she observed how the tank top accentuated his physique. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Hey boss, why are you blushing? I drank some beer. Lu Ming responded, cracking open a can for himself. The two of them enjoyed the beer and skewers while watching television. Have you gathered all the details about Hong Yuan? Yes, I have. Speak up. Lin Rumen was indeed a high school classmate of Xia Hongyuan. The two had been in touch for quite some time, and they had just begun dating. Furthermore, Xia Hongyuan had mentioned that he was serious about Lin Rumen. Lu Ming detailed everything Xia Hongyuan had shared. Boss, I believe we should respect Hong Yuan's feelings. I don't mind him dating, but his partner is a social media influencer who dances provocatively every day. How scandalous. Boss, this is a new era. Many young people enjoy doing, posting dance videos. We cannot dismiss them all as unsuitable. Xia Yusheng pondered for a moment, realizing Lu Ming had a point. Moreover, she did not know Lin Rumen well. If she were to demand her brother Hong Yuan end his relationship without understanding the situation, it would be no different from her parents' interference. However, Lu Ming continued, Boss, I understand your concerns about Hong Yuan potentially being deceived in love or financially, right? Xia Yusheng remained silent, as her worries were indeed valid. Rest assured, I have already cautioned Hong Yuan. Besides, he is quite intelligent, far from foolish. You need not worry. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yusheng conceded, Very well, if he wishes to date, let him be. By the way, boss, do you have Douyin? I do not. You don't browse short videos? No. Lu Ming chuckled. Then you're missing out on a great deal of fun. Fun? What fun? Things like foraging for crabs, collecting pearls from river clams, or wilderness survival, all of which are quite entertaining. How about you create an account, and I can recommend some intriguing creators. Enough of that. Do you think I would trust your suggestions? Your following list must be filled with female influencers. Cough, cough, that's preposterous, boss. You must have misread. I actually follow many fascinating creators. Is that so? Why don't you take out your phone, open Douyin, and scroll through the first 10 videos? Let's see if they are truly entertaining or merely featuring internet celebrities shaking their hips. With a hint of defiance, Lu Ming retrieved his phone. Indeed. He often indulged in videos about fishing and hoof repairs, which were not only amusing but also provided a sense of relief. Xia Yusheng promptly settled beside him, both fixated on the phone screen. As they opened Douyin, the first video materialized, step by step. Let's sing a love song. Stubbornly in love. Stubbornly persistent. Foolishly believing that letting go is an act of grace. Lu Ming's lips twitched. Lo and behold, 3 young ladies were dancing together. Oh, big data truly knows you well, Lu Ming, Xia Yusheng remarked with a roll of her eyes. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, insisting, this must be a coincidence. The background music for this dance was popular a few months ago, and now it's being pushed again. Definitely a coincidence. Xia Yusheng scoffed. Sure, a coincidence. Let's watch the second video. Lu Ming quickly swiped his finger. The second video appeared. In what kind of garden do we dig? Planting seeds to bloom flowers. In my little garden. Lu Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although it wasn't a dancing video, it featured an attractive female teacher. Well, wouldn't you know, she's quite lovely. Boss, I bet if you made a video, you'd outshine them all. Let us move on to the third video. Lu Ming continued to swipe through the screen. Finally, the third video emerged, focusing on military topics. Huh, how about that, boss? Not all of them are just pretty faces. Right? On to the fourth. The fourth video indeed showcased a hoof repair. The fifth featured a pet blogger with adorable dogs. The sixth was a dance by a stunning beauty. The seventh video presented an alluring woman dancing to a popular tune. The eighth, a mesmerizing display of beauty. The ninth featured a bikini-clad beauty, and the 10th showcased a JK uniform. Lu Ming's expression darkened. Damn this infernal big data. It truly knows how to reveal a man's nature. After 10 short videos, 7 were of beautiful women. Well done, Lu Ming, Xia Yuxing fumed. Boss, this must be a flaw in the recommendation algorithm. Come on, don't make excuses, Lu Ming said with a bold face. As the saying goes, everyone has an appreciation for beauty. It's perfectly fine for us men to admire beautiful women. It cultivates our spirits and brings joy. Cultivating your spirit? You have some nerve, she retorted. Haha, boss, I assure you, I won't be watching these beautiful Douyin influencers anymore. Oh, why's that? Because I know you, boss. When it comes to looks and figure, those internet celebrities with beauty filters can't possibly compare to you. Oh, have you learned to sweet talk? Xia Yuxing shot him a glare. Yet despite knowing Lu Ming's silver tongue, she found his words oddly pleasant and delightful. Lu Ming flattered, I speak the truth, boss. Even without makeup, you outshine them all. If you donned a black dress, oh my, that would be something extraordinary. Enough, who would wear a black dress? Xia Yuxing replied, somewhat exasperated by this rogue. Lu Ming assessed the beauty before him, his imagination conjuring an image of Xia Yuxing in a black dress, and he thought to himself, this could be a life-altering experience. Surely, tonight we won't be distributing nutritional supplements, will we? What are you staring at? You're practically drooling. Xia Yuxing felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Oh dear, it's simply because you're so stunning. You've captivated me, Lu Ming continued his flattery. You silver-tongued charmer. Enough. I'm going to sleep. You'll take the sofa, and I shall have the bed. Upon saying this, Xia Yuxing climbed onto the bed and covered herself with the blanket. What? Why should that be? I want to sleep in the bed too, Lu Ming protested, also climbing onto the bed. Get down. Xia Yuxing kicked him off, asserting. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. How could we share a bed? Chapter 56. The female tyrant seeks mercy. What? Lu Ming was taken aback and exclaimed, Boss, haven't we shared a bed on 2 occasions? A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Xia Yuxing retorted. What do you mean by sharing a bed? That was merely sleeping on the same mattress. Indeed. Previously, it was unavoidable, but now we are at a hotel. Why must we sleep in the same bed again? I ask you, boss, do you possess any conscience? When you need me, you summon me to your bed. And when you don't, you leave me to sleep on the sofa. Isn't that akin to abandoning a loyal steed after it has served its purpose? Indeed. You are the steed. Xia Yuxing covered her mouth and laughed heartily. All right, I am the steed. The steed has arrived. As Lu Ming spoke, he leaped onto the bed and began to roll around, exclaiming, the steed rolls. While he tumbled, he shamelessly rubbed against Xia Yuxing. Hey, what are you doing? Xia Yuxing quickly shielded her body. I am but a steed, frolicking. Frolic your granddad. Xia Yuxing kicked out, attempting to push Lu Ming off the bed once more. However, this time Lu Ming was prepared, firmly grasping her ankle. How audacious. Release me at once. Xia Yuxing struggled, but Lu Ming held on tightly. Oh, boss. When was the last time you washed your feet? It's rather pungent. Lu Ming mockingly pinched his nose with his other hand. Nonsense. I wash my feet daily. Where would the odor come from? You're just pretending. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with mischief, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. You want to do what? Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Suddenly, Lu Ming reached out and gently tickled the sole of her foot. Aha. What are you doing? Boss? You still want to let me sleep in the bed? I shall tickle you. Haha, don't tickle. I'm ticklish. Ticklish, are we? Then I shall tickle you even more. Lu Ming continued to tease her with gentle tickles. Haha, let go of me. Xia Yuxing struggled desperately. But Lu Ming's grip on her ankle was unyielding. Her strength paled in comparison to his, leaving her utterly subdued. Not letting go. Lu Ming, you are bold. I am your superior. You dare disrespect me. Release my foot at once. Oh, boss, even at this moment, you still wish to assert your authority? Lu Ming teased, tickling her foot once again. Haha, all right. I shall not assert my authority any longer. Will you please let go of me? What now, boss? Cannot endure any longer. You may release me. But allow me to sleep in the bed, yes? Absolutely not. Lu Ming frowned, poised to tickle her once more. Xia Yuxing gasped, hastily pleading for mercy. All right, I concede. Boss, you said it. I shall hold you to your word. I did say so, now please let me go. Xia Yuxing, having been ticklish since childhood, found herself at her most vulnerable. Finally, Lu Ming released her foot. Xia Yuxing, in a huff, exclaimed, Fine, Lu Ming. You can tickle my feet. I am most sensitive to tickling. Is that so? Then I can have the upper hand with the boss, he teased. Bah, you wish. Do you think you can dominate me? You may sleep in my bed, but don't stir too much at night. Boss, I maintain a strict decorum while sleeping, you know? Strict decorum, you say? You were being quite mischievous this morning. Boss, I find it imperative to enlighten you with some biological knowledge. Are you attempting to brainwash me? I shall not listen. It is time for sleep. With that, Xia Yuxing promptly extinguished the light. In the enveloping darkness, the two were not quick to succumb to slumber. By the way, we must rise early. We need to set off by 7 a.m. Xia Yuxing recalled their appointment with Shin Ongong the following day. 7 a.m.? So early? Does Shin Ongong commence work at such an hour? Not exactly. We are headed to the Blade Club, she clarified. The Blade Club? That's located on the outskirts. Precisely. Hence our early departure. Lu Ming inquired, what is our purpose there? The Blade Club is a prestigious sports club in Donghai, essentially a playground for the affluent. Its fame derives from its array of extreme sports, including BMX biking, rock climbing, sky surfing, extreme off-roading, bungee jumping, and skydiving, she explained. Shin Ongong has arranged to meet at the club. I recall now, during our background check, Shin Ongong was an athletic enthusiast. Indeed. It is rather peculiar that the wealthy engage in such projects. Typically, they occupy themselves with golf or lounging by the pool. And now there's extreme sports added to the mix. Shin Ongong is quite a distinctive figure within the circles. Our chances of securing this deal seem rather slim. Xia Yuxing admitted, lacking confidence as they faced formidable competition. Rest assured, boss, I am here to support you, Lu Ming assured with a smile. Xia Yuxing blinked. Recognizing that Lu Ming was indeed an asset in her negotiations, considering his esteemed reputation in the industry. Soon, they concluded their conversation and drifted into a drowsy sleep. At approximately 3 a.m., a sudden clap of thunder erupted outside, followed by a torrential downpour. Ah, Xia Yuxing gasped, awakening abruptly. Lu Ming too stirred, his eyes fluttering open in confusion. The sound of the rain was quite substantial. In the darkness, Lu Ming turned to glance at Xia Yuxing, who seemed to tremble slightly. Is she dreaming? He pondered. Just then, a tremendous roar of thunder reverberated, causing Xia Yuxing's body to shake even more. Boss, are you all right? Lu Ming quickly inquired. I'm fine, just a bit frightened of the thunder. Xia Yuxing murmured softly, her eyes remaining shut. Another rumble of thunder echoed, and once again. She shivered. Lu Ming contemplated for a moment, then boldly reached out to grasp Xia Yuxing's hand. Startled by the sudden contact, Xia Yuxing opened her eyes wide. There's no need to fear. It's merely thunder. I'm right here beside you, Lu Ming reassured her, squeezing her hand gently. However, he could distinctly feel the cold sweat emanating from her palm. Xia Yuxing responded softly. Yet, the relentless rain and the thunder outside continued to roar, causing her to instinctively shudder. Lu Ming, with a firm grip, boldly pulled her closer to his body. Xia Yuxing gasped, her heart racing uncontrollably. In the next moment, Lu Ming cupped both of her ears with his hands. Instantly, the thunderous clamor was muffled. Xia Yuxing's body gradually ceased its trembling. Chapter 57. Are you murdering your husband? Upon noticing that Xia Yuxing had ceased to tremble, Lu Ming ventured to speak. Boss, are you no longer afraid? Xia Yuxing felt an overwhelming sense of security. Simultaneously, she became aware of the distinctive masculine aura and scent emanating from Lu Ming. In that fleeting moment, she found herself inexplicably captivated. Without understanding her own actions, she instinctively extended an arm to embrace Lu Ming. Lu Ming was taken aback. Initially, as he covered Xia Yuxing's ears, he had not given it much thought. However, with Xia Yuxing suddenly embracing him, he felt a primal instinct stirring within him. Consequently, a certain part of him began to respond. Lu Ming felt a tinge of embarrassment and immediately sought to repress it. Come on, keep it together. Why so flustered? Don't embarrass yourself. At that moment, the thunder outside finally subsided. Xia Yuxing continued to relish the tranquility. Suddenly, she felt a stirring from Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face fell, internally lamenting. This is a disaster. Truly embarrassing. But can any man truly be blamed in such a scenario? Otherwise, there must be something amiss. Yet, he feared this might provoke the fierce woman. As he panicked, Xia Yuxing spoke. How annoying. With that, she pushed Lu Ming away and turned her back to him. Boss, I didn't mean it. You're not angry, are you? No, just go to sleep. Xia Yuxing lay there for a while, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Phew. To her surprise, Lu Ming soon fell into a deep slumber. Xia Yuxing touched her face, feeling a bit flushed. She gently lifted the covers, slipped out of bed, and, in the darkness, rummaged through her bag before stealthily making her way to the bathroom. Once in the bathroom, she turned on the light and stood before the mirror. Looking at her reflection, she felt as though she were gazing at someone else. The woman in the mirror had flushed cheeks and a reddened neck. Xia Yuxing locked the bathroom door. Sigh. She had never experienced such a moment before, nor felt such emotions. For the first time in her life, she found herself changing her undergarments in the middle of the night. How mortifying. After changing, she returned from the bathroom. As she approached the bedside, Lu Ming suddenly turned over, startling her. Fortunately, he merely rolled over without waking. Xia Yuxing breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he hadn't noticed. The following morning, Lu Ming awoke to a sensation of suffocation, as if he could not breathe. He abruptly opened his eyes to find a fair hand pinching his nose. Then he beheld Xia Yuxing's playful face, grinning mischievously at him. Ah, I'm going to die. Lu Ming quickly opened his mouth to inhale. Haha. Xia Yuxing stifled her laughter, doubling over in amusement. Boss, what are you doing? Are you attempting to murder your husband? Lu Ming was at a loss for words. Pa, what husband? I called you several times to wake you up, yet you lay there like a sloth, offering no response whatsoever. I had no choice but to pinch your nose. Huh, did you call me? I did. Impossible, you must not have. You still don't believe me. Actually, I've been awake for quite some time. Awake for a while? Yes, didn't you notice that my little buddy has been standing guard? Little buddy? Yes, my little buddy. In an instant, Xia Yuxing understood. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot him an exasperated glare. You little rascal, always making suggestive remarks. You would know unless you were an experienced driver. Enough with the nonsense. Get up and wash up quickly. We have important matters to attend to. After Xia Yuxing finished speaking, she leaped off the bed. The two then began their morning routines, freshening up and changing clothes, preparing to head to the hotel restaurant for a buffet breakfast. Lu Ming asked curiously, wait a minute, boss. What's wrong? Did you forget something? Forget what? Didn't you say you needed to change into a new one of those every morning? You didn't change this morning. Lu Ming reminded her kindly. Go away. Who said I didn't change? I did so in the changing room. Xia Yuxing felt a twinge of guilt. She had secretly changed around 3 in the morning. Hence she had changed in the morning. No, you didn't take anything before going to the changing room, only casual pants. You must be mistaken. I did take something. Xia Yuxing firmly denied it. Impossible, I didn't make a mistake. Lu Ming was quite certain. Xia Yuxing retorted angrily. Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean by that? What was I supposed to change into? Why were you watching me, you pervert? Lu Ming chuckled helplessly. Well, is it wrong to kindly remind you? Since they were discussing a project, Lu Ming was dressed in a suit and shirt, exuding a more mature charm than usual. Xia Yuxing couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Indeed, when he dressed up, he looked quite handsome. After breakfast, the two set off in a private car. Upon their arrival at the Blade Club, it was already 8:30. However, according to the meeting time arranged with Shenangi, they were to meet at 9 o'clock. So they had ample time. The Blade Club was quite expansive. Upon reaching the venue and informing the staff about their appointment with Shenangi, they were promptly escorted to the climbing area. A woman clad in a professional OL outfit approached them and said, Hello, I am Mia, assistant to General Manager Shun. May I ask which company you represent? Lu Ming replied, We are from Jiuying Capital. Very well, this morning, General Manager Shun will be participating in a rock climbing competition. So the discussion may be delayed a bit. You can rest in the VIP room over there, or watch the competition from the climbing area. All right, Lu Ming nodded. Subsequently, Assistant Mia went off to attend to other matters. Lu Ming remarked, No wonder Shenangi chose to meet here. It turns out she has a competition to attend. It seems Shenangi is indeed quite the sports enthusiast. Xia Yuxing smiled. Well, boss, shall we head to the lounge, or watch the match? Lu Ming inquired. Casting a glance at Xia Yuxing, Xia Yuxing replied, Since we are here, let's go watch the match. I see this club offers quite a variety of entertainment options. Boss, do you have any skills? She continued, I studied dance for several years in my childhood and possessed decent balance, though given the extreme sports available here, it might be quite challenging for me. Really? Is that true? Boss, you learned dance as a child? Lu Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Absolutely true. I still retain the fundamentals, backbends, standing on tiptoes, splits both ways, and standing leg extensions are all within my capabilities, Xia Yuxing said, her face beaming with pride. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed, Back splits, standing leg extensions, Doesn't that mean you can unlock the splits? Chapter 58. Do not move your hand. I am ticklisham. Xia Yuxing furrowed her brows upon hearing this and inquired, What? Ahem. What I mean is, boss, you have unlocked yet another achievement in life. Lu Ming's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat guilty. Hey, why is your face so red? Xia Yuxing asked, puzzled. Is it red? The sun is so strong in the suburbs, and I didn't apply sunscreen this morning. Is my face red too? She assumed it was due to sun exposure. Lu Ming shook his head. No, we just arrived. Then I shall apply some sunscreen. The two made their way to a nearby pavilion to sit down, where Xia Yuxing took out her sunscreen. She applied it to her face and then to her arms. Do you want some? She offered, holding the sunscreen up to Lu Ming. I've never used this stuff and Wu and T know how to apply it. How about this? Boss, you help me with it, Lu Ming replied. You're tough-skinned. I don't think you need it. Xia Yuxing teased, putting the sunscreen away with a mischievous grin. Lu Ming could only smile helplessly. Soon, they entered the rock climbing area. Within the zone, various types of climbing walls were available, both indoors and outdoors. Each climbing wall was marked with a difficulty level ranging from 1 to 10. Generally, the easier walls stood at heights of 5 to 8 meters, while those of moderate difficulty ranged from 10 to 15 meters. And the challenging walls reached heights of 15 to 30 meters. Ding. The system detected a climbing wall. Ding. System task issued. Unleash your super climbing skill for the first time. Task completion reward. 1 lottery draw. Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated another system task. He had previously drawn the super climbing skill. Now, simply participating in climbing could fulfill the task. It seemed that after their project discussion, he would indeed have to give it a try. Boss, I can handle this climbing project. I'll give it a go shortly. He declared. Have you climbed before? Of course. My explosive strength is exceptional. I can directly tackle the high difficulty projects, Lu Ming asserted with confidence. You're just bragging. Keep boasting. It won't cost you anything. Xia Yuxing shot him a glance, thinking he was merely boasting. High difficulty climbing projects are typically reserved for professional climbers or athletes. Regular players can hardly ascend. The high difficulty climbing walls require not only stamina, but also explosive power, balance, flexibility, and coordination. As they observed the Area S signage, they discovered that today's climbing competition was indeed set in the high difficulty zone. TSK, this Shinangi is quite the powerhouse. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Upon entering the competition venue, they noticed a multitude of people gathered around the climbing wall at the far end. Among them were club staff and numerous club members. Those participating in the club activities were all enthusiasts of extreme sports. The club frequently hosts various competitions, which hold immense allure for the attendees. Furthermore, today features the stunning Shin Onghua as a contestant, instantly captivating numerous local young aristocrats in Donghai. Among these affluent youths, many harbor admiration for Shin Onghua. Lu Ming chuckled. My, what a crowd. Upon entering the venue with Xia Yuxing, they drew considerable attention, particularly from the young elite. After all, Xia Yuxing's beauty, figure, and charisma rivaled that of Shin Onghua, perhaps even surpassing her. Who is that enchanting lady? One inquired. I don't know. She must be from a prominent family. Heavens. There exists a woman even more beautiful than Shin Onghua. The affluent youths could barely contain their excitement. A young man clad entirely in Versace eagerly approached. Hello, beautiful. You possess such grace. May we get acquainted? He extended his hand. Lu Ming found himself both amused and exasperated, silently acknowledging that Xia Yuxing, a true beauty, had dazzled everyone upon her arrival. I'm sorry, sir, but my boyfriend might be displeased, Xia Yuxing said, linking her arm with Lu Ming's. The young man's expression fell, and with an awkward smile, he retreated. The other young aristocrats mirrored his disappointment. As Xia Yuxing grasped his arm, Lu Ming seized the opportunity to wrap his arm around her waist, ensuring he too would not be at a disadvantage. What are you doing? Xia Yuxing queried. Is there an issue with me holding my girlfriend? He replied. No problem, but please refrain from any wandering hands. I am quite ticklish. She retorted. I haven't touched you. Lu Ming adamantly denied. Suddenly, a voice called out. Oh, what a coincidence, old classmate. We meet again here in the homeland. They turned to see a young man adorned in climbing gear approaching. Rong Wenhao? Xia Yuxing was taken aback to encounter this bothersome individual. Rong Wenhao, hands in pockets, inquired with a grin. Old classmate, what brings you here? You aren't here for the Shun family's financial management funds, are you? That's none of your business. Xia Yuxing replied coldly. How can it not be? Allow me to introduce myself. I am now the junior master of Dingfeng Capital. which has been acquired by the Rong family. Indeed, the financial dealings with the Yu family were snatched right from under you, he boasted, pride evident on his face. You? It's actually you. Xia Yuxing frowned. What's the matter? You always bested me in school. Reality might not be so forgiving, he taunted. Frustrated and unwilling to engage with this insufferable individual, Xia Yuxing chose to ignore him. At that moment, Lu Ming stepped forward, speaking up. So you're the boss of Dingfeng Capital? The junior master, you say? Have you been watching too many martial arts dramas? Where's your cape and broadsword? Who are you to speak to me in such a manner? The young man retorted. Jiaoying Capital, Lu Ming, he introduced himself. Rong Wenhao was taken aback and chuckled. So you are Lu Ming, the dark horse of the investment industry. How about joining my Dingfeng Capital? There is no future for you under her guidance. Apologies. But your appearance is rather unpleasing, and I'm afraid it would dampen my spirits. Lu Ming promptly declined. It turned out he was merely a brash young man relying on mere words. Rong Wenhao turned to Xia Yuxing and remarked, old classmate, during our time studying abroad. You feigned innocence to reject me. I see your taste is rather lacking. Your current boyfriend leaves much to be desired. You would have been better off yielding to me back then. Shameless. Xia Yuxing's delicate face flushed with anger. I truly advise you, just then. Rong Wenhao felt his toes leave the ground, and he was abruptly lifted into the air, gasping for breath as he noticed Lu Ming's grip tightening around his neck. Chapter 59. Lu Ming's dominance in protecting Xia Yuxing. Rong Wenhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Let go of me, brat. Do you believe I will report you? Lu Ming retorted coldly. Rong Xiao, your words are nothing but filth. Were you not taught any manners by your parents? Apologize for what you just said. Initially, Lu Ming acted on impulse, unaware of his newfound strength, perhaps a result of mastering the super climbing skill which had enhanced his physique. Xia Yuxing's expression shifted. She had not anticipated Lu Ming's impulsiveness. She hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Lu Ming's hand, imploring, Lu Ming, release him at once. Do not act rashly. Rong Wenhao, gritting his teeth, added, yes, brat, release me if you know what is good for you. I demand an apology. As Lu Ming tightened his grip, Rong Wenhao growled, fine. You want me to apologize? How about this? Since we're in a climbing competition, how about you dare to face me on stage? If you win, I will apologize. Why should we agree to your terms? Xia Yuxing replied coldly. Very well, I accept. Lu Ming was taken aback by Rong Wenhao's audacity in challenging him. He had originally planned to participate in the climbing event to fulfill his mission. Since Rong Wenhao relished humiliation, Lu Ming resolved to oblige him. Lu Ming, you need not concern yourself with him, Xia Yuxing urged, shaking her head. With a forceful shove, Lu Ming pushed Rong Wenhao away and took hold of Xia Yuxing's hand, assuring her, do not worry, I am confident. Brat, we shall meet at the climbing venue. I will ensure your defeat is absolute, Rong Wenhao declared before heading off to prepare. Only then did Xia Yuxing turn to Lu Ming, saying, Lu Ming, why are you so impulsive? Rong Wenhao is the president of the university's climbing club. Boss, that man just insulted you, and he must apologize, Lu Ming declared earnestly, with a resigned expression. Xia Yuxing attempted to dissuade him, but Lu Ming was resolute. He had already registered for the climbing competition. As the event was organized by the club, all players were eligible to participate. The climbing competition consisted of 3 rounds, with most participants eliminated in the first. Only a select few advanced to the second round, and even fewer reached the final round. After registering, a professional climbing instructor assessed Lu Ming's basic climbing knowledge, to which Lu Ming responded with remarkable expertise. Consequently, the club permitted him to compete and provided him with climbing attire and protective gear. Once clad in his gear, Lu Ming joined Xia Yuxing in the waiting area for competitors. At that moment, all the participants were gathered, engaged in casual conversation. As Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing entered the hall, they spotted the most striking woman among them, Shun Ange. Shun Ange possessed the enchanting beauty reminiscent of a historical figure, her black attire accentuating her flawless curves. Her hair was styled in a sleek ponytail, exuding an air of professionalism. Rong Wenhao stood beside her, engrossed in conversation. Nguth, I suggest you refrain from meeting with other investment firms for a while. Entrust your family's financial management to my Dingfeng Capital. I assure you, I will ensure your profits. Given the relationship between our families, it is only fitting that you do so. Apologies, but personal ties are one matter, and business is another. Shenengu replied with an icy demeanor. Rong Wenhao smiled helplessly, and Gu, look, I have accompanied you to this competition. Could you not grant me a modicum of favor? You are merely a supporting character. I must inform you. My objective today is to conquer the sky ladder within 15 minutes. What? Ascend the sky ladder in 15 minutes? That is impossible. Rong Wenhao shook his head in disbelief. The sky ladder is the most arduous climbing wall in the club, standing at a towering 35 meters. Of that, 20 meters is the climbing wall. And the remaining 15 meters consist of a steep, inclined ladder. This steep ladder, sloping upwards, comprises 60 rungs, earning it the moniker of the sky ladder. Those capable of ascending it are exceedingly rare. Yet, Shenengu is one such prodigy, and she now aims to challenge herself to achieve this feat within 15 minutes. Pushing her physical limits. With a playful smirk, Shenengu raised an eyebrow and said, Rong Wenhao, didn't you wish for me to entrust my family's finances to you? Should you manage to win against me, I might consider it. Rong Wenhao appeared quite flustered. Although he is an adept climber, Shenengu, despite being a woman, possesses even greater explosive strength. Previously, he had competed against her and had naturally lost. By the way, and good. I heard that Geoing Capital is also participating in the bidding for family finances. Let me tell you, that is a minor firm. Rong Wenhao recalled the earlier encounter. Shenengu stretched her body and replied, that does not concern you. It is not your issue. Just moments ago, Lu Ming from Geoing Capital had declared his intent to compete in the climbing contest, foolishly believing he could best her. Lu Ming? Shenengu recalled the name, as she keeps a keen eye on the investment circle. That fellow. Rong Wenhao turned to see Lu Ming and Xia Yushin entering, gesturing towards them. Who is she? Shenengu cast a curious glance. That would be the one foolishly hoping to defeat me. Lu Ming, Rong Wenhao responded with a smirk. Shenenji's expression grew cold. I was referring to the lady beside him. Ah, her? That is Xia Yushin, the president of Geoing Capital. It is her. Shenengu immediately stood up and walked towards Xia Yushin. Hey, Ngu, why are you bothering with them? Rong Wenhao followed, visibly displeased. Hello, President Xia. I am Shenengu. I have been looking forward to meeting you since President Shui mentioned you. Shenengu greeted with impeccable politeness, extending her hand. Xia Yushin took her hand and smiled. I have long admired President Shun. Thus, the two women engaged in a courteous exchange. Both are strikingly beautiful, and their encounter quickly drew the attention and discussion of those around them. Subsequently, Xia Yushin pulled Lu Ming over and took the initiative to introduce him. Mr. Shen, allow me to present to you our star trader from Geoing Capital, Lu Ming. So, you are Manager Lu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Shenango said as he extended his hand. Lu Ming politely reciprocated the gesture. Are you also an avid rock climber, Manager Lu? Shenango inquired. Lu Ming humbly replied. I wouldn't say that. I am merely an amateur. Rong Wenhao, standing nearby, scoffed. An amateur? More like a superfluous one. Maintaining his composure, Lu Ming responded. Though I may be an amateur, defeating someone like Rong Shao is still quite effortless. Hearing this, Shenango was somewhat taken aback. The competition hasn't even started. And you're already daydreaming. When you step onto the arena, don't get eliminated in the first round and become the laughingstock. Rong Wenhao remarked sarcastically. Chapter 60. Xia Yuxing's jealousy resurfaces at this moment, within the venue of the first round of the rock climbing competition. There stands a 6-meter-high climbing wall adorned with numerous holes, making it relatively accessible for climbing enthusiasts. A crowd has gathered around the wall, eagerly observing the unfolding events. Soon, all participants in the competition have entered the arena, totaling 16 climbers, including Lu Ming. However, the width of the climbing wall permits only 8 climbers to ascend simultaneously, necessitating a division into 2 groups. Lu Ming, Shen Ange, and Rong Wenhao find themselves in the second group. As the first group approaches the climbing wall, 8 staff members promptly assist them in securing their safety ropes. Given the competitive nature of the event, there are specific requirements for advancement. Climbers must scale the 6-meter wall within 2 minutes. The ascent of the first group commences swiftly, with one male climber exhibiting extraordinary speed, completing the climb in merely 1 minute. A young woman follows closely, finishing in 1.5 minutes as well. However, the remaining 6 climbers fail to qualify. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing observe the competition from the sidelines. Did you see that, boss? At least 3 of those 6 climbers could have qualified, Lu Ming remarks, immediately identifying the underlying issue. Why didn't they qualify? Xia Yuxing inquires, perplexed. Lu Ming elucidates. Their mindset faltered. They became overly concerned with the competition, resulting in hurried movements that led to numerous avoidable mistakes. Possessing exceptional climbing skills and extensive experience, he is acutely aware of the nuances involved, technique, mindset, and explosive power. Xia Yuxing's understanding dawns. Beside them, Shen Ange glances at Lu Ming with surprise, exclaiming, I didn't realize Manager Lu was such an expert. Not quite. I merely have a basic understanding, Lu Ming replies with a smile. Nonsense. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge could discern that. Rong Wenhao scoffs dismissively. With a furrowed brow, Shen Ange poses a question. Manager Lu, Rong Wenhao, what do you think the sixth competitor could do to improve, given he was so close to qualifying? Rong Wenhao chimes in, feigning interest. Oh, I'm eager to hear Manager Lu's insights. With a slight smirk, Lu Ming responds. The sixth competitor's strength lies in his right leg, which possesses considerable explosive power. However, he relies heavily on it during his climb. If he can effectively utilize the left rock face on his route, he could enhance his speed. Thus, he should focus on strengthening his left leg. Indeed. Shen Ange nods in agreement, echoing her own thoughts. Rong Wenhao's expression darkens. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Ming was genuinely knowledgeable. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while professionals observe the subtleties. Lu Ming's ability to pinpoint the issue signifies his expertise. Yet he continues, however. This is not the reason the sixth competitor failed to qualify. His right leg's strength is entirely sufficient for advancement. Humph. I suppose you were going to say that the one with the surname Lu has a poor mindset again? Rong Wenhao could not help but scoff. Lu Ming replied. The true reason lies in the fact that the sixth contestant had issues with waist coordination during the explosive movement of his legs. So I suspect he might have an injury to his waist. TSK, an injury to the waist? I say, Lu, you really can put on a show? Do you possess some sort of X-ray vision? Rong Wenhao could not resist mocking him. Upon hearing Lu Ming's analysis, Shen Ange also expressed her skepticism, stating, whether he is injured or not, the sixth contestant has just come down. We can simply ask him. Moments later, the sixth contestant emerged from the competition area. Shen Ange stepped forward and inquired, hello, may I ask if you have an injury to your waist? Miss Shen, how did you know? The sixth contestant appeared quite taken aback. You really do have an injury? Shen Ange exclaimed in astonishment. The sixth contestant nodded. Yes. I have had this injury for a month, and it has not fully healed. I noticed it affected my strength during the climbing just now. This left Rong Wenhao utterly speechless. Seeing the outcome, Xia Yuxin could not help but give Lu Ming a thumbs up. Shen Ange smiled and remarked, Manager Lu is truly impressive. The competition then resumed, and their second group was about to take the stage. The staff began to secure safety ropes around them, placing Lu Ming between Shen Ange on the left and Rong Wenhao on the right. Rong Wenhao wore a smug expression, as it was soon his turn to show off. Contestants, please prepare. The host announced loudly, raising the starting signal pistol. Bang! In the next instant, all 8 contestants surged towards the climbing wall. Shen Ange displayed remarkable reflexes, quickly positioning herself in first place, while Rong Wenhao also performed admirably, securing second place. Suddenly, a figure dashed past Rong Wenhao, climbing with an astonishing speed, reminiscent of a monkey. Rong Wenhao turned, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was Lu Ming, whose agile physique allowed him to ascend with incredible swiftness. His limbs seemingly equipped with suction cups, akin to a gecko. This is impossible. Rong Wenhao was left in utter shock. In the blink of an eye, Shen Ange had reached the top, mere seconds away from conquering the climbing wall. Yet, at that moment, Lu Ming leaped forward, seizing the summit first. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lu Ming stood triumphantly at the top. Shen Ange soon followed, her face a picture of astonishment as she gazed at Lu Ming. Wow! At this moment, the spectators were unable to contain their awe. Among the regulars at the club, many were well aware of Shen Ange's climbing prowess. And to see someone surpass her left everyone astounded. Outside the venue, Xia Yuxin's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Lu Ming's earlier confidence was indeed well-founded. Haha, fantastic. Manager Lu, I never expected you to be such a climbing expert. This is splendid. Today I have finally encountered a worthy opponent. It seems I must give it my all. Shen Ange was exceptionally delighted. Previously, due to her overwhelming strength, she found herself devoid of worthy opponents, which naturally rendered her existence solitary and dull. However, with the emergence of Lu Ming, her heart surged with excitement. Rong Wenhao, observing Shen Ange's reaction, gritted his teeth in frustration. Miss Shen, you are quite mischievous. Your words make me anxious and place immense psychological pressure upon me. Lu Ming jested, eliciting a laugh from Shen Ange. At that moment, outside the scene, Xia Yuxin witnessed Lu Ming and Shen Ange engaging in lively conversation at the summit of the climbing wall. Particularly striking was Shen Ange's radiant smile. a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. An inexplicable emotion suddenly washed over her. Xia Yuxing could not quite articulate the nature of this feeling. Yet she felt an undeniable urge to drink Shangxi Age vinegar. Chapter 61. Lu Ming astonishes the crowd in the inaugural rock climbing competition. 16 participants began. Yet only 6 advanced to the next round. As the second round commenced, the challenge intensified, with the climbing wall elevated to 15 meters, accompanied by increased difficulty in both the rock points and panels. Contestants were allotted a mere 5 minutes to conquer the 15-meter wall. As the competition unfolded, Shen Ange proclaimed she would exert her utmost effort, though in reality, she conserved some strength for the impending third round. An intriguing scene emerged during the second round. As Lu Ming and Shen Ange found themselves on the same horizontal level while climbing, igniting a frenzy of cheers from the audience. Numerous fans of Shen Ange fervently rallied support for her. Outside the arena, Xia Yuxin mistook Lu Ming for having exhausted his strength. Although they shared the same level, she believed he could easily be surpassed, especially with the crowd's fervent encouragement for Shen Ange. Biting her lip, she joined in, shouting, "Lu Ming, go for it." Naturally, Lu Ming was capable of surpassing Shen Ange. His exceptional climbing skills were no mere boast. Yet, he preferred not to reveal his full prowess, lest he leave the spectators in awe. Such a skill was excessive for a mere climbing wall. Even a genuine mountain would pose no challenge for him. At that moment, Xia Yuxin's enthusiastic cheer reached his ears. Although her voice was faint, it possessed a captivating charm that drew attention. As she shouted, several affluent young men turned their gaze toward her, captivated by the moment. Lu Ming felt invigorated, channeling every ounce of his strength. Suddenly, Shen Ange, glancing from the corner of her eye, noticed Lu Ming had surged ahead of her. Without a doubt, Lu Ming reached the summit of the climbing wall first, securing his advancement. The audience erupted in excitement at Lu Ming's remarkable achievement, particularly among the women present. Who is he? I've never seen him at the club before. Yet he's so impressive. Indeed, incredible. Even Shen Ange has been surpassed. I must ask this handsome fellow for his contact information later. He's utterly enchanting. Goodness, his arm strength is astounding. If only he could hold me in that way. Nearby, Xia Yuxing overheard the women's animated chatter and couldn't help but shoot them a disapproving glance, thinking, "You infatuated women, do you even stand a chance?" Ultimately, in the second round of the rock climbing competition, only Lu Ming and Shen Ange, along with Roan Wenhao, advanced. Shen Ange couldn't restrain her admiration, exclaiming, "Manager Lu, you truly are a hidden gem. It's exhilarating. I've never encountered such a formidable opponent in this country." Lu Ming remarked, "Miss Shen, you are quite impressive as well. I may be a tad quicker, perhaps due to the advantage of being a man." Shen Gu, however, held a different perspective, retorting, "Manager Lu, please do not be modest. My physical capabilities are no less than those of men. Besides, Roan Wenhao is a man too, and he has lost to me." "Roan Wenhao? He hardly counts." Lu Ming glanced at Roan Wenhao beside him. Roan Wenhao nearly spat blood in disbelief. "What the hell? Why do I not count? Am I not a man?" At last, the third round of the rock climbing competition commenced. Given that there was only one ladder atop the climbing wall, this round required each participant to ascend individually. The final standings would be determined by the time taken and the performance of each climber. The trio decided the order of ascent through a draw, resulting in Roan Wenhao going first, Shen Gu second, and Lu Ming third. As the crowd gathered before the climbing wall, it was evident that this structure had been adapted from a 16-story building, equipped with various safety measures atop the ladder. After all, this was an extreme sport, and climbing the ladder posed significant risks. Having participated in the first 2 rounds, Roan Wenhao understood he was unlikely to surpass Lu Ming. Thus, when it was his turn to climb, he did not exert himself to the fullest. Ultimately, he failed to complete even the initial 20 meters of the climbing wall and opted to forego further attempts. Finally, it was Shen Ji's turn to take the stage. And in stark contrast to Roan Wenhao, her spirit was undaunted. Once the climbing began, she poured her heart and soul into the effort. Lu Ming observed from the sidelines. Despite Lu Ming's victories in the previous rounds, Shen Gu believed she still had a chance in this final round. Climbing competitions are influenced by numerous factors beyond one's personal abilities, including the climbing route, unforeseen incidents, and experience with both the climbing wall and ladder. As Shen Gu ascended 20 meters and began her climb up the ladder, she was met with enthusiastic applause from the audience. During her ascent of the steep rungs, her arms displayed remarkable strength, and she leveraged her physical advantages. Though her speed was not particularly rapid, it was steady and assured. Lu Ming recognized Shin and Ji's considerable experience. The greatest folly when ascending the ladder is to climb recklessly. The upward incline and the gravitational pull significantly drain one's energy. Ultimately, at 4 minutes and 58 seconds, Shin and Gu reached the top of the ladder. The crowd erupted in applause, gasping for breath. She glanced at the timing device held by a nearby staff member, and her eyes sparkled with joy as she had successfully completed her challenge. Now it was Lu Ming's turn to compete. At that moment, the audience fell silent. This final round was pivotal, and everyone was eager to see if Lu Ming could triumph over Shin and Gu. Before stepping onto the stage, Lu Ming turned to glance at Xia Yuxing, who raised her fist in encouragement. In response, Lu Ming playfully kissed his hand and blew her a kiss. Instantly, all eyes shifted back to Xia Yuxing. Xia Yuxing felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. What was this fellow doing with that gesture? How annoying. Soon after, Lu Ming prepared himself, and at the command, he began his ascent. This time, he harnessed the advantages of his exceptional climbing skills, moving with the agility of a monkey, making the climbing wall appear as effortless as walking on flat ground beneath him. This astonishing display left the entire audience in a state of disbelief. Shin and suddenly felt as though defeat was inevitable. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had scaled 20 meters and started to ascend the ladder. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Ming chose to climb using only his right hand, leaping upward with remarkable agility. Hiss. My goodness. Incredible. This is simply impossible. Unthinkable. Absolutely unfeasible. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. Was this even human? What extraordinary prowess. Chapter 62. Another jug of aged vinegar. As Lu Ming ascended the steep ladder with a single hand, Shin Onghua realized her defeat. Indeed, Lu Ming's speed was remarkably steady. Goodness. This handsome man moved with the grace of a swallow. Could he possibly possess lightness of body? This divine figure shall henceforth be my idol. His movements are utterly captivating. I must capture this moment. Clearly, this gentleman is a master of using his right hand. How many years of training have forged such a powerful arm? Humph. Were he to become my man, I would render his prowess obsolete. Oh, but will it truly be rendered obsolete? In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming completed the 60-level ladder and reached the summit. A chorus of applause erupted, accompanied by cheers from the crowd. At the moment Lu Ming ascended the pinnacle, admiration shone in Shin Ongwa's beautiful eyes. Although she lost the competition, she accepted her defeat with grace. At that moment, the club staff announced the climbing time. The large screen boldly displayed 3 minutes and 33 seconds. A record, an unparalleled achievement. Soon after, Lu Ming joined Shin Onghua on the rooftop. She approached him and raised both thumbs in admiration. Lu Ming, you are the most formidable climber I have ever encountered. Shin Onghua spoke earnestly. Lu Ming smiled, observing the crowd's fervor, wondering if he might be a bit too ostentatious. As they descended from the rooftop, a commotion ensued. Lu Ming was immediately surrounded by a throng of infatuated women, all clamoring for his contact information, requesting to add him on WeChat, and inviting him to dinner that evening. Their sole intention was to make his acquaintance. However, Lu Ming politely declined, stating he had business to attend to, and managed to extricate himself from the swarm of admirers. Emerging from the crowd, Lu Ming exhaled in relief. The overwhelming attention had left him gasping for breath. What was worse? Some women had audaciously tugged at his trousers, an egregious affront. If he were to be stripped of his garments, it would be a most embarrassing spectacle. Upon escaping, he spotted Xia Yuxing waiting outside. He rushed over, clasped her hand, and urged, "Boss, let us go quickly. Accompany me to change clothes." "Hey, wait, handsome. Don't run away. We haven't exchanged WeChat yet." "Handsome, I slipped my phone number into your pocket." In that moment, Lu Ming grasped the overwhelming adoration male celebrities often endure. Such fervent admiration could be quite burdensome. Xia Yuxing, somewhat bewildered, found herself being pulled along at a brisk pace by Lu Ming for the first time. It was a novel experience to be led by a man. As she was involuntarily swept along, an image from the film If Love Has Destiny flickered through her mind, recalling the iconic romantic scene of the female lead sprinting through the rain with an umbrella. Before long, they arrived at the changing room of the club. At this moment, those who had just participated in the rock climbing competition were here changing out of their attire and protective gear. Naturally, Rong Wenhao was among them. Lu Ming pulled Xia Yuxing forward and immediately remarked, "I say, young Master Rong, have you forgotten something?" "What is it?" Rong Wenhao feigned ignorance. Lu Ming's expression turned icy. "What is this?" "The esteemed young master of the Rong family speaks, as if it's mere air." Rong Wenhao wished to avoid conflict, especially since Shin Angi was also present in the room. "What is going on?" Shen Angi approached, curious. Rong Wenhao's face flushed crimson as he glanced at Xia Yuxing and gritted his teeth, saying, "Old classmate, I apologize, it was my fault earlier. And I spoke without consideration. I sincerely apologize." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxing felt a sense of relief. All of this had been orchestrated by Lu Ming. After offering his humble apology, Rong Wenhao hastily changed the subject, inquiring, "Angi, where shall we discuss the financial plan?" "In conference room A18. "All right, I'll prepare for it." With that, Rong Wenhao left in a dejected manner. At that moment, Shen Angi remarked with a smile, "Lu Ming. A time of 3 minutes and 33 seconds, such a record may remain unbroken." Lu Ming replied, "President Shen, you jest, as the saying goes. There are always greater talents beyond our own, and this world is filled with exceptional individuals. My achievement is but trivial, still being modest. Alas, I could never attain such a result in my lifetime," Shen Angi exclaimed in admiration. "In fact, I observed your climbing technique earlier, and there is certainly room for improvement." Shen Angi queried with curiosity, "Lu Ming, are you implying that my performance can still be enhanced?" "Indeed. Really? Achieving under 5 minutes is already the limit of my physical capacity. President Shen, your climbing route and body coordination can be further refined. May I ask, when you first began learning rock climbing, was your instructor male?" "Yes," Shen Angi nodded. Lu Ming continued, "In truth, in rock climbing, the differences in physical structure between men and women mean that the techniques, strength, and coordination must leverage one's own physical advantages. President Shen, your explosive strength earlier was quite masculine. You did not fully utilize your inherent flexibility." Shen Angi felt a surge of emotion at Lu Ming's words, realizing the wisdom in them. It is often said that a fine steed must meet a discerning master to truly shine. While exceptional steeds are common, true masters are rare. Lu Ming's insights resonated with Shen Angi as if she had encountered a mentor, instantly broadening her understanding. "Lu Ming, your words are remarkable," Shen Angi said excitedly. "Could we connect on WeChat? I would love to consult with you further." Of course, Lu Ming readily agreed. Thus, the two took out their phones, scanned each other's codes, and added each other on WeChat. Xia Yuxing, standing to the side, felt a pang of jealousy. While she might not have cared if the infatuated women outside wished to add Lu Ming, it was another matter entirely that Shen Angi had taken the initiative to connect with him. Xia Yuxing felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. This is troubling. Wasn't it merely a slight affection for Lu Ming? Why then was she consumed by such intense jealousy? Shen Angi glanced at the time before saying, "President Xia, Lu Ming. I must excuse myself for a moment to change my attire. Shall we convene in meeting room A18 shortly?" "Very well," both Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing replied. After Lu Ming changed his clothes, he and Xia Yuxing made their way to meeting room A18. Xia Yuxing remarked, "Lu Ming, you're quite impressive. Even Shen Angi has altered her way of addressing you." "Altered her way of addressing me?" "Indeed, she previously referred to you as Manager Lu. And now she simply calls you Lu Ming. It seems you're right. This is rather delightful." "Delightful?" Xia Yuxing's brows furrowed slightly. Lu Ming continued, "So, it appears Shen Angi has a favorable impression of you, thereby increasing our chances of securing this business deal." "Oh, so that's the delightful you were referring to?" "Indeed." Chapter 63. Is he the dark horse trader? At this moment, in the A18 conference room of the Blade Club, representatives from 5 investment firms, Dingfeng, Junyi, Haihong, Jiawanqing, and Yueying had gathered. Although they were competitors, their familiarity within the investment circle fostered a congenial atmosphere. "By the way, do you know who just clinched first place in the rock climbing competition?" chuckled Zhai, the representative from Junyi Capital. "I know, it's Lu Ming from Jiuying Capital," replied Guan Hai, the representative from Haihong Investment. "Is he the newly emerged dark horse trader in our private equity circle?" exclaimed Kang Ying, representing Yueying Fund. With a look of astonishment, the group immediately began discussing Lu Ming's investment fund. Only Walter, the representative from Jiawanqing, appeared puzzled. Being a foreigner who had recently arrived in the Greater China region, he was unfamiliar with the legends surrounding Lu Ming. "So, besides our 5 investment firms, we have Jiuying Capital as competition too? Well, this Lu Ming shouldn't be underestimated," remarked one of them. "Indeed, I've heard he possesses an innate talent for trading." Just then, as the group was conversing, Rong Wenhao approached with a dismissive tone. "Look at you all, so intimidated by a mere Jiuying Capital." Zhai responded, "Rong, it's not fear, we are merely concerned." "Exactly. Rong, I heard you had a conflict with Lu Ming. Is that true?" Guan Hai asked with a sly smile. "What conflict?" "That Lu kid is just arrogant. I simply can't stand him, Rong Wenhao replied, a hint of unease in his voice. Kong Ying inquired, Rong, could you share a bit about the identity of the beautiful president of Jiuying Capital? Yes, we haven't heard that name before, Guan Hai added, equally curious. Rong Wenhao posed a question, tell me, which renowned business magnate in our country still bears the surname Xia? The group pondered for a moment. Guan Hai tentatively guessed. Shi Wuti happened to be the daughter of Xia Wanqing from Wanqing Real Estate. Would she? Exactly, that's her, Rong Wenhao confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this revelation, the group erupted into lively discussions once more. At that moment, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing entered the conference room. The representatives from the investment firms eagerly stood up to introduce themselves to Xia Yuxing. After all, in such a vast investment circle, they were bound to cross paths. Naturally, many were drawn by the reputation of Xia Yuxing's father, Xia Wanqing, considering that Wanqing Group was a potential major client. In comparison, they were equally enthusiastic about meeting Lu Ming, as he held greater value in their eyes. After all, one never knew when an opportunity might arise to poach talent. In the investment industry, a skilled trader represents the greatest wealth. 10 minutes later, Shen Ange arrived at the conference room accompanied by his assistant. After greeting the representatives from the various investment firms, Shen Ange proceeded directly to the main topic, the family investment strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the amount involved in our Shen family as financial planning, an impressive sum of 1 billion. This is no trifling amount. In fact, with such a substantial number of family wealth management funds, the Shen family could easily divide the amount into several portions. Previously, we had dedicated family wealth management funds with your investment firms, each typically around 100 million. This time, however, the Shen family has decided to elevate the amount to 1 billion for a significant reason. The investment representatives had already speculated that such a considerable sum would undoubtedly come with additional stipulations. Shen Ange continued, according to the previous wealth management regulations, we would sign contracts with investment firms for a duration of over 3 years. Yet this time, we aspire to retain control over our funds. The implication is quite straightforward. The Shen family is willing to entrust 1 billion to your management. But we require the ability to redeem this capital at our discretion whenever necessary. Of course, we do not intend to redeem casually, yet to mitigate unforeseen circumstances. We insist on the right to free redemption, with the stipulation that you must return the principal within 1 month, while the profits may be deferred. Upon hearing this, the attendees in the conference room began to murmur among themselves. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing exchanged glances, equally surprised by the Shen family's proposition. Guan Hai remarked, Mr. Shen, our investment firm also seeks to generate profits and requires capital for operations. This is a whopping 1 billion. Even if we desired to liquidate immediately, it would likely take more than a month. Indeed, Mr. Shen, this contradicts established norms, added Jia Yi in agreement. Kong Ying concurred, precisely. If such a situation were to arise, our investment firm would find itself in a precarious position. Rong Wenhao smirked and immediately responded, Ange, I can acquiesce to your condition. You are aware that our Rong family as fund is quite affluent. If you require funds on short notice, we can transfer them back within a month. Walter from Jiaqing also grasped Shen Ange's conditions and promptly shook his head in refusal. As a proud foreign investment firm, they would certainly not acquiesce to such terms. Consequently, Walter packed his belongings and departed, abandoning this business opportunity. Shen Ange remained composed, finally turning her gaze towards Xia Yuxing. Ultimately, Lu Ming spoke up, Mr. Shen, our Jiuying Capital is willing to accept this condition. Rong Wenhao immediately interjected, you dare to agree? With the modest scale of your company? Are you jesting? Will you truly be able to produce the funds when the time comes? Shen Ange felt a twinge of concern and said, Lu Ming, if you cannot deliver the funds within a month, there will be penalties for breach of contract. Are you confident Jiuying Capital can fulfill this obligation? Mr. Shen, if I dare to agree, I can certainly deliver. Lu Ming asserted confidently. In truth, this posed no issue for him. Initially, he would utilize the principal for short-term gains, and subsequently, manage the wealth using the profits alone. After all, family wealth management funds typically do not demand excessively high annual returns, prioritizing stability instead. Xia Yuxing remained silent, choosing to place her trust in Lu Ming. At this moment, Shen Ange once again spoke, inquiring whether the 3 companies, Junyi, Haihong, and Weiying consented to the proposed terms. Should they agree, discussions could proceed. If not, the business could be relinquished. Ultimately, Kong Ying from Weiying Fund departed the conference room, opting to forego the venture. At this juncture, only Dingfeng, Junyi, Haihong, and Jiuying remained. Shen Engi continued, "Now, let us address the matter of the yield, which constitutes the second condition. We require that the annualized return on this investment fund not be less than 10." This revelation left Junyi and Haihong feeling that the terms were somewhat untenable. Rong Wenhao chuckled. "What is the matter? Are you unable to meet this? An annualized yield of 10 is merely slightly higher than that of a family trust or bonds. Surely you can achieve that?" Chapter 64. Would you care for oysters? In truth, a 10 yield is not particularly challenging for Junyi and Haihong. However, given their substantial capital, their investment firms also need to generate profits, and a 10 yield significantly compresses their margins. The crux of the matter is that the Shin family has stipulated a condition of funds being freely redeemable. Typically, family trusts yield an average of around 7. Yet the minimum management period for such trusts is generally no less than 10 years, with most extending to 30 years. Jai lamented, "Mr. Shin, this condition seems rather stringent. Our investment firm also needs to turn a profit." Indeed, Guanhai concurred. Rong Wenhao, brimming with self-satisfaction, proclaimed, "And go. Since they find the terms excessive, allow me to handle this business. Our Jiuying can manage it." Lu Ming interjected suddenly. Rong Wenhao frowned in annoyance, retorting, "Lu, can you agree to any condition? Are you some kind of deity?" Xia Yuxing promptly countered, "Rong Wenhao, whether Lu Ming can accomplish this is a matter of fact. He currently manages 2 funds, one being the Win 5, a conservative fund, and the other, Monthly Win, an equity fund, the results of which I believe you are all aware. Monthly Win, while boasting high short-term yields, may not signify much. It could merely be a stroke of good fortune." Rong Wenhao scoffed. Lu Ming chuckled and replied, "Rong Xiao, just because you cannot achieve it does not imply that others cannot. Monthly Win's second fundraising round garnered 1 billion. Do you think the clients investing in that sum are fools?" "Humph." Rong Wenhao huffed in disdain. Lu Ming turned to Shen Ong, stating, "Mr. Shen, your stipulated yield is no less than 10. In fact, our initial proposal at Jiuying Capital was set at a minimum of 15. This revelation left both Guanhai and Jai Yi astonished. Lu Ming continued, "Furthermore, I am aware that Jiuying Capital, when compared to several other investment firms, may appear smaller in scale, but that does not equate to a lack of capability. I understand that Mr. Shun will undoubtedly prioritize the safety and stability of family funds. Therefore, I have devised a plan." Shenong inquired, "What plan do you propose, Lu Ming?" "Should Mr. Shun intend to invest 1 billion in family financial management, we can arrange for a phased investment under a contract with Jiuying Capital. For instance, the first month could see an investment of 1 billion to assess our financial management capabilities. If Mr. Shin finds our performance satisfactory, you may proceed with further investments. During the period of additional investment, an annual interest rate of 15 translates to a monthly rate of 1.25. I can assure you of a minimum monthly yield of 1.25. Should any month fall below this threshold, Mr. Shin retains the right to cease further investments. Additionally, the amount for phased investments can be determined at your discretion. Furthermore, our investment procedures, along with detailed fund positions, will be accessible via a dedicated account on a mobile app, allowing Mr. Shin to monitor fund movements in real time." Lu Ming presented the proposal he had previously discussed with Xia Yuxing. This time, Jiuying Capital made significant concessions to alleviate Shin Ango's concerns. If the comparison were solely based on scale and experience, Jiuying Capital would hold no advantage. Promises of high returns, while enticing, were ultimately futile. As everyone understands the volatile nature of the capital market, Guanhai and Jai Yi were taken aback, not expecting Jiuying Capital to be so audacious. Rong Wenhao anxiously interjected, "Ango, do not be swayed by this fellow's words. He is merely painting an illusion, treating the capital market as his own backyard." Shen Ango chose to disregard Rong Wenhao's outburst, her mind occupied with contemplation. Lu Ming's approach genuinely intrigued her, for it promised to minimize the financial risks for the Shin family. Furthermore, Lu Ming's performance on the climbing wall had left a profound impact on her psyche. Perhaps Shin Ango herself was unaware of this, as women tend to be more emotional. "Manager Lu, your proposal is indeed commendable, and I shall consider it." Shin Ango finally spoke. "What?" Rong Wenhao exclaimed, urgency creeping into his voice. "Ango, don't let this fellow fool you. Do you genuinely believe he is a genius trader?" Silence. Shin Ango shot him a glare. "What is your incessant chattering about?" Rong Wenhao's face flushed crimson. At this juncture, Shin Ango turned to Haihong and Junyi, inquiring if they had any superior proposals. Both Guanhai and Jai Yi shook their heads, acknowledging that their prepared plans paled in comparison to Lu Ming's. Ultimately, Shun Ango gazed at Lu Ming with a smile, stating, "Manager Lu, very well. I shall entrust this family capital of the Shun family to your capable management." Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing exchanged knowing smiles. Rong Wenhao, sensing the urgency, stood up and exclaimed, "Ango, you are being rash. My Ding Feng can also promise you a 15 annual return. You should entrust it to me instead." "Apologies, but you are too noisy. I will not collaborate with Ding Feng." Shin Ango responded sternly. "Why?" Rong Wenhao's eyes widened, desperation swelling within him. Shun Ango coldly replied, "There is no why. The Shin family's funds are under my jurisdiction." Rong Wenhao nearly choked with frustration. In the end, Lu Ming and Shin Ango agreed to discuss the contractual details further in the coming days. As they departed the club, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing could hardly contain their joy. "Boss, now that the deal is struck, will you treat us to dinner tonight?" "Absolutely. We shall dine at Donghai Wangjiang Grand Restaurant." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Wangjiang? I've heard of it. It is reputed to be a romantic haven for couples to propose." Upon hearing the word couple, Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed. Upon arrival at Wangjiang, they chose a window-side table with a splendid view of the Huangpu River. When the waiter presented the menu, Lu Ming perused it with a sense of nostalgia. In this restaurant with an average expenditure of 3,000, if given the freedom, the cost would undoubtedly exceed that amount. "Boss, I have yet to experience such a high-end establishment. Could you perhaps enlighten me about it?" "Very well," replied Xia Yuxing as she took the menu. "Would you care to try the caviar? You know, like how in the movies, the protagonist orders a can for himself?" Xia Yuxing chuckled. "That's merely cinematic. Here it is sold by the portion." "Is it served directly? Can it be accompanied by fish cakes?" "All right. Let us order a serving. And how about a portion of pan-seared foie gras and tender beef steak? I trust your judgment. Would you like to try the oysters?" "No, thank you." "Why not?" "I've heard that men tend to enjoy oysters. That may be true for them due to nutritional deficiencies. However, I am not lacking, for I possess more than enough." Chapter 65. I forgot to bring the shower gel after finalizing their order. Xia Yuxing inquired, "Shall we order some wine? What shall we drink?" Lu Ming responded, "Do you have the 1982 Lafite? Do you have the 1982 Sprite instead? Have you been watching too many dramas?" Xia Yuxing shot him a glance. "The Romani Conti would suffice." "Ah, not just dramas. You've also indulged in too many novels. Let's have champagne instead." "Very well." Soon, the dishes arrived, and the two poured themselves some champagne. "Here, caviar. You must try it. It's delightful when spread over fish cakes." Xia Yuxing offered the caviar. Lu Ming took a spoonful and remarked, "Goodness, it's both fishy and salty, not even as palatable as fermented tofu." "Caviar on fish cakes? Nothing beats the giant pancakes from Jincheng." As they savored their meal, Xia Yuxing's phone rang, revealing a call from her younger brother, Xia Hongyuan. "Hello? Hey sis. Why haven't you returned yet? We're supposed to have dinner together tonight. You all go ahead. I'm dining out with your brother-in-law." "What? You're already eating? Which restaurant?" "Wangjiang Pavilion." "Wangjiang Pavilion? Sis, do you mind if we add 2 more sets of utensils?" "I do mind," Xia Yuxing concluded, promptly hanging up. "Who was that?" Lu Ming inquired. "Hongyuan. What did he want?" "He wanted to have dinner together, but I told them to eat on their own." "Haha, dear sister." After enjoying a few drinks, the pair returned to the hotel. "Boss, shall I take a shower first today?" "Why? Your showers take too long. I have to wait forever." "Fine, go ahead." Lu Ming smirked. "Boss, if you want to wash up too, I wouldn't mind sharing the shower." "Pooh, you shameless wolf," Xia Yuxing retorted, rolling her eyes. "Haha." Lu Ming chuckled, beginning to undress. "Hey, Lu Ming, go to the bathroom to take off your pants." "What are you doing here?" "I'm still present." Xia Yuxing quickly covered her eyes. Lu Ming, unfazed, laughed. "Haha, boss, I'm not completely undressing. Look at how you're reacting." Xia Yuxing peeked through her fingers and caught a glimpse of Lu Ming, now nearly bare except for a small piece of fabric. "You exhibitionist. Just that is unacceptable. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Why be shy now? Go wash up already." Lu Ming, grinning, finally headed to the bathroom. Xia Yuxing found herself rolling her eyes. This man was becoming increasingly audacious, undressing before her. Just then, she noticed a few pieces of paper on the floor. Xia Yuxing approached and picked them up, discovering they contained phone numbers and WeChat IDs. These scraps must have fallen from Lu Ming's pockets without a doubt. They were given to him by those infatuated women at the club earlier in the day. How infuriating, those lovesick women. The crux of the matter lies with Lu Ming, who surprisingly did not discard those notes but chose to keep them instead. Was he planning to reconnect with those lovely ladies? Such a thought ignited an inexplicable fury within Xia Yuxing. Just then, her WeChat chimed, signaling a video invitation from Zhu Wanqing. Without hesitation, Xia Yuxing accepted it. Hello, Sheng Sheng. My case is nearly wrapped up, and I find myself with a bit of free time. Let us gather when you return. Sure, but it might take a few days. By the way, I must tell you that we have successfully sealed a business deal. Successfully? Who exactly do you mean by we? Zhu Wanqing feigned ignorance. Oh, come on. Who else could it be? The success of this deal is largely thanks to Lu Ming. Thus, Xia Yuxing recounted the events that transpired at the club earlier that day. Zhu Wanqing listened, wide-eyed, exclaiming, goodness. So Lu Ming can rock climb too? This fellow is quite the enigma. I believe, Xing Xing, you ought to be cautious. Cautious? Zhu Wanqing jested, this chap might be a master of deception, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wanqing, stop joking. Lu Ming and I have shared a bed several times. And he has always been quite proper. Xia Yuxing defended Lu Ming. What? Aside from that one time, you've shared a bed multiple times? Zhu Wanqing was taken aback. Yes. Well, now you really must tread carefully. What do you mean? I suspect Lu Ming might be inherently inept. You should observe him closely. Xia Yuxing rolled her eyes, insisting, don't be ridiculous. That is simply impossible. I can assure you of that. How can you be so certain? Zhu Wanqing inquired, intrigued. Xia Yuxing lowered her voice, covering her mouth, and whispered into the phone, well, every morning when I wake up. Lu Ming's, well, it stands quite tall. Oh my. You two are so open about it, lying together in the emperor's new clothes? What are you talking about? Of course, we're in our pajamas. How did you see that? Isn't it obvious? We don't use a blanket. As they continued their video call, Lu Ming emerged from the shower, wrapped in a towel. Wow. Zhu Wanqing exclaimed from her end. Xia Yuxing quickly ended the video call. Lu Ming asked, who were you video calling? Wanqing. Sister Wanqing? Did she just see me? She likely did. Oh no, my reputation is ruined. Xia Yuxing was momentarily speechless. Shortly after, Zhu Wanqing sent a message. Haha, I won't interrupt your intimate moments any longer. We'll chat more when you return. Xia Yuxing replied with a simple okay. As Lu Ming prepared to dry his hair, he remarked, Boss, you can take your shower now. Wait a moment, first explain this. Xia Yuxing placed the notes she had found before Lu Ming. Lu Ming inquired, what is this? It fell out of your pocket. What else could it be? WeChat? Phone number? Contact details? Lu Ming picked it up and observed it closely, chuckling. Could this have been slipped into my pocket by those infatuated women during our time at the club? Really? You didn't know? Xia Yuxing frowned slightly. How would I know? I was surrounded by them, and I had no idea which woman was tugging at my pants. I was so frightened that I hurriedly made my escape. Tugging at your pants? Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Could these besotted women possibly be trying to retrieve something from him? Upon seeing the note, Lu Ming suddenly realized that it was not about pulling at his pants, but rather, they had slipped a note into his pocket. Lu Ming had an epiphany. Xia Yuxing cautiously inquired, so how do you intend to handle these notes? What else can I do but discard them? He clenched the note into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin. Xia Yuxing's beautiful eyes sparkled, her heart blooming with joy at Lu Ming's actions. All right, I'm off to take a shower, she announced before heading to the bathroom. Before long, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, but it soon ceased. Xia Yuxing suddenly knocked on the bathroom door, calling out, Lu Ming. I forgot to grab my shower gel. Could you fetch it for me? Chapter 66. The Art of Divine Futures Prediction. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback and inquired, isn't there shower gel in the bathroom? I am not accustomed to the one here. Please fetch the one I prepared myself. Where is it? In my luggage. Very well then. Lu Ming opened Xia Yuxing's suitcase. Is it in this pink bag? No. Oh, CEO, you even prepared a warm palace patch. Are you suffering from dysmenorrhea? Lu Ming, you scoundrel. Don't rummage through my things. The sound of Xia Yuxing's furious voice echoed from the bathroom. If I don't look, how would I know which one is your shower gel? It's in that purple box. Why not say so earlier? Lu Ming opened the box and retrieved the shower gel, then approached the bathroom door. CEO, could you open the door? Huh, I'm not dressed. If I open the door, you'll see everything. CEO, are you jesting? If you don't open the door, how can I hand you the shower gel? Oh right. I'll just crack it open a little. You must not peek. Fine, fine. I want to peek. Moments later, the bathroom door opened slightly. Xia Yuxing's porcelain white arm extended through the gap, droplets of water glistening on her skin. Moreover, she concealed herself at the door, making it impossible to see anything from that angle. Hand it over. Lu Ming passed the shower gel, teasing, CEO, Do you need a back scrub? My services are complimentary. Uft, I don't need it, you big lecher. Xia Yuxing swiftly retracted her arm and closed the door. The speed was such that Lu Ming couldn't even steal a glance. Subsequently, he resumed drying his hair, and after finishing, he lay on the bed, engrossed in his phone. Upon opening Douyin, he scrolled through short videos for a while. With Xia Yuxin beside him, he found the beauties on Douyin rather mundane. Lu Ming suddenly remembered that he had completed the rock climbing task, and the system had rewarded him with a lottery chance. He immediately accessed the system. Ding. Host. You have one remaining lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Yes. Very well, host. The system is drawing. In the next moment, a lottery wheel appeared. This time, new skills were displayed: super physique, super self-healing, super sleep. There's also super hand speed. What is this skill for? Could it be for typing, coding, or playing casual games? Lu Ming shook his head. He had no need for this skill, as his hand speed was already sufficiently swift. Finally, Lu Ming's gaze settled on one skill: divine futures prediction. Ah, another skill for making money. How delightful. In the next instant, the pointer on the roulette began to spin. Futures prediction. Futures prediction. Lu Ming murmured. Ding. To his astonishment, the pointer actually landed on divine futures prediction. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the divine futures prediction skill. Lu Ming was elated. He could now indulge in futures trading. Ding. The system task is released to manage a futures investment fund. Reward for task completion, 1 lottery draw. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He needed to discuss this with the female tyrant in Yanbei. In the following 3 days, Lu Ming and Xin and Gu finalized the contract details. Once the negotiations were complete, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing spent an entire day exploring Donghai, purchasing some local specialties, before flying back to Yanbei the next day. Xia Hanyuan had already returned to Yanbei in advance due to his school commitments. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing took the morning flight, arriving home by noon. Lu Ming, hurry up and pick up Pai Pai and Shuizi. As soon as they stepped inside, Xia Yuxing assigned a task to Lu Ming. It was already noon, and they hadn't had lunch yet. Perfect timing. You can treat your classmates to a meal. They've been looking after us for a week, she added. Indeed, Lu Ming agreed. Thus, he changed his clothes and prepared to set off. Before leaving, he called Lu Feihong. Knowing that it was Saturday, he would likely be at home. Sure enough, Lu Feihong was at home recording a video. Lu Ming brought various local delicacies from Donghai, including Gaoqiao sponge cakes, Chongming cakes, Wuxiang beans from Chengguangmiao, Songjiang rice, and white-cut chicken, each in hand. Upon arriving at Lu Feihong's home, the door was opened by his girlfriend, Pei Shueping, who was also Lu Ming's classmate. Hey Lu Ming. Long time no see. She greeted warmly. During their university days, Lu Ming and Lu Feihong were inseparable friends, and naturally, he was quite familiar with Pei Shueping as well. Back then, when Lu Feihong and Pei Shueping went on dates, they often brought Lu Ming along, making him the proverbial third wheel. Wow, Shueping. You're looking more beautiful than ever. Lu Ming complimented with a smile. Haha, I love hearing that. Pei Shueping quickly invited Lu Ming inside, saying, Why bring gifts when you're here to have fun? I just returned from a one-day business trip to Donghai, so I brought you some local specialties. Lu Ming explained. Oh, you rascal, why be so polite with me? Lu Feihong chimed in, holding his phone and filming a segment with his pet. At that moment, the husky Chuizi noticed Lu Ming and dashed over. Haha, look, Chuizi missed you. Lu Feihong laughed. The husky playfully tugged at Lu Ming's pant leg. Lu Ming ruffled the dog's head, joking. Chuizi, are you behaving here? Have you caused any trouble for your Uncle Feihong? Lu Feihong chuckled. Chuizi's lineage is quite pure. He only managed to chew off 2 legs of the sofa. Lu Ming glanced over and saw that indeed 2 legs of the sofa were broken, causing it to tilt. What the heck? You little rascal. Lu Ming scolded, giving Chuizi a playful swat. Pei Shueping quickly intervened, saying, Hey, Lu Ming, don't hit him. It's in a husky's nature to be destructive. Exactly, Lu Feihong added, laughing. Those 2 legs were worth it. Look at the short video I posted of Chuizi chewing the sofa legs. I gained 500,000 followers. Really? Lu Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Feihong exclaimed with amusement, haha. The playful antics of Chuizi and Pai Pai are delightful. When you called me to pick them up, I felt a twinge of reluctance. Lu Ming responded cheerfully. That's an easy task. Whenever I have time, I'll bring them over to play. Wonderful. Feihong replied enthusiastically. But wait, where's Pai Pai? Lu Ming suddenly realized that the large orange cat Pai Pai had not joined them. Over there, El Fei Hong pointed out. Upon looking, Lu Ming discovered that Pai Pai was cozily rolling around with her male cat, Jin Jiancheng. Goodness, Pai Pai, have you forgotten your loyalty to me in the presence of another? He exclaimed. With a playful yowl, Pai Pai scampered over to Lu Ming, rubbing against his legs to mark her scent. Lu Ming lifted the large orange cat into his embrace, gently stroking her belly, much to Pai Pai's delight. El Fei Hong chuckled. Ha, my cat has long since become enamored. Affection is futile. At that moment, Pei Shueping invited Lu Ming to sit down, preparing to brew some tea. Lu Ming quickly interjected. Fei Hong, Shueping, don't trouble yourselves. It's noon, and I shall treat you to lunch. Chapter 67. Is it that time of the month? Lu Ming drove El Fei Hong and Pei Shueping swiftly to the Shangri-La Hotel. Lu Ming, why have you brought us here? El Fei Hong inquired, somewhat taken aback. To dine. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Why come here for a meal? The prices are exorbitant, El Fei Hong protested. I am treating you both. It is essential to choose a fine establishment. Lu Ming insisted. Lu Ming, if you're treating us, we could simply go to a regular restaurant. Pei Shueping chimed in. All right, this time you shall heed my choice. Lu Ming declared. Before long, Lu Ming led them into the S.T.A.Y. restaurant within the Shangri-La. This establishment is renowned as one of the finest French restaurants in Yanbei, boasting a Michelin 3-star rating. Upon entering, Pei Shueping was taken aback. She was aware of the restaurant's reputation, as her company's president frequently invited friends here, where the average cost per person exceeded 1,000 yuan. Of course, Pei Shueping had only heard of it and had never dined there herself. As they stepped inside, El Fei Hong and Pei Shueping felt somewhat out of place, while Lu Ming appeared remarkably at ease. In truth, Lu Ming had not often frequented such upscale venues before, but since his financial fortunes had changed, he had noticed a newfound confidence blossoming within him. Indeed, wealth is a potent remedy for worries. Lu Ming ordered an extravagant array of dishes, while Pei Shueping snapped numerous photos with her phone. After the lavish meal, Lu Ming took them home before heading back with Hammer and Pippi. On the journey home, he received a call from Xia Yuxing. Hello, Lu Ming, where are you? She asked. I'm on my way home with Hammer and Pippi, he replied. Oh. Xiaoya just called me. The bond department has a document that requires my review. My laptop has frozen. May I use yours? Certainly. Go ahead. The password is 1. After hanging up, Xia Yuxing entered Lu Ming's bedroom at home, powered on the computer, and entered the password. What purpose does such a simple password serve? She chuckled to herself. She opened the browser and logged into her email. Prior to this, the bond department's document had already been sent to her inbox. This document was a promotional script for a bond fund, accompanied by a promotional video, as the script needed to be uploaded to the company's official website by tomorrow. It was customary for the president to review it beforehand. Xia Yuxing first downloaded the Word document, found no issues, and then downloaded the promotional video, right-clicking to play it. Since Lu Ming's computer was equipped with Xuanlei video player, it opened by default with that application. The promotional video seems fine. Just as Xia Yuxing was about to close the player, she unexpectedly noticed the playlist beside it. What is this Kai Hashi Mickey? What kind of video is this, with all these jumbled numbers in Japanese? What other peculiar names such as Ishiong, cauliflower, and Mai are there? The sheer volume of playback records is astonishing. There must be hundreds. Naturally, Xia Yuxing clicked on one out of curiosity. To her surprise, it turned out to be a film. As she pressed the mouse and dragged the progress bar, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. In an instant, Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This Lu Ming was incorrigible, hiding such content on his computer. How outrageous. Could it be that he secretly indulged in this daily? Until now, Xia Yuxing had only read slightly risque web novels, which were shared with her by Zhu Wangqing. She had never encountered such films in her life. Being a novice in this realm, she was utterly taken aback by the visuals. Goodness, it was hard for her to believe. Just then, the sound of a door unlocking pierced her thoughts. Xia Yuxing's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming must have returned. She hurriedly closed the player, clicked on the power button, and selected shutdown. At that moment, Lu Ming entered the room, holding Chui Zi and Pai Pai. He chuckled. Haha, boss. Your favorite big orange cat is back. Xia Yuxing hastily emerged from his bedroom. Meow. The large orange cat, Pai Pai, joyfully ran over to her, seeking affection. Xia Yuxing quickly scooped up the plump feline. Boss, why is your face so flushed? Lu Ming inquired, intrigued. What is it to you? Xia Yuxing shot him a glare before retreating to her own room with the orange cat. Lu Ming was left bewildered, pondering if she was on her period. Though it seemed premature. Back in her room, Xia Yuxing's face burned hotter. She suddenly recalled the shocking scenes she had just witnessed. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could that woman behave in such a manner? Xia Yuxing felt it deviated significantly from her previous imaginings. However, it was a film, after all, and exaggeration was to be expected. After some contemplation, she decided that since she was unfamiliar with such matters, she could consult Wang Qing, the seasoned expert, when she next visited. Just then, a sudden knock on the door startled her. "What is it?" "Boss, your laptop had a blue screen. Let me take a look." Xia Yuxing opened the door and handed him the laptop, casting him a sideways glance. Lu Ming stood there, utterly perplexed. The following day, upon arriving at the office, Lu Ming instructed his assistant, Dong Xiaojie, to begin preparing the materials and approvals for the Shin family's investment fund. When Lu Ming secured this 1 billion family investment, the entire company was left in awe. In that moment, Lu Ming became a legendary figure among his colleagues. Moreover, many female employees in the company began to flirt with him openly. After all, Lu Ming is no longer just a figure of renown. Everyone is aware that he has genuinely become a millionaire, and it is only a matter of time before he ascends to billionaire status. With such youth, stature, and charm, which woman could possibly resist him? On October 25th, the funds from the Shin family were secured, and Lu Ming commenced his investments. Simultaneously, he completed his task of managing the family financial fund, earning him a chance to participate in a lottery. Without hesitation, he decided to draw again. The familiar spinning wheel appeared, and this time, the indicator landed on a reward option shrouded in mystery. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have drawn the divine massage technique. The divine massage technique? Lu Ming was well aware that this technique involved the application of pressure on the body's meridians and acupoints through traditional Chinese massage, which could effectively unblock meridians, promote the flow of qi and blood, alleviate pain, dispel evil, restore balance, and extend one's lifespan. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt as if he had acquired an extraordinarily powerful massage skill. However, massage is a labor-intensive endeavor. Why couldn't this system provide him with more lucrative skills? Chapter 68. Becoming a billionaire by chance. Lu Ming glanced at his watch, momentarily setting aside the intricacies of the massage technique. It was nearly time for the market to open. As October drew to a close, the monthly yield of Yaying had surged to an impressive 95. The previous month's yield had reached an astounding 190. Lu Ming intended to maintain the yield around 120 in the days to come. Mindful of the substantial 1 billion fund at his disposal, opting for a more understated approach. Within the stock selection pool, Lu Ming deliberately chose over 20 American stocks. The absence of limits on price fluctuations in the U.S. market, coupled with the frequent dramatic surges in certain stocks, rendered the notion of earning several times one's investment in a single day a commonplace occurrence. Thus, achieving a monthly yield of 120 with Yaying was quite feasible. A 1 billion fund yielding 120 would translate to a profit of 120 million. After deducting a management fee of 10, the remaining distributable earnings would amount to 108 million. As the fund manager, Lu Ming would receive a commission of 20, equating to 21.6 million. Additionally, having personally invested 6 million, along with over 2 million in distributable earnings, Lu Ming's assets would reach a staggering 220 million. The thought sent a thrill through him, by mere chance. He had become a billionaire. Perhaps it was time to approach Song Jiawen and discuss the prospect of marrying her daughter, he mused with a chuckle. At that moment, El Fei Hong arrived at Lu Ming's company, entering the bustling lobby of the first-floor trading department. Recently, Lu Ming had treated him and his girlfriend, Pei Xueping, to an extravagant meal. They speculated that Lu Ming, as a fund manager, must be doing quite well. During their last conversation, Lu Ming had casually mentioned the possibility of investing a small amount in the fund he managed. El Fei Hong pondered that with some savings at his disposal, it would be wise to invest in Lu Ming's fund, as it would likely yield more than the meager interest rates on fixed deposits, which had fallen below 3.5. Good day, sir. Are you here to inquire about investment management? A client manager named Lu Jie greeted him warmly as he entered the lobby. Yes, El Fei Hong nodded. Excellent. Please follow me, and I will introduce you to our financial products. Lu Jie led El Fei Hong to a nearby table and began to outline several investment options. Interrupting her presentation, El Fei Hong inquired, "Excuse me, is there a fund manager named Lu Ming here?" Lu Jie paused for a moment, then smiled. "Yes, sir. Manager Lu is our star fund manager." "Really?" El Fei Hong was taken aback, surprised to learn that his friend was regarded as a star in the company. Could you tell me more about Manager Lu's investment products? Of course, sir. Please hold on a moment. Lu Jie retrieved 2 documents from the cabinet. One was an introduction to the Winning 5 Fund, and the other detailed the Yaying Fund. Greetings, sir. The Win Strategy number 5 is part of our company's Win Strategy series of investment funds, categorized as a stable fixed-income star product. As you can see, since Manager Lu took over last year, the returns have exceeded 30, whereas the returns of the Win Strategy number 1 to 4, managed by other managers, hover around only 15. Lu Jie enthusiastically introduced. Annual returns exceeding 30? Lu Feihong was utterly astonished. This far surpassed standard fixed deposit interest rates, and many bond funds do not yield such high annual returns. He promptly inquired, "Is it possible to invest now?" Lu Jie shook her head, replying, "I'm afraid, sir, that the fundraising for the Win Strategy No. 5 for this year has already concluded, and it is now entering a closed phase. If you wish to invest, you will need to make an appointment in advance." An appointment? Lu Feihong was taken aback and asked, "What about the monthly win?" Lu Jie explained, "The monthly win is an equity fund with a higher risk level. However, it is a monthly investment opportunity, open for fundraising once a month, and offers high returns." She handed over the relevant materials. Lu Feihong glanced at the performance of the monthly win, astonished by its impressive results, realizing just how remarkable Lu Ming's investment prowess was. "Can I invest in the monthly win now?" he queried. Lu Jie replied, "You can invest next month, but you will also need to make an advance appointment. Moreover, this financial product has specific conditions." "What conditions?" he asked. "The minimum investment threshold is 1 million, and you must provide proof of financial assets amounting to 3 million, or continuous income proof of over 500,000 for 3 consecutive years. Only upon meeting these conditions can one purchase the product." "At least 1 million? Lu Feihong gasped. Lu Jie confirmed, "Indeed. However, even with 1 million, there may not be available slots." "Why not?" he inquired. "Because those enthusiastic about this fund are typically high net worth individuals, often with investments in the tens of millions. Investing 1 million would hardly secure a spot." "Does the Win Strategy number 5 have any financial thresholds?" he asked. "That is slightly lower. The investment threshold starts at 500,000. Lu Feihong felt a bit embarrassed, realizing how successful Lu Ming had become. While he had merely intended to dabble in investments, it seemed he was not even qualified. Although he could indeed withdraw 500,000, he could not possibly allocate all his funds to investment, lest his girlfriend, Pei Shueping, would be furious. He still needed to save for a house. Given this situation, he thought it best not to disturb Lu Ming. Just then, Lu Ming descended from the 2nd floor. Carrying a package, he had ordered a mechanical keyboard online a few days prior. "Oh, Feihong." Lu Ming immediately spotted Lu Feihong. "Ah, Lu Ming," Lu Feihong greeted with a smile. Lu Ming approached, saying, "Why didn't you give me a call when you arrived?" Lu Feihong replied, "I just got here." "Ah, sir, you are Manager Lu's friend," Lu Jie exclaimed, astonished. Lu Ming placed an arm around Lu Feihong's shoulder, declaring, "Not just a friend, he is my good brother." Lu Feihong remarked, "Lu Ming, I didn't realize you were a star fund manager here. I was actually thinking of coming to manage my finances." "Sure. When I open the next round of monthly win fundraising at the end of the month, invest a bit." "Lu Ming, just moments ago, this young lady informed me that the investment threshold for your Ye win is set at 1 million. Alas, I do not possess such a sum. It seems I shall have to forego the opportunity." Lu Ming chuckled. "That figure is merely the external qualification. When the time comes, I can secure you an internal employee position. Would it be acceptable if I invested 200,000? "Certainly," he replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Feihong displayed a smile. Subsequently, Lu Ming escorted Lu Feihong on a brief tour of the company before she took her leave. As Lu Ming returned to the company lobby after bidding farewell to Lu Feihong, he was met with the sound of a heated altercation. A group of disgruntled individuals had gathered before the futures investment window, vociferously demanding, "Bring your boss out. Yes, you are a fraudulent company. We demand justice from this deceitful enterprise. Return our money. Refund us." Chapter 69. Are you still thinking of taking advantage? Lu Ming furrowed his brows, wondering what had transpired. He noticed a group of rowdy individuals, among whom several men were filming videos with their phones. Soon, Yang Xuelin, the manager of the Futures Investment Department, descended the stairs, and these men swiftly encircled him, clamoring for refunds. Lu Ming recognized one of the leading men with the phone, who appeared somewhat familiar. Suddenly, it struck him that this individual was a well-known financial influencer on Douyin, known by the handle The Bull on the Breeze. Lu Ming took out his phone and searched, confirming that the influencer indeed boasted 3 million followers. At that moment, in an effort to avoid disrupting the other clients in the lobby, Yang Xuelin led the unruly group to a conference room. Upon returning to his office, Lu Ming inquired about the situation from Dong Xiaojia. It turned out that this was the third time this group had caused a ruckus at the company. The first two occurrences had taken place while Lu Ming and Xia Yushin were negotiating contracts with Shen Angi and Dong Hai. The situation was as follows. A year prior, the Futures Department had launched a fund called Jiuying No. 8 Futures, raising a capital of 100 million. This fund was initially managed by the investment director, Guo Rue. However, after Guo Rue encountered difficulties, the responsibility fell to Yang Xuelin. Initially, the fund performed admirably, investing in precious metals, livestock, and grains, with a significant proportion allocated to precious metals, particularly futures copper. However, 3 months ago, due to extraordinary circumstances, the price of futures copper plummeted drastically. The previous gains of Jiuying No. 8 were entirely erased, resulting in a 30 loss. Moreover, given the current situation, futures copper was likely to continue its downward trend. In truth, the decline of futures copper had little to do with Guo Rue. This prolonged 3-month downturn was industry-wide. Virtually all wealth management firms with bullish forecasts for futures copper were incurring losses. Nevertheless, a client named Niu Yongji, who had invested in Jiuying No. 8, approached Yang Xuelin, demanding the return of his entire principal investment. According to the wealth management contract, it was perfectly normal for funds to incur losses. Niu Yongji's insistence on a refund was clearly at odds with the contractual agreements and industry regulations. It was akin to purchasing a fund on Alipay and expecting a refund of the principal when the fund depreciated. Would Alipay acquiesce? However, Niu Yongji presented a rationale. He claimed that since Guo Rue had previously managed the fund and had encountered financial issues, he believed the losses were a result of Guo Rue's covert manipulations, even alleging that Guo Rue had misappropriated funds. The following day, Niu Yongji contacted other clients who had invested in the fund to join him in protesting at the company. This turmoil left Yang Xuelin in a state of exasperation. He attempted to explain the situation to the group, but they remained unconvinced and continued to stir up trouble. After hearing this account, Lu Ming felt an unsettling aura surrounding the matter, as if it had been orchestrated in advance. If we were to consider that Niu Yongji's individual actions might be deemed somewhat typical, the fact that he has rallied so many clients to demand a refund from Jiuying Capital borders on conspiracy. After this group had made their commotion, Yang Xuelin hurriedly reported the matter to Xia Yushin. Following the market's close at 3:30 p.m., Lu Ming made his way to Xia Yushin's office. "Boss, are you feeling troubled?" Lu Ming approached with a cheerful demeanor, taking a seat across from her. "What are you smiling about?" Xia Yushin retorted, sitting at her desk, clutching her abdomen, a cup of brown sugar water resting on the table. "Oh, boss, is it that time of the month?" Lu Ming inquired. "Yes. Which day are you on?" "The 1st. How was I not aware of this?" Xia Yushin shot back. "What? Should I report my menstrual cycle to you?" "No, I meant, boss, you mentioned it would arrive on the 20th, but it's 5 days late today." "Indeed. Are you perhaps irregular?" "Go away. You're the one who is irregular." Xia Yushin shot him a glare. "Is your stomach hurting?" "Yes." "Does it always hurt?" "Not necessarily." Xia Yushin frowned, her brows knitting together, her complexion paling. "Boss, you seem to be sweating. What exactly does menstrual pain feel like?" "What does it feel like? Have you seen The Legend of the New White Lady?" "Yes." Lu Ming thought to himself, pondering the connection between menstrual pain and that classic tale. Xia Yushin continued, "Remember when Bai Suzhen drank the Rialger wine? Menstrual pain feels just like that." Lu Ming was utterly taken aback. "Boss, perhaps you should clock out and head home to rest. It's only 3:30. Come now. You are the president. Who would mind? You don't even have to clock in and out. After spending so many days in Donghai, you've accumulated quite a bit of work. Yet you're enduring this pain and still working. Is that wise? By the way, didn't you prepare a warming patch?" "I did, but the effect is minimal." At that moment, Lu Ming recalled the system notification. Ding. System task released. First trial of the divine massage technique. Task completion reward, 1 lottery draw. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten about this skill. The divine massage technique could easily alleviate a girl's menstrual pain. "Boss, come here." Lu Ming moved to the sofa in the office and patted it. "What for?" "Lie down." "Lie down? Why?" Xia Yushin's cheeks flushed. Lu Ming assured her. I learned massage techniques from a master in traditional Chinese medicine. Allow me to massage your abdomen. I guarantee your pain will subside. Go away. At a time like this, you're still thinking about taking advantage. Xia Yuxing misinterpreted his intentions. What are you talking about, boss? I'm not trying to take advantage. I genuinely know how to massage. Just give it a try. I'm not trying it. Just try it. I assure you, once you've experienced it, your stomach will feel better. Lu Ming wore a serious expression. Where should I press? Asked Xia Yuxing, taking the initiative. Primarily on the abdomen, along the Ren meridian. Pushing and kneading downwards until we reach the chi high point. Where is the chi high point? It is located just beneath your navel. I'm ticklish. Perhaps we should forego this. Xia Yuxing shook her head. Lu Ming approached her directly, grasped her hand, and pulled her onto the sofa. Come, trust me. A single session of acupressure will leave an indelible impression. Oh, Lu Ming, don't be ridiculous. We are in the office. I am not being ridiculous. Lu Ming replied as he positioned her on the sofa. Hurry and lie down. All right, but you must be serious about the massage. Don't tickle me. Rest assured. I am a legitimate master of acupressure. This statement amused Xia Yuxing. She thought, look at you, claiming to be a serious acupressure master, when you resemble a proper foot massage technician. To her surprise, as soon as she lay down, Lu Ming said, come on, boss. Lift your shirt a little to expose your abdomen. Chapter 70. The doors were welded shut. What? You still want to expose your belly? Indeed. Then I won't press anymore. She had thought it was merely a massage through her clothing, not realizing he would lift her shirt. If he truly did lift it, Lu Ming would have to touch her with his hands. How embarrassing that would be. Upon finishing her words, Xia Yuxing attempted to sit up, only to find Lu Ming firmly pressing her shoulder down. Boss, at this juncture, regret is futile. The doors are welded shut. Xia Yuxing retorted angrily. I knew you were deliberately taking advantage of me. Not at all. I was merely jesting. If you don't lift your shirt, how can I apply pressure? That's unacceptable. Men and women should maintain a certain distance. Boss, just consider me a doctor for now. But you are not a doctor. Then think of me as a technician. That is even less acceptable. Then regard me as your boyfriend. Ah? Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, go away. In any case, you cannot lift my shirt. You can't massage through my clothing, can you? Well, I can, but the effect would be diminished. I must channel my true energy into your body. Who are you trying to fool with your true energy? If you can't massage through the fabric, don't do it at all. I see you just want to take advantage of me. All right. I'll massage through the clothing. Lu Ming finally relented. Upon hearing his concession, Xia Yuxing began to wonder if he was intentionally teasing her. Just then, Lu Ming's hand had already reached her abdomen. Despite the barrier of her clothing, Xia Yuxing felt somewhat uneasy. Then, Lu Ming's palm began to knead and press against her through the fabric. Xia Yuxing suddenly realized that Lu Ming's technique was not merely an inappropriate advance. It bore the semblance of professional skill. In truth, she had accompanied a friend to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic before and had some familiarity with the methods of Tue Na. Clearly, Lu Ming's technique was quite authentic. A minute later, Xia Yuxing felt a warmth spreading through her body. Indeed, it was a sensation of warmth. Boss, do you feel your body warming up? Indeed, I do. That is correct. Soon you will feel a gentle warmth in your abdomen. Do you truly know how to massage? Hey, I told you. This massage will be unforgettable for you. You're just boasting. Do you truly consider yourself an experienced practitioner? Lu Ming confidently replied, I cannot guarantee everything. But my massage technique is certainly not inferior to that of seasoned practitioners. Xia Yuxing suggested, after work, let us go to the vegetable market. What do we need to go to the market for? To buy scallions. Scallions? Lu Ming looked utterly perplexed. Xia Yuxing chuckled, to stick them up your nose. Lu Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. I must say, Xia Yuxing, you are becoming increasingly mischievous. Even if I am mischievous, I can't compare to your level. Haha. Behind your back, everyone at the company calls you the female tyrant. And what about you? As for me, I call you little Xia. You've got it reversed. Xia Yuxing shot him a glare. Lu Ming flashed a grin and inquired, Xiao Xia, is your belly feeling warm? Indeed it was. Xia Yuxing's beautiful eyes sparkled. Her abdominal discomfort had mysteriously dissipated. Now, let me demonstrate what true massage feels like. Lu Ming began to knead her abdomen with the base of his palm. Xiao Xia, do you sense a warm current swirling within you, like a whirlwind? Nonsense. Where's the whirlwind? She retorted. Just focus on the sensation. Xia Yuxing closed her eyes, paying close attention. Suddenly, she truly felt the warmth, two distinct currents, to be precise. These two streams moved like air currents, swirling within her abdomen. Eventually, they converged. and a comforting warmth seemed to be sealed inside her. How do you feel, Comrade Xiaoxia? Is the pain still present? Wow, it's really gone. How miraculous. Xia Yuxing exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight. Lu Ming chuckled. President, look at your joy. Just moments ago, you were skeptical. As she smiled, something felt amiss. She raised her head to glance at him. Ah, Lu Ming, your hands. Why are they directly on my belly? Indeed, he replied. You rogue. When did you lift my shirt? I had to, or else you wouldn't feel the warmth inside. Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed, and she quickly sat up. How unexpected. This fellow had taken advantage of her days. Yet, the sensation was undeniably delightful. Ah, the relief from the pain is truly wonderful. By the way, President, your belly is quite fair. Go away, you scoundrel. Xia Yuxing hastily retreated to her office chair. Lu Ming remarked, Xiaoxia. I only massaged the qi high point to alleviate this round of discomfort. To ensure your future menstrual pains are eliminated, we need to address additional acupoints. Additional acupoints? Which ones? The Guilai point. Where's that? Lu Ming gestured on his own body. Xia Yuxing's face turned crimson. That location was rather low, indeed. Furthermore, if left unaddressed, we could massage the Ganshu point. For insufficient qi and blood, we could target the Pai Shu point. And if menstruation is absent, we could focus on the Shin Shu point. Lu Ming spoke animatedly. Xia Yuxing was astounded, initially thinking Lu Ming was teasing her. But she soon realized he was genuinely knowledgeable. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Ming asked, President, would you like to lie down for me to continue the massage? Perhaps another time. My belly doesn't hurt anymore, and I have work to attend to. Xia Yuxing swiftly shifted the topic. The notion of the Guilai point was just too challenging for her to accept at the moment. Lu Ming did not press the matter further, and they resumed discussing work. President, I've heard about the issues in the Futures Department. I find it rather suspicious that this Neo Yongji has contacted so many people, clearly targeting us. Indeed, I have also considered this matter. Neo Yongji is currently stirring up controversy online. Xia Yuxing handed over her phone. Lu Ming glanced at it and saw that Neo Yongji had posted a short video primarily addressing issues regarding futures investment. He also mentioned Guo Rui's clandestine operations, which led to fund losses, while unjustly placing the burden of these losses on the investors, thereby assuming a morally superior stance. As Neo Yongji is a financial blogger with a substantial following, his short video has incited considerable outrage from netizens against Jiuying Capital. After all, many online commentators lack the discernment to distinguish right from wrong. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many individuals harmed by online bullying. Nowadays, numerous self-media outlets are sharing this short video in pursuit of traffic. Such a surge in attention has undeniably inflicted severe damage on the reputation of Jiuying Capital. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, this Neo Yongji is quite malicious. However, the more nefarious individuals are likely lurking in the shadows. Chapter 71. The Futures Fortune Scheme. Xia Yuxing inquired, whom do you believe is responsible for this matter? Do you have any enemies, boss? No, he replied. Then we are left with only one possibility, adversaries in the business realm. Recently, have we offended anyone or encroached upon someone else's territory? Lu Ming suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yuxing responded, recently, the only significant transaction involves the Shun family's 1 billion financial investment. Could it possibly be Rong Wenhao? Lu Ming cursed. Damn it, that was my suspicion too. Even if he is the culprit, obtaining evidence will be arduous. The most treacherous aspect of the business world is the presence of underhanded individuals. Xia Yuxing wore an expression of resignation. Lu Ming asked, Boss, how do you plan to address this issue? I have yet to formulate a plan. We could consider legal action against Neo Yongji. After all, the short video he posted lacks credible evidence. However, this route is lengthy and detrimental to the company's reputation, Xia Yuxing analyzed. Lu Ming concurred, indeed. Those trolls care little for the truth. They thrive on sensationalism. The same goes for those internet celebrities. They seek only attention and traffic. Wait, Lu Ming. Do you have a solution? Xia Yuxing focused intently on him. Lu Ming smiled sheepishly. I do have an idea. Speak. I just noticed that Neo Yongji and the clients he contacted are demanding that Jiuying Capital return their principal, correct? Exactly. My solution is to acquiesce to their demands. What? Xia Yuxing looked at Lu Ming in astonishment, incredulous as he exclaimed, Lu Ming, have you lost your mind? Returning their principal. Do you comprehend what that entails? Of course I do. It means the company will incur losses, Lu Ming asserted. Precisely, Xia Yuxing continued. This fund is already depreciated by 30. If we prematurely liquidate the futures contracts, not only will the fund suffer losses, but reimbursing the irate clients will trigger a domino effect. Other clients who haven't raised a fuss will flock to demand their principal back. If we comply, the company will bear the brunt of this 30 loss. This Joing no. 8-foot fund raised 100 million. A 30 loss equates to 30 million. Beyond the financial loss, the company's credibility will diminish, and our capabilities will come under scrutiny. Moreover, in this industry, financial firms do not typically engage in such practices. Even if I wish to proceed, I doubt the board would approve. Lu Ming, well aware of these implications, chuckled. Naturally, the company cannot shoulder this loss. What I propose is that all clients transfer their financial contracts to me personally, allowing me to reimburse their principal. What? Xia Yuxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Ming, you are confusing me. Clients transferring their financial contracts to you means you intend to bear this loss personally? Exactly. Lu Ming, have you lost your senses? Do you have so much money that you simply wish to throw it away? Who said there will be losses? Lu Ming explained. The Jiaoying Bahao Fund is currently incurring losses primarily due to the bullish outlook on copper futures, which have been continuously declining. However, after analyzing the recent futures market trends, I predict that next month, the price of copper futures will experience a significant rebound, an explosive resurgence. What did you say? The price of copper futures will rebound explosively? Xia Yuxing exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Lu Ming responded. Prior to visiting Xia Yuxing, he had already embarked on what he termed masterful futures prediction techniques. To his surprise, he found that in half a month's time, the price of copper would dramatically increase. From the 10th to the end of next month, over the span of 20 days, the price of copper futures is expected to soar. This means that the current losses of the Jiaoying Bahao Futures Fund will turn into profits by next month. Unfortunately, Niu Yangji, the misguided individual, is being exploited and is focused solely on reclaiming his principal. Xia Yuxing inquired, Lu Ming, how can you be so certain that copper futures will rebound? Allow me to explain. First, based on the recent conference in Europe, various countries are accelerating their investments in the energy sector, which will necessitate a substantial demand for copper. Additionally, data indicates that several major copper-producing nations in South America are experiencing a decrease in supply. Lastly, current statistics suggest that the unemployment rate in the United States may exceed expectations, potentially leading to a significant decline in the dollar index. At that point, the prices of heavy metals, including copper, are likely to surge, Lu Ming elaborated, covering multiple factors. Xia Yuxing listened in rapt attention, ultimately asking, Lu Ming, when did you start secretly monitoring the futures market? I have been paying attention for quite some time. In fact, I have been wanting to discuss with you my intention to launch a futures fund. Otherwise, why don't you transfer the management of Jiaoying Bahao to me? Your analyses are correct, but the futures market is inherently unpredictable. Determining the timing of price increases is fraught with risk. Boss, you must trust me, he continued. While you are right, we must approach the decision to allow clients to redeem their principal with caution. Xia Yuxing appeared solemn. Are you concerned that if we agree to the redemptions, it might lead others to suspect that there are underhanded dealings with this fund? Precisely. If that happens, clarifying the situation could become quite troublesome, Lu Ming acknowledged. I have already devised a strategy for this dilemma, he stated. First, we must negotiate with those causing the disturbance and earnestly persuade them to trust our financial management plan, assuring them that the fund will yield profits by its maturity. We will encourage them not to redeem their investments. Naturally, they will be skeptical and resist, at which point we can relent slightly to demonstrate our commitment to customer satisfaction. Simultaneously, we must clarify that the current decline in the fund's value is not due to any hidden manipulations, but rather a strategic acquisition of undervalued futures as we position ourselves for the future. We remain bullish on copper futures and will continue to invest heavily in them. Upon concluding his explanation, Lu Ming left Xia Yuxing utterly astounded. This is overwhelming. I need a moment to process what you've said. Haha, dear boss. Leave this matter to me. Those who are causing a ruckus and wish to withdraw their principal can do so. The company must adhere to its principles. Let them transfer their rights under the financial contract to me, and I shall manage the funds. Lu Ming grinned mischievously, already plotting in his mind. Transfer it to you? Do you have the funds? The monthly returns from this cycle of investment are due. The profits I will earn are ample. Xia Yuxing was at a loss for words. This fellow had it all planned out. I will think it over. All right, boss, but you must only take one night to consider. Tomorrow, you shall give me your answer. Xia Yuxing couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Was this guy truly unafraid of losses? Did he possess such unwavering confidence in copper futures? Chapter 72. An evening of nourishment. Lu Ming glanced at the time and said, "Boss, I'll be waiting for you at the CAF across the street once work is over." "What for?" "I thought we could visit the market together. Since you're on your period, I'll buy you some fish and lamb to ensure you have a nourishing evening." "Sounds good." Upon hearing that Lu Ming was preparing a grand dinner, Xia Yuxing's heart filled with joy. After finishing work, Lu Ming made his way to the CAF opposite the office. Xia Yuxing waited until most of the company employees had left before stepping out herself and heading to the CAF. They appeared as though they were clandestinely engaged in a secret romance. "Let us go," Xia Yuxing announced. The two approached the shared bicycles outside and scanned their codes. As the market was not far, they decided to ride there. "Which one shall we take, the blue one or the yellow one?" Xia Yuxing inquired. "Let us go with the yellow one. The blue bike always forces me to enable Bluetooth when I scan the code, which I find quite bothersome." Lu Ming scanned the code for a yellow bike. "All right then," Xia Yuxing agreed and did the same. They pedaled along the street, enjoying the leisurely ride. Meanwhile, in a nearby Starbucks, Dong Xiaojie and Zhang Xiaoman were sipping coffee by the window. "All right, Dong Xiaojie, you treat me to dinner. But let me first quench my thirst with some coffee," Zhang Xiaoman teased. "Not a chance. I've already made a reservation at the Western restaurant for 7 p.m. Let us just wait here for a bit. How about we play a game first?" "Fine, let us do that," Zhang Xiaoman replied, pulling out her phone to prepare for a match. At that moment, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing rode past on their shared bicycles. Zhang Xiaoman turned just in time to see them. "Well," she exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. "What is the matter?" Dong Xiaojie asked. "Look quickly. It's breaking news." Zhang Xiaoman pointed. Dong Xiaojie glanced and was equally astonished. "Oh, isn't that Lu Ming and President Xia?" The two observed as Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing stopped in front of the market. They then locked their bicycles and walked into the market together. Dong Xiaojie marveled. Lu Ming and President Xia are going to the market together? What could they possibly be doing? "Well, obviously they're there to buy groceries." Zhang Xiaoman retorted with an eye roll. Dong Xiaojie's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that Lu Ming is secretly dating President Xia? "Quite possibly," Zhang Xiaoman chuckled. "To be honest, they do make a stunning couple, a match made in heaven." Dong Xiaojie sighed enviously. Lu Ming really has won over President Xia. That's impressive. At that moment, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing entered the market, becoming a beautiful sight amidst the bustling atmosphere. Their radiant appearances were undeniably striking. They first approached the lamb stall. "Sir, I'd like a piece of lamb. I'm making lamb meatballs." "Coming right up." The vendor readied his knife to cut the meat. "Wait a moment, which cut are you giving me?" "This is lamb tenderloin, characterized by its delicate texture, freshness, and juiciness." Lu Ming pointed and said, "I shall prepare lamb meatballs. Can you slice the tenderloin for me?" "Do not deceive me. I require lamb neck meat." "Ah, young brother. You are indeed knowledgeable." The butcher began to cut the lamb neck. Xia Yuxing observed Lu Ming with admiration, realizing that if she were to buy groceries, she would be utterly lost. Lu Ming continued, This particular cut can only be found in lamb. Others are not suitable, especially duck neck." Xia Yuxing looked puzzled. "What? Duck neck is inedible? Why?" "Just trust me," Lu Ming smiled. The butcher chuckled and said, "This young brother knows his stuff. I have 2 premium lamb kidneys. Would you like to take them as well?" "No need for those. They are too nourishing and could cause nosebleeds," Lu Ming thought to himself. "I can withstand the harshest trials without needing such things." After purchasing the meat, he and Xia Yuxing continued their stroll. Upon hearing Lu Ming's earlier remarks, an image of young Lu Ming standing guard floated through Xia Yuxing's mind. Indeed, he did not require excessive nourishment. "By the way, boss, do you eat chicken?" Lu Ming suddenly inquired. "What? No." Xia Yuxing shook her head vigorously. "Xiao Li's roasted chicken is quite delectable." "Oh, that chicken." Xia Yuxing then noticed Xiao Li's roasted chicken shop nearby. "Yes, that's the one. What did you think I meant?" "I thought it was another establishment." Xia Yuxing's heart raced, feeling a sense of embarrassment wash over her, as if her purity had been compromised. It was all due to that day when she inadvertently stumbled upon a video on Lu Ming's computer. Lu Ming said, "Xiao Li's roasted chicken is a time-honored brand. Shall we buy one?" "Then let us buy one," Xia Yuxing responded, eager to taste it. The two of them purchased additional ingredients before meandering back home. Once home, Lu Ming busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a braised Crucian carp, lamb meatballs, and stir-fried lily bulbs with snow peas and carrots, culminating in a spicy soup for a sumptuous dinner. Xia Yuxing, feeling relieved from her menstrual cramps, sat cross-legged on the sofa, turned on the television. and prepared to indulge in a box of barbecue-flavored fries. At that moment, Lu Ming emerged from the kitchen, holding Xiao Li's roasted chicken and an empty plate. Come now, Comrade Xia, wait to eat the fries. First, we must shred this roasted chicken. All right. Xia Yuxing happily accepted the plate, placing it on the coffee table before beginning to shred the chicken. Lu Ming returned to the kitchen, continuing his preparations. As Xia Yuxing shredded the chicken, she began to hum a tune. La 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 la. Clad in a bright red coat, with a flower atop her head, rouge and powder graced her face. In her left hand, a chicken, in her right, a duck. Xia Yuxing hummed as she tore off a chicken wing and popped it into her mouth. Wow, the Xiaoli's roasted chicken truly lives up to its reputation. The flavor is absolutely exquisite. Suddenly, the phone resting on the coffee table rang. Xia Yuxing glanced at the screen and saw a voice chat invitation from Zhu Wanqing. Without a moment's hesitation, she gently swiped her finger to accept the invitation and activated the speakerphone. Hello, Shixing, what are you up to? Xia Yuxing replied without a second thought, playing chicken. Playing chicken? With Lu Ming? Xia Yuxing nearly choked on a piece of roast chicken. Oh, my apologies. Sheng, I didn't mean to interrupt. Zhu Wanqing misinterpreted the situation further. What interruption? Wanqing, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm eating roast chicken. Xia Yuxing hurriedly clarified. Oh, so you roast it first, and then eat it. Poor Lu Ming. Zhu Wanqing, you reckless girl, do you wish for a death wish? Xia Yuxing shouted into the phone. Chapter 73. A girl should be a bit modest. Zhu Wanqing chuckled. Haha, I won't tease you anymore. Come, open the video. There's a surprise. As she activated the camera, Xia Yuxing realized the corridor looked remarkably familiar. Wasn't this the hallway of Yushuebe, her own home? You came over? Indeed, I came to mooch a meal. I'm heading to the elevator now, preparing for your arrival. All right. Xia Yuxing promptly leaped off the sofa and rushed to the kitchen to wash her hands. Lu Ming inquired, what is going on? Wanqing is here. Oh, did Sister Wanqing come sniffing around for food? Lu Ming quipped. Just then, Xia Yuxing opened the door, revealing Zhu Wanqing stepping out of the elevator with a box of cake in hand. Ah, my favorite bingwa cake. Oh, Shengsheng, you've got oil all over your mouth from eating chicken. Didn't Lu Ming wash up beforehand? Zhu Wanqing teased with a mischievous grin. Hey, you little rascal. Xia Yuxing blushed, turning her head away while quickly covering Zhu Wanqing's mouth. Lu Ming is cooking in the kitchen. Keep it down. If he hears you, I won't be able to face anyone. Haha. All right. I won't tease you anymore. The two laughed as they entered the room. Zhu Wanqing headed straight to the kitchen, smiling. Hi, handsome Lu, are you busy? I must say, Sister Wanqing, you're in for a treat today. You've made quite the spread. Wow, lamb meatballs. Braised carp, you two are living quite the lavish life, Zhu Wanqing remarked with admiration. Xia Yuxing approached to clarify, not at all. We don't eat like this every day. Today is mainly because What is the matter? Zhu Wanqing noticed Xia Yuxing's bashfulness. Lu Ming interjected. Little Xia is suffering from the monthly visitor, burdened by the crimson tide, unable to escape hunger pangs. It's that time of the month. Haha, Lu Ming. You're too funny. You're killing me. Zhu Wanqing laughed uncontrollably. Xia Yuxing shot Lu Ming a glare, saying, all you do is run your mouth. Lu Ming grinned and asked, Sister Wanqing, are you up for some drinks tonight? Zhu Wanqing replied, absolutely. I'm off tomorrow. I came here specifically to drink. That evening, the trio shared a case of beer, drinking until after 11. Lu Ming retired to the bedroom and fell asleep almost immediately. Meanwhile, Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing lay on the same bed, whispering secrets. Xia Yuxing vented about how their ginger cat, Pippi, often sought out Lu Ming to sleep with at night. She recounted the story of bringing Lu Ming home. Zhu Wanqing laughed. Wow, you two have quite the saga. Perhaps I should create an account on Tomato Novels and upload your story. Go away. Stop making fun of me. Xia Yuxing pouted. Zhu Wanqing asked, Sheng, are you now certain that you like Lu Ming? Yes. This time, Xia Yuxing did not refute, acknowledging her feelings. Zhu Wanqing eagerly urged, if that is the case. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and start dating Lu Ming. However, isn't love a matter between two individuals? It cannot solely hinge on my affection. I remain uncertain of Lu Ming's feelings towards me. Lu Ming? Surely, Lu Ming harbors feelings for you. Why? Men are driven by their baser instincts and are naturally drawn to beauty. How distasteful. Is that truly love? Undoubtedly, when a man is attracted to you, it invariably begins with a desire for intimacy. That is a flawed notion. Shengsheng, have you not heard the saying that great love often starts with a flirtation? Has Lu Ming ever flirted with you or teased you? Far too often. That fellow even gave me a massage during the day. What? Lu Ming touched you? Where did he touch you? Zhu Wanqing, like a curious child, inquired. Xia Yuxing then recounted the incident from earlier that day at the office when Lu Ming had given her a massage. Uffed. Zhu Wanqing giggled, exclaiming, "Goodness! Lu Ming can give massages? He certainly possesses a myriad of talents." Indeed, at first, I thought he merely sought to take advantage of me, but to my surprise, he truly knows how to massage. My menstrual cramps have subsided. Is Lu Ming truly that skilled? You should have him massage your precious assets as well. Perhaps elevating you from a D to an E cup. Get lost. I have no desire for such an increase. Zhu Wanqing remarked. Oh. Although Lu Ming touched your abdomen during the massage, strictly speaking, it cannot be considered the same kind of physical intimacy between men and women. That does not count. Of course not. Him massaging you merely establishes a relationship akin to that of a technician and a client. Xia Yuxing found herself speechless at Zhu Wanqing's description. Zhu Wanqing continued, if you wish to pursue a relationship with Lu Ming, you must take the next step. What does that entail? For instance, embracing or holding hands. These are the initial stages. But aren't these gestures typically reserved for couples who have already established their relationship? Xia Yuxing was perplexed. Zhu Wanqing laughed heartily, saying, Oh dear Xing, are you truly that naive? There are no rigid rules in romance. It can unfold however the two individuals desire, provided they are willing. After hearing this, Xia Yuxing's mind swirled with fantasies of holding hands with Lu Ming. The last time they held hands was in the park, and they had also done so at the club. Yet, none of these instances could be deemed the quintessential hand-holding of a couple. Unable to contain herself, Xia Yuxing asked, Wanqing, are you suggesting that I should take the initiative? To reach for Lu Ming's hand? To embrace him? Certainly not. A girl should maintain a degree of reserve. Zhu Wanqing advised. However, you can create opportunities for Lu Ming. What sort of opportunities? For instance, you could invite Lu Ming to a movie, preferably in the evening. As many couples share their first hand-holding moments in a cinema. And the other half? The other half occurs when the couple strolls together, crossing streets. Xia Yuxing began to ponder and envision. Zhu Wanqing added, there is also another approach. I could test the waters for you by asking Lu Ming directly whether he has feelings for you. What? Xia Yuxing quickly shook her head and said, No. Let us allow things to unfold naturally to avoid any awkwardness. All right then, since both of you are experiencing love for the first time, consider it an opportunity to relish the journey. By the way, Wanqing, there's something else I wish to inquire about. What is it? Last time, my laptop at home experienced a blue screen, so I borrowed Lu Ming's television computer while he was away. I asked him for the password and used it, only to discover. Xia Yuxing's voice lowered significantly at this point. Upon hearing her conclusion, Zhu Wanqing burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? How could Lu Ming secretly watch such films? Sheng, that's quite normal. What man doesn't have a few such files on his computer? At the very least, a few hundred gigabytes, if not several terabytes. Chapter 74. The reward of the femme fatale. Xia Yuxing was taken aback. What? Men store such things on their computers? Wanqing. Is that normal? Of course it is. Men enjoy watching those kinds of films. It's simply part of their nature. In truth, it's not just men. Many women also have such files saved on their computers. Upon saying this, Zhu Wanqing displayed a hint of mischief on her face. Xia Yuxing arched an eyebrow and inquired, Wanqing, you don't have any of those files saved on your computer, do you? I've just saved a little. Zhu Wanqing smiled shyly. All right, Wanqing, you truly are a seasoned woman. Just how much is a little? Not much, only around 100 gigabytes. What? That's not much? Where did you download these? Of course from a secret website, but unfortunately the one I saved has gone 404. What is so interesting about those films? Women are like that too? Like what? Zhu Wanqing grinned wickedly. Xia Yuxing found herself at a loss for words and felt a bit embarrassed to articulate her thoughts. Is it like this? Zhu Wanqing leaned in, gesturing with her hands. Xia Yuxing nodded. Zhu Wanqing chuckled. Well, for couples and spouses, it's quite normal. What? That is also normal? Xia Yuxing was astonished, struggling to believe it. Such matters are something you'll gradually come to understand. Zhu Wanqing continued. Xing, which country's films did you watch on Lu Ming's computer? It should be from the country of foot base and chickens. I heard a woman exclaiming Yam die inside. As she mentioned this, Xia Yuxing began to conjure images from the film. Since you had never watched it before, it's only natural to feel a bit unaccustomed to their style. Next time, come to my place. I'll show you a few Hong Kong films with plots. Go away, why would I want to watch that? We're all adults here. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Zhu Wanqing remained remarkably composed. I refuse to be like you, with such lewd thoughts. All right, Xing, if you call me lewd, just wait till I get back at you. With that, the two girls began to playfully tussle. The following day, due to the influence of the popular financial blogger Niu Yangji, the reputation of Jiuying Capital continued to decline. Xia Yuxing rubbed her temples, contemplating whether to agree to the solution proposed by Lu Ming. At that moment, Vice President Gu Hongfei unexpectedly arrived. Mr. Gu, is there something you need? Ms. Xia, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? This is my resignation letter. Gu Hongfei placed a resignation letter on Xia Yuxing's desk. Xia Yuxing frowned, asking, Mr. Gu, you're resigning? Why? Well, I believe there are better platforms for development, so I wish to strive for more. Better platforms? Yes, I received an invitation from Dingfeng Capital. Gu Hongfei did not conceal his intentions. Upon hearing Dingfeng Capital, Xia Yuxing realized that Rong Wenhao had likely already begun his covert efforts to poach talent. Gu Hongfei lacked genuine substance. He was a cunning old fox, adept in the art of social manipulation, a seasoned trickster. His resignation this time, however, proved to be a relief. Xia Yuxing remarked, Mr. Gu, if you intend to resign, the board. I have already informed the board in advance, Gu interrupted. Very well, I shall delegate the subsequent matters to human resources. After concluding their discussion, Gu Hongfei departed. Xia Yuxing soon received a call from the board of Jiuying Capital, primarily to confirm Gu Hongfei's resignation, but also to inquire about the online influencer Niu Yongji's disruptive actions. After some contemplation, Xia summoned Yang Xuelin to her office. The recent upheaval had left Yang feeling overwhelmed. The Jiuying No. 8 fund had become a proverbial hot potato. The strategies of this fund were all derived from Gu Rui's proposals, and now the instigators sought Yang for resolutions, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved. Thus, Xia Yuxing suggested to Yang that he hand over the management of Jiuying Capital to Lu Ming, entrusting him to handle the current predicament. Yang was elated by this decision. Finally, Xia called Lu Ming into her office. You are now the manager of the Jiuying No. 8 Futures Fund. What? Boss? You agreed to my management proposal? Lu Ming exclaimed. Yes, I approved it. You must resolve this situation effectively. Rest assured, boss, just wait and see. Lu Ming confidently assured her. Xia replied, once you handle this matter well, I have a reward for you. Huh? A reward? What kind of reward? Lu Ming inquired, narrowing his eyes. That's a secret. Xia smiled slightly, leaving him in suspense. This smile piqued Lu Ming's curiosity. What could the reward entail? By the way, boss, I overheard the staff discussing Gu Hongfei's resignation, Lu Ming recalled. Yes, he just came to see me and submitted his resignation letter. Do you know where he has moved to? It wouldn't be Dingfeng Capital, would it? Correct. Interesting, Lu Ming said with a sly smile. Boss, have you ever considered that Niu Yongji's disruption at the company, coupled with his familiarity with Gu Rui's situation, could be interconnected? Xia paused, quickly realizing the implications. With Gu Hongfei's transition to Dingfeng Capital, it was plausible that Niu Yongji's actions were linked to him. Lu Ming added, regardless of who is behind this, just wait. I will make sure he understands the consequences of his actions. Finally, after Lu Ming took over, at 10 a.m. that day, Niu Yongji returned with several accomplices to the company. They were once again escorted to the conference room, and upon seeing Lu Ming, they appeared noticeably taken aback. Where's Yang Xuelin? Niu Yongji frowned. Lu Ming smiled and introduced himself. Greetings, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Ming, the newly appointed fund manager of Jiuying No. 8. Lu Ming? Never heard of you. Summon your boss. Yes, return our money. Indeed. The individuals clamored once more for their refunds, alleging that Guo Rui had engaged in clandestine maneuvers. Lu Ming promptly raised his hand, urging, silence, please. The crowd quieted down. With a smile, Lu Ming addressed them. Allow me to clarify that this fund has long been entrusted to my management. The current losses incurred are solely the result of my investment strategy, and there have been no covert operations by Guo Rui. What? Your investment strategy? Niu Yongji retorted, irked. What nonsense. How can you even say that when we are facing a 30 loss? What do you call that ridiculous strategy? Exactly. You lead us into losses yet have the audacity to speak of strategy? Echoed another voice in agreement. Enough of this chatter. Refund our money swiftly. The uproar among the crowd resumed. Lu Ming, with a decisive thump on the table, declared, very well, I promise to refund your money. Chapter 75. Lu Ming addresses the company's crisis. Upon hearing Lu Ming agree to refund the money, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Niu Yongji's eyes lit up. for his objective was about to be realized. "Manager Liu, do you truly consent to refund us?" he inquired eagerly. "Indeed," Lu Ming affirmed. "As long as you wish to retrieve your principal, I can acquiesce." Niu Yangji, brimming with excitement, urged, "Then please expedite the refund." Lu Ming, with an expression of gravity, replied, "Before I process the refunds, I must clarify a few matters." The crowd fell silent, keenly attentive. Given the current state of the fund, which had incurred a 30 loss, none were inclined to forfeit their investments. The prospect of retrieving their principal brought them joy. Lu Ming commenced his discourse. As he began, Niu Yangji, eager to capture the moment, took out his phone to record the proceedings, to which Lu Ming did not object. "First and foremost, I want to state unequivocally that the Jiao-Ing-Bahao Futures Fund has not engaged in any clandestine operations." The audience, though initially restless, remained hushed, for they understood that the drastic decline in copper futures was a systemic issue, and they were merely seeking an excuse for the refund from Jiao-Ing Capital. Second, the reported 30 unrealized loss in this fund stems from my bullish outlook on copper futures. Although the prices are currently falling, I believe we are at the bottom, presenting a prime opportunity to acquire assets at a discount. The audience, however, began to perceive Lu Ming's words as mere bravado. Terms like bottom and discounted assets were nothing more than the jargon of financial persuasion, and they had grown weary of such rhetoric. Third, effective immediately, the Jiao-Ing-Bahao Fund will open additional investment opportunities. Those wishing to invest further and capitalize on potential profits may take note. The crowd, upon hearing this, wore expressions of disbelief. How could one solicit further investment when the fund was already in such disarray? Niu Yangji was about to incite the crowd once more, but Lu Ming interjected with his next point. "Fourth, should any of you doubt my financial analysis or judgment, you may transfer your rights to me, and I will refund your principal, as I am the fund's manager, confident in my capabilities. Fifth, I must reiterate, should you decide to reclaim your principal, all future earnings from this fund will no longer pertain to you. I urge you to make a rational decision, guided solely by your own judgment and not swayed by others. Sixth, I implore you once again, this fund is destined to yield profits, and substantial ones at that. You must trust in me. Time will prove all." Lu Ming concluded his impassioned address, and Niu Yangji dutifully recorded every word. In truth, even without Niu's recording, the meeting was being documented by Jiao-Ing Capital's cameras, and they would later make this footage public. Following Lu Ming's 6 points, it was evident that Niu Yangji and his companions perceived Lu Ming's assertions as mere deception. How could they possibly believe that this fund would become profitable? The outcome was, therefore, predictable. This group of individuals remained steadfast in their initial stance, demanding the return of their principal investment. Ultimately, Lu Ming instructed Dong Xiaojie to draft a transfer agreement, consenting to the refund of the principal to these individuals. Concurrently, Lu Ming dispatched an email to all clients holding shares in this fund, and the Jiao-Ing Capital Wealth Management app also disseminated the news. Those wishing to reclaim their principal could either visit the company in person or utilize the mobile app to transfer their investment rights to Lu Ming. Following this announcement, as anticipated, other clients opted to withdraw their principal as well. After all, the fund was currently down by 30. Who would take such a gamble? Furthermore, the price of copper futures plummeted, with many experts predicting further declines for at least another 6 months. Given these circumstances, the investors deemed it prudent to redeem their principal. Although the Jiao-Ing No. 8 Futures Fund had initially raised 100 million, the number of clients was relatively modest. Notably, the internet celebrity financial blogger Niu Yangji alone held 20 million. Lu Ming could not help but marvel at the wealth of this financial influencer, suspecting that he had profited significantly from online courses. Meanwhile, Jiao-Ing Capital officially announced the resolution of the matter and released a video of Lu Ming's address in the conference room. This incident quickly gained traction online, sparking diverse opinions. The first voices to emerge were those of several financial investment firms. These firms contended that investment entails risk and that it is irrational for clients to demand compensation from wealth management companies after incurring losses, labeling such demands as moral coercion and a violation of contracts. Additionally, these firms asserted that the plummeting copper prices reflected a broader industry downturn, beyond anyone's clandestine manipulations. The situation became quite lively, as peers defended Jiao-Ing Capital's integrity. Lu Ming, observing these firms speaking out, felt a sense of amusement. Where were these colleagues when Jiao-Ing Capital needed support? Had they merely been lurking in the shadows, relishing the spectacle? Now, they chose to speak up. presumably out of concern that their own clients might also make demands for refunds. Nonetheless, many of these peers expressed sympathy towards Geoing Capital, believing that the company's handling of the situation was heavily influenced by public opinion. Moreover, they regarded Geoing Capital's approach as quite astute, as it was not a direct refund of the principal under the company's name, but rather a transfer of investment rights entirely to the fund manager, Lu Ming. This method preserved industry norms while underscoring Geoing Capital's commitment to client-centric values. Additionally, numerous netizens, upon hearing Lu Ming's call for further investments, criticized him for his audacity and perceived lack of shame. This time, Lu Ming's opinions provoked a response from an even greater number of financial bloggers and experts, who engaged in discussions regarding his analysis of copper futures. Unsurprisingly, the majority of financial experts derided Lu Ming's judgments and analyses, deeming him unprofessional and a novice. However, a small faction is engaged in analysis, and perhaps Lu Ming's insights are indeed accurate. This is because these individuals have disclosed Lu Ming's past financial achievements during their evaluation. Naturally, these accomplishments have had little impact. The majority of financial experts continue to express their criticisms. They contend that Lu Ming, as an equity fund manager, is now delving into futures trading, which is an entirely different realm. These experts unanimously believe that Lu Ming lacks understanding of futures, as Lu Ming scrolls through short videos. Absorbing the commentary and opinions of these financial experts, he cannot help but smile wryly. Go ahead, critique away. Just wait and see. In a month's time, you shall be left utterly astonished. Chapter 76, known as the King of Private Equity. On November 1st, Lu Ming found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of work. He began to steer the 1 billion family fortune of the Shin family, devising a strategic plan for investment. Simultaneously, the monthly financial report from last month was released, leaving Xia Yuxing once again astounded by Lu Ming's remarkable achievements. Lu Ming truly was a prodigious trader, with an astonishing rate of return. As the performance report was updated on the Geoing Capital mobile application, the clients of Yaying's wealth management erupted in excitement. While the initial phase boasted an impressive 190 return, it was based on a mere several million in funds. This time, however, the stakes were 1 billion, and a 120 return still overshadowed the majority of domestic fund managers. Lu Ming once again validated his prowess through his results. For this period, Lu Ming's trading commission, combined with investment gains, amounted to a net total of 120 million after taxes. He allocated 100 million to acquire the rights to all client earnings from the Geoing No. 8 Futures Fund, equivalent to making a personal investment of 100 million in this fund. Furthermore, the Geoing No. 8 Futures Fund opened for additional investments, and Lu Ming prepared to inject his remaining 20 million into it. Initially, the Geoing No. 8 Futures Fund had raised 100 million, and Lu Ming liquidated all his futures contracts. After accounting for losses and fees, only 70 million remained. With the additional 20 million from his subsequent investment, his available account funds now stood at 90 million. Lu Ming's decision to sell all contracts stemmed from his anticipation that the price of copper futures would decline in the coming days. He intended to buy in again at the lowest price. Fast forward to November 9th, and the price of copper futures hovered around 50,000 yuan per ton. According to trading regulations, a minimum purchase of 5 tons was required, with a margin ratio ranging from 20 to 10, translating to leverage of 5 to 10 times. Most domestic investment firms opted for a conservative 5x leverage to mitigate risk. However, Lu Ming resolved to employ a 10x leverage strategy, knowing that a 10 drop would trigger a margin call, thus presenting substantial risk. For other investors, venturing into 10x leverage was a daunting prospect, unless they either bought fewer contracts or prepared additional margin. Yet, Lu Ming was confident that prices would not drop further after reaching this low. After 2 p.m., the price of copper futures would begin to ascend, initially with modest increases, followed by a significant surge after the release of major news the next day. At 1:50 p.m., Lu Ming executed his strategy with rapid precision. Utilizing 10x leverage, each contract required a margin of approximately 25,000 yuan. He swiftly purchased 3,000 copper futures contracts. Fortunately, no one else witnessed this audacious move. Had they, their jaws would have surely dropped in disbelief. After 2 p.m., the price of copper futures began its gradual ascent. However, this shift went unnoticed by the masses, for in the realm of futures, prices invariably fluctuate. Little did they anticipate that the following day, several significant international news stories would catch the attention of investors. After the European conference, Several nations declared their economic conditions to be favorable while also announcing new initiatives within the energy sector. In contrast, the United States, grappling with employment rate issues, reluctantly resorted to a policy of quantitative easing. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon, several major copper-producing countries in South America announced a reduction in mining output over the next 3 years. This development implied a decrease in copper supply amid soaring demand. Consequently, international investors eagerly propelled copper futures prices, leading to a rapid surge. Within a mere 20 days, the price of copper futures skyrocketed from 50,000 to over 70,000 per ton, an astounding increase of 20,000 points. On November 30th, Lu Ming sold his 3,000 contracts of copper futures, reaping a profit exceeding 300 million. As a trader, Lu Ming achieved a remarkable 30% increase in his operations for the month, compounded by the fact that the fund's principal was entirely his own. Ultimately, his total earnings, including the principal, amounted to 260 million. It is noteworthy that just a month prior, Lu Ming's principal stood at a mere 120 million. At this moment, it was not solely Lu Ming who profited. Jiuying Capital also experienced a significant turnaround. The copper futures market quickly became a hot topic of discussion online. Just a month earlier, Lu Ming's analysis of the futures market had directly contradicted numerous financial experts, elevating him to a near-mythical status among investors, who began to refer to him as the king of private equity. Meanwhile, in a villa situated in the southern suburbs of Yanbei, Rong Wenhao was engaged in a conversation about life and aspirations with several charming women. Rong Xiao, you are truly impressive. Your agricultural knowledge regarding rice planting and cultivation commands our admiration, one of them exclaimed. Indeed, Rong Xiao, you are a real man, another added. Are the three of us satisfactory to you? Rong Wenhao, gradually losing himself in their flattery, replied, how could I not be impressive? I've taken several doses of sildenafil. He playfully suggested, you three lovely ladies should invite a few more friends to my villa next time. Let's play an escape room game and see who can escape. Laughter erupted among the women at his jest. Rong Wenhao continued, I am well acquainted with the director of your entertainment company. I'll introduce you to some roles soon. Thank you, Rong Xiao. Thank you, boss. Thank you, generous man. The three women complimented sweetly. Half an hour later, the trio exited the villa. Once outside, one of the women, holding money, exclaimed with glee, wow, Rong Xiao is introducing us to roles. We might just become big stars. Another chimed in, let us hope so. Otherwise, our dreams will be in vain. Indeed, I utilized my acting skills for an entire hour, and Rong Xiao couldn't even tell. They laughed heartily. Shortly thereafter, the three women drove away. As Rong Wenhao watched them depart, he stretched lazily, preparing to take a nap to ease his aching back. Just then, a black business vehicle pulled up in front of the villa. The social media finance influencer Nyo Yongji, accompanied by 3 others, alighted from their vehicle and intruded into the villa. What brings you here? Rong Xiao inquired with evident annoyance as he furrowed his brow upon their arrival. Nyo Yongji retorted irritably, Rong Xiao, previously you instructed us to stir up trouble at Jiuying Capital to reclaim our principal. Now that copper futures have surged by 20,000 points, if we do not redeem, we stand to gain a considerable profit. Indeed, Rong Xiao, your actions have led us to incur significant losses, another chimed in. How do you intend to address this matter? Will you not provide us with an explanation? Rong Wenhao scoffed. Reclaiming the principal was entirely your own decision. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 77. What are you doing with the computer screen? Nyo Yongji suddenly erupted in anger, exclaiming, Rong Xiao, your words are rather unreasonable, aren't they? Indeed. It was you who incited us to create a disturbance in the first place. You encouraged us to demand a refund of our principal, which has resulted in substantial losses for us. Rong Wenhao, visibly impatient, retorted, what do you insignificant fools matter? Do you think I need to reason with you? You deserve to lose money. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, I'll call security. Rong Xiao, you're turning your back on us. Well, let me remind you, I secretly recorded our previous conversations, Nyo Yongji said, clenching his teeth. Rong Wenhao's expression shifted dramatically. What? You dare to record me without permission? My apologies. I'm accustomed to being a streamer, so I have video evidence of everything you said. If you refuse to provide us with an explanation, I shall expose the footage, Nyo Yongji declared. You dare threaten me? Do you even know who I am? Rong Wenhao glared. I care not who you are. You've caused us financial losses, and you must provide us with an explanation, Nyo Yongji asserted, undeterred. Originally, he had invested 20 million in the Jiuing Fund number 8. Had he not redeemed the principal, that sum would have at least doubled. Although Rong Wenhao looked down upon individuals like Neo Yongji, he recognized that the leverage Neo held could never be revealed. Should it come to light, not only would his reputation be tarnished, but it would likely also affect Dingfeng Capital and the Rong family, resulting in far greater losses. What sort of explanation do you desire? Rong Wenhao asked coldly. Neo Yongji responded, after careful calculation, if we do not redeem our funds and continue to hold them, our returns would at least double. You must compensate us with double the amount. Exactly, at least double the compensation, echoed the others. Rong Wenhao's eyes widened in fury. Compensating these individuals with double would mean he had to part with 100 million. Fine. Provide me with your account details. I'll transfer the funds. It's just 100 million. I have plenty of money. But you must first hand over the original video. I have the original video and the camera with me. Once the money is transferred, I will give you the camera. Neo Yongji replied, patting his bag. Immediately, Rong Wenhao took out his phone and called his assistant to initiate the transfer. Half an hour later, Neo Yongji and his companions received their compensation and left, each with a smile of triumph. With a loud crash, Rong Wenhao smashed a vase to the ground. That was 100 million, no matter how wealthy he was. It still pained him to part with such a sum. Meanwhile, Neo Yongji and his companions sat in a luxury vehicle, joyfully conversing. Brother Neo, did you really give the original video to that Rong fellow? One asked. Indeed, I did, Neo Yongji replied, a sly grin forming on his face. However, I made a copy and stored it on the cloud platform. The other's eyes lit up in surprise. Neo Yongji chuckled, gentlemen, we now have a pension for the rest of our lives. Laughter erupted among his companions, each sharing in the newfound fortune. On December 5th, at 5:30 in the afternoon, the employees of Jiuing Capital had all left for the day. However, Lu Ming remained in the office, diligently organizing the fund report. The results for the first month of the Shin Family Wealth Fund had been released, showcasing a remarkable yield of 60. Given this achievement, Lu Ming had naturally moderated the pace. Otherwise, the yield might have surpassed 100. The primary objective of the Shun and Gu Family Wealth Fund was, after all, stability, and a 60 return was already commendable. Once he finished organizing, he would update the information on the app, allowing Shun and GE's side to view it. Of course, the fund's yield had already been refreshed on the app. Half an hour later, Lu Ming completed the report and stretched languidly. Suddenly, his computer screen flickered with a WeChat notification. Upon opening it, he discovered a lively chat among his university classmates. The first message came from their class leader, Song Yuanzhou. Song Yuanzhou. Everyone, dear brothers and sisters, this Friday evening is my birthday. I have reserved a private room at Yunding Hotel. All classmates in Yanbei, come and celebrate. Wu Hao. Wow, class leader's birthday. Happy early birthday to you. Chui Xiaolu. Happy birthday, class leader. Chu Qianqian. Yay, class leader's birthday party. I must attend. Zhou Qiang, absolutely. Without a doubt. Song Yuanzhou. It's been ages since we gathered. All the brothers and sisters in Yanbei must join. While perusing the group messages, Lu Ming received another WeChat from LV Feihong. LV Feihong. Ming, next Friday evening, our class leader Song Yuanzhou is celebrating his birthday. He mentioned that he's booked a private room and is inviting all classmates in Yanbei to join the festivities. Lu Ming. Yes, I saw the group message. LV Feihong, are you going? Lu Ming. I'll go. We're all dorm mates. During their university days, Lu Ming, LV Feihong, Song Yuanzhou, and Wu Hao shared a dormitory. Song Yuanzhou, a wealthy second generation, was quite affable and maintained good relations with Lu Ming and the others. LV Feihong responded, great. I feel the same way. Subsequently, Lu Ming and LV Feihong engaged in a bit of banter within the group. With Song Yuanzhou's participation, the previously reticent classmates began to emerge from their shells and join the conversation. After all, everyone was well aware of Song Yuanzhou's affluent background and sought to foster good relations. Before long, the group was filled with carefree chatter, and a meme battle ensued. At that moment, Zhou Qiang shared a rather risque image in the chat. Wu Hao. Hey, Zhou Qiang, tone it down a bit. There are some decent female classmates here. Chu Qianqian. Exactly. Withdraw that image quickly. Zhou Qiang. Haha, it can't be retracted now. Zheng Rui. Just send more pictures of beautiful women. Zhou Qiang. I've got plenty of those. In the next instant, Zhou Qiang indeed shared an abundance of images of beautiful women, culminating in one particularly striking photograph of a woman in a bikini. Lu Ming glanced at it, instinctively double-tapping to enlarge the image for a closer look. Ah, the beauty in the image adorned in purple is truly captivating, and the bikini is quite exquisite as well. Just then, the door to Lu Ming's office swung open unexpectedly. Xia Yuxing entered, startling Lu Ming, who hurriedly fumbled with the mouse. In his flustered state, he failed to click on anything and instead knocked the mouse beneath the desk. With a swift motion, Lu Ming reached out and turned off the monitor. Xia Yuxing noticed his panicked actions immediately. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "Oh, nothing much." Lu Ming replied sheepishly as he retrieved the mouse. "Nothing much." Xia Yuxing approached the computer and asked, "If you were doing nothing, why did you turn off the screen when you saw me enter? Be honest, what were you secretly doing on the computer?" Chapter 78. The Enchantress watches a movie. Lu Ming immediately feigned calmness and said, "I truly did nothing." "Well then, if you have done nothing, please turn on the computer screen." Coughing, Lu Ming hastily replied, "Hee, I was merely playing a game out of boredom. When I saw the boss enter, I instinctively turned off the screen." "Playing games? It's after hours. Would you hide your gaming from me? Isn't it instinctive? I don't believe you." Quickly open the computer screen. "Boss, let's hurry and finish work. What is the point of looking at the computer?" Lu Ming promptly pulled Xia Yuxing away. The more he acted this way, the more curious Xia Yuxing became. No, if you won't open it, I will." "Boss, it's just a game. There's nothing worth watching." "A game? Am I expected to believe that? You aren't secretly downloading films during work hours, are you?" Xia Yuxing raised an eyebrow. She recalled the questionable files stored on Lu Ming's computer at home. Could he be downloading or watching films in the office as well? Downloading films? Lu Ming was taken aback, smiling wryly. "Boss, what are you thinking? I only download films at home. What would I download here?" Xia Yuxing raised an eyebrow, saying, "That may not be the case. The company's internet is fast." Lu Ming was at a loss for words, struggling to explain. "Let me put it this way. I am quite innocent. I have never downloaded films. I have no interest in them." Xia Yuxing stared at him intently, saying nothing. "Are you watching me to see if I feel guilty?" "Boss, you don't believe my words? You claim to have never downloaded films. Yet what about the content on your desktop computer at home? Is it the Seven Dwarfs? Or perhaps the Calabash Brothers? Or Boony Bear's Chopping Wood?" Lu Ming's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly replied, "Boss, how do you know that? I saw it last time I used your computer." Cough, boss. That was my intention. The last time, I asked Dong Xiaojie for the seeds of a sci-fi blockbuster, and he sent me a plethora of those kinds of seeds. Is that so? Am I expected to believe you?" Xia Yuxing glared at him. Lu Ming quickly added, "I've only downloaded a few at home. But I assure you, I have never downloaded films in the office." "You just said you have never downloaded films." "Boss, you think I'm secretly watching films. If I turn on the computer screen for you to see, wouldn't that suffice? Hurry up." Lu Ming stepped forward and pressed a button, opening the movie. Instantly, a large image of a bikini-clad beauty appeared. Well done, Lu Ming, you really are downloading films." Xia Yuxing instinctively covered her eyes upon seeing the image. Lu Ming rolled his eyes and said, "Boss, look closely. This is merely a picture shared by my university classmates, not the kind of film you're imagining." "Not a film?" Xia Yuxing then scrutinized it more closely and realized it was indeed just an image. She cast a glance and shot Lu Ming a glare, saying, "Well? Look at you, sneaking a peek at risky images. Is this acceptable? This was shared in the class group." "Your classmate, is it?" "Oh. I thought it was one of your classmates. Quite the figure, I must say." Lu Ming swiftly moved the mouse to close the image, retorting, "What is so impressive? Just a C cup. It pales in comparison to your physique, boss. Away with your flattery." Xia Yuxing shot him another glare. "Haha, boss. How would you know my charms without having tasted them?" Lu Ming wore a mischievous grin. Xia Yuxing feigned anger, saying, "Can you not engage in a serious conversation? You and your tongue." Lu Ming couldn't help but break into a smile. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Shinangwa. Lu Ming promptly put it on speaker. "Hello, President Shin. Lu Ming, I just saw the earnings from the first phase on the app. You are truly remarkable." "Thank you for the compliment, President Shin. How much do you plan to invest in the second phase?" "I intend to add 500 million. Lu Ming joked. "Wow. President Shin, you have such faith in me. How could I not? You are now the king of private equity." Shinangwa also teased him with this title. "Haha. President Shun, that's just others flattering me. I see that everyone's eyes are wide open. Your monthly returns are impressive, and my family fund is performing well too. Your futures fund has outshone all the experts. You truly deserve the accolades. Haha. If President Shin believes in my capabilities, feel free to introduce me to some major clients. No problem. In a few days, I'll be heading to Yinbei. We should meet up. Sounds good. Lu Ming readily agreed, and they ended the call. Since it was on speaker, Xia Yuxing could hear their conversation. Initially, there was nothing amiss, but when Shun Ongwa mentioned visiting Yinbei and suggested meeting up, Xia Yuxing felt a twinge of jealousy. Other women might not bother her, but this was Shun Ongwa, an equally stunning beauty and a renowned figure in the business world. After hanging up, Lu Ming proudly proclaimed, "Boss, did you hear that? I am now the king of private equity. Surely, you must consider a promotion and raise for me? I was just about to discuss that with you." Xia Yuxing replied, "You've established quite a reputation in the company, and your achievements are commendable. Therefore, I plan to announce your promotion to investment manager in the securities department at tomorrow's morning meeting." Haha, thank you, boss. I adore you. Flattery, what is this love nonsense? Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed as she nearly burst with joy. Lu Ming, emboldened, asked, "So, boss, when will I be promoted to investment director?" "Why the rush? You've just taken over the futures fund. You need to stabilize things first." "All right then." Lu Ming thought to himself that being promoted to investment director would grant him considerable credentials within the industry, and he could then contemplate starting his own company. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something and said, "By the way, boss, didn't you mention a reward for me once I resolve the futures fund issue? Shouldn't you hurry to fulfill that?" "Oh, I see you're quite eager. What exactly is this reward?" Xia Yuxing, recalling what Zhu Wanqing had said previously, responded, "Let us go. I'll treat you to a movie tonight." "A movie?" Lu Ming was taken aback and asked, "Is this the reward?" Xia Yuxing raised an elegant eyebrow and inquired, "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with this reward?" "Of course, I am, but I find it hard to believe." Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. "My goodness, Xia Yuxing, the formidable woman, such a stunning beauty, is inviting me to a movie. Those envious male colleagues will be green with envy." Thus, the two gathered their belongings and left the office. "It's still early. Shall we grab a bite to eat first?" Xia Yuxing suggested. "Sure, boss. What do you wish to eat?" "I'm fine with anything. You choose the place." "Really, you'll let me decide?" "Indeed." Chapter 79, Dining with the Enchantress on Duck Blood Vermicelli Soup. "All right." Lu Ming readily agreed. He then drove to a quaint eatery named Old Way Duck Blood Vermicelli Soup. "Ah? This is what you brought me to eat?" Xia Yuxing was taken aback. With a proud grin, Lu Ming replied, "Let me tell you. This establishment serves the most authentic duck blood vermicelli soup, reminiscent of the flavors of Jinling. Dong Xiaojie and I come here frequently." Gu Xia Yuxing followed Lu Ming into the shop. Lu Ming promptly ordered 2 large bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup, along with a plate of 5-spiced dried tofu and 3 duck oil buns. As the 2 substantial bowls were set before them, Xia Yuxing was momentarily speechless. "Come on, eat," Lu Ming urged, handing her a pair of chopsticks. Receiving the chopsticks, Xia Yuxing inquired, "What's in this?" Lu Ming enthusiastically answered, "Everything you could wish for: duck blood, duck intestines, duck liver, and duck gizzards." "Actually, I've never tasted duck blood before. I'm a bit apprehensive," Xia Yuxing confessed shyly. "Oh, so you've never had duck blood vermicelli soup? It's a nourishing delicacy. Come on, give it a try. I assure you, once you taste it, you'll crave it again." Lu Ming encouraged her. "Perhaps I'll just have a bun instead." Xia Yuxing hesitated. "Don't be like that. Come on. I'll feed you," Lu Ming declared, scooping a spoonful and bringing it to her lips. Xia Yuxing's heart raced at this intimate gesture, making it difficult for her to refuse. She opened her mouth, allowing the broth and duck blood to enter. Initially hesitant to bite down, she eventually decided to embrace the experience and gently chewed. She suddenly realized that the duck blood wasn't nearly as pungent as she had imagined. In fact, the broth was rich and aromatic, quite delightful. "How is it, boss?" "The taste seems far less daunting than I anticipated." If you add a bit of chili, it will taste even better," Lu Ming suggested. Xia Yuxing sprinkled in some chili and began to savor the dish with her chopsticks and spoon. The freshness of the duck broth was particularly gratifying, and before she knew it, she had finished an entire bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup, along with a bit of dried tofu. Lu Ming, the voracious eater, not only polished off his own bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup, but also devoured the duck oil buns. "How do you feel, boss? A bit sweaty, perhaps?" "Indeed. It's rather warm," Xia Yuxing replied with a smile. Suddenly, Lu Ming said, "Don't move." Xia Yuxing was startled. Lu Ming swiftly grabbed a napkin and leaned in closer, gently wiping her lips. Xia Yuxing noticed a bit of cilantro clinging to the corner of her mouth. Thump, thump, thump. She felt a surge of embarrassment. Lu Ming had just wiped her lips. Was this his way of flirting? Calmly, Lu Ming proceeded to settle the bill. After their meal, the two made their way to the Wansheng Commercial Square Cinema. Wow, boss, this is your commercial square. Since you're here spending, can't you sign for it? Lu Ming teased. Xia Yuxing laughed. What do you mean my commercial square? I assure you, no one here recognizes me, let alone signing for anything. Lu Ming suggested. Why don't we tell him when we buy the movie tickets that you are the daughter of the chairman of Wansheng Group? Let's see if he dares to charge us. I wouldn't be so brazen. Xia Yuxing promptly declined. The two entered the cinema on the 4th floor of the plaza. To their surprise, as soon as they walked in, they spotted Dong Xiaojie and Zhong Xiaoman chatting at a table. Huh. All four of them were momentarily taken aback. Zhong Xiaoman quickly stood up to greet them. President Xia. It's a coincidence. Are you also here to watch a movie? Yes, it seems you are here for a movie as well, Xia Yuxing responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if her romantic involvement had been discovered by her colleagues. However, Lu Ming approached them with ease, smiling. Oh, Xiaojie, Xiaoman. You two are here together to watch a movie? Are you secretly dating? Dong Xiaojie grinned foolishly, unsure of how to respond. Zhong Xiaoman generously replied, Haha, President. It's just that Dong Xiaojie is pursuing me quite fervently. I thought I'd give him a chance. Exactly, Dong Xiaojie nodded in agreement. Zhong Xiaoman quickly added, President Xia. What movie are you and Manager Lu going to see? I can help you buy the tickets. Xia Yuxing was uncertain about which movie to choose. Xiaoman, no need. We can buy them ourselves. Lu Ming interjected, and together with Xia Yuxing, they approached the ticket counter. What movie do you want to watch? Lu Ming pointed to the promotional posters above the counter. The recently released films were mostly obscure indie productions, except for one international film, Guardians of the Galaxy. How about we watch this one? Xia Yuxing suggested, having only heard of the title before. All right. Lu Ming stepped forward to purchase 2 tickets. Boss, would you like some popcorn? Sure. Xia Yuxing glanced around, noticing many couples holding popcorn. Consequently, Lu Ming bought a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of orange juice. Here you go, boss. Hold this. He handed the popcorn to Xia Yuxing. She quickly cradled the bucket in her arms, feeling delighted. At that moment, she and Lu Ming resembled a couple. She couldn't help but feel a flutter of nerves at the thought of him holding her hand during the movie. After buying the tickets, Dong Xiaojie and Zhong Xiaoman exchanged glances, stifling laughter as they noticed Xia Yuxing holding the popcorn. Lu Ming inquired about their plans, discovering that Dong Xiaojie and Zhong Xiaoman had tickets for a different animated film. Soon, it was time for Dong Xiaojie and Zhong Xiaoman to head to their screening. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing settled in the lobby to wait. Come on, boss, let us eat while we wait. We still have a good 10 minutes. Lu Ming gestured toward the popcorn. All right. Xia Yuxing grabbed a few pieces and munched on them, exclaiming, Wow, this is really sweet. By the way, Lu Ming, could you please not call me boss in public? Huh? Why not? Lu Ming asked, puzzled. Xia Yuxing remarked, When you address me as boss, those nearby cast peculiar glances at us. Lu Ming responded with a mischievous grin. What should I call you then? Little Xia? Why are you so annoying? Xia Yuxing shot him a sidelong glance. Haha. Should I call you Yuxing then? That feels rather odd. Perhaps I should follow Sister Wanqing and call you Xingxing instead? That works too, Xia Yuxing acknowledged with a nod. Lu Ming cleared his throat and said, Let me try calling you that, and you can listen. Go ahead, she replied. Shengsheng. Shengsheng. Shengsheng? What are you doing? You just keep calling it. Xia Yuxing glared at him, her cheeks heating up as numerous onlookers turned their attention toward them. Shengsheng, why don't you call my name as well? Why should I? Just give it a try. Lu Ming? Hee, your humble servant is present. Chapter 80. Let me help you bring down your fever, how childish. Xia Yuxing exclaimed, rendered speechless by Lu Ming's antics. The latter grinned widely, his laughter infectious. Isn't this humor? He quipped, his playful demeanor unyielding. After engaging in conversation for several minutes, they finally entered the cinema. Upon arriving at the screening room, they found their seats situated centrally towards the back. As they settled in, Xia Yuxing noticed several couples nearby, each clutching buckets of popcorn. She placed her own popcorn in the center between them, facilitating easy access for both. Soon, the film commenced. Xia Yuxing was not particularly familiar with the plot or the characters. In truth, the science fiction genre held little allure for her. Instead, she relished the experience of munching on popcorn, feeling a thrill each time their hands brushed against each other. Though fleeting, those moments sent electric shivers through her. In that instant, Xia Yuxing grasped the essence of love as depicted in literature. It was, indeed, as magical as described. Yet, Lu Ming appeared utterly absorbed in the film. Thus, she endeavored to follow the storyline, but gradually, her eyes began to flutter with drowsiness. The air conditioning in the theater had raised the temperature, and fatigue washed over her. Before she realized it, 2 hours had slipped by, and the film concluded. In her haze, she felt someone tugging at her hand. Opening her eyes, she was startled to find it was none other than Lu Ming. Sheng, wake up. The movie is over, he urged, gently pulling at her wrist. Huh. She blinked, noticing the max screen displaying the credits. Oh no, I fell asleep. Don't worry. I suppose this sci-fi film was a tad dull for you. Next time, we can choose a different genre, he suggested. Sounds good, she replied, finally rising to her feet. However, as she stood, a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to sway slightly. Lu Ming quickly steadied her. What's wrong? I just feel a bit lightheaded, she admitted, without hesitation. He reached out and placed his hand against her forehead. You seem to have a fever. You're quite warm. Startled, Xia Yuxing touched her forehead, confirming his observation. Let's head home. Once we're back, I'll help you reduce that fever. All right, she acquiesced, and together they exited the theater. Half an hour later, they returned to Yushui Bay. Lu Ming retrieved a thermometer and handed it to Xia Yuxing, who placed it under her arm. At that moment, the dogs, Chuizi and Pai Pai, scampered over and nestled beside her, as if sensing her discomfort. 5 minutes later, Xia Yuxing checked the thermometer and gasped, it's 38. 8 degrees. No wonder I feel so weak. How much? Lu Ming inquired, surprised. 38. 8, she replied. That explains why you dozed off in the cinema. Did you catch a chill last night? He asked. Perhaps, she mused. Your temperature has exceeded 38. 5 degrees. Let me assist you in bringing it down. How will you help? By removing your clothes. What? Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Lu Ming replied, reverting to his usual approach, I'll give you a massage. It will induce sweating and help reduce your fever. A massage this time? Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed. On your back. Lu Ming said with a mischievous smile. There are 2 methods. The first is for you to remove your top and expose your back. This method is quick, and you'll be drenched in sweat within 5 to 6 minutes. If done through your clothing, it may take a bit longer. Xia Yuxing inquired, how much longer? 7 to 8 minutes. Xia Yuxing was both amused and exasperated, retorting, there's only a 2-minute difference. You're deliberately tricking me into undressing. Is it that obvious? Lu Ming grinned unabashedly. Humph. Then I shall change into a nightgown. Xia Yuxing stood and headed to her bedroom. Lu Ming remarked, just wear that white nightgown. Xia Yuxing shot him a glare, scolding Lecher. That white nightgown is the thinnest and most revealing. Ever since Lu Ming moved in, she hadn't worn it. After washing it one day, Lu Ming had seen her in it and asked why she never wore it. Xia Yuxing had retorted that wearing it was no different from not wearing it at all. A few minutes later, she emerged in a pink nightgown. Lu Ming suggested, Shinshin, shall we just lie down? Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Lu Ming clarified, I meant I would give you a massage. It would be more convenient on the bed. Don't get any wrong ideas. Very well, let us go to your bed then. Xia Yuxing replied as she walked towards Lu Ming's room. Why not go to your bed? Lu Ming was perplexed. Xia Yuxing offered no explanation as they arrived at Lu Ming's bed. Should we sit or lie down? Lu Ming countered, grinning. Do you prefer sitting or lying down? I certainly prefer lying down. Xia Yuxing answered without much thought. Lu Ming, with a sly grin, remarked, lying down won't do. You should be on your stomach, and I'll attend to you from behind. Oh, you cheeky fellow. Xia Yuxing understood immediately, glaring at him. I'm not being cheeky. I need to give you a massage from the back, Lu Ming insisted. Thus, Xia Yuxing positioned herself on the bed, and Lu Ming began the massage. His extraordinary skills were not exaggerated, and soon enough, Xia Yuxing began to sweat. In less than 10 minutes, beads of perspiration appeared on her skin. How are you feeling, Comrade Xia? Comfortable? Yes, very much so. Are you satisfied? Absolutely. Would you like a membership? Xia Yuxing burst into laughter at his jest, her previous muscle soreness significantly alleviated. Joyfully, she stretched out her arms and reached out. In her stretch, she found something beneath Lu Ming's pillow. What is this? Xia Yuxing inadvertently revealed a surprising discovery, only to find it was Lu Ming's pair of boxers. Oh, she exclaimed, casting a sharp glare at Lu Ming. How could you leave this under my pillow? You are insufferable. Little Xia, do you harbor a peculiar interest in this? Lu Ming teased, a playful smirk adorning his face. Flustered, Xia Yuxing retorted, get lost. Why on earth would you place it under my pillow? Are you not aware of the multitude of germs it harbors? It's brand new, and I haven't even worn it yet, Lu Ming clarified. Upon realizing it was not discarded, Xia Yuxing sighed in relief. However, as she lifted her gaze, she suddenly caught Lu Ming's piercing stare fixed upon her. She became acutely aware of her perspiration, her sleepwear clinging closely to her form. What a brazen wolf! Blushing fiercely, Xia Yuxing hastily made her escape. Chapter 81. Did they hold hands? Upon returning to her bedroom, Xia Yuxing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Just then, Zhu Wanqing sent her a video call on WeChat. Hey, Shinshin, how was your date tonight? Not great. Xia Yuxing replied, feeling somewhat disheartened. Prior to watching the movie, she had informed Zhu Wanqing that they would be going to see a film together. Not great. Did you hold hands? Well, we did hold hands. How could it be not great if you held hands? Well, it wasn't exactly holding hands. It was more like he grabbed my wrist. Grabbed your wrist? What does that mean? Xia Yuxing then recounted how she had fallen asleep during the movie, and Lu Ming had woken her by grabbing her wrist. Haha, that is hilarious, Zhu Wanqing exclaimed, rolling on her bed with laughter. And you're laughing. How annoying. Haha, Shinshin, you're quite something. Falling asleep during a movie. Usually it's the guy who dozes off. What film did you two watch? It was Guardians of the Galaxy. Science fiction? Oh no, you must not be familiar with those kinds of films. Yes, but I fell asleep mainly because I had a fever. A fever? What happened? Xia Yuxing explained. I think I caught a chill. My temperature reached 38 degrees. Oh dear, that's serious. Did you take any fever-reducing medicine? No. You silly girl. With such a high fever, how could you not take any medication? Xia Yuxing quickly clarified. There's no need. I've already cooled down. Cooled down? So quickly? Yes. Lu Ming helped me. He helped you cool down. Zhu Wanqing exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, Lu Ming didn't use his, did he? Get out of here. What are you talking about? Xia Yuxing retorted playfully. He just gave me a massage, all right? Is that so? How many times did he massage you? Zhu Wanqing asked, giggling uncontrollably. All right, Wanqing, you little rascal. If you keep laughing, I want to talk to you. Xia Yuxing said, feigning annoyance. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Zhu Wanqing finally stopped laughing and said, it doesn't matter if you didn't successfully hold hands during the movie. You can try a different approach. What approach? You could watch a movie at home instead. At home? Yes. Just turn off the lights at night and play a supernatural horror film. A horror movie. Yes, pretend to be scared. And Lu Ming will instinctively take you into his arms. Stop joking around. I'm scared of thunder. You expect me to watch a horror movie? Oh, come on. Today's horror films are all fake. If you're truly scared, that's even better. Xia Yuxing pondered Zhu Wanqing's suggestion, contemplating its feasibility. Perhaps, if the atmosphere is just right, you two might leap from holding hands to the next level. Next level? What do you mean? The first level of dating is holding hands, the second level is hugging, and the third level is, well, the third level? Xia Yuxing felt somewhat dazed, as her mind suddenly conjured images of her and Lu Ming sharing an intimate moment. By the way, Sheng, if you ever find yourself in such a situation with Lu Ming, remember to close your eyes, Zhu Wanqing interjected unexpectedly. Xia Yuxing, puzzled, inquired, close my eyes? Why? Is it not permissible to keep them open? Haha, you silly girl. Have you ever seen anyone with their eyes open during such moments? Is that so? Xia Yuxing pondered for a moment. Indeed, she had never witnessed couples on television with their eyes wide open. Oh, and a friendly reminder, when a man is in such a situation, his hands might not remain entirely respectable. Not respectable? Well, he might have GPS installed. Naturally seeking your precious territory. Xia Yuxing could hardly fathom the idea. Wanqing, is there a fourth or fifth realm in relationships? Of course there is, it's indescribable. Zhu Wanqing resumed her air of mystery. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ming returned to his bedroom and indulged in a moment of self-pleasure before settling down for the night. Prior to sleeping, he activated the system. Having recently completed the massage technique task and the family fund management task, he had accumulated 2 chances for a lottery draw. Additionally, he had accomplished the task of achieving a net worth exceeding 100 million, earning a lucky shard. However, 3 shards were required for a lucky draw, which he could not utilize just yet. Ding. The system has 2 lottery chances remaining. Would the host like to proceed with the draw? Proceed, he affirmed. The familiar lottery wheel interface appeared, showcasing an array of prizes and skills. Yet, some prizes remained obscured by question marks. Once again, super speed materialized. Alongside it, Astonishingly, there was also super agility. What on earth does that skill entail? Running? He raised an eyebrow at the next skill, super eloquence. What in the world is that skill? Even more absurdly, there was a skill labeled size adjustable. What sort of skill is that? It's utterly nonsensical. There was also a glutton skill, implying an ability to eat copiously. While these skills were peculiar, they were still comprehensible. However, the skill at the top was humorously named Point Where It Hurts. He watched as the lottery pointer began to spin. Eventually, it slowed, passing by super eloquence to come to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn super physique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Just from the name, he understood the nature of this skill. Soon after, he felt a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. He was uncertain to what extent his physique had improved, but he had an inkling that if he were to participate in the Olympics, he might collect medals effortlessly. Host, would you like to continue the lottery? Yes, continue. In the next moment, the lottery pointer began to whirl once more. This time, it landed on a prize marked with a question mark. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the skill of divine bond prediction. Bond prediction? Within the realm of financial instruments, bonds have always captured the affection of investors. This is due to the fact that bonds are considered low-risk financial products, offering returns that surpass traditional savings interest rates, thus garnering widespread favor. Of course, it is noteworthy that the yields on most bonds tend to be relatively modest. For Lu Ming at present, the demand is not particularly strong. However, having some knowledge is certainly better than having none, especially since he aspires to become an investment director. Mastering the intricacies of bonds is essential. Ding. A system task has been issued. Achieve a fortune of 1 billion. Completion reward. 1 lucky shard. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. Yet another system task had arrived, and the reward was none other than a lucky shard. It appears that his next objective is to elevate his wealth to the impressive sum of 1 billion. Chapter 82. The Enchantress. Is this a display of affection? In the ensuing days, Lu Ming's Yiying Equity Fund and Zhuoying No. 8 Futures Fund commenced their next fundraising round. Currently, Lu Ming possesses a remarkable sum of 260 million yuan. This time, he invested 200 million in the Yiying Equity Fund, viewing it as a short-term investment, most suitable for generating profit. Acknowledging that Zhuoying No. 8 is a futures fund with a 1-year contract period, Lu Ming, as the fund manager, personally invested 50 million. Ultimately, a balance of 10 million remained in his personal bank account. As New Year's Day approached, Lu Ming contemplated purchasing a larger residence for his parents. As these two funds opened for investment, affluent clients flocked to participate. The title of King of Private Equity attributed to Lu Ming is well-deserved. Given the limited number of investment slots, numerous wealthy individuals eagerly sought to establish connections with him, hoping to engage in meaningful dialogue. Consequently, Lu Ming found himself acquainted with several industry magnates. However, despite this, many prominent figures still struggled to secure investment opportunities. In response, the Yiying Fund launched Yiying No. 2, while the original fund was renamed Yiying No. 1, effectively raising an additional 1 billion yuan. On this particular Friday, as Lu Ming was to attend his class leader Song Yuanzhou's birthday gathering that evening, he visited Xia Yuxing's office in the afternoon. Xiao Xiao, please grind me a cup of coffee. Upon entering the office, he nonchalantly sank into the sofa, exuding an air of authority akin to that of a CEO. Xia Yuxing rolled her eyes in disbelief and, with a hint of exasperation, retrieved the coffee beans to begin grinding. Don't you have coffee in your own office? Why come here to mooch off me? Indeed, but the coffee in my office lacks the sophistication of yours, Lu Ming replied with a grin. Come on, it's just coffee. You're a billionaire now, wealthier than I am as a CEO. Is it fitting for you to act this way? Rich or not, I still relish a good bargain. Xia Yuxin, somewhat irritated, asked, do you have any pressing matters? Have you forgotten what I mentioned earlier? I want to be cooking dinner tonight since I'm attending a gathering with classmates. You'll need to grab something to eat on your own. What am I supposed to eat then? He inquired. You could invite Sister Wanqing to dine with you. She's unavailable. How about you return home and whip up some shredded potato rice for me? Xia Yuxing batted her beautiful eyes, her tone softening. Lu Ming, utterly defeated, thought. What is this? Is the enchantress attempting to charm me? All right. I truly can't contend with you, he conceded, chuckling. Xia Yuxing's spirits lifted once more. After work, the two returned to Yushui Bay. Meanwhile, at the Yanbian Ding Grand Hotel, a dozen old classmates animatedly engaged in conversation within the Ziki Donglai private room. Wu Hao, I hear you're working at an advertising firm now, correct? Xiao Lu, congratulations on securing a position in a public institution. Zhou Qiang, isn't it true that you're selling liquor while penning online novels? Fei Hong, you're amazing. You've become a popular pet influencer. It had been quite some time since these classmates had last met, and they engaged in animated conversation. Wu Hao chuckled and remarked, we are all weary, overworked individuals. None of us can compare to Qianqian, who is now a highly acclaimed advertising model. Zhou Qiang expressed his astonishment. Oh, an advertising model? That must be quite lucrative. Wu Hao replied, indeed, she earns tens of thousands for a single advertisement. A chorus of envious glances filled the room. Chu Qianqian, brimming with pride, declared, tens of thousands? That's merely pocket change. Such a statement left many classmates feeling uneasy. Tens of thousands as pocket change? Lu Feihong, observing Chu Qianqian's haughty demeanor, felt a twinge of disdain. Song Yuanzhou teased, Qianqian, I heard you found yourself a wealthy boyfriend. Why hasn't he joined us to meet these old classmates? To which Chu Qianqian retorted, what would be the point of bringing him to a class reunion? Besides, he's busy at the 4S shop getting maintenance for his Range Rover. Driving a Range Rover? Quite the affluent individual. Indeed, the group murmured in discussion, further inflating Chu Qianqian's ego. At that moment, Song Yuanzhou glanced at his watch and then around the room. Where's Lu Ming? Don't worry. He has something to attend to but will be here shortly. Lu Feihong reassured. Song Yuanzhou nodded, saying, let us wait for Lu Ming before we order. By the way, how is Lu Ming's job going? Lu Feihong replied. Lu Ming has become quite impressive. He is now a fund manager. A fund manager? Isn't that merely a result of being supported by a woman? Chu Qianqian scoffed dismissively. Lu Feihong retorted angrily. Chu Qianqian, do not speak nonsense. Lu Ming became a fund manager through his own abilities. The funds he manages are exceedingly popular, with many wealthy individuals vying to invest. Oh, you two are close. So you speak on his behalf, Chu Qianqian smirked. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had just arrived at the Yunding Grand Hotel. He entered the lobby and inquired at the front desk about the location of the Ziki Donglai private room before heading toward the elevator. Unexpectedly, after standing by the elevator for a moment, one of the nearby elevator doors opened, and a middle-aged woman in a professional suit emerged, followed by two hotel staff members. Lu Ming? The woman suddenly froze in surprise. And Song. Lu Ming was taken aback to encounter Xia Yuxing's mother here. Although he was aware that Yunding Grand Hotel belonged to Song Jiawen, he had not anticipated meeting her in this context. Song Jiawen inquired, what brings you here? I am attending a class reunion upstairs, Lu Ming explained. Song Jiawen raised an eyebrow and gestured for him to step aside with her. They moved to the side of the elevator, and Song Jiawen asked, Lu Ming, does Shengxing know you are attending this reunion? Yes, she does, Lu Ming replied, thinking to himself how he had just delivered a meal to her. Song Jiawen remarked, I have heard about your company's recent ventures in futures investment. You have done remarkably well, and now everyone refers to you as the king of private equity. Aunt Song chuckled, attributing the title to the online community's playful naming. Lu Ming, displaying humility, responded, well, I shall continue to strive. Ever since Lu Ming's reputation soared, Song Jiawen's perception of him has significantly transformed. By the way, Aunt Song, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Did you not mention previously that in order to be with Xingxing, one must possess at least a fortune of over 100 million? Indeed. Lu Ming smiled and said, to be candid, Aunt Song, my luck as a trader has been quite fortuitous, and I have now reached that threshold. What? Song Jiawen exclaimed in astonishment. In just a few months, you have amassed 100 million? Not quite. Not quite? It is 200 million. Chapter 83. Marry Xingxing to me. Song Jiawen's eyelids twitched. Filled with disbelief as he inquired, Lu Ming, you cannot be jesting with Andy, can you? How could Andy be joking with you? Do you truly possess 200 million now? Not in hand. It has already been invested in funds. Song Jiawen nodded, remarking, Lu Ming, you truly have garnered Annie's admiration. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Lu Ming asked, Andy Song, since I have met the conditions, when might you discuss with uncle about marrying Xingxing to me? Well, Song Jiawen appeared somewhat awkward and replied, Lu Ming, nowadays, we emphasize the freedom of marriage. This matter should be communicated well between you and Xingxing. Moreover, Xingxing has stated that she does not wish for me to interfere in your relationship. Lu Ming was taken aback, astonished at how casually this matter was treated. Why hadn't anyone mentioned this before? Lu Ming, I have a few matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Song Jiawen departed with her two assistants. Lu Ming shook his head helplessly before heading upstairs. Upon arriving at the private room of Ziki Donglai, he was warmly greeted by everyone present. Lu Ming, we have been waiting for you. Song Yuanzhou stepped forward to welcome him. Sorry for being a few minutes late. Class monitor, Lu Ming replied. Not a problem. Come, take a seat. Song Yuanzhou gestured for Lu Ming to sit down, then summoned the waiter to take their orders. Once the orders were placed, the group engaged in conversation, catching up on each other's lives. Everyone expressed their congratulations upon hearing of Lu Ming's promotion to fund manager. Beside them, Chu Qianqian remarked, Lu Ming, why did you come alone? Did you not bring your wealthy lady with you? Lu Ming retorted, and you? Why didn't you bring your sugar daddy along? You. Chu Qianqian's face flushed with indignation, while the others stifled their laughter. Her anger only intensified. Cui Shulu attempted to shift the topic, asking, by the way, Qianqian, as a model, what type of advertisements do you primarily shoot? I mainly shoot jewelry advertisements now. Upon mentioning this, Chu Qianqian's demeanor shifted to one of pride. Cui Xiaolu exclaimed, Ah, it seems your beauty is what allows you to thrive in this field. With an air of arrogance, Chu Qianqian declared, Indeed, I signed a 5-year contract, ensuring I won't have to worry about income for the next 5 years. Earning 7 or 800,000 annually is no problem. Zhou Qiang inquired, Which jewelry company are you working with, Qianqian? Chu Qianqian, brimming with pride, responded, I'm sure you've all heard of it, Shindafu. Wow, Shindafu. Impressive. Shindafu jewelry is quite renowned. Qianqian, if we mention your name when purchasing gold there, will we receive a discount? Everyone was filled with envy. Lu Ming was somewhat surprised to learn that Chu Qianqian was modeling for Shindafu. As she delighted in her triumph, she boasted, Of course. Just mentioning my name won't suffice, but if I take you all to Shindafu, you'll receive a 50% discount. Wow, a 50% discount. Qianqian, you truly are Shindafu's exclusive model. This is akin to being their spokesperson, isn't it? Chu Qianqian continued to boast, Of course, it's no exaggeration. Do you know that the beautiful vice president of the Shun Dafeng Group is the daughter of the chairman? Her name is Shin Ango. Song Yuanzhou chuckled, I know her. She has appeared in business magazines. Let me tell you, Shin Ango and I are close friends, Chu Qianqian declared, her pride soaring. Upon hearing this, everyone was astounded. And even Song Yuanzhou looked somewhat surprised. Lu Ming could no longer contain himself and interjected, Oh, I also know Shun Ango from Shun Dafeng. Really? Song Yuanzhou exclaimed in surprise. You know her too? Wu Hao asked, intrigued. Lu Ming replied, Of course, I do. Shin Ango has consulted me on financial matters. And she mentioned she would be visiting Yanbei soon to treat me to a meal. Laughter erupted in the room, as everyone found it hard to believe Lu Ming's assertion. Chu Qianqian couldn't help but scoff. Lu Ming, when I mentioned your penchant for wealthy women, no one believed me. Now you're just inflating your own importance. Claiming Shin Ango will treat you to dinner? Who do you think you are? I assure you, I'm not exaggerating, Lu Ming said earnestly. Chu Qianqian immediately pressed. You're not boasting? You said Shin Ango invited you for a meal. So tell me, do you have her contact information? I do. Well then, why not call her on speakerphone so we can all hear if you're telling the truth? Lu Ming shook his head. Calling her would be too much trouble. Huh? You're too scared to call, aren't you? I knew you were just boasting. Chu Qianqian taunted. Lu Ming replied, What I meant is that calling incurs a fee. I have Shin Ango on WeChat. I can just send her a video call. Laughter erupted once more. Chu Qianqian slammed the table and said, All right then, send it. Call Shin Ango right away. I'd love to greet my good friend. Sure, Lu Ming responded calmly as he took out his phone. The classmates nearby stared intently at him. Song Yuanzhou, sitting next to Lu Ming, had a perfect view of the screen. He saw that Lu Ming indeed had a contact named Shin Ango in his WeChat friends list. Lu Ming then opened Shin Ango's chat page and clicked to send a video call. The room fell silent in an instant. Chu Qianqian, taken aback by Lu Ming's action, couldn't suppress a disdainful snort, believing he was merely putting on a show. Suddenly, a notification rang out. To everyone's astonishment, the video call connected, and in the next moment, Shin Ango appeared on the screen, clad in loungewear. Wow! Song Yuanzhou caught sight of Shin Ango first. Having seen her multiple times in business magazines and knowing her reputation as a business beauty, he recognized her instantly. His expression changed, and he gasped in shock. It was at this moment that he realized that Lu Ming's earlier words were not mere boasting. Indeed, Lu Ming truly knew Shin Ango. Yet, this was not the most astonishing revelation. The most startling fact was that Shin Ango was clad in loungewear while engaging in a video call with Lu Ming. A single detail revealed the depth of their camaraderie. At that juncture, Lu Ming activated the speakerphone. Hello, President Shin. Hello, Lu Ming. What prompted you to send me a video call? Lu Ming chuckled. I just wanted to inquire if you would be coming to Yanbei. Didn't you mention you treat me to a meal? Haha. I'll be heading to Yanbei the day after tomorrow. I'll give you a call then. Sounds good. By the way, I'm currently at a class reunion. And how coincidental it is that one of my female classmates is your close friend. My close friend? Which one? Come on, say hello to your dear friend. Lu Ming then turned the camera towards the nearby Chu Chanqian. Chapter 84. The truth unveiled in intoxication when Lu Ming and Shin Ango connected via video call. Chu Chanqian was momentarily taken aback. As a budding model, she had encountered Shin Ango during advertising shoots and had overheard her conversations with others. However, while Lu Ming conversed with Shin Ango, Chu Chanqian suddenly realized that the voice indeed bore a striking resemblance to Shin Ango's. Just then, Lu Ming shifted the camera to himself, revealing Shin Ango in her loungewear. A chill ran down her spine, and a wave of regret washed over her. What was she thinking? Pretending to be Shin Ango's close friend was a folly. This was disastrous. Lu Ming truly knew Shin Ango. She felt a surge of panic. Shun. President Shin. The gravity of the situation dawned on her as she recognized the potential consequences. She had boasted about her connection to Shin Ango at the dinner party. If Shin Ango learned of this, would her modeling career survive? At that moment, Shin Ango also noticed Chu Chanqian. Do we know each other? Shin Ango inquired. With the speakerphone activated, her question resonated throughout the room, altering the classmates' perceptions of Chu Chanqian. Stammering, Chu Chanqian replied, no, we don't know each other. Shin Ango, being exceptionally astute, immediately grasped the implications of Lu Ming's earlier remarks. Lu Ming then redirected the camera back to himself and provocatively asked, President Shun, is there a misunderstanding? You don't know this young lady? No, I do not know this female classmate, Shin Ango replied. Lu Ming continued, I see. She is a contracted model from your company and just claimed to be your best friend. Quite the awkward situation, wouldn't you say? Shin Ango acknowledged, indeed. It is somewhat awkward. Well then, President Shun, let us plan a meal together in Yanbei. Sounds good, Lu Ming concluded before ending the video call. The remainder of the gathering saw classmates fawning over Lu Ming, yet he was mindful that it was class leader Song Yuanzhou's birthday celebration and refrained from stealing the spotlight. Intentionally, he shifted the focus onto Song Yuanzhou, leaving Chu Chanqian feeling isolated. Ultimately, unable to bear the neglect, she concocted an excuse to slip away. As the evening progressed, the classmates became increasingly animated in their revelry, raising toasts to Lu Ming, who could hardly refuse. Inevitably, he succumbed to intoxication. Ding dong. At that moment, Lu Ming's phone chimed. He checked to find a message from Xia Yuxing. Xia Yuxing, it's already 11:30, and it's still not over? Lu Ming, almost done. Xia Yuxing, how much have you had to drink? Lu Ming, quite a bit. I'm feeling a bit hazy now. Xia Yuxing, would you like me to come pick you up? Lu Ming's eyes brightened as he replied, sure, come on over. The gathering was winding down, and Song Yuanzhou went downstairs to settle the bill at the hotel reception. To his astonishment, when it came time to settle the bill, the cashier informed him that their private room, Purple Chi coming from the east, had already been paid for. Song Yuanzhou was taken aback and inquired about the situation. This dinner gathering was arranged by him to celebrate his own birthday, and yet someone else had taken care of the expenses? To his surprise, the cashier explained that because Lu Ming was a friend of the hotel's chairman, the chairman had specifically instructed that the bill be waived. Song Yuanzhou was even more astonished. He had not realized that his old classmate had become so successful. Not only was he acquainted with Shin Dafu and Shin Inch, but he also knew the chairman of the Yunding Grand Hotel. Upon returning to the private room, Song Yuanzhou noticed that everyone had enjoyed their drinks and was preparing to conclude the gathering. Observing Lu Ming swaying slightly as he walked, he offered, Lu Ming, shall I have someone drive you home? Lu Ming shook his head, replying, no need, someone is here to pick me up. When Xia Yuxing appeared in the private room, the classmates were once again taken aback. Xia Yuxing did not clarify their relationship, and naturally, everyone assumed she was Lu Ming's girlfriend. The classmates quietly marveled at how Lu Ming seemed to have reached the pinnacle of his life. As the reunion came to an end, Lu Ming appeared fine when he got into Xia Yuxing's car, but soon, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold. When they arrived at the community, Lu Ming was dozing in the car. Hey, Lu Ming, don't sleep. We're home. Let's go upstairs, she urged, giving him a gentle nudge. Lu Ming opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Xia Yuxing, asked, oh Xia, where are we? Where else could it be but downstairs at our home? Xia Yuxing replied with a roll of her eyes. Our home. Have we moved in together? Lu Ming asked, his gaze hazy. Xia Yuxing shot him a disapproving look. What do you mean moved in? Isn't this the place we share? Yushui Bei, have you drunk yourself silly? Lu Ming mused. Yushui Bei? I thought it was our home. Come on, let us get upstairs. I want to go upstairs. I want to return to our home. Our home. Stop joking around. I'm serious. Be obedient. Or you'll fall asleep, and I want to be able to move you. Lu Ming, with a playful grin, replied, if you want me to be obedient. Say something sweet. Something sweet? What do you want to hear? Call me little cutie. All right, little cutie, let's go upstairs. Call me little baby. Okay, little baby, let's go upstairs. Call me little sweetheart. Xia Yuxing was left speechless, thinking to herself how this Lu Ming could use less time on Douyin and learn some better manners. However, seeing that he was drunk, she decided to endure it. Okay, little sweetheart, let's go upstairs. Not doing it. Lu Ming shook his head mischievously. Are we going upstairs or not? In frustration, Xia Yuxing gave his head a playful slap. All right, I'll go. Lu Ming immediately surrendered. Xia Yuxing almost laughed in exasperation. He was infuriatingly charming and deserved a good scolding, though he walked unsteadily. Xia Yuxing managed to support him up the stairs without any trouble. Upon reaching the upper floor, Xia Yuxing flung Lu Ming onto the sofa, finally releasing a sigh of relief. At that moment, she reflected on Lu Ming's earlier words. Did this fellow truly envision a home with her? Did this not imply that he harbored feelings for her as well? It is often said that a man speaks his true sentiments when under the influence of alcohol. Perhaps this was an opportune moment to inquire about Lu Ming's genuine feelings. Lu Ming, are you intoxicated? She could not help but ask. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively and replied, who says that? I am not drunk. Ah, indeed, he was inebriated, Xia Yuxing thought, secretly delighted. It is often remarked that those who are truly intoxicated insist they are not, while those who are sober readily admit to their inebriation. Lu Ming, may I ask you something? What is it? Xia Yuxing moved to sit beside Lu Ming, her expression earnest as she inquired, earlier. You mentioned downstairs that you thought it was our home. What did you mean by that? Chapter 85. What does it mean to be truly drunk or pretending? Lu Ming suddenly wore a sly smile and asked, do you want to know? If you do, pour me a glass of water. I'm parched. Just tell me. She insisted. Pour the water first. He teased. Are you genuinely drunk or merely pretending? Xia Yuxing retorted, conceding to fetch the water. Upon returning with the glass, Lu Ming took it from her and downed it in one gulp. Still thirsty, bring me another. He flashed a beguiling grin. Fine, I'll pour you another. Xia Yuxing went to fill another glass. Lu Ming accepted this second glass and remarked, after finishing this one, there are still 3 more. Xia Yuxing rolled her eyes. What are you quoting lyrics for? Will you tell me or not? All right, I shall tell you, Lu Ming replied. Of course, I wish to have a home. Incorrect. I meant our home, Xia Yuxing corrected him. Yes, I certainly want a home for us, he reiterated. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxing felt her cheeks heat up. Unable to meet his gaze. It was true, he indeed held affection for her. Then, why do you wish for a home for us? She softly inquired. Her head lowered. As she looked up, she discovered Lu Ming reclining on the sofa, his neck tilted back, fast asleep. How infuriating. How can you fall asleep at such a crucial moment? She thought. With his heavy frame, how could she possibly move him to the bedroom? Never mind. She would let him sleep on the sofa that night. She fetched a blanket, knowing the heating would keep things warm. After covering Lu Ming, she turned to the 2 dogs, Chuizi and Deju, saying, he is drunk. You 2 keep him company on the sofa tonight. To her surprise, the dogs complied, with Chuizi lying on Lu Ming's left and Pai Pai on his right. Afterward, Xia Yuxing decided to take a shower. An hour later, having rinsed off quickly, she prepared to put on the undergarments she had set aside. However, realizing Lu Ming was asleep, she thought she could simply wear her nightgown without the layers beneath. So she stepped out of the bathroom clad only in her nightgown. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Lu Ming standing at the bathroom entrance, staring directly at her. She instinctively covered herself with her hands, soon realizing that she needed to shield both the top and bottom. Why are you awake? What are you doing standing there? I'm going to the bathroom, Lu Ming replied before heading inside, the sound of running water quickly following. Xia Yuxing's face flushed as she hurried back to her bedroom. Oh dear, he was drunk. He surely didn't see anything, right? After Lu Ming finished in the bathroom, he returned to the sofa and resumed his deep slumber. The following morning, Lu Ming dreamt of kissing a woman. Yet her face remained obscured in the haze of his dream. The fervor of the kiss was so intense that it jolted him awake. Upon awakening, the first sight that greeted Lu Ming was the sight of the mischievous dog, Shuizi, inexplicably licking him. "Curse you, Shuizi," Lu Ming exclaimed, delivering a playful slap to the dog's face. With a huff, Shuizi, feeling slighted, transformed into a mock pilot on the sofa, ready to take flight. As Lu Ming sat up, a sudden realization struck him. He had seemingly lost consciousness due to intoxication the previous night. It dawned on him that the formidable female figure had come to collect him, while his classmates had jovially referred to her as sister-in-law. He had then followed her into a vehicle, after which his memory faded into oblivion. Stretching languidly, Lu Ming headed to the bathroom, only to be taken aback by the sight of a white bra and strawberry-patterned panties belonging to Xia Yuxing draped over the towel rack. Astonished, he mused on how the formidable woman, when clad in professional attire, exuded an undeniable allure, revealing a youthful spirit within. However, a thought struck him ordinarily. Xia Yuxing would don those garments after a shower, suggesting that she had indeed washed up last night without changing. Pondering the implications, Lu Ming felt a pang of curiosity. Had he overlooked something significant? He approached Xia Yuxing's bedroom door and knocked gently. "Sheng Sheng, it's time to rise." "Understood," came her response. Lu Ming then made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Upon awakening, Xia Yuxing realized she had neglected to reclaim her belongings from the previous night. Oh no, how embarrassing, she thought, contemplating whether Lu Ming had seen them. While Lu Ming busied himself in the kitchen, Xia Yuxing swiftly donned a robe and retrieved her items. During breakfast, she could not resist inquiring. "Do you recall what you said last night?" "What did I say?" "I feel like I lost my memory," Lu Ming replied, intrigued. "Lost your memory? Where did it occur?" "It seems I blanked out after getting into your car at the hotel," he mentioned. Xia Yuxing pouted, pondering the significance of her earlier words about wanting a home, a sentiment she suspected he had forgotten. "What did I say?" Lu Ming probed further, with a hint of amusement. Xia Yuxing replied, "Oh, nothing too significant. Just tales of your childhood bedwetting, unfortunate classroom mishaps, and how you once lost your pants while taking the subway." Lu Ming was left speechless, chuckling. Sheng Sheng, you're quite the schemer, aren't you?" She shot him a glare in response. "By the way, I must have dozed off in the car. How did you manage to carry me upstairs?" "I employed a rope and dragged you up with it." Lu Ming chuckled incredulously, questioning whether the formidable woman had consumed something potent. After breakfast, being Saturday, he decided to indulge in a game of League of Legends. Xia Yuxing began tidying the house, adhering to their shared living agreement. "By the way, Sheng Sheng, are you planning to do laundry soon?" he asked. "Yes. Could you please wash my socks and underwear as well?" he requested. "Do you need me to procure a bottle of compound dexamethasone cream for you?" she inquired. "Compound? What on earth is that?" he replied, puzzled. "It's a remedy for skin irritation," she clarified. "Why on earth would I need that? Is it because you're feeling itchy?" Lu Ming chuckled awkwardly and said, "Last night at the hotel, I encountered Aunt Song." What a coincidence. What did my mother say?" "She didn't mention much, only that marriage is now a matter of freedom and she won't interfere in our affairs in the future." That doesn't quite align with her usual demeanor. Haha, perhaps Aunt Song has suddenly experienced a moment of clarity and is yearning for a grandchild? Enough of your nonsense. Xia Yuxing couldn't help but shoot a glare at Lu Ming. At that moment, Xia Yuxing's phone rang. "Oh, it's my father's call," she promptly answered. And after concluding the conversation, her expression shifted to one of urgency. "What happened?" Lu Ming inquired, puzzled. "My mother is hospitalized. I need to change quickly and head to the hospital." "What? Aunt Song is in the hospital? I'll go with you." Lu Ming also returned to his room to change. Chapter 86. The Femininity of Women in the Esteemed Private Hospital. Yin Beikong, Lu Ming, and Xia Yuxing finally arrived to visit the hospitalized Song Jiawen. At this moment, Song Jiawen lay in bed, flanked by two personal assistants. "Miss Xia, you've come." Both assistants rose respectfully upon seeing Xia Yuxing. These two were dedicated aides, available around the clock, responsible for all aspects of Song Jiawen's daily life, and they naturally recognized Xia Yuxing. Xia Yuxing nodded at them before approaching the bedside. "Mom, what happened to you?" Was it your father who called you?" Song Jiawen, in good spirits despite her condition, responded. "Yes, that old fellow. I just had a bout of high blood pressure. He wouldn't let me tell you." Refusing to heed my advice, Song Jiawen said with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing that her mother's ailment was merely high blood pressure, Xia Yuxing felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Lu Ming is here too," she announced. "Song Auntie, Lu Ming greeted as he stepped closer. Song Jiawen gestured towards a nearby chair, saying, "Please, sit." Then Xia Yuxing inquired, "Mom, what triggered your high blood pressure? Were you worried about something?" "It's just some matters regarding the company that got me a bit anxious," Song Jiawen explained. She recounted the morning meeting, which focused on the hotel's operational status for the second half of the year. However, the reports from various locations revealed a dismal situation for Yunding Hotel. Instead of making profits, the hotels across the board were incurring losses. This news unsettled Song Jiawen. The past 2 years had indeed been tough for the chain hotel industry. And if the current trend continued, it could prove fatal for the Yunding Group. Without reform, the Yunding Grand Hotel might struggle to maintain its foothold in the market. These years, domestic hotel enterprises are caught in a cycle of competition, while foreign hotel giants have also entered the domestic market, intensifying the rivalry. Moreover, many young people now prefer homestays when traveling, Song Jiawen stated. Sheng, Lu Ming, as young people yourselves, what do you think hotels should do to adapt? Xia Yuxing, not being well-versed in hotel management, refrained from offering suggestions. However, Lu Ming, listening intently, suddenly conceived a bold idea. Song Auntie, you began. I may not be familiar with hotel operations, but I have a somewhat audacious thought. Please share, Song Jiawen replied, intrigued. Currently, many traditional industries need to merge with the internet to achieve breakthroughs, such as tourism and clothing. As for hotels, being a physical industry, the primary integration so far has been with online booking services. Yet, I believe these offerings are insufficient, especially for today's youth. To thrive, hotels must focus on young people, as they are pivotal to the future of the industry. So, Song Annie, what do you think young people cherish the most today? Upon being questioned by Lu Ming, Song Jiawen began to ponder. She stated, the current youth is fond of idolizing stars, indulging in mobile games, engaging in murder mystery games, scrolling through Douyin, and creating content on social media. Indeed, Lu Ming replied, the most popular trend today is short videos. As you can see, live streaming has become exceedingly popular, surpassing traditional online shopping models. Song Jiawen tentatively inquired, are you suggesting that hotels also engage in live streaming? Lu Ming responded, this is merely one aspect. The first step is to have hotels establish a presence on new media platforms like Douyin by creating official accounts. Many enterprises have already embraced this trend. The primary purpose of these official accounts is to build a brand identity, thus shifting the focus towards branding. Currently, developing a brand identity is paramount, since young people enjoy browsing Douyin and are attracted to charming personalities. I believe we can leverage this by cultivating our own image hosts at Yundin Hotel. The selection of hosts can be divided into 2 categories, female hosts and male hosts. These hosts should be trained to become brand ambassadors for the hotel, closely associated with the Yundin brand. When people see them, they should be reminded of Yundin Hotel. The key lies in ensuring that female hosts do not exude an overly seductive charm, while male hosts should not appear effeminate. We want the public to perceive Yundin Hotel as embodying high standards of traditional national aesthetics. For instance, female hosts should be bright and elegant, reflecting the traditional maternal beauty of Chinese culture, rounded features, a soft and ample physique, and a gentle demeanor. Male hosts should possess strong, defined facial features, with prominent brows and eyes, and a muscular build that conveys traditional masculinity. In summary, men should embody masculinity and women femininity. Upon hearing Lu Ming's description, Song Jiawen was uncertain whether the notion of cultivating hosts and establishing a brand identity would prove effective. However, she was thoroughly pleased with Lu Ming's views on aesthetic standards for both genders, as they represented the authentic aesthetics of Huaxia. She noted that contemporary youth's aesthetics have been swayed by Western influences and Korean pop culture. What about the second step? Song Jiawen inquired eagerly. Lu Ming continued. The second step is, of course, to generate exposure and traffic, which can be achieved through several methods. First, capitalize on trending topics by producing videos featuring attractive individuals, such as dance videos. Second, focus on creating short dramas or clips with hotel themes. Third, enlist dedicated hosts to invite influential Douyin personalities to experience and promote their stay at the hotel. Naturally, there are additional steps to follow, and Lu Ming elaborated enthusiastically. After absorbing Lu Ming's suggestions, Song Jiawen felt they were worth a try. Thank you for your advice, Lu Ming. I will assign someone to handle this matter immediately. Xia Yuxing was astonished that her mother would actually heed Lu Ming's counsel. It was truly remarkable. As they were engaged in conversation, Unexpectedly, another individual entered the hospital room, none other than Xia Yuxing's brother, Xia Honyuan. Oh, Xia Honyuan, are you not studying abroad? Have you been on break for such an extended period? Xia Yuxing exclaimed in astonishment. Song Jiawen retorted with annoyance, he is not on break. He has been expelled from school and has returned home. This revelation left both Xia Yuxing and Tong Luming utterly astonished. Xia Honyuan, feeling somewhat awkward, approached the bedside and said, Mom, I've come to visit you in the hospital. Why are you exposing my secrets? What's the matter? Your father is already aware of this. Do you still intend to keep it from your sister? Song Jiawen shot him a disapproving glance. Chapter 87. The female tyrant gifts a razor. It was only then that Xia Honyuan recounted the circumstances surrounding his expulsion from school. While studying in the United States, he encountered a white student who exhibited blatant ethnic discrimination. This student bullied a Chinese girl and even posted a video of the harassment on the school's forum. Xia Honyuan, along with several compatriots, was incensed by this injustice. In a fit of righteous anger, they confronted the white student and physically assaulted him within the school premises. The incident garnered significant attention, leading the school to intervene, and as the instigator, Xia Honyuan ultimately faced expulsion. Upon returning to his homeland in October, Xia Honyuan deceitfully claimed he was on vacation. It was only later that Xia Wansheng received an email detailing the school's disciplinary actions and learned the truth. Lu Ming, upon hearing the story, found Xia Hongyuan's ardor admirable. Instances of white students bullying their compatriots were not uncommon abroad, yet few dared to stand up for their peers. Xia Hongyuan's courage in this regard was undoubtedly praiseworthy. Consequently, Xia Wansheng and Song Jiawen did not reproach him harshly, only expressing disappointment over his concealment of the matter. Your spirit is commendable, Lu Ming exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Xia Honyuan chuckled, thank you, brother-in-law. You cannot fathom how arrogant that white student was. Xia Yuxing inquired, what are your plans now, Honyuan? Are you looking for another school? Your father insists you should transfer, but it seems you are resistant to that idea. Song Jiawen gestured towards Xia Honyuan. Xia Yuxing continued, Honyuan, what do you intend to do if you are not pursuing your studies? Dear sister, I plan to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. Entrepreneurship? Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Song Jiawen laughed suddenly, saying, oh, you're going to start a business? You should ask your father for $1 billion for startup capital. Now, that is quite the ambition. Lu Ming chuckled at this. What a bold claim. $1 billion for a startup. Does that even qualify as entrepreneurship? Xia Yuxing shook her head. You're just asking for trouble with that kind of talk. Perhaps I should join your company instead, Xia Honyuan suggested earnestly. You want to work at my company? Well, we do need a security guard. The salary is $3,800 a month, she replied. Xia Hongyuan's expression soured at this. Sister, you're just teasing me. Would it not be acceptable for me to assist brother-in-law instead? What would you assist with? You have no finance background, Xia Yuxing retorted. At this moment, Lu Ming proposed with a smile, you know, there is indeed a fitting opportunity for Honyuan to consider. What opportunity? Xia Yuxing asked, her curiosity piqued. Lu Ming explained. It's the idea I just discussed with Aunt Song regarding cultivating streamers, promoting brands, and developing a personal media presence. Really? Xia Hongyuan's eyes lit up. Mother, are you looking to hire streamers? Song Jiawen nodded, saying, yes, this is a suggestion from Lu Ming. Young people today are quite fond of platforms like Douyin. So I think it's worth a try. Mom, let me take part in this. I possess considerable experience in shooting short videos and live streaming. Xia Honyuan eagerly volunteered. Song Jiawen furrowed her brow. You have experience? Xia Honyuan replied. Ahem, what I mean is, I watch live streams every day. Song Jiawen hesitated slightly. Lu Ming suggested, Aunt Song, perhaps it would be beneficial to involve Honyuan in this endeavor. After all, he is a young man. After a moment of contemplation, Song Jiawen ultimately agreed. In the days that followed, Song Jiawen was discharged from the hospital after a few days of stay and commenced the hotel host training program. Meanwhile, Lu Ming continued his fundraising efforts. One day, Shen Angao arrived in Yanbei and invited Lu Ming to dinner, introducing him to several friends. Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing planned a shopping outing together. Sheng, where's your classmate Lu Ming? Zhu Wanqing inquired. Go away, he is not mine. Xia Yuxing laughed. Haha, isn't he yours? You've slept with him several times. Zhu Wanqing couldn't resist teasing. You little rascal. Xia Yuxing playfully retorted. Zhu Wanqing proposed. Why don't we call Lu Ming to join us for shopping? He can be our bag carrier. He has something to do. What is it? It was then that Xia Yuxing explained Shen Angao's invitation to Lu Ming. Shin Angeo invited your Lu Ming? Oh dear. Zhu Wangqing pondered, stroking her chin. What's so dire about it? Shin Angeo is a stunning beauty and a savvy businesswoman. Those who pursue her are typically affluent science. Why would such a captivating woman actively invite Lu Ming? Zhu Wangqing analyzed. Xia Yuxing countered, it's not as you presume. First and foremost, Shin Angeo enjoys rock climbing, and Lu Ming excels at it. Previously, Lu Ming promised to teach her some climbing techniques. Additionally, Shin Angeo mentioned introducing a few friends to Lu Ming. In other words, it wasn't a private date between Lu Ming and Shin Angeo. It was a matter of normal social interaction. Nonetheless, Xia Yuxing had contemplated the situation herself, as women tend to be sensitive. Zhu Wangqing remarked, true. But you and Lu Ming have yet to establish a definitive relationship. He is still single. What if he finds Shin Angeo appealing? If that were the case, it would simply mean that Lu Ming and I are not meant to be. Nonsense. Romance requires expression. Concealing feelings is utterly ineffective. Huh, am I still hiding my feelings? I've already invited Lu Ming to the movies. Zhu Wangqing reflected, upon consideration, your previous invitation might have seemed somewhat transactional. He is performing well at his company. And your invitation could give the impression of a superior rewarding an employee. Xia Yuxing pondered this and recognized the validity of Zhu Wangqing's point. So what should I do? Should I invite him to another movie? It doesn't necessarily have to be a movie. You can express yourself in other ways. In what manner? Zhu Wangqing's eyes sparkled as she gestured toward the nearby mall. You could give him a special gift. What kind of gift? For instance, a razor or a wallet. Whenever he reaches for his wallet, thoughts of you resurface. Nowadays, with the prevalence of QR code payments, wallets are often left behind. Thus, it becomes the razor. Each morning as he shaves, you linger in his mind. So, the two of them stepped into a shopping mall and began to browse, selecting razors. At last, they settled on a set in one store. To his surprise, after Xia Yuxing completed the payment, Zhu Wangqing chose a set for herself as well. Xia Yuxing, perplexed, inquired, who are you buying this for? You're not falling in love, are you? Not for anyone. She giggled. I bought it for myself. You bought it for yourself? But you're not a man. What do you need that for? Haha, of course, I intend to use it. You? Do you grow facial hair? I don't, but I want to try shaving elsewhere. Zhu Wangqing replied with a mischievous wink. Chapter 88. What special preferences do you have? After purchasing a razor, Xia Yuxing and Zhu Wangqing continued their shopping spree at the mall. Suddenly, Zhu Wangqing's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Sheng Sheng, look ahead, a lingerie store. You could buy a few pairs of underwear for Lu Ming. This way, he will truly understand your intentions. Isn't that a bit too overt? Xia Yuxing hesitated. Being obvious is precisely the point. Come on, let's go pick some out. Zhu Wangqing pulled Xia Yuxing into the shop. Inside, a sales clerk inquired, excuse me, madam. What size does your boyfriend wear? I have no idea. Xia Yuxing genuinely had never taken note of Lu Ming's size. Zhu Wangqing, ever the jokester, chimed in, you two sleep together every day, and you don't know his size? Enough. Xia Yuxing shot her a glare. At that moment, the clerk suggested. Height would also work. 185 centimeters. Just grab this XXXL. All right. Xia Yuxing hurriedly selected a few pairs. Zhu Wangqing whispered, Sheng, you don't even know Lu Ming's size. Do you stare at the label every day? Shut it, you mischievous girl. Xia Yuxing's face flushed with embarrassment. Then Zhu Wangqing spotted some women's stockings and teasingly said, come on, Sheng, why not buy 2 pairs of black ones? Once you wear them, how could you not captivate Lu Ming? Stop it. I never wear those. Xia Yuxing shook her head. Never wearing them means that when you do, it will surely leave Lu Ming utterly enchanted. Trust me. Zhu Wangqing had already begun selecting for Xia Yuxing. Excuse me, madam, what style do you prefer? The enthusiastic sales clerk asked. Zhu Wangqing, with a grin, queried. Do you have any with letters on them? Xia Yuxing was left speechless. Was this truly her best friend? Or was she merely a seasoned pro at steering the shopping cart? Yes, we do, madam, the clerk replied, maintaining her composure. The clerk then presented several pairs of lettered stockings, which Zhu Wangqing eagerly examined. Xia Yuxing felt embarrassed, while Zhu Wangqing seemed unbothered by her social faux pas. Sheng, this one is lovely. It would definitely mesmerize Lu Ming. Go away, I refuse to wear that. Xia Yuxing promptly shook her head. At that moment, the sales clerk, overhearing their conversation, thought to herself how fortunate that man named Lu Ming was to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Zhu Wangqing, unconcerned with Xia Yuxing's reluctance, instructed the clerk, come on, wrap it up for us. Certainly, madam, the clerk cheerfully responded. Moments later, the two emerged from the store. Xia Yuxing, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "You little rascal. I said I wouldn't wear it, yet you still bought it." Zhu Wanqing, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Just listen to me. When night falls and you wear this, Lu Ming will undoubtedly kneel before you and call you queen. TSK, perhaps I should buy you a whip as well." Xia Yuxing was utterly speechless, retorting, "You didn't even ask the clerk about the quality of these stockings before deciding to buy 6 pairs. Ha, Sheng. Why does this thing need to be of such high quality?" Xia Yuxing sensed something peculiar in her gaze. Was she up to her usual mischief again? At this moment, Zhu Wanqing chimed in, "By the way, after we finish shopping, come with me to my house." "To your house? For what purpose? Did I not mention it before?" "To give you some tutoring." "Tutoring? You mean showing you domestic films?" Xia Yuxing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Oh right. New Year's Day is approaching, a 3-day holiday. You could travel with Lu Ming, perhaps a trip to the Maldives. You could don a bikini, and you and Lu Ming would ascend to paradise." Xia Yuxing replied, "During the New Year holiday, Lu Ming will be going home. Didn't he even return during the National Day when he was in Donghai for business? His family is in Jincheng, correct?" "Yes." "Then just tell Lu Ming you wish to try Jincheng's famous fried dough twists and pancake rolls, and go there directly. He'll take you home to meet his parents. And you two will be set." "What? We haven't even started yet." Although Xia Yuxing said this, her mind wandered, imagining what her future in-laws might look like. In the evening, as Xia Yuxing returned home with numerous bags, Lu Ming was already busy in the kitchen. "Oh, you're back. I promised to make you boiled fish for dinner, so I had to come back early." Lu Ming emerged from the kitchen and noticed Xia Yuxing's bags. "Wow, you really went all out. Is this revenge shopping?" "Not that much." Xia Yuxing placed the bags on the sofa. Lu Ming approached to examine them: clothes, shoes, jewelry. What's in this Balenciaga bag?" "Hey, don't rummage through that." Xia Yuxing quickly snatched the Balenciaga bag away. "Not allowed to look? What treasure is this?" Lu Ming queried, slightly bemused. "A girl's secret." All right, I want to look." Xia Yuxing set the Balenciaga bag aside and handed another bag to Lu Ming. "Here, this is for you." "For me?" "Yes, I bought it for you." Lu Ming was astonished as he took the bag, only to discover 6 pairs of stockings, adorned with letters. Goodness, what does this girl want with these? He thought to himself. Heaven forbid. Does she have some peculiar preference? Does she enjoy seeing men wear these? Or is she hoping to have me as a sister? Lu Ming was startled, cold sweat trickling down his back. No, I can't be a sister. I'm a pure man. What are you staring at?" Xia Yuxing noticed Lu Ming's odd expression. Lu Ming raised his head, confused, and asked, Sheng, what is the purpose of this gift? What else would it be for?" "It's for you to wear." "For me to wear? Are you sure?" "Of course. I specifically bought it for you." Sheng, you don't have some peculiar preference, do you?" "Peculiar preference? What do you mean? Otherwise, why would you give me stockings?" Lu Ming extended his hand, revealing 6 pairs of stockings. Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed bright red. What on earth? What is happening? Surely, this was a mix-up by the attendant. Yet, she distinctly remembered observing the female clerk as she packaged the items, so it couldn't be a mistake. Could it be that this unfortunate girl had swapped them at Zhu Wanqing's house? Hastily, Xia Yuxing grabbed the bag that previously held the stockings and, to her astonishment, discovered it contained men's underwear. What a blunder. She quickly snatched the stockings back from Lu Ming and handed him the bag. Upon inspecting it, Lu Ming suddenly understood, exclaiming, so that's how it is. I almost misconstrued the situation. Sheng, what made you think to buy me underwear?" he inquired. "I was out shopping with Wanqing and decided to get it for you." Xia Yuxing pouted, thinking to herself, "You fool. Don't you understand why I bought it for you?" Lu Ming then realized, saying, "Oh, so it was a promotional deal?" Chapter 89. Watching a horror movie with the femme fatale. Upon hearing those words, Xia Yuxing was rendered speechless. "Goodness, Lu Ming, you rascal. What do you mean by buying in a bundle?" She angrily handed him the razor. Lu Ming took the razor, his eyes lighting up in surprise. "Oh, this razor isn't cheap. Thank you. As long as you like it." "Of course I like it." Lu Ming then grinned and added, "Classmate Xia, you've even bought yourself stockings. Hurry and put them on. Let me see if they fit." "Go away. Those were bought for me by Wanqing. I didn't intend to buy them." "Then you should definitely try them on. I want tea. If you wear them, I'll add an extra dish for you tonight. How about that?" "All right, Lu Ming, you big wolf, trying to tempt me with food. Do you think I'm foolish? What dish will you add?" "Your favorite Kung Pao chicken." Xia Yuxing recalled Zhu Wanqing's words. She and Lu Ming needed to create such an atmosphere. Fine, but I'll only wear them for a minute. Deal. Thus, Xia Yuxing returned to her room. A short while later, she emerged wearing a pair of shorts and black stockings. Of course, she avoided the pair with letters on them. She would never wear those. As she stepped out, Lu Ming gasped, his gaze fixated. It was not just his eyes that were captivated. Xia Yuxing felt a blush creeping up her cheeks at his unabashed stare. All right. Time's up, she declared, hastily retreating to her room. Lu Ming swallowed hard. Such beauty is always fleeting. The legs of the femme fatale were truly mesmerizing. True to his word, Lu Ming added the dish of Kung Pao chicken. As they dined, Xia Yuxing was in high spirits. By the way, Lu Ming, what did you and Shen Angua do during the day? She casually inquired. We just went to the club, where I taught her some rock climbing techniques. She introduced me to two friends, Gu Tianyi and Bai Jin Luo, both enthusiasts of extreme sports, and we had lunch together. Gu Tianyi, the son of the mineral tycoon? Exactly. That SM. Bai Ji Luo, the actress? Yes, it turns out Bai Ji Luo is Shen Angwa's cousin. Isn't that a coincidence? What? Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Lu Ming remarked. I never expected I would have the chance to meet a popular star. Xia Yuxing, feeling a twinge of jealousy, retorted, Isn't she beautiful? She is nothing compared to you. Lu Ming replied earnestly, you are far more enchanting. Hearing this, Xia Yuxing felt a warmth in her heart. After their meal, following their usual routine, Lu Ming would typically play games while Xia Yuxing read. However, today was different. Xia Yuxing took the initiative and suggested, Lu Ming, why don't we watch a movie together? Watch a movie? Oh, what prompted you to think of that today? Lu Ming was somewhat surprised. Isn't it just a way to relax? All right, what movie shall we watch? Why not watch a horror film? Xia Yuxing recalled Zhu Wanqing's words. A horror movie? Lu Ming gazed at her with a peculiar expression. Why are you looking at me like that? You, who gets frightened by thunder, want to watch a horror film? It's different. Besides, you're here, aren't you? I might not be so scared. I have to try it at least. All right then, what horror film do you wish to see? I'm not very familiar with this genre. Why don't you choose one? Very well. Lu Ming turned on the television and searched for options, but found nothing appealing. How about this? I have The Ring saved on my computer. Shall we watch it? Sure. Xia Yuxing nodded. Thus, Lu Ming accessed the media center on the television, connected to the local network, and located his shared files. Finally, he clicked on the movie The Ring. To set the mood, Lu Ming drew the curtains and switched off the lights. The two began watching the film. Initially, it was tolerable. Xia Yuxing found the movie somewhat captivating. However, when the iconic scene arrived, Sadako crawling out of the television, Xia Yuxing was genuinely terrified. She quickly covered her eyes and buried her head into the sofa. Oh, Xia, you're so frightened. Should we stop watching? Lu Ming couldn't help but tease her. Quick, tell me, has Sadako emerged from the television yet? Not yet. Why not? I paused the movie. What? Why did you pause it? I was afraid you'd miss this crucial moment. Oh, how could you pause it? Xia Yuxing felt both amused and exasperated. Come on, Xia, open your eyes and watch. You must believe that the events in the film are fictitious. Then you won't be scared. No, I'm still afraid. Then what shall we do? Should we stop? No, we must watch. Lu Ming was taken aback by her contradiction. Xia Yuxing thought to herself, you fool, can't you just hold me and comfort me? Lu Ming inquired, so how will you watch? Just by listening? I suppose I'll listen. But then you'll miss the thrilling parts. How about this? Lean against me, and if you're still scared, hold on to my arm. Lu Ming suggested earnestly. All right then, come sit closer. Xia Yuxing spoke while still covering her eyes. Lu Ming shifted and sat beside her. Xia Yuxing immediately grasped Lu Ming's arm. Look at you, so afraid, and I haven't even pressed play yet. All right, let us continue. Lu Ming picked up the remote and resumed the film. A thrilling scene unfolded, and Xia Yuxing peeked through her fingers. To her astonishment, she locked eyes with Sadako. The disheveled hair, the pale face, the crimson nails, all of it terrified her. With a gasp, she clung tightly to Lu Ming's arm, burying her head in his embrace. Lu Ming was no fool. He swiftly embraced Xia Yuxing. Isn't it all right for me to hold you? I'm not afraid anymore. He reassured her, gently patting her back in a comforting manner. The sensation was exquisite, a delight to behold. However, it was quite a challenge to maintain composure with such a stunning beauty as Xia Yuxing moving within his embrace. At that moment, as Xia Yuxing leaned against Lu Ming, she suddenly noticed a certain stirring in his demeanor. Images from the classic journey to the West flashed through her mind. recalling the scene where Sun Wukong recited incantations to wield the magical staff of the Dragon King of the East Sea. Oh, the proximity between them became increasingly palpable, prompting her to lift her head abruptly. Sheng. Lu Ming stammered, feeling a tad awkward. How could he possibly explain this? A slight bow, perhaps, as a gesture of respect? Perverted wolf. Xia Yuxing shot him an indignant glare before hastily retreating to her room. Chapter 90. Purchasing a gift for the female tyrant the following morning, at Jiuying Capital Company, Lu Ming arrived at the office to find Zhong Xiaoman humming cheerfully to herself. "Boss, you're here." She greeted him eagerly. Lu Ming teased, "Oh my, Xiaoman, what is you in such high spirits?" "Ah, boss, look." "This lipstick was a gift from Dong Xiaojia," she replied, proudly displaying a set of lipsticks. Lu Ming glanced at the collection, noting it was Dior. "Wow, Dong Xiaojia. Quite generous, isn't he? Haha. It seems this ironclad man has finally grasped the essence of romance." Zhong Xiaoman beamed with happiness. Lu Ming paused, pondering Xiaoman. "Do you girls always feel elated upon receiving gifts?" "Absolutely. We adore receiving gifts," Zhong Xiaoman answered, reflecting on last night. Lu Ming recalled that the female tyrant had bought him underwear and a razor. Surely that counts as gifts for himself? Yet, he wondered if her actions indicated a fondness for him, or if it was merely a reward for the elaborate meal he prepared. Regardless of the motive, should he not reciprocate with a gift for her? But what to buy? Taking a seat at his desk, he retrieved his phone and opened Baidu. Typing in the search box, "What gifts are suitable for a girl I like?" A plethora of web pages appeared. One title caught his eye: "What gifts are good for initially pursuing a girl? 5 recommended gifts." He clicked on it, only to find the content lacking substance. Next, he perused a post by a seasoned veteran in the realm of romance. The veteran advised that when courting a girl, the choice of gifts is crucial. First and foremost, avoid consumables. Once they are consumed, the connection fades. However, gifting her a piece of jewelry means she can wear it daily, and every glance at it would remind her of you. This experienced individual also provided several gift suggestions for each stage of courtship. Lu Ming found this advice quite sensible. He decided to start with the initial phase and purchase some office supplies that the female tyrant would use daily, ensuring she would think of him at work. Thus, he opened Jingdong and began searching, ultimately selecting 2 primary gifts. The first was a silicone wrist support mouse pad, featuring an adorably plump corgi backside, paired with a keyboard wrist rest. The second gift was an enamel mug. However, he found himself conflicted over the design of the mug. One bore the phrase "labor is most glorious," another read "roll up your sleeves and work hard," while a third proclaimed the hope of the entire village. Lu Ming contemplated whether to consult the female tyrant directly, yet he realized that doing so would rob her of the surprise of receiving a gift. Thus, he opened Xia Yuxing's WeChat, composed a message, and sent it. Lu Ming. Sheng. Do you consider labor to be honorable? Xia Yuxing. Indeed, it is honorable. Lu Ming. So, you believe that in order to work, one must roll up their sleeves and exert effort, correct? Xia Yuxing. Absolutely. Lu Ming. Aren't you the hope of the entire village? Xia Yuxing. What village? It sounds chaotic. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle, having chosen this phrase. Evidently, the female tyrant was unfamiliar with this joke. After selecting a gift, he added it to the shopping cart, clicked to submit the order, chose the company's address, and filled in the recipient's name as Xia Yuxing. Currently, the funds managed by Lu Ming, namely Ye Wen and Jiu Wen No. 8, were in the fundraising phase. Thus, his work was relatively light. Lu Ming contemplated whether it was time for him to purchase a car. With New Year's approaching, he naturally planned to return home for the 3-day holiday. He hadn't gone home during National Day due to his trip to Donghai, so he certainly intended to return this time. Lu Ming's home was in Jincheng, making it convenient for him. Ding. The system task was released. Purchase your first car. Completion reward: 1 lottery draw. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This system was indeed considerate. With 10 million in his account, it was about time to spend some. Since work was not demanding, should he sneak out to visit a car dealership? Thus, Lu Ming headed to the president's office. When Xia Yuxing saw him, she said irritably, "Here to mooch coffee again?" "Not quite," Lu Ming replied. "Boss, I have something to attend to, stepping out for a bit." "What are you up to?" "I want to buy a car and plan to check out the dealership." Xia Yuxing glared. "Hey, we're at work. Aren't you skipping out? Is that not permissible?" Lu Ming retorted unflinchingly. "Fine, go ahead." Xia Yuxing, exasperated, felt helpless as her employee had the upper hand. Just as Lu Ming was about to leave the office, Xia Yuxing recalled the strange WeChat message he had sent earlier and asked, "By the way, what did your WeChat message mean?" "You'll find out tomorrow," Lu Ming feigned mystery. Xia Yuxing was even more puzzled. Lu Ming sent a WeChat message to Lu Feihong, inquiring if he had time to accompany him to look at cars. Lu Feihong, working in social media, had a relatively flexible schedule. Soon, Lu Ming and Lu Feihong met at the agreed location. Upon hearing that Lu Ming was going to buy a car, Lu Feihong was thrilled for his friend. "Ming, what kind of car are you planning to buy?" "After some thought, I think I'll start with a Bentley." "Wow, your first car is a Bentley. I'm envious," Lu Feihong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Lu Ming asked, "How's your live streaming going lately?" Lu Feihong replied, "Recently, Xu Eping and I started a new account focused on humorous couple daily life. Once we gain more followers, we plan to venture into live streaming for sales. The previous pet account had a majority of followers who were pet lovers, but the conversion rate for live selling was too low." "That's impressive. Why didn't you tell me? I want to follow you. I just started my account too. I don't have many followers yet." Subsequently, L. Feihong shared his account details with Lu Ming, who followed him. As they engaged in conversation, they arrived at the Yuan Luxury Car Sales Center in Wuxang, Yebei. This establishment boasts a multitude of luxury car brands and is renowned as a prominent dealer in the region. To their surprise, upon entering the sales center, they encountered an acquaintance. "Oh, Lu Ming. Class leader." Lu Ming expressed his astonishment as he saw Song Yuanzhou approaching with a smile. L. Feihong inquired, "Song, what a coincidence." Song Yuanzhou took the initiative to ask, "Are you here to purchase a car?" L. Feihong replied, "Lu Ming intends to buy a car," and I accompanied him. Song Yuanzhou turned to Lu Ming, "What kind of car are you considering?" Lu Ming responded, "I plan to buy a Bentley." Upon hearing this, Song Yuanzhou chuckled and said, "All right, let us go. I'll take you for a test drive." Class leader, you're taking us for a test drive?" Lu Ming asked, somewhat surprised. Song Yuanzhou clarified, "Lu Ming, this is beneficial for my business. This car dealership belongs to my family." Chapter 91. The secret chats of best friends are off limits. Both Lu Ming and L. Feihong were taken aback. They were aware that Song Yuanzhou's family was engaged in substantial business, reportedly in international trade. However, they never anticipated that this automobile city was also part of his family's ventures. Soon, Lu Ming found himself in the showroom, gazing at several models of Bentley, the Flying Spur, Mulsanne, Continental, and Bentayga. Having already decided to purchase an SUV, he focused his attention on the Bentley Bentayga. Song Yuanzhou promptly summoned the sales manager to provide a personal introduction to the vehicle's specifications, discussing features such as twin turbocharging, luxury editions, and long wheelbase versions. Lu Ming was instantly attracted to the sleek black 4.0T V8 long wheelbase model. The performance configurations were, without a doubt, top tier. After the sales manager concluded his presentation and quoted a price, Lu Ming learned that the total cost for the car would amount to 3.5 million yuan. Without hesitation, Song Yuanzhou approved a discounted price of 3 million yuan for Lu Ming. Ever since their last gathering, Song Yuanzhou had been eager to cultivate a good relationship with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's car purchase presented an excellent opportunity for him. As the store had the vehicle in stock, Lu Ming simply swiped his card. Within a mere morning, the dealership arranged for a temporary license plate, allowing Lu Ming to drive off with his new car. The remaining paperwork would be handled by the dealership, a hallmark of luxury automobile service. Of course, had it been any other customer, the efficiency might not have been as swift. However, given that Song Yuanzhou was personally attending to Lu Ming, the dealership naturally prioritized his needs. At noon, Lu Ming treated Song Yuanzhou and L. Feihong to lunch, and by afternoon, he returned to the company in his new vehicle. The sight of a Bentley parked outside the office immediately captured the attention of all employees. When they discovered that the car belonged to Lu Ming, envy swept through the crowd. Meanwhile, in her office, Xia Yuxing had just completed her tasks and was chatting casually with Zhu Wanqing via WeChat. Zhu Wanqing, "Hey, Sheng. What was Lu Ming's reaction when he saw the gift you bought last night?" Xia Yuxing recounted Lu Ming's response. Zhu Wanqing burst into laughter once again. "Is Lu Ming the legendary ironclad man?" Xia Yuxing replied, "I think he is more of an iron-headed fool." Zhu Wanqing, "Did you follow my suggestion and watch a horror movie together?" Xia Yuxing, "We did." Zhu Wanqing, "Wow. Did you two do your homework together?" Xia Yuxing, "Homework?" Zhu Wanqing, "Yes. You do the mental math while he tackles the fill-in-the-blank questions." Xia Yuxing sighed. "We ended up in an awkward situation again last night." Zhu Wanqing, "What happened?" Xia Yuxing explained the events of the previous evening. Zhu Wanqing laughed heartily. Haha, that's great. It shows that Lu Ming has feelings for you and desires to be intimate. Xia Yushin, speechless. Zhu Wanqing. So, did you encounter the winds of the ancient path on a lean horse? Xia Yushing. I thought I had my period again. It fell off, and then. Zhu Wanqing. TSK. Beautiful love often begins with a desire for intimacy. Xia Yushing. You're too vulgar. At that moment, the door to Xia Yushing's office swung open, and Lu Ming strode in with an air of confidence. It is only this fellow who dares to invade without knocking. Xia Yushing hurriedly closed the chat window with Zhu Wanqing. What are you doing barging in like this? Oh, Xia, why are you looking so flustered on your phone? What could I possibly be doing? Just chatting with Wanqing. About what? A secret. A secret? Let me see. Lu Ming wore a curious expression. Xia Yushin shot him a glare, replying, Do you not know that the chat records between best friends are sacred? How sacred? Are they forbidden from the light of day? Lu Ming was rendered speechless. Xia Yushing couldn't help but smile inwardly. It was more than just forbidden. It was practically incriminating. What do you want? Hey, Xia, how about you ride home with me tonight? Oh, you little rascal, you bought yourself a Bentley worth over 3 million? Xia Yushing had known this already. Lu Ming chuckled. My ride pales in comparison to your Cullinan. Oh, spare me. The Cullinan is a company vehicle, not mine. Your Bentley, however, is all yours. Even I, the CEO, envy you. What do you envy? No matter how impressive I am, I'm still under your thumb, boss. Lu Ming winked. Go on, who is keeping you down? Xia Yushing was utterly speechless. This guy would drive off at the slightest provocation. The following morning, Xia Yushing arrived at the office and began preparing for the morning meeting. Before long, her assistant, Li Xiaya, returned from the front desk with 2 packages. President Xia, your parcels. Li Xiaya placed the boxes on the desk. Xia Yushing was taken aback. Parcels? What parcels? JD delivery. JD? But I haven't ordered anything. Xia Yushing pondered. Xiaya, could there be a mistake? I haven't shopped online recently. No mistake, President Xia. It's addressed to you. Li Xiaya confirmed again. All right, could you open one for me and see what it is? Sure. Li Xiaya promptly picked up a box cutter to open the package. Just then, an embarrassing memory flashed in Xia Yushing's mind of when Lu Ming had mistakenly opened her parcel. Actually, Xiaya, I'll handle it myself. You can go on with your tasks. All right, President Xia. Li Xiaya returned the cutter and went back to work. Xia Yushing then paused her task to open the first package. Inside was a mouse pad and a keyboard wrist rest that Lu Ming had chosen for her. She was astonished. To her surprise, the mouse pad was rather adorable, particularly with the image of a corgi's rear. But who could have sent this to her? Could it be her dear friend Wanqing? She proceeded to open the second package, which contained a charming enamel mug handpicked by Lu Ming, prominently featuring the phrase, the hope of the entire village. Upon seeing those words, Xia Yushing immediately recognized that it was a gift from Lu Ming. This fellow had sent her a WeChat message the previous day, inquiring about some peculiar matters. How thoughtful of him to buy her a present without a word yesterday. A smile crept onto Xia Yushing's lips as she examined the enamel mug in her hand. This type of enamel mug was quite popular in the 1970s and 1980s, with nearly every household possessing such a piece. Alongside it, there were also enamel basins, bowls, and milk pots. In the past, Xia Yushing would have certainly dismissed the idea of using such an enamel mug. However, at this moment, she found it rather appealing. Subsequently, she took out her phone and snapped a few pictures of the mouse pad and the enamel mug, sending them to Lu Ming. Oh, I've received it, Lu Ming replied. Xia Yushing responded, You rascal, buying me a gift without informing me? Lu Ming retorted, If I had told you, would it still be a surprise? So, what do you think? Do you like it? Chapter 92. The first glance at a girl. Xia Yushing. The mouse pad is quite charming. This enamel cup. Are you trying to make me embrace a retro style? Lu Ming. Not at all. I was primarily drawn to this cup, much like you. Xia Yushing? In what way? Lu Ming. It's large. Xia Yushing. Go to hell. You're the one who's large. Lu Ming. Well, mine is indeed sizable too. Xia Yushing. How vulgar of you. Lu Ming. What do you mean by vulgar? This is confidence. Xia Yushing. Clearly, it's narcissism. Lu Ming. Narcissism? That's non-existent. Are you not aware? Xia Yushing. Right. Yours is large, mine is not. Lu Ming. A 36D is not large. I noticed it the first time we met. Xia Yushing. Pervert. Big lecher. Lu Ming. Haha. A true man's nature. Xia Yushing. You're quite proud. When men first glance at women, do they look at breasts or legs? Lu Ming. I generally first look into her eyes. Xia Yuxing. Oh, quite profound. Is it because the eyes are the windows to the soul? Lu Ming. Not exactly. I first check if she notices me gazing at her. If not, I then glance at her chest. Xia Yuxing. Lu Ming. Haha, with a sidelong grin. Xia Yuxing. Shallow. Enough of this nonsense. The morning meeting is starting. Lu Ming. All right, I'll head to the conference room first. Hurry up, beauty. Xia Yuxing. At 9 o'clock, in the company conference room. The fund manager and company executives were all waiting. Suddenly, the door opened, and Xia Yuxing walked in. The room fell silent, for she entered with one hand holding documents and the other cradling a cup. Notably, this cup was an enamel one, inscribed with the hope of the entire village. Instantly, the executives began to whisper among themselves. This was highly unusual, deviating from the usual authoritative and frigid demeanor of the female tyrant. Upon seeing the cup in Xia Yuxing's hand, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile, his heart swelling with joy. It seemed the female tyrant genuinely liked the cup. Perhaps it was time to initiate the second phase of gift-giving. Xia Yuxing took her seat at the head of the table and surveyed the room. Eventually locking eyes with Lu Ming, he, with audacious boldness, inquired, Xia, this cup is truly beautiful. Who gifted it to you? Ahem, we're in a meeting. Let us not discuss personal matters. Xia Yuxing shot him a glare, causing the executives to stifle their laughter. On December 31st, Lu Wenyo and his wife Su Yufan were in high spirits. Their son, Lu Ming, was returning home for the new year after a long absence. Their joy stemmed not only from his return after half a year, but also from their knowledge that he had become a fund manager in Yanbei. In their eyes, this was a remarkably successful career. Previously, he had transferred 500,000 yuan home, which had delighted the couple immensely. Lu Wenyo and his wife ran a modest restaurant on Northwest Street in Jincheng. Certainly, the location of the small restaurant is nestled within a secluded alley. Although geographically it is not far from the bustling Northwest Corner Snack Street, the exorbitant rent of the establishments there is beyond the means of Lu Wenyao and his family. Unfortunately, the landlord of this modest eatery is equally unyielding, having raised the rent to 5,000 yuan per month last year. For a small restaurant like Lu Wenyao's, which already earns a meager profit, the increased rent has further diminished their earnings. The only silver lining is that their son has found employment, alleviating some of the pressure on the family. Knowing that her son would return home today, Su Yufan had contemplated closing the restaurant for the day. However, Lu Wenyao pointed out that many of their patrons are hard-working individuals who depend on the restaurant, and numerous loyal customers would be disappointed. Moreover, taking a day off would mean losing a day's income. Thus, the couple arrived at the restaurant as usual in the morning to begin preparing the ingredients. Anticipating the lunchtime rush, Lu Wenyao is quite skilled in the culinary arts, having once attracted the attention of a large hotel that sought to employ him. However, he declined the offer, preferring the freedom of his own establishment over the constraints of a fixed salary. In the morning, he prepared several dishes, intending to sell some boxed meals during lunch. La la la. Lu Wenyao hummed a little tune, saying, Yufan, do you think if I had gone to the big hotel, I would have become the head chef by now? Indeed, you possess remarkable talent. Our little restaurant is truly beneath your capabilities, Su Yufan replied, laughing as she washed the vegetables. Absolutely, if I were to open a grand restaurant, it would surely thrive. I would even take on a few apprentices to assist me, and you wouldn't have to wash vegetables or do the dishes anymore. We would hire help, and you could simply be the proprietress, collecting the earnings. Lu Wenyao mused while cooking. Goodness, Lu Wenyao, at your age, you're still dreaming big, Su Yufan teased, rolling her eyes. Huh, if I hadn't dreamed. You might not have ended up with me, Lu Wenyao chuckled. I was foolish back then, swayed by your charm. But now, with our son's success, who knows? We might just be able to open a grand restaurant ourselves. Now, don't count on our son's earnings. We need to save that money to help him buy a house, Su Yufan said with a serious expression, when their son, Lu Ming, transferred 500,000 yuan home. Su Yufan had saved every bit of it. Of course, we must first help him with a house and a wife. But if he becomes well-known and earns a substantial commission, he might even become a millionaire. Lu Wenyao remarked. A millionaire? Our son will surely be a billionaire. Su Yufan couldn't help but laugh. As the couple chatted, a middle-aged woman with her hair elegantly styled entered the restaurant. Oh, Lao Lu, Yufan, are you both busy? The cheerful woman exclaimed, her wrist adorned with a delicate bracelet that jingled as she spoke. Ah, it's my aunt, Lu Wenyao exclaimed, quickly turning off the stove and ceasing his cooking. Aunt, come in and have a seat. Su Yufan also pulled out a chair, welcoming her warmly. The woman with the bun is none other than Wu Xiuzhen, the landlord of the small restaurant. Without hesitation, Wu Xiaojun sauntered over to a chair and crossed her legs. Old Lu, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. This Kung Pao chicken looks absolutely delectable. It has made my stomach growl, she remarked. Lu Wenyo promptly replied, Yufan, please fetch a takeout box for Andy, so she can enjoy a meal this afternoon. Oh, certainly, Su Yufan quickly responded, preparing a box of dishes. Wu Xiaojun, unabashed, pointed towards the lamb meatballs and added, Yufan, please serve me another box of lamb meatballs. My son adores them. Of course, Su Yufan thought to herself. Feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction as Wu Xiaojun, taking advantage of her role as the landlord, often indulged in free food and drink during her visits. Just as the 2 boxes were packed, Wu Xiaojun interjected, by the way, old Lu, Yufan, with the new year approaching, we will soon be signing the annual lease for the shop, and next year, the rent will inevitably rise to 10,000 per month. Chapter 93. The landlord is raising the rent again upon hearing the news of the rent increase. Lu Wenyao and Su Yufan's expressions shifted dramatically. Aunt, didn't the rent just rise last year? Why is it increasing again now? Lu Wenyao inquired anxiously. Wu Xiaojun replied, as you mentioned, the rent hike occurred last year. Currently, it's not merely us raising the rent, but rather the market dictates such changes, as others have already done so. Aunt, this increase is utterly outrageous. From 5,000 to 10,000? Su Yufan exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Wu Xiaojun, unfazed, stated, there is no alternative. This area is now expensive. And with tourism set to develop further, rents will only escalate. Lu Wenyao protested, Aunt, you can't raise it like this. How much can we possibly earn? At this price, our monthly profit will dwindle. Old Lu, I am at a loss. If your restaurant yields little, perhaps you should consider opening a pharmacy. It's quite lucrative now. Previously, a pharmacy owner sought to rent this space, offering a rent of 10,000. Had it not been for our past relationship, I would have already leased it to him. Wu Xiaojun asserted confidently. In truth, she was deliberately inflating the rent, fabricating reasons to justify her actions. There indeed had been a pharmacy owner interested in renting, but the proposed rent was a mere 4,500. Consequently, Wu Xiaojun had increased Lu Wenyao's rent to 5,000. As the year drew to a close, Wu Xiaojun's youngest son, who had begun university, had started dating and was incurring substantial monthly expenses. Thus, she considered how to recover these costs, ultimately fixating on Lu Wenyao's rental payments. Open a pharmacy? Aunt, you're making it difficult for me. I know nothing about running a pharmacy. My expertise lies solely in cooking. Lu Wenyao replied. Then simply raise the prices of the dishes at your restaurant. Increase the price of a lunchbox from 12 yuan to 20 yuan. If you sell over 100 boxes a day, what is the big deal? Wu Xiaojun suggested. What? Raise the prices? Many of my customers are laborers. If I charge so much, who will buy? Lu Wenyao retorted. Old Lu, it isn't my intention to criticize, but your prices are too low. Other restaurants have raised their prices. For instance, you charge 12 yuan for spicy and sour shredded potatoes, while the restaurant next door charges 22. Your Kung Pao chicken is 18, while theirs is 38. You should have raised your prices long ago. Wu Xiaojun began to compare with other establishments. Lu Wenyao and his wife were rendered speechless. It seemed Wu Xiaojun was truly blinded by greed. In her quest to inflate her rental income, she was compelling him to increase his dish prices. Lu Wenyao shook his head, stating, Aunt, your suggestion is impractical. If I charge such exorbitant prices at my small restaurant, it would ruin my business. Should you increase the rent again, I want to be able to sustain my operations. Wu Xiaojun coldly replied. Whether you can sustain your business is of no concern to me. I am merely informing you that the rent must be paid annually. Pay annually? Lu Wenyao exclaimed, his eyes widening. A monthly rent of 10,000 amounts to 120,000 a year. Wu Yufan anxiously exclaimed, Aunt, are you not forcing us into a corner? You may think whatever you wish. Wu Xiaojun, with a firm demeanor, retorted, regardless, once the new year has passed. This will be the price. You may choose to rent or not. If you decide against continuing the lease, kindly pack your belongings and vacate, so I can welcome new tenants. Many are eager to rent. El Wenyo trembled with anger. Wu Xiaojun continued, in the next 2 months before the new year. Please give it some serious thought. There is no need for consideration. We will not renew the lease next year. A sudden voice interjected. Huh. El Wenyo, Su Yufan, and Wu Xiaojun were taken aback. El Ming had just walked in from outside, and those words had originated from him. He had driven back that morning and headed straight to the shop upon arriving in the city, knowing that his parents would be busy at the restaurant at this hour. He was taken aback to overhear their discussion with Wu Xiaojun. This is something I cannot overlook, Ming thought. Ah, Ming, you're back. Su Yufan's face brightened at the sight of her son. Wenyo's demeanor also softened, his trembling arms now steady. Wu Xiaojun, upon seeing Ming, cheerfully remarked, "Oh, Ming has returned. I heard you are working in Yanbei now and earning money. Since you can contribute, you should help your parents with the rent." Contribute to the rent? Ming replied coldly, "I am sorry, but we will not be renting the shop next year." Not renting? Wu Xiaojun snapped, Ming, this is an adult matter. You should not interfere. Ming earnestly addressed his parents, mom and dad. Haven't you always wanted to move to a larger shop? I can help you find a bigger place. Let us not renew this small shop. After a moment of contemplation, Wenyo clenched his teeth and declared, Aunt, since you insist on raising the rent, I will heed my son's advice. We shall not rent the shop next year. What? Wu Xiaojun was taken aback. She had presumed that Wenyo and his wife, being easygoing, would accept a rent increase without complaint. She had not anticipated they would truly refuse to rent, leaving her concerned about their livelihood. Wu Xiaojun had counted on this very dependency when she broached the subject of a rent hike. However, the unexpected outcome of their refusal left her unsettled. If they indeed did not rent, she had yet to secure a new tenant. If no one came forward, the shop would remain vacant, resulting in a loss of income, an outcome she desperately wished to avoid. The earlier bravado in her words about moving out had merely been for the sake of bravado. Old Lu, are you jesting? Wu Xiaojun glared. This is no jest. We will not renew the lease after the new year, Wenyo stated solemnly, having made up his mind, weary of such a landlord. Wu Xiaojun said, Old Lu, please don't hesitate to rent. Our families have such a close relationship. I can offer you a better deal, 9,800 each month, which is a reduction of 200. No, I have made up my mind not to rent, Lu Wenyo replied with unwavering determination. Wu Xiaojun, taking a step back, pleaded. All right, how about a discount of 1,000 each month? Would that work? Lu Wenyo shook his head. Growing impatient, Wu Xiaojun exclaimed, Fine, I'll give you a discount of 2,000. That means, in essence, the rent will only increase by 2,000 each month. Isn't that reasonable, old Lu? Upon hearing this, Lu Wenyo displayed signs of hesitation. Naturally, Lu Ming couldn't allow his father to continue with the rental. He immediately interjected, I'm sorry, landlady. Even if you don't raise the rent, we still won't be renting. Aren't there many tenants eager to lease your shop? After the new year, feel free to lease it to whoever you wish. Chapter 94. Purchasing a shop for my parents. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaojun became quite irate. Ming, you have started working and earning money, which is commendable. You wish to provide your parents with a larger shop. But have you considered the cost of renting a bigger space? It wouldn't merely be a monthly rent of 10,000. It could escalate to several tens of thousands. How much do you earn working in Yanbei? Perhaps 7,000 or 8,000 a month. After deducting living expenses, how much would be left? Ultimately, it would be your parents who bear the burden of that rent. Ming, you are still too young. A barrage of words left Lu Ming feeling somewhat exasperated. Landlady, who said I intend to rent a shop for my parents. I plan to buy them a commercial property outright. Huh. At her son's declaration, Lu Wenyo and Su Yufan were momentarily taken aback. Wu Xiaojun couldn't help but burst into laughter, shaking her jade bracelet and pointing at Lu Ming. Ming, are you daydreaming? Do you have any idea how much a commercial property costs? In the city, a decent shop easily runs into millions. Millions, Ming. Can you afford that? Wu Xiaojun mocked him without restraint. Lu Ming, however, did not engage in further banter and simply stated, Sorry, landlady, but I can indeed afford it. I just purchased a car worth several million. A car worth several million? Where is it? I haven't seen it. It's right outside. Is it? I must see this car worth millions, Wu Xiaojun said as she exited the restaurant. At that moment, Lu Wenyo and his wife followed suit. Upon reaching the entrance, they indeed spotted a Bentley Range Rover SUV parked there. This luxury vehicle, worth millions, had already attracted a crowd of onlookers snapping photos. Wu Xiaojun sarcastically remarked, Oh, it can't possibly be that Bentley worth over 3 million, can it? Indeed, it is, Lu Ming replied, producing the car key and pressing the remote. The Bentley let out a couple of honks in response. Wu Xiaojun was left speechless, while Lu Wenyo and his wife were equally bewildered. With no retort left, Wu Xiaojun stormed away from the restaurant. Though Lu Ming was not fond of ostentation, he understood that sometimes such displays yield the most immediate impact. Son, whose car did you borrow? Lu Wenyo assumed Lu Ming had merely borrowed the vehicle. Lu Ming chuckled wryly. Dad, This is my new car. What? This time? Lu Wenyo and his wife widened their eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming had anticipated that his parents would be astonished, so he ushered them back into the restaurant and began to explain his work. He primarily spoke of his recent promotion to fund manager, the successful launch of funds, and the substantial commissions he had earned. Su Yufan, astonished, inquired, "Son, if your commissions are that high, just how much have you earned to buy such an expensive car?" "Just over 20 million, Lu Ming refrained from disclosing the actual figure. "What? Over 20 million? Lu Wenyo and Su Yufan were utterly stunned. Lu Ming explained, "The more than 10 million is not merely a commission. I earn a commission and then reinvest the money the following month. Thus, each month, I have both commissions and investment returns, accumulating like a snowball with compounded interest, resulting in ever-increasing profits." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's parents began to comprehend. Su Yufan couldn't help but inquire, "Son, your company is engaged in legitimate business, right?" "Mom, of course my company is legitimate. You needn't worry. Your son would never be foolish enough to break the law," Lu Ming assured them. However, Lu Wenyo remained unconvinced and, with a serious expression, said, "You rascal. Take off your down jacket and let me see." "Dad, what are you looking for?" Lu Wenyo replied ominously, "I want to see if you sold a kidney." Lu Ming was both amused and exasperated, saying, "Dad, have you been watching too many short videos? I saw one the other day about a young man who sold a kidney to buy an iPhone. Rest assured, your son is not that foolish. Besides, even selling a kidney wouldn't fetch that much money." So Yufan interjected, "Son, now that you've earned money, you shouldn't spend extravagantly. Buying such an expensive car all at once is unwise." "Indeed," Lu Wenyo chimed in, "why on earth would you buy such a fancy car?" Lu Ming then earnestly explained, "Mom and Dad, in finance, we interact with affluent individuals who place great importance on appearances and status. Driving a luxury car will enhance their trust in me." "Now I understand," Lu Wenyo remarked. "It's akin to business. If you drive a luxury car, people perceive you as capable." Hearing their son's success, the couple felt immense joy. At noon, Lu Ming assisted his parents at the restaurant. That evening, they prepared a lavish meal for him, and the family enjoyed a warm gathering. During dinner, Lu Ming once again broached the subject of purchasing a commercial property. "Mom and Dad, since we've already discussed it, if the store isn't available for rent, Dad, please look around for a suitable property nearby. Let us buy one directly." Su Yufan replied, "Son, your father and I have discussed it, and we think it's better to rent a larger store instead of buying. Purchasing a property would be too costly." Lu Wenyo agreed, saying, "Exactly, it's wiser to rent. Spending so much on a property would be better invested in saving for your own home and future wife." Lu Ming chuckled, "Mom and Dad, I anticipated you would say that. Firstly, regarding buying a house and marrying, you needn't worry. I have a plan for that. Secondly, the market for commercial properties today is not what it was a decade ago. The price per unit for many commercial properties is even lower than that of residential units in various neighborhoods. So acquiring a commercial property wouldn't be as exorbitant as you think. Thirdly, haven't you both longed to open a larger restaurant? Now that your son has started earning, let me help you realize that dream. Surely, you must allow me to express my filial piety." Lu Wenyo and his wife exchanged glances, both silently acknowledging that their son had truly matured. Lu Wenyo pondered for a moment and remarked, "You rascal, perhaps we should forego the purchase. Instead, keep that money and invest it back into your fund. Let it snowball. Compounding interest will yield greater returns." Su Yufan concurred with this notion. Lu Ming chuckled and deliberately interjected, "Mom and Dad, allow me to clarify. While finance can be lucrative, it inherently carries high risks. High risk means that if the market turns unfavorable, losses can accumulate swiftly. If you truly decide against purchasing the commercial property and I end up losing all the money, please do not lament over it." He intended to unsettle his parents with this jest. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenyo's eyelids twitched, and he responded, "In that case, let us proceed with acquiring a commercial property. We cannot afford to lose all our money." Chapter 95. The Enchantress longs for Lu Ming. Upon hearing his father's consent to purchase a commercial property, Lu Ming was filled with immense joy. This aspiration was not merely a dream for his parents. It had also been his ambition from an early age. The hardships endured and the sweat shed by his parents while running a small eatery were etched in his memory. At this moment, Lu Wenyo remarked, "Speaking of acquiring a shop, there happens to be a suitable one available. You must be referring to Old Chi's establishment?" Su Yufan immediately guessed. Curious, Lu Ming inquired, "Old Chi? Which Old Chi?" Lu Wenyo explained, "The Old Chi who used to play mahjong with me. He has a convenience store named Convenience B on North Main Road. His son has married a woman from Pingching and settled there, so old Shi is contemplating selling the shop to move to Pingching for retirement. North Main Road? That sounds promising. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. The area boasted numerous storefronts, including many dining establishments. Opening a restaurant there would surely attract a decent flow of customers. Lu Wenao continued. Old Shi's shop is 102 square meters. Initially, he aimed to sell it for 20,000 per square meter, but he struggled to find a buyer. Now, he has reduced the price to 18,000 per square meter. That sounds good, Dad. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to inspect the shop, and if it meets our needs, we can negotiate directly with Old Shi. All right, I'll give Old Shi a call to inform him, Lu Wenao said, pulling out his phone. Conveniently, Old Shi would be at the store tomorrow, so Lu Wenao could visit him in the morning. Having settled this matter, Lu Ming added, Mom and Dad, I currently have 7 million in my account, and I will transfer it to you later. What? Lu Wenao and Su Yufin's eyebrows raised in surprise. Son, why have you earned so much money? Even for a commercial property, you won't need that much. You can negotiate with Old Shi, surely. 8 million will suffice. Lu Wenao was somewhat acquainted with Old Shi and could likely secure a better deal. Lu Ming replied, after purchasing the property, we will need to consider renovations, which will require additional funds. Lu Wenao countered, how much could renovations possibly cost? 200,000 should be sufficient. With a smile, Lu Ming responded, that leaves us with 5 million. You and Mom should look for a new home. Our current house is too small, and the courtyard floods during rain. We ought to replace it with a more spacious residence. Su Yufin chuckled, wow, with 5 million, what kind of house can we buy? Mom, 5 million is not excessive. We should aim for a high-end community that offers comfort, Lu Ming asserted. There's no rush to purchase a house, let us focus on the shop first. When you return for the new year, you can accompany Dad and me to view properties. All right, that sounds good. Lu Ming thought to himself that this plan was indeed sensible. Once they acquired the shop and arranged for renovations, his parents might lose interest in house hunting. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming went to take a shower. A little later, his phone, left on the living room table, began to ring. Upon hearing it, Su Yufin turned to Lu Wenao and said, someone is calling our son. Why don't you answer it for him? All right. Lu Wenao picked up Lu Ming's phone and saw that it was a call from someone named Xiao Hongyuan. Hello? Lu Wenao answered the call. Brother-in-law. The unexpected greeting left him momentarily bewildered. Huh? Was the caller mistaken? May I ask who you're looking for? He inquired. I am looking for my brother-in-law, Lu Ming. Lu Wenao found himself even more perplexed. However, one thing was certain, the caller had not dialed the wrong number. How had his son become someone's brother-in-law? Could it be that his son was dating? The thought crossed Lu Wenyao's mind. Hello, Lu Ming is in the shower. I am his father, he replied. Oh, so it's Uncle Lu. Hello, I am Xia Hongyuan, the younger brother of my brother-in-law's girlfriend. Upon learning he was speaking to Lu Ming's father, Xia Hongyuan politely greeted him. Lu Wenao courteously asked, what brings you to call? I can inform Lu Ming once he finishes his shower. Xia Hongyuan responded with a smile. Well, since it's the New Year holiday, my sister misses her brother-in-law. We are planning to visit Jin City tomorrow to have some fun and sample the local cuisine. I was wondering if my brother-in-law would have some time. Of course. You are welcome to come. Lu Wenao readily agreed. Great. Thank you, uncle. Xia Hongyuan replied joyfully before they hung up. Su Yufin approached curiously, asking, whose call was that? Do you know them? Lu Wenao, brimming with excitement, remarked, Yufin. Our son is dating. What? I said our son is dating. Lu Wenao then recounted the conversation he had just had. Oh, so that is how it is. This rascal is dating and didn't he even inform us? Young people, if you don't ask them, they won't report back. So, they are coming to Jin City, and you just agreed on his behalf? Well, they expressed a desire to visit, so it is only natural to accept. It's also a chance for us to see what kind of person our son is interested in. Then let us close the restaurant tomorrow. I'll make some preparations. Lu Wenao replied, what preparations? Are you planning to cook at home? We must take them to a fine restaurant. Su Yufin rolled her eyes at him and said, what do you know? Hosting them at home will show that we value her. As they continued their conversation, Lu Ming emerged from the shower. Son, you're dating and didn't he think to tell your parents? Su Yufin couldn't help but chide him. Huh? I'm dating? Lu Ming was taken aback. Don't play dumb. Someone just called for you. Called me? Who? Your little uncle, Xiao Hongyuan. He said his sister misses you and wants to come visit tomorrow. I agreed on your behalf. Lu Wenao explained the earlier exchange. Huh. Lu Ming was even more confused. The female tyrant misses me? Is that for real? He walked over to glance at his phone, and indeed, Xia Hongyuan had just called him. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Given the domineering nature of the woman, she would certainly refrain from expressing such sentiments. This must have been a deliberate ploy by Xia Hongyuan. So Yufan eagerly inquired, "Son, do share with us. Where is your girlfriend from? Do you have any photographs? Let your father and I take a look." Lu Ming contemplated that tomorrow, Xia Yushan would be visiting Jin City, accompanied by Xia Hongyuan, and he needed to maintain the facade of being a couple with Xia Yushing. Thus, he could not divulge the true situation to his parents just yet. I do have a photograph. Lu Ming had taken pictures of Xia Yushing, so he retrieved his phone and showed the photos to his parents. Chapter 96. Meeting your future in-laws on the other side. In the Wansheng Villa district of Yanbei, Xia Hongyuan joyfully exclaimed, "Sister, I've arranged everything. We shall set off for Jin City early tomorrow morning to indulge in delicious manhwa, jianbing guozi, miancha, and gabakai. Go if you wish, but why must you involve me in your culinary escapade?" Xia Yushin retorted, rolling her eyes at him. "Come on, sister. We're idle anyway." And Jin City is merely a 2-hour drive away, Xia Hongyuan persisted. However, Xia Yushing found herself at a loss for words to express her reluctance. Sensing her hesitation, Xia Hongyuan's eyes sparkled with understanding as he teased, "I see. Are you afraid of meeting Lu Ming's parents? Scared of facing your future in-laws? You're just a little brat. What do you know?" Xia Yushing shot back, glaring at him. At that moment, Song Jiawen descended from the second floor of the villa. "What is going on? What are you two discussing?" she inquired with curiosity. Xia Hongyuan promptly recounted the conversation he had just had with Lu Ming. Song Jiawen chuckled and replied, "That's wonderful. I'm feeling much better now. You youngsters should take advantage of your holidays and explore. Jin City is quite close." "Wait, Mom. Are you actually allowing me to go to Jin City?" Xia Yushing asked in astonishment. "Of course. Why would I object?" Song Jiawen responded. "But you previously opposed my relationship with Lu Ming. Why the sudden change of heart regarding my visit to him?" Xia Yushing was bewildered by her mother's shift in attitude. Song Jiawen smiled and explained, "That was because I didn't know Lu Ming well back then. Now that he has proven his worth, I think you should spend some time getting to know him." "Exactly, sister. Let's go to Jin City and get to know our future brother-in-law's family. We can see what kind of people your in-laws will be," Xia Hongyuan interjected. Xia Yushing was utterly taken aback. Just as she hesitated over whether to embark on this journey to Jin City, she received a WeChat message from Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, welcome, Xia classmate. I'm looking forward to your visit to Jin City tomorrow." Xia Yushing. That was Hongyuan calling earlier. He's just being greedy." "Lu Ming, I figured as much. But it's all right. You should enjoy your time in Jin City. I'll show you around." Xia Yushing. "I hope I won't be a bother." Lu Ming. "Bother? Not at all. My parents were thrilled to hear you're coming. They're already planning what dishes to prepare and even want to give you a red envelope." Xia Yushing. "A red envelope?" Lu Ming. "Yes, of course. It's customary for a girlfriend's first visit." Xia Yushing felt a rush of shyness upon reading his words. The notion of being referred to as his girlfriend filled her with inexplicable joy. She pondered further and recalled that the person who answered the phone when Hongyuan called was none other than Lu Ming's father. This meant that Lu Ming's parents must have misunderstood their relationship. His current words suggested he had not clarified their true connection to his parents. Could it be that Lu Ming wished for her to be his genuine girlfriend? With this realization, it seemed that a trip to Jin City had indeed become imperative for her. At this moment, Lu Ming received a WeChat message. "Send me a message before we depart tomorrow." Xia Yushing replied, "Okay." The following morning, Lu Ming and his father arrived at Lao Chi's convenience store. Lao Chi, aware that Lu Wenyao intended to purchase his store, displayed a cheerful demeanor, for he had been anxious about the store's affairs lately. The retail industry had been significantly impacted by the rise of online shopping, leading to a decline in business compared to former times, where once the prices of commercial properties soared to 3 times that of ordinary residential properties. They now fell below the prices of typical residences. Commercial properties, unsuitable for habitation, inherently exist for business purposes. When business dwindles, these properties depreciate. The golden era where one shop could sustain 3 generations has long since passed. Lu Wenyao and Lao Chi, having developed a familiarity, discussed the purchase of the shop without any pretense. Their conversation progressed swiftly, and as anticipated, they settled on a price of 1.8 million. With this matter resolved, Lu Ming accompanied his father to the market. At that moment, his mother, Su Yufan, was already shopping there. By 10 a.m., Lu Ming began assisting his parents at home. Lu Wenyao started preparing his signature dishes. It was then that Lu Ming recounted how he had grown closer to Xia Yuxing through his culinary skills. Lu Wenyao was taken aback by this revelation. "Ah, son, it was my exceptional cooking that won your mother's heart." "Really, Mom?" Lu Ming inquired of his mother. Su Yufan chuckled, responding, "When your father invited me over for a meal, it wasn't merely his culinary prowess that attracted me. I was hoping to avoid cooking in the future." Lu Ming burst into laughter. Lu Wenyao continued, "Your maternal grandparents were quite pleased with me as well. For I was a chef. Back then, being a chef was a lucrative profession, ensuring one would never go hungry." "Yes, I know. I've seen the Courtyard of Four Seasons," Lu Ming recalled, reminiscing about the television series. At 11 a.m., Lu Ming's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xia Hongyuan. He answered, "Brother-in-law, we're almost at the entrance of the community. Wait for a moment. I'll come down to meet you." After ending the call, he informed his parents. At that moment, Lu Wenyao and Su Yufan became noticeably anxious upon hearing that their future daughter-in-law had arrived. After descending the stairs, Lu Ming reached the entrance, where he spotted a Porsche Cayenne. "Brother-in-law," Xia Hongyuan greeted as he exited the vehicle. "Wow, a Porsche Cayenne. Did you just buy it, you rascal?" Lu Ming remarked, noticing the car's pristine condition. He had already heard from Xia Yuxing that Xia Hongyuan had begged Song Jiawen to purchase it for him, and eventually, she had relented. "Hey, brother-in-law, my 1 million yuan car can't compare to your 3 million yuan one," Xia Hongyuan said with a grin. "Enough of that. Let us go. Hop in, and I'll guide you," Lu Ming replied, pulling open the passenger door to take a seat. Xia Yuxing donned a light blue down jacket, elegantly wrapped in a beige scarf, exuding an exquisite charm. Lu Ming could not help but exclaim, "Wow, Xing, you look exceptionally lovely today." Xia Hongyuan, having entered the vehicle, remarked, "Haha, brother-in-law. My sister took 2 hours to perfect this ensemble at home. You certainly have a way with words." Xia Yuxing shot him a glare. Lu Ming immediately broke into a grin. Shortly thereafter, as Xia Hongyuan drove into the neighborhood, they soon arrived beneath Lu Ming's residence. Upon halting the car, Xia Hongyuan began unloading a plethora of gifts, both large and small. Lu Ming chuckled wryly. "Did you really need to purchase so much?" Xia Yuxing replied, "As it is my first visit, I naturally had to bring a variety of items." "All right, allow me to assist you with that," Lu Ming offered, helping to carry the bags upstairs. Chapter 97. Off to meet the beloved. As Xia Yuxing ascended the stairs, a wave of nervousness washed over her, for she was about to meet Lu Ming's parents. In that moment, she realized that regardless of her status as a CEO in the company, encountering her partner's parents still induced a familiar anxiety. When Lu Ming opened the door, Xia Yuxing was greeted by his parents. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I am Xia Yuxing." She introduced herself. "Come in, quickly, Xing." Su Yufan warmly urged as she ushered Xia Yuxing inside. Lu Wenyao also welcomed Xia Hongyuan into the home. The Lu residence, though modest with its 2 rooms, was an older property, thus quite small, and the living room was no exception. Nevertheless, neither Xia Yuxing nor Xia Hongyuan displayed any signs of disappointment, which relieved Lu Wenyao immensely. The previous day, Lu Ming had shared with his parents about Xia Yuxing and her family background. Upon learning that she hailed from a wealthy and privileged family, his parents were taken aback. Following that, they engaged in light conversation, allowing Lu Wenyao and Su Yufan to busy themselves in the kitchen. By the time lunch was served, the dining table was adorned with an array of dishes. Xia Yuxing glanced over the spread, 6 cold dishes and 10 hot ones, filling the table to the brim. "Come on, Xing, Hongyuan, please dig in. Don't be shy. Eat whatever you desire," Su Yufan encouraged enthusiastically. "Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. You have prepared so many dishes that I am already famished," Xia Hongyuan replied, his amiable nature shining through. As he sampled a dish, his eyes lit up. "This is absolutely delicious." Xia Yuxing also tried a bite, casting a glance at Lu Ming, thinking to herself that indeed, his culinary skills must have been inherited from his father. As the meal progressed, Xia Yuxing gradually relaxed. After dining, Lu Ming decided to take Xia Yuxing and Xia Hongyuan out for a stroll. Although Tianjin was not traditionally regarded as a tourist city, they meandered through the ancient cultural street and visited the porcelain house. They savored Tianjin cuisine for dinner and later attended a crosstalk performance. By the time the show concluded, it was already past 9 o'clock. Lu Ming had prearranged accommodations and thus led the 2 siblings back to their hotel. "Brother-in-law, where are we going for breakfast tomorrow?" Xia Hongyuan eagerly inquired. Lu Ming smiled. "Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the northwest corner for breakfast. I'll be at the hotel by 6. Xia Hanyuan was taken aback. So early for breakfast? Lu Ming explained, you have no idea how popular the breakfast at the northwest corner is. It's best to go early to avoid the crowds. All right. Finally, I can enjoy the noodle tea and gaba vegetables. Xia Hongyuan had been looking forward to this moment for quite some time. After some light-hearted conversation, Lu Ming finally returned home. Upon his arrival, Lu Wenyao and Su Yufan eagerly inquired whether their daughter-in-law was satisfied with her visit. Lu Ming chuckled. She mentioned that both of you have wonderful temperaments, and she felt very relaxed during the meal, though there was one small issue. What issue? Lu Wenyao and Su Yufan asked in unison. Lu Ming replied, you were too enthusiastic, especially you, Mom. You kept serving Shengxing dishes, and she felt too polite to refuse, ending up a bit overstuffed. Oh, I shall be more mindful next time. Su Yufan truly did not anticipate this. Subsequently, Lu Wenyao and Su Yufan began to discuss how to entertain their daughter-in-law the following noon. After taking a shower that evening, Lu Ming returned to his room. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he had completed a task by purchasing a car, which granted him a chance to enter a lottery. He immediately activated the draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the Super Language Proficiency skill. Language proficiency? As the name suggests, acquiring this skill equates to mastering multiple languages. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. This skill was indeed quite practical. He then lay on his bed, filled with myriad emotions. Having seen Xia Yuxing dressed so beautifully during the day, Lu Ming felt a compelling urge to kiss her. He resolved that upon returning to Yanbei, he would exert himself to win Xia Yuxing's heart and make her his genuine girlfriend. He took out his phone and couldn't resist sending a message to Xia Yuxing. Lu Ming, what are you up to, Xia? Xia Yuxing, just taking a shower. Lu Ming, really? I don't believe you, unless you send me a video to prove it. To his surprise, a minute later, Xia Yuxing actually sent a WeChat video. Lu Ming's eyelids flickered, and he hastily declined the call. Xia Yuxing, oh, what's the matter? Too scared to look? Lu Ming, I was startled just now. Send it again, and I promise to answer this time. Thus, Xia Yuxing sent another video. This time, Lu Ming promptly accepted it. Soon, Xia Yuxing appeared on the screen, clad in a white bathrobe. Ah, all done with your shower? Yes, I'm done. What a pity. I missed it just now. Haha, I was just drying my hair. Their conversation continued for another hour. The next day at 6 o'clock, Lu Ming arrived early at the hotel. Xia Yuxing and Xia Hongyuan had also finished their grooming. The three of them then headed straight to the snack street in the northwest corner. Lu Ming first took them to purchase a serving of Mu Ji's jianbingguizi, followed by some fried cakes. He then led them to Ding Ji's rolled donuts and next door for some crispy fried dough sticks. Finally, they made their way to Li Ji's guoba kai, since they had the rolled donuts and fried dough sticks. Lu Ming ordered 2 bowls of guoba kai and 2 bowls of noodle tea. Xia Hongyuan took a bite of the guoba kai and exclaimed, wow, so this is guoba kai. It's delicious. I want a bowl all to myself. Being a food lover, he then sampled the noodle tea. This noodle tea is also fragrant. I want a bowl of that too. Lu Ming placed the other bowl in front of Xia Yuxing. I can't finish this alone. Xia Yuxing, however, did not have such a large appetite. Xia Hongyuan suggested, sister, if you can't finish it, just share a bowl with your brother-in-law. Xia Yuxing's face flushed with embarrassment. How could she accept that? Lu Ming, seizing the opportunity, chimed in, all right, Xing, let us share a bowl. Well, okay then. Xia Yuxing, feeling shy, didn't tea refuse. She first ate half a bowl, leaving the rest for Lu Ming, who devoured it eagerly, just as he did with the noodle tea. After the three finished their breakfast, Lu Ming took them to buy 2 portions of cake snacks nearby. Xia Hanyuan chuckled, remarking on why a certain comedic performer claimed that falling in love with the city of Jin begins at 6 in the morning. Today, as they were to return to Yanbei, Lu Ming took the 2 of them to purchase some local specialties, such as the famed Gui Shunjai's fried dough twists and Mu Ji's traditional pastries. They intended to bring these back to Yanbei for their parents to savor. Naturally, they decided to forego the renowned Gobuli buns. On this day, Xia Yuxing was particularly elated, capturing moments in photographs and sharing them on her social media, which garnered numerous likes from friends. Notably, when Zhu Wanqing spotted Xia Yuxing's post, she instantly surmised that Xia Yuxing must be with Lu Ming. Consequently, Zhu Wanqing commented below, "Oh, so you've gone to Jin City with your beau?" Upon seeing the comment, Xia Yuxing replied with a simple, hateful. Since Lu Ming and Zhu Wanqing were also friends on WeChat, he, too, could see her comment. Observing Xia Yuxing's response, Lu Ming pondered whether the formidable lady had refrained from rebutting Zhu Wangqing's words, perhaps suggesting that she truly regarded him as her romantic partner. Chapter 98. Have you two exchanged microbiomes? At noon, Lu Ming brought Xia Yuxing and Xia Hanyuan back home once more. This time, Lu Wenyo and Su Yufan had prepared an extravagant feast. Xia Yuxing was genuinely touched, as she felt the warmth and sincerity of Lu Ming's parents. Sheng, when the new year comes around, do come back to our home for a visit, Su Yufan warmly invited. Yes, certainly, Xia Yuxing replied. After the meal, Lu Wenyo and Su Yufan finally presented a large red envelope they had prepared in advance. Xing, since this is your first visit, this is a gift from uncle and aunt. You must accept it, Su Yufan insisted, placing the envelope into Xia Yuxing's hands. Xia Yuxing hurriedly declined. Uncle, aunt, it's not easy for you to earn money. There's no need to be so generous. This is our heartfelt intention, dear child. Accept it, Su Yufan said earnestly. At that moment, Xia Yuxing turned to Lu Ming, seeking his assistance with her eyes. Lu Ming smiled and said, just take it. If you refuse, my parents won't be able to sleep at night. With that, Xia Yuxing had no choice but to accept it. In the afternoon, they prepared to head back to Yanbei. Xia Yuxing instinctively went to ride in Xia Hongyuan's car, but he remarked, Sister, are you foolish? Why would you ride with me when you could go with my brother-in-law? Oh, I forgot. Xia Yuxing then climbed into Lu Ming's Bentley. After they set off, Xia Yuxing said to Lu Ming, earlier, uncle and aunt gave me a red envelope, and you didn't say anything on my behalf. It's not easy for them to earn money. I shouldn't accept their gift. Lu Ming replied, let me tell you, this is truly my parents' intention, and it's also an old tradition. You should graciously accept it. Old tradition? What tradition? Giving you a red envelope signifies their approval of you as their daughter-in-law. Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed. You'd better open the envelope and see how much is inside. You're even more curious than I am. Xia Yuxing then took out the envelope and opened it, revealing a sum of 10,001. Wow, it's quite a rare number. Last night, when they were preparing the envelopes, I asked them how much they were putting in, and they said it was a secret. Quite a rare number. Upon hearing this phrase, Xia Yuxing felt a surge of happiness. While on the road, she chatted with Lu Ming while simultaneously texting Zhu Wangqing. Zhu Wangqing inquired, quickly tell me, what have you and Lu Ming been up to in Jincheng? Xia Yuxing recounted their activities. Zhu Wangqing, after hearing this, remarked, your brother Xia Hanyuan went along too. What a big third wheel. Xia Yuxing laughed. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have even come to Jincheng. Zhu Wangqing sighed. So, you and Lu Ming haven't made any substantial progress yet? Xia Yuxing replied, well, it's not entirely accurate to say that. Zhu Wangqing pressed, What is the situation? Did you hold hands or hug? Xia Yuxing replied, neither. We shared the same bowl of GABA vegetables and drank from the same bowl of noodle tea. Zhu Wangqing exclaimed, oh my, you two have already progressed to that stage. Well, it counts as progress. That's akin to an indirect kiss, so you could say you've exchanged microbiomes. Xia Yuxing, what are you talking about? I finished eating, and then Lu Ming had his share. Zhu Wangqing, is that how it was? I thought it was a bite for you and a bite for him. Xia Yuxing, no, that's not it. Zhu Wangqing, so, that means Lu Ming has tasted your saliva. Haha. Xia Yuxing, how rude. Zhu Wangqing, when will you be able to have a taste of Lu Ming's? Xia Yuxing, that is too vulgar of you. At 5 in the afternoon, Lu Ming and his companions returned to Yanbei. Xia Hongyuan went straight back to the villa area, while Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing headed home to Yushui Bay. Upon their arrival, the first task Lu Ming undertook was to clean up after the pets, diligently performing the duties of a devoted pet owner. Just then, Xia Yuxing glanced at the dining table and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Ming, look. The dog has chewed on the legs of the table, and the sofa is all torn up. Lu Ming took a look, and indeed, half of the dining table leg was gnawed away, revealing the foam of the sofa. Haha. Quickly call Wangqing and have her buy a new dining table and sofa. Wow. You really think Wangqing is made of money? The two couldn't help but burst into laughter. After the new year, Lu Ming also began to get busy. With the successful fundraising of Ye Ying and Zhou No. 8, he commenced the operations. Additionally, there was the management of a 600 million yuan fund from the Shin family. Besides his work, Lu Ming recently received numerous calls from headhunters. Since his prediction in the futures market, he had gained overnight fame and was later dubbed the king of private equity. Many investment firms and private equity companies took notice of Lu Ming and became aware of his impressive track record. Consequently, These firms began to show interest and employed headhunting resources as well as industry connections, aiming to poach talent from Jiuying capital. Naturally, these companies were generous, offering lucrative annual salaries in the hundreds of millions. In light of this situation, the major shareholder, Jian Daxing, summoned all the shareholders to his villa to discuss strategies. Initially, Jian Daxing had contemplated selling Jiuying capital due to its poor performance. Unexpectedly, his daughter introduced him to a new president, Xia Yuxing. After reviewing her credentials, Jian Daxing extended an invitation to her. To everyone's surprise, after Xia Yuxing took the helm and boldly reallocated responsibilities to Lu Ming, Jiuying capital experienced a remarkable turnaround. Beyond Xia Yuxing's management, the emergence of the investment prodigy Lu Ming played a pivotal role. Now, Jiuying capital not only improved its performance but also gained considerable recognition within the industry. If this trend continues, it is merely a matter of time before Jiuying capital ascends to the ranks of top private equity firms in the nation. However, there were growing concerns among the stakeholders. Currently, Jiuying capital was heavily reliant on Lu Ming's brilliance to navigate turbulent waters. Should such a talented investor choose to switch companies, Jiuying capital might revert to its former struggles. In fact, several months prior, major shareholder Jian Daxing had already been in discussions with other shareholders about granting Lu Ming equity as a reward, though a definitive plan had yet to be finalized. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming astounded the entire investment circle with his predictions in the realm of futures trading. His fame and worth have surged dramatically, prompting his peers to contemplate poaching him. The shareholders of Jiuying capital grew anxious. "Jian, do you have any viable strategies?" inquired the second shareholder, Yen Shuekong. Jian Daxing replied, "Alas, I have considered numerous plans, such as equity incentives, but how much should we offer? If the amount is insufficient, we may still fail to retain Lu Ming." Yen Shuekong concurred, "Indeed, Lu Ming now possesses not only fame, but also formidable capabilities." Jian Daxing continued, "An even more critical point is that a prodigious investment talent like Lu Ming, who appears once in a century, would be content to remain an employee forever. Even if we offer him equity, he might still choose to embark on his own entrepreneurial journey and establish his own company." Chapter 99. The transfer of shares in Jiuying capital, Yen Shuekong remarked, "Indeed, if I were Lu Ming, I would undoubtedly choose to establish my own company in the future. This would maximize my benefits." Jian Daxing, somewhat disheartened, responded, "So, regardless of the proposal we present, it seems we may not be able to retain Lu Ming?" Yen Shuekong replied, "The conditions we can offer are also available from other companies, and our current offerings may even pale in comparison." With a sigh, Jian Daxing lamented, "We are deliberating strategies. Yet with this analysis, it appears the situation is rather challenging." Yen Shuekong jested, "Unless we gift Jiuying capital to Lu Ming, making him the owner, then he would have no reason to leave." The other shareholders could not suppress their laughter. Unexpectedly, Jian Daxing slammed his thigh and exclaimed, "Old Yen, your idea isn't entirely implausible." "Huh?" Yen Shuekong was taken aback, as were the other shareholders. Jian Daxing continued, "What if we transform Jiuying capital into Lu Ming's company?" At that moment, all the shareholders wore perplexed expressions. "Everyone, don't be confused. I certainly do not mean to give our shares to Lu Ming. My suggestion is that we allow Lu Ming to purchase our shares, thereby enabling him to become the de facto leader of Jiuying capital." Yen Shuekong responded, however, "If we truly want Lu Ming to have complete control, he would need to hold 67 of the shares, which means we would have to sell the majority of our holdings. Old Yen, consider who Lu Ming is, an investment prodigy. Even if we hold 30 and he possesses 70, I firmly believe that this 30 could sustain our wealth for generations." "That is indeed true. I have faith in Lu Ming's capabilities," Yen Shuekong acknowledged. Jian Daxing added, "Moreover, let us reflect on what Jiuying capital would be without Lu Ming. We should feel fortunate and grateful." Indeed, everyone nodded in agreement. Jian Daxing proposed, "If there are no objections, I will dilute our shares in proportion to what each of us holds, ultimately preparing 70 of the shares to negotiate with Lu Ming." Thus, 3 days later, Jian Daxing and Yen Shuekong arrived at Jiuying capital to discuss the share transfer with Lu Ming. Lu Ming anticipated the visit from the two significant shareholders and was not surprised. After all, many headhunters were vying for his attention, and it was likely these two were there to stabilize the situation. "Lu Ming, first and foremost, on behalf of Jiuying capital, I would like to express our gratitude for your contributions," Jian Daxing stated. Yen Shuekong enthusiastically added, "Indeed, Manager Lu, You are now a prominent figure in the investment realm. Jiuying Capital is fortunate to have you at the helm. Lu Ming chuckled. Mr. Jin, Mr. Yin, there is no need for such formality. What brings you to me? Are you concerned about my potential departure? Jian Daxing and Yin Xuekong exchanged a glance. Lu Ming. Both Lao Yin and I are aware that many headhunters are vying for your attention. What are your thoughts on this? Jian Daxing inquired. Lu Ming replied, firstly, I have no intention to change jobs, but what? In the future, I plan to establish my own investment company. Lu Ming did not conceal his ambitions. Jian Daxing and Yin Xuekong exchanged glances, confirming their suspicions. Lu Ming, Lao Yin, and I have also contemplated this matter. We understand that a talent like you cannot remain an employee forever. Therefore, we have devised a proposal. It is quite straightforward. All our shareholders can offer a portion of their shares to retain you at the company. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was not surprised. It is common for companies to offer equity as an incentive to retain talent. Jian Zong, how much equity can you offer? 70 of the shares. Lu Ming was taken aback. What does this mean? Jian Daxing chuckled. Lu Ming, let us be frank. Neither Lao Yin nor I are short-sighted. We recognize that no matter how much equity we offer, we may not be able to keep you. Thus, Lao Yin, the other shareholders, and I have discussed this matter and agreed to transfer 70 of the shares to you, making you the major shareholder and the sole controller of Jiuying Capital. With this arrangement, Lu Ming, would you still consider leaving Jiuying Capital? After hearing Jian Daxing's proposition, Lu Ming found it hard to believe. He had not anticipated such an offer. They were essentially proposing to sell Jiuying Capital to him. He could not help but admire the foresight of Jian Daxing and Yin Xuekong. These two men were indeed astute. As long as he remained with Jiuying Capital, Jian Daxing and Yin Xuekong would continue to benefit from dividends. Lu Ming contemplated the proposal, which was quite appealing. At least for now. He was comfortable at Jiuying Capital. He spoke, I greatly admire your vision, Jian Zong and Yin Zong. And I appreciate your trust in entrusting the helm of the company to me. I would like to ask, how much are you willing to transfer for this 70 stake? Vision aside, business is business, and one must inquire about the price. Jian Daxing replied, given the current situation of Jiuying Capital, which you are undoubtedly aware of, and considering its growing reputation, I believe 10 billion is a fair price for 70 of the shares. Lu Ming smiled internally. While these two men had a broad perspective, they were still quite shrewd. A price of 10 billion would allow the shareholders to realize significant gains. This sum represented a market value that many listed companies could only dream of. Of course, Lu Ming understood that the two men must have set a premium price. Deliberately shaking his head, he firmly stated, Jian Zong, Yin Zong, this price is exorbitant. Forget it. I will venture out to start my own business. What? Jian Daxing and Yin Xuekong were alarmed. Lu Ming, if you are dissatisfied with this price, we can certainly discuss it further. Discuss further? Lu Ming replied. You should be well aware of the revenue and profits of Jiuying Capital from last year, and you should also understand how much of that was earned by me. A price of 1 billion is exorbitant. Transferring 70 of your shares is equivalent to selling a publicly listed company. This is no laughing matter. If I were to establish my own company, I could certainly make a name for myself. Jian Daxing awkwardly interjected, Lu Ming, if you were to start your own venture, it would be quite cumbersome. The procedures, documentation, qualifications, and personnel involved are all significant challenges. Jiuying Capital is already established and operational. How about this? You propose a price. What do you think? Chapter 100. Lu Ming becomes the chairman of the company. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming stated, first and foremost, let us not discuss the price. If you intend to transfer Jiuying Capital to me, I have a condition. All right, do tell, replied Jian Daxing. Nodding his head, Lu Ming continued, I require 90 of the shares. Both Jian Daxing and Yin Xuekong were taken aback. Lu Ming added, furthermore, you must allocate an additional 5 of the shares to General Manager Xia. This left Jian Daxing momentarily speechless. Lu Ming explained, General Manager Xia is the president of Jiuying Company, possessing extensive management experience. If you wish to witness sustained profitability for Jiuying, you must demonstrate sincerity. Her capabilities and talents warrant the 5 stake. Regarding the price, Lu Ming asserted, I can only proceed with the acquisition based on an 800 million valuation for Jiuying Capital. With this valuation, acquiring 90 of the shares amounts to 720 million. These were the terms Lu Ming presented. He was no saint. In business, one must naturally strive to secure their own interests. According to Lu Ming's proposal, He would hold 90 of the shares, Xia Yushin would possess 5, and shareholders like Jian Daxing would retain the remaining 5. The dividends from the 5 stake would be more than sufficient to ensure Jian Daxing and the other shareholders' financial security. For a moment, Jian Daxing and Yin Shuekong were at a loss for what to do. After Lu Ming expressed his stance, he remained resolute. The decision now rested with Jian Daxing and the other shareholders. Ultimately, they decided to deliberate further and consult with the other shareholders. After concluding the discussion with the 2 directors, Lu Ming returned to his office. In the afternoon, Xia Yuxing arrived at Lu Ming's office, carrying a jar of coffee beans. The esteemed general manager Xia graces us with her presence. Lu Ming jested playfully. Xia Yuxing shot him a glance and replied, "Oh, please. You're the one who enjoys my coffee beans, so I brought you a jar." Comrade Xia, I often visit your president's office. Do you truly believe I come merely for the coffee? Lu Ming couldn't resist retorting. Is that not the case? What attracts me is certainly not the coffee. Xia Yuxing replied inquisitively. What is it then? Lu Ming winked and declared, primarily, I come to see the beautiful lady. Such a smooth talker. Xia Yuxing blushed, surprised by his flirtation. All right, enough banter. Speak your mind. Did you come to inquire about my earlier conversation with the 2 directors? Lu Ming prompted. Indeed, Xia Yuxing confirmed. Did the company decide to award you shares? It is not an award. It is a transfer, Lu Ming clarified. Correct. A value transfer, he elaborated. Sharing the shareholders' proposal for the transfer of shares. Xia Yuxing was astonished, unable to believe that Jian Daxing and the other shareholders dared to take such a step to retain Lu Ming. However, considering Lu Ming's abilities, he was indeed a veritable treasure trove. So, how did you respond? Xia Yuxing inquired, eager to know Lu Ming's thoughts. I expressed my dissatisfaction with their proposed transfer price and conveyed my own terms. If I am to acquire shares, I will require 90, Lu Ming concluded. Xia Yuxing was taken aback and inquired, what price did you propose? Lu Ming replied, I have offered a price based on the company's valuation of 800 million. 800 million. Xia Yuxing calculated in her mind. If that were the case, Lu Ming would need to produce 720 million to acquire 90 of Jiuing Capital's shares. 720 million, a staggering sum, a monumental amount of capital. Previously, such a vast sum would have been inconceivable for Lu Ming to procure. However, now for Lu Ming, coming up with 720 million seemed plausible. Xia Yuxing questioned, what did Jian Daxing and the others think about this? Based on my analysis, they are unlikely to agree. Lu Ming was not optimistic. Naturally, whether Jian Daxing and the other shareholders agreed or not was of little consequence to Lu Ming. He joked, Xiao Xia, if the shareholders refuse, I might have to leave Jiuing Capital to start my own venture. Xia Yuxing was somewhat perplexed. She had never considered this possibility. Nevertheless, she believed that with Lu Ming's capabilities, starting a company would pose no challenge. Lu Ming smiled and asked, Xiao Xia, if I were to leave the company to venture out on my own, would you try to keep me? No. Xia Yuxing shook her head. What? Comrade Xiao Xia, you wouldn't try to retain me? Lu Ming was taken aback. Xia Yuxing said earnestly, I would support you and join you in your new endeavor. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned, touched by the words of the formidable woman. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't need me, do you? Xia Yuxing felt a tad embarrassed under his gaze. Of course, I need you. Lu Ming chuckled, Xiao Xia, is this what they call a harmonious partnership? Go away. I want to engage with you anymore. I'm leaving, Xia Yuxing replied, her cheeks flushed as she exited the office. A fortnight later, at Jiuing Capital. 9 a.m. Jian Daxing and Yin Shuekong returned to the company. This time, all shareholders consented to Lu Ming's share transfer proposal. The general consensus was established, leaving only the details of the share transfer agreement to be drafted. After concluding discussions with Lu Ming, Jian Daxing engaged in negotiations with Xia Yuxing. President Xia, after a fortnight of deliberations in the board meeting, we have agreed to Lu Ming's share acquisition plan. According to the proposal, all shareholders will sell 95 of Jiuing Capital's shares based on the valuation of 800 million, with 90 transferred to Lu Ming and 5 to you, while the original shareholders will retain the remaining 5. This time, Xia Yuxing was taken aback and asked, 5 of the shares are being transferred to me? Jian Daxing inquired in confusion, President Xia, were you not aware? What is going on? Xia Yuxing was bewildered. This was Lu Ming's intention. Jian Daxing explained. Lu Ming set forth 2 conditions. One is that he retains 95 of the shares, and the other is that you, as the company's president, must also hold 5. He stated that the company cannot do without you. Xia Yuxing truly did not expect that Lu Ming had secured 5 of the shares on her behalf. This fellow actually failed to inform me about this matter in advance. After the discussion concluded, Xia Yuxing made her way to Lu Ming's office. Lu Ming, why didn't you notify me beforehand? She inquired with a hint of melancholy. Lu Ming chuckled and replied, Comrade Xia, I did not anticipate that they would truly accept the proposal I presented, hence I refrained from informing you. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xia Yuxing pressed on. How is it that you managed to secure me a 5 stake? You are the company president, after all. How could you not possess shares? Besides, I cannot do without you. Lu Ming grinned playfully. Such flattery, thought Xia Yuxing. Is this considered a confession? Lu Ming teased, Comrade Xia, from now on, I shall be the chairman of the board, which means my position surpasses yours. Xia Yuxing retorted with a hint of pride. Look at your inflated ego. So what if you're the chairman? Do you think you can overshadow me? Not a chance. Chapter 101. Lu Ming's pursuit of love as January swiftly passed. February first arrived in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's report card for January was released. This time, the returns for Ye Ye Wen number 1 reached an impressive 130, while Ye Ye Wen number 2 boasted a commendable 110. In summary, Ye Ye Wen number 1 yielded a profit of 1.3 billion, and Ye Ye Wen number 2 generated 1 billion. After accounting for the private equity firm's 10 management fee, the distributable income stood at 17 billion and 990 million, respectively. As the trader, Lu Ming's commission was set at 30, resulting in a commission income of 351 million and 297 million, totaling 648 million. Additionally, Lu Ming had invested 200 million in Ye Wen number 1, allowing him to receive a profit share of 117 million. Consequently, Lu Ming's earnings from Ye Ye Wen alone amounted to 765 million. When factoring in the initial investment of 200 million, his total wealth from this venture reached 965 million. Moreover, the Shen family's 600 million wealth management fund achieved a remarkable return of 95, earning 570 million. As the fund manager, Lu Ming's commission from this was 153.9 million. Altogether, the wealth accrued from Ye Ye Wen and the family wealth management fund propelled Lu Ming's fortune to a staggering 1,189 billion. 3 days later, Lu Ming officially signed a share transfer agreement with the original shareholders of Jiuying Capital. From that moment onward, Lu Ming became the chairman and sole owner of Jiuying Capital. On the day the agreement was finalized, Lu Ming sat by the window in his office, holding a cup of coffee. A wave of reflection washed over him. He never anticipated that he would end up purchasing the company in which he worked. Although it was a moment of mild astonishment, his emotions did not run as high as one might expect, for the arrangement had been settled 2 weeks prior. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of accumulating a fortune of 1 billion, earning 1 lucky shard. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He now possessed 2 lucky shards. Only 1 short of his goal. He wondered what rewards awaited him in the grand lottery upon collecting 3 shards. Beep. System task issued. Achieve a fortune of 10 billion. Completion reward. 1 lucky shard. What a remarkable next task. The goal was set at 10 billion. However, with his ownership of Jiuying Capital, the accumulation of wealth would undoubtedly accelerate, making the realization of this goal merely a matter of time. Yet at this moment, Lu Ming harbored a more pressing ambition to pursue Xia Yuxing. However, he had never courted a woman before and was uncertain of how to commence. Suddenly, he recalled a recent post regarding gifting items to women. In the first phase, he had presented a mouse pad and a cup. If the girl responded positively to these initial gifts, he could then proceed to the second phase. Naturally, the gifts for this next stage would need to be elevated. They would no longer be mundane office supplies, but rather everyday items that women might cherish, such as bracelets, hair ties, or hairpins. After some contemplation, Lu Ming realized that the formidable woman seldom adorned herself with bracelets or similar accessories. Earrings and necklaces were even less likely to feature in her ensemble. Once again, Lu Ming opened Baidu and searched for strategies. He soon discovered that the information available was chaotic and devoid of substance. He then turned to Jihu, hoping to glean valuable romantic insights from the experts there. At last, he stumbled upon a post by a renowned figure in the realm of love, titled Heartfelt Strikes. This romantic guru recommended practical gifts for girls during the winter season, such as gloves, scarves, and down jackets. The notion was that when the girl wore these items, she would think of him each day, and the warmth of those thoughts would bring her comfort. Lu Ming found some merit in this advice, but felt that purchasing such items online was unnecessary. He could simply go to a store, as he was well aware of the sizes favored by his beloved. This esteemed expert also shared a charming little technique for kindling a winter romance. The suggestion was to prepare a bottle of hand cream and invite the girl out for a movie. After the film, he would take her hand and apply the cream, creating a tender moment that would undoubtedly touch her heart and showcase his attentiveness. Once the hand cream was applied, he could naturally hold her hand without letting go, thus allowing their romance to blossom. Lu Ming found this romantic tip quite intriguing and decided it was worth a try. He glanced at the time, ready to slip out and purchase gifts for his beloved, including the hand cream. Exiting his office, he approached Dong Xiaojie's desk. "Xiaojie, are you busy this afternoon?" he inquired. "Not particularly," came the reply. "Then could you do me a favor?" "Of course. What do you need, Mr. Liu?" Notably, Dong Xiaojie had taken to addressing him as Mr. Liu instead of by his first name. "Please buy 2 tickets for a movie at the cinema." "Sure." Dong Xiaojie responded with a smile. "What genre are you interested in, Mr. Liu?" "Nothing too sci-fi or suspenseful. I prefer something light and cheerful." "Understood," Dong Xiaojie agreed readily. Afterward, Lu Ming left the company and headed to the SKP shopping center. Ultimately, he spent over 300,000 yuan on a pair of gloves, a scarf, and a white down jacket, along with a bottle of hand cream. Holding the hand cream, he chuckled to himself, "Tonight will be perfect." After completing his purchases, he made his way directly to the CEO's office. "Ah, Xia, busy playing Minesweeper?" he said as he entered. Summer Yuxing was indeed seated before the screen, engrossed in her game. "Just a bit," she replied calmly. Lu Ming teased, "Here I am, the chairman, and you remain completely unfazed while gaming in my presence?" Summer Yuxing laughed. "You've been known to indulge in games at the office as well. Don't think I'm unaware of your antics." "I must clarify. I have never played games in the office," he retorted. "Who can say for sure?" she quipped. "You're slandering me." They both shared a hearty laugh. Xia Yuxing could not help but chuckle. At that moment, Lu Ming placed a gift bag on the desk. "What is this?" she inquired. "A present for you," he replied. Xia Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, then opened the bag to find a delightful surprise. "Oh, gloves, a scarf, and a down jacket?" "Yes, do try them on," he encouraged. "Why the sudden gift?" Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. "Isn't it because you'll be working hard for the company in the future? As the chairman, I must reward you properly." "Oh, please," she retorted playfully. Subsequently, Xia Yuxing tried on the down jacket, which fit perfectly and looked stunning. Donning the gloves and wrapping the scarf around her neck filled her with joy. Lu Ming continued, "By the way, we won't be having dinner at home tonight. Let's eat out instead, and afterward, we can enjoy a movie together." Chapter 102. The first handhold with the enchantress Xia Yuxing was somewhat taken aback. "Oh, Lu Ming is buying gifts and treating me to a movie. What is going on? Has he fallen into the throes of romance? What made him think of inviting me to a film?" Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired. Lu Ming chuckled. "The new year is approaching, and I thought I'd treat you to a movie before the festivities, so you wouldn't miss me when I return home." "How annoying. Who would miss you?" Xia Yuxing replied, feeling a touch bashful. After work, Lu Ming awaited Xia Yuxing in the parking lot. Moments later, when she arrived, he noticed that the enchantress had donned the down jacket he had just purchased for her. "Wow, it looks stunning on you," he exclaimed. "Let us go." As Xia Yuxing stepped into the car, she stomped her feet. The recent cold snap had left the air quite frigid. Given the chill, "Shall we indulge in some hot pot?" Lu Ming suggested. I'd prefer duck blood vermicelli soup," Xia Yuxing murmured softly. Lu Ming was genuinely astonished. "But you've never liked duck blood?" "I'm not sure why, but ever since I tried it last time, I can't stop thinking about it," she confessed. "All right then, let us go." Lu Ming started the car. Upon arriving at the duck blood vermicelli soup restaurant, they each ordered a generous bowl. This time, Xia Yuxing savored her meal with great delight. After finishing, they headed straight to the cinema. Lu Ming pulled out his phone and finally located Dong Xiaojie's WeChat. The fellow had already sent the ticket code to his device. Soon, they stood before the ticket machine, scanning the code. The display revealed the name of the film, Bears in Action, Wild Continent. Huh? Both Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing were momentarily stunned. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. "Seriously? Dong Xiaojie bought me a cartoon?" Xia Yuxing giggled. "So, you're treating me to an animated film?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Ming printed out the tickets and offered, "If you're not keen on it, I can purchase tickets for another movie." "No need. Bears in Action is quite enjoyable," Xia Yuxing replied with a nonchalant demeanor. They proceeded to buy a bucket of popcorn. As they entered the cinema and took their seats, they observed that the audience was predominantly parents accompanied by their children. Xia Yuxing remarked, "There are so many little ones." At that moment, a small boy seated behind them turned to his mother and said, "Look, Mommy, those big brother and big sister are here to watch a cartoon too. Why didn't they bring their own baby?" The boy's mother replied, "Big brothers and sisters surely love the bears as well." Exchanging glances, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing couldn't contain their laughter. "Xia, when shall we bring our baby to see bears in action?" Lu Ming teased. Xia Yuxing playfully retorted, "Oh, go on." Yet, as she spoke, a vivid image formed in her mind of herself and Lu Ming holding their baby's hand while watching a movie together. It surely would be a scene filled with happiness. She couldn't help but wonder what their child would look like. With Lu Ming's handsomeness and her own beauty, their baby would undoubtedly be a charming blend of both. Lost in her thoughts, Xia Yuxing suddenly awoke to the realization, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Alas, how mortifying. She and Lu Ming had yet to embark on a romantic relationship, yet here she was, daydreaming about what their future child might look like. Such fantasies were indeed premature. However, with Lu Ming bestowing gifts upon her and inviting her to the cinema, she couldn't help but wonder if he might take her hand during the film. The mere thought sent a wave of nervousness through her. As it happened, the screening of Bears on the Loose was quite enjoyable, filled with laughter, especially from the children nearby, which added to the vibrant atmosphere. Once the film concluded and the popcorn was devoured, Xia Yuxing felt a tinge of disappointment. Lu Ming had not taken her hand after all. As they exited the theater, Lu Ming began to feel anxious. Soon, he would have to retrieve his hand cream and initiate his pursuit of love. How could he not be nervous? What if Xia Yuxing rejected him? He harbored some concerns. Yet he sensed that the formidable girl at least harbored some affection for him. After all, why else would she have accompanied him to the movie? Suddenly, snow began to fall. As they stepped outside, Xia Yuxing exclaimed in delight, captivated by the beauty of the snowflakes. She dashed to the center of the plaza, arms outstretched to catch the delicate flakes. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration. He realized that Xia Yuxing was indeed the most exquisite snowflake of all, especially clad in her white down jacket, radiating beauty under the soft glow of the streetlights. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming mustered his courage and plunged his hand into his pocket to retrieve the hand cream. To his dismay, it was missing. He fumbled in another pocket. And there it was. With his hand still tucked away, he approached Xia Yuxing. Just then, she halted, pulling a small bottle of Longrich hand cream from her jacket. With a smile, she remarked, "Oh dear, my hands are a bit chilly. I should apply some hand cream." Lu Ming was taken aback. How delightful it was that life was brimming with surprises. For a moment, the Vaseline in his pocket seemed less appealing. "Why are you staring at me? Do you want to use some?" Xia Yuxing teased, shaking the Longrich in her hand. "What a coincidence, I have some hand cream too." Lu Ming chuckled as he revealed the Vaseline. "Oh, Lu Ming, I didn't know you were fond of Vaseline," she exclaimed. "Indeed," he replied, a sheepish grin on his face. "Then why aren't you applying it?" she inquired. "I would prefer to use your Longrich," he confessed. "Haha, you should have said so earlier. Here you go." Xia Yuxing handed him the Longrich. "I can't apply it myself. You do it for me." With newfound boldness, Lu Ming extended his hand, revealing the back of it. Xia Yuxing, in high spirits and without overthinking, opened the Longrich and squeezed a bit onto Lu Ming's hand. "At this age, you don't know how to apply hand cream? What nonsense." Though Xia Yuxing spoke those words, she nonetheless used her fingers to assist Lu Ming in applying hand cream. Just as she was engaged in this act, Lu Ming's fingers suddenly moved, slipping between hers. Their fingers intertwined and clasped together. Xia Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, her gaze rising in surprise to meet Lu Ming's. "What are you doing?" Though she was well aware of Lu Ming's intentions, she felt a twinge of shyness in uttering the question. Lu Ming boldly replied, "Holding your hand." Xia Yuxing's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons, her gaze sparkling with a gentle smile as the night breeze tousled her flowing hair. Her fair complexion resembled a ripened peach, radiating an aura of bashfulness. Lu Ming grasped her hand, leading her toward the square ahead. Snowflakes danced around them. The two remained silent, savoring the warmth exchanged between their fingers and palms. Chapter 103. A display of affection in their circle of friends. Xia Yuxing felt an overwhelming joy as she was led by the hand. How curious it was that, despite the chill in the air, their hands felt warm to the touch. Could this be the spark of love? In front of the sculpture at the square, a flurry of young people were taking photos, enchanted by the snowfall. "Come, let me take a few pictures of you," Lu Ming offered enthusiastically. "Sure," Xia Yuxing replied, her heart light as she positioned herself in front of the sculpture. Lu Ming held up his phone and captured her image. Wow, the enchantress under the lights looks stunning, he exclaimed. After Lu Ming finished taking her photos, it was Xia Yuxing's turn to return the favor. She gestured for him to pose, playfully urging, "Come on. Strike a pose." In his playful innocence, Lu Ming simply held up a peace sign, which sent Xia Yuxing into fits of laughter. His eyes sparkled with delight at her laughter. It was utterly captivating, and he quickly snapped a few more pictures. After meandering around the square for a while, the cold began to nip at them. Naturally, they clasped hands once more and made their way to the parking lot. Upon returning to Yushui Bay, they entered the home, still holding hands. In that moment, Lu Ming pulled her close, his gaze intent. "What are you doing?" Xia Yuxing inquired, bemused. "Comrade Xia, do you know what time it is?" "It's 10:15. "No, it's the beginning of our happiness." "What?" Xia Yuxing erupted in laughter, unable to contain herself. "Where did you learn such cheesy lines?" "How corny." Lu Ming chuckled, unable to resist enveloping her in his embrace. Xia Yuxing reciprocated, wrapping her arms around him. "Comrade Xia, you are quite the rogue." "Why am I a rogue?" "Because you stole my heart. If you keep spouting these corny lines, I might just hit you," she teased, laughter bubbling between them. The two held each other for a while, their joy palpable. Meanwhile, their two pets, Erha and Deju, approached them, observing with curious eyes, perhaps sensing the shift in the air between their owners. Afterward, they each took hot showers, and as the evening grew late, they retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Once alone, they began to roll around in bed, giddy with excitement. Xia Yuxing couldn't wait to share the delightful news with Zhu wonking over WeChat. "Wonking, good news. Lu Ming and I held hands." "Really? Oh my gosh, tell me everything. What happened?" Xia Yuxing recounted the events of the evening. "Well, Lu Ming took the initiative to hold your hand. You two have finally broken through that barrier." Zhu Wonking responded with enthusiasm. "I never expected him to suddenly grasp my hand," Xia Yuxing admitted. "Haha, silly girl, you misjudged something." "Misjudged? What do you mean?" "You mentioned that Lu Ming had prepared a hand cream for you, right?" "Yes, that's right. I suspect that hand cream was intended specifically for you." "Intended for me?" "Indeed. He must have intended to take out hand cream to apply it for you, and then hold your hand. Yet, to everyone's surprise, you ended up pulling out Longlicky instead." "Haha. Oh, is that truly the case?" Xia Yuxing chuckled in disbelief, having never anticipated such a layer to this scenario. Zhu Wonking replied with a smile, "Oh dear. Now Lu Ming has merely exposed the nature of your relationship. When will he unveil that other layer?" "Go away, you mischievous girl, how inappropriate." "What? Did you not consider giving Lu Ming a chance?" "What are you saying? We're just at the beginning of our romance." "Well, I see you two sharing a bed. It's only a matter of time. Right now, I'm lying in bed, feeling somewhat dazed, hardly believing this is real." "Haha. This is the feeling of first love." As the two conversed, Xia Yuxing suddenly received a message from Lu Ming on WeChat. Upon opening it, she discovered a photo he had taken of her that evening in the square. Lu Ming inquired, "What do you think? Is my photography skill up to par? Isn't it beautiful?" Xia Yuxing promptly sent him a photo she had taken of him. She added, "My photography skills aren't too shabby either, you know." Lu Ming remarked, "Is my peace sign a bit childish?" Xia Yuxing replied, "Not at all. I find it quite endearing." Lu Ming asked, "Which of these photos do you like best?" Xia Yuxing glanced and said, "The one where I'm smiling and reaching for the snowflakes. What about it?" Lu Ming chuckled, "Hee, posting it on Moments, Dogemoji." Xia Yuxing responded, "Adorable." Lu Ming queried, "Have you posted it?" Xia Yuxing replied, "Go ahead and post it." A minute later, as Xia Yuxing refreshed her Moments, she indeed found that Lu Ming had shared a new post featuring the very photo of her smiling while catching snowflakes. Accompanying it was the caption, "My girl." Xia Yuxing's heart soared with joy. Lu Ming had officially revealed their relationship to the world on social media, and soon everyone at the company would see it. Since that was the case, she felt compelled to share her own post. She chose the photo of Lu Ming making a peace sign and captioned it, "My boy." Before long, their post garnered a multitude of likes. Zhu Wonking quickly messaged Xia Yuxing, "Wow, you two are flaunting your love on Moments so swiftly, spreading dog food. I'm envious." Xia Yuxing smiled and replied, "So this is what spreading dog food feels like. Then who is the dog?" Zhu Wonking teased, "Oh, you clever little rascal." Meanwhile, in another room, Lu Ming lay on his bed, having seen Xia Yuxing's post. He grinned widely, marveling at the fact that his girlfriend was indeed Xia Yuxing. Unbelievable. He had actually won over the fierce lady. Having such a beautiful girlfriend felt like a dream. Surely, when he awoke tomorrow, it would all turn out to be just that, a dream? Unable to resist, Lu Ming pinched his thigh. Ouch. That hurt. This was no dream. As he scrolled through his phone, gazing at the photos of Xia Yuxing, he suddenly felt a longing for her. It was an odd sensation. A desperate yearning to see her. He sent another message to Xia Yuxing. I miss you. Xia Yuxing was taken aback upon seeing the message and replied, I'm just sleeping next door, you know. Lu Ming responded, I don't know. I just miss you. Xia Yuxing asked, what should we do then? Lu Ming suggested, how about you come out for a moment? We can meet in the living room. Xia Yuxing agreed. Thus, she emerged in her pajamas. And Lu Ming also stepped out of his room. Sheng, you look truly beautiful. Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed as she replied, you called me out just to say that? Haha. I couldn't sleep, so I wanted to catch a glimpse of you. Now that you've seen me, can you sleep? Xia Yuxing covered her mouth as she smiled. Lu Ming, unabashed, said, no, I still can't sleep. When I close my eyes, all I see is you. Oh, what should we do then? Should I come sleep in your room? Chapter 104, Did they deceive my daughter? At this moment in the Wanqing Villa district of Yanbei, Xia Wanqing and Song Jiawen lay in bed, preparing to drift into slumber. At that moment, Song Jiawen scrolled through her social media feed and was unexpectedly greeted by a post from her daughter, my boy, Lu Ming. Surprised, she hastily grasped her husband Xia Wanqing's arm and exclaimed, Old Xia, something significant has occurred. What is it? He inquired. Your daughter has made a post on social media. Is it really worthy of such astonishment? No, she has posted a romantic declaration. What? Xia Wanqing quickly snatched the phone to take a look. This, Old Xia. We can finally confirm that the romance between our daughter and Lu Ming is genuine. Indeed. Xia Wanqing nodded, aware that his daughter seldom posted on social media. Perhaps not even once a year. Now, not only had she made a post, but she had also included a photograph of Lu Ming, accompanied by the words my boy. The implication was unmistakable. Young people, this is how they announce their relationships, Xia Wanqing remarked with irritation. That Lu boy has truly deceived my daughter. Old Xia. Look at you. Song Jiawen replied. Lu Ming is quite impressive. He has genuinely earned $1 billion in less than a year. So what if he makes money? Xia Wanqing retorted. Your words seem rather pretentious. Is it not commendable for a man to earn money? At the very least, to be my son-in-law. I find that insufficient. What kind of individual would satisfy you? After a moment's contemplation, Xia Wanqing replied, he must, at the very least, have a commercial empire like mine. Oh dear, Old Xia, you truly are stubborn. A commercial empire? Yours may appear imposing, but it is hardly thriving. The media is already predicting the downfall of your company. What do those media outlets know? Do they comprehend the intricacies of business operations? Do they realize that wealth is built on loans, leveraging others' money for substantial gains? Before long, Wanqing Group will transform into a colossal aircraft carrier. All right, let's not digress. We were discussing our daughter. Xia Wanqing inquired, what is it? From your tone, it seems you have warmed up to Lu Ming. Song Jiawen responded, let me tell you, Lu Ming previously provided a marketing plan for my hotel. And it has now proven effective, resulting in an uptick in business. He understands hotel management? Xia Wanqing was taken aback. Not in the traditional sense. But Lu Ming understands the youth and knows how to leverage the advantages of social media and short videos, mastering the art of internet marketing. Indeed, the current generation is beyond our comprehension. We have grown old. How about inviting Lu Ming over for dinner? Very well, you may make the arrangements. Xia Wanqing finally acquiesced. The following morning, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing awoke and exchanged smiles. After brushing their teeth, washing their faces, and enjoying breakfast, they anticipated the company car, which would typically arrive to collect Xia Yuxing. However, that is no longer the case. Xia Yuxing has decided to commute to work in Lu Ming's car from now on. Their romantic relationship has been publicly acknowledged, allowing them to forego any pretense in front of their colleagues. Arriving at the office together, they were met with warm congratulations from the staff. Later that afternoon, Lu Ming received a WeChat message from Xia Yuxing, come to my office. He responded teasingly, oh, Yuxing, have you missed me so soon? Xia Yuxing replied, there is a matter to discuss. Thus, he proceeded to the president's office. At that moment, Xia Yuxing handed Lu Ming a document. Upon inspection, he realized it was the year-end bonus distribution plan previously established by Joeying Capital. Traditionally, the year-end bonuses were not dispersed in a lump sum. Instead, a portion was distributed at year-end, with the remainder following the new year. Xia Yuxing remarked, I believe this bonus distribution plan is inadequate, and I would like to revise it to ensure all bonuses are distributed before the year ends. I concur, Lu Ming responded. Delaying part of the year-end bonus may seem to secure employee loyalty, but in reality, it serves no purpose and only breeds resentment towards the company. All right. I will inform the finance department to distribute everyone's bonuses before the year ends. As Lu Ming spoke, he took her hand, saying, Comrade Xia, as the company president. You may alter it as you see fit without needing my approval. But you are the chairman of the company, she countered. Indeed, I am the chairman. Yet within the company, I defer to the president, Lu Ming said with a smile. Xia Yuxing felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks and retorted. You speak so sweetly today. What is this? Do you no longer wish to keep me in check? Of course, I still do. But I prefer to do so from a different vantage point, Lu Ming replied with a mischievous grin. You scoundrel. Xia Yuxing glared at him. Unfazed, Lu Ming grinned even more broadly. By the way, there is another matter. Take a look at this post. He then followed Xia Yuxing to the computer, where the screen displayed a Weibo page. It appeared that a prominent user known as Financial Circle Detective had posted something. The content of the post primarily focused on a certain well-known fund manager surnamed Lu, who was dubbed the king of private equity. The post argued that his reputation was merely superficial, attributing his past successes to mere luck amidst favorable stock market conditions. It continued to predict his future endeavors, suggesting they were also based on sheer happenstance. While such claims might not garner much credence or attention, the post took a more scandalous turn by delving into the personal life of the so-called king of private equity. It mentioned indulgent escapades, promiscuous behavior, and insinuated that he leveraged relationships to ascend the corporate ladder, even going so far as to implicate him in sending a male superior to prison. As is often the case, people on the internet are captivated by gossip, leading to the post going viral, with numerous shares and discussions sparked, creating a flurry of topics. Although the author did not name names, many recognized that it referred to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was both amused and infuriated upon seeing this post. Who could be so malicious as to spread such rumors? Xia Yuxing remarked, Lu Ming, should we issue a statement on behalf of the company? Lu Ming replied, since they did not mention anyone by name, making a statement might only invite further ridicule from netizens, for in the realm of the internet, who truly cares about the truth? Nevertheless, this post was exceedingly aggravating. Xia Yuxing's brows furrowed in anger. Lu Ming noticed that several netizens had proactively initiated a trending topic titled Private Equity King Predicts, tagging him on Weibo. It appeared that due to the recent downturn in the bond market, many were eager for Lu Ming's insights and predictions regarding the situation. Additionally, netizens mockingly referred to him as the financial detective, questioning his professional competence and urging him to forecast the bond market to silence his critics. Chapter 105. Forecasting the bond market. Lu Ming pointed to the topic above and remarked, look, so many netizens have invited me to predict the bond market. These netizens simply enjoy the spectacle. Xia Yuxing pouted. Lu Ming continued, it is no wonder these netizens are curious. The bond market has been plummeting daily, leaving these low-risk investors lamenting their plight. Indeed, Xia Yuxing agreed. Ding. A system task was announced. Predict the bond market trends. Completion reward, 1 lottery draw. Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback. It seemed this time he truly needed to make a prediction. Last time, he had drawn the extraordinary bond prediction technique, which would come in handy now. With a smile, Lu Ming said, since the netizens have shown such enthusiasm, I shall make a prediction. Huh? Xia Yuxing was somewhat astonished and asked, Lu Ming, are you really going to express your opinion? Yes, he replied. However, by predicting now, aren't you merely inflating the popularity of that financial detective's post? Lu Ming reassured her, no worries. This influencer has questioned my abilities and tarnished my private life. I will refute each point and demonstrate my professional competence. He then took out his phone and gently swiped to unlock the screen. Xia Yuxing glanced over. To her surprise, Lu Ming's phone wallpaper featured a photo from the previous night, one of her own. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Lu Ming opened Weibo and posted a message. The subject of the post was straightforward. It did not mention the online celebrity but merely forecasted the bond market trends. He analyzed the bond market data and assessed the market conditions. Ultimately, Lu Ming predicted a favorable outlook for the bond market, suggesting that a significant upturn would occur after the new year. Moreover, he announced that he planned to launch a bond fund in the upcoming year. Xia Yuxing was taken aback upon reading his post. You intend to launch a bond fund after the new year? Indeed, he confirmed. Are you delving into bonds again? Absolutely. Xia Yuxing exclaimed in disbelief. You study stocks, then futures, and now bonds? Lu Ming, with a hint of vanity, chuckled. Haha, Xia, why the astonishment? This is merely the virtue of possessing multiple skills. You are quite formidable. Xia Yuxing sighed in admiration. Lu Ming elaborated. A bond fund differs from a stock fund. It holds greater appeal for many investors. Consequently, our company will earn a substantial management fee annually. After a brief exchange, Lu Ming returned to his office, while Xia Yuxing began drafting a document to announce the distribution of year-end bonuses. Once this document was published on the internal office platform, the employees of Jiuying Capital were filled with excitement. The entire company buzzed with joy. Meanwhile, on Weibo, as Lu Ming shared his analysis and predictions for the bond market, the vast array of netizens erupted in fervor. The topic of bond investment has ignited fervent discussions among many. Notably, the renowned domestic public fund manager Jiang Yusong has also joined the discourse, presenting a divergent viewpoint. He asserts that the current economic climate is robust and that the domestic stock market is witnessing vibrant trading activity, indicative of a gradual bullish trend. As the saying in investment circles goes, when the stock market flourishes, bonds tend to decline. Therefore, Jiang Yusong predicts that the bond market will continue to languish, experiencing further fluctuations and downturns. Apart from him, several financial influencers, experts, and prominent figures have emerged to counter Lu Ming's perspective. While some experts genuinely hold differing opinions, others appear merely to seek attention. Returning to his office, Lu Ming found himself disinterested in these debates. He recalled having just completed a system task, which granted him a chance to draw a reward. System, commence the draw. Very well, host. The familiar spinning wheel of fortune materialized before him, revealing various potential rewards. Among them was the skill of super culinary expertise, which held little allure for Lu Ming, as he already possessed commendable cooking skills. Next came supervision, a skill that piqued his curiosity, though he wondered how it differed from mere enhanced sight. Super sporting ability, a skill that promised mastery over various ball games, also caught his attention. Super hacking, now that was indeed an impressive skill. Then there was super animal speech, a rather intriguing ability. Other familiar rewards included the notorious never drunk skill and super speed, among others. As the pointer began to spin, Lu Ming mused whether acquiring the super animal speech skill would enable him to communicate with small creatures. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn super sporting ability. Well, he thought. With super sporting ability, he could now showcase his talents on the basketball court or perhaps display his prowess on the golf course. Meanwhile, Xia Yuxing had just announced the year-end bonus allocation adjustments and was preparing to grind a cup of coffee when her phone suddenly chimed. To her surprise, it was her mother, Song Jiawen, calling. Hello, Mom. Yuxing, what time do you and Lu Ming get home after work? Usually around 6. All right. I will come over at 6. Mom, is there something wrong? Xia Yuxing queried, somewhat taken aback. Let's discuss it when I arrive. Okay then. After hanging up, Xia Yuxing hurried to Lu Ming's office. Wow, it's not even been an hour. Xia, have you missed me already? What are you talking about? My mom is coming to Yushui Bay. Is Aunt Song coming over? What could she possibly want? Surely she isn't yearning for her son-in-law? Lu Ming couldn't resist teasing her. She didn't specify. Just then, Lu Ming's eyes widened in realization. Oh no, what's the matter? If she's going to Yushui Bay, she'll discover that we live separately. Xia Yuxing replied, that's precisely what I'm worried about, which is why I came to find you. We need to tidy up before we head home. Let's go? Lu Ming quickly gathered his belongings, and together with Xia Yuxing, they made their way home. Before leaving, Lu Ming exchanged a few words with Dong Xiaojie. Zhang Xiaoman curiously remarked, oh, the boss and general manager Xia left work together today. How peculiar. What's so strange about it? Dong Xiaojie inquired, puzzled. Zhang Xiaoman explained, typically, General Manager Xia adheres to a strict schedule and never leaves work early. Well, that simply means there must be a reason. What could they possibly have in common? Dong Xiaojie replied. Just moments ago, the boss mentioned he had something to attend to and was heading home, Zhang Xiaoman noted. Home? Zhang Xiaoman's eyes widened in astonishment. Dong Xiaojie chuckled. What's with that expression? The boss and General Manager Xia are in a romantic relationship and being in the throes of love. One might speculate they are eager to return home for some private time. Zhang Xiaoman burst into laughter. Dong Xiaojie, suddenly enlightened, said, I see. They must be rushing home to play games together. Zhang Xiaoman rolled her eyes in exasperation. You fool, your mind is consumed by nothing but games. Chapter 106. The body is the foundation of revolution. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing returned to Yushui Bay. So, how should we handle this now? Lu Ming inquired. Xia Yuxing replied, why don't you bring your pajamas and other belongings to my room, along with your pillow? All right. Under Xia Yushin's guidance, Lu Ming began to move his things. Eventually, Lu Ming's bedding was placed on Xia Yushing's bed. Xia Yushing then suggested, also, toss the dog and cat toys, snacks, and all sorts of clutter onto your bed. Huh. Lu Ming was taken aback. Xia Yushing explained, this way, your bedroom will appear like a storage room. And my mom won't suspect anything. Hey, Sheng Sheng, our previous relationship was an act, but now our affection is genuine. Do we really need to fabricate such illusions? Let us be honest, Lu Ming suddenly remarked. Xia Yushing insisted, no, if my mom sees that we're sleeping apart, even if it's real, she will think it's fake, and it will only complicate things further. Lu Ming felt somewhat bewildered, thinking, what a mess. Xia Yushing continued. It's essential for my mom to see us together, cozy and inseparable. Why? He asked. Well, the new year is approaching, and I worry that my mom might come over because my dad sent her to investigate. Lu Ming rolled his eyes and said, your parents aren't planning to set you up with some promising young talent for the new year, are they? Xia Yushing replied. That's why we need to dispel that notion. At 6:10, Song Jiawen arrived at Yushui Bay carrying a plastic bag. Lu Ming and Xia Yushing eagerly greeted her downstairs. Once upstairs, Song Jiawen placed the bag on the table and engaged in a brief conversation with them. Lu Ming, I must thank you for your suggestion about developing a streaming persona. It's been quite effective, and I've garnered a substantial following on Douyin, Song Jiawen mentioned. Lu Ming smiled, saying, as long as it's effective, I was worried my subsequent suggestions might cause Aunt Song some trouble. Song Jiawen remarked, Lu Ming, your business acumen is impressive. You have a keen understanding of what appeals to young people. Xia Yushing queried, Mom, is that all you wanted to discuss today? Song Jiawen responded, not quite. I'm here primarily to invite Lu Ming to our home for dinner tomorrow. Surprised, Xia Yushing exchanged a glance with Lu Ming, their eyes sparkling with joy. Her mother's invitation was undoubtedly a positive signal and a form of recognition for Lu Ming. Naturally, Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. At that moment, Song Jiawen handed the plastic bag she had brought to Xia Yushing, saying, this is for you. Mom, what is this? Xia Yushing asked, opening the bag to reveal 7 or 8 boxes of condoms. What? Lu Ming leaned over for a closer look and was equally astonished. It seemed that his mother-in-law truly accepted him, even going so far as to provide protection. Xia Yushing awkwardly inquired, Mom, what did you bring this for? This is a gift from our hotel partner. I thought you young folks might find it useful. Song Jiawen, on the other hand, displayed no embarrassment whatsoever. What? We don't need this. Xia Yushing's face flushed with embarrassment. Really? You don't use this usually? Song Jiawen furrowed her brow and remarked seriously, Lu Ming, you are a man, and considering you are not yet married, you must maintain strict standards for yourself. It is also a form of protection for Xingxing. Ah, Aunt Song is right. We do use it regularly. It's just that Sheng Sheng feels shy about it. Lu Ming hastily cast a meaningful glance at Xia Yushing. Is that true? Song Jiawen asked, turning her gaze towards Xia Yushing. Xia Yushing could only respond, well, of course we use it. I just meant, Mom, we can buy it ourselves. Song Jiawen replied, why spend that money? Let me tell you, I have plenty from our partners at the hotel. There are hundreds of boxes in the warehouse. Just let me know when you run out, and I'll have someone bring you more. With that, Xia Yushing's cheeks turned crimson. Lu Ming, unabashedly grinning, said, thank you. Aunt Song, this plastic bag will last us a week. Xia Yushing was left speechless. 1 box a day? This guy, Lu Ming, never stops exaggerating. Song Jiawen, with a peculiar look, added, I must criticize you both. You cannot indulge excessively just because you are young. Your health is your greatest asset. Exactly, and Song is right. Moderation is key, Lu Ming agreed. Suddenly, Song Jiawen asked, now that it's winter, is your heating working well? Xia Yushing replied, yes, it's quite good. Song Jiawen stood up and said, I'll go feel it in your bedroom. Xia Yushing and Lu Ming exchanged glances, realizing she was indeed going to investigate. They accompanied Song Jiawen to the bedroom. Upon entering, she noticed the 2 separate blankets on the bed and exclaimed, oh, you two are sleeping with separate comforters? Each in your own? Ah, Xia Yushing was at a loss for words. Just earlier, Lu Ming had brought over the blanket without considering this matter. Lu Ming quickly chimed in, the other blanket is for the dogs and cats. What? Song Jiawen replied, speechless. You really let the dogs and cats sleep on the bed? Xia Yushing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Lu Ming sure had a knack for fabricating stories. Song Jiawen then proceeded to check the other bedroom before finally leaving and heading home. Once she was gone, Xia Yushing and Lu Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, enough laughing. Hurry and take your blanket back. Xia Yuxing shot him a glare. Lu Ming, with a bold demeanor, said, "Oh, I'm feeling a bit tired today. Why don't I just sleep in your room tonight?" "How can that be? Why not? We've shared a bed before. Things are different now." "How so?" "Now you are my boyfriend, and I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself. I can endure it. We can each sleep in our own blankets. And I assure you I won't touch you." "How does that sound?" "I don't believe you. The words of a man are often deceitful." Lu Ming chuckled wickedly. "Your mother has even sent over the protection. Shouldn't we explore its use together?" "You lecher." Xia Yuxing pointed at his navel and retorted, "If you keep being suggestive, I shall break that leg of yours." "Oh, comrade Xia, how violent you are." Lu Ming's eyelids fluttered as he feigned fear. Xia Yuxing laughed heartily. "Haha. I am indeed this violent. Are you afraid?" "Oh, I am so frightened. I must retreat to bed and hide under the covers to calm my nerves." With that, Lu Ming tossed off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and burrowed under the blankets. Chapter 107. The mother-in-law moved to tears. Xia Yuxing was taken aback by the audacity of this thick-skinned fellow. At that moment, the exuberant husky, Hammer, noticed Lu Ming had climbed onto the bed and suddenly became excited. Howling with delight, Hammer pounced and seized the blanket, tugging it off the bed. "Yes, Hammer. Pull the blanket down for him." Xia Yuxing clapped her hands in amusement. Indeed, upon hearing this, Hammer became even more animated. Lu Ming shot a glare at Hammer, exclaiming, "Hammer, you traitorous fool. Be quiet." However, Hammer paid no heed to him. Lu Ming quickly grasped the blanket, and the dog fiercely tugged at it. The playful tug-of-war between man and dog left Xia Yuxing in fits of laughter. On the other hand, the orange cat, Pippi, mistook the commotion for a fight, becoming startled and puffing up its tail, resembling a squirrel. After a while, Lu Ming ultimately took the blanket back to his own room. He had merely been teasing the formidable woman. After all, they were at the beginning of their romantic journey, and it was essential to respect one another during this process. Of course, Lu Ming's tenacious demeanor might indeed expedite their ascent to bliss. The following evening, Lu Ming returned to the Wansheng Villa area, arriving at Xia Wansheng's home. This time, Xia Wansheng and his wife, along with Xia Hanyuan, greeted him at the door. "Uncle Xia, I know you enjoy tea, so I brought you a fine set of tea utensils." Lu Ming had thoughtfully purchased an exquisite tea set in advance. "Ah, I do appreciate this tea set." Xia Wansheng replied with a broad smile as he accepted it. "And Song, I heard from Xing that you enjoy this brand of bird's nest. So I brought you a few boxes," Lu Ming added, having also acquired some bird's nest delicacies. Song Jiawen accepted the bird's nest with a smile, saying, "Lu Ming, you needn't be so courteous during your next visit." At that moment, Xia Hanyuan, unabashed, inquired, "Brother-in-law, do you have a gift for me?" Xia Yuxing shot him a glare, retorting, "Go away." Xia Hanyuan looked as though he might weep in despair. "Hey, Dad, why are you wearing an apron? Are you really going to cook?" Xia Yuxing remarked, noticing her father donned in an apron. Song Jiawen chuckled. "Your father insisted on showcasing his culinary skills by preparing a signature dish. What is Uncle Xia's specialty?" Lu Ming asked, intrigued. "Smashing cucumbers." Song Jiawen replied with a laugh. At this, Xia Yuxing and her brother couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Don't mock me. My specialty is delicious." Xia Wansheng protested. "Uncle Xia, why not grant me a chance to embarrass myself as well? I can whip up a few dishes." Lu Ming offered eagerly. Xia Wansheng was taken aback. "You can cook?" "Yes, Dad. Lu Ming's cooking is truly delightful," Xia Yuxing said proudly, marking the beginning of her fondness for Lu Ming. "All right then, Lu Ming, let me take you to the kitchen," Xia Wansheng agreed. And the two men headed off to the kitchen. At that moment, Song Jiawen seized the opportunity to ask Xia Yuxing, "My dear daughter, can Lu Ming truly cook?" "Of course, I must tell you. Mother, the dishes prepared by Lu Ming are simply exquisite." Xia Yuxing abruptly paused mid-sentence. "How do they taste?" Song Jiawen eagerly awaited the continuation. "Mother, you'll find out when you taste it later." Xia Yuxing thought it best to keep it a secret for now. Lu Ming had prepared 3 dishes: kung pao chicken, spicy boiled pork slices, and braised pork ribs, which happened to be Xia Yuxing's favorites. Meanwhile, Xia Wansheng had only managed to prepare a simple cucumber salad, while the rest of the dishes were cooked by the family's maid. As Lu Ming's creations were presented on the table, the family gathered around. Xia Yuxing eagerly handed her chopsticks to Song Jiawen. Song Jiawen took a bite of the kung pao chicken, and as she chewed, her eyes sparkled with disbelief. After finishing that bite, she eagerly sampled a piece of rib, and her astonishment only deepened. Finally, she hastily tried a piece of spicy boiled pork slices. "Oh my goodness!" Song Jiawen exclaimed, utterly delighted. This was indeed the taste reminiscent of her mother-esque cooking, flavors she hadn't experienced since her grandmother passed away. Noticing Song Jiawen's astonished expression, Xiao Wanqing anxiously inquired, "So, how does it taste? Speak up." To his surprise, Song Jiawen remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Upon witnessing her mother-esque tears, Xia Yuxing was suddenly reminded of her grandmother and found herself unable to hold back her own tears. What is happening? Both Xiao Wanqing and Xia Hanyuan were bewildered. Soon after, Xiao Wanqing quickly picked up his chopsticks and sampled the kung pao chicken, followed by the braised pork ribs, and then the spicy boiled pork slices. "This," Xiao Wanqing exclaimed in shock, "it bears an uncanny resemblance to the dishes made by my mother." "Indeed," Song Jiawen nodded, then took a tissue to dab her tears, expressing her gratitude. "Lu Ming, thank you." Lu Ming replied, "And Song, you flatter me." Yuxing had mentioned that my cooking resembles her grandmother's, and I was skeptical at first, but after witnessing your reaction, I am convinced. It is astonishingly similar. This flavor, I miss it dearly. Song Jiawen was overwhelmed with emotion. Xiao Wanqing took another bite and mused, "Oh my, the flavor of this braised pork rib is unforgettable." "Jiawen, do you remember the first time I visited your home? Your mother made this dish." Song Jiawen chuckled, "How could I forget? You devoured 5 bowls of rice. My mother joked that if you ever married, you would surely bankrupt the household with your appetite." Xiao Wanqing, surprised, replied, "She said that? I had no idea. Why would I tell you?" Song Jiawen replied with a smile. "Oh dear, now I'm utterly tempted," Xiao Hanyuan interjected, quickly grabbing his chopsticks to join in. After just one bite of the rib, he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, this is delicious." Laughter erupted among the family. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Hanyuan asked, "So, brother-in-law, it turns out your culinary skills are exceptional. Surely, it was your cooking that won my sister's heart?" Lu Ming remarked, "You ought to ask your sister." Xia Yuxing replied, "Indeed, it was your cooking that altered my initial impression of you." "Impression? Were your feelings towards my brother-in-law unfavorable before?" Xia Hanyuan inquired while sifting through the dishes. Xia Yuxing recalled the journey of her acquaintance with Lu Ming, struggling to suppress her laughter. Lu Ming continued, "At that time, my sister and I lived across from each other. When we first met, a small misunderstanding occurred. To my astonishment, the next day at work, I discovered that she was my direct superior." He added with a smile, "That evening, she came to my home, asserting her authority as a boss and attempting to intimidate me with her rank." Xiao Hanyuan expressed his disbelief, asking, "Sister, is that true? Don't listen to his nonsense. I did nothing of the sort." Xia Yuxing firmly denied, as she merely sought to silence him at the time. Chapter 108. I hope you're not feeling weak. Thanks to Lu Ming's 3 exquisite dishes, the meal was filled with joy and harmony. After dining, Song Jiawen instructed the maid to present the prepared fruits. Lu Ming and Xiao Wanqing engaged in a discussion regarding investments, while Song Jiawen also mentioned matters concerning the hotel. Xiao Wanqing inquired, "Lu Ming, I heard that you have acquired shares in Joing Capital?" "Indeed," Lu Ming replied. "You certainly have a talent for financial investments." Subsequently, Xiao Wanqing began to elaborate on his principles of business. "By the way, Lu Ming, have you seen the television series Struggle?" "I have," Lu Ming responded, intrigued by Xiao Wanqing's question. Not only was he curious, but Xia Yuxing, sitting nearby, also shared his curiosity. She glanced at her mother, Song Jiawen, who seemed utterly unfazed. Were her parents about to challenge Lu Ming again? Xiao Wanqing continued, "In Struggle, Lu Tao's father, Su Jisen, returns from abroad and challenges Lu Tao to a push-up contest in a hotel. Su Jisen manages to perform 100 push-ups, demonstrating what it means to have presence. To be a successful businessman, one must possess not only charisma but also a robust physique. Lu Ming, how's your physical fitness?" Lu Ming was taken aback, realizing that old Xiao was indeed testing him, reminiscent of Su Jisen from the show. Xia Yuxing furrowed her brows. Did her father really need to assess Lu Ming's physical abilities? "To be honest, uncle, my physical fitness is excellent," Lu Ming declared. "Is that so? Although I am often busy with business, I frequently hike and run. I can easily do 200 push-ups. Why don't we have a little competition?" Xiao Wanqing said, his face radiating pride and confidence. Since Uncle Xia was interested, Lu Ming thought it wise to indulge him. He mused, "Old Xia, you brought this upon yourself." Recently, he had received a system reward for superhuman strength, rendering push-ups child's play. "Quickly clear some space." Xiao Honyuan exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines. Xiao Wanqing shot him a glare. What are you laughing about, you little rascal? You join in too. What? Xiao Honyuan exclaimed, feeling disheartened. Thus, the push-up contest among the three men commenced. Xiao Honyuan managed only a handful before collapsing onto the ground. Song Jiawen, witnessing her son's lackluster performance, couldn't help but tease him. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Xiao Wanqing continued their push-ups with remarkable steadiness. Lu Ming was genuinely surprised by Xiao Wanqing's stamina. As they reached 100 push-ups, Xiao Wanqing's complexion turned slightly flushed. It must be said that his physical abilities were indeed impressive. No wonder he had once served in the military. Xiao Wanqing was further astonished. He had not anticipated Lu Ming's fitness to be so remarkable. How could this be? The previous day, Song Jiawen had returned home and shared details about their trip to Yushui Bay, including the indulgence of the two young men. She had jokingly remarked that Lu Ming might not be in prime condition. Xiao Wanqing responded, "A man cannot allow himself to be indulgent. One must possess a vigorous physique." That evening, he proposed a push-up contest with Lu Ming, intending to assess Lu Ming's physical endurance. In the blink of an eye, 200 push-ups were completed. Xiao Wanqing truly accomplished this feat, but having just surpassed 200, he was nearly exhausted. At last, he collapsed onto the floor. In stark contrast, Lu Ming appeared unfazed, his complexion unflushed and breath steady. Upon seeing Xiao Wanqing sprawled out on the ground, he jested, "Uncle Xiao, why have you stopped? Keep going, come on. You can do it." He might as well have exclaimed, "Come on, baby." Xiao Wanqing's face flushed with embarrassment as he conceded, "I can't continue. I'm getting old and can't keep up with the youth. However, if I were your age, doing a few hundred more would pose no challenge." Suddenly, Song Jiawen burst into laughter nearby, while Xia Yuxing and Xia Honyuan struggled to suppress their chuckles. Song Jiawen promptly urged, "Lu Ming, please stop, take a break." Only then did Lu Ming cease his exercise, for he could have continued until dawn. Subsequently, Song Jiawen quickly summoned the servants to bring tea. Xiao Wanqing gulped down several large sips before pulling Song Jiawen aside to whisper, "You mentioned that Lu Ming was weak. Were you not setting me up for embarrassment? I had no idea his stamina was this impressive." "Well, you haven't lost face. Given your age, accomplishing so many is commendable," Song Jiawen replied quietly. Xiao Wanqing replied proudly, "Of course. Then why couldn't you manage 200 when tilling the fields?" Song Jiawen retorted softly. Xiao Wanqing's face turned crimson as he stammered, "That is completely different. Go away, you useless man." Song Jiawen shot him an exasperated look. Xiao Wanqing felt a wave of despair. Not only had he been humiliated, but he had also become the subject of ridicule. Upon exiting the tea room, he spotted Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing engaged in conversation and realized he must devise a plan to reclaim his dignity. At that moment, he noticed the ping-pong table positioned in the corner of the living room. If there was one thing Xiao Wanqing excelled at, it was table tennis, a sport he believed he had mastered to the level of a professional athlete. "Lu Ming, do you play table tennis?" he inquired. "Table tennis?" Lu Ming paused, then smiled. "I have a bit of experience. Let us have a match." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqing eagerly beckoned Lu Ming to play, and Xia Honyuan followed to watch their game. At this juncture, Song Jiawen approached and seated herself beside Xia Yuxing on the couch. "Shuxing, Lu Ming is in excellent shape. When you both return home, don't forget to bring a box of condoms. We have several boxes in the storage that are nearing expiration," she mentioned. "Mom, why do you keep bringing that up?" Xia Yuxing replied, her cheeks flushed. Song Jiawen laughed. "What is so embarrassing about it? Given Lu Ming's physical condition, those 8 boxes from yesterday won't last long. I understand the youthful spirit, having been through that stage myself." Xia Yuxing, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Mom, was it you who instigated Dad to have a push-up contest with Lu Ming just now?" "Well," Song Jiawen replied, somewhat sheepishly, "I was merely concerned about Lu Ming's fragile health. As a mother, my worry is that you might end up with someone unwell, which could jeopardize your happiness." "I knew it. Are you satisfied now?" Xia Yuxing pouted. Indeed, Song Jiawen continued. "Now that I no longer fret over Lu Ming's health, my concerns have shifted to you." "Worried about what?" With a serious tone, Song Jiawen advised, "Silly child, your body belongs to you alone. You must be mindful of your own rhythm and pace. Furthermore, until marriage, always ensure that Lu Ming takes proper precautions." Xia Yuxin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Chapter 109. Defeating the father-in-law. Haha, brother-in-law, you are amazing. You've utterly defeated my father. Suddenly, Xia Honyuan exclaimed from the side. Song Jiawen and Xia Yuxing turned to see Lu Ming and Xia Wanqing engaged in a spirited game of table tennis. At that moment, Xiao Wansheng was utterly overwhelmed, perspiration beading on his forehead. He had proudly claimed to be the top table tennis player among entrepreneurs in the country, yet here he was, bested by Lu Ming. As Song Jiawen and Xia Yuxing approached to watch, they observed that Xiao Wansheng's every serve and offensive move was deftly countered by Lu Ming. Whenever Lu Ming retaliated, it was always unexpected and executed with remarkable speed, leaving Xiao Wansheng unable to respond. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongyuan continued to cheer. Brother-in-law is incredible. Brother-in-law is awesome. This only served to further infuriate Xiao Wansheng. Enough. I'm done, he declared, slamming the ping-pong paddle onto the table before retreating to enjoy a cup of tea. He could not continue. Further play would only lead to greater humiliation. Xia Yuxing, taken aback, thought to herself, it seems I underestimated Lu Ming all along. He is truly a treasure trove of surprises. At that moment, she reflected on the unexpected delights her boyfriend consistently brought into her life. Xiao Wansheng was in a foul mood. How could he not gain even the slightest advantage over Lu Ming? Was this truly his daughter's boyfriend? He felt as if he were facing his nemesis. Afterward, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing lingered for a while before heading home. On the way, Xia Yuxing could not help but remark, Lu Ming, you sly fox. Sly? In what way am I sly? He replied, feigning innocence. Humph. So you not only excel at rock climbing but also at table tennis. Who knew? Well, I actually have a multitude of skills, Lu Ming admitted with a sheepish smile. Xia Yuxing shot him a teasing glance. You always manage to do something astonishing at just the right moment, leaving me pleasantly surprised. Lu Ming reached out and gently grasped her delicate hand, saying, Do you feel as though you struck gold? Indeed, I do, she replied, her heart fluttering. This is just the beginning. There is much more to astonish you in the future. What else is there that I don't know? Plenty, he said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Then share some with me. That wouldn't he do. I must maintain an air of mystery to captivate a beauty such as yourself. As he spoke, he released her hand, casually yet intentionally placing it on her thigh. Despite the winter chill, as she wore leggings, the sensation was still delightful. Focus on driving. Keep your hands to yourself. Xia Yuxing playfully swatted his hand away. With a thick skin like a fortress, Lu Ming teased, If I pull over, can I be a little more adventurous? What do you think this is? Xia Yuxing suddenly raised her right hand, palm open. Isn't that your right hand? Lu Ming responded, smirking. That could also be a slap. She quipped, her laughter playful. Lu Ming grinned widely. Slap? Please, my skin is tough. I'm not afraid of a little pain. January 9th. The 29th day of the 12th lunar month. From this day forth, Jiao-ing capital officially commenced its annual holiday. That afternoon, Lu Ming was set to drive back to Tianjin. He and Xia Yuxing felt a tinge of reluctance, as it marked their first separation since confirming their relationship. Less than half an hour after Lu Ming's departure, Xia Yuxing found herself alone in the house, accompanied only by her pets. Yet, the solitude began to weigh on her. A stark contrast to the comfort of having Lu Ming by her side each day. Unable to suppress her feelings, she initiated a video call to him. Before long, Lu Ming answered. Oh, what is the matter? He inquired. Xia Yuxing sighed softly. I miss you. Lu Ming chuckled. I've only been gone for less than an hour. Reclining on the sofa with her phone in hand, she replied, But I've grown accustomed to your presence. Now that you're gone, it feels unsettling. What should we do then? Should I turn the car around and come back? And then you can come to my place for the new year? Lu Ming teased. That's not appropriate. We aren't team married yet, she retorted playfully. Haha. Yuxing, are you suggesting we tie the knot? Go away, that's ridiculous. She exclaimed, blushing. You mentioned this afternoon that Sister Wanqing is taking a holiday, right? Is she coming over to keep you company? Lu Ming recalled. She won't arrive until the evening. She said she is taking a half day, but it's really just a fraction of that, as she has to go on duty tomorrow, Xia Yuxing explained. What? Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and Sister Wanqing still has to work? That sounds exhausting. Well, such is her profession, Lu Ming mused. By the way, I've always been curious. Why does Sister Wanqing choose to be a police officer, especially a detective? Isn't she afraid of the dangers involved? Lu Ming queried. Her father was an old detective who tragically lost his life during a mission, which inspired Wanqing to pursue the same path and ultimately inherit her father's badge. Xia Yuxing recounted succinctly, instantly filling Lu Ming with admiration for Zhu Wanqing. Before they knew it, an hour had slipped away. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Oh, it must be Wanqing. I'll hang up now, Xia Yuxing exclaimed as she ended the call. Lu Ming chuckled to himself. All right, I'll be home soon too. Upon opening the door, Xia Yusheng found Zhu Wanqing standing there in her uniform, clearly having come straight from work. "Oh, Sheng, what were you doing?" "I knocked several times," she exclaimed. "I was on a video call with Lu Ming." "Isn't he back home already?" Wanqing asked. "Yes, but once he left, I felt so lonely and bored all by myself," Xia Yusheng confessed. "Enough of that. This place is reeking of love," Wanqing quipped, eliciting a hearty laugh from Xia Yusheng. "All right, enough laughter. Is there anything to eat at home? Hurry and whip something up for me." "Yes, I have instant noodles. Shall I prepare a bowl for you?" Xia Yusheng offered, retrieving a pack of Kongsher Food chicken soup noodles from the snack cabinet. "Goodness, is that all? What about some sausages or marinated eggs?" Zhu Wanqing felt somewhat embarrassed and remarked, "I say, Sheng, is this all you have prepared at home? Doesn't Lu Ming often whip up delicious dishes?" "Well, I devoured everything you made for lunch. For dinner, I was contemplating ordering takeout," replied Xia Yusheng. "Takeout? Can we even trust the current delivery food? It's all made with inferior oil, a blend of technology and questionable practices. Then what shall we eat? Neither of us can cook," she lamented. Zhu Wanqing teased. "I mean, Sheng, after living with Lu Ming for so long, haven't you picked up any culinary skills? Is instant noodles all you can manage?" Xia Yusheng sighed. "I intended to learn a few dishes, but Lu Ming insisted it was unnecessary. He said he would handle all the cooking and wouldn't he even let me step into the kitchen. Goodness, I never would have guessed. Lu Ming truly is a devoted husband." Zhu Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 110. Love requires mutual effort, Xia Yusheng retorted. "What do you mean by being a wife slave? Although I do not cook, I am responsible for the cleanliness of the household, and I also take care of the laundry. Well, isn't at the robotic vacuum that does the cleaning? And the clothes are handled by the washing machine and dryer?" Zhu Wanqing remarked as she began to prepare instant noodles for herself. "Haha, but I still contribute. Then did you help wash Lu Ming's clothes as well?" "I just tossed the ordinary clothes into the washing machine." "Ordinary clothes? What constitutes ordinary?" "His underwear and socks, he washes those himself." Zhu Wanqing squinted playfully and laughed. "So, you've never helped Lu Ming wash his underwear?" "Absolutely not." "Then after you get married, will you help him with that?" "Go away. Why are we discussing this?" Xia Yusheng rolled her eyes. Zhu Wanqing grinned broadly, set her noodles aside, and unwrapped a sausage. Just as she finished, the mischievous dog, Hammer, dashed over and devoured half of the sausage in one bite. "Hey, you little rascal! Stealing my sausage. I've been starving all afternoon. And you dare to snatch my food, you scoundrel!" Zhu Wanqing exclaimed, playfully ruffling the dog's head. Hammer expressed his discontent. Xia Yusheng chuckled and retrieved another sausage, saying, "Let us open another one." "Humph. Hammer, behave yourself. If you don't, I will." Zhu Wanqing pinned the dog's head down, suddenly recalling something. She turned to Xia Yusheng and asked, Sheng, has Hammer's bell been removed?" Not yet. Zhu Wanqing promptly inspected Hammer's front legs and said, "Come here. Hammer, roll over so I can see how big your bell has grown." Hammer seemed to sense the impending danger and struggled vigorously. "Hey, you little rascal. Why are you hiding it?" Zhu Wanqing playfully tussled with Hammer. Ultimately, she employed her secret weapon, waving the remaining half of the sausage to entice him. Hammer finally succumbed to the temptation of the sausage. Zhu Wanqing seized the opportunity and exclaimed, "Haha, Shisheng, Hammer has grown up. Should we take him to the pet hospital during the new year to have it removed?" "That wouldn't do. Lu Ming said he doesn't want him neutered." "Not neutered? One Hammer be all over the place with his antics?" "Lu Ming has trained Hammer quite well." "Oh, so Lu Ming has quite the knack for training pets." Zhu Wanqing teased, unable to resist giving Hammer's bell a playful flick. Hammer protested. Xia Yusheng teased, "Hey, you little vixen, are you flirting with Hammer?" Zhu Wanqing laughed heartily before suddenly asking, Sheng, have you ever flicked Lu Ming's bell?" Xia Yusheng immediately felt embarrassed and replied, "What are you talking about? Why would I do that?" "Oh, so you haven't flicked it, but have you touched it?" Zhu Wanqing asked mischievously. "Enough nonsense. Don't dig a hole for me. I haven't even seen it." Xia Yusheng quickly refuted. Zhu Wanqing expressed her skepticism. "That can't be right. Haven't you and Lu Ming shared a bed on several occasions? Surely you must have seen him. We were both dressed. It's not like we were sleeping in the nude," she replied. "Oh," Zhu Wanqing nodded and asked, "So you didn't feel the urge to take a glance? What on earth would I want to see that for?" Xia Yusheng chuckled wryly. In the midst of their conversation, the instant noodles were ready, and Zhu Wanqing began to eat. "I'll have some noodles to tide me over. We can discuss where to enjoy a sumptuous dinner later." "Sounds good." By the way, how far have things progressed between you and Lu Ming? We've only held hands. Holding hands? You two haven't kissed yet? No. Zhu Wanjing was taken aback and put down her fork. Your relationship is moving rather slowly. I don't think so. We just confirmed our relationship a few days ago. Even though your relationship with Lu Ming is new, you've known each other for quite some time. Let me tell you, if your romance were a story in a tomato novel, readers would surely lose interest. Is it really that slow? What kind of pace do the protagonists in tomato novels have? They usually escalate things right from the first chapter. Xia Yuxing inquired. Are you even reading proper novels? Of course, they are legitimate novels. If I wanted something improper, I could simply watch a video. You really are something. By the way, has Lu Ming's resources been updated? I don't know. Why have yours been? Hehe. No, I've deleted everything. Zhu Wanjing smiled innocently. Xia Yuxing, as her close friend, understood her unspoken meaning. Zhu Wanjing took out her phone and said, Sheng, you really should read more tomato novels. They're quite entertaining. Not only do they relieve stress, but you can also learn a thing or two about romance. Then recommend a few to me. I'll suggest an author. Just look for the pen name Mr. Gio and follow him. Thus, Xia Yuxing opened the App Store, downloaded the tomato-free novels app, and followed Mr. Gio. Zhu Wanjing continued, Sheng. Since Lu Ming has taken the first step in your romance, I believe you should take the initiative for the second step. A beautiful love story requires mutual effort from both parties to thrive. What should I do? Xia Yuxing agreed with the notion of mutual pursuit. Since Lu Ming has already held your hand, you should take the initiative to kiss him. Zhu Wanjing offered her advice. Xia Yuxing questioned, How should I go about it? Do you prefer a direct approach or an indirect one? What does a direct approach entail? It means that one day, when you both return home, you tilt your head and pucker your lips, then say to Lu Ming, come here, kiss me, darling. Zhu Wanjing demonstrated by tilting her neck. Xia Yuxing burst into laughter. Stop it. I could never do that. I knew you wouldn't be able to, so let us go with the indirect approach. Indirect it is. When the time comes for you and Lu Ming to venture outside, it would be most prudent to seek a secluded spot in a park. You could then retrieve your lip balm and delicately apply it to your lips. At that moment, you might inquire of Lu Ming whether he would like to sample the flavor of your lip balm. Sample the flavor of my lip balm? Xia Yuxing pondered, finding this approach rather clever. It not only serves as a subtle hint but also possesses a touch of artistic romance. Zhu Wanjing remarked at that point. Lu Ming will certainly understand and will likely take the initiative to embrace you. How annoying. What does embrace even mean? Xia Yuxing rolled her eyes. By the way, Shinshin, when you truly kiss Lu Ming, remember to share with me what it feels like. Why would I tell you? I'm just gathering some material. What do you need material for? To write a novel on tomato. But you're not in need of money. Why write a novel? It's not for profit. I've heard that the male readers on Tomato are quite handsome, and I wish to experience that. Chapter 111. A bit of dry lips. The day after Lu Ming returned home, he visited the shop, which was now halfway through its renovations. However, as the new year approached, the workers had taken their leave, meaning the remaining work would likely not be completed until after the holidays. Lu Ming merely took a glance. As for the restaurant's decor, it sufficed that his parents were pleased with it. In the afternoon, he encouraged his parents to go house hunting. They first viewed a property priced over 3 million, which they found quite satisfactory. Next, they examined another residence costing over 5 million, which they also liked. Lu Ming soon realized that his parents were not particularly picky about houses. After all, acquiring a new one was certainly preferable to their old home. Nevertheless, Lu Ming was not content. He headed straight to the Wellington community, where he discovered an exquisite 200 square meter, four-bedroom apartment priced at 12 million. Without hesitation, he decided to purchase it. The appeal of this residence lay in its spacious layout and the exceptional management and environment of the community. When Lu Ming's parents learned that the apartment cost 12 million, they were taken aback. Their unanimous opinion was that it was far too expensive. Yet, Lu Ming proceeded to buy it outright. In that moment, Lu Wenyo and Su Yufan realized just how much money their son had truly earned. Oh dear son, why spend so much on a house for us? Save your money and buy a place in Yanbei instead, so that when you and Xingxing marry, you will have a home, Su Yufan suggested. Lu Ming chuckled, Mom, purchasing a place in Yanbei doesn't hinder this acquisition. I've been fortunate and earned quite a bit. Besides, Xingxing and I are merely dating. Marriage is still a way off, isn't it? Su Yufan shot him a glare. What do you mean a way off? Listen, son. Xingxing is such a wonderful girl, beautiful and gentle. She is more than a match for you. You should seize the opportunity to bring her home. With a wry smile, Lu Ming replied, Mom, why do you speak as if your son is not worthy? Lu Wenyo interjected, your mother simply wants to hold her grandchild sooner. Go on. Don't you want that too? Su Yufan retorted playfully. Lu Ming laughed, realizing that all parents share the same aspirations. On New Year's Eve, after enjoying the festive dinner, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing engaged in a lengthy phone conversation. Shabao, what are you up to? He inquired. I'm feeling quite bored, she replied. Aren't you watching the Spring Festival Gala? My parents are, but I find it rather dull. Hong Yuan is upstairs. I'm not sure if he is gaming or watching his girlfriend's livestream. Indeed, the Spring Festival Gala has lost its charm, Lu Ming agreed. I miss you. Xia Yuxing's tone softened, imbued with a hint of playfulness. Hearing this, Lu Ming felt a delightful shiver run through him. Oh, Shengbao, are you in your room? Of course. Where else would I be to speak to you like this? But perhaps you should consider changing how you address me, she teased. Change how I address you? Calling your name seems just fine. It is, but it lacks intimacy, she responded. What should I call you then? Lu Ming pondered before suggesting, how about you call me husband? Xia Yuxing remarked, we are not yet wed, and besides, I cannot bring myself to call out. Who says one must be married? Many couples do so without formality. Surely, I require some time to adjust, don't you think? How about you call me dear first? Why don't you call me dear instead? All right, I shall address you as dear, and you must reciprocate. Very well. Dear Shengbao, dear Mingming. In the next moment, both erupted in laughter over the phone. After indulging in 2 hours of conversation, they resumed their gaming session in Peacekeeper Elite. Xia Yuxing displayed little interest in picking up weapons or vanquishing foes. Instead, she opted for a thrilling ride in the off-road vehicle, navigating the woods with Lu Ming. Ultimately, they encountered a mishap and had to select a replacement vehicle. Lu Ming sighed, acknowledging the distinct whims of young ladies. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Lu Ming returned to Yanbei, departing at 10 in the morning. He arrived at Yushui Bay by 11:30. As he opened the door and stepped inside, the familiar barks of Hammer and Pippi greeted him with exuberance. Where is your mother, my little furball? Hammer barked a few times, then dashed towards Xia Yuxing's bedroom. Could it be that Shengbao is still in bed? Such a lazy pig. Lu Ming approached, and just then, Xia Yuxing stirred awake upon hearing his voice. The bedroom door swung open, and Lu Ming entered. Weren't you supposed to return tomorrow? What brings you back today? Ah, lazy pig. I simply missed you. Lu Ming approached the bed, ready to lift the covers. Hey, what are you doing? Just trying to rouse you from slumber. How bold. Xia Yuxing shot him a stern glance. Come on, get up. Have you skipped breakfast? Yes. You lazy pig, you mustn't linger in bed any longer. I shall prepare something to eat for you. Thank you, dear. The term of endearment invigorated Lu Ming, perhaps a testament to the joy of romance. Given the limited provisions at home, Lu Ming prepared tomato and egg noodles for lunch. Nevertheless, Xia Yuxing relished every bite. With the afternoon free, Lu Ming suggested, shall we go shopping? Shopping? That sounds delightful. Xia Yuxing responded with enthusiasm. After their meal, Xia Yuxing sent a WeChat message to Zhu Wanqing, canceling their afternoon shopping plans. Initially, she had arranged to go out with Zhu Wanqing. Zhu Wanqing inquired, why the cancellation? Do you have other plans? Xia Yuxing replied, yes, something has come up. What is it? Lu Ming has returned, and we are going shopping. Zhu Wanqing. Upon sharing this news with Lu Ming, he burst into laughter. Goodness, I return and you abandon Wanqing. I hope she doesn't harbor any ill feelings towards me. How could that be? At that moment, their group chat, comprising Lu Ming, Xia Yuxing, and Zhu Wanqing, buzzed with a new message. Zhu Wanqing. Humph, Lu Ming. Prepare a grand feast for tomorrow night. I shall come over to indulge in your hospitality. Lu Ming replied, all right, all right. In the afternoon, he and Xia Yuxing strolled through the streets and enjoyed a meal outdoors. As the two drove back to their community, night fell. Just as Lu Ming grasped Xia Yuxing's hand, preparing to ascend the stairs, she suddenly suggested, how about we take a walk in the park in front of the community? On such a chilly day, you want to stroll in the park? Lu Ming expressed some surprise. Oh, it's still early, Xia Yuxing replied, recalling the kissing plan that Zhu Wanqing had taught her. Very well then. They decided to slip away to the park in front of their neighborhood. This modest park was not large. During the summer, it was often bustling with elderly ladies performing their square dances. However, as darkness descended and the weather turned colder, coupled with the festive season, the park was nearly deserted at this hour. The two made their way to the pavilion within the park. Oh dear. My lips feel a bit dry, Xia Yuxing remarked, pulling out her lip balm from her pocket. Chapter 112. Should I let you try my lip balm? Lu Ming remarked. Indeed, the winter weather is rather dry. Xia Yuxing produced her lip balm, smiling as she said, That's why we should apply some. Come, let me help you. All right. With delight, Xia Yuxing passed the lip balm to Lu Ming. Upon receiving it, he noticed it was Dior. Come on, baby Sheng, lift your chin. Thus, Xia Yuxing raised her delicate face. Lu Ming opened the balm and gently applied it to her lips. At that moment, Xia Yuxing's charming visage was mere inches from Lu Ming's gaze. The more he looked, the more beautiful she appeared, especially those red lips. He truly wished to steal a kiss. Having swiftly finished applying the balm, Lu Ming summoned his courage and leaned in closer. The opportunity was right before him. A man must be bold. Xia Yuxing, initially with her eyes wide open, suddenly realized Lu Ming was approaching her face. In that instant, she understood what he intended to do. Astonishingly, she had not yet asked him if he wanted to taste her lip balm. Yet, he was already initiating it himself? Indeed. Life is full of surprises. Xia Yuxing quickly closed her eyes and held her breath. In the next moment, Lu Ming's warm breath enveloped her, soft like jelly, gently brushing against her lips. A shiver coursed through her body. So this is what a kiss feels like. Their lips, akin to soft, sweet confections, indulged in the sweetness they both offered. Both were clumsy and inexperienced, yet they mirrored the couples they had seen on television, responding to one another. Unable to contain herself, Xia Yuxing embraced Lu Ming tightly. After a minute, they finally parted and opened their eyes. Lu Ming gazed into Xia Yuxing's clear, affectionate eyes and couldn't resist pecking her lips again. How dare you ambush me? Xia Yuxing exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. No, I simply wanted to taste your lip balm. Lu Ming replied, unabashed. Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Oh, you understood that subtext? Lu Ming, equally surprised, responded, you knew too? At once, they both erupted into laughter. Xia Yuxing inquired, where did you learn that phrase? I watched a special forces drama where the female lead asked the male lead if he wanted to try her lip balm, to which he replied that it contained lead and could be poisonous. Uffed, haha, Xia Yuxing laughed heartily. Curious, Lu Ming asked, and where did you learn that subtext? Only then did Xia Yuxing recount what Zhu Wangqing had taught her. Ah, so Sister Wangqing is your behind-the-scenes strategist. Lu Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Uffed, I never anticipated that. I hadn't even spoken, and you kissed me, Xia Yuxing chuckled. Come, close your eyes. What for? Once more, I haven't had my fill. Huh, how about we wait until we get home? It's quite chilly outside. But it was you who coaxed me to the little park just now. Lu Ming, having spoken, took the initiative to cover Xia Yuxing's lips with his own. The two once again found themselves locked in a kiss. This time, they were significantly more relaxed, fully immersing themselves in the experience and savoring the moment. Lu Ming remarked, so this is what kissing feels like. Xia Yuxing inquired, what does it feel like? It feels fragrant, he replied with a laugh. Hand in hand, they strolled towards the park's exit, preparing to head home. Beneath the soft glow of the park's lights, their elongated shadows danced upon the ground. Oh, I must capture that video. Xia Yuxing exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Lu Ming, bewildered, responded, huh? What video? The one that's been trending on Douyin, where couples twirl under the lights to capture their shadows, she explained. It comes with the caption, sisters? I finally made it with my boy after saving this video for so long. Xia Yuxing asked, have you seen it? That video actually became popular last year. You just hadn't been scrolling through Douyin before, Lu Ming clarified. I don't care, I want to shoot it. She insisted. All right, let's film. Xia Yuxing quickly took out her phone and searched for a similar video of couples twirling, then began to imitate it earnestly. However, during the first take, Lu Ming accidentally tilted the camera. Oh no, this won't do. Your photography skills are terrible. You didn't even capture our shadows, she complained. This time, I want to make a mistake. Come on. After the second attempt, while Lu Ming managed to keep the camera steady, Xia Yuxing felt the dance was lacking. Thus, they proceeded to film a third time, and finally, the result was satisfactory. Yay, Xia Yuxing cheered, eagerly clicking the plus sign on Douyin and adding background music to the video. Surprisingly, with the enchanting melody, their playful movements transformed into something romantic. As Lu Ming gazed at Xia Yuxing beside him, she seemed a far cry from the aloof and formidable figure he once knew. She radiated the joy of a carefree girl. At precisely 8:36 p.m., Xia Yuxing published her first Douyin video. Lu Ming chuckled, well, look who's finally emerged from her shell. The once dormant queen of ice has dared to post on Douyin. How bold of you to call me a queen of ice. Are you tired of living? She retorted playfully. By 9:10 p.m., the pair had returned to Yushui Bay, hand in hand. However, as Lu Ming opened the door and they stepped inside, Xia Yuxing reached out to switch on the lights, only to have her hand suddenly grasped by Lu Ming. He raised his other arm, pressing his hand against the wall, leaning in closer. Taken aback, Xia Yuxing leaned against the wall, realizing that Lu Ming had her pinned against it. In an instant, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her breath quickening. "What are you doing?" she stammered. "Kissing you," Lu Ming replied, and without hesitation, he lowered his head, sealing his lips over hers. Xia Yuxing promptly shut her eyes. Thump, thump, thump. Leaning against the wall while kissing felt incredibly exhilarating. At this moment, Zhu Wanqing was in the training room, practicing her shooting skills with a firearm. Bang, bang, bang. She swiftly completed a magazine. Just then, Detective Shao walked over, astonished, and remarked, "Oh, little Zhu, aren't you on leave this afternoon? What brings you here to practice shooting?" Zhu Wanqing replied with a smile, "Well, I had plans to go shopping with my best friend, but I ended up being stood up." "Oh dear, that's unfortunate." Shao chuckled. "You're quite the tragic figure." "Ha, Uncle Shao, you're still laughing." Zhu Wanqing paused her practice, moved to the side, and began aimlessly scrolling through Douyin on her phone. To her surprise, the first video she encountered was from Xia Yuxing. She initially thought she had made a mistake, as Xia Yuxing rarely posted on Douyin. After confirming several times, she realized it was indeed a video from Xia Yuxing. Zhu Wanqing watched the video and exclaimed, "Oh my! My dear Sheng has finally kissed someone." Chapter 113. Xia Yuxing misunderstands on the first day back to work after the New Year. Lu Ming accompanied Xia Yuxing and the department managers to extend New Year greetings to the employees of the company. They had also prepared a few red envelopes to celebrate the occasion. Following the morning executive meeting, an official company email announced Lu Ming's formal promotion to the position of Chief Investment Officer. To the employees, Lu Ming's title seemed of little consequence, as he remained the majority shareholder. However, what astonished all the executives was Lu Ming's consistent demeanor during the meeting. He never opposed Xia Yuxing's proposals regarding management strategies. In Lu Ming's own words, he was responsible for investment matters while Xia Yuxing managed company operations. For an investment firm, the most significant event on the first day back was, of course, the market opening. Investors across the board were eagerly anticipating this moment. Finally, at 9:30, the market opened. To everyone's delight, it began on a positive note. The first day saw a commendable performance, with nearly all sectors of the stock market in the green. Although the bond market experienced a decline, investors celebrated the auspicious start to the year, believing a bull market was on the horizon. However, after the afternoon's closing, Lu Ming, in his capacity as Chief Investment Officer, convened his inaugural investment advisory meeting. Following Lu Ming's promotion, Cheng Yuanming, his close associate, had ascended to the position of Deputy Director of the Equity Investment Department. During the meeting, Lu Ming outlined the future investment directions for several departments. His opinions regarding the bond market remained unchanged from the previous year. He forecasted a bullish trend ahead for bonds, while predicting a period of volatility and likely downturn for stocks. Naturally, there would be exceptions, with certain stocks poised to rise against the tide. Lu Ming specifically highlighted several stocks and sectors, providing predictive analyses. In the wake of the market's encouraging start, various experts and influencers began to discuss Lu Ming's earlier forecast regarding the bond market. With stocks in the green and bonds declining, experts mocked Lu Ming, suggesting that his predictions were proving inaccurate. Yet, on the second day, the stock market experienced a dramatic shock, plummeting sharply, reminiscent of a stock market crash, with significant capital flight. Despite this, numerous financial experts and investment influencers continued to assert that it was an opportune moment to acquire shares, deeming the situation a mere technical adjustment, a divine opportunity for wealth. Encouraged by such endorsements, many retail investors rushed into the market. Unexpectedly, on the third day, the market fell again. The fourth day brought further declines, and by the fifth day, it had dropped consecutively for 4 days. Meanwhile, the bond market, having only dipped on the first day, surprisingly turned bullish over the subsequent 4 days. Social media buzzed with the hashtag Lu Ming's divine predictions, celebrating his foresight in the private equity realm. However, merely 4 days into this turmoil, the financial experts and advisors were reluctant to concede defeat, unwilling to acknowledge any misjudgment. Not long ago, that so-called financial detective has begun to pen articles once more, casting aspersions on Lu Ming. On a Sunday afternoon, Xia Yuxing was scrolling through Weibo when she suddenly slammed her hand on the table, nearly dropping her phone in her frustration. Lu Ming had just finished trimming the nails of their cat, Pai Pai, and inquired, "What's the matter, Shang Bao?" Xia Yuxing replied indignantly, "Humph. That financial detective is slandering you again, posting once more. What nonsense is he spouting this time? He's claiming you are a heartless man, a scoundrel, who preys on beautiful financial clients, and that you've gotten one of them pregnant." Lu Ming chuckled. "Wow, this detective is quite the rogue. You're still laughing? Should I hire a lawyer to sue him?" Xia Yuxing said, gritting her teeth in anger. Lu Ming responded, "Didn't you consult about this last time? Such cases are generally unwinnable. But I'm just so furious. There's no need for that. Look at my Weibo. I have 5 million followers now. How many of them would believe that Big V? That is true. Your 5 million are all loyal fans who call you Ludishin. Haha, these fans are mischievous. They even gave me a nickname." Xia Yuxin paused, asking, "Nickname? What nickname?" "They VE split my name and call me Lu Iko Niao." Uffed. This time, Xia Yuxin couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh, Sheng Bao. What are you laughing about? You're quite the expert. Go away. I don't understand anything." Xia Yuxin quickly shook her head. At that moment, Lu Ming's phone rang. It was Shen Ango calling. "Hello, President Shen. Lu Ming, I need to consult you about something." "What is it?" "It's about the recent fluctuations in the stock market. I have a good friend who bought several stocks, and they have plummeted." "Which ones?" Shen Ango proceeded to list several stock codes. Lu Ming laughed. "Your friend has quite the talent for picking stocks. These particular ones have indeed suffered greatly." Shen Ango replied, "That's right. He is now in a quandary, unsure whether to cut his losses or hold on, so he came to seek your advice." Lu Ming asked, "Has your friend invested a significant amount?" "Yes, several million. With such a hefty sum, he must prioritize efficiency. I suggest he liquidate everything at next week's opening." "What? Liquidate everything?" "Yes, we are facing a turbulent market. These stocks do not look promising. If he hopes to recover his investment, he may be ensnared for over a year." Shenango said, "All right. I'll relay your advice to him and let him decide." "Haha, President Shun, you should still recommend your friend to sell off the stocks and invest with me instead." "Sure, no problem." After hanging up, Lu Ming noticed that Xia Yuxing was still sulking. He walked over and pinched her delicate face. "All right, Sheng Bao, cheer up. Let us go take a bath." "Huh? Take a bath?" Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed by his implication. "Together, of course." "Yes, together. How could this possibly work?" Xia Yuxing bit her lip. Lu Ming replied, "Not feasible? Didn't we agree to take Hammer and Pippi to the pet store for a bath this afternoon?" Taking Hammer and Pippi for a bath? Xia Yuxing felt utterly embarrassed, nearly forgetting about the plan. Just moments ago, her thoughts had wandered astray. Noticing Xia Yuxing's flustered expression, Lu Ming immediately had a thought and teased, "Oh, Shabao. You don't think we are going to bathe together, do you?" "Of course not." Xia Yuxing vehemently denied it. "Not at all?" Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and inquired. "Then when exactly are we supposed to bathe together?" "Pa, who would want to bathe with you, you big lecher?" Xia Yuxing shot him a sultry yet bashful glare. Chapter 114. Weibo announces their relationship. The subsequent month marked a true apotheosis for Lu Ming. As anticipated, the stock market began its turbulent descent, while the bond market experienced a remarkable upswing, flourishing with prosperity. A significant influx of capital gravitated towards the bond market, heralding a resplendent moment for the fixed income department at Joeying Capital. Once again, Lu Ming deftly countered the skepticism of numerous financial experts. His follower count, previously at 5 million, surged to an astonishing 10 million, establishing him as the most followed financial blogger in the country. Moreover, during this downturn in the stock market, many mutual funds suffered considerable losses, with several renowned fund managers witnessing a steep decline in their portfolios. However, a number of investors suddenly recognized the funds managed by Joeying Capital's adept operators, which not only preserved their returns amidst the market's fluctuations but also yielded notable profits. At that moment, the realization dawned upon many. Lu Ming was now the investment director at Joeying Capital. Under his stewardship, the vessel of Joeying Capital truly resembled a luxury cruise of wealth. As word spread, numerous investors began inquiring about insider information at Joeying Capital, primarily seeking updates on when Lu Ming would launch a bond fund. Earlier in the year, Lu Ming had alluded to plans for releasing a bond fund post-New Year. Ding! A system task was issued. Raise a bond fund with a scale of 10 billion. Completion reward, 1 lottery draw. At that moment, seated in his office, Lu Ming received the system task. How fortuitous, as it was indeed an opportune time to issue bonds with Joeying Capital riding high on its success. Thus, he commenced preparations for the necessary documentation for the bond issuance. Ding dong. Just then, Lu Ming received a WeChat message. Curious. He opened it to find it was from Xia Yuxin's father, Xia Wanqing. Xia Wanqing, Lu Ming, the entire nation is now aware of your relationship with Shengxing. You must treat her well. Should you dare to mistreat her, I shall not condone it. Lu Ming was taken aback. What was going on? Why had Xia Wanqing sent him such a message? The entire nation knew about his relationship with Shengxing. He had not publicly announced anything. Could it be? A spark of realization ignited in Lu Ming's eyes as he considered a possibility. He swiftly retrieved his phone and opened Weibo. To his astonishment, his latest post was inundated with comments, many of which were blessings directed at him. He navigated to his list of followed accounts, particularly focusing on his favorites. In this exclusive list, only Xia Yuxing was present. He accessed her personal profile and, indeed, discovered that she had posted a new Weibo entry that morning. The content predominantly chronicled their love story, replete with expressions of affection towards Mr. Lu. Furthermore, she subtly addressed the malicious rumors aimed at tarnishing Mr. Lu's reputation, firmly refuting those unfounded claims. Attached to her post was a video capturing the enchanting silhouettes of Lu Ming and her twirling together under the soft glow of lights. Though this Weibo post merely mentioned Mr. Lu, it is noteworthy that Xia Yuxing is verified as the president of Jiuyin Capital. Moreover, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing frequently interact on Weibo, with Xia affectionately addressing Lu Ming as Mr. Lu, with hundreds of thousands of followers. Her post effectively served to announce their relationship. Consequently, a flurry of fans erupted in excitement, many extending their blessings beneath Lu Ming's Weibo. It was already widely known that Xia Yuxing is the daughter of Xia Wanqing. Thus, the topic of Lu Ming becoming Xia Wanqing's son-in-law trended prominently. Upon seeing Xia Yuxing's post, Lu Ming felt a wave of emotion. He recognized that this post was Xia Yuxing's personal endeavor to clarify the unfounded rumors surrounding him. And it bore substantial weight, considering her identity as the daughter of the business magnate Xia Wanqing. Would she choose a partner of questionable character? As a result, a multitude of Lu Ming's fans, along with some justice-seeking netizens, took it upon themselves to retaliate in the comments section of the financial detective influencer, transforming the latter into a target of public ire. Lu Ming first sent a reassuring message to Xia Wanqing, assuring him that he would never mistreat Shengxing and that he would love her for a lifetime. He then proceeded directly to the president's office. Upon entering, he found Xia Yuxing seated at her computer, engrossed in a document. Is there something you need? She inquired, still tapping away at the keyboard. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming approached her, lifting her chin. What are you doing? Xia Yuxing protested, her face involuntarily tilted upwards. Without further ado, Lu Ming leaned down and kissed her. Xia Yuxing's heart raced at the sudden kiss. Initially, she intended to push him away, but Lu Ming's fervor captivated her. Unconsciously, she began to reciprocate, savoring the moment. It turned out that stealing kisses in the office had a uniquely exhilarating allure. They were no longer the awkward novices of their first kiss. They had now mastered the art of passionate union. After a brief interlude, they finally parted. You rascal! Be mindful, we are at the office. Xia Yuxing glared at him. Lu Ming chuckled. What is there to fear? This is your office. Who would dare enter without knocking? Xia Yuxing mused silently, realizing that apart from him, no one in the entire company would dare to enter her office unannounced. That does not justify reckless behavior. Kissing in the office is quite inappropriate. All right. We can save that for home. Now, why have you come here? Was it merely to kiss me? I saw your Weibo post, Lu Ming replied, affectionately ruffling Xia Yuxing's hair. You saw it, did you? You could have at least given me a heads up before posting. I couldn't stand by while others slandered you. You can rest assured now, the netizens are on our side, and that influencer's Weibo has been overwhelmed. Xia Yuxing scoffed. That is the consequence of their own actions. Take another look at my Weibo, she said. What should I look at? Xia Yuxing unlocked her phone and opened Lu Ming's Weibo profile. To her surprise, Lu Ming had just reposted her announcement of their relationship, accompanied by the heartfelt words, I am Mr. Lu. Thank you to my beloved girl. Knowing you is the greatest fortune of my life. I am truly blessed to have you. This repost had only been published for 10 minutes. Yet it had already garnered over 10,000 comments, all filled with well wishes. After reading through the comments, Xia Yuxing promptly set her phone aside and leaped into Lu Ming's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Rising on her tiptoes, she planted a tender kiss on his lips, followed by another sweet peck on his cheek. Chapter 115. Xia Yuxing initiates a kiss. Xia Yuxing boldly pressed her lips against Lu Ming's, igniting a spark of passion between them. They embraced, lost in each other's fervor. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted their moment. Startled, they hastily released one another. "Come in." The office door swung open, revealing Assistant Li Xiaya, who entered bearing a document. "Mr. Liu," Li Xiaya greeted upon noticing Lu Ming's presence. He responded with a brief acknowledgement. Turning to Xia Yuxing, she added, "Ms. Xia, here is the recruitment plan from the Human Resources Department for this year. Please have a look." "All right," Xia Yuxing replied, accepting the document. With that, Li Xiaya exited the office. Lu Ming approached Xia Yuxing once more. "What are you doing?" she asked playfully. "Continue," he urged. "Continue? You big-headed fool. No more antics in the office." "Haha, Shabao, it seemed you were the one who initiated that moment." "Humph. How can I blame you? How could it be my fault? I was merely swept away by your enthusiasm. So your hands lost control in the heat of the moment?" Xia Yuxing shot him a teasing glance. Lu Ming chuckled awkwardly, recalling how his hand had wandered to her delicate waist during their intimate exchange, only to be interrupted by Li Xiaya. After a brief chat, they shifted back to business, discussing Lu Ming's bond fund issuance plan. Yes, it's indeed an opportune moment for issuing bond funds. Xia Yuxing wholeheartedly agreed. In a villa located in the southern suburbs of Yanbei, Rong Wenhao held a cigarette to his nose, inhaling deeply. Before him lay a laptop displaying the personal login page of the Weibo account for Financial Detective. Previously, Rong Wenhao had incited trouble at Jiuing Capital with a group of associates. Little did he expect that Lu Ming would deftly resolve the crisis, consequently enhancing his own reputation. Fuming, Rong Wenhao nearly choked on his frustration as Lu Ming, now dubbed the king of private equity, launched the Yaying No. 2 fund. To his dismay, during the fundraising for Yaying No. 2, several major clients who were supposed to sign wealth management contracts with Dingfeng Capital abandoned them for Jiuing Capital instead. This theft of business left Rong Wenhao highly displeased. In response, at the end of last year, he invested in acquiring a popular influencer's Weibo account to disseminate slanderous posts against Lu Ming. His plan was to tarnish Lu Ming's reputation, which would ultimately damage Jiuing Capital's standing. He believed that once the clients who had fled Dingfeng Capital saw this, they would surely return. However, to his astonishment, Lu Ming successfully predicted the bond market trends, skyrocketing his fame. He had now transformed into a Weibo sensation with millions of followers. Moreover, Xia Yuxing publicly declared their relationship on Weibo, rendering Rong Wenhao's defamatory posts ineffective. Meanwhile, Financial Detective's account was besieged by Lu Ming's supporters. Damn it! Rong Wenhao seized his laptop and forcefully hurled it to the ground. This Weibo account had cost him 3 million at the outset, yet now it lay in ruins. "Old phone," he barked. "What is it, young master?" Old phone. Rong Wenhao's devoted steward felt the tension rise as he noted the darkening expression on his master's face. "I am exceedingly irate at present." Old Feng's eyelids flickered, his teeth clenched. How infuriating. He mused that while he often managed the unsavory tasks for Rong Wenhao, he could not forsake the integrity and principles that defined a man. "Old phone, why are you still standing there? Hurry and make a phone call." "Ah, a phone call? Indeed. Have that actress, MOMO, come over swiftly to calm my temper, and ensure she brings along several friends." Old Feng exhaled in relief, realizing that he had narrowly avoided a potential heart attack. He then proceeded to make the call. At that moment, Rong Wenhao received an unexpected call from an unfamiliar number. Frowning, he answered, "Hello? Hello, young Master Rong. It's me." "Who are you?" "I am an old friend of yours. Can't you recognize my voice?" "Get lost. I don't recognize it." "Young Master, it's Niu Yongji." "Niu Yongji? I don't know you." Rong Wenhao's impatience grew, and he contemplated ending the call. "You've truly forgotten me, young master? I'm the finance blogger, Niu Yongji. I visited your villa not long ago, and you've already forgotten?" Rong Wenhao's brow furrowed as he recalled. "Ah, it's you. What do you want?" "Recently, I found myself in a bit of a financial bind. Could you possibly lend me a hand?" "A financial bind? Why not ask your father for money?" "What do you want from me? Am I your father?" "Young master, this isn't very amusing. I once assisted you. You sold yourself out." "Young master, I must inform you that I still possess a backup of the last time I recorded you without your knowledge." "What? You have a backup? You little rascal. Were you deceiving me?" Rong Wenhao's expression turned icy. "Well, it wasn't exactly deceit. I simply forgot that the video automatically uploaded to the cloud." "Alas, what now?" "I'm in need of funds." "Are you attempting to extort me?" Rong Wenhao's gaze grew cold. "I wouldn't dare. I assure you. If you could grant me 10 million this time, I shall never appear before you again." 10 million? You have quite the appetite. I'm aware that 10 million is mere pocket change for someone of your stature. Humph. You desire money, do you? Very well, come to me. Apologies, young master. But I am currently not in Yanbei. Just transfer the funds directly to my card. You are rather cautious. Please send me your card number via text. Of course. Thank you, young master. Your generosity is commendable. Afterward, Nyo Yongji ended the call. Shortly thereafter, he sent the card number. At that moment, Old Feng approached. Young master, I have dispatched a special vehicle to fetch Momo. This time, she mentioned that she has invited 4 of her friends along. 4? Roan Wenhao's eyes sparkled with interest. That makes a total of 5 people. Old Feng, do I still have my medication? Yes, young master. Please check the surveillance devices in the bedroom shortly. Certainly, young master. By the way, once you are done, I need you to assist me with something. Please investigate this bank card number and uncover the identity of its owner for me. Understood, young master. Butler Old Feng noted down the bank card number and proceeded with the investigation. The Roan family has extensive connections, making it quite simple to look into an individual. Roan Wenhao's gaze turned icy, and a smirk played on his lips as he scoffed, "Foolish creature, daring to extort me. I shall make you understand what it means to have a life to take money but no life to spend it." Chapter 116, Talent Analysis Technique, April 1st. April Fool's Day. On this day, Jiuying Capital officially announced the issuance of bonds by Lu Ming through its website and mobile app. This bond fund, a pure debt fund, was named Jiuying Pure Debt Stable No. 1, with a fundraising target of 50 to 100 billion. The announcement of this figure left many in astonishment. Concurrently, some peers regarded Jiuying Capital's aspirations as rather ambitious, with several public fund companies even mocking Jiuying Capital for its apparent lack of self-awareness. A private fund scale of 100 billion is no laughing matter. How many public funds can even reach such magnitude? However, once the fundraising commenced, Lu Ming's bond fund was fervently pursued by a multitude of investors. Given the specific requirements for investors in private funds, the majority of those purchasing this bond fund were from the middle class. Within just a month, Jiuying Capital announced that Jiuying Pure Debt Stable No. 1 had successfully completed its fundraising of 100 billion. This news sent shockwaves through the investment community, leading many to marvel at Lu Ming's immense popularity. At this juncture, numerous financial bloggers stepped forward to analyze the situation. They attributed Lu Ming's ability to raise 100 billion to a confluence of favorable circumstances. The timing was advantageous, as the current stock market was experiencing turbulence and the future remained uncertain, prompting a significant influx of capital into the bond market. Lu Ming's issuance of the bond fund at this moment capitalized on this advantageous timing. The geographical location of Jiuying Capital, situated in Yanbei Financial Street Plaza, often referred to as China's Wall Street, was also a significant factor as it naturally attracted a plethora of high-quality investors. Furthermore, the human element played a crucial role. Lu Ming's recent successful predictions regarding the bond market garnered him a vast following, and his romantic relationship with Xia Yuxing, widely celebrated as a love story, left a lasting positive impression on investors. Thus, Jiuying Capital crafted an industry legend, while Lu Ming achieved a miraculous feat as a trader. Simultaneously, Lu Ming accomplished the systematic fundraising of 100 billion for the bond fund, earning himself a chance for a lottery draw. The system activated the lottery. Good host, it remarked as a grand prize wheel materialized. Various rewards appeared on the wheel. Oh, a perspective ability has emerged? Oh, a divine combat technique. Now that's an impressive skill. Super planting technique. Goodness, if I win that, will I have to start farming? Wow, and there's a super programming skill. Is it trying to make me a programmer? Talent analysis technique? What sort of skill is that? In the next moment, the wheel spun, and ultimately, the pointer came to rest on the talent analysis technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the talent analysis technique skill. Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback and quickly began to examine the details of the talent analysis technique skill. Talent analysis technique. Upon utilization, it allows for the assessment of an individual's talent index. In essence, this skill can discern the innate abilities of others. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. The utility of this capability is indeed manifold. For instance, the company is currently strategizing for the spring recruitment drive, and this ability could be invaluable for selecting prospective employees. It would facilitate the swift identification of which talents are suited for roles such as traders, managers, or finance professionals. At that moment, Dong Xiaojia knocked on the office door and entered. Boss, here is yesterday's fundraising report. Thank you. Lu Ming accepted the document and glanced at Dong Xiaojie, promptly activating the talent analysis technique. Ding. Analyzing talent for target individual Dong Xiaojie. Ding. Analysis complete. Dong Xiaojie's talent index is as follows. 1. Esports. Talent value 230. 2. Bond trading. Talent value 190. 3. Computer programming. Talent value 130. Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback. Surprisingly, Dong Xiaojie's foremost talent was competitive gaming. No wonder he always excelled in games when they played together. It turned out he was a prodigious talent with remarkable reflexes. Lu Ming chuckled. Xiaojie, at what rank have you reached in League of Legends? Hee, I've already reached the rank of king, Dong Xiaojie replied with a proud expression. Wow, your reflexes are impressive. Why didn't you pursue a career as a professional player? Boss, you don't know. When I was applying for university, I wanted to enroll in an esports major, but my parents strongly opposed it, so I ended up studying finance. Dong Xiaojie reminisced, a look of regret crossing his face. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. It seems life unfolds in such a manner. Xiaojie, if given the chance now to return to gaming as a professional, would you? Not at all, Dong Xiaojie replied decisively. Not at all. Why? Well, I find joy in my current job, and I've gained experience. The salary is quite satisfactory. This life suits me well, Dong Xiaojie stated earnestly, clearly content with his present circumstances. Lu Ming nodded, recognizing that for Dong Xiaojie, a career shift might not be the wisest choice. After all, one need not relentlessly pursue an extraordinary life. Lu Ming continued, Xiaojie, I believe it's time to consider an adjustment in your position. Huh? Dong Xiaojie exclaimed, panic evident on his face. Boss, have I done something wrong? No. Then why the change? Dong Xiaojie was perplexed. Lu Ming smiled. What? Do you intend to remain an assistant for life? Don't you aspire to be a fund manager? Dong Xiaojie's eyes brightened, stammering, BB boss, are you implying that? Currently, I have launched a new bond fund, the previous winning no. 5-foot fund manager has also included you in the team. I will mentor you. Once you gain experience and maturity, winning number 5 will be entrusted to you. Dong Xiaojie was filled with immense joy and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, boss. No need for pleasantries. Now get to work. Absolutely. With a cheerful demeanor, Dong Xiaojie busily attended to his tasks. Subsequently, Lu Ming made his way to the president's office. Upon entering, he approached Xia Yuxing. Xia Yuxing mused to herself, wondering if this fellow was once again seeking to be overly familiar. She stood up and said, What are you doing? I've told you that the office is no place for such behavior. Such behavior? Lu Ming chuckled awkwardly and replied, Xingbao, I am here to discuss serious matters. Serious matters? What serious matters? We are currently formulating this year's recruitment plan, correct? Indeed. I would like to serve as an interviewer for this recruitment initiative. Xia Yuxing was taken aback and laughed. Oh, so you wish to personally select the talent? Of course. As a naturally gifted strategist, my observational skills are quite keen. Very well. Xia Yuxing readily agreed. Oh, what is this? Lu Ming suddenly noticed a folder labeled Investigation resting on the desk. Chapter 117. Unmasking the puppet master, Xia Yuxing handed him a file bag, saying, Take a look. This is the investigation I commissioned. Lu Ming accepted the bag and extracted a document. This document primarily detailed the transactions associated with the financial detective account. Ever since this internet celebrity tarnished your reputation on Weibo, I initiated an investigation. The original owner of this account was indeed a financial professional. However, it was later purchased from him by someone else for a sum of 2.5 million. Yet, the individual who spent that amount was merely an intermediary, who in turn sold it to another person named Xiao San for 3 million. However, Xiao San is a fictitious identity. This person does not exist. The source of these funds traces back to someone named Feng Dade. Subsequently, the investigative team pinpointed the login location of this Weibo account and, through broadband information, discovered that the owner of the broadband is also named Feng Dade. Xia Yuxing recounted the findings. Lu Ming perused the document, noting that its contents aligned closely with Xia Yuxing's account. So, the one defaming me online is Feng Dade? He queried. Not quite, Xia Yuxing continued. The investigation team just called me. Although the broadband owner is Feng Dade and the villa's address belongs to him, the actual owner of that villa is someone else. Who? Rong Wenhao. Is it him? Lu Ming furrowed his brow. Xia Yuxing nodded, her voice laced with indignation. Rong Wenhao is indeed a despicable character, engaging in such underhanded activities behind the scenes. Considering this, the troublemakers from the future's incident must also be linked to him. Lu Ming contemplated for a moment. Agreeing with Xia Yuxing's assessment, it is highly probable that he is involved. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. In that case, I will speak with the disruptive financial blogger to uncover any solid evidence. Is that effective? He must have been bribed by Rong Wenhao. If he can be bought, then he must be harboring some secrets. Very well, Xia Yuxing acquiesced. Since the financial blogger, Niu Yongji, had previously managed finances at Jiuying Capital, the company's wealth management system naturally retained Niu Yongji's client information. Lu Ming sifted through the client records, unearthing Niu Yongji's phone number and address. He dialed the number only to find it out of service. Lu Ming then opened Douyin, searching for Niu Yongji's video account, only to discover that it had long since ceased updating. With over 1 million followers, how could such an account simply stop posting? Had he earned enough money? Lu Ming resolved to visit the address listed in the client records. The location was in the Ziquanpu community, an old, dilapidated building. Lu Ming examined the map. The address was indeed on the outskirts, situated in a rundown neighborhood. Niu Yongji, being relatively affluent, would he truly reside there? Regardless of everything else, after work, Lu Ming drove directly to the community to have a look. Due to traffic congestion, by the time he arrived at the neighborhood, it was already dark. Entering the Ziquanpu community, he noticed the uneven ground and the few lights that flickered in the darkness. Most residents had likely moved out, perhaps awaiting demolition. Building 4. Door 1. Room 701. At last, Lu Ming found Building 4 and glanced upwards. Remarkably, Room 701 still shone with light. The old and dilapidated building lacked an elevator. So he ascended the 7 flights of stairs. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Ming rapped on the door. Oh, is the food delivery here so quickly? A male voice called from within, as the man hurriedly opened the door, evidently mistaking Lu Ming for a delivery person. Upon seeing him, the door opener froze in surprise. Lu Ming was equally taken aback. The man was indeed Niu Yongji, though now, his hair and beard had grown long, giving him a weathered appearance. Lu Ming almost failed to recognize him. Lu, Manager Lu, is that you? Niu Yongji finally recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. Niu Yongji. It's been a long time. How did you end up like this? It's none of your business. Please leave. Niu Yongji waved his hand, attempting to close the door. Lu Ming swiftly blocked the entrance, stating, Niu Yongji, I'm aware that you caused a ruckus at Jiuying Capital. And there was someone behind you, right? Who said that? It's not true. Niu Yongji shook his head. Not true. Niu Yongji, I want to know who is behind you. Name your price. Lu Ming got straight to the point. I've told you it's not true. Why are you being so verbose? Just leave. Niu Yongji insisted on shutting the door. However, he realized he could not budget, as Lu Ming's strength was formidable. 1 million. Lu Ming boldly offered. Niu Yongji's eyes clearly flickered with interest, yet after pondering for a few seconds, he shook his head, saying, Manager Lu, there is no one behind this matter. Please leave. 2 million. Lu Ming raised the stakes once more. I've already said 3 million. I'll say this one last time, Lu Ming interjected. Niu Yongji, don't forget that you weren't the only one causing trouble at the company last time. There were others as well. If you don't want to earn this money, I'll simply find someone else. 5 million. Give me 5 million and I'll talk. Niu Yongji immediately opened his mouth to negotiate. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Deal. But it must come with solid evidence. No problem. I have solid evidence. I have a video recording. Niu Yongji replied. Subsequently, the two men entered Niu Yongji's apartment, as such matters could not be discussed in the hallway. It was a small 2-bedroom unit. Manager Lu, if you want the evidence, you must transfer the money to me first. Niu Yongji was no fool. Lu Ming smiled. How about this? You tell me the entire process of this matter, and I'll listen first. What? Manager Lu wants to get something for nothing? Shall I transfer the money to you first before I listen to your story? Lu Ming retorted. Niu Yongji grinned. Realizing that demanding money without offering anything in return was rather implausible, he retrieved 2 bottles of coffee from the nearby freezer. Manager Lu, would you care for a drink? No, thank you. Niu Yongji opened a bottle for himself, took a sip, and chuckled. Manager Lu, since it has come to this, allow me to share a tale with you, and you can judge its authenticity. One day, a man approached me. His surname was Feng. He requested that I create a disturbance at your company, promising me a reward of 3 million. Initially, I declined his offer. However, later on, this Mr. Feng returned, accompanied by a young man whose surname was Rong. This young man was quite generous, offering me 5 million. Chapter 118. You truly are my lucky star. As Niu Yongji recounted the tale, a delivery person unexpectedly arrived with a meal. Niu Yongji, while savoring his boxed lunch. Continued his narrative. He mentioned a certain individual by the surname Rong, and Lu Ming instantly recognized that it referred to Rong Wenhao. Alas, Lu manager was well aware of the subsequent events. We had caused quite an uproar. It was astonishing, Lu manager, how adeptly you diffused the situation. You refunded our money, yet we incurred considerable losses. In hindsight, it became apparent that you had your own schemes at play. Nonetheless, we were unwilling to swallow our losses in silence. So we sought out the person named Rong. At that time, Rong was at a villa, entertaining a few women. Armed with a previously recorded video, I blackmailed him, and he ultimately reimbursed us. My companions and I rejoiced at receiving the money, and I indulged in a spree at the Hong Kong casino, only to lose it all and even fall into debt with loan sharks. Thus, I found myself hiding from creditors in this dilapidated complex. However, this predicament soon reached its conclusion. Neo Yongji grinned broadly. Lu Ming inquired, "What are you planning? To take my money and continue gambling?" "Huh, Lu manager. This meager sum is hardly sufficient. Rong must be obliged to send me more," Neo Yongji replied, his pride evident. Lu Ming quickly grasped the situation. Neo Yongji was engaged in extortion. "Neo Yongji, do you realize who Rong Wenhao is? Do you dare to threaten him? He is a vile character. And are you not afraid of retaliation? Oh, so you know of Rong Wenhao, do you? Just because the Rong family possesses wealth, does that mean he can resort to murder to silence me?" Neo Yongji retorted dismissively. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room. "Knock, knock, knock." Neo Yongji furrowed his brow and asked, "Who is it?" A delivery person, came a low male voice from outside. Irritated, Neo Yongji snapped, "What nonsense? I'm already eating my takeout." To his surprise, immediately after his outburst, the sound of a door being pried open reached his ears. Damn it. They dare to force the door? Neo Yongji scowled and approached the entrance. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a man clad in black. Complete with a dark cap and a mask, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes radiated a menacing aura. Lu Ming, seated on the sofa, frowned upon seeing the stranger. The man in black cast a glance toward Lu Ming, his eyes flickering with surprise, clearly unprepared for the presence of another individual in the room. Who are you?" Neo Yongji stammered. The man in black uttered not a word and advanced directly toward Neo Yongji. "Hey, I'm asking you a question." Neo Yongji raised his voice. "Yet." The man in black approached with alarming swiftness, reaching for his waist and producing a glinting silver dagger. In an instant, a cold sweat broke out on Neo Yongji's forehead, and his eyelids twitched, silently cursing his misfortune. However, the speed of the man in black was astonishingly swift. With a swift thrust, the knife plunged into Neo Yongji's abdomen. Everything transpired too abruptly. Lu Ming quickly realized that Neo Yongji might have been silenced for his transgressions. After all, Neo Yongji had audaciously attempted to extort Rong Wenhao. This blade was indeed warranted. Yet, Lu Ming could not allow Neo Yongji to perish, for he remained a crucial witness. Thus, as the man in black withdrew his dagger, preparing to deliver a second strike, Lu Ming sprang into action. He seized a vase from the nearby television cabinet and hurled it towards the assailant. The man in black hastily evaded, releasing Neo Yongji in the process. The vase shattered upon impact, scattering fragments across the floor. Clutching his abdomen, Neo Yongji scurried to the corner, grimacing in pain. He was not foolish and understood the gravity of his situation. Although he had borrowed from usurers, those debt collectors would not take his life. This man in black was undoubtedly sent by Rong Wenhao. Regret flooded Neo Yongji's mind. At that moment, the man in black, his plan thwarted by Lu Ming, glowered with icy fury. Interfering? Seeking death? The assailant lunged at Lu Ming with his knife, possessing extraordinary physique. Lu Ming's reflexes were lightning quick as he dodged. The man in black was taken aback, realizing this young man was formidable and not easily subdued. He decided to prioritize his original target. The assailant pivoted and charged once more at Neo Yongji. Neo Yongji's heart raced with dread. Was his life truly in jeopardy? "Manager Lu, save me." The glinting knife of the man in black terrified him to the core. Lu Ming grabbed a nearby chair and swung it at the assailant. The man in black deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. "I will end you." He seethed, charging at Lu Ming again. Empowered by his extraordinary physique, Lu Ming's confidence surged. He leapt to the side, swiftly grasping the man in black's wrist and applying a fierce grip. The strength of his extraordinary physique surged forth. "Ah!" The man in black yelped in agony, his hand trembling as the dagger clattered to the ground. Lu Ming, astonished by the ferocity of his own strength, swiftly delivered an uppercut to the assailant's chin. With a resounding thud, The man in black's eyes glazed over, and he collapsed to the floor. Lu Ming reveled in his victorious maneuver, feeling exhilarated. It appeared he ought to seize the opportunity to hone his combat skills. With such formidable strength, neglecting to learn martial arts would be a travesty. Hey, do you have any rope? Lu Ming turned to Neo Yongji. Yes. Neo Yongji pointed towards a nearby drawer. Upon opening it, Lu Ming discovered a pink rope. What on earth? Is this even a proper rope? This looks like something intended for binding women. Subsequently, he took the rope and directly bound the man in black. After completing the task, Lu Ming promptly called Zhu Wanqing. Zhu Wanqing is a criminal police officer, and this man in black likely bears a considerable number of charges. Of course, during the call, he also mentioned that there was someone who had been stabbed. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wanqing immediately dispatched officers and summoned emergency medical assistance. A little over 10 minutes later, Zhu Wanqing's police vehicle arrived, and she ascended the building accompanied by several officers. Lu Ming, where is the suspect you apprehended? Zhu Wanqing inquired eagerly upon entering. He's tied up over there. Lu Ming indicated towards the corner of the living room. As Zhu Wanqing approached and glanced over, her eyes were immediately drawn to the pink rope binding him. She exchanged a knowing smile with Lu Ming. Let me see who this is, Zhu Wanqing said, as she directly removed the mask from the man in black. This, she exclaimed with delight. Lu Ming, you truly are my lucky star. Chapter 119. Discussing the matters of entering the bridal chamber, Lu Ming was taken aback by Zhu Wanqing's words. Fortune star? What does that mean? Zhu Wanqing immediately instructed her team to manage the situation at the scene while briefly explaining the situation to Lu Ming. It turned out that Zhu Wanqing had received a significant case before the new year, involving the capture of a criminal known as Ghost Fire, who had fled to Yanbei and was referred to as Brother Fire in the underworld. This Ghost Fire was implicated in numerous homicides. Zhu Wanqing's team had received a lead suggesting that he had arrived in Yanbei, prompting them to commence discreet investigations and stakeouts prior to the new year. However, Ghost Fire's movements were elusive, and they had yet to locate his hideout, let alone apprehend him. This case was of utmost importance to the Bureau, and various groups within Zhu Wanqing's criminal investigation team aspired to capture Ghost Fire. Unexpectedly, a phone call from Lu Ming led Zhu Wanqing to fortuitously stumble upon and apprehend Ghost Fire. Lu Ming was equally astonished that he had inadvertently solved a major case. Goodness, Lu Ming, this fellow is a fugitive, armed no less, and yet he fell into your hands. Your skills are impressive, Zhu Wanqing remarked with a tone of admiration. Lu Ming chuckled, I was nervous just now as well, but my physical fitness is commendable. I suppose I should find a club to learn some combat techniques. Zhu Wanqing replied, I know of a reputable mixed martial arts club. I'll send you the address later. Subsequently, Lu Ming made a phone call to Xia Yuxing to inform her of the situation. Given the gravity of the incident, Lu Ming could not return home immediately. He had to accompany Zhu Wanqing back to the bureau to provide a statement. The next day, at a villa in the southern suburbs of Yanbei, Rong Wenhao summoned his butler, Old Feng. Old Feng, how is the matter I entrusted you with progressing? Old Feng responded, we should receive news shortly. Rong Wenhao nodded, good. Please call MOMO again. I need to vent some frustration. Understood. Old Feng proceeded to make the call. However, to his surprise, he hurried back a few minutes later, visibly distressed. Not good, young master. What is the matter? You seem flustered, Rong Wenhao inquired, furrowing his brow. Old Feng explained, I just called MOMO, but her friend answered the phone. What happened? Her friend said that MOMO is ill. Ill? Then let us find someone else. Old Feng interjected. But her friend mentioned that MOMO is suffering from HIV. What? Rong Wenhao exclaimed, rising abruptly. HIV? Yes, young master. Enraged, Rong Wenhao overturned the table, shouting, that filthy woman has HIV? Damn it. I've been reckless more than once without protection. Young master, for your safety, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. Old Feng urged, unable to hold back his concern. With no other option available, Rong Wenhao reluctantly agreed to go to the hospital. That afternoon, he was at a private hospital, waiting for his test results. Upon seeing the word positive on the inspection report, Rong Wenhao was momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, several police cars arrived at the hospital. Zhu Wanqing, accompanied by 2 officers, approached Rong Wenhao. Are you Rong Wenhao? She inquired. Yes, what is the matter? A foreboding sense of dread washed over him. Zhu Wanqing continued, you were implicated in a serious case. Please come with us. Rong Wenhao felt utterly stunned. Cuff him. Zhu Wanqing commanded with a wave of her hand. The two officers promptly placed silver bracelets on Roan Wenhao's wrists. On that day, in the office of the president of Jiuying Capital, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing were in high spirits. They had received news from Zhu Wangqing that Roan Wenhao had been formally arrested. Furthermore, Niu Yongji would also face legal repercussions. This matter had finally reached a conclusion. Xia Yuxing gritted her teeth, declaring, "This is a case of just deserts. Indeed, I inadvertently assisted Sister Wangqing greatly. She ought to express her gratitude." Lu Ming chuckled. "Haha. I'll make sure she treats you to a grand feast. Now that the incident is resolved, I can focus on my recruitment efforts," Lu Ming remarked. "By the way, I heard from Wangqing that the individual you apprehended is a notorious criminal. Fortunately, you weren't harmed." Xia Yuxing grasped Lu Ming's hand, her eyes still filled with concern. "Haha, Xinbao, are you still worried?" "Of course. If something were to happen to you, how would I cope?" Lu Ming jested. "Rest assured, I am always cautious. Besides, I have yet to marry you and consummate our union. How could I afford any misfortune?" "You are incorrigible." Xia Yuxing rolled her eyes. Lu Ming continued to tease. "What is so inappropriate about it, my dear? Shall we discuss our wedding night? Who would want to discuss that with you?" Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed crimson. "Haha. By the way, Sister Wangqing introduced me to a combat training center. I plan to practice martial arts, so I won't fear encountering any wrongdoers in the future. Then make sure to train hard. Once you are skilled, you can protect me." "Oh, Xinbao, didn't you say last time that you know how to subdue someone?" Lu Ming recalled. "How annoying. I only said that to tease you while we were sharing a bed." Xia Yuxing couldn't help but laugh. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." The HR manager, Su Jing, entered. "Ah, Sister Su is here," Xia Yuxing exclaimed. Su Jing replied. "Mr. Lu is also here. Perfect timing. I brought the resumes of the candidates who came to our company this afternoon for your and Ms. Xia's review." She then handed over a stack of documents. "All right." Xia Yuxing accepted the resumes. If they were looking to recruit fresh graduates, the ideal period would certainly be September to October. However, Jiuying Capital's current recruitment primarily targets experienced professionals, hence the timing was set for June. As Jiuying Capital had already ascended to the ranks of leading private equity firms, they were not lacking in applicants. Many professionals have long been eyeing the recruitment plans of Jiuying Capital. Today, Lu Ming has become an idol among those in the financial sector. After Su Jing's departure, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing began perusing the resumes of applicants. Lu Ming was surprised to find that among these resumes were several individuals from public fund management, including a fund manager named Liang Dong. Strictly speaking, individuals with such credentials typically do not apply through conventional resume submissions. They are usually sought after exclusively by headhunting firms. The fact that Liang Dong has chosen to submit his resume is rather unexpected. Impressive. It seems your reputation as the leading figure in private equity carries considerable allure. Xia Yuxing couldn't help but tease. Chapter 120. Lu Ming personally oversees recruitment on this day. The front of the Jiuying Capital office building was teeming with individuals, all there for interviews. The crowd was so large that the security could only manage them in an orderly queue. Lu Ming was taken aback upon arriving at the company. He inquired with the HR department about the situation, as the number of resumes prepared did not remotely account for such a turnout. "We only prepared resumes for 50 candidates. Yet there appear to be over 100, he remarked. The HR representative replied, "I just checked. Many individuals who did not receive interview notifications also showed up." Lu Ming found himself in a bemused state, realizing the scale of the situation. With so many talented individuals present, Jiuying Capital could hardly afford to turn them away. Consequently, the interviews were divided into 3 groups, one led by Lu Ming, another by Xia Yuxing, and the third by Su Jing from HR. The groupings were determined by the positions for which the candidates were applying. For instance, Lu Ming primarily interviewed candidates for finance roles, while Xia Yuxing focused on management positions, and Su Jing handled administrative roles. Naturally, Lu Ming's group attracted the largest number of applicants. Lu Ming, however, was unperturbed. With resumes in hand and his innate analytical skills, he felt confident about the interviews. At that moment, outside Lu Ming's office, a long line of candidates awaited, including many strikingly beautiful women, each dressed in an alluring manner. It remained unclear whether they were there to apply for financial positions or had other intentions altogether. Among them was a particularly elegant young woman in a dress, with flowing long hair and large, round eyes that captivated the attention of many. In contrast, another girl, wearing black-rimmed glasses and dressed quite plainly, exuded a traditional and demure aura. "Hello, My name is Lan Qingqing. What is your name? Lan Qingqing, with an open personality, greeted the girl ahead of her in line. I'm Kong Jia, replied Kong Jia, lifting her head slightly, appearing somewhat socially anxious. Nice to meet you, Lan Qingqing said, extending her hand. Kong Jia reciprocated the gesture. I never expected so many people would come to apply at Jiuing Capital. It's astonishing, Lan Qingqing commented, unable to contain her surprise. Yes, indeed. Kong Jia agreed. Lan Qingqing then inquired, Kong Jia, I graduated from Nankai University, and I'm an alumna of Manager Liu. Which school did you attend? Kong Jia seemed taken aback by the question regarding her alma mater. She bit her lip and replied, I graduated from Yanbei University of Technology. Yanbei University of Technology? Lan Qingqing paused before saying, That's unfortunate. Even as a Nankai graduate, I find it challenging to secure an interview here. Your engineering finance major is rated B-level nationally. The prospects seem dim. Kong Jia responded softly, her eyes reflecting a sense of inferiority. Just then, a purple-haired beauty ahead arrogantly declared, I advise you folks from less prestigious schools not to waste your time waiting in line. How rude. Another candidate interjected. Exactly. What is so great about attending a prestigious school anyway? The violet-haired beauty proudly proclaimed, I am a graduate of Cambridge. Does that not count as a prestigious institution? Can any of you compare? With that remark, many fell silent. Lan Qingqing turned to Kong Jia and remarked, So what if she graduated from Cambridge? What is there to be so arrogant about? It's not even certain she'll be accepted. At that moment, Lu Ming sat in his office, conducting an interview with the somewhat renowned fund manager, Liang Dong. Liang Dong, a graduate of Peking University, has worked as a fund manager at Yihong Fund. What prompted the sudden interest in Jiuing Capital? Lu Ming inquired with curiosity. Liang Dong adjusted his glasses and replied, To be frank, my role at Yihong Fund primarily involved bond funds, which is not my aspiration. I wish to manage equity funds. Moreover, Manager Liu, you are my idol, and I believe I can acquire genuine skills under your guidance. I am confident that if Jiuing Capital accepts me, I will deliver outstanding performance. Lu Ming glanced at Liang Dong's resume, which was indeed impressive. He then activated his talent analysis technique. Ding, analyzing the target individual Liang Dong. Ding, analysis complete. Liang Dong's talent index was as follows. 1. Futures trading, 362. Bond trading, 293. Stock trading, 194. Automobile sales, 185. Entertainment hosting, 163. Surprised by Liang Dong's talent index, Lu Ming realized that he was indeed well-suited for trading. However, it appeared that Liang Dong misjudged his own capabilities. His talent for stock funds was not as high as for bond funds. Remarkably, his greatest aptitude lay in futures trading. Liang Dong, Lu Ming said, Your resume and experience certainly meet the criteria for joining Jiuing Capital, but I feel that stock funds may not be your forte. Manager Liu, are you suggesting that if I were to join the company, I would still be working with bond funds? If that is the case, I would have to decline. Liang Dong asserted, showcasing his strong opinions. Lu Ming chuckled, I believe your talent is better suited for futures funds. Would you be interested? The prospect of futures funds sparked Liang Dong's interest. Futures funds? He exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. If you are interested in futures funds, I welcome you to Jiuing Capital. Lu Ming stated. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Dong promptly replied, Yes, I am willing. Once Liang Dong was accepted, many candidates were astonished. Typically, companies do not provide immediate feedback during recruitment. They often instruct applicants to await a call. Yet, at Jiuing Capital, Lu Ming offered feedback on the spot, much to the applicant's delight. After a while, it was finally the turn of the illustrious Cambridge graduate with violet hair to be interviewed. Hello, Manager Liu. My name is Delilah. Delilah? Were you not named Zheng Ruerue? Lu Ming glanced at her resume. Manager Liu, Delilah is my English name. I am a returning Ph.D. graduate, she replied. Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words and remarked, All right, Miss Delilah, I see that you are applying for the position of equity fund manager. Correct? Indeed, replied Zheng Ruerue. I have previously worked at the Great Bank of Wall Street managing stock funds, and have also been involved in investment management at Black Lion Group. I possess considerable expertise in investment and financial management. As she spoke, Lu Ming activated his talent analysis technique. Ding, analyzing the target individual Zheng Ruerue. Ding, analysis complete. The talent index for Zheng Ruerue is as follows. 1. Actress, talent score 282. Wine sales, talent score 193. Real estate sales, talent score 165.4. Stock trading, talent score 110.5. Pastry chef, talent score 108. Upon reviewing this talent index, Lu Ming shook his head in disbelief, questioning how Zheng Ruirui acquired her credentials on Wall Street. Chapter 121. Uncovering talented traders. As Zheng Ruirui finished speaking, Lu Ming immediately interjected, "I'm sorry, Dallas the overseas returnee, but I believe you are not suited for the position in our company. My apologies." What? Zheng Ruirui was momentarily taken aback, doubting her own hearing. Beside her, Lu Ming's assistant, Dong Xiaojia, was equally astonished. According to Zheng Ruirui's resume, such qualifications were typically sought after by prominent investment and financial firms. Yet, Lu Ming had outright declined. Confused, Zheng Ruirui asked, "Manager Lu, have you made a mistake? You don't want someone with my exceptional qualifications?" Regrettably, while your resume is indeed impressive, your demeanor and conduct suggest that you are not a fit for our company, Lu Ming reiterated earnestly. What? Zheng Ruirui, now irate, stood up and declared, "You will surely regret this decision." She then stormed out in a huff. At that moment, those waiting outside were astonished to witness Zheng Ruirui's rejection. Lan Qingqing chuckled. "Ha! Kong Jia, did you see that? Even this overseas returnee was turned down by Manager Lu." Huh. Kong Jia felt an increasing sense of anxiety. If someone with such qualifications could be dismissed, what hope did she have? Before long, it was Kong Jia's turn to enter the office for her interview. Lan Qingqing offered her encouragement. As Kong Jia stepped into the room, she appeared notably apprehensive. "Please, have a seat, Kong Jia." Lu Ming smiled as he spoke. Kong Jia proceeded with a brief self-introduction. Upon reviewing her resume, Lu Ming discovered that she was a recent graduate and hailing from the impoverished region of Daliangshan. Lu Ming activated his talent analysis technique. Ding. Analyzing target individual Kong Jia. Ding. Analysis complete. Kong Jia's talent indices are as follows. 1. Bond trading. Talent score 782. Stock trading. Talent score 593. Investment analysis. Talent score 388.4. Financial risk control. Talent score 366.5. Futures trading. Talent score 208. Lu Ming was astounded by the results. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable girl possessed such high aptitude for financial trading. As Kong Jia concluded her introduction, she timidly lowered her gaze, awaiting Lu Ming's inquiries. To her surprise, he asked, "Kong Jia, being a recent graduate, have you secured accommodation in Yebei yet?" "Not yet," Kong Jia replied. Puzzled by the question, Lu Ming continued, "Jiaoying Capital provides employee dormitories. You are welcome to move in at any time." "What?" Kong Jia was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Dong Xiaojia, standing nearby, was equally bewildered. It was indeed strange for the boss to recruit employees in such a manner. Kong Jia tentatively inquired, "Manager Lu, are you implying that I have been accepted?" "Indeed, you have been accepted," Lu Ming affirmed with a smile and a nod. Kong Jia felt as though she were in a dream. From that point onward, she would simply need to report to the Human Resources Department. As Kong Jia stepped out of the office, she felt disoriented. At that moment, Lan Qingqing noticed her expression and couldn't help but offer some comfort. "Kong Jia, don't be disheartened. There are better companies waiting for you." "No," Kong Jia replied softly, "I got accepted." "What?" Lan Qingqing was genuinely taken aback. Soon it was Lan Qingqing's turn for the interview, while Kong Jia reported to the HR department. Entering the room with a cheerful demeanor, Lan Qingqing greeted, "Wow, Manager Lu. You look much more handsome in person. Is that so? Please, have a seat." Lu Ming gestured towards a chair. After introducing herself, Lan Qingqing discovered that they were both alumni. "Oh, so you're my senior from Nankai University," she remarked. Lan Qingqing continued, "Manager Lu, with your work experience, why did you choose to come to a private equity firm instead of a public fund company? Can I speak candidly?" "Of course. Jiaoying Capital is quite close to my home. I thought if I worked here, I could stroll to the office every day." Lan Qingqing's honesty elicited laughter from Lu Ming and Dong Xiaojie. Lu Ming promptly initiated a talent analysis. Ding. Analyzing the target. Lan Qingqing. Ding. Analysis complete. Lan Qingqing's talent index was as follows. 1. Video host. Talent value 982. Image model. Talent value 793. Broadcasting host. Talent value 688.4. Game host. Talent value 5775. Financial planning. Talent value 108. Upon reviewing Lan Qingqing's talent index, Lu Ming was astonished. Goodness. He couldn't help but scrutinize her. She was plump and healthy, undoubtedly suited for a career as a host. The values of her top 4 talents spoke volumes. Though her financial planning talent value of merely 108 was indeed rather low. Lu Ming remarked, "Lan Qingqing, based on my observations and intuition, I believe you are not particularly suited for a career in financial planning." "What?" Lan Qingqing paused, then replied with a smile, "I understand. You mean I wasn't accepted? That's all right. I won't be upset about it." Lu Ming was somewhat surprised. It was no wonder Lan Qingqing was apt for hosting. Her optimistic and confident demeanor was unparalleled. "Lan Qingqing, have you ever considered changing your profession?" "Changing my profession? Which one do you think I would be suited for, manager? Have you considered becoming a video host?" "What?" Lan Qingqing was taken aback and asked, "Why do you think I would be suitable for hosting?" "It's just an instinct." "Oh my, thank you, Manager Lu." Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Lan Qingqing continued, "Actually, my dream has always been to be a host. I even have a Douyin account with over 100,000 followers. Then why haven't you pursued your dream?" "Sigh, it is indeed my parents. My father is a teacher, and my mother is a civil servant. Both believe that becoming a streamer is an unworthy pursuit, and they are in unanimous opposition. Consequently, I am considering a career in finance." "I see," Lu Ming remarked. "Lan Qingqing, you might want to reconsider. If you truly wish to pursue your dream, I can recommend you for a position as an image streamer at the Yunding Hotel." "The Yunding Hotel?" Lan Qingqing's eyes sparkled with interest. "Is that not the establishment that upholds traditional aesthetics, where men embody masculinity, women embrace femininity, and the hotel exudes warmth and humanity?" "Indeed, that's the one. There's no need for further contemplation. I am eager to accept the offer." Lan Qingqing readily agreed. Prior to this, she had watched streaming videos from the Yunding Hotel and greatly admired their aesthetic standards for streamers. "Are you not going to discuss this with your parents?" "No. I am determined to pursue my dream." Chapter 122. The Envy of the Femme Fatale. At 3 p.m., Xia Yuxing had just completed an interview with a candidate. At that moment, her assistant, Li Xiaya, brought her a cup of coffee. "Oh dear, so many candidates for interviews," Xia Yuxing sighed, stretching lazily. Li Xiaya remarked, "President Xia, our pace is rather slow. President Lu has already finished his interviews." "What? He has completed his interviews?" Xia Yuxing was taken aback. "He had even more candidates than us." "Indeed, Manager Lu concluded his interviews at 2 p.m. What were the results?" "I heard from colleagues that Manager Lu only hired 2 individuals, 1 male and 1 female." "Only 2 from such a large pool? Where are the others?" Li Xiaoya's expression suddenly grew hesitant. "What is it?" "President Xia, perhaps you should call Manager Lu directly to inquire." Li Xiaoya's suggestion piqued Xia Yuxing's curiosity even further. "Xiaya, whose assistant are you? Speak candidly." "Well, President Xia, rumors suggest that after Manager Lu's interviews, he drove off with a stunningly beautiful woman who possesses an alluring figure." "A beauty? Which beauty?" Xia Yuxing frowned. Li Xiaya responded, "It is said to be a girl who came to interview at our company. She is quite charming and conversed with Manager Lu for quite some time during the interview." "Conversed for a long time?" Xia Yuxing's curiosity deepened. Li Xiaya hurriedly reassured her, "President Xia, do not overthink it. I believe Manager Lu is not that kind of person. He must have taken her out for work-related reasons." Goodness, Li Xiaoya's words only fueled Xia Yuxing's anxious thoughts. Work-related reasons? What connection could a newly interviewed candidate have with Lu Ming? They were unfamiliar with each other prior to this. What could they possibly be doing alone together? Among the candidates today, there were indeed many beautiful women. Were all of them genuinely there solely for work? It was likely that some were also drawn to Lu Ming, given his striking looks and remarkable talents. After all, Lu Ming was the owner of Jiuying Capital, a young man with wealth and charm. Xia Yuxing pondered. Could it be that this girl had come specifically for Lu Ming? Perhaps she was subtly flirting with him, expressing her admiration. Lu Ming, being somewhat naive, might not be able to resist the allure of such a beauty. After all, isn't it often said that men think with their lower halves? What if this girl concocted an excuse to invite Lu Ming to dinner? They could end up dining in a romantic setting, perhaps indulging in a bit of wine, leading to a state of inebriation. Would Lu Ming truly be able to withstand such temptations? If he were to falter, could it result in occurrences that ought not to transpire? What could possibly be deemed inappropriate between a man and a woman? The mere thought of this began to irritate Xia Yuxing. Just then, her gaze fell upon the enamel cup that Lu Ming had purchased for her, resting on the table. Xia Yuxing couldn't help but shake her head, pondering her own state of mind. Why was she inwardly staging a romantic drama? Lu Ming had always treated her with great kindness. He must be exceedingly devoted. How could she harbor doubts about him? How could she fail to trust him? The employees at the company were gossiping, exchanging whispers. What did she care for their idle chatter? Isn't love fundamentally built upon mutual trust? Indeed, love requires such trust. Thus, Xia Yuxing lifted her head and addressed her assistant. Xiaoya, please bring me that girl's resume. Certainly, President Xia, replied her assistant. Moments later, Li Xiaoya presented the resume of Lan Qingqing. Upon perusing it, Xia Yuxing noted that she was indeed a stunning beauty. Yet, what of it? She resolved to trust Lu Ming. When he returned, she would inquire directly and clarify her concerns. Ugh, how vexing. Why did she feel so possessive? Xia Yuxing finally understood that when jealousy rears its head in love, it is an unstoppable force. To her surprise, when work ended, Lu Ming had yet to return to the office, which only heightened her anxiety. She contemplated calling him to inquire about his whereabouts but hesitated, fearing that such an action might provoke unnecessary thoughts in him. Thus, she decided to refrain from making the call. After work, Xia Yuxing returned home as usual. Upon arriving, she found Lu Ming still absent. Just then, a message notification popped up on her WeChat. Eagerly, she opened the app to find it was a notification from the community owners group. Setting her phone down, she anxiously awaited further news. Suddenly, her phone chimed once more. This time, it was indeed a message from Lu Ming. Shabao, something urgent has come up. I might be late, he wrote. Xia Yuxing quickly typed a response, inquiring what the urgent matter was, but then deleted her message. For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt disinclined to ask. Instead, she decided to wait for Lu Ming to share the details on his own accord. Thus, she replied, All right, you take your time. I'll wait for your return. Lu Ming responded, okay, kisses. Xia Yuxing sent back a playful kisses. When one is preoccupied with worries, time seems to stretch interminably. Originally intending to read a book, Xia Yuxing found herself unable to concentrate. Meanwhile, her two pets, Era and Daiju, were frolicking noisily nearby, which only added to her agitation. In a fit of frustration, she confined Era to Lu Ming's room and Daiju to her own bedroom. Now, you two should settle down, she huffed. However, to her dismay, Era began howling from the bedroom while Daiju meowed incessantly. The noise was even more unbearable than before. Reflecting on her own jealousy and troubles, Xia Yuxing realized it was unfair to torment her pets. Consequently, she released both Era and Daiju from their confines. Yet, the two animals showed no signs of understanding her plight and resumed their rambunctious play. Soon enough, Xia Yuxing's phone rang again, this time with a call from Lu Ming. Hello, Shabao, he greeted. Are you back? Xiangbao, I cannot return for the time being. I won't be able to cook for you. You'll have to make do with a meal at home. What? You can't come back? Are you eating out? Yes. All right then. Xia Yuxing felt a pang of gloom, about to inquire with whom he was dining, when suddenly a girl's voice came through Lu Ming's phone. Manager Lu. Ah, Xiangbao, I must hang up now, Lu Ming said before abruptly ending the call. Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Lu Ming was indeed with that girl, which implied they were dining together. In an instant, a surge of jealousy washed over her. Meow, meow. The husky and the orange cat continued their raucous play in the living room. Xia Yuxing decided it would be best to separate the two of them. Chapter 123. A girlfriend is meant to be pampered. When Lu Ming returned to Yushui Bay, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He opened the door, initially hoping to share a tender kiss with his fierce girlfriend and perhaps indulge in some affectionate moments on the sofa. However, to his surprise, the living room was empty. Upon glancing at the coffee table, he noticed a finished container of instant noodles. Had his girlfriend eaten instant noodles for dinner? Lu Ming approached to inspect further and saw an empty packaging nearby, presumably from 2 ham sausages, 1 chicken sausage, and 1 beef sausage. His girlfriend rarely indulged in instant noodles, considering them devoid of nutrition and representative of junk food. Yet, she had opted for them this time. A pang of concern struck Lu Ming. Had she grown upset because he had not returned home to cook for her? It certainly seemed plausible. Sighing, he felt a mix of amusement and regret. He had failed to communicate clearly. At that moment, he was startled by the sound of his pet dog, Hammer, howling from the bedroom. Lu Ming opened the bedroom door, and Hammer excitedly bounded out. He then surveyed the room, realizing that the orange tabby, Pippi, was absent. Oh, it appeared that his girlfriend had confined Hammer. Was this her subtle way of reprimanding him? TSK. Truly, she was a woman of authority, employing the dog to convey her displeasure. According to the universal law of love, a girlfriend must be pampered. Lu Ming approached the door to Xia Yuxing's bedroom and knocked gently. Shen baby, I'm back. Could you open the door? No response. He tried again. Xing baby, it's only 9 o'clock. are you already asleep? Yes, I am, came Xia Yuxing's voice from within. Haha, Shin baby. How mischievous of you to respond while claiming to be asleep. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Xia Yuxing retorted, if I say I'm asleep, then I am indeed asleep. Shin baby, why did you have instant noodles for dinner? Didn't you say I should make do with a meal? But you shouldn't settle for just anything. You could have ordered takeout or reheated the dishes I cooked yesterday. Why can't I eat what I want? Regardless. It's all about making do. Isn't there a hierarchy? Shin baby, you're clearly upset with me. Upset? Why would I be upset? You claim you're not upset, yet you speak to me in this manner. Indeed, I'm upset. What is wrong with being upset? Shin baby, please open the door. Let us talk face to face rather than through the door. What is there to say? Can't we converse through the door? Shin baby, I was wrong. Lu Ming resorted to his universal tactic. Clang. To his surprise, the door swung open. Xia Yuxing emerged, glaring at Lu Ming, inquiring, you were wrong? Where did you go wrong? Lu Ming glanced at her, nearly bursting into laughter. His fierce girlfriend still wore her work attire, having returned home without changing into comfortable clothing. What are you standing there for? Answer me. Xia Yuxing fixed her gaze on him intensely. Lu Ming said, I was wrong for not informing you in advance and then not returning to cook for you. It caused you to have nothing to eat for dinner, leaving you with only instant noodles. It is entirely my fault, and I promise that next time I have an unexpected matter, I will definitely let you know in advance. All right. Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Goodness, Lu Ming was quite impressive. His attitude was sincere and genuine, and his tone was gentle. However, this fellow actually believed his mistake lay in not coming back to prepare a meal. My heavens, did he think she was angry because he hadn't returned to cook? It was merely a meal. Could she really be so petty? Or did Lu Ming consider himself to be a petty person? How infuriating. The more Xia Yuxing thought about it, the angrier she became. She retorted, I see no fault in you. You are not at fault at all. The mistake lies with me. Lu Ming took her hand and laughed. Haha, how could the mistake be with you, Shang baby? How could I not be at fault? I was upset because you didn't come back to cook, which is indeed petty of me. Isn't that a mistake? Xia Yuxing shot him a glare. Suddenly, Lu Ming froze. He realized he might have misunderstood. How could the female tyrant be upset merely because he hadn't returned to cook? Ah, indeed. What then? Could have caused her anger? What typically infuriates a woman? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming deduced that her anger must be related to his late return. However, since it was not due to his absence in the kitchen, it must stem from another cause. Could it be because he had gone out with Lan Qingqing? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Oh dear, my need for the restroom. With that, he dashed into the bathroom. Closing the door, Lu Ming quickly sent a WeChat message to Dong Xiaojia. Xiaojia, urgent matter, are you there? Boss, what is up? Did anything happen concerning me after I left the company today? Boss, I believe in you. Those are mere rumors. What rumors? Weren't you out with Lan Qingqing? Many female colleagues at the company saw it. They've been saying that Lan Qingqing has a flirtatious demeanor, perhaps trying to win you over. Anything else? They also wondered whether you could resist her charms. Anything else? There's more, but, oh dear, boss, those are just idle gossip. You needn't concern yourself with them. I couldn't care less. You were present during the interview. Couldn't you have clarified things for me? Dong Xiaojia replied. I explained everything to everyone, and I even went to various departments to clarify with the heads, detailing every aspect clearly. Lu Ming was astonished. What? You took the initiative to explain to all departments on my behalf? Of course, I needed to clarify things for you. Lu Ming's expression darkened. He realized that excessive explanations could often lead to misunderstandings, giving rise to the illusion of guilt. Having grasped the situation, Lu Ming concluded his conversation with Dong Xiaojia and exited the restroom. So, the female tyrant was upset because of jealousy. No wonder. Lu Ming suddenly felt elated. His girlfriend's jealousy was a testament to how much she truly cared for him. Little did he anticipate that as he emerged from the bathroom, his beaming smile would be witnessed by Xia Yuxing, who was seated on the sofa. Initially, Xia Yuxing was still fuming, but upon seeing his smile, her irritation only intensified. Humph, what are you laughing about? Haha, Shengbao, I believe I have unraveled the reason behind your anger. Lu Ming remarked as he approached and draped his arm around Xia Yuxing's shoulders. Oh, you think you know? Pray enlighten me. She retorted. Is it because I took that Lan Qingqing out and now you're feeling jealous? Who is Lan Qingqing? Xia Yuxing feigned ignorance. Lu Ming grinned widely and playfully replied, Oh, you're unaware? Then I shan't mention it any further. No way. You must tell me what you did with her. Xia Yuxing insisted, growing increasingly anxious. Chapter 124. The support of the mother-in-law. Lu Ming stifled a laugh and said, "Oh, Shang Bao, did you not claim to be oblivious to who Lan Qingqing is?" Xia Yuxing felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied through gritted teeth, "I truly do not know, but I need you to tell me." Haha, Lan Qingqing. She mentioned she was here for an interview today. Lu Ming recounted the events of the interview earlier that day, naturally elaborating on Lan Qingqing's demeanor and suitability for becoming a video host. He then took Lan Qingqing to the Yunding Grand Hotel. Xia Yuxing suddenly realized. So that is how it is. Indeed, that is the case. What did you think? Lu Ming retorted. I thought. Xia Yuxing's face flushed with embarrassment as she realized her misunderstanding. It wasn't merely her own misinterpretation, rather. It was the incessant gossip from the female employees at the company that had misled her. She recalled something and asked, "So, did Lan Qingqing invite you to dinner as a way of expressing her gratitude? Invite me to dinner?" Lu Ming burst into laughter, saying, "After I had arranged everything for Lan Qingqing, I intended to return, but then I encountered your mother at the hotel. Aunt Song insisted on dragging me to dinner. I initially meant to decline, stating I would cook for you. Your mother insisted I need not worry about you, as she wanted to discuss video hosting matters with me. Thus, I ended up dining with Aunt Song." Xia Yuxing was utterly taken aback, exclaiming, "You weren't dining with Lan Qingqing?" Lu Ming pulled out his phone and opened WeChat, then initiated a video call to Song Jiawen. "Who are you video calling?" "Aunt Song." "Huh, why are you video calling my mother? I fear you may not believe me. Let your mother vouch for me." "No, there's no need." Xia Yuxing attempted to decline, but the video had already connected. "Hello, Lu Ming." "Hello, Aunt Song. I need your assistance." Lu Ming spoke in a tone of desperation. "What is the matter?" "Ah, Aunt Song. Today I recommended a host to you, and now Sheng Sheng thinks I took the girl out on a date. You must help me clarify." "Huh, where's Sheng Sheng?" "She's right beside me." "Pass the phone to her." "All right." Lu Ming switched to speakerphone and handed it to Xia Yuxing. "Sheng Sheng. Mom. You silly girl, Lu Ming is recommending talent to me." "How could you misunderstand him?" "Oh, it was just the company staff speaking nonsense." "Then I must admonish you. In a relationship, trust between the two is paramount. How could you doubt Lu Ming?" Xia Yuxing was rendered speechless. "Lu Ming treats you so well, cooking for you daily, sharing a bed with you. How could you question him? If you continue this way, you may hurt Lu Ming's feelings. Such a good man. Will you find another like him?" Song Jiawen lectured for quite some time, while Lu Ming nearly burst into laughter beside her. Meanwhile, Xia Yuxing wore a look of utter discontent. As Lu Ming interjected, he remarked, "Aunt Song, Sheng Sheng is still mulling over the dinner I had with Lan Qingqing this evening." "What?" "Sheng Sheng, I dined with Lu Ming tonight, where we discussed matters pertaining to new media. I'm not saying this to criticize you, but please, don't be so petty." I understand." What more could Xia Yuxing say? Lu Ming wore a smug expression beside her, prompting Xia Yuxing to cast him a glare. Song Jiawen then stated solemnly, "Sheng Sheng, you have misunderstood Lu Ming in this matter. It is only right that you apologize to him. All right. In the future, if you have any questions, simply ask instead of overthinking." "Understood. Now, both of you remember to get to bed early." "Yes, I know, Mom. Don't forget about safety measures." "Mom, I'm hanging up now." Xia Yuxing felt utterly embarrassed. Why did her mother always have to bring this up? It was mortifying. After ending the call, Lu Ming chuckled beside her. "Dear little Xia, when will you heed your mother's advice? Perhaps we should also explore those safety measures? Get lost, you big pervert." "I'm ignoring you." Xia Yuxing stood up, flustered, and turned to leave. However, Lu Ming swiftly grasped her hand, pulling her onto the sofa. In an instant, Xia Yuxing found herself leaning back into Lu Ming's lap. Before she could react, Lu Ming covered her mouth with his MMM. Xia Yuxing soon found herself reciprocating with fervor, and their kiss grew increasingly passionate. After 2 minutes, they finally parted. Xia Yuxing felt as though her tongue had gone numb. "Little Xia, your mother just mentioned that you misunderstood me and should apologize. But I think an apology is unnecessary. A token of compensation will suffice." Lu Ming wrapped his arm around her waist, playfully brushing his finger against her nose. Blushing, Xia Yuxing asked, "What kind of compensation do you desire? Perhaps a climb?" Lu Ming winked with a grin. "A climb? What mountain?" "You know, the one with a land area of 36 and a height of D." Lu Ming chuckled awkwardly. Xia Yuxing immediately understood, her face burning with embarrassment. "You little rascal, is that all you think about?" "Well, it's your allure that captivates me," he replied, his voice sweet as honey. "That can only be done outside of clothing," he added. Xia Yuxing whispered her agreement. The events of the day had stemmed from her overthinking and misunderstanding Lu Ming. She resolved to acquiesce to his request for compensation. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. He leaned in once more, capturing Xia Yuxing's lips. This time, his right hand had a newfound purpose. Xia Yuxing had never experienced such sensations before. It was, in a word, ineffable. She felt as though Lu Ming's hand possessed a penetrating quality, transporting her into a realm that blurred the lines between reality and fantasy. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had taken another significant step forward. 10 minutes passed. The two individuals embraced each other, once again immersed in their affectionate banter. Xia Yuxing softly uttered, "My dear, I apologize. I cannot quite fathom my emotions today. I found myself feeling jealous, my mind swirling with nonsensical thoughts. Haha, I must admit, knowing that you felt jealous brings me a peculiar sense of joy. You rascal, you find happiness in my jealousy? That only serves to prove how much you care for me. Otherwise, why would you even feel jealous? Humph, you wicked person." At that moment, Xia Yuxing's stomach audibly grumbled twice. Lu Ming feigned surprise. "Oh dear, is there a frog in our room? Go away. You are the real frog here. I only had a bit of instant noodles, and I'm still hungry. You should hurry and prepare something else for me." "Certainly. I shall make you some scallion oil noodles." "Ah, will that make me gain weight?" "Rest assured, it won't. Besides, you would look even more enchanting with a little extra softness." "So, are you implying that I'm not attractive enough as I am?" Lu Ming was left speechless. Chapter 125. Establishing a cultural media company. 10 days later, Lu Ming's talent acquisition plan came to a formal conclusion. He felt a slight sense of melancholy, as he had not encountered another prodigious talent like Kong Jia. Of course, upon reflection, such extraordinary individuals are rare and often serendipitous. On this day, Lu Ming officially commenced the operations for the Jiuying Pure Debt Steady Fund No. 1. He had meticulously outlined the purchasing products and strategic plans, delegating the remaining transactions to his assistant, Dong Xiaojie. Meanwhile, the new recruit, Kong Jia, had also become Lu Ming's intern assistant. Initially, he arranged for Zhong Xiaoman to mentor Kong Jia until she became well acquainted with her responsibilities, after which Lu Ming would provide further guidance. A talent of such caliber held immense potential value for the company's future. Recently, the stock market had been underperforming. Nevertheless, Lu Ming's impressive performance attracted a growing number of significant clients. To meet the demand, he launched the Yaying No. 3 Fund, preparing to raise another 1 billion. Ding! A system task was issued. Establish a cultural media company. Completion reward: 1 lottery draw. Lu Ming was taken aback. The system had assigned him a task to create a company, specifically a cultural media enterprise. However, he found himself at a loss, unsure of what kind of company to establish. In a moment of boredom, he took out his phone to scroll through the news. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a headline reporting that last year's live-streaming e-commerce sales had reached an astonishing 30 trillion. Moreover, it was projected that this year's sales might soar to 50 trillion. Lu Ming was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated such immense market potential in live commerce. Yet, it made sense, given that people's entertainment habits had shifted dramatically, with hundreds of millions engaging in short videos daily. Ding dong. His phone chimed, revealing a message from Zhu Wanqing. "Lu Ming, haha, great news. I caught the ghost fire and have made a contribution. I might be promoted to vice captain. Wow, that truly is wonderful news. Haha. I must thank you for your help. I'll bring some ingredients over soon so you can prepare a feast for me." "Goodness, Wanqing, is that how you express your gratitude?" "Haha, well, I did provide the ingredients. By the way, did you visit the martial arts gym I recommended?" Zhu Wanqing inquired. "Not yet. I've been preoccupied with company matters." Lu Ming replied. Zhu Wanqing responded, "The club's owner is Niao Weibang, a former national Sanda champion with numerous accolades. The coaches there are excellent. You should definitely check it out." Intrigued by Zhu Wanqing's words, Lu Ming decided to invite Dong Xiaojie to the martial arts club after the market closed. "What, boss? Although the market is closed, we are still technically on the clock. Are you trying to sneak out on me?" Dong Xiaojie questioned. "I'm the owner of the company. What's wrong with taking a break?" Lu Ming grinned. "Fair point," Dong Xiaojie conceded after a moment of contemplation. Thus, the two individuals exited the company. Lu Ming initially intended to drive, but upon arriving at the parking lot, he recalled that his vehicle was being taken for maintenance by the company driver. "Boss, shall I order a ride-hailing car?" Subsequently, Dong Xiaojie took out his phone, opened the Gouda Map app, and summoned a vehicle. Before long, a white BYD E3 arrived. Dong Xiaojie pointed at the license plate and remarked, "Boss, This is the car. Hmm? What? Lu Ming glanced at the license plate and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Oh, he suddenly remembered that this was indeed El Feihong's car. Lu Ming had accompanied El Feihong when he purchased it. After Lu Ming acquired a Bentley, El Feihong decided to buy a car for convenience, ultimately selecting an electric vehicle. Lu Ming opened the door and settled into the passenger seat, only to discover that the driver was indeed El Feihong. Feihong? It's really you. Lu Ming? El Feihong expressed surprise, quickly shifting to an awkward demeanor. Dong Xiaojie, seated beside them, was equally taken aback. El Feihong then started the vehicle, prompting Lu Ming to inquire, Feihong, I thought you were into self-media. Why are you driving a ride-hailing car now? Alas, I'm just trying to earn a little extra. Recently, Xu Weiping's parents approached me again. This time, they didn't insist on us breaking up, but they did set a condition. What condition? They said that if we wish to marry, I must purchase a house in Yanbei. So, you resorted to driving a ride-hailing car? I figured I could drive during the day and shoot and edit videos at night. The competition in the short video realm is fierce. Influencers have resources, celebrities, and marketing budgets. Maintaining a channel is no easy feat. El Feihong explained his predicament. Upon hearing El Feihong's struggles, Lu Ming naturally empathized. The current landscape of short videos indeed posed such challenges. He wished to assist El Feihong. However, merely lending him money would be straightforward. Yet, knowing El Feihong, he might decline such an offer. After a short while, they arrived at the Weibang Mixed Martial Arts Club. Lu Ming greeted El Feihong before disembarking with Dong Xiaojie. This mixed martial arts club was not far from Jiaoying capital, taking only a brief drive to reach. As they entered the club, they observed numerous individuals practicing combat on the training mats. Hello, welcome to Weibang Martial Arts Club. Are you interested in learning combat? A staff member approached them enthusiastically. Lu Ming nodded and smiled, saying, Yes, we are interested. Could you provide us with some information? The staff member began by detailing the credentials of the owner, Nia Weibang, within the combat sports arena. They were then led to a wall adorned with photographs of star students, followed by introductions of several notable trainees. Among these star students were not only retired Special Forces soldiers and professional athletes, but also the renowned actress Bai Ji Luo. Oh? Lu Ming suddenly spotted a familiar face on the wall of photographs, Gu Qianni. Gu Qianni, the son of a mining magnate, epitomizes the quintessential super-rich second generation. To his surprise, he finds himself studying mixed martial arts here. Lu Ming? What a coincidence. Gu Qianni is also at the club, just emerging from the changing room after donning his training attire. Gu Qianni has invested a significant amount in Lu Ming's fund, having witnessed firsthand Lu Ming's remarkable ability to generate wealth. In Gu Tianni's eyes, Lu Ming is akin to a deity of fortune. Brother Tianni, what a pleasant surprise. Lu Ming greets him as he approaches. Gu Tianni responds warmly. Ming, are you here to learn combat skills as well? Indeed. I am just about to choose a coach, Lu Ming replies. Come, I'm good friends with Lao Nye. Allow me to introduce you. You can train under him. Chapter 126. Cultivating a batch of top streamers when Gu Tianni brought Lu Ming to the training room of Coach Nia Weibang. He found the coach imparting knowledge of combat to several students. To Lu Ming's surprise, among the students was the renowned actress Bai Ji Luo. Previously, when Shen Angi took Lu Ming to the climbing club, he had met both Gu Tianni and Bai Ji Luo. Now, fate had brought Gu Tianni and Bai Ji Luo together once more in the same martial arts club. Could it be that these two were secretly in love? Bai Ji Luo was a triple threat star in the entertainment industry, yet rumors of her romantic entanglements were scarce. Of course, being a celebrity, it was entirely plausible that they had kept their relationship under wraps. Subsequently, Gu Tianni introduced Lu Ming to Nia Weibang, who, upon learning that Lu Ming was a friend of Gu Tianni, adopted a remarkably amiable demeanor. After all, he recognized Gu Tianni as a super-rich heir, someone whose family was affluent beyond measure. It was evident that a person of such stature would attract equally significant acquaintances. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Bai Ji Luo greeted him with a warm smile. In fact, she had also invested in Lu Ming's fund. Following this, Nia Weibang arranged for the staff to provide Lu Ming and Dong Xiaojie with complimentary membership cards, preparing training attire for their participation in the study of combat techniques. However, once the theoretical portion concluded, Bai Ji Luo departed from the training hall. During a break, Gu Tianni and Lu Ming engaged in casual conversation. Lu Ming, feeling inquisitive, ventured, Brother Tianni, are you and Miss Bai in a romantic relationship? With a grin, Gu Tianni replied, to be honest, I haven't yet won her over. Lu Ming gasped in astonishment. What? There are women you can't pursue, Brother Tianyi? Haha. Gu Tianyi chuckled. To be frank, my dear brother, I have encountered many women in the past. However, the only one who truly captivates my heart is Jin Luo. You see, she hails from the Bai family in Kyoto, talented and full of personality. Yet, as you know, our social circles rarely intersect, and I often feel at a loss. In the entertainment industry, many are aware of Bai Jin Luo as a female artist, but few recognize her prestigious family background, the Bai family, a distinguished clan with significant influence in both political and business spheres. Lu Ming grinned. That's true, Brother Tianyi. While you're busy mining, she is performing concerts and filming. The opportunities for interaction are indeed limited, unless what? Gu Tianyi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Unless you were to become a director and cast by Ji Luo in your film. That way, you can spend more time together, Lu Ming suggested. Me? A director? I lack the capability for that. Gu Tianyi laughed, shaking his head. Yet, a sudden spark illuminated Lu Ming's eyes as an idea took shape in his mind. The system had tasked him with establishing a cultural media company. And with the rapid rise of livestream e-commerce, setting new records for transaction volumes, why not launch a media company specializing in this burgeoning field? Earlier, he had encountered El Feihong, who was in dire need of funding and resources within the short video live streaming industry. In Lu Ming Xie wins over major clients, numerous prominent figures from the entertainment industry are present. Thus, he possesses considerable resources within this realm. He could easily mobilize funds and assets to cultivate a cadre of top-tier broadcasters. Take, for instance, his former classmate, LV Feihong. His involvement would indirectly assist him. Bai Jin Luo enjoys immense popularity in the entertainment world, attracting fans from all walks of life. Should she make a guest appearance in any Douyin livestream, it would undoubtedly ignite a surge of viewership. At this moment, Gu Tianyi inquired, Mingming, unless what? Lu Ming chuckled, unless you two collaborate. Collaborate? How could that be possible? Gu Tianyi was taken aback. Lu Ming elucidated, Brother Tianyi, I am currently preparing to establish a cultural media company aimed at nurturing online streamers and livestream e-commerce. Would you be interested in investing? Investing? What does that entail? Gu Tianyi seemed perplexed. Thus, Lu Ming elaborated, as you know, the quickest way to enhance video live streaming is to invite celebrities as guests. Once you invest, you can use work as a pretext to invite Miss Bai to the live stream. This would create numerous opportunities for interaction and communication in both professional and personal realms. You could even invite Miss Bai to invest alongside you. Both of you would be shareholders in my company, providing ample reasons to discuss company matters under the guise of business. Upon hearing Lu Ming's proposition, Gu Tianyi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Quickly, he exclaimed, Mingming, this plan is brilliant. I wish to invest. But let me be clear. I want to involve myself in the company's management. I will merely be a minor shareholder while you take the lead. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Gu Tianyi clearly preferred a hands-off approach. However, considering his family's wealth, it was understandable that he had many commitments. Lu Ming chuckled, Brother Tianyi. Why the rush? I merely have this idea. The specific plans have yet to be set in motion. Then you must expedite the process. Gu Tianyi urged, impatient for action. After concluding his conversation with Gu Tianyi, the combat training session led by Nie Weibang commenced. Since it was Lu Ming's first day, Nie Weibang intended to assess Lu Ming's foundational skills. A few students observed from the sidelines as Nie Weibang grinned. Lu Ming, I'll gauge your abilities first. Shortly, we'll engage in combat. And I'll test your reaction speed and explosive power, as well as your physical conditioning. All right. Lu Ming readily agreed. Soon, the assessment began. Nie Weibang beckoned Lu Ming, saying, Come on, attack me. Without hesitation, Lu Ming charged forward, throwing a punch. Nie Weibang's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Ming's speed was astonishing. Such swiftness was rare among ordinary students. Nie Weibang had not anticipated Lu Ming's explosive velocity, causing him to react sluggishly. Although Nie Weibang attempted to evade, Lu Ming's fist still connected with his shoulder. Hiss. Nie Weibang felt a slight ache in his right shoulder. Goodness. He even began to suspect that Lu Ming was not merely a student. Could it be that he was masquerading as one to gauge his abilities? Subsequently, Nie Weibang became cautious and swiftly evaded Lu Ming's onslaught. Although he managed to dodge a few strikes, after 3 exchanges, a punch landed squarely on him. This prompted Nie Weibang to grow anxious. He chuckled wryly, Lu Ming, your reaction speed is astonishingly swift. I can barely evade in time. How about you, Coach Nie? Try attacking me instead? Lu Ming offered this suggestion with an awkward smile. The other students, including Gu Tianyi, were left utterly astonished. Lu Ming truly had the audacity to challenge Nie Weibang on his first day here. Chapter 127. Such impressive physical fitness? Nie Weibang, having endured several punches, had long ceased his desire to evade further. When Lu Ming proposed to engage, he readily acquiesced. This time, Nie Weibang adopted a new strategy, employing both fists and feet to launch an offensive, while Lu Ming focused intently on evasion. In a swift motion, Nie Weibang threw a punch, only to find Lu Ming deftly sidestepping it. Remarkably, Lu Ming eluded several consecutive strikes, bounding about with agility, leaving Nie Weibang unable to land a hit. Observers, including Gu Tianyi and his fellow students, were amused by the spectacle. However, Nie Weibang, seasoned in mixed martial arts, began to implement some tactical maneuvers, resorting to feints to mislead Lu Ming. This time, as Lu Ming attempted to evade, Nie Weibang's true intentions became evident, resulting in Lu Ming absorbing a few blows. After several minutes of sparring, the session finally concluded. Nie Weibang, in a reflective tone, remarked, "Lu Ming, what have you been doing previously? Your physical condition is remarkable." "I simply engage in regular exercise and enjoy activities like rock climbing," Lu Ming offered as an explanation. "No wonder your reaction speed and explosive power are so formidable. With your solid foundation in mixed martial arts and a bit of skill acquisition, you could undoubtedly become a master fighter," Nie Weibang concluded. Thus, they settled on a schedule. Lu Ming would attend the training sessions at the Martial Arts Academy for an hour and a half each day at 4 o'clock. As they departed, Gu Tianyi reminded Lu Ming to expedite the launch of his business endeavors. That evening, upon returning home, Lu Ming shared his aspirations with Xia Yuxing. "Sounds great," she responded enthusiastically. Surprised, Lu Ming inquired, "Shengbao, why are you so readily agreeable?" With a playful smile, Xia Yuxing replied, "You wish to pursue a career. Why would I not support you? After all, I am in the live streaming industry. Are you not concerned I might dine with the live streaming ladies daily?" Unable to resist teasing her, Lu Ming quipped, "Oh, has your third leg become expendable?" With a mischievous grin, Xia Yuxing made a slicing gesture with her hand. "Of course I will keep it. It is essential for our wedding night," she retorted, her cheeks flushed. The following day, Saturday, Lu Ming promptly called El Feihong. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at El Feihong's residence, where he discussed his plans to establish a cultural media company and inquired if El Feihong would be willing to become the first signed artist once the company was founded. Upon hearing Lu Ming's proposal, El Feihong was overjoyed and readily assented. However, this was merely the first step. To establish a company, the most critical component was appointing a chief executive officer. Lu Ming was certain he would not assume this role, given his lack of time and experience. With that in mind, he quickly set his sights on selecting an industry veteran to fulfill the position. In the Yaying No. 2 Wealth Management Fund, there exists a client named Xiang Wenqiu. Currently, he holds the position of director at Yaya Entertainment, overseeing the live entertainment sector. When Yaying No. 2 was newly launched, Xiang Wenqiu was still a client of Dingfeng Capital. Subsequently, it was Fu Shuai, a longtime client of Yaying No. 1, who introduced Xiang Wenqiu into the fold. Xiang Wenqiu's investment amounts to 10 million, which, in the context of Yaying clients, does not classify him as a major asset holder. Thus, Fu Shuai organized a dinner to introduce Xiang Wenqiu to Lu Ming. After Xiang Wenqiu invested in Yaying No. 2, Fu Shuai invited Lu Ming to join them for a round of golf. At that time, Lu Ming also brought along Song Yuanzhou. The group subsequently created a WeChat group, intending to schedule future golfing outings together. Consequently, Lu Ming called Fu Shuai. "Hello, Lao Fu. I haven't seen you sharing pictures of beautiful women in the group lately. This one do, you've gone silent." As soon as the call connected, Lu Ming began joking. Fu Shuai, who owns several film and television companies, frequently shares photos of female artists in the group, often soliciting opinions on their appeal. Fu Shuai chuckled, "I was abroad a few days ago and just returned yesterday. Did you take the female artist abroad?" Lu Ming teased. Fu Shuai retorted, "That's not the case. It was a business collaboration." "Are you in Yanbei?" "I'm currently in Hengdian, flying back to Yanbei tonight." "Perfect. Are you free tomorrow? Let us invite Lao Xiang for a game of golf." "If it's you, Lu, who initiates the invitation, I will certainly make time." "Great. Let us meet at Wanshan Golf Club tomorrow." "No problem." After hanging up, Lu Ming sent a message in the WeChat group, then called Xiang Wenqiu and Song Yuanzhou. Unexpectedly, after finishing the calls, Lu Ming's phone rang again. It was Gu Tianyi. "Hello, Lu Ming. How are things at the company?" "Haha, Tianyi, it's only the second day, and you're already anxious?" I'm preparing to invite some people for golf tomorrow. I'm looking to recruit a CEO. Golf. Perfect timing. I'm free and would like to join the fun. That sounds wonderful. Thus, Lu Ming successfully arranged the golf outing. That evening, Lu Ming mentioned to Xia Yusheng about their golfing plans for the following day. Xia Yusheng replied with a smile, perfect timing. He is returning to the country tomorrow. We're going for a beauty treatment in the afternoon. He? Which he? Jian He. Oh, her. Lu Ming recalled. Jian He is Xia Yusheng's very close friend whom she met abroad. Moreover, Jian He is the daughter of Jian Daxing, a former major shareholder of Jiuing Capital. It was Jian He who facilitated Xia Yusheng's return to the country. Previously, Lu Ming had heard Xia Yusheng mention that Jian He was an exceptionally talented architectural designer. Xia Yusheng remarked, He has resigned from her position abroad and is preparing to return to develop her career in her homeland. From now on, I can invite her to hang out every day. Resigned? Did you not mention that she was earning several million annually overseas? How could she bear to give that up? Well, she is quite solitary abroad, with no family to speak of. She could always find a foreign boyfriend. Forget it. She, like me, particularly despises the insincerity often found in foreigners. One day, I'll treat you, my dear friend. She serves as our unofficial matchmaker. Without her introduction, you would not have joined Jiuing Capital, and I wouldn't have such a beautiful girlfriend. Indeed. Lu Ming chuckled as he wrapped his arm around Xia Yusheng's waist, saying, My hands have been lacking exercise these past few days. I need to engage in some mountain climbing for a bit of activity. Chapter 128, The Art of Forex Prediction the following day at the Wancheng Golf Club. Lu Ming arrived at the VIP room where Fu Shuai and Xiang Wenchu were already present. Before long, Song Yuano joined them. Fu Shuai suggested, Let us head to the course. Lu Ming replied, Hold on a moment. We are waiting for someone. Oh, who is this esteemed individual? Fu Shuai and the others expressed their curiosity. Lu Ming inquired, Are you familiar with Gu Tianyi? Song Yuanzhou's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Gu Tianyi, the son of the mining tycoon, young Master Gu? Indeed, it is he. Upon hearing Gu Tianyi was coming, Fu Shuai and Xiang Wenchu were filled with excitement. Although Fu Shuai, Xiang Wenchu, and Song Yuanzhou were all affluent in their own right, they still felt a certain distance compared to Gu Tianyi, who belonged to the ranks of super-rich individuals, essentially at the pinnacle of social hierarchy. Half an hour later, Gu Tianyi arrived in a Ferrari Purosang. Lu Ming took the opportunity to introduce Fu Shuai and the others. Subsequently, the group of gentlemen proceeded to the golf course. While playing, they engaged in discussions about recent financial ventures, and each one took turns praising Lu Ming, who had become, in their eyes, the most astute investor among them. Gu Tianyi chuckled, Ming, I heard your Yeying number 3 is seeking investment. I am prepared to invest 100 million. Please reserve a spot for me. Absolutely. Lu Ming readily agreed. Fu Shuai and the others were in awe. This was the epitome of wealth, where investments casually reached the sum of 100 million. As they chatted, Xiang Wenchu felt a pang of discomfort, as he ranked the lowest among the group in terms of financial prowess. Unlike Fu Shuai and Song Yuanzhou, both of whom owned enterprises, Xiang Wenchu was merely a salaried employee. While they played, Lu Ming pulled Xiang Wenchu aside for a brief respite and conversation. Old Xiang, how is your streaming on E going? Lu Ming asked. It's the same as before, but competition is fierce in the market, and the pressure here is quite substantial. Lu Ming was well aware, recognizing that today's leading platform for short videos was none other than Douyin. Have you considered venturing out on your own? Going solo? Xiang Wenchu responded. I have contemplated it, but my current capabilities seem insufficient. Haha, old Xiang. I am thinking of establishing a cultural media company focused on video streaming, signing online anchors, and engaging in live commerce. However, I am in need of a CEO, and I believe you would be an excellent fit. Would you be interested in joining? Xiang Wenchu's eyes brightened, feeling a spark of interest. Lu Ming continued, If the company is established, I will primarily handle the finances while you manage the operations and steer the business. What do you think? Lu Ming, are you serious? Of course, I am serious. I should mention that Gu Tianyi is also among the shareholders, Lu Ming said with a smile, gesturing towards Gu Tianyi, who was playing in front of them. He then elaborated on the equity structure, assuring Xiang Wenchu that a stake in the company would indeed be available should he accept the role of CEO. However, Lu Ming must remain the majority shareholder, maintaining complete control over the company. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of establishing it? After he articulated his vision for the enterprise, Xiang Wenchu readily agreed, sensing a remarkable opportunity for himself. a chance to ascend to greatness and truly stand alongside figures like Fu Shuai and Song Yuanzhou. The two struck an immediate rapport, and the subsequent organizational matters would depend on Xiang Wenchu's adept preparations. Well-versed and experienced in this domain, he approached the task with ease, finding no significant difficulty in the process. Naturally, whether they could evolve into a leading internet-based media company remained a formidable challenge. In the following days, Lu Ming's cultural media company was officially registered under the name Mingxing Cultural Media Company, with Lu Ming holding an 85% stake, Gu Tianyi 5, Fu Shuai 5, and Xiang Wenchu managing the remaining 5. Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback by Fu Shuai's participation as a shareholder. Given his numerous film and television enterprises and a plethora of signed artists, thus bestowing them with substantial resources, the Mingxing Cultural Media sign was officially unveiled in the office building adjacent to Jiuying Capital. LV Feihong and his girlfriend Pei Shueping became signed artists of Mingxing Cultural. Xiang Wenchu began to generate buzz for their couple's video account. Fu Shuai, leveraging his influence as a shareholder, invited several celebrity artists to guest on the live streams of LV Feihong and Pei Shueping. Concurrently, the daily lives of LV Feihong and Pei Shueping were met with professional planning and a photography team, resulting in a rapid improvement in video quality. Gu Tianyi also extended invitations to Bai Jin Luo, leading to increased interactions between the two. With the company now on a steady course, Lu Ming became a hands-off manager. His system task was finally completed, granting him one opportunity for a lottery draw. System, initiate the lottery. Subsequently, the familiar spinning wheel appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the skill divine level 4x prediction technique. Lu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, 4x prediction? My goodness. It is well known that 4x trading entails the highest risks among financial products. However, it also possesses the potential for substantial returns. With this skill, won't the money just flow in? Ding. System task issued. Launch a 4x investment product. Task completion reward. 1 lottery draw. Lu Ming smiled, realizing he would be issuing a new investment product. Yet, 4x-related financial products differ from other financial instruments. Raising funds for such high-risk products is not an easy endeavor. Just then, his assistant Kong Jia knocked on the door. Come in. Mr. Lu, it's 4 o'clock. We have an executive meeting today. He almost forgot about it. Today is July 1st, and the company is convening an executive meeting to discuss matters for the latter half of the year. Thus, Lu Ming took his mobile phone and proceeded to the conference room. Upon entering, he found Xia Yushin and the other executives already present, with only Lu Ming's arrival pending. Ahem, I apologize for being late, Lu Ming remarked with a broad smile. The executives could hardly contain their amusement, as it seemed that only Lu Ming would dare to arrive late to a meeting presided over by the formidable female leader. Once the meeting commenced, Lu Ming took out his phone, silenced it, and began to mindlessly scroll through short videos. Just as he stumbled upon a delightful clip of a young lady dancing, Xia Yuxing rapped her fingers on the table and inquired, Mr. Lu, would you care to share your thoughts? Puzzled, Lu Ming lifted his gaze. Utterly oblivious to what Xia Yuxing had just articulated, he found himself at a loss for words. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he replied, I have no objections. I shall defer to Ms. Xia's judgment. Xia Yuxing, somewhat exasperated, realized he had not been paying attention. She pressed on, Mr. Lu, the salary increase plan for outstanding employees is crucial for the company. What are your thoughts on a 10 raise? Chapter 129. Who else could you marry if not me? Lu Ming inquired, what is the average salary increase in our industry for outstanding employees? The finance department manager responded, typically, companies raise salaries between 3 and 10. So a 10 increase is quite considerable for us. 10% is insufficient. To truly motivate our employees, we must demonstrate genuine commitment, Lu Ming asserted. Xia Yuxing then asked, Lu, what do you believe is an appropriate increase? Well, I think a 30 raise would be ideal, Lu Ming contemplated. The executives were taken aback. A 30 salary increase significantly surpassed industry standards. Xia Yuxing smiled and remarked, I believe your proposal is excellent. Lu, as the owner, your willingness to invest in salary increases for everyone is commendable, and we must all agree. Laughter ensued among the executives. Thus, with Lu Ming's suggestion, each department was tasked with formulating a salary increase mechanism based on a 30 increase. Subsequently, the HR manager presented this year's team-building travel plans, offering several options, all centered around excursions near the capital. Upon hearing the proposals, Xia Yuxing frowned and shook her head. I find these options unsatisfactory if we are to engage in team building. It must be genuine. These suggested tourist spots are hardly entertaining and the schedule is too tight. I fear these plans will not allow everyone to relish the joy of travel. Instead, they may create a sense of tension. Under such circumstances, can we truly achieve the purpose of team building? It may even foster resentment towards the company. Her candid remarks left the HR manager visibly uncomfortable. Xiaoyushin continued. Many companies today approach team building merely for the sake of it, losing its original essence. This has resulted in many young employees developing a disdain for such activities. There are several reasons for this. First, why should team building infringe upon employees' weekends? Everyone has their own lives. Some prefer to enjoy a leisurely morning, while others wish to stay home watching television or playing games, or perhaps meet friends for a drink. If team building encroaches upon their weekends, it becomes an unbearable burden in their eyes. Second, are the proposed destinations truly novel? I suspect most of us have already visited them. Third, team building often feels like a chore, with tight schedules, uncomfortable accommodations, and unsatisfactory meals. Fourth, we must avoid trivial and meaningless games or intensive training that forces smiles from participants. Fifth, everyone has personal matters to attend to. Mandating participation in team building will only breed resentment among employees. Once Xiaoyushin concluded, the room fell silent. Lu Ming sighed inwardly, impressed by her insights. He then stood to support her, stating, Xia has made some valid points. Regarding this year's team-building travel, allow me to propose a few suggestions. Firstly, given that this is a team-building exercise, let us devise a travel plan that ensures everyone feels comfortable, relaxed, and joyful. We are not averse to investing in a quality team-building experience. Secondly, we shall schedule the team-building days from Monday to Friday, as a financial company. A few days' pause will not pose any significant issues. Thirdly, we should select an appealing travel destination, such as a seaside locale or expansive grasslands. Fourthly, we must ensure that everyone enjoys good food and accommodation, with air travel as our preferred mode of transportation, avoiding the discomfort of long bus rides that can lead to fatigue. Fifthly, recognizing that many employees have families and children, we shall permit each employee to bring along 2 family members to partake in the team-building journey. Sixthly, since this is a company-sponsored team-building event, all associated costs will be borne by the company, including travel, accommodation, and meals for family members as well. Upon hearing Lu Ming's proposal, the executives in the conference room gasped in astonishment, quickly bursting into applause. The notion of allowing employees to bring 2 family members, with all expenses covered by the company, is indeed a remarkable benefit. Who would not wish to participate in such a delightful team-building excursion? Even those who might experience social anxiety can bring friends and family along, ensuring a pleasurable experience. Following this discussion, each business unit then began to outline their plans for the latter half of the year. As the company's investment director, Lu Ming took the opportunity to assert his insights during this pivotal moment. With his mastery of foreign exchange forecasting, he possesses an acute understanding of various financial products. Consequently, during the meeting, Lu Ming announced the forthcoming launch of foreign exchange investment products, leaving the audience astounded. Xiaoyushin was equally taken aback, yet refrained from engaging in extensive discussion during the meeting. As the meeting concluded and attendees began to disperse, Xiaoyushin discreetly beckoned Lu Ming with a playful gesture as she exited the conference room. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ming found himself in the president's office. Xiaobao, you are quite bold to beckon me like that. Are you trying to charm the company's shareholders? Lu Ming teased. Oh please. You certainly stole my thunder when we were discussing the team-building event, Xiaoyushin retorted with a glare. Lu Ming chuckled. I was merely stepping forward to support you vigorously. By the way, are you truly planning to issue foreign exchange investment products? Yes, she replied. How much are you aiming to raise? 100 billion, perhaps? Lu Ming inquired with a grin. Xiaoyushin shot him a look. 100 billion? Do you think this is a bond? The risks associated with foreign exchange are immense. One misstep could lead to a total loss of principal. Lu Ming conceded. That is true. Thus, the issuance of foreign exchange investments will depend on the audacity of the investors. How much are you personally planning to invest? Xiaoyushin could not help but ask. Well, given that we are halfway through the year, perhaps I should distribute some dividends first. Honestly, I am unsure of my current financial standing, Lu Ming admitted. He genuinely did not know, as Jiuying Capital now belonged to him. In addition to his salary and trading commissions, he also received company dividends. This is a calculation I had the finance department perform. From February to June, spanning 5 months, the company's revenue was approximately 3.5 billion. As the president, Xia Yuxing diligently monitors the financial situation each month. After some contemplation, Lu Ming suggested, let us allocate 2 billion for dividends. After tax deductions, combined with the funds I have from monthly investments, reaching 5 billion should pose no challenge. Xia Yuxing was taken aback. What? You intend to allocate 5 billion for foreign exchange trading? Indeed. There is no other choice. I need to earn money to marry, Lu Ming quipped. Nonsense. You don't need that much to marry me, Xia Yuxing retorted, her cheeks flushed. Lu Ming chuckled. I never said I was going to marry you. Hey, that is not fair. If you don't marry me, who else could you possibly choose? Xia Yuxing seized Lu Ming and playfully began to hit him. Chapter 130. The commencement of foreign exchange investment fundraising. Lu Ming's Yang No. 3 swiftly completed its fundraising and commenced its investment strategy. Concurrently, Lu Ming's foreign exchange investment product, Foreign Exchange No. 1, also opened for fundraising. Due to the substantial risks associated with foreign exchange, the requirements for clients to participate were both numerous and stringent. Consequently, the pool of eligible clients was inherently limited. Furthermore, the elevated risk levels meant that fundraising did not generate the same fervor as Yang. Lu Ming himself invested 5 billion, while Xia Yuxing contributed 100 million. To Lu Ming's surprise, Zhu Wanqing decided to invest 20 million upon learning of his foreign exchange trading initiative. Additionally, Shen Engyi personally invested 50 million, as did Gu Tianyi. The most unexpected support came from Song Jiawen, who also contributed 80 million to Lu Ming's foreign exchange venture. Together with other familiar clients, Foreign Exchange No. 1 successfully raised a total of 6 billion, equivalent to $830 million. In the latter half of July, Lu Ming officially embarked on foreign exchange trading. Given the nature of foreign exchange trading hours, he began his work at 8 in the evening. That night, Lu Ming sat in his office, where most of the other employees had already left for the day. He accessed the international foreign exchange trading platform, which now held $830 million. Engaging in foreign exchange trading necessitated leveraging. Without leverage, substantial profits in foreign exchange trading would be elusive. However, while leveraging could amplify earnings, it could also lead to rapid losses. Yet, Lu Ming's proficiency in foreign exchange forecasting enabled him to deftly navigate these risks. He resolved to employ a 100-fold leverage, where a mere one fluctuation could trigger a liquidation. Thus, he meticulously selected a product with minimal volatility, namely the USD-CHF pair. In accordance with international foreign exchange trading standards, one standard lot equated to 100,000 USD. From his $830 million, Lu Ming allocated 500 million for contract trading, ensuring he retained sufficient liquidity in his account. With 100-fold leverage, this 500 million translated to a staggering $50 billion in operational capacity, allowing him to purchase 500,000 lots. According to his foreign exchange forecasting analysis, Lu Ming anticipated that the USD-CHF would rise from 0.8825 to 0.8835, yielding a 10-point increase. This seemingly modest rise was significant. Each point equated to a profit of $10 per lot. Thus, Lu Ming's 500,000 lots would result in a remarkable profit of $50 million. Gazing at the line graph on his computer screen, Lu Ming felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, this was the essence of foreign exchange trading. The exhilaration he experienced in this moment surpassed any he had felt while trading stocks. It became evident to him that when capital reached a certain threshold, the act of generating profit transformed into a relatively effortless endeavor. Earning $50 million in a single night was a notion he had never dared to contemplate. As foreign exchange values fluctuated, he noted that a 10-point increase was, in reality, a gradual process. Checking the time, Lu Ming realized that with his foreign exchange forecasting abilities, there was no need to remain fixated on the line graph. Feeling somewhat restless, he pondered whether to engage in a few rounds of gaming. Consequently, he minimized the foreign exchange trading platform and opened League of Legends, entering matchmaking mode. At this moment, on the other side, Xia Yuxing and her close friend Jian Hehe had just finished their meal and made their way to Yushui Bay. During her time abroad, Jian Hehe had encountered the orange cat Pippi, and now knowing that Xia Yuxing had a Siberian husky at home, she was eager to take a look. Upon entering, the husky immediately barked at the unfamiliar presence. However, after Xia Yuxing calmly spoke to it, the dog ceased its barking. Sheng Sheng, does your husky understand human language? Jian Hehe exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Yes, Shui Zi can comprehend simple commands. All thanks to Lu Ming's excellent training, Xia Yuxing replied. Wow, your boyfriend Lu Ming is impressive, Jian He said, giving a thumbs up. He really does have a fondness for small animals. By the way, where's Pippi? She scanned the room. Xia Yuxing pointed to the top of the refrigerator, saying, it's up there. Jian He hurried over to greet the orange cat, but to her surprise, Pippi merely turned to glance at her before returning to groom itself. Pippi, you don't recognize me anymore? Woo. Jian He couldn't help but scoop the cat into her arms. The two friends chatted, petting the cat and playing with the dog. Wow. I never expected that you would return home and find love, Sheng Sheng. Jian He remarked with a hint of awe. Yes, I didn't anticipate it either. Sigh. I wonder when my ideal partner will appear, Xia Yuxing said. Don't worry, He. With your beauty, I believe your Prince Charming will arrive soon, she reassured her friend. By the way, Xing, since you and Lu Ming have been dating for so long, have you two made love? Jian He asked, her curiosity evident. If anyone else had asked, Xia Yuxing might have found it odd. However, Jian He had been influenced by Western culture, having been sent abroad by her family from a young age, and thus her conversational style was rather uninhibited. No, Xia Yuxing said, her cheeks flushing. Jian He looked surprised. Why not? In America, many couples begin making love on their first date. This isn't America, Xia Yuxing replied. Moreover, love is a gradual process. When feelings reach a certain level, many things will naturally follow. Jian He sighed. That's true. What a pity. I was hoping to ask you whether making love is as exhilarating as depicted in the videos. Xia Yuxing was both amused and exasperated. So, does that mean you two are not living together? Jian He pointed to the two bedrooms. Of course not. How unbelievable. What's so unbelievable about that? Can I visit your bedroom? Of course. Thus, Xia Yuxing led Jian He to her bedroom. At that moment, the dog and cat trailed in after them. While Xia Yuxing was showing Jian He her bookshelf, they suddenly heard a clattering noise from behind. They turned to see that the husky, Chuizi, had somehow managed to pull open the nightstand drawer and was rummaging through it, having retrieved a box from within. Xia Yuxing gazed at the box on the floor. Momentarily speechless, it was, astonishingly, the electric rolling pin that Wan Qing had purchased for her. Oh, Shuxing, are you using this? Jian He inquired with curiosity as she picked it up. Xia Yuxing hastily clarified, I haven't used it. It was a gift from Wan Qing, the good friend I mentioned to you. Is that so? Then why haven't you tried it? I've heard it's quite entertaining, Jian He said, her interest piqued. A desire to unwrap it bubbling within her. I find it rather uninteresting, so I placed it in the cupboard, Xia Yuxing replied. Haha, Sheng, if you're not interested, I might just take it for my own exploration, Jian He teased, giving a playful wink. Well, if you're genuinely interested, feel free to take it. Xia Yuxing conceded. Jian He, unabashed, promptly stowed it away in her bag. By the way, why hasn't your boyfriend, Lu Ming, returned home yet? He has been working overtime lately and might not be back until quite late, Xia Yuxing explained. Chapter 131. Xia Yuxing's heartfelt midnight snack. Xia Yuxing discussed the matter of overtime with Jian He. What time will he return? It might be around 11. So late? Lu Ming is indeed quite dedicated. If I worked until 11, my stomach would surely growl with hunger. Jian He chuckled as she patted her own belly. After spending some time at home, Jian He finally departed from Yushui Bay. At that moment, Xia Yuxing was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, Jian He's earlier words echoed in her mind. If I worked until 11, I would definitely be hungry. Xia Yuxing pondered whether Lu Ming might also be feeling hungry. Although the office building provided dinner, there were no late-night snacks available. Given Lu Ming's diligent work ethic, he would undoubtedly expend energy. Would he perhaps order a midnight snack for himself if he felt famished? An idea struck Xia Yuxing. As his girlfriend, should she not bring him food? It seemed only right. After all, love ought to be expressed. Moreover, the thought of Lu Ming working on an empty stomach tugged at her heartstrings. However, she lamented her lack of culinary skills, knowing she could only prepare instant noodles. Surely, it would be ridiculous to travel all the way to deliver a bowl of instant noodles to Lu Ming. He would certainly find it laughable. Besides, why go to such lengths when he could easily prepare instant noodles at the office? Setting her book aside, Xia Yuxing ventured into the kitchen to inspect the gas stove. She mused, why overthink it? If I can't cook, then I should learn. Resolutely, she decided to prepare a delightful midnight snack for Lu Ming. But what should she make? It had to be something simple. Ultimately, Xia Yuxing settled on egg fried rice, a dish relatively easy to prepare. She opened Douyin and searched for videos on making egg fried rice, then began gathering the ingredients. Since Lu Ming cooked daily, the refrigerator was well stocked. The first step was to steam the rice. Next, she began chopping ham. Afterward, she heated oil in the pan and cracked the eggs. However, during her first attempt, the pan was too hot, resulting in burnt eggs. Disappointed, Xia Yuxing had to scoop them out and try again with a few more eggs. This time, the eggs turned out perfectly. After a few more steps, she finally completed a serving of egg fried rice. To her surprise, it had been easier than she anticipated. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, Xia Yuxing hurriedly retrieved a thermal lunchbox and packed the egg fried rice inside. A glance at the clock revealed it was nearly 10 o'clock. She quickly grabbed the lunchbox and headed downstairs, driving to the company. Upon arriving at the building, she looked up and noticed that all the offices were dark except for Lu Ming's, indicating he was the only one still working at this hour. With a sense of excitement, Xia Yuxing ascended the stairs. However, just as she reached the door of Lu Ming's office, she heard a voice emanating from the speakers within. Who dares to defy my will? Xia Yuxing recognized that line. It was none other than Garen's voice. In the realm of Demacia, united we stand, long live Demacia. As long as the tower stands. Xia Yuxing found herself speechless. Indeed, it was quite amusing. Double kill. To her astonishment, Garen had achieved a double kill. Xia Yuxing was bemused. Wasn't Lu Ming supposed to be working overtime on foreign exchange trading? How could he be secretly playing League of Legends at the office? Was he deceiving her? She pushed the door open and entered the office. Lu Ming was engrossed in a team battle and did not notice her arrival. Damn it, I'm taking all the damage as a tank, and you cowards can't even keep up, he exclaimed in frustration. Xia Yuxing chimed in from behind. You can't blame others. As a Garen tank, you just secured a double kill. Surely you didn't steal your teammates' kills, did you? How could that be? I earned it through my own prowess. Lu Ming retorted, raising his head to see her, surprised. Oh, Yuxing, what brings you here? I figured you'd be famished after working so late, so I made you some egg fried rice, she replied. But I didn't expect to find you immersed in a game. What? You made me egg fried rice? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he quickly paused his game and approached her. Xia Yuxing handed him the thermal container and asked, Are you hungry? Actually, I'm feeling a bit peckish, Lu Ming said cheerfully as he eagerly accepted the lunchbox. Here is a spoon for you. Xia Yuxing retrieved a spoon from the container. Lu Ming took a bite and asked, So, how does it taste? Delicious? Xia Yuxing inquired impatiently. Lu Ming chuckled. Yuxing, let me ask you, did you not taste it after cooking? How did you know? Because you forgot to add salt. Oh no, Xia Yuxing exclaimed, slapping her forehead in dismay. I completely forgot. Perhaps I should go out and get you some late-night snacks instead. Not at all, while it may lack salt. The eggs and ham make it quite fragrant and enjoyable, Lu Ming said happily, taking another spoonful. Really? Here, you should try this, he offered. Scooping a bite and bringing it to Xia Yuxing's lips. She took a taste and found it quite delightful, albeit a bit bland. Let me have another bite. She thought, wishing to see Lu Ming enjoy her cooking, especially since it was her first attempt at making a meal. Unexpectedly. This time Lu Ming didn't use the spoon. Instead, he bit off a small piece of ham and offered it to her mouth. Lu Ming lifted his gaze. Uffed. Xia Yuxing covered her mouth, laughing, then leaned down to accept the bite. Just as she was about to run away, Lu Ming stealthily snatched a kiss from her. Another sneak attack, she exclaimed, laughing. While Lu Ming savored his meal, Xia Yuxing walked over to the computer. At that moment, the previous match had concluded. Dear player, you have been reported for being inactive. Lu Ming sighed helplessly. Those people still have the audacity to report me. A team that can't be led. Xia Yuxing inquired. Aren't you supposed to be working overtime? How come you're engrossed in a game? You can't possibly be shirking your duties, can you? How could that be? Lu Ming replied while eating. Close the game and take a look at my Forex trading platform. Only then did Xia Yuxing exit the game and open the minimized Forex trading platform. Naturally, she was well acquainted with this trading platform, which was widely utilized by numerous investment firms on Wall Street. At that moment, the trading page displayed the curve of the USD against the CHF. Her gaze fell downward, where she noticed Lu Ming's account holdings. Gasp! She instantly inhaled sharply, for the current holdings indicated a profit of 50 million. Darling, your Forex account has made 50 million? Chapter 132. I teach you to ride. Lu Ming chuckled. How about that? My achievements on the first day are quite remarkable, aren't they? My goodness, dear. How did you manage that? Xia Yuxing could hardly believe it. Haha, didn't you say I'm a natural at trading? But you're not just skilled with every financial product. You're not merely a trader. Then what am I? You must be a deity. All right, Shimbao, I shall confess. I am indeed a deity, sent by heaven to protect you. Lu Ming declared with a serious expression. Xia Yushin burst into laughter. Oh really? Do you expect me to believe that? You might as well claim you've awakened a system. A system awakening? Have you been reading online novels recently? Lu Ming was taken aback. Yes, during some dull moments, I browsed through tomato novels. Tomato novels? The platform that boasts an audience of handsome men and beautiful women? Exactly. My goodness, the president of an investment company indulging in online novels. Well, it was Wan Qing who recommended it to me. What novel are you currently reading? It features a protagonist who is a programmer, who accidentally sends a love confession to his female boss and ends up being taken to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. Haha. The plot is absolutely ludicrous. The author clearly lacks integrity. Xia Yushing exclaimed. Your speed in making money rivals that of a printing factory. Haha. I merely capitalized on the market trends. It's not every day one can earn this much. Plus, I might have leveraged quite heavily. What leverage did you use? 100 times. Wow. Xia Yushing gasped. You are quite audacious. Aren't you afraid of wiping out everyone's funds? Haha. If I were to lose it all, I would certainly bear the brunt of it, Shibao. If I lose everything and am left with nothing, would you still be with me? If you were to lose everything, then I would take on the role of supporting you, Xia Yushing replied with a playful grin. Lu Ming laughed. I believe that, but your parents would surely disapprove. After conversing for a while, Lu Ming glanced at the time. All right, we've closed our positions for today. Let us head home. Okay. The two held hands as they descended the stairs. My dear, you've worked hard today. Allow me to drive, Xia Yushing offered. All right. It's rare for my wife to take the wheel. Lu Ming wrapped his arm around her waist. Xia Yushing reciprocated, wrapping her arms around Lu Ming's waist. And together they strolled at a leisurely pace, savoring the moment. Such is the bliss of being in love, relishing closeness and affection. On their way home, Lu Ming suddenly recalled that he had issued a foreign exchange financial product, fulfilling a system task and earning a chance to draw a lottery. System, initiate the lottery. Beep. The system lottery is now activating. A grand wheel appeared, showcasing an array of rewards. This time, the rewards had been refreshed significantly. For instance, there was a super wingsuit flying skill, another extreme sports skill, and there was also a super bullfighting technique. What is the point of acquiring such skills? Will I perform bullfighting at the Colosseum? Super diving. Well, that skill is somewhat useful. Legendary shooting technique. That seems quite commendable. Though its practical applications are rather limited compared to super driving. Super culinary skills, now that's a noteworthy talent. Lu Ming already possesses decent cooking skills. If he were to obtain super culinary expertise, wouldn't his homemade delicacies be fit for an auction? Oh, moreover, there's a super beast taming skill. Last time, that super animal language skill was lost, yet here comes another similar skill. Among all the prizes, the one that captivates Lu Ming the most is the investment return analysis technique. If he could acquire such a skill, engaging in equity investment would surely be exhilarating. Ding. Congratulations to the dormitory for successfully drawing the super beast taming skill. What? Lu Ming found himself both amused and perplexed. He never anticipated drawing this skill, beast taming. In ancient times, it might have been immensely valuable. However, in the modern urban milieu, its utility is decidedly limited. Unless, of course, Lu Ming decides to establish a circus and engage in animal performance. At that moment, Xia Yushin, driving, suddenly recalled something and said, by the way, our company's team-building travel plan has been finalized. Oh, where to? The vast grasslands of Inner Mongolia. This is a great time to visit the grasslands. It will be refreshing. Precisely, that was a significant consideration. When do we depart? In a week. Lu Ming chuckled, great. We'll be riding horses on the grasslands in a week. Can you ride? Of course, up and down, just wait until we get home. And I'll teach you in the bedroom. Lu Ming winked. Xia Yushin shot him a glare and retorted, pervert, I meant proper horse riding. Haha. I can ride properly too. Last time at your father's golf club, they had polo ponies, and I played with Gu Tianyi and the others. I've ridden at the club, but I found it quite bumpy. Haha, that bumpiness is because you haven't mastered the rhythm of riding. Once you grasp the tempo, it won't be bumpy. The horses on the grasslands are not like those from the clubs. They are quite wild. Taming wild horses would be truly exhilarating. And I'll teach you how to ride then. Oh, you speak as if you're an expert in horse taming. What is so difficult about it? I've managed to tame a hammer quite well. Taming dogs and taming horses are hardly comparable. Lu Ming thought to himself that he now possessed super beast taming skills. So isn't it all the same? Xia Yuxing suddenly recalled something and said, by the way, each employee at our company can bring 2 family members. Are you planning to bring someone? I have you. Isn't that enough? Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Xia Yuxing laughed, haha. Then you're wasting your family member quota. If my quota is wasted, doesn't that mean yours is wasted too? Lu Ming teased. Xia Yuxing replied. My quota is not wasted. Oh? Who are you bringing? Lu Ming asked in astonishment. Xia Yuxing remarked, I am bringing Wan Qing and He He along. Oh? You truly are great friends. I thought you would be bringing your brother instead. I wouldn't bring him. He only causes trouble. Lu Ming interjected. I can understand why Jian He He is going, but how can Sister Wan Qing manage to join with her hectic work schedule? Wan Qing hasn't taken a vacation in several years. This time she managed to secure a week off from her workplace. I see. By the way, do Jian He He and Sister Wan Qing know each other? Yes. I arranged a dinner a few days ago to introduce them. Those 2 seasoned individuals must have hit it off instantly. Xia Yuxing chuckled and said, indeed. They chat so freely that they often steer the conversation into risky territories. Chapter 133. Our bed is joined together upon returning to Yushui Bay. Lu Ming was eager to showcase his extraordinary animal training skills. Come here, Sheng Bao. Allow me to demonstrate the results of my recent endeavors in training dogs and cats. All right, let me see what you've taught them lately, Xia Yuxing replied. Her curiosity piqued as she set her bag down and approached him. Lu Ming promptly initiated his training. Chui Zi, come here, obey my command and lie down. In an instant, the husky Chui Zi obediently complied and lay down on the floor. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. His animal training prowess was indeed impressive. Pai Pai, come here. And you too, lie down beside Chui Zi. He directed his commands towards the ginger cat. Meow. Pai Pai, though appearing reluctant, settled down next to Chui Zi. Xia Yuxing was utterly astonished. What in the world is happening? While she could comprehend Lu Ming commanding the husky, she found it utterly baffling that Pai Pai was also responding to his orders. Dogs have always been regarded as man's most loyal companions, known for their high obedience. However, cats, by nature, have never been fully domesticated, often retaining an air of aloofness. In a cat's perception, it sees itself as equal to humans, and some even believe that humans exist solely to serve them, cleaning their litter and providing food. Having raised Pai Pai for many years, Xia Yuxing understood the cat's temperament well. Pai Pai possessed its own thoughts. It was implausible for it to be so easily obedient. Pai Pai, what has happened to you? Are you still the Pai Pai I know? Haha, Sheng Bao, what do you think? I can train a cat to follow commands too. No, I refuse to believe it. This must be a coincidence, Xia Yuxing asserted skeptically. Lu Ming chuckled. If you don't believe me, allow me to demonstrate once more. He approached the dog and cat, issuing further commands. Chui Zi, stand up and bow. In the next moment, the husky rose to its hind legs, lifting its front paws in a gesture of reverence. Oh, can it really congratulate me on my fortune? Xia Yuxing exclaimed. Her face lit with surprise. Pai Pai, your turn. Lu Ming commanded the ginger cat. With a remarkable display, Pai Pai stood up and bowed as well. Wow! Xia Yuxing exclaimed, lifting Pai Pai in her arms. My goodness, Pai Pai, you can bow too. How adorable. Wait, there's more. Lu Ming pointed at the television. Chui Zi, turn on the TV. To her astonishment, Chui Zi dashed over and pressed a button on the remote, activating the television. What? Xia Yuxing's eyes widened in disbelief. The room feels a bit warm. Now, turn on the air conditioner. Lu Ming continued issuing commands. Chui Zi promptly ran to the coffee table, pressed the air conditioner's remote, and turned it on. Xia Yuxing was utterly flabbergasted. Goodness, when did you secretly train them? This dog has become extraordinary. Lu Ming smiled broadly, finding this beast taming technique rather intriguing. On that day, the employees of Geo Inc. Capital embarked on a team-building trip, with the entire company and their family members in attendance. It felt akin to a chartered flight. To ensure a relaxed schedule, they booked an afternoon flight. By 4:30, they arrived at Hailar Airport, where a travel agency's special vehicle awaited them. 2 large buses were ready to transport everyone directly to a local 5-star hotel. The true adventure was set to commence the following day, with a direct journey to the vast Hulumber grassland. Upon reaching the grassland, the sight of the expansive landscape uplifted everyone's spirits. As Geo Inc. Capital was generous with their budget, the travel agency had meticulously prepared ample supplies, including plenty of food, drinks, and mosquito repellent. Upon arrival at their destination, the first activity was to experience constructing a yurt. However, considering the difficulty of assembly. The travel agency provided smaller yurts that accommodated 2 people each. When the yurt assembly commenced, all the men eagerly participated, while the women took to capturing the stunning scenery with their phones. At that moment, Xia Yuxing, Jian Hehe, and Zhu Wanqing were enjoying a photo session by the lakeside. "Hey Hehe, did you hear? We're staying in this small yurt tonight, and we'll share it together," Zhu Wanqing winked. Jian Hehe responded with a smile, "Yes, we'll share a yurt tonight." "What? You two are sharing a yurt? What about me? Can I join you?" Xia Yuxing exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Zhu Wanqing chuckled. "Of course, you can't share with us." "Why? Lu Ming's yurt is empty. You can stay with him." After Zhu Wanqing's teasing remark, both she and Jian Hehe burst into laughter. Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed. These two were always making jokes at her expense. When the yurts were finally assembled and everyone collected their luggage, Zhu Wanqing and Jian Hehe mischievously tossed Xia Yuxing's belongings into Lu Ming's yurt. Initially hesitant, Xia Yuxing was soon persuaded by Zhu Wanqing's playful insistence that, being on a trip, couples naturally shared accommodations, just as the other employees did with their partners. "Exactly," Jian Hehe chimed in. Thus, Xia Yuxing set aside her shyness and entered the yurt to arrange the bedding. The travel agency had provided complete bedding and mosquito nets, making the task quite simple. At that moment, Lu Ming entered, dragging his suitcase. "Oh, Shabelle, you're staying with me tonight?" he asked. Shall I push our beds together?" Lu Ming slyly suggested, moving to align their beds. "Hey, isn't it nice to keep them separate?" Xia Yuxing covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. "You don't understand. If we're closer, I can protect you if a wolf comes at night." Lu Ming continued his playful banter. Xia Yuxing was skeptical, saying, "Whom are you trying to deceive? Wolves? With so many of us living together, even wolves would not dare to approach. Besides, where would one find so many wolves nowadays?" She chuckled, adding, "In any case, it's convenient for us to sleep side by side." Xia Yuxing giggled. "I think it's convenient for you. Isn't it? You're the big bad wolf." "How could that be? I am quite upright," Lu Ming replied earnestly. Xia Yuxing didn't object. After all, it was their first time sharing a bed. "By the way, where is the restroom?" "I need to go." "What restroom?" "Just step outside and find a bush to relieve yourself," he said. "Really? Is that true?" Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Lu Ming chuckled. "Of course, it's a joke. Come on, I'll take you. The restroom is 100 meters away from here." Chapter 134. The two were surrounded while crouching on the grass. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing emerged from the yurt. "Over there? That way, downwind," Lu Ming indicated. In the vast expanse of the grasslands, the location of the latrines is always downwind, positioned at least 50 meters away. For some nomadic locals, the absence of toilets means they resolve their needs directly upon the grass, as the strong winds of the prairie quickly dry up any remnants. The pair made their way to a slope 100 meters away, where the travel agency had erected 2 toilets marked with signs for men and women. "All right, go ahead. I'll wait for you outside." "Okay," Xia Yuxing replied, dashing into the facility. 5 minutes later, Xia Yuxing suddenly screamed and bolted out of the toilet. What happened?" Lu Ming grasped her hand. "Something just crawled into my pants." "Could it be a snake?" "A snake?" Lu Ming quickly squatted down and rolled up the hem of her trousers. To their surprise, a cricket leaped out from the cuff. "Phew, it's just a cricket. No need to worry." Lu Ming chuckled, rolling her pants back down. "Turns out it was just a cricket. I was terrified just now," she exclaimed. The grasslands are teeming with insects, grasshoppers, crickets, and even mosquitoes. Let me tell you, while I was in there, a mosquito bit me on my backside. Xia Yuxing covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Lu Ming, taken aback, grinned mischievously. "Oh really? Where is it? Let me see." "You rascal, why would I show you? I just want to check, and perhaps apply some oil to soothe it." "Not a chance. Absolutely not. No, it's essential to inspect." With that, Lu Ming lunged towards Xia Yuxing. She giggled and dashed ahead, with Lu Ming hot on her heels. They frolicked across the grasslands, but soon Lu Ming caught up, wrapping his arms around her waist, and together they tumbled onto the verdant ground. The grass here was lush and tall, concealing them from view. Embracing the beauty in his arms, Lu Ming leaned in for a kiss. Someone might come soon. Fear not, there is no one around." Thus, they lost themselves in their passionate exchange. However, just as they were enveloped in their moment, laughter erupted in the distance. "Lu Ming, quick, get up. Someone's coming," Xia Yuxing urged. Reluctantly, Lu Ming released her, and they stood from the grass. To their astonishment, a group of over a dozen people was approaching across the field. It was Arda, the local travel agency's manager, accompanied by his team, coming to check the location of the toilets. Initially, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing had been hidden from view while lying on the grass, but now, as they stood, they became visible to the entire group. Among them were Zhu Wangqing and Jian He. Zhu Wangqing, with a playful smirk, teased, "Oh, Lu Ming, Sheng Sheng, what were you two doing secretly crouching on the grass? Catching crickets?" Laughter ensued. The employees of the company could not help but burst into laughter. Jian He playfully remarked, "You two continue, we saw nothing. We merely ventured to identify the restroom." The group erupted into further laughter. Xia Yuxing, flushed with embarrassment, realized the gravity of her predicament. Lu Ming, unabashed, interjected, "Go on. What are you all laughing at? Hurry along to the restroom." All right, let us depart. We shan't intrude upon their romantic interlude," chuckled the travel agency president, Arda. Only then did the group merrily make their way toward the lavatory. Once the crowd had distanced themselves, Xia Yuxing shot Lu Ming an exasperated glare. "Humph, this is all your fault. I've made a complete fool of myself. Oh, what is there to worry about? Everyone knows we are a couple. Can't we steal a kiss in private? Keep your voice down." Xia Yuxing quickly glanced around. Lu Ming took her hand and urged her to follow, saying, "Come, let us go over there. There's a secluded little river." "I refuse to go with you, you scoundrel," Xia Yuxing retorted, yet her feet unwittingly followed Lu Ming's lead. By midday, local delicacies adorned the dining tents. Lamb skewers, milk tea, lamb soup, baked buns, and an array of pastries filled the tables. At last, everyone savored the regional cuisine. As the group dined, Lu Ming stood up and cheerfully announced, "Though the lamb skewers are delectable, I advise everyone to partake sparingly. We shall feast upon the famed all-fish banquet tonight." Well, the crowd could hardly contain their excitement. After the meal, the group indulged in a brief afternoon nap. Later, they began to explore and experience the lifestyle of the local herders. They observed flocks of sheep, herds of cattle, and groups of horses. Engaging in activities such as herding sheep, milking cows, and making milk tea, the atmosphere was remarkably relaxing, allowing everyone to relish both the experiences and the breathtaking scenery of the grasslands. Undoubtedly, the most splendid sight was the sunset over the prairie. As the sun cascaded its golden hues upon the land, the sight of the grazing horses, cattle, and sheep resembled a picturesque scene straight out of a film. Seated upon the grass, everyone admired and savored the beauty. "How exquisite!" Xia Yuxing sighed, nestled in Lu Ming's embrace. "Indeed. Shabao, look over there. What are those two horses doing?" Lu Ming suddenly pointed. Following his gaze, Xia Yuxing noted two horses that were apart from the herd. One black horse atop a brown one, engaging in a rather intimate act. "You rascal, while others appreciate the scenery, you're fixated on this," Xia Yuxing playfully scolded. "Huh? Is this not a beautiful sight? They are merely expressing their affection for one another, and soon we might witness the birth of a little foal." Xia Yuxing found herself both amused and exasperated. Lu Ming continued his commentary. "Look at the robust hind legs of that black horse. The brown horse squints its eyes in delight. Clearly, they are transcending to another realm." "What realm?" she inquired. "An indescribable realm." It is certainly not appropriate to describe it. Should you attempt to do so, it might be deemed unsuitable for younger audiences, wouldn't it?" "Haha, Shangbao. When do you think we could discuss that indescribable realm?" "Oh dear, who would want to engage in such discussions with you? You are far too indecent. I shall not sit with you any longer." Xia Yuxing hurriedly escaped from Lu Ming's embrace and ran over to Zhu Wangqing and Jian He. Giggling, she observed the two of them reveling in laughter. "What are you two discussing that brings you such joy?" Xia Yuxing inquired with curiosity as she took a seat. Zhu Wangqing replied, "Shang Sheng, He and I are currently conversing about the electric rolling pin I purchased." "Yes, indeed. We are sharing our experiences with it," Jian He added candidly. Xia Yuxing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Goodness, what on earth is this? Chapter 135, the first time the female demon calls her husband that evening, everyone gathered to indulge in the renowned whole fish feast. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing, as the leaders of the company, refrained from reciting any indoctrinating slogans. Instead, they simply encouraged everyone to enjoy their meal and drinks. After dining, fatigue set in, prompting everyone to retire to their yurts for rest. Upon returning to the yurt, Lu Ming discovered that Xia Yuxing had not yet arrived, as she had gone to the yurt of Zhu Wangqing and Jian He. "Oh dear, Sheng Sheng, why are you not back yet?" Leaving Lu Ming to guard an empty room all alone, Zhu Wangqing teased. Xia Yuxing replied, "What do you mean guarding an empty room?" "He is probably playing poker with the other men." "Poker? I doubt that. I believe Lu Ming might be waiting to play poker with you," Zhu Wangqing winked. Exactly. And they're playing big car. Jian Hehe chimed in. Zhu Wangqing laughed heartily. Hehe, you're impressive. Having grown up abroad, you even know about big car poker. Of course I do, Jian Hehe said with a proud smile. What are you two talking about? This is too vulgar. Can you be a little more serious? What is this big car nonsense? Xia Yuxing shot them a disapproving glance. Zhu Wangqing mischievously said, Oh, Sheng, you don't know what big car means? Then you should go back and let Lu Ming teach you. Jian Hehe added, It's possible that Lu Ming prefers to impart wisdom rather than play games. They both burst into laughter. Xia Yuxing suddenly regretted introducing these two to each other. Ever since they became acquainted, she had been the target of their playful banter. Enough of your jokes. If you keep this up, I'll leave. Xia Yuxing said, feigning anger. Zhu Wangqing grasped Xia Yuxing's arm and, with a serious expression, said, Sheng. This trip is a wonderful opportunity for you and Lu Ming. What opportunity? Xia Yuxing inquired. An opportunity to deepen your relationship, Zhu Wangqing declared. Our relationship is quite good. Xia Yuxing replied. Silly. It's time to reach the third level. The third level? Xia Yuxing recalled what Zhu Wangqing had mentioned before. The first level was holding hands. The second level was kissing, and naturally, the third level involved more intimate encounters. All right, Xing, hurry back to Lu Ming. If you take too long, he might start to blame me and Hehe. Zhu Wangqing glanced at the time. Jian Hehe concurred. Yes. Go back quickly. Wangqing and I need to rest early since we're going to the Haishan 2 ranch tomorrow. Fine, then you two get some rest. I'll head back. Xia Yuxing finally decided as she prepared to leave. However, just as she stepped out of the yurt, she heard Jian Hehe's voice from behind. Wangqing, come on. We're watching a movie, American style. Xia Yuxing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Moments later, she returned to the yurt she shared with Lu Ming. As she entered, she intended to greet him, only to find him sitting on the bed with his back to her, his head bowed, seemingly engrossed in some activity with his arms moving about. Xia Yuxing was just teased by Wangqing and Hehe, leaving her mind in a muddle. Suddenly, she wondered if Lu Ming might be secretly engaging in some mischievous behavior. Such mischief is often the domain of boys. Should she call out to Lu Ming? If he were indeed involved in such activities, wouldn't it be exceedingly awkward to confront him? But then again, awkwardness must give way to propriety. Lu Ming is no longer single, after all. He has a girlfriend, and such behavior is simply inappropriate. Thus, Xia Yuxing cleared her throat and announced, I'm back. Oh. Shengbao, you've returned. Lu Ming replied, turning around with a smile. In his left hand, he held a bottle of strawberry-flavored yogurt, while the right clutched a tissue. Are you drinking yogurt? Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. How utterly embarrassing. What was she even thinking? Clearly, her mind had been tainted by the two seasoned pranksters, Wangqing and Hehe. Lu Ming was merely enjoying a drink, and she had completely misinterpreted the situation. I brought a few bottles with me. I was a bit thirsty and took a sip, only to spill some on my pants, Lu Ming explained, tossing the tissue into the trash bin. Oh, Xia Yuxing thought to herself, realizing that was why his arm had been moving. Here, take a bottle to settle your stomach. Lu Ming offered, handing her another bottle. As Xia Yuxing took a sip, she glanced at the yogurt bottle and was suddenly reminded of a movie scene she had watched with Wangqing. How scandalous. The yogurt was now impossible to look at. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. At that moment, Lu Ming inquired, What were you and your friends chatting about over there? Nothing much. Xia Yuxing quickly shook her head. Goodness. The topics they had discussed were certainly not for public consumption. The two then settled together, scrolling through photos taken earlier in the day. Among them was a picture of the two sitting on the grass, sharing a sweet moment, with a backdrop of azure sky and fluffy clouds, a scene of exquisite romance. This photograph had been taken at Wangqing's behest, and Xia Yuxing had felt a bit bashful at the time. Now, however, she felt immensely grateful. This image was a beautiful testament to her love with Lu Ming. Wow, my wife is truly beautiful, Lu Ming exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Hearing him refer to her as his wife filled Xia Yuxing with delight. Haha, you're quite handsome yourself, she replied. Lu Ming playfully lifted her chin and said, If I'm handsome, why don't you call me something nice? Darling, Xia Yuxing replied, playing along. Not that. Try again. Try again? What should I say? You heard me call you my wife. Doesn't that mean you should call me your husband? Lu Ming prompted. Oh dear. I feel shy. Xia Yuxing admitted, her honesty shining through. Lu Ming reassured her, there is no one else in this room. What is there to be shy about? I just feel it's a bit strange, she confessed. With a few more shouts, you will grow accustomed to it. Come, quickly shout one for me to hear. Ah? Xia Yuxing blushed, biting her lip, and boldly exclaimed, husband. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming felt an immense joy within his heart. However, Xia Yuxing's voice was too soft, prompting him to feign ignorance. Oh dear, your voice is too faint. I couldn't hear you. Please speak a little louder. Nonsense, you definitely heard me. Haha, come on. A bit louder now. Husband. This time, Xia Yuxing's voice was slightly louder. Haha, wife. Lu Ming joyfully embraced her. Husband. Wife. Husband. Wife. Husband. The two continued to echo each other's words several times. Haha. Eventually, they could no longer contain their laughter. At that moment, Lu Ming, with a playful tone, said, Wife. The night is drawing near. Let us retire early. Chapter 136. The Great Leap Forward in Love. Xia Yuxing shot him a glance, remarking, Look at your squinty eyes. Haha. Not at all. I must change into my sleepwear first, so please turn around. Xia Yuxing retrieved her pajamas from the suitcase. All right. Lu Ming, understanding the cue, turned his back. Don't peek. Rest assured. Xia Yuxing swiftly hung her clothes on the rack and donned a modest set of sleepwear. When Lu Ming could no longer resist the temptation to glance back, he was astonished to find she had already changed. You rascal. I hadn't even told you to look back yet. Xia Yuxing then took out Lu Ming's sleepwear from the suitcase, saying, You should change too. Okay. Lu Ming accepted the garments, saying, If I'm changing, you should also turn around. Why should I turn around? Xia Yuxing giggled. When I changed, you turned away. Now that I'm changing, you ought to do the same. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. That's not the same. You're merely changing into pajamas. You've shown your legs and back at home plenty. Now that we're out, you're acting shy in front of me? Xia Yuxing stifled a laugh. While that may be true, I can't shake the feeling that this isn't fair. Lu Ming felt something was amiss. What fairness do you seek? We women are different from you men. In what way are we different? Xia Yuxing proudly declared, We have the Alps. This time, Lu Ming burst into laughter. All right, that's something we men truly lack. We can't compete with that. Thus, under Xia Yuxing's unwavering gaze, Lu Ming changed into his pajamas. Come, let us sleep. Having said that, Lu Ming pulled Xia Yuxing onto the bed. As the nights on the grasslands could still be chilly, the travel agency had provided everyone with blankets. Xia Yuxing quickly exclaimed, Hey, don't crowd onto my bed. Return to your own side. No crossing the line. Wife, let us cuddle tonight. It'll keep us warm. But we have blankets. Lu Ming pressed on. Cuddling is warmer. I'm a natural hot water bottle. Don't you want to try? Haha. A hot water bottle? Why not call yourself a warming patch? Yes, indeed. I'm a warming patch. Come, let me stick to you. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming wrapped his arms around Xia Yuxing. Hey. Xia Yuxing rolled her eyes, exasperatedly saying, Cuddling is fine, but you mustn't move around. Understand? I understand. And definitely no mischief. I certainly won't cause any trouble. You keep saying not to move. Why are you pushing me? I didn't push you. Didn't you just nudge my waist? Lu Ming chuckled sheepishly. My hands are here, holding you. Then Xia Yuxing's face flushed instantly as she understood. All right. Let us sleep. No more wandering thoughts. All right, let us sleep. Lu Ming was captivated by the faint fragrance of Xia Yuxing's hair wafting from behind him. However, as is often the case, promises are made, and yet, when men share a bed with women, who remains entirely honest, which couple's romantic ascent did not commence with playful touches. It is only through such intimate gestures that love can be elevated. Lu Ming, being a man himself, was no exception. Hey, what are your hands doing? Xia Yuxing quickly noticed. Just climbing the Alps, he replied. It's time to sleep. Behave yourself. Lu Ming murmured in agreement, yet did not cease his actions. This was not the first time, and Xia Yuxing had previously allowed him to indulge. Unexpectedly, Xia Yuxing found herself unwittingly yielding further ground to Lu Ming's advances. How could this continue? She grasped his hand and declared, All right, it's time for sleep. If you keep this up, I want to let you hold me while I sleep. All right, my dear, I shall be still. Lu Ming conceded, exhibiting some sense. He chuckled inwardly, pleased to have made another advance toward his goal. The following day, everyone rose early and had a simple breakfast before embarking on their journey to Haishinta Ranch. Lu Ming initially hoped to sit beside Xia Yuxing, but to his surprise, she was drawn to the back seat by Zhu Wangqing and Jian He. Consequently, Lu Ming found himself seated in the front with the travel agency owner, Arda. Arda's travel agency, located in the grasslands, was highly regarded for its excellent reputation. Upon noticing Lu Ming's presence, Arda smiled and expressed, "Mr. Lu, we sincerely appreciate your choice in our agency. Your patronage has greatly benefited us this half-year." Just as he finished speaking, he realized he had been conversing in Mongolian. Arda hastily attempted to repeat his words in Mandarin, knowing that Mongolian was incomprehensible to most tourists. To his astonishment, Lu Ming replied in Mongolian, "You are too kind, Arda. The service of your agency is exceptional, and our expenditure was indeed worthwhile." Arda's eyes widened in surprise. "Mr. Lu, you actually speak Mongolian?" This revelation astonished not only Arda, but also the employees of Joeying Capital. Lu Ming offered an explanation. "Well, during my school days, I had a classmate from Inner Mongolia, and I learned from him." "Oh, I see. Your Mongolian is quite standard," Arda praised, giving a thumbs up. Lu Ming smiled. After all, he had won the super language proficiency skill in a previous lottery, which explained his newfound ability. At that moment, Arda continued, "Mr. Lu, you have chosen an opportune time to visit Haishintu Ranch. It will be quite lively today." "Oh," Lu Ming inquired with curiosity, "is there a festival?" "Not exactly," Arda replied. "A month ago, the Haishintu Ranch Club captured a wild horse on the grasslands. This horse is remarkably beautiful, untamed, and robust, exuding a strong wild spirit. The trainers at the club have failed to tame the wild stallion. Consequently, the club has extended invitations to various nomadic tribes across the plains. Whoever succeeds in taming this untamed horse will be granted the privilege of taking it home." In recent days, numerous brave warriors from the grasslands have come forth to attempt the taming of the stallion. This has also attracted a multitude of nomadic tourists eager to witness the spectacle. Even if the wild horse is eventually tamed and taken away, what does it matter? The Black Mountain Ranch is bustling with visitors daily, ensuring substantial profits. Upon hearing Arda's account, Lu Ming expressed his astonishment. "Arda, are there still wild horses on the plains?" With the advancements of modernity, true wild horses have become exceedingly rare in the current grasslands and mountains. Arda replied, "Wild horses are on the brink of extinction, making them exceptionally rare. Hence, the club has turned this horse into a lucrative venture." Chapter 137. The true Prince Charming at Black Mountain Head Ranch Club. The vast grasslands are renowned for their illustrious ranch clubs, attracting countless visitors each year. Here, one may indulge in nearly every conceivable form of entertainment the prairie has to offer: horseback riding, archery, mounted archery, grass skiing, prairie go-karting, off-road motorbiking, powered paragliding, and amusement parks are all available. Additionally, the ranch club hosts a variety of competitions, including wrestling, horse racing, archery, equestrian events, and lassoing. As night falls, lively bonfire gatherings feature roasted lamb and camel. Due to the plethora of activities, Lu Ming has arranged a 2-day itinerary for the ranch club, ensuring ample opportunity for enjoyment. Upon their arrival at Black Mountain Head Ranch, Lu Ming and his companions were immediately enveloped in the vibrant atmosphere. The parking lot buzzed with vehicles and throngs of tourists and local herdsmen, with the peak season for prairie tourism coinciding with the wild horse taming event. The scene was extraordinarily animated. After securing their vehicles, Lu Ming and his group disembarked with their luggage. Arda directed them to the club for check-in. This time, there was no need for the guests to pitch their own yurts, as luxurious accommodations had been prearranged. As the group made their way to the check-in area, many local herdsmen, captivated by the presence of such beautiful ladies, expressed their admiration. "Hey, Bader, look at those two lovely girls," one exclaimed. "Indeed, Zilajetu, why not approach them? You might just find yourself a Han wife," he chuckled, and they set off toward the ladies. At that moment, Jian Hehe and Zhu Wanqing found themselves at the forefront when the two herdsmen obstructed their path. "Hello, young ladies, you are exceptionally beautiful. May we befriend you?" Bader grinned, waving cheerfully. "Sorry, we don't know you. Please step aside," Jian Hehe replied assertively. "Come on, let's be friends. Allow us to carry your bags," Zulajeta chimed in, reaching out for Jian Hehe's luggage. "Do you two have any manners?" "Move aside," Zhu Wanqing interjected, her expression darkening. "Oh my, why such a fiery temperament, dear girl? I find it quite appealing. Let's be friends." Bader stepped closer, positioning himself in front of Zhu Wanqing with a mischievous grin. "I've already told you to step aside," Zhu Wanqing retorted, her anger flaring as she pushed toward Bader. To her surprise, he remained steadfast, unmoved. Taken aback by the Mongolian man's surprising stability, Zhu Wanqing remarked, "Wow, you've got quite a solid stance." "Ah, my dear, Your strength is commendable, but it will take more than that to budge me, Bader teased with a smirk, eliciting laughter from Zolajetu. At that moment, the tourist stepped forward, pointing and whispering about the two men. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing, who had been lingering at the back, noticed the crowd gathering ahead. Frowning, Lu Ming immediately took Xia Yuxing's hand and pushed through to the front. There, he saw Zhu Wanqing with a dark expression, asserting, "I shall say this once more. Clear the way. Do not obstruct the path. Miss, we merely wish to make friends. How about joining my brother for a drink of milk wine?" Bartle said, his arms spread wide in a boisterous manner. Observing this scene, Lu Ming's expression darkened as he stepped forward. "You two get lost." Bartle and Zhu Ligay too were momentarily taken aback. In the vast grasslands, few dared to command them to leave. "Kid, stay out of this. We have no desire to befriend you." Bartle advanced, reaching out to shove Lu Ming aside. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming seized his wrist with surprising strength. "Ah!" Bartle winced in pain as a sharp ache shot through his arm. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhu Ligay too rushed forward, but Lu Ming pushed him back, causing him to stumble several steps. Bartel's expression shifted as he attempted to grab Lu Ming's shoulder with his other hand, ready to retaliate. "Stop!" Just as Bartle and Zhu Ligay too were about to strike, a voice rang out. The president of the travel agency, Arda, hurried over. "Bartle, Zhu Ligay too, do not be rude. These are my agency's guests." Arda's tone was grave. "Ah, so they are guests of your agency, Arda. We shall let this slide for your sake," Bartle conceded, releasing Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming also relinquished his grip on Bartel's wrist. "This kid," Zhu Ligay too muttered, somewhat dissatisfied. Bartle interjected, "Enough, Zhu Ligay Tuesday. We are here to tame wild horses. Let us go." With that, the two departed. Arda then turned to Lu Ming, inquiring, "Boss Lu, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Zhu Wanqing, still fuming, remarked, "Lu Ming, you're quite impressive. Those two brutes are formidable. I couldn't even budge that big bearded man." Curious, Lu Ming asked Arda, "Who are those two?" Arda explained that Bartle and Zhu Ligay too were representatives of the young warriors from the nomadic tribes of the grasslands. Bartle was a master wrestler, undefeated across the plains, while Zhu Ligay too was an exceptionally skilled horseman. They must have come to tame wild horses, yet the true master of horse taming was surely Su Hebelu. "Su Hebelu?" Lu Ming inquired. Su Hebelu was renowned as the greatest horse tamer on the grasslands. As Lu Ming conversed with Arda, they arrived at the club for check-in. Once everyone was assigned their luxurious Mongolian yurts, they dropped off their luggage and began to explore the ranch. At this moment, the most vibrant scene was undoubtedly the horse arena. At a horse ranch, a crowd had gathered, drawn to the enclosure where wild horses were kept. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing had also arrived to observe the magnificent creature. Upon first laying eyes on this wild stallion, everyone was utterly captivated by its stunning beauty. The horse, adorned in a coat of pure white, stood tall and powerful, its physique exuding grace and strength. At that moment, it galloped freely in the center of the arena, its steps light and swift as lightning, its tail flowing like a silver ribbon, dancing in harmony with its elegant form. What astonished and struck Lu Ming the most were the horse's eyes, brimming with pride and an untamed spirit, radiating a fierce wildness seldom seen in the club's domesticated steeds. Truly, this was the legendary white dragon horse, Zhu Wanqing exclaimed in admiration. Xia Yuxing chuckled, saying, "Lu Ming, should you manage to mount this horse, you will indeed be the true prince on a white steed." Chapter 138. Lu Ming's quest to tame the wild horse. A smile graced Lu Ming's lips. Initially, he held little interest in taming wild horses. However, upon beholding the exquisite beauty of the white horse, his curiosity was piqued. The crux of the matter lay in the club's regulations. Whoever could tame the horse would be allowed to take it home. With his exceptional taming skills at his disposal, he believed that subduing this magnificent creature would pose no significant challenge. Once tamed, he could easily transport it to the Yanbei Wancheng Golf Club for safekeeping, allowing him to ride this splendid steed during his polo matches. Ding! A system task was issued. Tame the wild horse. Task completion reward, 1 lottery draw. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed imperative that he seize this opportunity. At that moment, the white horse paused in the arena to graze on the grass. An administrator then ushered in a man intent on taming the wild horse. This man was none other than Bartle, who had previously clashed with Lu Ming. "Well, isn't that Bartle?" murmured the onlookers. "He might just be capable of taming the wild horse." "Perhaps not," another replied. "Bartle is formidable in wrestling. But horse taming is an entirely different matter. Nonetheless, Bartel's powerful legs might enable him to assert dominance over the wild horse. The crowd watched as Bartel swiftly grasped the horse's back, leaping onto its back with agility. The wild horse immediately transformed, letting out a fierce neigh and leaping into the air. Bartel clung tightly to its neck, his legs squeezing its belly. Should he fall, he might not get another chance to mount. Go, Bartel urged, hoping to make the horse gallop. However, the wild horse bucked violently. Yet Bartel, clearly not an ordinary contender, managed to maintain his seat despite the tumultuous movements. Suddenly, the wild horse seemed enraged, neighing loudly as it charged toward the iron fence. Gasps filled the air as the scene unfolded, shocking the spectators. Bartel, taken aback, realized he might be facing a perilous end. Whoa! Ah! The crowd erupted in astonished cries. Lu Ming's pupils constricted in response. Sensing Bartel's impending danger, he leaped from the horse, rolling onto the grass. Although jolted by the impact, he emerged relatively unscathed. The wild horse, noticing Bartel had dismounted, approached the iron barrier and, with a sudden leap, soared over it. Wow! Incredible! The spectators erupted in cheers. Marveling at the horse's astonishing feat, Bartel, disheartened by the horse's escape, pounded the ground in frustration. This magnificent creature, if tamed, would be an unparalleled treasure. Alas, the opportunity was lost to him. As Bartel exited the arena, Zhuo Ligay chuckled. Ah, Bartel, it seems the wild horse has chosen me. Your chassis cannot compare to mine. You must be dreaming. Bartel shot him a glance. Soon enough, Zwolodjechuo entered the arena. Just as Bartel had mentioned, Zwolodjechuo exhibited remarkable equestrian skills, excelling in both horseback riding and archery. However, taming wild horses was not his forte. Bartel mounted the horse, but before long, he was unceremoniously thrown off by the spirited white stallion. The crowd erupted once again, marveling at the stallion's true wildness. At that moment, Xia Yuxing turned to Lu Ming and exclaimed, "This white horse is incredibly strong. Its temperament is so fierce. If an ordinary person were to mount it, they might just break their leg." Lu Ming chuckled in response. Indeed, watching these individuals attempt to tame the horse stirs my blood with excitement. Really? Xia Yuxing queried. Are you actually considering giving it a try? That is precisely my intention, Lu Ming nodded. But that would be too dangerous. Just a moment ago, someone tried to mount it, and the stallion kicked at them. Xia Yuxing was naturally concerned for Lu Ming's safety. Beside them, Zhu Wanqing chimed in with a laugh. Yes. Lu Ming, just observe. If you attempt to tame the horse, you might injure your back, and then poor Xia Sheng would have to suffer. Xia Yuxing felt a flush of embarrassment. Lu Ming, slightly exasperated, retorted, Are you all so doubtful of my abilities? Zhu Wanqing replied, Lu Ming, while your physical fitness is commendable, these robust nomads possess experience that you lack. It would be unwise to act impulsively. Jie Wanqing. During my time at the Martial Arts Academy, I have been honing my fighting skills, Lu Ming declared. Huh. So you plan to engage in a battle with the White Stallion? Xia Yuxing, Zhu Wanqing, and Jian Hehe all burst into laughter. How about this? I will give it a try shortly, and if I sense danger, I will refrain from further attempts, Lu Ming proposed. Absolutely not, Xia Yuxing disagreed. Shabao, allow me to at least attempt it. If you prevent me, I fear I shall regret it for the rest of my life, Lu Ming insisted, feigning earnestness. Then, if it proves unmanageable, you must dismount immediately, understood? Xia Yuxing found it difficult to refuse. At that moment, the atmosphere of the arena surged once more with excitement. Su Hebelu had arrived. The renowned horse trainer Su Hebelu. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Zhu Wanqing remarked, Lu Ming, you might not get the chance now. The most formidable horse trainer on the grassland is here. Su Hebelu strode into the arena, holding a rope in his hand. Upon seeing him, the white stallion attempted to flee, as if it sensed his intentions. But unexpectedly, Su Hebelu swiftly swung the rope, ensnaring the stallion's neck. The white horse, with a powerful thrust, attempted to break free, yet Su Hebelu exerted tremendous strength to hold on. One could not deny Su Hebelu's formidable power, despite the stallion's might. He managed to maintain control. Of course, Su Hebelu had also seized the opportune moment, as the stallion had already expended considerable energy. Thus, he continued to engage in a stalemate with the spirited white horse. Lu Ming suddenly understood that Su Hebelu intended to exhaust the stamina of the great white horse, attempting to tame it through this method, akin to the principles of falconry. However, Su Hebelu evidently underestimated the horse's endurance. At that moment, the white horse seemed to become enraged, abruptly raising its front hooves and aiming to trample Su Hebelu. His expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly evaded and retreated. To his surprise, this retreat caused the horse to bolt forward, for Suhebelu still held onto the rope. Consequently, he was dragged across the grass by the galloping horse. Suhebelu sought an opportunity to regain control, but the horse's powerful surge of speed was impossible to restrain. Ultimately, he relinquished the rope. Thus, the premier horse tamer of the grassland declared his attempt a failure. Half an hour later, the next tamer entered the arena. The crowd watched with curiosity, only to discover that the individual stepping into the arena was, astonishingly, of Han ethnicity. Chapter 139. Lu Ming shocks the entire arena. The individual who stepped onto the racetrack was none other than Lu Ming. Clutching a lasso in his hand, he appeared particularly radiant under the sunlight. Instantly, the venue erupted with excitement, though most of the commotion came from the tourists present. Previously, the participants had predominantly been local nomads, and no Han individuals had taken to the stage until now. Wyam. Vader frowned upon recognizing Lu Ming. Zillage too scoffed. This kid is quite arrogant. Does he truly believe he can tame a wild horse? What a delusion. Well, it's quite amusing, Vader grinned. Amusing? In what way? Soon, this young man might experience the true essence of wildness. Vader narrowed his eyes with a smirk. Lu Ming, now donned in athletic attire, approached the magnificent white horse. Sensing yet another contender aiming to tame it, the white horse immediately attempted to flee. However, Lu Ming was determined not to let it escape. He swiftly took off in pursuit. What? Lu Ming's speed was astounding, appearing to glide over the grass in the eyes of many tourists. Wow. Just this fleeting moment of him sprinting has set the entire place ablaze. Sheng Sheng, look at Lu Ming. Is this some form of lightness skill? Zhu Wanqing exclaimed, tugging at Lu Ming in excitement. Jian Hehe clapped her hands in delight, adding, Wow, Shang Xing, your boyfriend must be a superhero. A superhero? He simply enjoys sports and has good physical fitness, Xia Yuxing replied, her face beaming with pride. Right. How could he be a superhero when he isn't even wearing underpants? Zhu Wanqing teased. Then let Sheng Sheng buy him some red underpants. Jian Hehe giggled. Zhu Wanqing continued. And let us get Lu Ming a helmet. Then he LLB Iron Superman. Xia Yuxing was left speechless by her friend's antics. Meanwhile, Vader frowned, his expression turning grave. Zillage too, it appears this young man is not as simple as he seems. How can he run so swiftly? He seems even faster than Suhebelu. Zillage too was equally astonished. Not far away, Suhebelu was taken aback as well. Renowned for his horse-taming skills and unmatched speed on the grasslands, he found himself eclipsed by this young Han individual, who exhibited a more explosive pace. The white horse galloped at great speed, yet Lu Ming's acceleration was even more remarkable, allowing him to catch up in an instant. The white horse, clearly unprepared for Lu Ming's rapid approach, abruptly halted, its front hooves leaping up to kick at Lu Ming's head. This scene horrified the onlookers. If the wild horse were to land a kick, Lu Ming could potentially face grave danger. Xia Yuxin and her companions watched with wide eyes filled with trepidation. However, in the next moment, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ming's reflexes proved even swifter. With a quick motion, he darted to the side of the white horse. The horse's kick met only empty air. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly swung the lasso in his hand, ensnaring it around the horse's neck with precision. The magnificent white horse was poised to gallop away, but Lu Ming resolutely clutched the reins. At that moment, outside the arena, Bartle scoffed. Does he think he's Suhebelu, trying to match strength with a wild stallion? Indeed, even Suhebelu had once been dragged along by a wild horse. Zillage too wore a mocking expression as well. Just when they believed Lu Ming would inevitably be overpowered by the wild horse, a shocking scene unfolded. Lu Ming suddenly yanked the reins with all his might, and astonishingly, the white horse was brought under control. The horse whinnied desperately, agitated by the restraint. My goodness! Who is this individual, so formidable? It was truly unbelievable that he had managed to hold back the wild stallion. After all, many horse trainers required 5 or 6 men to tame such a beast. A remarkable feat. Indeed, he had already surpassed the horse in strength. Not only that, but he had also outpaced it moments ago. Outside the arena, Zhu Wanqing and her companions widened their eyes in astonishment. Sheng Sheng, it appears that you and Lu Ming possess such incredible strength. Jian Hehe exclaimed in amazement. Zhu Wanqing remarked, Wow, Lu Ming has been hiding his talents. Xia Yuxing proudly noted, I witnessed his explosive power during our rock climbing session. Oh dear, Sheng Sheng, you're in for a challenge, Zhu Wanqing teased. Why is that? Once you marry Lu Ming, you'll be switching beds every other day. Zhu Wanqing sighed with exasperation. Jian He chimed in. Oh, Shang, with your petite frame. Can you handle such upheaval? The two burst into laughter once more. Meanwhile, back at the arena, Lu Ming, having gained the upper hand in strength, suddenly leapt onto the horse's back. The white stallion neighed in protest, frantically trying to buck him off. Yet, Lu Ming held fast with his legs wrapped securely around the horse's belly. Suddenly, he delivered a sharp slap to the horse's rear. With a loud crack, the stallion bolted forward as if possessed. Heavens! This fellow is fierce, even striking the horse's backside. Oh my goodness! That is a true man. Incredible. He is a marvel. I must capture this moment for Douyin. It is bound to go viral. At that instant, Bartle glared at the scene unfolding before him, muttering, "This lad is finished. The horse is spooked, and he still hopes to tame it. Indeed, look how the wild horse is galloping madly." Zulich too nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the stallion charged toward the iron railing, its speed even greater than before. The onlookers felt their hearts leap into their throats, anxiously anticipating whether Lu Ming would leap off. If he failed to do so, it was likely that the wild horse would collide with the railing. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled, a faint smile gracing his lips. The moment to witness a miracle has arrived. He suddenly tugged at the reins with one hand while the other arm repeatedly struck the horse's flank. Before long, the magnificent white steed approached the iron railing. Lu Ming shouted, "Up!" Whoosh! As if responding to his command, the white horse leapt into the air. In that instant, seated upon the horse, Lu Ming felt his perspective elevate dramatically. It was as if he were racing alongside the wind. He finally comprehended that this was the true joy of horseback riding. It was a whirlwind of speed and passion. Indeed, this phrase encapsulates the experience. It was an exhilarating rush, accompanied by a profound sense of inner triumph. Wow! Onlookers and herders outside the riding arena erupted in cheers upon witnessing this spectacle. They had anticipated the white horse would inevitably crash into the railing, never expecting it to heed Lu Ming's powerful command. Chapter 140. Taming the Wild Horse captivates the audience. Lu Ming rode the magnificent white horse, soaring over the iron railing and galloping swiftly ahead. Zhu Wanqing excitedly patted Xia Yuxing's shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh my, oh my, oh my, Shang. Your man has truly tamed the wild horse." Xia Yuxing found herself both amused and perplexed by the remark. Jian He interjected, "Sister Wanqing, you misspoke. It is Lu Ming who has genuinely mounted the white horse." Xia Yuxing remained speechless once more. Jian He marveled, "Sheng, your boyfriend Lu Ming is remarkable, a natural horseman." Zhu Wanqing burst into laughter, adding, "Yes, indeed, a born rider. Sheng, you should prepare a grand yellow robe for Lu Ming." Their playful banter continued as Xia Yuxing gazed at Lu Ming on the racetrack, her heart brimming with admiration. Lu Ming consistently performed miraculous feats. This man was undeniably filled with boundless potential. On the racetrack, he appeared strikingly handsome atop the white horse. Xia Yuxing felt incredibly fortunate to have found a boyfriend like Lu Ming. Meanwhile, outside the racetrack, female tourists cheered, longing to leap onto the horse's back. At that moment, Lu Ming exuded an undeniable aura of masculine charm. However, amidst the applause and cheers, Batel and Zulich too, along with some local herdsmen, were left feeling disgruntled. In the vast grasslands, these men from various tribes had failed to tame the wild horse, only to witness a mere tourist succeed, an affront to their pride. How would they face the young women of the steppe after this? Batel and Zulich too promptly sought out Suhebalu. "What should we do, Suhebalu? We, the men of the grasslands, cannot concede defeat. This wild horse must not fall into the hands of this tourist. Indeed, we had so many of us attempt to ride it, and the horse was exhausted. This fellow merely took advantage," they argued. Suhebalu, a professional horse trainer, recognized Lu Ming's genuine skill at once. "I must apologize, but I believe that young man truly possesses the ability to tame the horse. I see no reason to oppose him." Batel, irate, questioned, "What do you mean? Suhebalu, do you intend to stand by and watch as this tourist takes away our wild horse?" "Exactly, Suhebalu, you are not acting like one of us from the grasslands." Zulich too chimed in. "We absolutely cannot allow this boy to carry off the wild horse." The group buzzed with discontent. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, Lu Ming suddenly squeezed the horse's belly with his legs. With a swift response, the white horse obediently halted. "Good boy. Now, turn around and return." Lu Ming gently patted the horse's neck. The white horse promptly changed direction and took off once more. In no time, Lu Ming approached the crowd, and everyone was astonished to see him commanding the wild horse, which now seemed remarkably compliant. The onlookers were left in awe, expressing their admiration and astonishment. This is indeed the essence of conquering and taming wild horses, and I must say, it is a visual feast. The employees of Jueying Capital could not help but exclaim, "Our boss is invincible! Our boss is invincible!" Many of them eagerly picked up their phones to capture the moment on video. Lu Ming, riding majestically on horseback, waved to the crowd. Wow! Many female tourists shouted in admiration. Oh my, does this handsome man have a girlfriend? Indeed, he is so striking and powerful. I wish I could be the wild horse beneath him. The handsome man has tamed the wild horse. I wish to tame the handsome man. Let him tame me too. I am more obedient than a white horse, willing to comply with anything. Look at the audacity of these infatuated women, Ji Wonking remarked with annoyance. You might as well save your breath. You have no chance. At that moment, Lu Ming rode his horse towards the exit of the horse arena. The stable manager prepared to open the barrier. With a cheerful smile, Lu Ming inquired, "Is this white horse now mine?" The manager was about to respond when suddenly, a group led by Bader and Zulich too approached ominously. Seeing them, Lu Ming frowned. What is the matter? According to the ranch's rules, whoever tames a wild horse owns it. Are you the owners of this ranch? Lu Ming retorted. Bader scoffed, although we are not the owners. This wild horse belongs to the prairie. You are not from the prairie and cannot take it. Indeed, you cannot take it. This horse is ours, Zulich too echoed. At that moment, Ji Wonking and her group overheard the conversation. Angrily, Ji Wonking stepped forward. On what grounds can you say he cannot take it? Which rule of your ranch club states that only those from the prairie can claim a tamed wild horse? Exactly. If you cannot tame the horse, it's your own incompetence. What is it? Can't you accept defeat? Jin He also stepped up, speaking loudly. As they spoke, Bader's face turned crimson with rage. Who says we lost? We did not lose. This guy merely took advantage of the situation. That's right. We exhausted the horse's stamina. He has no real skill, they protested. The uproar from Bader's group immediately caused discontent among the tourists. What does this mean? Clearly, you tamed the wild horse with genuine skill, and these people still aren't satisfied? This is utterly unreasonable. Consequently, many tourists stood up to argue. Enough. The owner of the ranch is here. The stable manager shouted loudly. At this, the crowd's quarrel came to a halt. A middle-aged man in a long robe approached. It was Manja Latu, the owner of Haishintu Ranch. Boss Latu, you have arrived at the perfect moment. This young man has tamed the wild horse not through genuine skill, and we cannot allow him to take it away. Several men shouted in unison. Latu, with a stern expression, approached and stated, Batel, Zwalajet, I was observing when this young man tamed the wild horse. His ability to do so signifies a connection between him and the horse. Our ranch must uphold integrity. What? Boss Latu, are you saying that you agree to let this lad take the wild horse? Absolutely not. Batel immediately expressed his discontent. Indeed, that cannot be allowed. We do not consent. Zwalajet shouted loudly. The other men from the herding tribes began to stir restlessly. At that moment, Lu Ming dismounted from his horse and coldly declared, Everyone, please cease this ruckus. Chapter 141. A single move to overcome opponents. As Lu Ming spoke, all eyes turned towards him. You are Bartle, correct? You just claimed that I took advantage of a situation, right? That I did not tame the wild horse through genuine skill, correct? Very well. Here is your opportunity. If you possess the capability, come forth and attempt to tame it once more. Lu Ming gestured toward Bartle. Bartle, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. He understood that should he take the stage, he too would be incapable of taming the horse and would only embarrass himself. Lu Ming then pointed at Zhuoligay too, saying, And you, according to your claims, I have merely been fortunate. Well then, who among you has the ability to try and tame it again? Let us see if you are up to the challenge. Zhuoligay too, rather like a foolish deer, did not anticipate that Lu Ming's provocation would spur him on to give it another go. I shall give it a try. Who knows, I might just succeed. Thus, he approached the magnificent white horse. However, as he drew near, the horse suddenly neighed loudly, raising its front hooves and attempting to strike Zhuoligay too on the head. Startled, Zhuoligay too quickly retreated. Yet, the white horse seemed angered, relentlessly pursuing him in an attempt to deliver a kick. Zhuoligay too wished to flee, but he could never match the speed of the horse. Just as he was about to be struck, Lu Ming let out a sharp whistle. The white horse abruptly halted. Lu Ming beckoned, saying, Come back, my good horse. Ho ho. The horse bared its teeth at Zhuoligay too before trotting back to Lu Ming's side, obediently nuzzling against him. Lu Ming affectionately stroked the horse's neck, and the creature shook its head, seemingly indulging in the moment. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Incredible! Is this truly the wild horse he just tamed? It seems akin to a horse raised from childhood. In stark contrast, Zhuo Ligay too returned, deflated and defeated. Lu Ming then pointed at Bartle, asking, "Are you convinced now? If not, perhaps you would like to come up and try?" Bartle, gritting his teeth, replied, "Whether I am convinced or not is inconsequential, but if you wish to take the horse away, you must earn our respect." Lu Ming frowned slightly. Bartle continued, "In our grasslands, we revere the strongest men. Do you dare to wrestle with me? If you can best me, we will concede." "Yes, yes, a wrestling match," shouted the surrounding herdsmen in agreement. Unable to bear the unfolding situation, Xia Yuxing stepped forward, her voice laced with anger. "Taming a horse is one thing. But why must you resort to wrestling? What gives you the right?" "Exactly. Are you not being reasonable?" Ji Wanking chimed in, hands on her hips, equally incensed. "Indeed," echoed numerous tourists who had also risen in indignation. Lu Ming, already displeased with Bartle's leadership, found himself further irritated, particularly as Bartle had previously offended Ji Wanking. He hadn't expected Bartle to challenge him to a wrestling match. Was he truly seeking a confrontation? Lu Ming possessed extraordinary physical prowess, with strength and speed that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, he had acquired numerous combat techniques at the fighting club. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. Lu Ming possessed not only unparalleled speed but also tremendous strength. Was it truly a challenge to subdue Bartle? Thus, he spoke up. "It's merely wrestling. I am eager to witness your skills." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxing felt a twinge of concern. Lu Ming immediately signaled her with his eyes, then turned to Zhu Wanking and the others, assuring them, "Do not worry, I know my limits." Upon hearing Lu Ming's agreement, Bartle and his companions were elated. While Bartle lacked confidence in taming horses, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent in wrestling. Throughout the vast grasslands, none could rival him. In no time, the crowd cleared a space for the contest. Bartle and Lu Ming stood in the center, surrounded by onlookers, both tourists and contemporary herdsmen alike. With an air of arrogance, Bartle declared, "You, young man, are exceedingly arrogant. Soon, you shall witness the true essence of strength. I have heard of your solid foundation. Well then, I shall shatter it." Lu Ming merely smiled in response. "You intend to break my foundation? Foolish boy, that is a mere delusion." With that, Bartle lunged forward. Since he had boasted of breaking Lu Ming's foundation, he was determined to follow through. Lu Ming met his advance head-on. In an instant, Bartle dashed forward, grasping Lu Ming's shoulders with both hands. A smirk formed on his lips, for he believed that any opponent caught in his grip was destined to be thrown to the ground. "Ha!" Bartle roared, his arms bursting with power. Yet, at that moment, Lu Ming's speed eclipsed his own. With a swift motion, he swept towards Bartle. Outside the ring, Zhu Ligay too scoffed at Lu Ming's maneuver, deeming it an act of reckless overconfidence. How could he possibly disrupt Bartle's foundation? Such thoughts were laughable. Clang! Suddenly, Zhu Ligay too gasped in disbelief. For Lu Ming had sent Bartle tumbling to the ground with a single kick. How could this be? Bartle himself had not anticipated that his self-assured stance would be so easily disrupted. Yet, it was not simply about being thrown. The force of Lu Ming's kick was astonishing, striking Bartle's ankle with tremendous power. A sharp pain surged through Bartle's ankle, causing him to cry out in agony. Seeing him on the ground, Lu Ming lightly dusted off his hands and remarked, "Hey, can you get up?" Bartle glared and finally noticed the swelling on his ankle. Zhu Ligay too continued to shout, "Bartle, get up quickly. Be quiet." Bartle snapped back at him. At that moment, Xia Yuxing, Zhu Wanking, and the onlookers erupted into cheers. Even the owner of the ranch club, Mandala too, had not anticipated that the wrestling match would conclude so swiftly. The imposing men of the herdsman's tribe were left in awe. Eventually, Lu Ming fitted a bridle, stirrups, and saddle onto the white horse, leading it out of the arena. Instantly, Lu Ming became an idol to many of the visitors. Many individuals were eager to capture photographs with Lu Ming, as if he were a celebrity, but he politely declined. Subsequently, he, along with Xia Yuxing and some colleagues, made their way to the racetrack. At that moment, employees from Jiuying capital gathered around to closely admire the magnificent white horse. "Wow, how stunning!" they exclaimed. The horse was truly a sight to behold, tall and majestic. Zhu Wanking smiled and said, "Lu Ming, this white horse has yet to be named. Would you like to bestow a name upon her?" Indeed. The surrounding employees chimed in with laughter. Lu Ming turned to Xia Yuxing and suggested, "How about you name her?" Sheng Sheng? Xia Yuxing responded with a grin. Since she is a white horse, why not call her Little White? That sounds perfect, Lu Ming agreed, patting the horse's back. From now on, you shall have a name, Little White. The horse shook her head, as if expressing her delight. At that moment, Lu Ming took Xia Yuxing's hand and said, Sheng Sheng, shall we give it a try? Chapter 142. The two of you displaying affection. Xia Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking her head. I wouldn't dare. Just moments ago, Xiao Bai had displayed such fierce temperament at the ranch. Who would be brave enough to mount? Lu Ming chuckled. There's no need to be afraid. Xiao Bai is quite obedient. The employees of the company couldn't help but laugh at this statement. Obedient, you say? Lu Ming gently patted the horse's back, saying, Xiao Bai, come here, lie down. To everyone's astonishment, the majestic white horse complied, bending its legs and lowering itself to the ground. Oh my! The crowd gasped in surprise. Zhu Wangqing exclaimed, Goodness, Xiao Bai truly is a remarkable creature, capable of understanding human speech. Jian Hehe echoed, Indeed, is this not the transformation of the white dragon? At that moment, the owner of the travel agency, Arda, approached with a smile. On the grasslands, some horses possess such spirit. Once they are tamed, they become very responsive to their owners. Lu Ming thought to himself that it was indeed his own skills in animal training that had brought about such obedience. Otherwise, how could it behave so well? Sheng, with Xiao Bai being so obedient, aren't you reassured? Come, mount up. I'll lead you. Ride with confidence. Encouraged by Lu Ming's words, Xia Yuxing felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Boldly, she stepped forward, placed her foot in the stirrup, and cautiously settled onto the horse's back. Despite her initial apprehension, she soon realized that Xiao Bai was indeed gentle and exhibited no unusual behavior. Once she was securely seated, Lu Ming remarked, All right, Xiao Bai, you may rise now, but take it slow. Following his command, Xiao Bai stood up gently, while Xia Yuxing only experienced a slight sway. And soon her perspective elevated. Wow! The onlookers were filled with envy. Lu Ming then announced, Well, our next activity is horseback riding. Those interested can follow Arda to the stable to select their horses. Many employees expressed enthusiasm for riding, yet after witnessing Xiao Bai's earlier display of strength, some hesitated. At that moment, Arda reassured them, Rest assured, the horses in the stable have all been meticulously trained and are devoid of wildness. They are very docile. Hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief. Zhu Wangqing exclaimed excitedly, Then I must choose a tall and mighty one. Huh? I want to pick a beautiful horse. Jian Hehe prioritized aesthetics, and soon everyone headed toward the stable to choose their steeds. Lu Ming led the horse around the racetrack, observing Xiao Bai's gentleness and obedience. Xia Yuxing finally felt at ease. Sitting atop the horse, she spread her arms wide and shouted joyfully, Wow! The breeze on horseback is gentle and cool. It truly feels wonderful. How about it? Isn't Xiao Bai quite docile? Lu Ming inquired. Indeed, it's truly miraculous. You seem to possess an inherent charm with animals. Both Choi Zi and Pai Pai cling to you, and now Xiao Bai listens to you as well. Xia Yuxing couldn't help but marvel. Lu Ming laughed. If that is the case, perhaps I should consider becoming a zookeeper. Xia Yuxing chuckled. Goodness, at this rate, the animals in the zoo might just become sentient. Sheng, now that you've savored this leisurely experience, would you care to feel the exhilaration of a galloping horse, racing with the wind? I certainly do not wish for my legs to bloom like pea stalk. Haha, that won't happen, Lu Ming responded. Then, with a swift motion, he mounted the horse. Settling behind Xia Yuxing, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, gripping the reins. It was a scene reminiscent of a cinematic masterpiece, held thus by Lu Ming. Xia Yuxing swayed gently, humming a cheerful tune, her face radiating joy. Come on, Bai, pick up the pace, Lu Ming urged. Indeed, Bai quickened its stride. The ride became a tad bumpier than before. Lu Ming began instructing Xia Yuxing on how to adapt to the undulations of the horse's gallop. She found his methods surprisingly effective. Of course, mastering horseback riding requires continuous practice and cannot be achieved overnight. As the horse's speed increased, the refreshing breeze caressed their faces, offering an entirely new sensation, one that was equally delightful. Just as Xia Yuxing was reveling in this invigorating breeze, she suddenly noticed a peculiar change in Lu Ming. What are you daydreaming about now? She playfully scolded. Haha, riding a horse and bouncing about. It's hardly my fault, Lu Ming replied with a cheeky grin. You better rein it in. I can't. It's beyond my control, he retorted. Xia Yuxing turned to him, feigning annoyance. You naughty boy. Unexpectedly, as she glanced back, Lu Ming covered her mouth with his. They lost themselves in a passionate kiss. Moments later, they parted. You brute. You kiss so hard my tongue is numb. Haha. Who told you to be so enticing? You are insufferable, Xia Yuxing exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. They then turned their horses around, trotting back along the trail, only to encounter Zhu Wanqing and the others midway. However, they were all novices, riding at a leisurely pace, akin to strolling. Upon seeing Lu Ming holding Xia Yuxing as they rode by, the group was filled with envy. Zhu Wanqing remarked, "Hey, you two flaunting your affection here is making us single folks feel quite miserable." Lu Ming laughed. Haha. Well, there's nothing to be done. You can only envy us. The group had spent the morning riding, and in the afternoon, they ventured to a ranch to experience activities such as prairie motorcycling, go-karting, and archery. As night fell, the atmosphere grew even livelier. Everyone donned traditional Mongolian attire for a bonfire party. During the festivities, local residents taught them traditional dances. Gathered around the bonfire, they danced and twirled, reveling in the joy of the moment. Notably, many of the gentlemen were particularly pleased with the evening's delicacy, roasted whole lamb. The rich, pure flavor of the lamb made them exclaim in delight, "Now, this is true lamb." By the end of the day, they were tired yet immensely happy. As the festivities concluded, the group returned to their luxurious yurt. The luxurious yurt is equipped with a comprehensive array of facilities, including a specially provided wooden tub for bathing. However, to enjoy a soak in this wooden tub, one must venture outside to fetch water. For those who find this cumbersome, there is the option of using the public bathhouse at the club. After a tiring day in the heat, Xia Yuxing decided to gather her belongings and head to the bathhouse for a refreshing shower. Lu Ming remarked, "Isn't there a bathing tub here? Why not use it? I'll bring the water for you. The public bathhouse is quite crowded right now." Upon hearing that the public bathhouse was busy, Xia Yuxing opted to bathe in the yurt instead. With his remarkable physique, Lu Ming effortlessly carried 2 full buckets of water. In no time, he had filled the bathing tub. Xia Yuxing tested the water temperature, finding it to be just right. Lu Ming set down the buckets and said, "All set. Go ahead and bathe." Xia Yuxing replied, "So, while I bathe, where will you go?" Lu Ming grinned and said, "Where would I go? Aren't we bathing together?" Chapter 143. The mightiest man. Xia Yuxing was astonished. It turned out this fellow was scheming here all along. "Well, you sly wolf, waiting here, but alas, this wooden tub cannot accommodate 2. She chuckled, gesturing towards the bathing tub. Lu Ming was merely jesting, replying with a laugh. "Haha. Do you need a scrubbing?" Xia Yuxing retorted playfully, "Go away. I certainly do not." Consequently, Lu Ming was assigned the task of guarding the entrance. In his boredom, he recalled that he had tamed a wild horse and completed a system task, earning a chance for a reward draw. Without hesitation, Lu Ming initiated the draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the skill Super Combat Technique. What? Lu Ming was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated acquiring a combat skill. This was incredible. Not only had he attained a formidable physique, but he had also mastered all combat techniques. Although the practicality of fighting in a modern city was somewhat limited, what man would not desire the prowess of a skilled fighter? It instilled a sense of confidence. Now, he no longer needed to train at Nie Weiban's combat club. In fact, Lu Ming felt that if he were to spar with Nie Weibang now, the latter would not stand a chance against him. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Outside the yurt, Lu Ming practiced a few moves, exuding strength and vigor. "I'm done." At that moment, Xia Yuxing's voice emerged from the yurt. Lu Ming paused and entered. Xia Yuxing had changed into a set of pajamas. "Why don't you take a bath too? It's quite refreshing." "All right then." Lu Ming filled a fresh tub with water and enjoyed a soak. Indeed, taking a bath was wonderfully invigorating. After both had bathed, they climbed into bed. This time, it was not a shared small bed but a spacious one. Since they had slept entwined the previous night, they embraced immediately without hesitation. "By the way, how do you plan to arrange for Xiaobai?" Xia Yuxing recalled. "I intend to transport Xiaobai to your father's golf club and let him stay there. That way, whenever I go to play golf, I can visit Xiaobai." "That was quite a splendid idea. Do you know, when you were taming Xiaobai today and the others were cheering, I felt quite anxious." "Anxious about what?" "Of course, I was worried about you getting hurt. I've told you, I know my limits. Yet, I still worry. Please try to avoid dangerous activities in the future." "All right," Lu Ming replied, planting a kiss on her cheek. Xia Yuxing shyly remarked, "Taking a bath feels delightful. Let us sleep quickly. It's still early. Shall we talk for a bit?" "Chatting is fine, but it must be serious conversation. You are not allowed to tell any risku jokes." "Ha ha, risku jokes are so entertaining." "Humph, that's not proper." Lu Ming embraced her, saying, "Wife. Did you have a good time today? Such joy warrants a reward, does it not?" "What reward?" "I desire strawberries." "Strawberries?" Xia Yuxing frowned, stating, "We didn't bring any strawberries with us, and the supermarket here may not sell them." "Not that kind of strawberry." "Huh? What do you mean by that kind?" "Those that grow on the Alps," Lu Ming remarked with a mischievous grin. Xia Yuxing suddenly comprehended. This sly wolf was thinking of that. No, the wind is too strong and cold on the Alps. You'll catch a chill." "My dear, the colder the wind, the sweeter the strawberries," Lu Ming boldly asserted. After much persuasion from Lu Ming, Xia Yuxing finally acquiesced. Once again, she fell prey to Lu Ming's whims. The following morning, everyone arose for breakfast. The ranch breakfast featured local delicacies such as fruits, buns, cheese, dumplings, and pastries, all quite delectable. Zhu Wanqing pulled Xia Yuxing aside, laughing and chatting while enjoying dumplings. Xia Yuxing took a large bun and a pastry. Zhu Wanqing glanced over and teased, "Well, Shinshin, your appetite is quite impressive. It seems last night's activities drained your energy. Is this really too much?" Xia Yuxing felt it was not excessive, saying, "I am even planning to have another bowl of milk tea. This milk tea is sweet, fragrant, and rather enjoyable. Shinshin, let me tell you, after the party last night, I returned to the yurt, and, feeling quite parched from the roasted lamb, drank 2 large bowls of milk tea. I felt thirsty too when I returned. I drank yogurt." "Yogurt?" Zhu Wanqing raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "You had yogurt last night?" "Yes." "Did you drink Lu Ming's?" Xia Yuxing nodded, saying, "He gave it to me." Zhu Wanqing was taken aback, asking, "He gave it to you? How did he give it to you?" "Well, obviously, he gave it to me with his hands." "With his hands? How did it taste?" "How did it taste? What else could yogurt taste like?" "Haha." Zhu Wanqing suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Xia Yuxing expressed her confusion. Zhu Wanqing clarified, "I was not referring to that yogurt. I meant the other kind." Xia Yuxing, seeing her mischievous grin, immediately understood. "You wicked girl, starting early with such innuendos. Keep your voice down." Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed. At that moment, Jian He leaned over, inquiring, "What are you two discussing?" Zhu Wanqing giggled, saying, "I was chatting with Shunshin about what we drank last night." "What did you drink last night?" Jian He blinked in surprise. Zhu Wanqing winked and whispered, "Shunshin had yogurt last night, Lu Ming's yogurt." Jian He instantly grasped the meaning, asking, "Which mouth did you drink from?" "Uft." Xia Yuxing nearly spat out her sip of milk tea. These two girls are truly scandalous. After everyone finished breakfast, they commenced the day's entertainment activities. Within the amusement park of the club, numerous delightful attractions await, such as the prairie-powered glider, the charming little train, grass skiing, kite flying, prairie soccer, dart archery, and live-action CS. After a day filled with joy, the following day, the group ventured to the Urguna wetlands, where they beheld the legendary reindeer. On the final day of their journey, they visited Manhwaedit, immersing themselves in the exotic ambience. That afternoon, they flew back to Yanbei, allowing for a restful 2-day weekend at home. This team-building trip prompted many employees to share videos on Douyin, swiftly elevating Jiuying Capital into a coveted company that everyone aspired to join. Furthermore, Lu Ming's video of taming a wild horse went viral on the platform, earning him the admiration of ardent female fans who hailed him as the most formidable man. As a result, Lu Ming's personal Weibo and Douyin accounts experienced a remarkable surge in followers. Chapter 144. The Enchantress prepares meals for Lu Ming daily following a team-building trip. The employees of Jiuying Capital experienced a significant boost in motivation and productivity. Lu Ming dedicated his days to trading stocks and his nights to foreign exchange. In the subsequent Forex transactions, he adopted a relatively low-key approach, contenting himself with daily earnings of $20 to $30 million. Recently, Xia Yuxing's enthusiasm for cooking surged remarkably. Each evening after work, she busied herself with preparing dinner, even insisting that Lu Ming forego the overtime meals provided by the office. Instead, she would complete her culinary creations and deliver them to the office with unflagging zeal. Initially, Lu Ming was accommodating, but eventually, he found himself reluctantly partaking in her offerings. After all, Xia Yuxing's culinary talent was undeniable, yet Lu Ming was hesitant to dampen her spirits. One Saturday, although he was not required to go to the office, Lu Ming resolved to work overtime. "Oh, it's Saturday. Why are you still heading to the office?" Xia Yuxing inquired. "Though the stock market is closed. The Forex market never sleeps. I must work late to engage in trading." Lu Ming provided a valid excuse. "Isn't Forex trading conducted at night?" I'll spend my day at the office reviewing materials and refreshing my knowledge, he added. Very well then. I shall bring you lunch, Xia Yuxing replied gently. Lu Ming twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Dearest, you have cooked every day this week. You must be weary. It's Saturday, so please take a break. I can order takeout from the building. How can that be? Takeout is hardly healthy. It's all about technology and harsh ingredients. I would prefer to prepare a meal for you myself, she insisted. Well then, Lu Ming thought he might enjoy a meal from McDonald's at noon. He drove to the office, powered on his computer, and contemplated playing a couple of rounds of games. Before indulging in his gaming, he considered visiting Wanxing Golf Club the following day to play a round and check on Xiaobai. Xiaobai had recently arrived at the Wanxing Club via air logistics. Prior to this, Lu Ming had already informed Xiao Wansheng, who had arranged for a dedicated team at the club to meticulously care for Xiaobai. Since he planned to visit the golf club, it was only natural to invite a few friends along. He took out his phone and called Gu Tianyi. Hello, Tianyi. Are you busy? Not at all. I'm currently at Lao Nie's fighting gym. Ah, are you off to train with your celebrity friend again? Not quite. 3 days ago, a foreign challenger arrived at the gym and issued a challenge to Nie Weibang. He is coming today to spar. A challenge? Lu Ming was taken aback. What era are we in where such things still occur? He promptly ended the call and drove directly to the mixed martial arts gym. Upon arriving, he first encountered Gu Tianyi, who explained the situation. It turned out that a karate club had recently opened in the adjacent building to the mixed martial arts gym. The owner of this club, Fujihara Kazuma, was reputed to be a formidable karate master from a distant land. However, despite the establishment of the club, business had not been thriving. Subsequently, a student of karate, who had initially enrolled at the club, sought to withdraw his membership the very next day. The reason for his decision was that he had heard from a friend that karate was merely a fade, and that it would be more beneficial to learn combat skills instead. This friend happened to be a student at Nie Weibang's Mixed Martial Arts Academy. Thus, the karate student made his way to Nie Weibang's establishment. This incident soon reached Fujihara Kazuma, who was incensed. As a result, 3 days ago, Fujihara, accompanied by 2 of his disciples, came to stir trouble, claiming that Nie Weibang's side had instigated this situation and was secretly poaching students. In truth, Nie Weibang was entirely oblivious to these developments and was taken aback. He had hoped for a mutual explanation, but to his astonishment, Fujihara insulted the traditional martial arts of China, declaring that combat sports were nothing but trash, visually appealing yet utterly ineffective. Furthermore, Fujihara issued a challenge to Nie Weibang, proposing a public sparring match to settle their differences. Being a practitioner of martial arts, Nie Weibang could not shy away from such a challenge and readily accepted. The date for the agreed-upon public match was today, which explained the bustling atmosphere. Lu Ming observed that several media personnel were present, wielding cameras. Suddenly, Gu Tianyi let out a sigh. Brother Tianyi, why the sigh? Lu Ming inquired, perplexed. Gu Tianyi explained, in truth, old Nie has acted somewhat impulsively. In his youth, he sustained a muscle strain in his leg, which prevents him from performing at his peak in combat. Lu Ming was taken aback, surprised to learn of Nie Weibang's leg injury. I can understand old Nie's feelings. Look at this Fujihara Kazuma. He's no pushover. If old Nie were to lose, it could spell trouble for him. At this point, Gu Tianyi shook his head in resignation. Lu Ming grasped the implication of Gu Tianyi's words. The presence of numerous media personnel at the match indicated that if Nie Weibang were to lose, it could lead to negative repercussions, not only emboldening Fujihara but also subjecting Nie Weibang to online harassment. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ming asked, "Where is old Nie?" Gu Tianyi replied, "He is warming up in the training room. Come, let's go take a look." Standing up, Lu Ming expressed, "Right, we should also persuade Weibang to reconsider this sparring match." To their surprise, upon entering the training room, they found Nie Weibang preparing for his session. "Lu Ming is here," Nie Weibang greeted them. Lu Ming spoke candidly, "Old Nie, you handled this matter admirably. You ought to teach that young rascal a lesson." Huh? Gu Tianyi was taken aback by Lu Ming's statement. Lu Ming continued, however, "I just heard Brother Tianyi mention your situation, specifically, your previous leg injury." "Indeed," Nie Weibang nodded, acknowledging, "I have suffered an injury to my leg. But since that young rascal has dared to provoke me, I must accept this challenge. I cannot bring shame upon our nation." Gu Tianyi furrowed his brows and remarked, however, "Old Nie, have you ever considered the possibility of losing to Fujihara Kazuma? I have conducted an investigation into him, and aside from being a multiple championship winner, he hails from a prestigious martial arts lineage in Andy country, which should not be underestimated." Manhwaebang replied, enough, Tianyi. Although my leg has been injured, I may still prevail in the competition. Even if I lose, I shall unleash my spirit and vigor. But old Nye, what if your leg sustains further injury? Have you contemplated the repercussions? Tianyi pressed. Even if my leg becomes utterly incapacitated, I refuse to cower. Manhwaebang gritted his teeth in determination. At that moment, Lu Ming interjected, old Nye, how about this? During the upcoming match, I could step in for you, what do you think? Gu Tianyi and Manhwaebang exchanged bewildered glances at Lu Ming's proposal. Chapter 145. Lu Ming's defeat of the foreign oppressor. Lu Ming had recently drawn the super fighting technique and was lamenting the lack of an opportunity for practical application. Unexpectedly, a challenge arrived from Manhwaebang. Given that Manhwaebang had sustained an injury to his leg, Lu Ming stepped in to take his place, intending to teach the young foreigner a lesson. Upon hearing this, both Gu Tianyi and Manhwaebang were taken aback. Lu Ming, at such a time, you jest? Gu Tianyi assumed Lu Ming was merely trying to lighten the mood. Lu Ming replied earnestly, I'm not joking. I am serious. Old Nye, what do you think of my fighting skills? Manhwaebang was well aware of Lu Ming's capabilities. In terms of physical conditioning, Lu Ming surpassed him. After training extensively at the fighting gym, Lu Ming had also acquired numerous techniques. In a true combat scenario, Manhwaebang had no confidence in his ability to best Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you truly possess extraordinary talent for combat, Manhwaebang acknowledged. Lu Ming proactively declared, old Nye, I must tell you, I have made significant progress in my fighting skills lately. I believe I have gained some insights. If you have any reservations, shall we spar now? Manhwaebang chuckled, very well. Thus, the two engaged in a sparring session. After a few exchanges, Manhwaebang was left astounded by Lu Ming's fighting prowess, which had indeed ascended to a new level. He realized that he was no match for Lu Ming in combat. Wow, Lu Ming, you are the most gifted fighter I have ever encountered, Manhwaebang exclaimed, giving Lu Ming a thumbs up. Gu Tianyi, witnessing the display, was equally astonished. Lu Ming grinned and said, what do you think, old Nye? You can take a break. Let me handle the task of teaching the Eastern foreigner a lesson. Yes, indeed. With Lu Ming's skills at this level, he should take the stage, Gu Tianyi quickly agreed. All right then, Manhwaebang conceded. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Fujiwara Kazuma arrived at the fighting gym accompanied by several disciples, donned in a karate gi. Many social media outlets began live streaming the event. Manhwaebang, shall we commence our sparring? Fujiwara Kazuma proclaimed with an air of arrogance. At that moment, Lu Ming stepped forward and stated, apologies, but our coach Nye cannot spar with you today. Fujiwara Kazuma furrowed his brow, questioning, what do you mean? Have you conceded? Concede? That is out of the question. Lu Ming retorted, our coach Nye sustained a leg injury in his youth, which led to his retirement. Therefore, I shall take his place in this match. You? Who are you? I am Lu Ming, a disciple of coach Nye. A disciple of Manhwaebang? Humph, a mere student like you lacks the qualifications to spar with me. Fujiwara Kazuma arrogantly dismissed. Lu Ming scoffed, lacking qualifications? Let me tell you, little foreigner, to deal with your second-rate martial arts like karate, a single student is more than sufficient. What? You dare to insult our karate? Kazuma Fujiwara was instantly incensed. Lu Ming contemptuously remarked, insult? I beg to differ. I merely hold you in disdain. You little brat, not only do you insult our karate, but your arrogance is intolerable. I shall make an exception and teach you a lesson, you unknown scoundrel. Enraged, Kazuma Fujiwara proceeded to the combat arena, the octagonal cage. Outside the cage, the students of the dojo gathered to witness the event, while several social media personalities live-streamed the match. This was about showcasing the martial prowess against the Eastern adversary, rapidly attracting a multitude of online viewers on short video platforms. Before long, many viewers in the live chat made a startling discovery. Isn't that Lu Ming, representing the Weibang Mixed Martial Arts Club? Wait, isn't that the legendary Lu Ming? What brings him to a fighting competition? Indeed, it's him, the mightiest of men. I recognize him from the video of him taming wild horses. So it's him. No wonder he looks so familiar. Let me tell you, Lu Ming is not just a master of horse taming. He is also a titan in the realm of finance, the king of private equity. Good heavens. Lu Ming excels not only in finance but also in combat. As the viewers engaged in lively discussion, a fierce battle commenced within the octagonal cage. Kazuma Fujiwara, with a swift and agile form, charged forward. While karate is renowned for its punching techniques, Fujiwara surprisingly opted for leg strikes. In response, Lu Ming unleashed his own leg techniques in a sweeping motion. Bang! Their legs collided with a resounding impact. Initially, Fujiwara wore a smug expression, but it quickly shifted to one of shock as he felt the overwhelming strength of Lu Ming, accompanied by a sharp pain in his leg. In that instant, he realized that the leg techniques of this young man might be his forte. Immediately, Fujiwara switched to his punching techniques to launch an assault. Lu Ming, a master of super combat, seamlessly integrated the essence of traditional Chinese martial arts with various fighting styles. Faced with Fujiwara's onslaught, Lu Ming could have easily adopted a defensive stance, yet he chose to forego defense. He aimed to showcase the might of Chinese boxing, to project the very essence of power through his strikes. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch. Bang! No one anticipated that Fujiwara and Lu Ming's fists would collide so fiercely. The spectators were left astounded. What kind of fighting technique was this? A head-on clash? After exchanging a mere 2 moves, Lu Ming sensed it was time to escalate. Suddenly, he sprang into the air. Whoosh! With a fierce and commanding leg technique, he executed a rapid series of kicks. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Fujiwara, caught off guard, realized he could have evaded that move, but Lu Ming's speed was blindingly fast. He could only instinctively raise his arms in defense. Bang! As the kick came crashing down, Fujiwara suddenly heard a sickening crack emanating from his arm. Nearby, Nia Weibang and Gu Qianni, close to the octagonal cage, also heard the sound. Fujiwara's expression changed dramatically. Had his bone broken? As a practitioner of martial arts, how could this be possible? However, Lu Ming's flurry of kicks was far from over. In midair, he spun around and delivered another strike to Fujiwara Kazuma's shoulder. Boom! As the force of the kick landed, Fujiwara felt as though an immense weight bore down upon him, akin to a colossal cauldron pressing down. This overwhelming power surged from his shoulder throughout his entire body, radiating into his legs. Boom! Suddenly, he found himself unable to stand. In an instant, he had knelt upon the ground. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Goodness gracious! Was Lu Ming truly this ferocious? This series of kicks seemed somewhat familiar, reminiscent of a move executed by a martial arts star in a television drama. Yet, this was no mere television show. This was the realm of reality. Lu Ming had indeed unleashed this formidable and commanding technique. It was precisely this maneuver that had caused the foreign opponent to suffer a broken arm, leaving him kneeling on the stage. Chapter 146. Why draw the curtains in broad daylight? Nia Weibang and Gu Qianni exchanged glances, both brimming with excitement. How splendid! The foreign devil has knelt down. Gu Qianni couldn't contain his joy, clenching his fists in exhilaration. Nia Weibang sighed inwardly, recognizing Lu Ming's exceptional prowess. Such fighting skills are likely unmatched within the nation. If Lu Ming were to participate in a martial arts competition, wouldn't he effortlessly claim victory? Should he venture into the film industry, he would undoubtedly become a martial arts superstar. The grace and ferocity displayed just now were truly mesmerizing. Who could possibly achieve such a feat? Nia Weibang pondered whether Lu Ming had trained under a martial arts master before arriving at his combat school, for his rapid progress was astonishing. In the octagonal cage, Fujiwara Kazuma knelt before Lu Ming. Outside the cage, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Observing Fujiwara's disciples, their faces were clouded with despair. The live streaming rooms of various media outlets buzzed with excitement. Am I watching a live broadcast or a cinematic spectacle? Goodness! Lu Ming is indeed a master of martial arts. His skills are truly remarkable, and the sight of him bringing the foreign devil to his knees is exhilarating. It's not merely kneeling. Look at Fujiwara's arm. It appears to be hanging limply. Surely it is broken. A broken arm? Indeed. Goodness, Lu Ming's aerial kick was extraordinary. He is not only handsome, but also a martial artist. I wish I could be his girlfriend. Don't get your hopes up. He already has a girlfriend. Indeed. His girlfriend is Xia Yuxing, the most beautiful woman in the business world. How enviable for Xia Yuxing to revel in nights filled with song alongside Lu Ming. Lu Ming approached Fujiwara Kazuma and asked, "Hey, can you get up?" Fujiwara gazed at Lu Ming, disbelief etched in his eyes. He could hardly fathom that he had been unable to withstand even one of Lu Ming's strikes. As the karate champion of his homeland, he had been utterly overwhelmed. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, he grit his teeth and attempted to rise, but to his dismay, his legs felt numb, and he sank back down. His arms were immobilized. They had indeed been broken. Lu Ming waved towards Fujiwara's disciples outside the cage, saying, "Hey, aren't you going to carry your master out?" Fujiwara's disciples hurriedly rushed in to assist him. Hiss. Fujiwara inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Don't touch my arm. It's broken." Startled, his disciples could only lift him carefully. Once they departed from the combat arena, the remaining spectators erupted in joyous celebration. Gu Tianyi rushed into the octagonal cage, clapping Lu Ming on the shoulder and giving him a thumbs up. Haha, Lu Ming, you're truly impressive. I'm in awe. Nia Weibang also stepped in, expressing, Lu Ming, thank you for restoring our honor at the combat school. No need for formality. Lu Ming replied with a smile. The match concluded, and many at the martial arts academy sought to capture memories with Lu Ming through photographs. During lunchtime, Nia Weibang, wishing to treat, invited Lu Ming and Gu Tianyi to dine together. It was then that Lu Ming recalled that Xia Yuxing was scheduled to deliver a meal for him. Consequently, he postponed the gathering to the following day, when they could also enjoy a round of golf at the club. Upon returning to the office, it was already 11:30. Shortly after, Xia Yuxing arrived, though instead of a lunchbox, she carried a takeout bag from McDonald's. Ah, my dear wife. What prompted you to treat me to McDonald's today? Lu Ming exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Xia Yuxing sighed, I had intended to prepare cola chicken wings for you. But regrettably, they burnt beyond recognition, leaving me no choice but to procure a Big Mac instead. What a pity, Lu Ming lamented, though his hands were already reaching for the burger. Observing his delight, Xia Yuxing couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? He inquired. All right. I won't torment you anymore. It seems I lack the talent for cooking. Perhaps it's best if you stick to the meals provided by the property management. She replied. Fear not, my dear. I shall personally guide you through the culinary arts, Lu Ming reassured her. Once he finished his meal, Xia Yuxing playfully asked, Was your work exhausting this morning? Not at all, he responded. Not tiring? You went out to spar and weren't fatigued? She retorted, rolling her eyes. Lu Ming paused, then chuckled. So you're aware? Of course. That video of you thoroughly defeating Fujiwara Kazuma has gone viral. How could I possibly remain oblivious? She remarked. Lu Ming proceeded to recount the events of the morning in detail, to which Xia Yuxing reacted with indignation, exclaiming that Fujiwara Kazuma truly is despicable. By the way, my dear, tomorrow I've arranged for old Nia and Gu Tianyi to play golf. Would you like to join us and meet Xiao Bai? Lu Ming inquired. Golf is more suited to you men. I think I shall arrange a beauty appointment with Wanqing instead. She replied. Oh, my wife is already so stunning. Do you truly need any beauty treatments? Lu Ming said, wrapping his arm around her waist and showering her with compliments. Such flattery. Xia Yuxing playfully chided. Flattery? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he suddenly stood, moved to the window, and drew the office curtains closed. What are you doing pulling the curtains in broad daylight? Xia Yuxing asked, her expression one of confusion. My dear, you called me a smooth talker. Allow me to demonstrate, Lu Ming stated, approaching her and embracing his beloved. Hey. Xia Yuxing found herself unable to resist Lu Ming's fervor as they began to kiss, soon tumbling onto the sofa in a flurry of affection. After a few moments, they sat up. Xia Yuxing's hair tousled from the encounter. You big rogue. You naughty man, she exclaimed bashfully, tidying her hair and clothing. A moment later, Xia Yuxing reclined on Lu Ming's lap, savoring the blissful intimacy they shared in that precious moment. Lu Ming inquired, Are you feeling tired? Would you like to take a short rest? No, I simply feel a profound sense of happiness. Is that so? Is it because you just savored my saliva that you feel this way? Go away, how annoying. Xia Yuxing shot him a glance. Then she recalled something and said, By the way, my dear, there is a financial forum summit next Wednesday in Donghai, and our company has received an invitation. Given your current prominence, why not attend? Well, that sounds feasible. But what about you? I won't be attending. There are too many matters to attend to at the company. Very well then. Additionally, I have discussed with the finance department about renting 3 new floors in the building across from us. With our company expanding, I believe it's time to upgrade to a larger office space and enhance our recreational and study areas. That sounds perfect. You have my full support in this matter. Chapter 147. The special reward from the Enchantress. On Tuesday afternoon, Lu Ming, accompanied by Dong Xiaojia, arrived in Donghai, preparing to attend the Financial Forum Summit the following day. Upon his arrival, he received a call from Shenanggua. Shen had arranged a dinner with several renowned domestic entrepreneurs, and knowing that Lu Ming was in Donghai, he naturally extended an invitation. That evening, as the distinguished entrepreneurs gathered for dinner, they expressed their delight upon learning of Lu Ming's presence. It is well known that Lu Ming has garnered a reputation as the most astute businessman, and these entrepreneurs were eager to cultivate a rapport with him. During the meal, Lu Ming took a few photos and sent them to Xia Yuxing. Xia responded, Oh, are you reporting to me? I haven't checked in yet. Lu Ming replied, haha. I'm just being considerate. Xia Yuxing teased. Yes, very considerate indeed. Lu Ming quipped. Then perhaps I deserve a reward? Xia Yuxing inquired. What kind of reward do you desire? Lu Ming replied, strawberries. To which Xia Yuxing playfully remarked, you big wolf, always thinking about that. Lu Ming laughed. What can I say? It's your undeniable allure. Xia Yuxing coyly replied, well, I'll treat you to some when you return. Seeing her response brought a smile to Lu Ming's face. Xia Yuxing then asked, is your dinner still ongoing? Lu Ming responded, not yet. She added, I'm feeling a bit sleepy, so I'll head to bed now. Lu Ming replied, all right, sleep well. It was already 10 p.m. and Xia Yuxing typically retired at this hour. Just then, an internet mogul raised a toast. Come, Mr. Lu, allow me to propose a drink. Lu Ming put away his phone and joined in the toast. Do you know how fortunate we are that this financial forum summit is tomorrow? A few days later, and we might have been caught in the typhoon, one remarked. Indeed, this typhoon is approaching with great ferocity, likely to make landfall in Donghai. Shunongwa added, not only Donghai, Yanjing is expecting heavy rain around 3 a.m. tonight. Lu Ming paused, surprised. He had not checked the weather in Yanjing prior to his arrival. Shunongwa continued, yes, an orange alert for heavy rain was just issued at 8 p.m., along with an orange alert for thunderstorms, expected to last 4 to 5 hours. Frowning, Lu Ming immediately checked the weather forecast on his phone. Indeed, heavy rain was anticipated, accompanied by an orange alert for thunderstorms. At that moment, Lu Ming's thoughts turned to Xia Yuxing. Since childhood, she had been terrified of thunderous weather during the last thunderstorm. She had trembled in fear at the sound of thunder, knowing that this alert indicated severe thunderstorms and that he was not at home. Lu Ming felt a surge of concern for her well-being. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and opened a ticketing app, checking for flights from Donghai to Yanjing. There was a flight at 12:30 a.m. Lu Ming swiftly purchased the ticket. After securing his travel plans, he informed Shen Ongua and the others that he had an urgent matter to attend to and departed from the restaurant. Once outside, Lu Ming returned to the hotel and briefed Dong Xiaojia on his sudden change of plans. As the evening unfolded, Xiaojia found himself in a predicament, needing to return to Yanbei urgently. Tomorrow, please inform the organizers that I may be unable to attend the summit, he instructed. What is the emergency, Mr. Lu? Dong Xiaojia inquired, taken aback. They had just flown in from Yanbei that afternoon. Personal matters, Lu Ming replied succinctly. Dong Xiaojia nodded in understanding. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ming gathered his belongings and made his way to the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, Lu Ming secured his ticket and proceeded to the waiting lounge, where he attempted to call Xia Yuxing. However, his calls went unanswered. After some contemplation, he deduced that she had likely fallen asleep, her phone muted. The flight from Donghai to Yanbei spanned 2 hours, and by the time Lu Ming landed, it was already 2:30 in the morning. A fierce gale had begun to whip through Yanbei. Hailing a taxi from the airport, Lu Ming was caught off guard when a torrential downpour commenced the moment they departed. Within minutes, thunder and lightning danced across the sky. Oh dear. With this downpour, once I finish your ride, I'll call it a night, the taxi driver remarked casually. Observing the rain through the window, Lu Ming silently thanked his foresight in booking an earlier flight. Had he delayed, he might not have landed at all. Meanwhile, a resounding thunderclap echoed outside. Xia Yuxing shuddered awake, startled. She hurried to the window to ensure it was securely closed before returning to her bed. Just then, Chui Zi bounded over, wagging his tail and taking position by the window as if on guard. Meanwhile, the ginger cat, Pai Pai, nestled beside her pillow, affectionately rubbing against her shoulder. A wave of warmth enveloped Xia Yuxing as she gazed upon the small creature. Don't worry, Chui Zi, Pai Pai. I'm far braver now than before, and I've even prepared my secret weapon, she assured them, retrieving a pair of soundproof earplugs from beneath her pillow. With the earplugs nestled in place, the cacophony outside diminished significantly. She turned off the lights, lay down, and gently stroked Pai Pai's fluffy head before clutching her pillow, drifting back into slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Ming arrived at the community, quickened his pace, and descended the stairs. Upon entering his apartment, Chui Zi rushed out from the bedroom, tail wagging with joy at Lu Ming's arrival, while Pai Pai also scampered over, affectionately brushing against his leg. Lu Ming petted the two pets before approaching Xia Yuxing's bedroom. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. At that moment, Xia Yuxing was in a hazy state, on the verge of falling asleep. She reached out, seeking the familiar warmth of Pai Pai. To her surprise, her hand met emptiness. Normally, Pai Pai would be curled up beside her pillow, but where had he gone? With her eyes still closed, she continued to search. Suddenly, her hand was enveloped by a warm grip. Huh. Xia Yuxing was momentarily bewildered. Whose hand could this be? Certainly not Shui Z's, and certainly not Pai Pai's. Alarmed, she opened her eyes wide. In the darkness, she suddenly beheld a familiar face. At that moment, Lu Ming was smiling, and she instantly recognized him. Lu Ming? She exclaimed, removing one of her earbuds. What? My dear, do you not recognize me? Am I dreaming? Did you not go to the East Sea? Xia Yuxin was somewhat bewildered. Aha, I have returned. Lu Ming reached out and gently caressed her face. It was only upon feeling the tangible touch that Xia Yuxing realized this was not a dream. It really is you. Indeed, it is I. You rascal. Why did you suddenly come back in the middle of the night? I saw the weather forecast indicating thunderstorms tonight and feared you would be frightened. So I took the early morning flight back. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxing was deeply moved. She joyfully leaped into Lu Ming's embrace and willingly tilted her head to offer her lips. Chapter 148. The super lucky draw. The two shared a tender kiss, and eventually. Xia Yuxing burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? You came back because you were afraid of my fear of thunder, but I was actually prepared for this. Xia Yuxing revealed her noise-canceling earplugs. Lu Ming, both amused and bewildered, replied, well, I certainly didn't anticipate that. Haha. But I am truly touched that you traveled such a distance back, my dear husband. Xia Yuxing embraced Lu Ming, adopting a playful tone. Well, Lu Ming felt as though his legs might give way. No matter what, I traveled back from afar, and tonight, I intend to hold my wife while we sleep. All right, let's cuddle tonight, but you should shower first. Sure thing. Lu Ming took a quick shower and then ushered the two little ones out of the bedroom. Much to their reluctance. After his shower, Lu Ming hopped onto Xia Yuxing's bed. Their previous encounter in the yurt had eased any shyness she might have felt this time. It's getting late. We should sleep, she suggested. Sleep? What else would you like to do? Dear wife, didn't you say you would reward me for coming back? You rascal. Always teasing me, she laughed. Lu Ming began his flirtations. Wife. Yes. Having checked in at the Alps, do I need to check in at another location? Say the Amazon River? You naughty man. Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, reminiscent of a sunset. Outside, the rain fell softly as they nestled together. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and before they knew it, they found themselves in an intimate embrace akin to that of infants. Husband, I'm not quite ready. Xia Yuxing felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. At that moment, Lu Ming paused, respecting her feelings. In love, one must proceed gradually. After all, haste makes waste. Especially when they had already reached the third stage of their romance. I need to use the restroom, Xia Yuxing said bashfully, retreating. After a brief moment, she returned. And they embraced once more. Wife. Yes? I should meet your parents soon. For what purpose? To formally propose to them. Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Lu Ming chuckled. I need to bring you home soon, so we can enjoy our wedding night. You tease. Xia Yuxing felt a mix of embarrassment and joy. The following day, Lu Ming chose not to attend the Financial Forum Summit. His absence was met with disappointment by several media representatives. As Lu Ming's reputation soared, Jiuying Capital solidified its prestigious standing within the private equity investment sector. During this period, Jiuying Capital continued to issue two new products, Monthly Win No. 4 and Monthly Win No. 5. Although the domestic stock market faced challenges, Lu Ming's stock selection proved exceptionally astute, ensuring substantial profits. Numerous public fund managers have suffered losses amounting to hundreds of billions. Many prominent figures have begun to flock to Jiuying Capital. By day, they engage in stock trading, and by night, they delve into foreign exchange transactions. By the end of September, Lu Ming's foreign exchange account had already accrued a profit of $1.5 billion. Converting this to RMB, after deducting relevant expenses, it translates to approximately $10.5 billion. Following the profit-sharing distribution, Lu Ming is set to receive $715 billion. Coupled with his initial capital of $5 billion, his cash reserves now exceed $10 billion. Observing the funds in his foreign exchange account, Lu Ming mused that the speed of profit in foreign exchange is indeed remarkable. However, this success is attributable to his mastery of foreign exchange forecasting. Without such skills, rapid profits would be unattainable. Having amassed such wealth, Lu Ming resolved to temporarily halt his foreign exchange trading, recognizing that excessive publicity could invite trouble. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of amassing a fortune of $10 billion and received the system reward. One lucky fragment. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Splendid. He had finally gathered 3 lucky fragments. Collecting these 3 fragments had proven quite a challenge. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully assembled 3 lucky fragments. Would you like to participate in the lucky draw? Yes. Swish. In the next moment, a familiar grand prize wheel appeared before Lu Ming. This time, however, the wheel was entirely golden, and upon examining the rewards displayed upon it, Lu Ming gasped in awe. Indeed, these were all exceptional items. The super cancer cell elimination technology? Goodness. Possessing this technology would be a tremendous boon to humanity. No, to truly benefit humanity, it must first serve the people of Huaxia. The super nanorobot technology? Such technology would likely have extensive applications. The super precision industrial machine tool technology? Machine tools, often referred to as the mother of industry, are the machines that manufacture other machines. Currently, the nation relies heavily on foreign high-tech industrial machines, as many precision machines are imported. Securing this technology would significantly advance Huaxia's technological landscape. The Super K-chip technology? Lu Ming suddenly paused, pondering what this technology entailed. In the realm of chips, Huaxia is indeed lagging behind, particularly with devices like optical terminals. Yet, what exactly is a K-chip? He had never heard of it before. The superpower storage battery technology? My goodness. If he could acquire this technology, it would surely bolster the current advancements in new energy vehicles. The super engine technology? Just the name of this cutting-edge technology led Lu Ming to surmise its immense potential. Engines have brought about significant transformations for humanity. Yet the pinnacle of this technology is currently controlled by a few foreign nations. Huaxia still has some distance to cover to reach the forefront of this field. Now it dawned on Lu Ming that the prizes in the lucky draw were all groundbreaking technological innovations. It is well known that while earning money in this world may be relatively easy, achieving breakthroughs in technology is a formidable challenge. Much like the current landscape of the chip industry, Huaxia has invested substantial resources into the development of optical terminal technology. However, such advancements in technology cannot simply be achieved through financial expenditure alone. A system notification indicated that the selected cutting-edge technology would be distributed in the form of a technical team. Lu Ming was taken aback. This meant that upon acquiring a technology, he would be provided with a dedicated team of experts. This approach was quite advantageous, as it would facilitate the practical application of the technology. In the next moment, the golden wheel of fortune began to spin. As Lu Ming gazed at the pointer, his heartbeat quickened in tandem with his mounting anticipation. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he pondered which groundbreaking technology he hoped to win. For each option was remarkable in its own right. Oh, how he wished to secure them all. Yet, with only 3 lucky shards, he was afforded but a single chance to draw. Ding! At that moment, the pointer of the grand wheel finally came to a halt. Chapter 149. Super K-chip technology. Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing the Super K-chip technology. Please extract it at your discretion. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. What exactly was this black technology known as the Super K-chip technology? He immediately delved into the system's details. Super K-chip technology, a chip technology utilizing K-rays as its exposure light source. K-rays represent a novel type of electromagnetic wave that has yet to be discovered within the scientific community, with a wavelength ranging from 1 picometer, 0.001 nanometers, to 10 nanometers. A mere 0.001 nanometers equates to 1 picometer. In the realm of science, the term nanometer is widely recognized, while the even smaller measurement unit is the picometer. Currently, the most advanced chip production equipment, the EUV lithography machine, employs extreme ultraviolet light as its exposure source. The wavelength of extreme ultraviolet light measures 13.5 nanometers, which is capable of producing semiconductors at 7 nanometers and below. In contrast, the K-chip commences at a remarkable 0.5 nanometers, and its computational model diverges significantly from traditional chips, boasting superior processing power and speed. Lu Ming felt a surge of exhilaration upon reading the introduction to the K-chip. Based solely on this description, the manufacturing of K-chips to replace existing chips appeared entirely feasible, heralding a genuine breakthrough and liberation from monopolistic constraints. Just as Lu Ming was reveling in his excitement, a notification from a news app abruptly captured his attention. The headline read, "Renowned real estate developer Wansheng Group faces potential liquidity crisis." Lu Ming was taken aback. Wansheng Group facing a crisis? Xiao Wansheng was a seasoned player in the market. It seemed improbable that he would falter so easily. However, this situation likely did not arise without cause. Suddenly, Lu Ming recalled the previous collaboration between Xiao Wanqing and Volkai Group. He swiftly opened the news article, which indeed mentioned Wanqing Group's new project, the Wanqing Resort, developed in partnership with Volkai Group. Without delay, Lu Ming headed to the president's office to find Xia Yuxing. Upon entering, he noticed her troubled expression. "Shabao, have you seen the news?" "Yes. What is going on?" "I tried calling my father, but couldn't get through." Xia Yuxing replied, worry etched on her face. "Shall we go see your father?" Lu Ming proposed earnestly. "All right." Xia Yuxing nodded in agreement. Together, they exited the company. At that moment, at the headquarters of Wanqing Group in Yanbei, Xiao Wanqing was convening an emergency meeting with the company's executives. Several months prior, Levi Group had suddenly encountered financial difficulties, aligning with Lu Ming's earlier suspicions. Initially, financial issues did not seem overly alarming, as most large enterprises experienced some degree of trouble. However, it was unexpected that Du Jiaming had somehow landed in police custody, plunging Levi Group into disarray. The situation escalated dramatically after 2 weeks, as reports indicated that national security agencies had begun to intervene. Soon, the resort project in collaboration between Green Science Group and Wanqing Group was unexpectedly sealed off. All funds invested by Xiao Wanqing were frozen, amounting to a staggering total of 8 billion, including loans. The critical issue arose when the 5 billion loan previously granted by the bank for this project was suddenly demanded back by Wanqing Group within a tight deadline. In response to this predicament, Wanqing Group swiftly took emergency measures to repay the 5 billion loan, signaling their stance that the relationship with Green Science Group was merely a commercial partnership, devoid of any clandestine dealings. However, despite their expressed commitment, the project was still subjected to an investigative task force to scrutinize its overall situation. Xiao Wanqing was not particularly anxious about the investigation, as he felt no guilt. Yet, he was unprepared for the subsequent issues that arose within the group's financial chain. In the conference room, the chief financial officer was addressing the situation. Initially, the resort project encountered problems, prompting us to divert 5 billion from another 5 projects to cover the shortfall. Unfortunately, 3 of those projects have also faced delays in repayments. The CFO continued, "This has caused a rupture in our financial chain, necessitating a substantial influx of capital to prevent further escalation of the crisis." Xiao Wanqing inquired about the reasons behind the repayment delays. The CFO replied, "They are not willfully defaulting. Rather, the current economic climate has left them financially constrained." Xiao Wanqing's expression hardened. He was acutely aware of his company's operational dynamics. If the financial disruptions were not remedied, the risks would only magnify. Furthermore, we have 8 other projects awaiting commencement, yet the banks have rescinded their initial loan approvals, the CFO added. These banks are quite adept at shifting with the winds. Moreover, concerning the Donghai Plaza project, the bank demanded immediate repayment on a recently completed loan. The CFO's words intensified Xiao Wanqing's anxiety. He realized he had been ensnared by Green Science Group and Du Jiaming. However, lamenting over this predicament was futile. After the meeting, Xiao Wanqing returned to his office and promptly dialed a friend at the bank. "Hello, President Zhao. You are aware of our current circumstances." Xiao Wanqing spoke at length. In response, President Zhao said, "Old Xia, considering our personal relationship, I won't sugarcoat it. The bank has funds, but they cannot extend credit to your group right now. I want to elaborate further." "I understand," Xiao Wanqing replied before ending the call. From President Zhao's brief remarks, Xiao Wanqing comprehended that the situation involving Green Science Group had already spread and begun to impact Wanqing Group. The exposure of Wanqing Group's financial troubles by the media had also sparked various issues. Xiao Wanqing suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Wanqing Group, a colossal enterprise in the eyes of others, was perceived as formidable. Yet, Xiao Wanqing was acutely aware of the grave and precarious circumstances they now faced. No matter how large or formidable a company may be, the moment its financial chain collapses, it could face imminent downfall. After all, a certain well-known real estate company has already set a precedent, currently burdened with a staggering 2 trillion in debt. Is Wanqing Group also destined to confront such peril? Xiao Wanqing furrowed his brow and then retrieved his phone to contact several reliable acquaintances. Yet, while some offered excuses to defer, others could only assist with a meager sum. Barely a drop in the ocean. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. At that moment, the chief financial officer rushed in, her face etched with urgency. "Old Xia, it's quite lively downstairs. Our partners from various projects are demanding payment. Should we meet with them? Is it that urgent already?" Xiao Wanxing expressed his astonishment. The tempest had arrived far sooner than anticipated. Chapter 150. Lu Ming assists his father-in-law through difficulties. When Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing arrived at the headquarters of Wanxing Group, they were greeted by a bustling scene of numerous partners demanding repayment. Soon, these individuals were escorted by the company's staff to an upstairs conference room, where Xiao Wanxing and the chief financial officer personally attended to them. These partners were long-standing clients, and it was imperative to maintain their loyalty amidst the swirling rumors outside. The news had spread like wildfire, and many partners were anxious, fearing the collapse of Wanxing Group would result in their funds vanishing. As Xiao Wanxing attended to the discussions, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing waited in the chairman's office. After half an hour, Xiao Wanxing returned, somewhat surprised to see them. "Oh, Sheng, Lu Ming, what brings you here?" Xia Yuxing inquired. "Dad, what exactly is going on?" Xiao Wanxing realized that Xia Yuxing must have seen the news, prompting him to recount the situation involving Ovkex Group. Both Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing listened in astonishment. What has Du Jiaming done to draw the attention of the security department? Xia Yuxing found it hard to fathom, a matter perhaps only Du Jiaming himself could elucidate. Xiao Wanxing shook his head helplessly. Lu Ming, equally astonished, hadn't he anticipated Du Jiaming could stir up such turmoil? Xiao Wanxing remarked, "Alas, when Lu Ming warned me about the financial issues at Ovkex Group, I should have taken it more seriously." "Uncle Xia, is the financial chain of Wanxing Group truly in jeopardy?" Lu Ming asked. Xiao Wanxing nodded, explaining the financial predicament of the group. Currently, Wanxing Group was entangled due to Du Jiaming, and at this moment, banks and other lending institutions hesitated to extend credit to the company. Xia Yuxing queried, "Dad, can't we integrate some of the projects internally to optimize our funds?" Xiao Wanxing sighed. Once the financial chain breaks, it affects the entire group. The residential real estate market has been declining for years, and in my haste to expand into commercial real estate, we initiated numerous projects across various cities, leading to our current predicament. "Dad, can we not seek assistance from other friends for a loan?" Xia Yuxing suggested. This year's economic climate is poor, and many companies already have limited cash reserves. Even borrowing would only provide minimal relief. The only hope lies with the banks, which Xiao Wanxing's expression reflected disappointment. Lu Ming immediately inquired, "Uncle Xia, how much is the current funding shortfall?" "This morning, I discussed with finance, and we might need 8 billion to ensure the smooth operation of the group's various businesses, but acquiring that 8 billion. Xiao Wanxing's face grew grave. 8 billion. Xia Yuxing's eyelids twitched. Many listed companies do not even boast a market capitalization of 8 billion. This amount is undeniably substantial. "Uncle Xia, let us do this. I can lend you the funds to cover the shortfall. I will provide 10 billion to get the group's operations back on track." Lu Ming suddenly proposed. Xiao Wanxing was taken aback. Regarding Lu Ming's ability to generate wealth, he is quite aware of it. However, the audacity of this young man to propose a sum of 100 billion is nothing short of ludicrous. Xia Yuxing was equally taken aback and inquired, "Lu Ming, where did you acquire such a vast amount of money?" "Shang Xing, have you forgotten about the funds in my foreign exchange account?" "You mean the 50 billion principal?" "No. With the profits added, it has now exceeded 100 billion. "Ah?" Xia Yuxing was utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanxing, who was listening nearby, found himself in a state of bewilderment. It was then that Lu Ming elaborated on his foreign exchange trading endeavors. "Lu Ming, do you truly possess 50 billion in principal?" Xiao Wanxing could hardly fathom it. "Father, Lu Ming manages several monthly profit funds, each with a scale of 10 billion, yielding substantial monthly earnings," Xia Yuxing explained. This is astonishingly rapid profit," Xiao Wanxing couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, his emotions were quite complex. Once skeptical of Lu Ming as a son-in-law, he now realized he had misjudged him. The fact that Lu Ming was willing to contribute funds to help the Wanxing Group navigate its difficulties was indeed a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, the Wanxing Group could have been facing dire debts and a financial crisis, potentially leading to its ruin. Xiao Wanxing sincerely stated, "Lu Ming, rest assured. Once the group's operations are back on track, I will repay you within 6 months, along with interest at the highest commercial bank rate." Lu Ming chuckled, "Uncle Xia, you need not be so formal with me." With the crisis of the Wanxing Group resolved, Xiao Wanxing felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Lu Ming, do you have time this evening? You and Sheng Haven Tea had dinner at home for quite some time. Why not join us for dinner tonight? We can enjoy a drink together." Xiao Wanxing extended an invitation. Lu Ming readily accepted. "Sure, Sheng Sheng, and I will return home for Uncle Xia's signature dish, the smashed cucumber. Haha. This remark elicited laughter from both Xia Wansheng and Xia Yuxing. After concluding their discussion, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing departed from the Wansheng group. As they exited the company, Xia Yuxing instinctively linked her arm with Lu Ming's. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Ming had already created a secure haven for her. Husband, thank you, Xia Yuxing expressed sincerely. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, then playfully pinched her nose and asked, what is the matter? Are you moved? Yes, I'm quite touched. Moved, are you? Then how about a kiss later as a token of your gratitude? Why wait? Xia Yuxing said as she rose on her toes and planted a quick peck on Lu Ming. Lu Ming laughed. Oh, but this is right outside your father's company. I'm not afraid, Xia Yuxing replied boldly. All right, since you're unperturbed, once we're in the car, you must allow me to kiss you to my heart's content. Giggling, you rogue. The two shared laughter as they drove back to the company. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Xia Wansheng stood by the window, lost in thought. Ding-ling-a-ling. At that moment, his phone rang. Xia Wansheng glanced at his phone. It was a call from his wife, Song Jiawan. Hello, Jiawan. Dear Xia, please do not panic. I will immediately assist you in raising funds. If necessary, I can sell the entire hotel to gather some money. Song Jiawan had previously spoken with Xia Wansheng and was well aware of the difficulties currently faced by Wansheng Group. Jiawan, the financial issue has been resolved. What? Resolved? What happened? Has a bank agreed to lend us money? Song Jiawan inquired, somewhat astonished. Not a bank. It was our son-in-law who came to our aid. Our son-in-law? Lu Ming? Yes. How did he help? Lu Ming lent me 100 billion. What? Lu Ming lent you 100 billion? How is that possible? Song Jiawan was equally shocked. Xia Wansheng then explained the situation in detail. Song Jiawan remarked, TSK, that Lu Ming. From the very first moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was destined for greatness. Chapter 151. When shall we obtain our marriage certificate? That evening, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing arrived at the Wansheng Villa district. Xia Wansheng and Song Jiawan had the servants prepare an extravagant feast. This time, not only did Xia Wansheng take the initiative to cook, but even Song Jiawan joined in, underscoring their regard for Lu Ming. During the meal, Xia Wansheng proudly produced his treasured Mao Tai. Come, Lu Ming, this is my cherished Mao Tai, aged for many years. Let us savor its flavor together. Oh, Uncle Xia, is this the 1985 vintage? Indeed, you've got a discerning palate. It is indeed from 1985. Xia Wansheng opened the bottle and poured a glass for Lu Ming. Uncle Xia, how can I allow you to serve me? Let me pour for you instead. There's no need for such formalities at home. Xia Wansheng replied as he filled Lu Ming's glass. Beside them, Xia Honyuan eagerly raised his empty glass and exclaimed, Dad, I want a glass too. Not a chance. Just stick to your snow beer. Xia Wansheng shot him an exasperated glance, leaving Xia Honyuan slightly disheartened. Lu Ming chuckled, Uncle Xia, please let Honyuan have a glass. He has been doing quite well with his live streaming and deserves a reward. Yes, Dad, I'm currently thriving in hotel marketing. Xia Honyuan beamed with pride. Very well. In light of your brother-in-law, I shall reward you with a glass. Xia Wansheng finally passed the bottle to him. Xia Honyuan happily accepted, pouring himself a drink. You're such a rascal. You only pour for yourself. Don't forget your mother and sister. Xia Wansheng admonished. Understood. Xia Honyuan replied, pouring more. At that moment, Song Jiawan and Xia Yuxing emerged from the kitchen. Xia Yuxing held a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork, grinning as she said, Here, this is my mother's specialty. You're in for a treat. Song Jiawan added, Oh dear, this is my first attempt at making it, so I'm unsure of the taste. Xia Wansheng quipped. Lu Ming, don't be fooled by your Aunt Song's profession in the hotel industry. She truly lacks culinary talent. Be cautious when you taste this dish. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. Must you always speak so candidly? Song Jiawan shot Xia Wansheng a reproachful look. During dinner, Xia Wansheng casually remarked, Lu Ming, you and Yuxing have been dating for quite some time now. When do you plan to tie the knot? Oh dear, Dad, we're still quite young, Xia Yuxing replied. A hint of shyness in her voice. Being young is precisely the right time. Marry early and have many children. Song Jiawan chimed in. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing exchanged bemused glances, taken aback by the unexpected push towards marriage. After the meal, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing drove home. Along the way, Lu Ming chuckled. Darling, you heard your parents urging us to marry. When shall we go get our certificate? I'm following your lead, Xia Yuxing replied softly, a touch of bashfulness in her voice. Upon hearing her response, Lu Ming broke into a broad smile. In the following days, when many believed that Wanxing Group was on the verge of a financial collapse, an unexpected influx of mysterious funds revitalized the company, allowing its operations to continue unimpeded. The challenges previously faced by Wanxing Group were deftly resolved. Industry magnates, through diligent inquiry, eventually discovered that the benefactor who aided Xiao Wanxing through this tumultuous period was none other than his daughter's boyfriend, Lu Ming. In the eyes of many, Lu Ming had truly ascended to the pinnacle of the business realm. According to reputable sources, Lu Ming had recently established a new equity investment firm named Jiao Chuang Investment, with an initial capital injection of a staggering 1 billion. This substantial sum was reportedly allocated to an obscure research and development team within the industry. The team's anonymity stemmed from the fact that they were working on the revolutionary Super K chip technology extracted from a sophisticated system. Owing to their origins, this team exhibited unwavering loyalty to Lu Ming. As the nature of this technology team remained shrouded in mystery, numerous rumors began to circulate. The first suggested that the team was an internet-based group focused on the burgeoning realm of self-media and short video content. Given that Lu Ming already owned Mingxing Cultural Media Company, which had signed many self-media artists who had garnered significant followings, this rumor held a semblance of plausibility. The second rumor, however, veered into the absurd, claiming that Lu Ming had a penchant for horseback riding. Hence, the team was investigating intelligent equine technology. A third rumor posited that Lu Ming was delving into the realm of gaming live streaming software. Moreover, a flurry of other nonsensical speculations emerged. Yet amidst the cacophony of opinions, no one fathomed that Lu Ming's technical team was, in fact, dedicated to chip research. When Xia Yuxing learned of Lu Ming's investment in the chip technology team, she was equally astonished. Although the team was not renowned, her faith in Lu Ming's judgment and choices remained steadfast. With Lu Ming's wealth now exceeding 100 billion, his desire to support scientific research reflected a commendable entrepreneurial spirit. On that weekend, Xia Yuxing arranged a shopping excursion with Zhu Wanqing and Jian Hehe, while Lu Ming invited Gu Tianyi, Fu Shuai, Nie Weibing, and Xiang Wenchu to engage in a game of polo at the golf course. Riding his horse, Little White, Lu Ming galloped across the verdant field, demonstrating remarkable precision in his play. After a while, the group retreated to the resting area. Old Lu, your skills are absolutely torturous for us, Gu Tianyi lamented. Indeed, old Lu plays exceptionally well, Fu Shuai praised, giving a thumbs up. Lu Ming chuckled. It's primarily due to my trusty Little White, Gu Tianyi remarked. Wow, old Lu, you're incredible. I'm not impressed by anyone else. But you can tame wild horses. Next time, let us go to Africa together. I bet you could even tame a lion. Lu Ming laughed and inquired, Brother Tianyi, do you really encounter lions while mining in Africa? Certainly. Let me share an exhilarating experience with you. Once, while driving my off-road vehicle, I found myself being pursued by a lion, which left me utterly terrified. Gu Tianyi animatedly recounted his encounter with the majestic beast. Amidst the conversation, Lu Ming recalled something important. By the way, my friends, I am considering purchasing several properties in Yanbei. Do you have any recommendations? Fu Shuai, intrigued, inquired, buying property? Lu, don't you already own a house in Yanbei? Lu Ming replied, no, I have always been staying in someone else's home. At this, Gu Tianyi and the others erupted in laughter. Fu Shuai couldn't help but jest. Who would have thought that our wealthy friend Lu, with a fortune in the billions, has yet to acquire a place of his own? Chapter 152, The Love Lessons of Two Best Friends. Lu Ming explained, alas, I have been wholly dedicated to my career. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared. Task assigned. Purchase a villa. Reward for task completion, 1 lottery draw. Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback. Purchasing a villa had become a task, indicating that the system was more anxious than he was. Old Lu, do you have any specific requirements for the house? Fu Shuai inquired. Not much, preferably within the city center. I am not particularly fond of the suburbs. They feel too distant. Moreover, a villa would be ideal. Lu Ming reflected on his needs. The city center? Gu Tianyi pondered and then remarked, Old Lu, speaking of villas in the city, there are indeed resources available. The developer of Iha Mansion has 2 vacant villas. Iha Mansion? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Tianyi, are you serious? Absolutely. High-end villas within the 5th ring are exceedingly rare. But Iha Mansion originally had 2 units reserved by the developer for personal use. These villas have remained unoccupied, and now that the developer has retired abroad, they are planning to sell them. There are quite a few wealthy individuals interested in purchasing these villas, all awaiting the official sale announcement from the developer. Gu Tianyi continued. I am quite familiar with the CEO of the developer, Old Lu. If you genuinely wish to buy, I can put in a good word for you and reserve one. All right then, Lu Ming readily agreed. Gu Tianyi promptly took out his phone and made a call. Before long, the matter was settled. One cannot help but admire Gu Tianyi's connections in high society. What did they ask regarding your visit to view the property? Gu Tianyi queried. Well, let us say this afternoon, Lu Ming replied. You impatient little rascal, Gu Tianyi teased, promptly finalizing the appointment. Meanwhile, at Ji Wangqing's home in Yanbei Phoenix Garden, the living room curtains were drawn, and the television displayed an exhilarating scene. Ji Wangqing, Xia Yuxing, and Jian Hehe were engrossed in their viewing. Wow. The thrilling moment elicited gasps of astonishment from the trio. This man and this woman, it is quite intense, Ji Wangqing commented. Jian Hehe remarked. This is a rather advanced posture. Xia Yuxing rolled her eyes, saying, You two, we are merely watching a horror film. This man turning into a zombie and choking the woman has taken on a different flavor through your descriptions. The two women burst into laughter. The trio had spent the morning shopping, indulged in a sumptuous lunch of crayfish, and then headed to Ji Wangqing's home. They enjoyed their meal of crayfish while watching the movie. Notably, Ji Wangqing and Jian Hehe, while watching a zombie film, were prone to making suggestive remarks. At last, the film concluded, and so did their crayfish feast. Oh dear, Wangqing, this zombie film was rather mediocre. Do you have any of those other types of films? Jian Hehe raised an eyebrow and inquired. Those types of films? Please clarify what you mean, Ji Wangqing responded. Zhu Wanqing squinted playfully, an impish grin adorning her face. A touch more artistic, perhaps? Are we speaking of male-male or female-female? Jian Hehe chuckled. Oh dear, not that. I've seen both. I mean, is there anything reminiscent of unfinished business between a human and a ghost? Xia Yuxing rolled her eyes in exasperation, bemused by the taste of the two. Zhu Wanqing responded. Ah, Hehe, I must confess I've yet to encounter that genre. Why not watch this instead? It would be a perfect opportunity for Xing Xing to learn. Haha, let's not. That would be utterly inappropriate for Xing Xing. Her worldview might shatter. Jian Hehe quickly dismissed. Hey, you two, could you perhaps select a more conventional film? Xia Yuxing retorted. A hint of irritation in her tone. Zhu Wanqing approached, tugging at Xia Yuxing's arm, inquiring, Xing Xing, do tell us, is there something going on between you and Lu Ming? What do you mean by something? She asked, perplexed. You know, the injections? Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed crimson as she protested. Oh, no, absolutely not. Zhu Wanqing pressed on then. To what extent have you two progressed? Yes, indeed. What stage are you at? Jian Hehe chimed in. Xia Yuxing exhaled dramatically. Why should I divulge anything to you two? Were you hoping to save yourself for the wedding night with Lu Ming? Zhu Wanqing teased, her smile mischievous. Well, isn't that a splendid idea? Xia Yuxing mused. Secretly harboring that thought, Jian Hehe exclaimed, Oh, poor Lu Ming then. Indeed, Zhu Wanqing concurred. Sheng Sheng, are you not concerned that you might be leaving him pent up? Huh? Pent up? What does that mean? Xia Yuxing queried, bewildered. Zhu Wanqing laughed. You silly girl, haven't you heard? Men are creatures of instinct. They are like seahorses. And their daily task at 11 is to set off fireworks. Jian Hehe erupted in laughter at that. Zhu Wanqing continued. Look at Lu Ming, taming wild horses, rock climbing. In combat sports, what does that signify? That he is physically fit, I suppose? Xia Yuxing pondered. Zhu Wanqing winked, grinning precisely. You see, Lu Ming is young and vigorous. Yet he already has a girlfriend, and you still expect him to conserve his energy? What should I do then? Xia Yuxing inquired. Zhu Wanqing suggested. If you truly wish to reserve the best for your wedding night, you could find alternative ways to assist Lu Ming in the meantime. Yes. Perhaps you could buy him one of those cups, Jian Hehe interjected. Haha, Zhu Wanqing laughed. Hehe, you're still quite naive. That cup won't suffice. It's essential that Xing Xing takes the lead herself. Oh, indeed. Xing Xing, you must take charge. Jian Hehe exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. How am I to take charge? Xia Yuxing stammered, her thoughts muddled. Zhu Wanqing chuckled. At last, the time has come for me to impart my wisdom, Xia Yuxing remarked. Are you two trying to deceive me again? Jian Hehe replied, Xing Xing, this is truly no deception. It is a facet of love and indeed a necessity. Consequently, the two young ladies began to elaborate on some intricate knowledge. Xia Yuxing found her mind expanding in ways she had never anticipated. They discussed various techniques, methods with hands, mouths, and feet, covering everything in detail. Xia Yuxing felt a flicker of curiosity. How had these two girls, who had never experienced love themselves, acquired such knowledge? Once the two had finished their explanations, Xia Yuxing shook her head, saying, "What you both have described is a bit too unconventional for me. I could never manage that." Just then, her phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Lu Ming. Zhu Wanqing teased with a smile, "Oh, Lu Ming is calling you. Hurry and answer. You two can review your studies together this afternoon." Chapter 153. Accompanying the fierce woman to view houses, Xia Yuxing answered Lu Ming's call. "Hello, dear. Are you still shopping?" "We finished shopping. I'm currently at Zhu Wan's house." "You're at Wanqing's place? All right. I'll come to pick you up shortly." "Ah, you're coming to pick me up?" Xia Yuxing was taken aback. At that moment, Zhu Wanqing, who was nearby, immediately switched to speaker mode and said, "Oh, Lu Ming, haven't you just spent the whole day with us? You miss her already?" "Ah, Wanqing, I'm planning to buy a house, and I thought I would take Shengsheng to view some properties this afternoon," Lu Ming explained. "Oh, you intend to take Shengsheng to see houses? Very well, come on over." With that, he ended the call. Zhu Wanqing chuckled, TSK, Shengsheng. It seems Lu Ming is preparing to buy a marital home. It looks like the good news for both of you is approaching. Xia Yuxing was somewhat surprised. She had not anticipated that Lu Ming would suddenly decide to buy a house. Half an hour later, Lu Ming arrived at Zhu Wanqing's residential complex. Soon, Xia Yuxing came downstairs, accompanied by Zhu Wanqing and Jian Hehe. Zhu Wanqing said, "Lu Ming, since you're going to view properties, could you take Hehe and me along? We would like to see as well." Of course, Lu Ming readily agreed. "Haha, you don't mind us being two extra lights, do you?" Jian Hehe joked. Lu Ming replied, "Isn't it just a house viewing? We actually need some light bulbs to brighten things up for a clearer view." Haha. Zhu Wanqing and Jian Hehe burst out laughing, and Xia Yuxing also covered her mouth, chuckling. Once everyone got into the car, Lu Ming started the engine. It was then that Xia Yuxing inquired about Lu Ming's sudden decision to view houses. "Well, this morning, while playing golf with Tianyi and the others, the topic of buying a house came up. Tianyi recommended a promising property to me," Lu Ming briefly explained. 20 minutes later, Lu Ming's car arrived in front of the entrance of the Yuhe mansion. "Huh, why are we at my residential complex?" Jian Hehe was taken aback. Xia Yuxing exclaimed, "Ah, Hehe, you live in this complex?" "Yes," Jian Hehe nodded. Lu Ming was equally surprised and remarked, "What a coincidence. The house I intend to view is in this complex." Zhu Wanqing said, "Lu Ming, are you sure? The villas in this complex were sold out years ago. It seems there are no properties available now." "I am aware. But there are 2 units that the developer has retained, and they are now up for sale," Lu Ming clarified. Jian Hehe chimed in, "Exactly. The 2 villas in the middle of this complex have seemingly been vacant for a long time." As they conversed, they drove to the road situated between Villa number 19 and Villa number 20. Indeed, these 2 villas had remained unoccupied and were centrally located within the complex. "Yes, it's these 2 villas. They've been empty," Jian Hehe pointed them out. Zhu Wanqing inquired, "Hehe, which building do you live in?" Jian Hehe responded, "I live in building 28, which is situated further back. I had long heard of this upscale villa community, but I was pleasantly surprised by its splendid environment." Zhu Wanqing surveyed her surroundings, noting the lush greenery and impeccable cleanliness. Jian Hehe remarked, "This community is part of a villa area. The maintenance fees are rather high, yet the service is indeed commendable, and there's even a lake within the premises." Zhu Wanqing exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, there is a lake in the center of the community? Is the water not polluted?" Jian Hehe reassured her, "Not at all. The lake is maintained monthly and is quite pristine, teeming with fish. My father gathers with his friends to fish there every day." At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a white shirt approached, accompanied by 2 sales representatives. "Good day. Are you Mr. Lu?" "I am the property manager, Yao Jun." "Hello, Manager Yao. I am Lu Ming." The property manager promptly responded, "Our General Zhao just informed us, Mr. Lu. Currently, we have only these 2 villas left, numbers 19 and 20. Would you like to see the layouts?" "Yes, certainly," Lu Ming nodded. Yao Jun then led Lu Ming and the others to Villa 19. As the villa was exquisitely furnished, it boasted a complete array of furniture, including bedding from top-tier global brands. Despite having been unoccupied for several years, it remained immaculate due to weekly cleaning services, making it ready for immediate occupancy. Upon entering the villa, they were first captivated by its garden. Yao Jun then instructed the sales representatives to elaborate on the community's environment and amenities. Both villas consist of 3 above-ground levels and 2 underground levels, with Villa 19 spanning over 700 square meters and Villa 20 exceeding 1,000 square meters. Villa 19 features a modern decor style, while Villa 20 showcases a traditional Chinese aesthetic. After the tour, the group exited the villa. Xia Yuxing, Zhu Wanqing, and Jian Hehe lingered at the back. Wow, both of these villas are quite impressive. Zhu Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim. Jian Hehe agreed. Indeed. This one is far superior to our home, especially with the soundproofing materials. Zhu Wanqing leaned closer to Xia Yuxing and joked, Sheng Sheng. When you and Lu Ming reside on the third floor, you can do whatever you like without anyone below hearing you. Go ahead and make all the noise you desire. You silly girl, why discuss such things? Xia Yuxing blushed. Jian Hehe chimed in softly. I've noticed the floor-to-ceiling windows, large balconies, bathing rooms, media rooms, game rooms, card rooms, billiard rooms, gyms, and studies, all generously spacious for studying. If the indoors doesn't appeal, the garden outside is also lovely, but only at night, as it's too visible during the day. Zhu Wanqing stifled a laugh. Haha. Xia Yuxing was both amused and exasperated by the audacity of today's youth. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, who had been walking ahead, paused to wait for the three of them to catch up. What are you three laughing about? He inquired with curiosity. We were discussing study-related matters, Jian Hehe replied with a cheerful grin. Lu Ming expressed his astonishment. Homework? What kind of homework? Zhu Wanqing replied with a smile. It's about the daily living arrangements after we move in. Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed, contemplating the two of them. Dear, which villa do you prefer? Lu Ming inquired, wrapping his arm around Xia Yuxing's shoulders. I find this Chinese-style one quite appealing, she responded, showing a preference for traditional aesthetics. Lu Ming grinned and declared, then let us purchase Villa number 20. Subsequently, Manager Yao from the property management quoted the prices. Villa number 19 at 120 million, and Villa number 20 at 170 million. Excellent. Manager Yao, we shall take Villa number 20, Lu Ming stated without hesitation. Manager Yao inwardly marveled at Mr. Lu's affluence, spending over 100 million without a flicker of concern. Chapter 154. Analyzing return on investment. Lu Ming promptly resolved to purchase Villa number 20 for 170 million. Manager Yao from the property management quickly instructed the staff to process the transaction. Jian Hehe clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, haha, that's splendid. From now on, Sheng Sheng and I will reside in the same community. Oh dear, how wonderful that would be. I envy you both for being able to visit each other daily. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wanqing immediately felt envious. Jian Hehe quickly interjected, this is quite simple, Sister Wanqing. You can just buy Villa number 19. Buy Villa number 19? Do you think I am Lu Ming? I don't possess such wealth, Zhu Wanqing replied, shaking her head. Sister Wanqing, who says you lack such funds? Lu Ming suddenly chimed in. Huh? What do you mean? Zhu Wanqing was taken aback. Lu Ming continued, Sister Wanqing, do you recall when I launched the monthly winning fund? How much did you invest at that time? 10 million, Zhu Wanqing remembered clearly. Well, Wanqing, your 10 million has multiplied through several rounds of reinvestment. It is no longer merely 10 million, Xia Yuxing remarked, blinking her eyes. How much is it now? Zhu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with interest. Lu Ming replied, if you redeem your investment, the amount should be just enough to purchase this villa. Zhu Wanqing was astounded. My goodness, Lu Ming, you are incredible. Upon hearing this, Jian Hehe exclaimed, no wonder my father sold all his shares to you. Wanqing, now that you have sufficient funds, will you buy this villa? Xia Yuxing inquired. Buy. Zhu Wanqing decisively declared. Manager Yao was left dumbfounded. He never anticipated that both villas would be sold in the blink of an eye. Once Lu Ming and the others completed their paperwork and exited the community, Manager Yao finally took out his phone and conducted a search. So it turns out Mr. Lu is the one referred to as the king of private equity, the most astute businessman, the foremost fighter, the nation's beloved husband, a horse trainer extraordinaire, a financial oracle, and the boyfriend of the most beautiful woman in the business world. The following day, the fundraising for monthly winning number 4 and number 5 was completed, and Lu Ming officially commenced his investment strategy. After the afternoon market closed, Lu Ming, feeling somewhat bored, perused financial news. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a report about himself. This article mentioned his recently launched monthly winning number 4 and number 5 funds and ultimately noted, according to insiders, that Lu Ming had extravagantly spent 1 billion in Yanbei to acquire luxury residences. Lu Ming chuckled wryly. The media truly had a knack for sensationalism. However, reflecting on his villa purchase and the completion of a system task, he realized that he had yet to redeem a lottery opportunity. System, commence the lottery. Understood. Post. Ding. A grand prize will materialize. Lu Ming glanced at the refreshed prizes. Super healing technique. Ah, this skill seems familiar. Is it akin to becoming Wolverine? Yet, I lack adamantium claws. Fruit farming specialization. Ah, this skill is quite intriguing, isn't it? Cultivating fruits? The remarkable skill of supervision has resurfaced. How fascinating. It would undoubtedly enhance one's prowess in gambling and card games. Then there's super diving, an ability tailored for aquatic adventures, and super night vision, perfect for traversing the night. The investment return analysis technique. Oh, what an impressive skill that has reemerged. The master director technique, amusingly, holds little relevance for me, as I have no desire to assume the role of a director. Subsequently, the pointer of the grand prize will begin to spin. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the investment return analysis skill. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. The investment return analysis technique is undeniably a valuable skill. However, he thought it was beyond his reach. He was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected fortune. Previously, his money-making skills revolved around the financial sector, but now, armed with this investment return analysis technique, he could diversify into other industries. Soon, he would conduct his own return rate analyses and perhaps even discover a few super unicorns. Just the thought of it filled him with exhilaration. Lu Ming was brimming with excitement. As fate would have it, he had recently registered Jiao Chuang Investment, perfectly suited for equity investments. He hurried to the CEO's office to share his plans with Xia Yuxing. My dear, what suddenly inspired you to consider equity investments? Xia Yuxing asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Lu Ming replied, as they say, with great power comes great responsibility. Now that I have some capital, I wish to assist entrepreneurs while simultaneously gaining experience in the equity investment sector. How wonderful, my love. I fully support you. Xia Yuxing encouraged. But how do you intend to implement this plan? Well, that was a question Lu Ming had yet to ponder. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yuxing suggested, I have an excellent idea. If you solely rely on the company to discover entrepreneurial projects, the efficiency will be rather low. Instead, you could launch a star entrepreneur support program under the company's name and promote it widely. Wow, my dear, that's a brilliant idea. Entrepreneurs will surely come seeking me, Lu Ming exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, let us proceed with it. I can assist you in drafting the proposal for the Star Entrepreneur Support Program, Xia Yuxing offered eagerly. Ah, you truly are my invaluable partner. I adore you, my love. Lu Ming said, pulling her close and planting a kiss on her cheek. How sweet, Xia Yuxing replied with a playful glare. However, once the proposal is ready, we will need to promote it. What is your strategy for that? For promotion, aside from traditional advertising, we could leverage new media. My Weibo and Douyin accounts boast millions of followers, which we can utilize, Lu Ming contemplated. Xia Yuxing nodded in agreement. That's true when it comes to traffic. Short videos dominate the scene. Some internet celebrities can attract upwards of 7 or 80,000 viewers simultaneously. Ah, my dear, considering that, I could certainly host a livestream debut. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed with inspiration. A livestream debut? Indeed, with my tens of millions of followers, there must be quite a number of loyal fans. I plan to host a live stream to unveil my entrepreneurial support initiative. Huh, you can actually live stream? Are you considering a collaborative duel with others? Xia Yuxing couldn't help but tease. Lu Ming chuckled. Haha, why not? I could connect with artists from my cultural company and generate some traffic for our talents. Wow, you truly are a commendable boss, Xia Yuxing responded with amusement. All right, it's settled then. Tomorrow, I shall inform Xiang Wenqiu. Are you genuinely going to connect? I was merely joking, Xia Yuxing said, both exasperated and amused. Of course, I am serious. He replied. Wow, you are quite the social butterfly. Fine, I shall reward you with a couple of helicopters during the stream. By the way, my dear, shouldn't we organize a carnival? Chapter 155. Lu Ming's live debut. The following day, Lu Ming ventured to Mingxing Cultural Media Company. Upon entering, he was intercepted by a security guard. Excuse me. Who are you looking for? You can't just barge in here. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Ming realized that it had been far too long since his last visit to a cultural company, to the extent that the security guard did not even recognize the owner. I am not looking for anyone. I am the owner of this company. The owner of this company? That's impossible. I know all the employees here, the guard replied skeptically. Do you know the company's owner? The owner? I do not. Well, I am indeed the owner. Lu Ming decided to reveal his identity. The guard paused, staring at Lu Ming for a couple of seconds. Initially, Lu Ming anticipated a change in the guard's demeanor. However, The guard responded, "Goodness, you dare impersonate our company's owner?" Lu Ming was left utterly speechless. "Go fetch Manager Xiang for me." "You know our Manager Xiang?" "Yes," Lu Ming replied. The guard retorted, "Kid, you're just boasting. If you really know him, why not call him directly? If you are capable, have him come down and meet you." To the guard's astonishment, Lu Ming indeed pulled out his phone and called Xiang Wenqiu. Within a minute, Xiang rushed down from upstairs in a flurry. "President Lu, you've arrived," he exclaimed with utmost respect. Lu Ming jested, "Yes, I just got here and wanted to go inside, but I didn't expect to be stopped by security." "What?" Xiang shot a glare at the guard. "This is our company's owner, President Lu. You have some nerve." "Ah, President Lu, I'm so sorry." The guard lowered his head in fright. Lu Ming, naturally, chose not to hold a grudge against the guard, considering he hadn't been around since the company's inception. Xiang promptly began to show Lu Ming around the company. Currently, El Fei Hong and his girlfriend Pei Shueping had become the company's leading artists, with their joint account boasting 10 million followers. In addition, they had signed several video bloggers. After the tour, Lu Ming proceeded to the chairman's office. The office was exceptionally clean and tidy, though he had visited once before. Xiang then reported on the company's operational status. "President Lu, we currently have multiple well-known artists, and we have also initiated live streaming sales. Our total sales from live streaming have surpassed 100 million. Surpassed 100 million. Lu Ming was astonished. Xiang Wenqiu truly was a talented individual. Hiring him as CEO had been a wise decision. "President Lu, since you are here today, there is something I would like to discuss with you." "All right, what is it?" In the short video sector, several leading streamers have begun establishing their own self-branded merchandise, such as Xiaodong Selection and Xiaonyo Selection, Xiang explained. "Are you suggesting that we should also venture into this area of business?" Lu Ming inquired. "Well, what do you think?" "Sure, you can handle this matter." Lu Ming agreed readily. After discussing company affairs, Lu Ming finally broached the subject of his impending live streaming debut. "What? President Lu, you have tens of millions of followers on Weibo and Douyin. If you go live, the viewership is bound to skyrocket." Xiang Wenqiu couldn't help but speculate. Lu Ming replied, "It's hard to say. While I do have a substantial number of followers, many may be inactive. Moreover, my primary intention for going live is to generate momentum for the Entrepreneurial Star Support Program." "President Lu, I understand. Leave this task to me. Before your live debut, I will help promote and create buzz. Our company's current visibility and exposure channels are quite advantageous," Xiang Wenqiu asserted confidently. Thus, news of Lu Ming's upcoming live debut began to circulate. Finally, a week later, at 8 o'clock that evening, Lu Ming's live streaming premiere commenced. At that moment, Lu Ming sat before the camera, reviewing his notes, fully prepared. As the broadcast officially began, a multitude of viewers swiftly flooded into the live stream. Xiang Wenqiu and the others monitored the viewer count, and in the blink of an eye, the number of online participants had surged past 500,000. At this juncture, Lu Ming greeted the audience and engaged in real-time interaction. Prior to unveiling the Entrepreneurial Star Support Program, Lu Ming first conversed with fans about the current financial landscape. During their exchange, it became evident that the online viewers could be categorized into several groups. The first group comprised finance and investment enthusiasts, the largest cohort, drawn by Lu Ming's numerous achievements in the financial sector. The second group consisted of many female fans, captivated by Lu Ming's triumph over adversaries and his charm. The third group included a motley assortment of onlookers simply there for entertainment. Just a few minutes into the live stream, a frenzy of virtual gifts began pouring in. Waves of celebratory notifications flashed across the screen. Before long, the number of gifts exceeded 1,000. The chat room erupted in excitement as viewers realized that those showering gifts were clients of Lu Ming's investment funds, each having profited under his management. Now, as Lu Ming made his live debut, these loyal clients expressed their appreciation through generous gifting. However, the avalanche of gifts became overwhelming, rendering the screen nearly unreadable. Lu Ming could only implore, "All right, everyone, please stop sending gifts. Please." To his astonishment, the fervor of his fans showed no signs of abating. Ultimately, with no other option, Lu Ming instructed his staff to disable the gifting function. Nevertheless, upon tallying the results, it was revealed that Lu Ming had amassed over 5 million in gifts. The sheer volume of virtual donations propelled the traffic in his live stream, and in a flash, the online viewer count soared past 1 million. Upon observing the vast number of viewers in the live stream, Lu Ming officially announced the launch of his company, Jiu Chuang Investment, along with the initiation of the Star Entrepreneur Support Plan. After elaborating on this initiative, it was time for the segment involving connecting with guests. Naturally, Lu Ming first invited the artists under his management to join the stream, aiming to help them garner more fans. During this interaction, keen-eyed fans swiftly noticed that Xia Yuxing's ID was also present in the live room. Soon, a multitude of fans began to urge Lu Ming to connect and interact with his girlfriend. Amused yet exasperated, Lu Ming remarked, "Let me tell you, feel free to cheer. But my girlfriend is rather shy. If I send her an invitation to join, she might not accept." Consequently, he located Xia Yuxing's ID and sent a connection request. To his surprise, she accepted the invitation to join the stream. Chapter 156. Displaying affection with the female tyrant in the live stream. Lu Ming had not anticipated that Xia Yuxing would indeed accept the invitation to join the live stream. Thus, in front of over 1 million online viewers, the two engaged in an interactive session. The moment Xia Yuxing appeared in the live stream, the audience erupted with excitement. Heavens, is this truly the girlfriend of the great Lu? She is breathtaking. We loyal fans have known all along. The title of the most beautiful woman in the business world is certainly well-deserved. Oh, I once thought I had a chance, but now seeing Lu Ming's girlfriend, I feel as though I have no hope for 1,000 years. I suddenly understand the phrase "a match made in heaven." They truly are a couple destined for each other. Lu Ming chuckled, "My dear, why did you actually accept the invitation?" I didn't quite grasp what was happening. I simply clicked confirm, Xia Yuxing replied, covering her mouth with a smile. The two showcased their affection in the live stream, as millions of viewers showered them with blessings. When Lu Ming's inaugural live stream concluded, media outlets across the internet clamored to report on it. Simultaneously, numerous self-media personalities capitalized on the traffic. Lu Ming's entrepreneurial initiative, the Star Entrepreneur Support Plan, garnered unprecedented exposure and publicity. The following day, the complete support plan was officially unveiled on the Zhouchuang investment website. Additionally, it was announced that Xia Yuxing would serve as the chief executive officer of Zhouchuang Investment, while also continuing her role as the CEO of Zhouyin Capital. Consequently, Xia Yuxing became the chief executive officer of two companies simultaneously. Following the release of Lu Ming's Star Entrepreneur Support Plan, it effectively sent out a global call for talent. Many entrepreneurs and startup teams submitted their business proposals to Zhouchuang Investment. Although Lu Ming's Star Entrepreneur Support Plan was quite popular, numerous venture capital firms held differing opinions regarding Lu Ming's foray into the venture capital sector. At this moment, at the headquarters of Blue Sparrow Capital, Chairman Lon Yuntao sat before his computer, scrutinizing the entrepreneurial support plan released by Zhouchuang Investment. Blue Sparrow Capital had invested in numerous renowned unicorn startups, internet enterprises, technology firms, and biotechnology companies both domestically and internationally, establishing Lon Yuntao's prominent status in the venture capital arena. Upon finishing the review of Lu Ming's support plan, Lon Yuntao displayed a look of disdain. He promptly opened his personal Weibo account and posted a message. "I acknowledge that Mr. Lu Ming is a prodigy in the field of financial investment. However, I have heard that you wish to venture into the realm of venture capital. My advice is to reconsider. First, financial investment and equity investment are two distinct matters. Your talent does not necessarily translate into the aptitude required for equity investment, which demands a broader vision and insight. Second, while your support plan is beautifully articulated, I suspect it is merely flowery rhetoric. How much genuine capital can you truly provide? Mingchuang Investment is rather feeble. Do not overreach. The third point, Lu Ming. You have indeed exerted considerable effort in promotion, yet it seems somewhat theatrical to me. Ultimately, I advise Mr. Lu Ming to withdraw from the venture capital realm in a timely manner, lest the profits earned in the financial sector be entirely lost in the world of venture investments." Upon posting on Weibo, Lon Yuntao's remarks immediately sparked heated discussions. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." At this moment, an assistant entered, stating, "Chairman, Mr. Zhou Haoxing from the domestic browser kernel startup you wished to meet has arrived. Please bring him in." "Certainly, Chairman." Subsequently, the assistant led Zhou Haoxing into the office. "Greetings, Mr. Lon." Zhou Haoxing courteously greeted Lon Yutao upon entering. "Please, have a seat." Lon Yutao gestured towards the chair opposite his desk. However, Zhou Haoxing did not sit down. Instead, he promptly handed over the materials he was holding, saying, "Mr. Lon, this is the latest project proposal for our browser kernel developed by my team." Lon Yutao took the proposal, suddenly stood up, and walked over to the trash bin. Without hesitation, he discarded the proposal into it. "Mr. Lon, you Zhou Haoxing was left utterly dumbfounded. Lan Yuntao arrogantly remarked, "Young Zhou, this proposal holds no value in my eyes." Zhou Haoxing, alarmed, responded, "Mr. Lan, our country currently lacks an independently developed browser kernel. My startup project certainly has potential. Young Zhou, I have encountered countless project proposals like yours, most of which have come here to swindle investment funds. Mr. Lan, my team is different. We are earnest in our endeavors." "Yes, I am aware of that, however. Your project still holds no merit. Mr. Lan, you have not even taken the time to understand this product. On what basis do you make such assertions? The browser kernel, for instance, took Google 10 years to develop, with a team of 1,000 and an expenditure of $3 billion. Your project proposes a 2-year development period at a cost of $500 million. Which venture capital firm would believe such a proposal? Mr. Lan, our independently developed browser kernel employs a new coding language model." Zhou Haoxing eagerly attempted to elaborate on the product. However, Lan Yuntao waved his hand to interrupt, stating, "Enough, young Zhou, there is no need to elaborate further. I will not invest in your project." "Then, Mr. Lan, why did you call me here today? Was it merely to humiliate me?" Zhou Haoxing's expression was one of indignation. Lan Yuntao settled into his executive chair, saying, "Young Zhou, I invited you here because I reviewed your credentials. You have served as a chief designer and project director at a major internet corporation, showcasing considerable expertise in browser development. If you are willing to abandon your current project and work under my guidance, I can promise to establish a project department for you to develop a browser based on the Google kernel. Once the product is launched, I will orchestrate a strategy to take it public, positioning you as the CEO of the future publicly listed company. When the time comes for this project to reap fortunes in the stock market, you could become a billionaire overnight." Upon hearing Lan Yuntao's words, Zhou Haoxing was left utterly astonished. It became evident that after all this talk, Lan Yuntao intended to use him as a pawn to inflate concepts and create grand illusions, only to go public and exploit the retail investors. Truly, this is the notorious nature of capitalism, the epitome of avarice. Today, Zhou Haoxing gained a profound understanding of the man Lan Yuntao truly was. "My apologies, Mr. Lan, but I have no desire to partake in your grand ambitions." "Xiao, do you not yearn for financial freedom? Do you not aspire to fame and fortune?" "Mr. Lan, I am a person of ideals." With that, Zhou Haoxing retrieved his project proposal from the trash and departed without a backward glance. Lan Yuntao scoffed, "Ideals? What worth do ideals hold? Foolish boy." Chapter 157. Investing in the development of a domestic browser kernel. Zhou Haoxing departed from Blue Sparrow Capital feeling exceptionally disheartened. Previously, he held an executive position in a prominent internet enterprise, concentrating on the research and maintenance of browsers, achieving commendable results. However, since the inception of his career, he harbored a dream to develop a browser kernel that belongs to the Chinese people. For China, the issue extends beyond the domination of many sectors by foreign entities. The realm of the internet is similarly affected. For instance, the computer operating system market remains monopolized by Microsoft, alongside numerous software applications. Previously, the mobile operating system landscape was solely occupied by either Android or Apple's iOS. Fortunately, the Chinese now possess their own mobile operating system, Harmony. Yet, many internet products continue to be under foreign monopoly, particularly browser kernels. Currently, the market primarily consists of a few major players: Google, Internet Explorer, and Firefox. Unfortunately, domestic browser manufacturers lack independently developed kernels, merely dressing foreign kernels with a superficial layer for secondary development. Should foreign browser companies decide to restrict their kernels, akin to a ban on chips, it would deliver a significant blow to numerous domestic firms. As a professional in the internet sector, Zhou Haoxing is acutely aware that even in the era of the internet, national borders still exist. The Chinese should possess their own browser kernel. Zhou Haoxing has demonstrated considerable talent in the internet domain, earning a substantial income over the years. Thus, he is eager to realize his aspiration of developing a browser kernel. Initially, he envisioned launching the project and securing funding after achieving some progress. However, he soon discovered that he had underestimated the complexities involved. Securing financing is far from a straightforward endeavor. While dreams may be alluring, reality can be harsh. There are numerous capitalists like Lan Yuntao who prioritize profit above all else, who would willingly invest substantial amounts of money in such an endeavor. Meanwhile, several major domestic internet companies are vying for the community group purchasing market for groceries. Zhou Haoxing sighed deeply. He had approached dozens of venture capital firms, yet none yielded any results. Was his project destined for failure? Ding dong. At that moment, his phone chimed with a message notification. Zhou Haoxing opened it to find merely a trending news item on Weibo. Oh, the Entrepreneur Star Support Plan? He suddenly noticed this trending title. Consequently, he opened Weibo to examine the content. After browsing through it, he learned that the Entrepreneur Star Support Plan had been launched by Jiao Chuang Investment, a newly established firm by the financial investment luminary Lu Ming. Zhou Haoxing had heard of Lu Ming before, as his name frequently graced news headlines in the financial sector. Zhou Haoxing clicked on the Entrepreneur Star Support Plan to review it. He could not help but admire the plan's eloquence. It was well-structured, visionary, and infused with ambition. However, he furrowed his brow, pondering that Lu Ming was merely a financial investor. Based on his understanding, Lu Ming excelled in financial investments and was renowned as the most astute moneymaker. Would such a person be inclined to support entrepreneurial ventures? After all, the majority of startup projects do not yield profits in the short term. Zhou Haoxing contemplated this for a moment and suddenly smiled. He realized that he had perhaps overthought the situation. Given that he was now at a dead end, what was the point of worrying excessively? Since the support plan had been issued, he might as well take a chance and proceed. Thus, that afternoon, Zhou Haoxing made his way to the headquarters of Jiao Chuang Investment Company. Hello, I have heard that our company currently has an entrepreneurial support plan, correct? Zhou Haoxing inquired of the consulting manager upon his arrival. Indeed, sir. Currently, our general manager Lu has launched an entrepreneurial support plan, and we have received thousands of project proposals, the manager confirmed. Thousands? Zhou Haoxing expressed his astonishment. That's right, sir. Do you have a project that requires financing? The consulting manager asked. Yes, I do. Then you may leave your project proposal here. If General Manager Lu approves it, we will contact you at the earliest opportunity. Leaving it here, Zhou Haoxing felt a twinge of disappointment. He had visited many venture capital firms, and they all followed the same protocol of leaving the proposal and awaiting notification, only to be met with silence thereafter. May I ask if it is possible to meet General Manager Lu in person? Zhou Haoxing expressed a desire to present his project face-to-face. I'm afraid, sir, that General Manager Lu is currently not in the office, the consulting manager replied. Then, I shall take my leave. Zhou Haoxing turned to exit. But just as he reached the door, a young man walked in. Hello, General Manager Lu. The two security guards at the entrance greeted promptly. Zhou Haoxing's eyes brightened, for he recognized the young man who had just entered as Lu Ming, having previously seen videos of him taming wild horses on Douyin. Hello, General Manager Lu. He hastily approached to greet him. Jiao Chuang Investment had recently announced its entrepreneurial support plan and received numerous project proposals, prompting Zhou Haoxing to come immediately after the afternoon stock market closed. May I ask who you are? Lu Ming inquired, intrigued by the unexpected greeting. Hello, General Manager Lu. I am Zhou Haoxing, an entrepreneur. May I take a few moments of your time to recommend a promising entrepreneurial project to you? An entrepreneurial project? Very well, let us go to my office to discuss, Lu Ming replied with a smile. Zhou Haoxing was taken aback by Lu Ming's agreement. In stark contrast to the arrogance he had encountered with Lan Yuntao, Lu Ming's demeanor was remarkably amiable. Once they arrived at the office, Lu Ming instructed an employee to bring tea. Haoxing, please take a seat. Lu Ming gestured invitingly. Zhou Haoxing, still somewhat reserved, replied, General Manager Lu. I would prefer to stand while I speak. Very well then. Lu Ming nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Zhou Haoxing began to elaborate on his innovative project plan, which involved the independent development of a browser kernel. Upon hearing Zhou's entrepreneurial vision, Lu Ming was initially impressed by the prospect. The notion of a domestically developed browser kernel certainly merits investment and support. However, when Zhou mentioned that the kernel could be developed within a 2-year timeframe, Lu Ming harbored some skepticism. After all, Google had invested a decade into its development. While the evolution of browsers has reached a certain maturity, thus potentially enhancing efficiency, a timeline of at least 5 years seemed more plausible. Furthermore, Zhou's estimated development cost was set at 500 million. Would that sum truly suffice? As Zhou concluded his project presentation, Lu Ming commenced a thorough analysis of the investment return potential for this entrepreneurial endeavor. Chapter 158. Investment in a project with 3,000 times return sting. An analysis is currently being conducted on Zhou Haoxing's domestic loaning browser kernel entrepreneurship project. Ding. The project analysis is complete. Analysis results. This project is profitable. Investment share, 35. Investment amount, 500 million. Investment return rate, 300,000. Investment return period, 2 years. Lu Ming was utterly astonished upon seeing this return rate. The project boasted an astonishing 3,000-fold return ratio, marked by 3+ signs, indicating sustainable returns. He never anticipated that this could be a potential colossal return project. Lu Ming then activated his talent analysis technique on Zhou Haoxing. He discovered Zhou Haoxing's exceptional talent lay in browser development. Lu Ming finally comprehended that Zhou Haoxing was destined to create a browser. At that moment, Zhou Haoxing concluded his presentation and anxiously awaited Lu Ming's response. Lu Ming glanced at the project proposal and remarked, "Haoxing, your project plan has likely been seen by many VCs, hasn't it?" "Indeed, Mr. Lu," Zhou Haoxing admitted without reservation. Lu Ming continued, "Most entrepreneurial projects seek initial funding in the tens of millions or a few hundred thousand. You, however, are asking for an astonishing 500 million. Although the proposal mentions phased funding, 500 million in our country signifies a very successful company. Therefore, Haoxing, your project proposal may frighten off all VCs, leading them to suspect that you are attempting to defraud them." Zhou Haoxing, upon hearing Lu Ming's words, feared he was destined for failure. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming shifted his tone and said, "However, that is merely their perspective. I actually hold a favorable view of your project." "Huh?" Zhou Haoxing exclaimed in surprise. Raising his head, Lu Ming stated, "Thus, I intend to invest in your project." Zhou Haoxing responded, exhilarated, "Mr. Lu, are you truly going to invest in my project?" "Indeed," Lu Ming smiled. "However, I have one condition." "Mr. Lu, please go ahead," Zhou Haoxing replied, his heart racing as he finally glimpsed hope. Lu Ming picked up the proposal, leafing through it, and remarked, "You mentioned in your financing plan that you aim to raise 500 million, releasing 35 of the shares, correct?" "Yes, Mr. Lu," Zhou Haoxing confirmed. "My condition is that I require 50 of the shares." "Mr. Lu, you wish to take half of the shares?" Zhou Haoxing's eyelids fluttered. For a startup company, releasing half of the shares in the first round of financing would essentially mean a change of ownership. Yet, Lu Ming continued, "However, rest assured, Haoxing, I do not desire the decision-making voting rights of the company. I only seek the rights to profit distribution." Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoxing exhaled in relief. Lu Ming understood that for an entrepreneurial project, the founder is the very soul of the venture. Investing in a company while striving to usurp the founder's control and stifle their passion is not indicative of a grand vision. A truly successful venture capital firm focuses on aiding entrepreneurs in scaling their enterprises. Moreover, Lu Ming prefers to adopt a hands-off approach. "What do you think, Haoxing? Do you agree to my terms?" Lu Ming inquired with a smile. Analyzing the investment return rate, acquiring 35 equity promises a staggering 3,000-fold return. If he secures 50 of the profits this time, the returns will be even more substantial. "Mr. Lu, I wholeheartedly accept your terms," Zhou Haoxing responded without hesitation. The two then discussed other aspects of the project. Zhou Haoxing felt immense gratitude for Lu Ming's recognition of his potential. Before departing after their discussions, Zhou Haoxing remarked, "Mr. Lu, I am fortunate to have encountered you just as I was about to leave. Otherwise, my project might have faced failure." Leaving, Lu Ming was taken aback. Zhou Haoxing proceeded to recount his earlier visit to the company. Lu Ming felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. Perhaps the world has never been devoid of geniuses. However, many of them never have the opportunity to shine. It is conceivable that numerous individuals possess talents comparable to Jack Ma, yet they lack his fortune. Zhou Haoxing is a case in point. Without Lu Ming's investment return analysis, what might the fate of such a genius be? A failed project, leading to a return to mediocrity? It is likely that throughout humanity, many prodigies have emerged, yet they lack the opportunities and resources. Some could potentially break through pivotal technologies and propel human civilization forward. But they ultimately succumb to the adversities of life, reality, and the insidious nature of capital. Much like the children from impoverished mountainous regions depicted in the film In the Octagonal Cage, many of them often find themselves devoid of even a single path to success. Are there truly no geniuses among them? Is their intellect genuinely inferior to others? After Zhou Haoxing's departure, Lu Ming first called Sci-Fi. Currently, the office spaces of Jiao Chuang Investment and Jiao Ing Capital are not located within the same building. Therefore, Lu Ming intends to relocate Jiao Chuang Investment's office to Jiao Ing Capital's premises for greater convenience and efficiency. Sci-Fi readily agreed. Subsequently, Lu Ming instructed his assistant to transfer all the entrepreneurial project proposals received by the company to the office, where he meticulously reviewed them one by one. The assistant, witnessing this, was taken aback, marveling at the sheer diligence of the boss, who, despite his vast wealth, worked tirelessly. In contrast, the assistant pondered the insignificance of their own daily efforts. The true fear lies not in others being superior, but in the realization that those who excel are often even more industrious. Unbeknownst to the assistant, Lu Ming's possession of the investment return analysis technique alleviates the burdens of labor. After perusing several project proposals, he swiftly dismissed them, deeming them either outdated or lacking in creativity. However, upon picking up the next project proposal, he found himself momentarily stunned, for it was nothing short of a screenplay. Lu Ming found himself in a perplexing situation as the director when Chung Ming approached him for film investment. He conducted a thorough analysis of the investment return rates and was astonished to discover that this film was indeed a profitable venture. With an investment of 100 million, the projected profit soared to 500 million. Lu Ming promptly set the film script aside and handed it over to Xiang Wenchu, suggesting that the cultural media company should proceed with the investment. As the saying goes, one should never miss out on an opportunity to profit. Subsequently, Lu Ming delved into entrepreneurial projects, sifting through over 100 proposals, all of which were destined for losses. It was indeed true that 9 out of 10 startups fail, a statement that proved entirely accurate. Moreover, equity investment demanded a keen eye for potential. Just then, Lu Ming stumbled upon an extraordinary project boasting a return rate in the thousands. It was an artificial intelligence initiative named Mo Sure, focused on text-generated videos. Lu Ming marveled at his fortune. Such exceptional projects are rare gems, truly hard to come by. Chapter 159. A billion-dollar gamble. Recently, ChatGPT has gained significant popularity, consequently spurring numerous AI projects. Among these is a text-to-video AI tool. However, the current market offerings primarily involve adapting images and dynamic videos based on text, culminating in a rather rudimentary assembly of content. Yet, the Magic Vision AI before Lu Ming represents a genuine innovation in generating new videos from text. It must be acknowledged that this technology is remarkably advanced. In the realm of AI, the industry leaders are predominantly foreign companies. Presently, domestic AI tools either resort to gimmicks or merely mimic existing models. Notably, analyses indicate that the Magic Vision AI project boasts a return on investment period of merely 6 months. Lu Ming promptly retrieved this entrepreneurial project proposal and resumed his research. However, most remaining projects seemed to be unprofitable ventures. Initially, Lu Ming believed there were no worthwhile projects left. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a mobile game project featuring adorable pets that promised returns in the hundreds of times, with a profit realization period of just 3 months. This reminded him of a recently popular mobile game, Sheep's Gambit, which initially required only 500,000 in development costs, but subsequently exploded in popularity, generating a staggering 1 billion in revenue. This illustrates how, in the internet era, miraculous achievements can arise at any moment, with the wheels of fate poised to turn unpredictably. Before long, 2 months had swiftly passed, ushering in a new year. On this New Year's Day, the official website and social media channels of Jiu Chuang Investment simultaneously announced the first batch of entrepreneurial projects, totaling 5. The foremost among them was the Dragon Rising Browser Domestic Kernel Development Project. The second was the Magic Vision AI Artificial Intelligence Software Project. The third featured the mobile game project with adorable pets. The fourth was a food and beverage product project, and the fifth was a trendy clothing project. Upon the announcement of these 5 investment projects, a wave of discussion erupted online, particularly surrounding the first 2 ventures. Most netizens and venture capitalists expressed admiration for Lu Ming's audacity regarding the first project, yet remained skeptical of its prospects. As for the second project, fellow investors declared that this sector was undoubtedly a lost cause, asserting that no amount of capital could yield significant impact, as it simply could not compete with the established foreign giants. Following the unveiling of these 5 projects, prominent venture capitalist Lon Yuntao took to Weibo once more. Regrettably, I must convey a few truths to Lu Ming. First, the browser project you invested in was one I chose to abandon. Second, the Magic Vision AI project was also forsaken by Homu Capital. Third, the third project, a mere casual game, can be produced by many teams in a single day. The era of profiting from such games has passed. Fourth, do you still dare to invest in food and beverage? This domain is predominantly monopolized by industry giants, isn't it? Fifthly, the trend of investing in fashion is quite amusing. I have yet to hear of a unicorn company in the apparel sector. Lan Yuntao raised doubts regarding Lu Ming's 5 projects, and his words carry considerable weight in the industry. Consequently, numerous venture capital peers have also emerged to mock and deride Lu Ming's investments. In no time, Lu Ming's projects became a hot topic, even trending online. However, Lu Ming remained unfazed by the ridicule from his fellow investors. As the saying goes, the true strength of a horse is known over a long distance, and the profitability of a project will reveal itself with time. On the other hand, Xia Yuxing appeared somewhat unsettled. Lu Ming was in his office perusing the entrepreneurial project plans when Xia Yuxing stormed in, visibly agitated. "Oh, my dear, what's the matter?" Lu Ming inquired with curiosity. Xia Yuxing retorted, "Is Lan Yutao suffering from some delusion? He is entitled to express differing investment opinions." But his sarcastic tone is rife with mockery. Just who does he think he is in the venture capital realm? "Huh, my dear, why bother with such remarks? Let us not be upset," Lu Ming consoled her. "He is publicly disparaging my boyfriend. Of course, I am angry." Xia Yuxing crossed her arms, fuming. Lu Ming gently wrapped his arm around her waist, saying, It seems I didn't intend to acknowledge such comments, but if it has angered my wife, then I must respond." "What do you intend to do?" Xia Yuxing asked, perplexed. Lu Ming then pulled out his phone and opened Weibo, where he spotted the trending topic list, prominently featuring Lan Yuntao's tweet. Without hesitation, Lu Ming clicked to repost, adding the message, "Since you have questioned my investment acumen, Mr. Lan, do you dare to make a wager?" Upon seeing this, Xia Yuxing asked, "Darling, what kind of wager are you proposing?" "Of course, it is to ascertain whether my projects will be profitable," Lu Ming replied with a smile. His tweet sparked excitement among his followers, prompting many to comment and fervently tag Lan Yuntao. 10 minutes later, Lan Yuntao indeed responded. He reposted with the reply, "Little Lu, what wager do you propose?" Lu Ming quickly reposted his reply, "Let us wager on these 5 projects. Within 6 months, I will yield a profit of 100 million. If I lose, I will pay you 100 million. If I win, you owe me 100 million. Let the entire internet bear witness. Do you dare to take the bet?" Regarding these 5 projects, aside from the loading browser and Mosh AI, which have longer return cycles, the remaining 3, mobile games, beverages, and fashion, boast much shorter return periods. The investment in trendy fashion will start generating profits from the 2nd month, while the adorable pet adventure mobile game will become profitable by the 3rd month, yielding substantial returns. By the 4th month, the beverage project will also commence profitability. Within 6 months, the pet mobile game alone could earn well over 100 million. Collectively, the returns from the 3 projects will undoubtedly be even more significant. Xia Yuxing was utterly astonished upon seeing the content shared by Lu Ming. My dear, isn't your wager rather substantial?" "Not at all, just 100 million. Isn't that just child's play? Lan Yuntao would certainly not engage in such a bet with you." "Well, we shall see if Lan Yuntao possesses the courage," Lu Ming replied with a grin. Indeed, once Lu Ming's Weibo post went live, the entire online community erupted in excitement, subsequently placing pressure on Lan Yutao. Everyone was eager to witness whether Lan Yutao would dare to accept the challenge. Lu, the great deity, is indeed formidable, putting 100 million on the line. Yes, but I wonder if Lan Yutao, the master of words, will have the audacity to take the gamble. Haha. Lan Yuntao spoke with such authority, yet where is he now? Has he gone silent, frightened? Some individuals are like that. They can talk a good game, but when it comes to reality, they turn into timid creatures. Chapter 160. The adoration from the female tyrant. At this moment, Lan Yuntao was in his office, nearly infuriated to the point of distortion upon reading the comments from netizens on Weibo. He promptly replied to Lu Ming, "Xiao Lu, since you wish to wager, I shall accept this bet. Let us establish a rule. Whoever reneges once the outcome is revealed shall be deemed the fool." Before long, Lu Ming noticed Lan Yuntao's response, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. The moment Lan Yuntao accepted Lu Ming's wager of 100 million, the entire internet erupted in discussion. "What? Lan Yuntao truly agreed to bet with you?" Xia Yuxing initially believed that this cunning old fox would never concede, yet she was astonished to find he had indeed acquiesced. "Just wait, my dear. Soon enough, Lan Yuntao shall be proven wrong." Lu Ming's spirits soared. However, Xia Yuxing felt a twinge of concern, although she trusted Lu Ming's judgment. The wager spanned half a year, a rather brief period for an innovative startup to turn a profit. What if Lu Ming were to lose after 6 months? Yet, observing Lu Ming's confident demeanor eased her worries. For, based on her understanding of him, He appeared impulsive, yet he always possessed a certain assurance before undertaking any venture. For instance, when Lu Ming aimed to tame wild horses on the vast prairie, Xia Yuxing had thought it merely a whim. Yet, to her astonishment, Lu Ming succeeded in taming the horses. Ding. System task issued. Achieve equity investments in 10 companies. Task completion reward, 1 lucky fragment. Lu Ming was filled with delight. Another task for lucky fragments had arrived. Ever since he learned that the system's lucky fragment integration was akin to black technology, he eagerly anticipated tasks that rewarded these fragments. My dear, I must work overtime tonight, Lu Ming declared, tapping on the hundreds of entrepreneurial project proposals spread across the table. Given that foreign exchange trading was currently paused for a low-profile period, the evening provided ample time to analyze these ventures. Xia Yuxin was taken aback and could not help but embrace him, saying, "Darling, you are already so successful, yet you still work so hard." Huh? Lu Ming was somewhat bewildered and asked, "Do you consider me a successful person?" "Of course." Xia Yuxing shot him a glance, replying, "If you are not successful, then who is?" No, 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 Lu Ming said earnestly. "I feel I am still far from success. One cannot measure it solely by wealth." Xia Yuxing inquired, "Then by what measure?" "I aspire to invest further in technology companies to foster the development of our nation's technological advancement. I also wish to strive harder to create more job opportunities for our fellow citizens. Additionally, I hope to contribute to the economic growth of our motherland." Lu Ming spoke passionately. Hearing these words touched Xia Yuxing deeply. He was indeed the man she had fallen in love with. "Darling, I find myself increasingly in awe of you." "In awe of me? Then how about you join me for overtime tonight?" Lu Ming grasped her hand. With a cheerful laugh, Xia Yuxin remarked, "All right, I'll accompany you for overtime. You can review the project documents while I indulge in a game of League of Legends on your computer." Lu Ming responded, "Oh, then I must partake in a match as well." On January 17th, at Jiuying Company, a high-level executive meeting convened that morning. The agenda focused on determining the year-end bonuses for all employees. During the meeting, the finance manager presented the bonus distribution plan to each executive. Lu Ming glanced over the proposal, noting that the majority of Jiuying Capital's year-end bonuses amounted to 5 months' salary. In truth, a 5-month salary as a year-end bonus is considered quite generous within the industry, while some major internet firms may offer bonuses of up to 9 months. Such instances are exceedingly rare. "Mr. Lu, what are your thoughts?" Xia Yuxing inquired. Lu Ming chuckled. "Our Jiuying Capital is already a leading private equity firm. Everyone knows we've made a profit this year, so distributing these bonuses might seem rather stingy. It could invite ridicule." He continued, "I believe we could enhance this further." Xia Yuxin concurred. Lu Ming stated, "Currently, the year-end bonuses at top-tier internet companies are remarkably high. Given our company's commendable performance this year, we should provide our employees with substantial benefits. Let us set the bonus at 12 months' salary." What? All the executives were taken aback. A 12-month salary as a year-end bonus meant that employees would receive a total of 24 months' salary within a year. In the next moment, all the executives erupted into applause for Lu Ming. He waved his hand, saying, "In running a company, we should steer clear of that cliché motivational rhetoric. Our employees have worked diligently throughout the year. Rewarding them with additional compensation is of utmost importance." "Mr. Lu, you are magnificent." Some executives couldn't help but flatter him. Lu Ming added, "Furthermore, we should enable our employees to truly savor life. Henceforth, let us increase the number of vacation days this year." With a smile, Xia Yuxing asked, "So, Mr. Lu, how many days of vacation are you planning to grant the employees?" Lu Ming replied, "Let us commence the holiday from the 25th, just in time for the Little New Year, and resume work after the Lantern Festival." Well, the room erupted in excitement. Calculating the days, from the 25th until the end of the Lantern Festival, employees would enjoy a full 22 days off. That's nearly half a month of vacation. What company offers such a lengthy break? Subsequently, Lu Ming gestured for silence, and the room fell quiet. He smiled. "Before you celebrate too much, I have another proposal. Let us amend our working hours for next year, changing the end of the workday from 5:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m., allowing for an earlier departure." Huh. Everyone was stunned. What a delightful surprise, one after another. Lu Ming continued, "Now, I must clarify that these are merely suggestions. We must defer to General Manager Xia regarding their implementation." In that instant, all eyes turned towards Xia Yuxing. Xia Yuxing smiled and declared, "I wholeheartedly agree with the implementation of the suggestions proposed by Lu Ming." At that moment, an enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd. Xiaoyushin and Lu Ming exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a moment of silent understanding. In truth, the three recommendations put forth by Lu Ming had already been discussed privately with Xiaoyushin beforehand. As the saying goes, there are no secrets in the realm of the internet. The following day, Geoing Capital announced an end-of-year bonus equivalent to 12-month salary, along with 22 days of annual leave and a new work schedule for the upcoming year. These three reforms swiftly spread across the internet. In an instant, Geoing Capital surged to the top of trending topics, earning widespread acclaim from the public. Lu Ming, as the proprietor of Geoing Capital, was hailed as the most conscientious and respectful entrepreneur in the eyes of many. However, at that moment, Lu Ming was contemplating another matter entirely. Chapter 161. The plan for a world of two with my wife. Lu Ming entered the CEO's office, where Xiaoyushin was diligently occupied with the year-end financial summaries and calculations. "Ah, my dear wife, you are quite busy these days," he remarked. "With the year drawing to a close, there's much to attend to," she replied. "By the way, have you checked Weibo today?" he asked with a playful grin. "I have. You are now being hailed as the most personable entrepreneur," she chuckled. With a smile, Lu Ming prepared 2 cups of coffee, presenting one to Xiaoyushin. "Honey, we have a holiday on the 25th. Do you have any plans?" "Plans?" Xiaoyushin paused, contemplating before responding. "I don't have anything in mind." "Do you know what day the 25th is?" Lu Ming prompted. "What day?" "It's the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, your birthday," Lu Ming reminded her. Realization dawned on Xiaoyushin as she slapped her forehead. "Oh, I completely forgot. My dear, last year you celebrated your birthday so modestly that I ended up making you longevity noodles. Do you have any wishes for this year?" "I don't have any particular wishes. As long as you are by my side, that's enough for me." Xiaoyushin was easily contented. "That's simply one do. How about this? Since the 25th is just a week before the new year, let us go on a trip and enjoy our world of two," Lu Ming suggested eagerly. "That sounds great. You can decide. But there aren't many suitable travel destinations in winter, are there? Let us go to the South Sea Island. The weather will be pleasant, just what we need to escape the cold," Lu Ming proposed. "All right, it's settled then." Having finalized the travel plans with Xiaoyushin, Lu Ming returned to his office to book the tickets in advance. He then began making phone calls, quietly initiating his secret plans. In the afternoon, Lu Ming visited the cultural company again, opening the entrepreneurial project proposal. The system required investment in 10 companies, and he had only completed 5 so far. He needed to expedite his progress. At that moment, his assistant knocked on the door. "Come in, Mr. Lu. There is a gentleman named Wen Qingming at the front desk who wishes to see you." "Wen Qingming?" He mentioned that he submitted an entrepreneurial project proposal to our company. But since the response time has lapsed, he has not heard back and would like to confirm in person if the project has been declined. Lu Ming recalled that Wen Qingming had indeed submitted a project proposal, which was actually a movie script. He had placed it in his drawer, intending to pass it on to Xiang Wenchu once he was less busy. However, amidst his hectic schedule, he had completely forgotten about the script. "Please bring Wen Qingming in." "Understood, Mr. Lu." Soon, the assistant ushered Wen Qingming into the office. "Hello, Mr. Lu." Wen Qingming entered, appearing somewhat apprehensive. "Wen Qingming, right? Please, have a seat." Lu Ming gestured toward the sofa. He observed Wen Qingming, noting that the young man was not particularly old. "Mr. Lu, I'm fine standing." Wen Qingming exhibited a palpable tension. Lu Ming, with a smile, reassured him, "Qingming, there is no need to be anxious. Are you perhaps inquiring about the film script?" "Yes, Mr. Lu. Is my film project doomed to failure?" Wen Qingming struggled to contain his unease. Lu Ming chuckled. "Qingming, I have perused your script. It is an animated film narrative, and the storyline is quite commendable. However, the market for animated films has become exceedingly challenging, particularly for a novice director such as yourself. What compelled you to select such a subject matter?" "Mr. Lu, it may be a fixation of mine," Wen Qingming replied. "A fixation?" "Indeed," he continued. "Mr. Lu, if we observe the current landscape of foreign animations, whether from Marvel or DC, they are performing remarkably well in the cinematic arena. Yet, I believe that our Eastern cultural narratives possess a richness and content that surpasses that of foreign works. Thus, I aspire to create several animated universes rooted in our Eastern cultural themes and introduce them to the global audience." Lu Ming was taken aback, surprised to discover that Wen Qingming harbored such grand ambitions. Moreover, his fervor for his dream was palpable. The wealth of intellectual properties within Chinese Eastern culture is certainly ripe for exploration. Traditional mythologies and popular fantasy tales offer splendid thematic material. Ding. He promptly activated his talent analysis technique on Wen Xingming. To his astonishment, Wen Xingming's talent index in animation exceeded 1,000. Generally, a talent index above 500 is considered exceptional. But Wen Xingming's prowess reached an astonishing level of 1,000, marking him as a prodigious genius. It was evident that Wen Xingming was destined to shine brightly in the realm of animated films. Ding. System task initiated. Invest in an animated film. Completion reward. 1 lottery draw. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. He had intended to secure investment from the cultural company, but now a system task had presented itself as well. Following this, Wen Xingming elaborated on his vision for the animated film. Once he concluded, Lu Ming smiled and remarked, "Xingming, I greatly admire your vision. I have decided to invest in your animated film." "Really? Is that true, Mr. Lu?" Wen Xingming was overwhelmed with joy. As a newcomer in the industry who had chosen the animated film path, he had faced numerous challenges in securing investment for his completed script over the past 3 years, especially in a field fraught with financial risks. The prospect of Lu Ming investing in his film invigorated him immensely, though disbelief lingered, prompting him to inquire again. "Indeed. It is true," Lu Ming affirmed. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Wen Xingming's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. Lu Ming then inquired, "Xingming, you have yet to sign with the company. I own a cultural media firm that is also poised to invest in films. Would you be willing to sign with us?" "Mr. Lu, I would be honored," Wen Xingming replied without hesitation. "Haha, Xingming, you agreed without even inquiring about the conditions. Are you not afraid I might sell you out?" Lu Ming could not resist teasing. "Director Lu, as long as you allow me to produce an animated film, I wouldn't mind if you sold me," Wen Xingming replied with utmost sincerity. "Once you sign a contract with the company, you won't have to seek investments elsewhere for your films. We will handle the investment ourselves, allowing you to focus solely on content creation. As for the terms, rest assured, I won't bind you with rigid clauses or lengthy contracts lasting 10 or 20 years. If you wish to leave, you can terminate the agreement at any time." Director Lu. Wen Xingming was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes, at a loss for words. Lu Ming chuckled and said, "All right, Xingming. A man should shed blood, but not tears. Come on, let me take you to the cultural company." Chapter 162. The pungent odor of love. Lu Ming escorted Wen Xingming to Mingxing Cultural Media Company, introducing him to Xiang Wenchu. Xiang Wenchu was taken aback by Lu Ming's unexpected arrival with a film director who was to be signed under the company. After settling Wen Xingming in, Xiang Wenchu had a private conversation with Lu Ming. "President Lu, while our company is open to investing in films, we are rather deficient in the operational, distribution, and promotional aspects within the industry." Xiang Wenchu raised a concern. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. "That is indeed an issue, but fear not. I will seek out a co-distribution company." "Are you referring to Fu Shuai?" Xiang Wenchu immediately thought of him. "Precisely," Lu Ming smiled. Without further ado, that very evening, Lu Ming took Xiang Wenchu along to meet Fu Shuai for a drink. The trio chose a fine establishment, indulging in both alcohol and conversation. "Fu, what have you been up to lately?" Lu Ming inquired. Fu Shuai sighed. I've been rather troubled of late." "Troubled? What is the matter? Did some actress upset you again?" Lu Ming couldn't resist a jest. "Haha," Xiang Wenchu chuckled at the exchange. Fu Shuai grimaced. "Oh, Lao Lu, please spare me the jokes. I am genuinely distressed. I recently invested in a film, and just as we finished editing, the male lead's reputation collapsed." Lu Ming couldn't contain his laughter. "You know, it's not easy for us in the film industry. These male artists can be quite reckless with his downfall. I've poured so much money into the film. It's all going down the drain." Fu Shuai lamented. "Invested a significant amount?" Lu Ming asked. "This is a sci-fi blockbuster. With an investment in the hundreds of millions," Fu Shuai replied. "Is there no way to salvage it?" Lu Ming probed. "Well, there is a solution. With today's advanced special effects technology, the quickest fix would be a head replacement through special effects. However, that would be quite costly," Fu Shuai explained. "What's the title of your film project?" Lu Ming couldn't help but question. "The Extraordinary Mecha Squad of the Apocalypse." Lu Ming exclaimed. "What a name. It reeks of failure." He immediately commenced an analysis of the investment return, deducing that the project was destined for loss. "Old Fu, the moment I heard that title, I sensed it would be a financial flop. Perhaps you should conserve your funds and invest in other films instead," Lu Ming advised. I am indeed conflicted. If I spend on special effects without recouping, I will incur even greater losses," Fu Shuai lamented, lifting his glass. "Old Fu, I happen to have a promising script ready for investment. How about you join in, and we co-distribute together? Lu Ming proposed directly. Really? Fu Shuai looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. Wait a moment. Lao Lu, you're venturing into film investment? You're the big shot in finance. When did you take an interest in our modest film industry? Haha. Lu Ming said, look at what you're saying. I must support the cultural and entertainment industry. All right, old Lu. I will definitely co-invest in the movie you're backing, Fu Shuai readily agreed. Hey, old Fu, you haven't even read the script. And you're already on board? Aren't you afraid of losing money? Lose money? Old Lu, you are the most astute businessman I know. Any project you endorse is bound to be profitable. You're offering me a chance to co-distribute. How could I be foolish enough to decline? Fu Shuai declared this. Yet his thoughts echoed the same sentiment. After all, Lu Ming had an illustrious track record in making money. Furthermore, even if it were to incur losses, Fu Shuai would still consent, as not everyone has the opportunity to collaborate with Lu Ming. As the saying goes, small businesses thrive on hard work. Medium enterprises rely on connections, while large ventures depend on resources. Unquestionably, Lu Ming had established himself as a man of substantial resources. Thus, the partnership was swiftly forged. On January 24th, the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, it marked the last working day for Jiaoying capital. Per their plan, Lu Ming and Xia Yushin would board a flight that evening, heading directly to an island, where they would check into a sea view room at a 5-star hotel in Yalong Bay. At noon, Lu Ming entrusted his 2 dogs, Hammer and Orange, to their classmate, El Fei home. After work in the afternoon, Lu Ming and Xia Yushin returned home to pack their luggage before proceeding to the airport. Throughout the journey, Xia Yushin was in high spirits. Their previous trip had been a company team-building excursion. This time, however, it was a private getaway for just the 2 of them. They would be lounging on beach chairs, sipping drinks by the seaside. How delightful that would be. By the way, darling, I heard you invested in a movie? Xia Yushin inquired with curiosity. Yes, a new director submitted an animated film script. I reviewed it, and the plot and content were commendable. So I decided to give him a chance, Lu Ming explained. Oh, I thought you were making a movie to promote some actress, Xia Yushin joked. Lu Ming wrapped his arm around her and replied, if I were to promote an actress, I would be quite deranged. My girlfriend is so beautiful. No actress could capture my attention. Oh, really? Xia Yushin's eyes sparkled. Of course it's true. Then who is your girlfriend? Why? It's the lovely beauty right in front of me, he declared. With a burst of laughter, they embraced, perhaps embodying the sweet scent of love. After disembarking the plane, Xia Yushin retrieved a pair of sunglasses from her bag and handed them to Lu Ming. Here you go, dear Mr. Lu. Put these on. Huh? I'm wearing sunglasses at night. Lu Ming was taken aback. Xia Yushin chuckled. Aren't we headed to the hotel? You're a celebrity now. I'm worried about you being photographed. Lu Ming pulled her closer and said, darling, you're overthinking it. We aren't celebrities. The paparazzi aren't that idle. They arrived at the hotel and proceeded with the check-in process. This time, Lu Ming has reserved a luxurious presidential suite, complete with an entertainment room, kitchen, dining area, swimming pool, and even a private butler. Good day, Mr. Lu. I am your sweet butler, Jason. Please feel free to summon me for anything you may require, he stated. Lu Ming replied, Jason, tomorrow is my girlfriend's birthday. I would like to prepare longevity noodles for her in the morning. Please ensure the ingredients are delivered by 6 o'clock. Of course, Mr. Lu. Would you like me to provide a wake-up service as well? Jason inquired. No need. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Subsequently, butler Jason escorted Lu Ming and Xia Yushin upstairs. Upon arriving at the suite, Jason handed over the room card, saying, Mr. Lu, here is your room card. There is a one-touch butler service device inside. Do not hesitate to call upon me whenever necessary. Understood, Lu Ming nodded. Only then did butler Jason take his leave. Lu Ming and Xia Yushin swiped their card and entered the suite. Darling, are you tired? Shall we take a shower? Chapter 163. The sorceress transforms into a bouncing little girl. Xia Yushin suggested. Why don't you go first? Lu Ming led her to the bathing room. Pointing towards the spacious double bathtub, he said, Look, this tub is for 2. We can enjoy a bath together. Xia Yushin gazed at the bathtub, realizing it was indeed meant for 2 and quite ample. However, the prospect of bathing with Lu Ming made her feel somewhat bashful. Are we really going to bathe together? She stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Ming wrapped his arm around her, lifted her chin with a playful smile. Oh, my dear wife, why shy away? Haven't we already laid bare our hearts and shared the same bed? That's different. The lights were off then. Haha, what is there to be shy about? Come on, go fetch my bathing supplies. All right. Lu Ming cheerfully scampered off to retrieve the bathing essentials. Under the soft glow of the lights, it was the first time Lu Ming saw Xia Yuxing so clearly. He mused that perhaps he should visit the pharmacy tomorrow for some herbal remedies. As he felt a bit overheated, Xia Yuxing felt his gaze upon her, making her shy. She began to create a plethora of bubbles in the bathtub and lay back, giggling as the bubbles enveloped her. Suddenly, a loud splash echoed. Xia Yuxing, feigning ignorance, remarked, "What was that? Is there a fish in the tub?" "It's not a fish. It's a dragon," Lu Ming replied, a sheepish smile on his face. Haha, narcissist, Xia Yuxing burst into laughter. The following morning, the butler arrived at 6 o'clock with the ingredients. Lu Ming woke up 10 minutes early to freshen up and, after receiving the ingredients, headed to the kitchen to wash and prepare the vegetables. He then ascended the stairs to rouse Xia Yuxing. "Darling, time to brush your teeth and wash your face." He approached and pinched her cheeks gently. With her eyes still closed, Xia Yuxing playfully whined, "Hubby, hug me." "All right, come here." Lu Ming embraced her warmly. "This is all your fault. I didn't sleep well last night." "Why not? Was it my fault that my hands were restless? How could anyone sleep soundly?" Xia Yuxing pouted. "Haha, can you blame me? It's just my nature." "Humph, I'll punish you by making you carry me to the bathroom. I need to go." "Sure, no problem, come here." Lu Ming sat on the edge of the bed and patted his shoulders. Xia Yuxing wrapped her arms around his neck, and he carried her to the bathroom. Afterward, she began her morning routine while Lu Ming returned to the kitchen to prepare longevity noodles. "Wow, it smells amazing." Once Xia Yuxing finished washing up, she entered the kitchen and was greeted by a rich aroma. "You know, this hotel has provided quite a variety of ingredients," Lu Ming remarked as he plated the noodles. "Wow, my appetite is awakened," Xia Yuxing exclaimed as she brought the noodles to the dining table, ready to indulge. The two engaged in delightful conversation while savoring their meal. "Dear, what are our plans after we finish our meal?" asked Xia Yuxing. "Once we finish eating, let's take a stroll on the beach." "Sounds great. We'll change into our forever and always matching beach outfits." Xia Yuxing had already prepared for this. She had purchased the matching beach attire long ago, but had yet to find an opportunity to wear it. Xia Yuxing donned a floral dress, while Lu Ming sported floral shorts paired with a floral t-shirt. Together, they exuded the essence of a summer beach vibe, even though it was winter. As they stepped out of the hotel, the temperature was pleasantly mild, neither too cold nor too warm, creating a comfortable ambience. "Wow, it's a bit of an adjustment. I'm so accustomed to wearing a down jacket in Yanbei," Xia Yuxing remarked, stretching languidly. It seemed many people had come to escape the winter chill. "Look at how crowded the beach is at this hour," Lu Ming pointed out. Indeed, it was quite bustling. The two strolled along the beach, with the gentle sea breeze brushing against them. "La la la," Xia Yuxing sang cheerfully while skipping along the shore. Observing her, Lu Ming felt a wave of emotions. In this moment, Xia Yuxing was no longer the corporate president or an urban elite. She transformed into a carefree little girl, bouncing joyfully. Suddenly, a little girl approached, carrying a flower basket. "Big brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Why not buy her a bouquet?" Lu Ming crouched down and asked the girl. "All right, little one. How much for a bouquet of roses?" 5 yuan and 2 jiao, the little girl replied. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Subsequently, Lu Ming scanned a code and purchased a bouquet of roses, which he handed to Xia Yuxing. She brought it to her nose and inhaled deeply. It was quite fragrant. However, just then, another little boy ran over and said, "Big brother, your girlfriend is so pretty. I have beautiful hairpins. Would you like to give her one?" The little boy also carried a small basket. "Little friend, how much is each hairpin?" Lu Ming inquired. 13 yuan and 1 jiao, the boy replied. "All right, I'll pick one." Lu Ming chose a hairpin and scanned the payment code, after which the boy scampered away. "Come here, beautiful girlfriend. Let me put this hairpin in your hair," he said, adorning Xia Yuxing's hair with the pin. Xia Yuxing chuckled. "Goodness, these children are quite entrepreneurial, selling everything from 520 to 1314. Unexpectedly, a few more boys and girls approached, all eager to sell small gifts, including earrings, bracelets, hair ties, lip balm, and lipstick. Xia Yuxing suddenly found this peculiar. As they continued their walk along the beach, she wondered why there were so many children around. Just then, she spotted a familiar figure on the beach ahead. "Lu Ming, look at that woman's silhouette. It seems so familiar, almost like Wanqing." "Really? Is it Sister Wanqing?" Lu Ming replied. "That silhouette resembles her so closely, and I've seen that floral dress before." I must go take a closer look. Xia Yuxing quickened her pace and rushed ahead. At that moment, the woman in front turned around, and to her surprise, it was indeed Zhu Wanqing. Wanqing, Xia Yuxing exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Ah, Shengsheng, what a coincidence. Zhu Wanqing greeted with a cheerful wave. Xia Yuxing furrowed her brows and asked, what coincidence? Didn't you say just yesterday that you would be staking out to catch thieves these days? Haha. I was just teasing you. I'm actually on vacation, Zhu Wanqing chuckled lightly. You rascal. You went on vacation without informing me and sneakily came here. Wait. Who are you with? I came with Hehe. Hehe? Where is she? She over there. Zhu Wanqing pointed. Before them, beneath a sunshade, Jean Hehe reclined on a beach chair, adorned with a sun hat, cradling a coconut in her hands, sipping coconut water through a straw. Chapter 164. A surprising proposal on the beach. Hey, both of you are here. Xia Yuxing exclaimed as she rushed over to greet Jian Hehe. To her astonishment, she noticed a middle-aged couple seated at a table enjoying juice beside Jian Hehe's beach chair. The man wore sunglasses while the woman sported a pair of shades. Yet, Xia Yuxing recognized them immediately. They were her parents. Dad, Mom. Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Xia Wanqing put down the newspaper he was holding and chuckled. Haha. It's no surprise that my daughter recognized me right away. Xingxing definitely recognized me first. Song Jiawen laughed as she turned around. Xia Yuxing approached them, still in shock. Mom and Dad, why are you here on South Island too? What is this? If you young folks can travel, your mother and I can't enjoy a vacation? Xia Wanqing asked with a smile. Exactly, your father and I are here for a holiday, Song Jiawen chimed in. What is going on today? This is so strange. Xia Yuxing turned around and noticed Zhu Wanqing and Jian Hehe whispering to each other, adding to her confusion. Where is Lu Ming? She suddenly realized. Having lost sight of Lu Ming, who had been with her. Daughter, what are you looking for? Song Jiawen inquired. I'm looking for Lu Ming, Xia Yuxing replied. Scanning the area but finding no sign of him. Mom, Dad, please wait here for a moment. I'll check where Lu Ming is gone. She began to walk away but was unexpectedly tripped. Looking down, she saw that she had stumbled over the ankle of a young man lounging on the beach. His cap pulled over his face. I'm so sorry. She hurriedly apologized. Haha. Sis, why are you apologizing to me? The young man suddenly sat up, removing his cap, revealing himself to be her younger brother, Xia Hanyuan. Hanyuan, what are you doing here? Xia Yuxing's eyes widened in surprise. Haha, sis. It's not just me here. There are others too. You should look around more carefully, Xia Hanyuan teased. Others? Who? Xia Yuxing scanned the area. Suddenly, she spotted a well-dressed middle-aged couple under a nearby pavilion. Uncle Aunt, Xia Yuxing exclaimed, her heart filled with joy. She had lived with her grandmother previously and had a close relationship with her uncle and aunt, who lived in a rural town and were only seen during the holidays. Hey, Xingxing, why are you still so thin? Her aunt teased, linking arms with her. Where is the truth in that? Uncle, Aunt, are you on holiday here too? Xia Yuxing eagerly asked. At that moment, Xia Hanyuan joined them, laughing. Oh, my silly sister, haven't you figured it out yet? What do you mean? Xia Yuxing's expression turned puzzled. At this moment, Xia Wanqing, Song Jiawen, Zhu Wanqing, and Jian Hehe approached. Xia Yuxing inquired, did you all arrange this together? Without answering her, Xia Wanqing replied, Shengsheng, look behind you. As she turned around, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. There, she spotted Lu Ming's parents, Lu Wenyao and Su Yufan, approaching with smiles. Uncle Lu, Aunt Su, Xia Yuxing quickly greeted them. Although her mind was in a haze, the sight of these familiar faces sparked a realization within her. It must have been Lu Ming who brought them all here. Everyone gathered around, smiling warmly at Xia Yuxing. Understanding dawned upon her. Just then, the soft strains of a familiar piano piece, Wedding in a Dream, resonated through the speakers. Lu Ming, truly, wants to marry me. Xia Yuxing felt a rush of both shock and joy, quickly looking around for Lu Ming's figure. Sister, look to the left. Xia Hanyuan suddenly exclaimed. Turning her gaze leftward, she saw Dong Era and did Zhu Pai Pai sprinting towards her. Oh my goodness. Xia Yuxing was ecstatic, her eyes shimmering with tears. Lu Ming had even brought Hammer and Pai Pai here. Behind them was a group of familiar faces, friends of both her and Lu Ming. Hammer and Pai Pai raced up, wagging their tails affectionately. Xia Yuxing knelt down to pet them. Just then, the gentle music from the beach abruptly ceased, and the crowd fell silent. Standing up, Xia Yuxing looked forward and saw Lu Ming, one hand holding a bouquet of flowers and the other grasping a microphone. As a beautiful prelude began to play, Lu Ming lifted the microphone and began to sing. How many crossroads have I crossed? How many sighs have I heard? I took this seriously, while you remained bewildered. This feeling of confusion, I believe everyone has experienced. Fortunately, I can share your troubles. Xia Yuxing's eyes suddenly became misty, filled with tears. Lu Ming reached the climax of the song. If you don't know which way to go tomorrow, will you stay by my side and be my wife? As the melody filled the air, Lu Ming stepped closer, extending his hand towards Xia Yuxing. Thrilled, she reached out, their hands clasping tightly together. By the end of the song, Xia Yuxing was in tears. Lu Ming gently wiped her tears away, saying, Miss Xia Yuxing, we have been in love for a year now. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Being in love with you is the most romantic thing I could ever experience. But mere romance is not enough. I wish for this romance to last a lifetime. I want to marry you, to love you forever, to protect you forever, to cherish you forever, and to share a lifetime of love with you. Miss Xia Yuxing, will you marry me? As he spoke, Lu Ming knelt on one knee and pulled out a ring from his pocket. Xia Yuxing nodded fervently, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Mr. Lu Ming, I do. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. The family and friends gathered around erupted into enthusiastic applause. In that moment, Lu Ming stood up, joyfully lifting Xia Yuxing and spinning her in a circle of love. Xia Yuxing hurriedly exclaimed, Hey, don't rush with the spinning. You still need to put the ring on my finger. Her playful words elicited laughter from the crowd. Only then did Lu Ming gently set her down and adorn her with the ring. The familiar melody of the piano piece Wedding in a Dream filled the air once more. Jian Hehe, moved to tears, resembled a rain-soaked pear blossom. Sister Wanqing. This scene is so touching, she remarked. Zhu Wanqing earnestly replied, Indeed, Shengsheng has found her own happiness, and I am truly delighted for her. Jian Hehe added, Yes, Shenshen's happiness has begun. Perhaps mine will soon follow suit. Zhu Wanqing chuckled and said, Hehe, you never miss a chance to steer the conversation, do you? Chapter 165. You are now my fiancé, as Lu Ming proposed. The grand beach party commenced, meticulously arranged by a professional planning company. On this day, Xia Yuxing felt as if she were in a dream. After the festivities concluded, the couple returned to their hotel room. Xia Yuxing linked her arm with Lu Ming's and inquired, Lu Ming, this can't be a dream, can it? How could it be a dream? If you doubt it, just pinch yourself, he replied. Oh, Xia Yuxing extended her hand and pinched his waist. Goodness, you have quite a strong grip. Lu Ming winced in pain, baring his teeth. Ha, it truly isn't a dream, she chuckled. How could it be? You have no idea how much I secretly prepared for this without you noticing. Lu Ming teased as he playfully pinched her nose. Indeed, you were with me every day, and I had no clue. This is all thanks to Sister Wanqing. She assisted me with some of the arrangements. You sly one. No wonder you suddenly wanted to take me on a trip, he laughed. Ha. Our parents are here too, allowing them to enjoy a vacation as well. Lu Ming, thank you. Xia Yuxing embraced him tightly. Silly girl. What is there to thank me for? Furthermore, you are now my fiancé. Shouldn't you adjust your address? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow playfully. All right, husband. Xia Yuxing responded tenderly. Ah, how delightful that sounds. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Before long, the hotel steward delivered an assortment of fruits, desserts, snacks, and red wine. The two settled on the sofa, indulging in fruits while watching television, sipping red wine, thoroughly relishing the moment. After finishing a movie, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Oh dear, it's 10 o'clock, husband, shall we take a shower? Yes, let us go. They headed to the shower together. Once they finished bathing and lay down, Lu Ming naturally felt a surge of heat. Xia Yuxing recalled the earlier words of blessings from Wanqing and Jian He. Realizing that Lu Ming was now her fiancé, how could she bear to see him suffer? Perhaps she should assist him? Husband, are you feeling uncomfortable? Is it true that you used to resolve this by watching videos? No, I've never watched. I have no interest in that. Lu Ming feigned ignorance. Xia Yuxing teased. Ha, you can't deny it. You have several terabytes of resources. Let me tell you, ever since I met you, I haven't watched at all. Watching is fine. I never said you couldn't, he replied. Really? Then what if I watch in the future? Xia Yuxing quickly amended. Actually, never mind. You should just watch me. Lu Ming chuckled. Ha, that's true. My wife is so beautiful and has such a great figure. I can never get enough of her. Husband, how about I help you relieve some of that discomfort? Xia Yuxing murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. What was that? Lu Ming inquired, having caught her words. I said, would you like my assistance? And how might you assist me? With my hands, she replied shyly. Darling, are you serious? She inquired. I fear it may hurt you, but I certainly want tea. He chuckled. No worries. Come, let me teach you. That night, Lu Ming experienced a joy unlike any other. The following morning, the two of them did not rise until 10 o'clock. When Lu Ming went to rouse Xia Yuxing, she murmured, Honey, I wish to sleep a little longer. We must get up. We have a lunch date. Whom are we dining with? Your parents and my parents. What? Xia Yuxing sprang up in surprise. Haha, my dear, your reaction is quite dramatic. When did you arrange this? You didn't mention it last night. Do I have dark circles? She asked anxiously. Lu Ming embraced her, reassuringly saying, Rest assured, you do not. Then I must get up, shower, wash my face, brush my teeth, do my hair, change clothes. It takes quite some time. Xia Yuxing hurriedly rose. Yet upon reaching the bathroom, as she lifted her arm to grab her toothbrush, she suddenly exclaimed in pain. What's wrong? Lu Ming approached with concern. It's your fault. My arm is still sore and my wrist hurts, she pouted at him. Lu Ming smiled sheepishly. You're still laughing. Were you deliberately trying to tease me yesterday? Xia Yuxing shot him a glare. My dear, that is quite an unjust accusation. It's simply a testament to my strength. Narcissist. That one tea do. Perhaps next time, you should rely on your ancestral skills to solve it yourself. How could that be, my love? Let us alternate. Last night was the right hand. Tonight will be the left. You rascal, are you coming back for more tonight? No way. By then, I want to be able to lift either arm. Then, my dear, why not consider a different approach? A different approach? Is there another way? Lu Ming leaned in close to Xia Yuxing and whispered an idea. She playfully retorted, You big wolf, always thinking of ways to tease me. I'm afraid. At noon, in a private room of a 5-star hotel, Lu Ming's parents and Xia Yuxing's parents sat together, along with Xia Haoyuan. Although the families had met the previous day, this meal marked their official first gathering. During the meal, Xia Wanxing and Song Jiawen expressed their admiration and satisfaction with Lu Ming as their son-in-law. Lu Wenyo and Su Yufan continually praised Xia Yuxing as their daughter-in-law. The entire meal was enveloped in a harmonious atmosphere. Unexpectedly, Xia Wanxing and Lu Wenyo began to challenge each other to drink, and soon both were quite inebriated. However, the more they drank, the clearer it was that both were enjoying themselves immensely. Seeing their parents so delighted, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing naturally felt elated as well. After the meal, Xia Yuxing escorted her parents back to their hotel room, while Lu Ming did the same for his. Once back at the hotel, Xia Wanxing collapsed into bed. Song Jiawen laughed. Your father hasn't been this drunk in years. Xia Yuxing remarked. Just now, I couldn't stop them. Song Jiawen replied. Isn't that just a matter of fate with your father-in-law? The two of them were drinking and enjoying themselves. By the way, when do you and Lu Ming plan to get married? Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed as she responded. Oh dear, we haven't even considered that yet. Well, that's something you and Lu Ming should discuss, Song Jiawen continued. By the way, you two have been living together for quite a while now. Is everything harmonious on that front? Xia Yuxing exclaimed. Oh mom, why are you asking this? What is wrong with discussing it? Living together necessitates a thorough understanding, and besides, it pertains to your happiness, Song Jiawen insisted. Xia Yuxing, her face still burning, declared, I'm not discussing this with you anymore. I'm going back to my room. With a laugh, Song Jiawen mused, today's youth are even more bashful than I was. Chapter 166. When will I hold my grandson? In the blink of an eye. The new year arrived. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing spent several days on the island and returned to Tianjin on the 26th of the 12th lunar month. This new year was different. They had moved into a new home. On New Year's Eve, the family gathered to enjoy the reunion dinner. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing video called their parents while dining and conversing. Uncle, Auntie, I wish you a happy new year in advance. Xia Yuxing exclaimed upon seeing Lu Ming's parents on the call, promptly offering her greetings. Su Yufan beamed with joy, saying, Sheng, once you and Lu Ming are married, we can all sit together for dumplings. Indeed, Xia Yuxing replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Lu Ming, amused yet exasperated, could not help but say after hanging up, Mom, just because Yuxing and I are engaged doesn't mean we are rushing to get married. Su Yufan responded, you are already engaged. Why not hasten the wedding? When will I get to hold my grandson? Lu Wenyao interjected, Yufan, the young ones have their own plans. Do you think our son is idle? His company is quite large now, and he has many responsibilities. Regardless of his career, he should marry and have children, Su Yufan retorted dismissively. Lu Wenyao chuckled helplessly and shifted the topic. Son, this year for the new year, your third uncle's son, Shui-kun, is getting married on the third day of the new year. Your uncle and third uncle would like us to return to our hometown on the first day to celebrate together in the evening. Great. Shui-kun is finally getting married. Lu Ming remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Lu Ming's father, Lu Wenyao, hailed from East Shandong, but moved to Tianjin to attend university. After graduating, he met the local Su Yufan, and they married, establishing their life in Tianjin. With the help of Lu Ming's grandparents, they opened a small restaurant. During the time when Lu Ming's grandparents were alive, the family would return to their hometown for the new year on the eve and come back to Tianjin on the second day. After the passing of his grandparents, the family continued the tradition of returning to their hometown for ancestral rites, returning on the same day. Lu Wenyao was the youngest of 5 brothers, the eldest, Lu Wenjuan, the second, Lu Wenhua, the third, Lu Wengang, and the fourth, Lu Wenyou. The brothers shared a deep bond, and when Lu Wenyao was in college, his 4 brothers contributed significantly to his tuition and living expenses, for which he was profoundly grateful. In Lu Ming's generation, there were even more cousins. Uncle Lu Wenjuan had 2 sons and a daughter. Uncle Lu Wenhua had 2 daughters. Uncle Lu Wengang had 2 sons. And Uncle Lu Wenyong had a daughter. Lu Ming was the youngest among them. At this moment, Su Yufan smiled and said, "Son, this year's visit home will be different from last year. Your father has been planning what to wear for the new year since the 12th lunar month." "Such nonsense," Lu Wenyao replied, slightly embarrassed. Lu Ming grinned, fully understanding his father's sentiments. Last year, Lu Ming had driven back in the Bentley he had purchased at the time. However, the elders at home were unaware of the magnitude of Lu Ming's career. They merely knew that he had earned some money. This year, however, was different. Throughout the past year, Lu Ming frequently appeared in the news and trending topics. Now, the elders and relatives back in his hometown were aware that Lu Ming had become a prominent figure. With his son achieving such stature, Lu Wenyou naturally felt a sense of pride. This reflected a shift in his mindset. Su Yufan remarked, "Oh dear, when we return, everyone will know that our son has made a fortune and become a big shot. Will many come seeking loans?" Lu Wenyou replied, "Borrow money? We have not resided in our hometown for years. Those with whom we have little connection would not dare ask for money. What about our son's uncles?" Su Yufan continued to inquire. At that moment, Lu Wenyou was at a loss for words. He had never considered this dilemma. If his brothers genuinely requested financial assistance, he would be uncertain how to respond. At this juncture, Lu Wenyou turned to his son, Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and said, "Dad, when it comes to our own family, you should handle it as you see fit. After all, there is an old saying, 3 borrowings, 2 refusals, aid the urgent, but not the impoverished." The 3 borrowings refer to funding for children's education, medical expenses for family members, and celebrations of significant events. The 2 refusals pertain to those who are lazy, untrustworthy, or engaged in unproductive endeavors. Indeed, adhering to this principle suffices. Lu Wenyou nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he called their hometown to inform them that they would return the following morning. When Lu Ming's uncles learned of their impending visit, they were filled with joy. Lu Ming also opened the Happy Family WeChat group of the Lu clan, sending a group red envelope of 20,000 yuan. As the family members scrambled to claim the substantial amount, the atmosphere became lively. Lu Ming's nieces and nephews all expressed their gratitude to their uncle, while his cousins joined in the excitement. Lu Ming announced, "Brothers and sisters, our family will return tomorrow morning." Eldest brother Lu Shuo responded, "Wonderful." Second brother Lu Shuai added, "Our father has already tidied the house. He has been eagerly awaiting your return." Third brother Lu Shuechao exclaimed, "Haha, I just found out when fifth uncle called my dad." Fourth brother Lu Shuechuan chimed in, "On the eve of the new year, let us enjoy a drink together. This time, no one is allowed to sip soft drinks." Eldest sister Lu Xiaohua laughed, "Haha, tomorrow we shall finally see our dear little brother." Second sister Lu Xiaohao remarked, "This year, I've come across several videos of Ming Ming on Douyin. He has truly become a big star." Third sister Lu Xiaoye corrected her, "Sister, Ming Ming is not just a star, he is a renowned figure." Fourth sister Lu Xiaoyuan added, "Indeed, Ming Ming holds many titles." Observing his siblings' enthusiastic responses, Lu Ming engaged in conversation with them for quite some time. The next day, Lu Ming's family had an early breakfast and drove straight back to their hometown. The journey from Jin City to his hometown via the highway was swift, taking just 2.5 hours, arriving home by 10 a.m. When Lu Ming's Bentley drove into the village, it drew the attention of many villagers. Who could that be, driving a Bentley? You may not know, but I do. That is the fifth child of the Liu family. Are you referring to Liu Wenyao, who has settled in Jin City? Indeed, his son has become an exceedingly wealthy entrepreneur. How remarkable. At the crossroads of the village, the gossip station. The elders are engaged in animated discussions. Naturally, Lu Ming arrived at his uncle Lu Wenjun's residence first. The Liu family, aware of Lu Ming's return, gathered together with several uncles and brothers, creating a lively atmosphere. The cousin's children surrounded the Bentley, examining it with curiosity. Lu Ming opened the trunk of the car, unloading the wine and tobacco he had brought. At that moment, several of Lu Ming's cousins came to assist in carrying the items into the house. Uncle Lu Wenjun, upon seeing the wine and tobacco, broke into a broad smile, exclaiming, "Ah, Maotai and Huazi." Chapter 167. So you are an internet celebrity. Lu Ming opened a pack of cigarettes, offering a few to his uncles, and produced a lighter to ignite them. His uncles were delighted by this gesture. Lu Shiwewu, his eldest cousin, and his wife hurriedly brewed tea. At that moment, Lu Ming's aunt rushed into a nearby room, bringing out a lid to serve dumplings. "Wenyao, Yufin, Ming, you haven't had breakfast, have you? Let me serve you some dumplings." So Yufin quickly intervened, laughing. "Sister-in-law, we came after having breakfast." "Yes, I got up at 4 this morning to make dumplings," Lu Wenyao chimed in with a grin while holding a cigarette. Lu Ming approached and asked with a smile, "And what filling do the dumplings have?" "Pork and chive," she replied. "Excellent. That is my favorite filling. Let us cook them for lunch. I need to have 2 bowls myself." The family erupted in laughter at Lu Ming's remark. The Lu brothers sat in the room, cigarettes in hand, chatting for a while. "Why don't we take a stroll around the village?" Lu Wenyao suggested after sipping his floral tea. In their hometown, it was customary for families to visit one another on the morning of the new year to extend greetings. "Agreed," Uncle Lu Wenjun replied, standing up to put on his coat. Soon, the entire Lu family stepped out to pay their New Year visits. At each household, the elders warmly greeted Lu Wenyao, as everyone was now aware of his successful son. As they wandered through the village, Lu Ming engaged in conversation with his cousins. The eldest cousin, Lu Shiwewu, had not completed elementary school before he began farming with his uncle. Currently, with grain farming proving less profitable, he had planted fruit trees and took on various odd jobs. In rural areas, there were plenty of such tasks, including watering fields, applying pesticides, and pruning branches. The second cousin, Lu Shiwei, rented a storefront in town to install air conditioners in summer and heating stoves in winter, earning a modest living. The third cousin, Lu Shiweichao, had learned a trade in barbering and now owned a barbershop in town. The fourth cousin, Lu Shiwechuan, 3 years older than Lu Ming, worked as a chef in a city restaurant, earning a few thousand each month. "Shiwechuan, you're getting married soon. How did you and your fiancée meet?" Lu Ming asked playfully. "She also works at the hotel. We're colleagues," Lu Shiwechuan replied. "Hey, on the day after tomorrow when you go to pick her up, let Ming Ming's car lead the convoy, a Bentley, so majestic and impressive." Lu Shiweichao interjected. Lu Shiwechuan had the same idea but was too shy to voice it. "Of course, Shiwechuan. I'll follow the convoy. If there is anything you need me to do, just let me know. Our car is convenient." Lu Ming readily agreed. "Wonderful." Lu Shiwechuan beamed. "Wow, a Bentley Bentayga as the lead car for the wedding. That is quite a statement." At that moment, Lu Shiwu curiously inquired, Ming, this car must cost 50 or 60,000, right?" "Brother, what 50 or 60,000? This is a Bentley Bentayga. It's worth at least 3 million, Lu Ming replied. Lu Shiweqiao enjoys watching short videos in his daily life and possesses considerable knowledge about cars. His family members were taken aback when they learned the exorbitant price of a particular vehicle. They had not anticipated such a cost. After paying New Year's respects in the village, Lu Ming and his family gathered at his uncle Lu Wenjun's residence for lunch. The men sat at one table while the women occupied another, feasting on an abundant spread of dishes. Naturally, Lu Wenyao engaged in endless conversations with his brothers, particularly reminiscing about their youthful escapades, which were both amusing and intriguing. Lu Ming relished listening to the elders recount their youthful tales. In those days, life was arduous. Yet it was precisely this hardship that forged some exceptionally sweet memories. Amidst the laughter over their amusing anecdotes, the conversation turned somber as they discussed the illnesses of Lu Ming's grandparents, causing tears to well up in the eyes of Lu Wenyao and his brothers. The meal, which commenced at noon, extended until 10 in the evening, not merely filled with drinking but also brimming with endless familial chatter. In the evening, Lu Ming's family took up residence in another set of 3 brick houses owned by Uncle Lu Wenjun. The foundation of these houses originally belonged to Lu Wenyo, who had moved to Jincheng for a settlement, relinquishing the land. Lu Wenjun offered some financial assistance to the second, third, and fourth sons, purchasing the land to construct these 3 houses. According to Lu Wenjun's plan, the residence they currently inhabited would eventually be gifted to his son, Lu Shiwu, while he and his wife intended to retain the 3 houses for their retirement. As they returned to the house, Lu Wenyo reminisced about the past. Previously, there were 4 earthen houses, which were later reconstructed into 3 brick ones. He recounted his childhood, his schooling, and the stories of his uncles who had dropped out to work. He also spoke of his own move to Jincheng and ultimately, the year when Lu Ming's grandfather fell ill, prompting Lu Wenyo to rush back home. If it weren't for your uncles, I would never have made it to university. Lu Wenyo reflected with deep emotion. From his father's words, Lu Ming sensed a complex array of feelings stirring within him. Suddenly, he conceived a plan, an idea to uplift and support his family members. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, it was the wedding day of Lu Ming's cousin, Lu Xuechuan. In the morning, the family of the 3rd uncle prepared dumplings for the drivers of the wedding convoy. Lu Ming parked his car in front of his 3rd uncle's house and then proceeded to the residence of Lu Xuechuan for breakfast. At that moment, the lead driver of the wedding convoy, Old Wang, emerged from the dining area, having finished his meal. His gaze fell upon the Bentley Bentayga parked in front of the convoy. Old Wang exclaimed, "Oh my, that's a Bentley Bentayga. Where did your family rent it from? This car must be worth over 3 million. It's not rented. It belongs to my nephew," replied Lu Wenjun, pride evident on his face. Old Wang was utterly astonished. "Oh my, what business does your nephew engage in? He must be wealthy. My nephew is a prominent entrepreneur," Lu Wenjun could not help but boast. However, Old Wang remained skeptical, thinking Lu Wenjun was exaggerating. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ming and Lu Xuechuan finished their meal and stepped outside. The driver, Old Wang, stared at Lu Ming in surprise. "This face seems rather familiar," he remarked. "Young man, is this Bentley your car?" "Yes, it is," Lu Ming replied. Old Wang continued, "I can't shake the feeling that I've seen you somewhere before." He wore a curious expression, yet the memory eluded him. At that moment, Lu Xuechuan chimed in, "Master Wang, perhaps you've come across my brother's videos on Douyin." "Douyin?" Old Wang's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, I remember now. You were live streaming on Douyin, right? I visited your stream once. There were so many people showering you with gifts, it was dazzling." Lu Ming chuckled. "Yes, I did some live streaming on Douyin a while back." "Oh my, so you are an internet celebrity. No wonder you can afford a Bentley." Old Wang couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Ming was left speechless, caught between laughter and exasperation. Chapter 168. Family Support Fund. Lu Xuechuan indeed arranged a task for Lu Ming to serve as the best man. Consequently, Lu Ming donned a red silk sash and set off in his car, leading the wedding procession. During the journey, he engaged in a video chat with Xia Yuxing, and the two conversed amiably throughout the ride. Upon arriving at the village for the wedding, Lu Ming's Bentley Bentayga drew considerable attention from the locals. In rural customs, when the groom goes to fetch the bride, there is often a playful uproar from the bride's side. However, the festivities were more subdued this time, merely playful banter. By 10 a.m., Lu Ming and the wedding party had returned, and a ceremony paying homage to heaven and earth was conducted. As the wedding ceremony unfolded, Lu Ming once again connected with Xia Yuxin via video call, witnessing the lively celebration. Xia Yuxin began to fantasize about what her own wedding with Lu Ming might be like. The wedding finally concluded at 5 in the afternoon. Following the ceremony, the younger generation of the Lu family swiftly tidied up the courtyard. That evening, Lu Ming's cousins chose not to return home, as it had been previously agreed that the entire Lu family would gather for a meal. As dinner commenced, Lu Ming's cousins playfully urged him to say a few words. With a smile, Lu Ming seized the moment to announce something significant. "Dear uncles, brothers, and sisters, today marks the joyous occasion of Xuechuan's wedding. It is a day of celebration. With our family gathered here in full, I wish to discuss a matter with you all." At this, the room fell silent with curiosity. Lu Wenyo and Su Yufan exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what Lu Ming intended to propose. "As you all know, I have been fortunate in my career and have earned some money. Upon my return, I have devised a plan to establish a family support fund aimed at nurturing the excellence of our descendants." The mention of the family support fund caught everyone off guard. Lu Wenjun inquired, "Ming, what exactly do you mean by this family support fund?" Lu Ming proceeded to outline the preliminary concept of the fund. Initially, he would allocate a sum of money to establish this fund, which would primarily benefit the three generations of the Liu family. This includes members from Liu Wenjun's generation, through to Liu Xuewu's, and extending to the next generation. The fund's purposes would be multifaceted. Firstly, it would cover medical expenses for the three generations of the Liu family, including hospital stays and elderly care. This means that future healthcare costs for the family would be supported by the fund. Secondly, it would finance the educational expenses for the third generation of the Liu family, which encompasses Liu Ming's children and the offspring of his cousins. Henceforth, the educational costs for this generation would be fully covered by the Family Support Fund, alleviating any financial concerns regarding schooling. As long as they possess the requisite ability to gain admission to university or pursue postgraduate studies, tuition fees would no longer be a worry. Lastly, the fund would provide financial assistance for entrepreneurial ventures undertaken by the third generation upon graduation. Members of the third generation of the Liu family, upon gaining university admission, are rewarded with a substantial startup fund of 1 million yuan upon graduation. When Liu Ming concluded his entire plan, the Liu family was filled with excitement. Liu Wenjun could not help but rise to his feet, exclaiming, "Ming, you are the pride of our family. I speak on behalf of everyone to express our gratitude." "Uncle, there is no need for thanks," Liu Ming replied. "Years ago, you and several uncles toiled to earn money so that my father could attend university. Today, having achieved a measure of success, it is only right that I give back to our family." At this, a wave of applause erupted from all present in appreciation of Liu Ming's words. In fact, the inspiration for this initiative had struck Liu Ming the previous night while Liu Wenyo reminisced about his own educational journey. This plan is initially tailored for the third generation of the Liu family to observe its effectiveness. Should it yield positive results, there is potential for its continuation. As long as the descendants of the Liu family continue to excel, Liu Ming's initiative will not be in vain. As for the financial aspect, it poses little challenge for Liu Ming at this stage. That evening, both Liu Wenyo's and Liu Ming's generations indulged in revelry. The following afternoon, Liu Ming's family returned to Jin City. On the 6th day of the new year, Xia Yushin and her brother Xia Hanyuan drove to Jin City to pay New Year's respects to Liu Ming's parents. As Liu Ming's fiancée, Xia Yushin naturally adhered to the customs of propriety. On the 7th day of the new year, Liu Ming returned to Yanbei as the intended son-in-law of the Xia family. He also paid his respects to Xia Wansheng and Song Jiawen. From the 8th day of the new year onward, it would be a world for just Liu Ming and Xia Yushing. For couples in love, time tends to pass swiftly. Before they knew it, the workdays had arrived. In the new year, Xia Yushing took on the role of CEO in 2 companies, becoming quite busy. After the new year, Liu Ming reignited his foreign exchange trading endeavors. Thus, he spent his days managing stocks and his nights engaged in foreign exchange transactions, utilizing any spare time to analyze entrepreneurial projects, fully embodying the role of a busy individual. As March approached, an influencer with 1 million followers on Douyin began a live stream playing a mobile game called Cute Pets 666. This game, characterized by its charming characters and unique levels, swiftly captivated a vast audience. The quirky gameplay, combined with the adorable imagery of various pets, propelled Cute Pet 666 to viral status. Consequently, many influencers and self-media platforms began to recommend this game spontaneously. Following its explosive popularity across the internet, the game company rapidly initiated collaborations, launching the game on various platforms, resulting in a dramatic increase in user engagement, thus becoming a phenomenon in mobile gaming. Many gaming companies were left astonished, as the development of Cute Pets 666 had been relatively straightforward, yet it became an unexpected success. The game team soon gained fame on platforms like Douyin and Weibo, as media outlets began reporting predictions that Cute Pets 666 could generate over 5 million yuan in advertising revenue daily, based solely on its current traffic. Moreover, this delightful mini-game boasts integrated in-game purchases, suggesting that its daily revenue may well have surpassed 10 million. Calculating from this daily income, one could speculate that the monthly revenue could reach 300 million. This piece of news left everyone utterly astonished. Consequently, numerous media outlets began to delve into the investors behind the Cute Pet 666 gaming company. Subsequently, the major media outlets were taken aback to discover that the Cute Pet 666 gaming company was, in fact, one of the 5 entrepreneurial projects announced by the renowned financier Liu Ming's Jiuchuang investment company during the new year. Thus, the wager of 100 million between Liu Ming and Lan Yuntao once again captured the spotlight on social media. Chapter 169. Lu Ming's resounding triumph over Lon Yuntao at this moment. Within the headquarters of Blue Sparrow Capital, Lon Yuntao sat before his computer. Engrossed in the trending topic on Weibo, Lon Yuntao gets slapped in the face. Over the past few days, the online discourse had been dominated by the wager he made with Lu Ming, involving a staggering sum of 100 million. The game Pet 666 had recently surged in popularity, boasting an impressive player count of 200 million. With such immense traffic and a captivating game, how could it not be lucrative? Lon Yuntao clicked on the comments section, where netizens were bustling with commentary. Alice's cat. Ha, what a swift slap in the face. Lu Ming's investment company is raking in profits. Is Lon Yuntao at home bleeding internally now? Neighboring Black Sister. No, he must be at the dental clinic. His face has swollen significantly over the past few days. Mighty Ye. Perhaps he has gone to the bank to make an appointment, for he cannot afford to lose 100 million to Lu Ming. Grandpa loves horseback riding. Just to inform everyone, Lu Ming's 5 invested companies are not solely generating revenue from gaming. Even the beverage company he invested in, with its new product 3 parts Return to Vitality, has begun to profit last month. Sister loves milk. What is this? 3 parts Return to Vitality? Is there even such a beverage? Come bind me. This drink is delightful, and it's a sugar-free healthy option. I have already fallen in love with it. You want 6, I want 9. So, does this mean that the 2 companies invested in by Lu Ming are starting to turn a profit? Whip too itchy. Lon Yuntao is doomed. Just one game, Pet 666, can earn 100 million. Vaseline falls for chilly water. Everyone, quickly Lon Yuntao, urging him to prepare that 100 million. Tearing apart Balenciaga. Why hasn't President Lon come forward to say anything? Is he no longer pretending to be aloof? These trending topics were particularly amusing and lively. Lon Yuntao could no longer maintain his composure. He truly felt he had made a tremendous blunder. While he was indifferent to the wager of 100 million, the notion of losing was inconsequential to him. A loss is merely a loss. A man of honor can endure and adapt, or simply default. After all, it was just a verbal agreement on Weibo, devoid of any formal contract. What truly vexed him was the tarnishing of his reputation. His esteemed name was now at stake. He could only imagine how many of his peers in the venture capital realm were secretly mocking him. In a moment of frustration, Lon Yuntao could not help but slap his own face. How foolish he had been. Why had he provoked Lu Ming? Just a year prior, he had derided him. And now he found himself the fool. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. Come in, Lon Yuntao said, his expression darkening. The assistant to the chairman entered and remarked, President Lon, we just received a call from the board of directors. Many shareholders are demanding a shareholders meeting. A shareholders meeting? It was not yet time for that. The shareholders expressed that due to your recent notoriety on the internet, many of our LP investors are now questioning your investment acumen and are clamoring to withdraw their funds. What? Lon Yuntao nearly spat blood. He had anticipated that this incident would impact him, but he had not expected the repercussions to arrive so swiftly, nor that the LP investors would begin to doubt his capabilities. In the investment industry, such skepticism was indeed terrifying. A private equity investment fund predominantly relies on capital garnered from its esteemed limited partners. Should these investors withdraw their funds, it would undoubtedly precipitate a significant crisis of trust for both the company and its leadership. Lon Yuntao grimaced, his dental discomfort palpable, a consequence of mounting stress. Please arrange for a shareholders meeting tomorrow morning, he instructed his assistant. Understood, Mr. Lon. The assistant promptly exited the office. Leaning back in his chair, Lon Yuntao clenched his teeth, closing his eyes as he contemplated how to persuade the shareholders and subsequently reassure the investors. At this moment, Lu Ming was oblivious to the fervent discussions circulating online. As he perused innovative projects, he stumbled upon a promising software initiative focused primarily on database development. Currently, the predominant database software utilized internationally is produced by foreign firms, and most domestic companies also rely on these overseas solutions. The advancement of domestic database software has been notably sluggish. The project Lu Ming held in his hands was projected to take 5 years for development, during which time it would not generate profit. It would only begin to yield returns in the 6th year. Moreover, the annual research and development expenses were estimated at approximately 100 million. However, the potential returns in the 6th year could reach a staggering thousandfold. Upon recognizing such an extraordinary return on investment, Lu Ming promptly resolved to proceed with the funding. Aside from this venture, other projects did not offer such high returns, yet he had successfully assembled a total of 5 projects, fulfilling a system task that awarded him a lucky fragment. Ding. System task issued. Achieve a net worth of 20 billion. Completion reward. 1 lucky fragment. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The task of acquiring a lucky fragment was indeed exhilarating. A net worth of 20 billion was not an insurmountable challenge, and he anticipated completing it within a few days. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Fu Shuai. Hello, Lao Lu. Do you have time tomorrow? I'm unavailable. My wife and I have scheduled a grooming session for our dog. Fu Shuai chuckled. Tomorrow marks the commencement of our animated film investment. I was hoping we could discuss the finalized character designs together. Is it starting so soon? Well, not really. It's already March. Has the film's title been decided? Yes. It's called Xuan Yuan's Sword. That's a great title. Lu Ming had read the script and heard Wen Qiming elaborate on his animation plans, which revolved around the legendary 10 divine artifacts, aiming to create an animated IP around them. After concluding the call, Lu Ming realized that the commencement of the animated film signified the completion of his investment task. He promptly accessed the system for verification. Indeed, the task had been fulfilled, granting him a chance for a system lottery. System, initiate the lottery. Affirmative, host. In the next moment, a virtual image of the grand prize will materialize before him. Most of the prizes were familiar to Lu Ming, though a few new ones had emerged. Super sculpting technique. That skill seemed rather intriguing. Floral cultivation technique. It could be employed for growing various flowers. Super driving? This ability was quite impressive, as it encompassed not just cars but also the operation of excavators, tanks, and aircraft. The skill of collecting scandals? Now, that was an interesting skill. Was it specifically for gathering dirt on others? However, he had no intention of becoming a tabloid reporter. So what purpose would there be in amassing such information? With a swift motion, the pointer on the prize will begin to spin. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully drawn the skill of collecting scandals. Chapter 170. The Art of Gathering Black Materials. The Art of Gathering Black Materials? I never anticipated acquiring such a skill. It seems I must delve into the realm of entertainment oversight. On second thought, the affairs of the entertainment industry are so convoluted that I would be overwhelmed if I truly took on the task. Just then, Lu Ming's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xia Hanyuan. Hello, Hanyuan. Hello, brother-in-law. I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? I need some money. How much? 1 million. 1 million? Lu Ming frowned and inquired. Hanyuan, have you encountered some trouble? Xia Hongyuan's request for a loan of 1 million without mentioning it to their parents or Xia Yuxing raised suspicions. Stop rambling. Hurry and transfer the money. Otherwise, we'll break his legs. A coarse male voice suddenly echoed through the phone. Who are you? I'm Biaozi. Your brother-in-law smashed our brother Fei's car. You better pay up quickly. Smashed a car? Where are you? At Pinghai Car Park. I'll be right there. Compensating is not an issue, but you must ensure not to act rashly. Quit your nonsense. The caller hung up abruptly. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming rushed downstairs, driving his Bentley straight to Pinghai Car Park. Pinghai Car Park is a renowned racetrack located in the outskirts of Yanbei, sprawling over 2 million square meters. Its intriguing track layout and challenging obstacles have made it a favorite among automobile enthusiasts. It was clear that Xia Hanyuan had gone there to engage in some reckless fun and had likely clashed with some wealthy brats. However, the demand for compensation indicated there was more to the story, especially since Xia Hanyuan had reached out to him instead of their parents. The racetrack was situated in the suburbs, and Lu Ming sped along, taking an hour to reach his destination. Upon arrival, he found the racetrack was vast and divided into several sections, prompting him to call Xia Hanyuan. Hello? Have you arrived? The same rough voice answered. I'm here. Where are you? C3 racetrack. Lu Ming hung up and made his way to the C3 racetrack. Soon enough, his Bentley rolled into the C3 parking area. The C3 racetrack is particularly thrilling, featuring a straight stretch for speed, followed by challenging curves, and concluding with an acceleration zone. At the moment, 3 sports cars were lined up at the starting point, with numerous spectators standing along the sides. Ready, set, go. A strikingly dressed female flagger waved her flag, and the 3 cars roared off the line. Lu Ming parked his car and walked toward the track. Wow, who is this dashing young man? He is so handsome. Don't anyone dare compete with me. I intend to race with this handsome guy tonight. Why should you get to? Just because I have more fuel? The women buzzed with excitement. A wealthy young woman eagerly approached Lu Ming, only to be met with his outright rejection. as Lu Ming scanned the vicinity. He failed to spot Xia Hongyuan. At that moment, a youth with dyed blonde hair approached, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Hey, are you that Xia kid's brother-in-law?" He sneered with a raised brow. "I am. Where is he?" Lu Ming replied. "That Xia brat smashed our brother Fei's car. You see it over there? The blue McLaren." The blonde pointed to a McLaren GT parked nearby. "I ask you, where is he?" Lu Ming furrowed his brow. "Well, he is locked up in our brother Fei's little black room." The blonde gestured toward a small utility shed beside the racetrack. Lu Ming's expression darkened as he strode toward the shed. The blonde let out a cold snort and exchanged glances with a few nearby thugs. Along with the blonde, for more individuals trailed behind Lu Ming. Upon reaching the utility shed, Lu Ming found the iron door firmly locked, with no windows to peer inside. "Hongyuan," he called out. "Brother-in-law, hurry and save me." Xia Hongyuan's voice echoed from within. Hearing Xia was indeed trapped inside ignited Lu Ming's fury. "Open the door." He glared at the blonde. "Open it. Our brother Fei just took a lap. Once he finishes, and you pay the 1 million in compensation, he'll naturally release him," the blonde boasted arrogantly. "I'll say this once more. Open the door." Lu Ming's face darkened. "Hey, do you not understand what I'm saying?" The blonde impatiently glared back. Lu Ming, increasingly exasperated, stepped forward, seized the blonde by his collar, and hoisted him up. Hey, hey, hey. The blonde was instantly terrified. "Damn it. Get him." The other thugs rushed forward. Dealing with the small gang was a trivial matter for Lu Ming. With a few well-aimed kicks, several of them lay on the ground, groaning. He no longer sought the key to the door, but instead delivered a powerful kick, sending the iron door crashing open. As the door swung wide, Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Inside, alongside Xia Hongyuan, was his girlfriend, Lin Rumen. Both were bound with ropes, and Xia bore bruises on his face. "Brother-in-law, you finally came," Xia Hongyuan exclaimed with immense relief upon seeing him. Without hesitation, Lu Ming approached and began to untie their bindings. Lin Rumen bowed her head, tears streaming down her face. "Xia, what happened?" Lu Ming inquired. "Those bastards," Xia Hongyuan replied, his voice filled with frustration. "Upon arriving here with Xiaoman to ride motorcycles, I was taken aback when a certain Fij decided to tease her. In a moment of impulsiveness, I smashed his motorcycle, which resulted in him giving me a thorough beating and demanding a sum of 1 million. Are you injured?" "Just a minor bruise." Shortly thereafter, 3 individuals emerged from a small tin house. "Well, who do we have here? Quite audacious, aren't we? Coming onto my territory and daring to strike." A young man adorned in a floral shirt, his hair dyed a minty blue-gray, swaggered over while toying with a sports car remote control, exuding arrogance. Following closely behind him were a dozen ruffians, each wielding golf clubs and baseball bats. A dark cloud of thugs surrounded us, looking over towards the racetrack. It was now deserted. The previous crowd of men and women had been cleared away. Xia Hongyuan and Lin Rumen were taken aback by the sheer number of individuals. However, Lu Ming remained undaunted. To him, these thugs were mere trifles, lacking any real threat. He understood that while it was important to teach these ruffians a lesson, one must also exercise restraint to avoid causing any lasting harm. Chapter 171. The brother-in-law is a master of combat. The young man, known as Brother Fei, arrogantly approached. "Are you the brother-in-law with the surname Xia?" "Indeed," Lu Ming replied. Brother Fei scoffed. "You could have simply compensated 1 million and taken him away. But now that you've harmed my man, the reckoning is no longer straightforward." Lu Ming retorted, "Reckoning? What about your harassment of women, assault, and illegal confinement? How do we settle those accounts?" "Oh." Brother Fei was taken aback, spreading his hands and coldly huffing. "You're quite audacious, daring to negotiate with me, Kaishin Fei. Do you even know who I am?" "I do not," Lu Ming answered candidly. "Hey, are you trying to provoke me?" Brother Fei said with a dark expression. "Based on your brazen words, I've decided to teach you a lesson." "And what kind of lesson might that be?" Lu Ming queried. "What lesson?" Kaishin Fei waved his hand dismissively. "Let us break one of your legs." 2 thugs approached with golf clubs in hand. "Damn it, you are pushing your luck. Come at me." Xia Hongyuan gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "Hongyuan, step back," Lu Ming instructed him. Taken aback, Hongyuan recalled that his brother-in-law was a master of combat, rendering his efforts insignificant. He quickly pulled Lin Rumen back. Lu Ming then pointed at the group before him, saying, "You all come at once. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can return home for dinner. Hey, you're truly insufferable. Attack." Kaishin Fei shouted in fury, snatching a golf club from a companion and charging forward with his gang. Smack, bang, clang. The cacophony echoed as over a dozen thugs soon found themselves writhing in pain. Kai Shengfei received a slap from Lu Ming that sent him flying, losing 2 front teeth in the process. Hey, are you still seeking compensation? Lu Ming knelt before Kai Shengfei. And no more. Kai Shengfei was utterly stunned by Lu Ming's ferocity. With so many against him, there were no match for his prowess. No more? Then we shall take our leave. Lu Ming finally led Xia Hongyuan away. Haha, brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. You've finally avenged this grievance. On the road, Xia Hongyuan beamed with excitement. Lu Ming inquired, it's getting dark. Should I escort you home? Please, no. Xia Hongyuan hurriedly responded. Look at the state we're in with Rumen. If I go home, my father might beat me to death. Do not worry. He is away on a business trip and will not be home. Lu Ming smiled broadly. It would be worse if my mother found out. She would whip me. Lu Ming felt a wave of embarrassment. Then let us head to the hospital. Those injuries on your face need medical attention. Subsequently, Lu Ming took Xia Hongyuan to a high-end private hospital. As night fell and he had not yet returned home, he knew Xia Yushin would surely inquire. So he sent her a WeChat message to inform her. By the way, your sister will be coming over soon. My sister is coming. Xia Hongyuan's eyelids flickered. Lu Ming inquired. What? Did you think this matter could remain concealed? It's fine if my sister knows, but I must ensure that my parents remain oblivious. Xia Hongyuan contemplated. Lu Ming then asked, by the way, do you know Kai Shengfei? Xia Hongyuan shook his head and replied, I don't know him. But I've heard of his notorious reputation. The Pinghai racing circuit belongs to his family, and his father is Kai Laowu. Kai Laowu? Kai Zhouwu? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Xia Hongyuan scoffed. Yes, that's right, Kai Zhouwu. He is so arrogant, relying on the racing circuit that belongs to his family. Lu Ming was taken aback to learn that the young man he had just reprimanded was indeed the son of Kai Zhouwu. Kai Zhouwu is a significant figure in Yanbei. It is said that his father was once a powerful local boss in Yanbei. Legend has it that on the night he fathered his son, he dreamt of a dragon, hence naming the child Zhouwu. Kai Zhouwu, influenced by his father from a young age, exuded an aura of the underworld. He operates dance halls, nightclubs, and bars, leveraging his father's connections and his own ruthless tactics to carve out a name for himself in Yanbei, earning the moniker Kai Wuye. Lu Ming had previously heard Kai Zhouwu's name mentioned by Gu Tianyi and his associates. It appears that he has now become entangled with Kai Zhouwu. However, Lu Ming was not particularly concerned. After all, what era are we in? Moreover, if things were to escalate, it would be Kai Zhouwu's son who would first face the consequences. After Xia Hongyuan and Lin Rumen assessed the injuries, they determined there was nothing serious. At that moment, Xia Yushin also arrived at the hospital. Upon learning the details, she immediately took out her phone. Hey, sister, what are you doing? What do you think? I'm calling mom and dad. No, sister. If they find out, I'm doomed. This incident isn't something you instigated. Why are you so worried? This is serious. Do you really think you can keep it hidden forever? Xia Yushin glared at him. Then it settled. I want to be going home tonight. I'll stay at a hotel. Xia Hongyuan pouted. He understood that although this matter wasn't instigated by him, it was still a result of his impulsiveness. Moreover, now it had involved his brother-in-law as well. Xia Yushin dialed her father, Xia Wansheng. After understanding the situation, he simply stated a few words. He would handle it. Meanwhile, at Yanbei Jinkong Private Hospital, Kai Shengfei underwent a series of examinations. He had several bruises on his arms and legs, but nothing serious. The only issue was that he had lost 2 front teeth, and the doctor recommended dental implants. Ouch, Mom, my teeth hurt. Kai Shengfei cried out in pain from his hospital bed. Son, bear with it. The doctor has already prescribed medication. His mother, Kong Kailong, comforted him with concern. Mom, you must avenge me. Don't worry, son, your father is on his way. Rest assured, we will seek justice for you. Whoever dared to harm my son, I will have their skin. Kong Kai Rong bore a fierce expression. As she spoke, a middle-aged man entered the hospital room. Dad. Kai Shengfei called out pitifully upon seeing him. The man who had just entered was none other than Kai Shengfei's father, Kai Zhouwu. Are you hurt? Kai Zhouwu inquired. How can it be nothing? Your son has lost his 2 front teeth. He will have to wear dentures for the rest of his life. My poor son. Kong Kai Rong could not help but shed tears. Kai Shengfei quickly interjected. Dad, you must avenge me. Capture the brat who knocked out my teeth. I want to break his legs in return. Son, the person you're talking about is the son of Xiao Wanshang. This matter is rather complicated. I suggest we let go of the idea of revenge, Kai Zhouwu replied through gritted teeth. Chapter 172. The Assault on Lu Ming's Company. What? Kai Shinfei was utterly taken aback. Kai Laowu, what do you mean? Are you becoming increasingly cowardly as you age? Our son has been assaulted. And you dare not utter a word? Kong Siron's expression shifted dramatically. Kai Jiawu shot her a glare and retorted, what do you know? Our son was abducted by someone named Xiao Hongyuan, whose father is Xiao Wanqing. Do you even know who Xiao Wanqing is? He is the chairman of Wanqing Group. I do not care about that so-called Wanqing Group or Qianqing Group. If someone has wronged my son, they must pay the price. Kong Sirong declared through gritted teeth. Xiao Wanqing is a titan in the domestic business arena. Do you think it would be so simple for me to seek justice for our son? Wait a moment. Wasn't it a young man who attacked our son? Kong Sirong recalled. Kai Shingfei interjected hastily. Yes, it seems to be Xia Hongyuan's brother-in-law. Kong Sirong snapped. And who is that brother-in-law? Let him pay with his life. Pay with his life? Kai Jiawu replied, dumbfounded. What era do you think this is? Moreover, I have investigated. And his brother-in-law is Lu Ming. Lu Ming? Who is he? That name sounds familiar. Kong Sirong furrowed her brow. He is the so-called oracle of the financial world. Renowned as the most astute fund manager, Kai Jiawu elucidated. So, he is merely a small fund manager. Surely, he can be dealt with? Dealt with? Kai Jiawu countered. Setting aside the connection between Lu Ming and Xiao Wanqing, do you understand Lu Ming's network? His fund is exceptionally profitable. And his friends are all prominent figures in high society. Kai Laowu, what do you mean by that? Are we not to offend anyone at all? Should we just swallow our indignation and let this go unpunished? Kong Sirong exclaimed, exasperated. Kai Jiawu, equally incensed, responded, what else can be done? Does your son not bear responsibility in this matter? He assaulted someone and then locked him in a dark room. This is imprisonment. Do you not understand? With hands on her hips, Kong Sirong retorted, well, Kai Laowu, you are becoming increasingly timid. Our son has been attacked, and you are still defending the assailant. No. This matter cannot end like this. I must insist, there is no room for negotiation. You are not to act recklessly. Kai Jiawu, incensed, stormed out of the hospital room. Mom. Kai Shingfei immediately began to feign sorrow, crying. Enough, my son, do not cry, she soothed. Mother, does this mean that we will truly not seek revenge? My two front teeth will now be replaced with false ones for the rest of my life. Do not worry, my son. I will ensure that this grievance is avenged. But mother, did father not just say that you should not act impulsively? Rest assured, my son. I will entrust this matter to your uncle to handle. Kong Sirong reassured her son before exiting the room. She proceeded to the adjacent room, took out her phone, and called her brother, Kong Xiongyi. What? Are you tired of living? How dare you bully my nephew? Kong Xiongyi's temper flared instantly. Xiongyi, I heard from your brother-in-law that the assailant is somewhat influential, a fund manager. Teach him a lesson, but do not go overboard. Rest assured, sister, I am well aware of how to handle this matter. Kong Xiongyi hung up the phone. That afternoon, Gu Tianyi invited Lu Ming to dine together. He had a friend in the automotive industry who wished to invest in Lu Ming's fund. So he seized the opportunity to introduce them. During their meal, Gu Tianyi suddenly inquired, by the way, Lu Ming, I heard you got into a scuffle with Kai Jiawu's son. Is it true? Yes, it did happen. How did you find out? Lu Ming replied, somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Gu Tianyi would be aware of this incident. Gu Tianyi explained, I heard it from a friend. Apparently, your father-in-law, Xiao Wanqing, leveraged some connections and engaged a middleman to communicate with Kai Jiawu's side. Lu Ming sighed inwardly, impressed by Gu Tianyi's extensive network that kept him informed of everything. He proceeded to recount the events of that day. It turned out that Kai Jiawu's son was notorious in the capital's social circles as a debauched youth, spoiled by a fiercely protective mother. Kai Jiawu is indeed a prominent figure, but I foresee his family fortune eventually crumbling under his son's mismanagement. Gu Tianyi remarked with a tinge of regret. As they conversed, Lu Ming's phone abruptly rang, and upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. Brother Tianyi, I have an urgent matter. I must return to the office at once. What happened? Gu Tianyi queried. The company has been vandalized. What? Gu Tianyi immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Upon Lu Ming's return to Jiuying capital, he was met with a scene of utter disarray. The lobby, once adorned with vases and decor, lay shattered upon the floor. President Lu, you're back. A security guard greeted him hurriedly. What transpired? Lu Ming inquired. Just as we were about to break for lunch, a group of over a dozen burly men stormed in, wreaking havoc at the front desk. Afterward, they ascended to the upper floors, where several computers in the offices were also destroyed. We were too few to intervene. Were there any injuries? Everyone had gone to the cafeteria. Thankfully, no one was harmed. Did you call the police? We reported it immediately, but those ruffians fled before the police arrived. And the police? They are currently gathering evidence upstairs. Lu Ming then made his way to the upper floor. Upon arrival, he found Xia Yuxing assisting the police with their investigation. You're back. Is everyone all right? Everyone is fine, though a few computers were damaged, Xia Yuxing replied. At that moment, a police officer approached and said, Hello, we have completed our evidence collection. Could we obtain a copy of the surveillance footage? This will expedite our search for the suspects. Certainly. Xia Yuxing promptly instructed the technical department to comply. After the police departed, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing returned to the office. It seems this was instigated by the Kai family, Lu Ming mused, narrowing his eyes as he gazed out the window. Xia Yuxing, filled with indignation, exclaimed, These thugs are utterly lawless. To vandalize a company in broad daylight. Once the police apprehend them, they should all be incarcerated. Lu Ming speculated that since these individuals dared to act so brazenly, they must have already devised a contingency plan. My father mentioned that he had already arranged for someone to communicate regarding this matter, so I inquired about the specifics. Xia Yuxing promptly took out her phone and called Xia Wansheng. Upon learning about the company's vandalism, Xia Wansheng expressed his astonishment. Xing, please be cautious along with Lu Ming. I will contact an intermediary to gather more information. After the call with Xia Yuxing concluded, Lu Ming's phone rang again. He picked it up to find an unfamiliar number. He then answered the call. Hello, is this Lu Ming? How's it going? Have you received the package sent to your company? Yes, I have. It was merely a small parcel. If you wish to avoid receiving packages daily, come to Nightshade Bar tonight. Chapter 173, The Threat of the Enemy at 7 p.m. Lu Ming arrived at the Nightshade Bar. Outside the entrance stood numerous alluring women, known as fishing guests. Their target, affluent men, whom they aimed to seduce by night, exchanging fleeting pleasures for monetary gains. Their trophies often included designer handbags, high-end apparel, and sometimes even cash or credit cards. These women possessed a keen eye, adept at discerning the make of a man's vehicle, the labels of his attire, the brand of his watch, his gait, and the confidence reflected in his gaze, all to ascertain his wealth. The clientele at Nightshade Bar was notably diverse. Some men rented flashy sports cars, donned counterfeit luxury clothing, and ventured here to deceive women. Such financially challenged individuals were not uncommon. Thus, these fishing guests needed a certain level of sophistication, including familiarity with various luxury brands. Lu Ming parked his Bentley and stepped out, striding towards the bar. Wow, this man is incredibly handsome. His attire is Versace, his trousers are Burberry, his shoes are Prada. But, wait, why is he wearing a Huawei fitness band worth only 229 yuan? Is he merely a pretender of wealth? Surely not. Judging by his confident demeanor and charismatic walk. Sisters, a man like that is worth a night, even if he lacks riches. Indeed, how could we forget our original intent? As Lu Ming approached the entrance, several women flocked to him. Hey, handsome, are you alone? Would you care to share a drink? Darling, may I have your WeChat? Classmate, shall we rendezvous tonight? Lu Ming glanced at them, quickly covering his nose. The overpowering scent of their perfume nearly overwhelmed him. He waved his hand dismissively and hurried into the bar. Covering his nose. Does he think we are foxes? Exactly. We use only the finest fragrances. He must be yet another pretender. Indeed, what a shame for the ostrich. Upon entering the bar, Lu Ming was immediately assailed by the cacophony of noise. To his surprise, the nightlife was in full swing. The dance floor was alive with a myriad of dancers, while behind them, the DJ swayed rhythmically. You must be Mr. Lu Ming. A young man with a cigarette approached him. Yes, Lu Ming nodded. Our boss has been waiting for you inside. Please, follow me. The young man led the way. Soon, they arrived at a private room behind the dance hall. The young man opened the door. Mr. Lu, our boss is inside. Lu Ming entered the room, and the young man closed the door behind him. The room was remarkably soundproof and tranquil, starkly contrasting with the clamor of the dance hall, as if they had entered an entirely different realm. It is said that the private rooms in this bar allow for raucous revelry within, while the outside remains blissfully unaware. Hence, those who seek indulgence can unabashedly engage in uninhibited antics. Lu Ming glanced at a small door to the left of the room and pushed it open. Inside, he beheld a middle-aged man ensconced on a sofa, flanked by two young men, one on each side. Lu Ming was taken aback by the scene before him. He noticed. Not far away stood two bodyguards clad in black. The middle-aged man released the two young men upon seeing Lu Ming's entrance and exchanged knowing glances with him. The handsome duo gracefully departed the room, swaying their bodies in an almost theatrical manner. It was then that Lu Ming realized, to his astonishment, that they were clad only in sheer stockings. His worldview was shattered. Mr. Lu Ming, please take a seat. The middle-aged man gestured towards the adjacent sofa. Lu Ming approached without hesitation and settled himself down. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kong Xiongyi, the uncle of Xiao Fei. The individual you encountered at the racetrack, he declared. Does this mean you were the one who sent someone to disrupt the company at noon? Lu Ming inquired, raising an eyebrow. Mr. Lu, disruption is a rather strong word. I am here today to discuss the matter of your altercation with my nephew and the compensation that must follow, Kong Xiongyi replied with a chuckle. Compensation? What do you propose? Lu Ming retorted, intrigued. You knocked out 2 of my nephew's front teeth. The hospital informed me that he can only have 2 dental implants. However, my nephew insists on having the finest quality available. I have consulted with the hospital, and the cost for 2 of the world's best implants is rather substantial. Kong Xiongyi said, a sly smile creeping across his face. And what might that sum be? Lu Ming asked, incredulous. 1 implant could cost around 100 million, thus 2 would amount to 200 million. Lu Ming was genuinely astonished. Kong Xiongyi's audacity was remarkable. Mr. Kong, may I inquire which hospital provided you with this information? Are they outfitting him with tanks for teeth? Enough of the banter. My nephew will receive the safest and finest materials available, Kong Xiongyi declared. Let me make this clear, Mr. Lu. You have no room for negotiation. Not only must you provide financial recompense, but you must also appease my sister, who is understandably upset. Is that so? And how do you suggest I do that? You have knocked out my nephew's 2 front teeth. So you shall forfeit a leg. Oh, so I am to understand that not only must I compensate you, but I must also cripple myself? Lu Ming could hardly believe the audacity of this family. Indeed, you have provoked the Kong family, as well as the Kai family, Kong Xiongyi boasted arrogantly. Lu Ming's expression hardened as he countered. And what if I refuse? Refuse? Then I shall have no choice but to deliver surprises to you daily. Kong Xiongyi threatened menacingly. Do so if you dare, Lu Ming replied, his gaze icy. He then stood up, preparing to leave. 2 black-clad bodyguards immediately obstructed the path. With a swift motion, Lu Ming effortlessly sent both guards sprawling to the ground before continuing on his way. What? The 2 bodyguards were utterly dumbfounded. Is this even human? The strength of this individual is astounding. How could they possibly be knocked down so easily? Damn it, what are you 2 doing? You can't even stop a single person. Have you forgotten to eat? Or did your leg bones get left at home? Kong Xiong, filled with indignation, slammed his fist on the table. Boss, it's truly not our fault. That guy was just too strong. The 2 bodyguards felt aggrieved. Useless. I am furious. I demand you bring those 2 male models here at once. I am eager to engage in a fencing match with them. Chapter 174. Automatic exposure of dark secrets. After Lu Ming drove away from the Nightshade Bar, his gaze turned frigid. Since Kong Xiongyi had laid everything bare, he needed to devise a strategy to confront the situation. Naturally, should this scoundrel create a ruckus at the company, there would be means to handle it. However, Kong Xiongyi was a petty man, likely to engage in further underhanded schemes. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly recalled the skill he had just drawn from the system, the art of dark secret collection. It was evident that Kong Xiongyi was no virtuous character. He had probably committed numerous misdeeds. System, activate the dark secret collection on Kong Xiongyi. Understood, host. The system is currently collecting dark secrets on Kong Xiongyi. Ding. Collection complete. In the next instant, a plethora of dark secrets appeared before Lu Ming. Dark Secret 1. One day, under the pretense of inebriation, Kong Xiongyi brought a male secretary home and coerced him into an unspeakable act. Note, accompanied by video evidence. Dark Secret 2. Kong Xiongyi instructed his minions to procure shaking substances in the bar. Note, accompanied by conversation video evidence. Dark Secret 3. Kong Xiongyi incited his subordinates to exorbitantly inflate shop rents. Note, accompanied by violent collection video evidence. Dark Secret 6. Dark Secret 11. Lu Ming glanced through the myriad of Kong Xiongyi's dark secrets, tallying over a dozen. This fellow had committed an abundance of wrongdoings. Truly despicable. He was nothing less than a parasite to society. Moreover, each of Kong Xiongyi's secrets had the potential to ignite an online uproar. Ding. System notification. The system has gathered dark secrets. The host may opt for automatic online exposure, ensuring safety and discretion, or download the collected materials independently. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The system truly resonated with his ambitions. System, automatically expose Kong Xiongyi's dark secrets. Understood, host. Soon after, Lu Ming returned home. Upon seeing him, Xia Yuxing breathed a sigh of relief. Darling, is he affiliated with the Kai family? Sort of. He is the uncle of Kai Xingfei. Lu Ming recounted his encounter with Kang Xiongyi. What? Xia Yuxing's anger flared upon hearing this. These individuals are exceedingly brazen. Tomorrow, I shall file a report at the police station. We cannot allow them to act with such impunity. Calm down, my dear. Such people will inevitably face divine retribution. Lu Ming consoled her. That night, across various social media platforms, astonishingly shocking videos and associated materials suddenly surfaced. These videos and documents all pertained to Kang Xiongyi. In no time, the heinous and shameful acts committed by Kang Xiongyi became common knowledge. This incident sent shockwaves through the relevant departments. In the early hours of the following day, Kang Xiongyi was apprehended at his own villa. Several departments commenced an overnight interrogation of him. Initially, upon entering the precinct, Kang Xiongyi was quite arrogant, outright denying the allegations against him. However, when the police presented the video evidence and materials, Kang Xiongyi was utterly stunned. What on earth is happening? He had conducted his affairs with great secrecy. How could everything have been unearthed so suddenly? The critical issue was that he had no idea where some of the videos had come from. Who recorded them? When were they filmed? Who exposed them? Was it as if the heavens had equipped him with a hidden camera? Kang Xiongyi couldn't help but shudder. It was terrifying. These pieces of evidence, even if he remained silent, were irrefutable. There was no hope for him to turn the tide this time. Kang Xiongyi pondered who he might have offended, leading to his predicament. Recently, it seemed he had only clashed with one individual, Lu Ming. Just earlier that day, he had vandalized Lu Ming's company and later threatened him. Could it be that the powerful figure he had angered was Lu Ming? Kang Xiongyi gasped in shock. He immediately regretted not investigating Lu Ming's background thoroughly when his sister had instructed him to teach Lu Ming a lesson. Alas, regret was futile. He could only comply obediently now. Otherwise, he might face a bleak future. The following day, Kang Xiongyi's crimes were swiftly announced by several departments in unison. Moreover, he openly confessed to his offenses. All of the illicit businesses under his name were subjected to thorough investigations and shutdowns. At that moment, at the Kai residence, Kai Jiwu was left dumbfounded upon seeing the news. His wife, Kang Cairong, had just returned home with their son, who had recently been discharged from the hospital. Kai Jiwu, you really are something. Our son was discharged today, and you didn't even bother to pick him up. Kang Cairong couldn't help but complain. Kai Jiwu approached her solemnly and asked, Tell me, have you secretly contacted your brother to take action against Lu Ming? You. Kang Cairong's guilt was palpable as she gritted her teeth. What action? What does my brother have to do with this? Did you really not reach out to him? Of course not. Have you seen the news this morning? I was busy picking up our son. When would I have time to watch the news? Kang Cairong replied irritably. Well, it's not too late to look now. Kai Jiawu immediately handed her a copy of the day's headline news. Whose news? Your brother's. My brother? Kang Cairong picked up the newspaper and saw the front page headline announcing that Kang Xiongyi's crimes had been confirmed by several departments, and he had been formally arrested. How? Is this possible? Still in disbelief? Check your phone. Kai Jiawu produced his phone, displaying the headline news. Kang Cairong glanced at it and was utterly shocked. She quickly took out her phone to call her brother, but his phone was unreachable. Honey, is this true? Has my brother been arrested? What do you think? Kai Jiawu shot her a glare. At that moment, Kai Xingfei suddenly interjected, Mom, it's true. I just saw the news on Douyin. So it turns out my uncle is different. How? Is this even possible? Why is this happening? Why did my brother suddenly get into trouble? Kang Cairong's complexion turned pale. Kai Jiawu narrowed his eyes and said, Last night, a plethora of information regarding your brother was suddenly exposed online, and he was taken away in the dead of night. This morning, several major departments announced his crimes. He must have offended someone powerful. Kang Cairong exclaimed. Offended someone powerful? But my brother has been behaving himself lately. Just the day before yesterday, I asked him to stand up for our son and teach that Lu Ming a lesson. It can't be that influential figure, can it? What? Didn't you just say you weren't secretly looking for my brother? Kai Jiawu's expression changed, his gaze fixed on her. Kang Cairong, infuriated, retorted. Why are you glaring at me? Our son has been wronged. If you can swallow your anger, I, as his mother, certainly cannot. Chapter 175. The most handsome man in business. Kai Jiawu remarked, At present, it seems highly likely that Lu Ming is the influential figure behind it all, capable of sending your brother into turmoil overnight. Do you truly believe we can confront such a person? He is merely the owner of an investment firm, is he not? Wasn't he said to have risen from the ranks of a fund manager? How could he possibly be a significant character? Kang Cairong was skeptical. What do you know? Lu Ming, this young man, has risen to the pinnacle of society within a single year. Do you really think he is an ordinary individual? Kai Jiawu countered. Drawing upon his extensive experience in discerning the true nature of others after years of navigating the business world, Kong Cairong dismissed his concerns, saying, "Enough. It's not as dire as you claim. My brother's arrest is likely just a coincidence. I warn you, if you wish to avoid our family's downfall, stay home and refrain from stirring up trouble." Kai Jiawu pointed at his son, Kai Shenfei, declaring, "And you, dare to step foot outside? I shall break your legs." After Kai Jiawu exited the villa, he contemplated leveraging his connections to uncover which powerful figure had been offended. Once he left, Kai Shenfei lamented, "Mom, am I really not allowed to go outside? Why has Dad suddenly become so timid? Pay him no mind. Your father is growing old. The bravery of his youth has long since faded." Kong Cairong retorted, angrily plopping onto the sofa. Kai Shenfei mused, "If what Dad says is true, then Lu Ming possesses quite an impressive ability to expose so much dirt on my uncle. My uncle is truly disappointing, engaging in such disgraceful affairs. Xiaofei, how can you speak of your uncle in such a manner?" Kong Cairong shot him a fierce glare. Kai Shenfei promptly closed his mouth. Kong Cairong continued, "Exposing dirt? What kind of skill is that? One could simply hire a detective agency for that. Mom, why don't we also hire a detective and secretly photograph Lu Ming? I refuse to believe his stocks are entirely clean. If we capture evidence, it would surely ruin him. That plan has merit. But we must find a reliable and capable private investigator. Mom, I know a rather good private detective. He specializes in spying on celebrities and possesses a trove of their scandals. His skills are exceptional. Xiaofei, let us not. You saw your father's demeanor. He doesn't want us to create trouble. Let us put this matter on hold for now." "Fine, then. I'll head upstairs to play video games." "Very well. Go ahead." After Kai Shenfei ascended the stairs, Kong Cairong finally departed the villa to return to her parental home. At this moment, the Kong family was in disarray. Kong Xiongyi had encountered difficulties, leaving many of the clan's members feeling vulnerable. Given that Kong Xiongyi had engaged in numerous ventures with family assistance, the current predicament instilled fear in everyone. What is happening? Who has Brother Xiongyi offended? Indeed, this is a calamity for our family. Sigh. Many of the Kong family's assets have been seized. Amidst the turmoil, Kong Cairong entered the house. Eldest sister has arrived. Sister, what is actually happening? Do you know? Sister, what trouble has Brother Xiongyi stirred up? A group of people has surrounded us, chattering incessantly. Kong Cairong replied, exasperated, "Enough noise. Little brother, what is the current situation? Speak." The younger brother of the Kong family responded, "Sister, currently, many of our family's enterprises have been sealed, and second brother's funds have been frozen. Second sister-in-law has also been summoned for questioning. Where is our father?" Kong Cairong glanced around and suddenly realized she had not seen the old master of the Kong family. "Sister, we knew second brother was in trouble, and he fell ill." "What?" Kong Cairong's expression shifted, and she hurried upstairs to check on the old master. That evening, as she exited the Kong residence, a sense of decline enveloped her. She promptly called one of Brother Xiongyi's associates to inquire about the situation. This associate, a manager at the Nightshade Bar, recounted the events of the previous night when Kong Xiongyi had sought out Lu Ming. "What did they discuss?" "Sister, I was in the private room, so I'm not sure about the specifics. However, I later heard from the bodyguard that Brother Xiongyi demanded compensation from that Lu fellow. But the guy didn't take him seriously and even knocked down 2 of Brother Xiongyi's bodyguards before leaving. That Lu fellow is so audacious." "Indeed, sister. Did Brother Xiongyi's troubles arise from offending this Lu Ming? Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you." "Enough. I shall hang up." After ending the call, Kong Cairong gritted her teeth in anger. It seemed her brother's scandal was likely instigated by that Lu fellow. Resorting to such tactics. Do you think you are the only one capable of playing these games? The thought of her father falling ill, her brother being apprehended, the Kong family's downfall, and her son being assaulted. This series of events filled her with rage. "This grievance I cannot swallow." She swiftly retrieved her phone and called her son, Kai Shenfei. "Hello. Mom, why are you calling at this hour?" "I'm in the middle of a game." "Xiaofei, regarding that private investigator you mentioned, is he competent?" "Mom, have you taken my advice? Let me tell you, this private investigator has captured numerous celebrity secrets. His surveillance skills are exceptional." "Very well. Provide me with his contact information." "Sure, Mom. I will send it to you right away." Soon, Kong Cairong contacted the private investigator, D. Cohen, and arrived at his office. Although it was referred to as an investigation firm, it was essentially a photography studio. Are you truly a detective? Kong Chiron questioned, still skeptical. Dikuan smiled. Of course, Mrs. Kong. In our line of work, discretion is paramount. This photography studio serves as the FA for my detective agency. I've heard you have captured numerous celebrity secrets. Indeed, without boasting, Mrs. Kong, I can claim that 90 of the sensational news and scandals in the entertainment industry originate from my efforts. However, my services do come at a premium, 1 million per case. Money is not an issue for me, as long as your capabilities are exceptional. Kong Tai, in the realm of detectives, I, D. Kuan, am renowned for my illustrious reputation. You have indeed sought the right person for your business. My surname itself reveals my lineage as an ancestral detective. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. I need to investigate the individual responsible for the covert filming. Kong Chiron retrieved a pre-printed photograph from her bag. Upon receiving the image, Dikuan was taken aback and exclaimed, Kong Tai, the person you wish to investigate is none other than the most handsome man in the business world, the national husband and financial oracle, Lu Ming. Do you know him? I do not, she replied, but I have seen him on Douyin and Weibo. He is also a skilled fighter. Kong Chiron furrowed her brow and inquired, What? Are you afraid? Is this beyond your capabilities? Kong Tai misconstrued her words, suggesting that due to the increased complexity of the task, a higher fee would be required. Dikuan grinned widely. Chapter 176, Lu Ming discovers a follower 3 days later. In the presidential office of Geo Ing Capital, Xia Yuxing was diligently engaged with her computer, overwhelmed by a multitude of tasks that necessitated an impromptu extension of her work hours. Darling, are you finished with your work? At that moment, Lu Ming entered the office. Just a few more minutes, my love. No rush. Lu Ming settled onto the nearby sofa. After a good while, Xia Yuxing finally completed her tasks, stretched luxuriously, and shut down her computer. Ah, dear, I've wrapped things up. It's already past 8. Well, it appears we are the only 2 left in the office. Let's head home. The couple then intertwined their fingers and descended the stairs together. My love, it's rather peculiar. That Kong Xiongyi has been apprehended. I told you, divine justice will prevail. Lu Ming chuckled. As they bantered, they made their way to the parking lot. At that moment, across from Lu Ming's Bentley, a black Mercedes-Benz van was stationed. Dikuan was inside the van with a lanky disciple resembling a monkey, operating a camera, while another plump disciple occupied the driver's seat. Due to the concealed camera mounted atop the van, they were able to manipulate the filming angles freely from within. Wow, master, this upgraded camera is remarkable. The footage from the parking lot is so crystal clear, exclaimed the slender disciple, unable to contain his astonishment. Of course, I invested a hefty sum in it. Dikuan replied with a proud demeanor. Master, they are coming. The plump disciple at the wheel exclaimed excitedly. With a swift motion, Dikuan slapped the back of his head, whispering, Keep your voice down. Understood, master. The plump disciple replied, somewhat dejected, But master, isn't this vehicle soundproof? They shouldn't be able to hear us. Even so, keep it quiet just in case. Dikuan asserted sternly. Through their camera's lens, they observed Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing approaching. The couple entered their car and drove out of the parking lot. At that moment, Xia Yuxing, seated in the passenger seat, noticed the black Mercedes-Benz van starting up behind them and jested, Oh look, there's someone else who is also working late. Lu Ming chuckled, not giving it much thought. They continued their conversation as they exited the parking area. After navigating a few intersections, Lu Ming encountered a bit of traffic at an upcoming crossroads, causing their pace to slow. Bored, Xia Yuxing glanced into the rearview mirror and suddenly laughed. How coincidental. That black Mercedes-Benz is following the same route as us. Quite the coincidence indeed, Lu Ming replied with a smile. However, a nagging thought crossed his mind, having turned several corners. Was it truly mere chance that the Mercedes was still on the same path? He began to harbor doubts. Consequently, he deliberately reduced his speed and began to scrutinize the black Mercedes. To his surprise, the vehicle maintained a steady distance behind them. Given the separation, it would be challenging to notice without keen observation. Finally, Lu Ming arrived at the street in front of their residential community. He suddenly pulled over to the side of the road. The black Mercedes-Benz van, evidently caught off guard by Lu Ming's abrupt stop, came to an emergency halt behind him. Oh, why have we stopped when we haven't even reached home? Xia Yuxing asked in surprise. Lu Ming chuckled. I thought I'd buy you some desserts. But it seems I've passed the shop. With that, he turned the car around and drove past the black van. At that moment, Dikuan in the Mercedes was somewhat taken aback, uncertain of Lu Ming's intentions. Master, shall we also turn around? Wait a moment. Dikuan decided to observe first. He noticed Lu Ming unexpectedly making another U-turn and parking about 6 or 7 meters behind the black van. Subsequently, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing exited the vehicle and headed towards a nearby dessert shop. Di Kuan glanced over and remarked, "So, those two are off to buy desserts. Let us stay put for now." Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing had just reached the entrance of the shop. "Oh no, I left my phone in the car. I'll go get it," Lu Ming said to Xia Yuxing. "No need. I have my phone with me," she replied, waving her device. "That won't do. I certainly need to cover the expenses for my wife. You pick out some desserts first," Lu Ming insisted, before returning to the car to retrieve his phone. In truth, his intention was not merely to fetch his phone, but to eavesdrop on the conversations of those inside the Mercedes. He possessed a remarkable eavesdropping ability that allowed him to listen within a 10-meter radius. From his position in the car, he could easily capture all sounds emanating from the van. Upon returning to the vehicle, Di Kuan noticed his actions. "Master, why has that Lu fellow returned to his car? Perhaps he is fetching something," one of the men suggested. At that moment, all their conversations were being overheard by Lu Ming. Narrowing his eyes, he confirmed that the Mercedes was indeed following him, and based on their chatter, it appeared they were engaged in covert surveillance. He noted the vehicle's license plate, and then proceeded to the dessert shop. After purchasing the sweets, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing returned to their apartment. Their building was conveniently located alongside the road, allowing them a clear view from their window. Once upstairs, Lu Ming deliberately strolled past the window and glanced outside. Spotting the black Mercedes parked across the street, he promptly drew the curtains closed. "Darling, let us enjoy some desserts." Xia Yuxing approached and linked her arm with Lu Ming's. "Wife, I need to step out for a moment." "Where are you going at this hour?" "Do you remember that black Mercedes van that was following us?" "Yes. It's currently parked right below our building." "What?" Xia Yuxing's expression turned serious. "Are you suggesting someone is tracking us?" "Indeed. But could it be a mere coincidence? I have observed for some time now and can confirm my suspicions. Shall we summon the police? Since we are being followed, there must be someone orchestrating this from the shadows. I will confront these individuals to see if I can unearth the mastermind behind this. However, my dear, I am apprehensive about your safety. I do not want you to go." Xia Yuxing immediately embraced Lu Ming. "My love, have you forgotten that I am a skilled martial artist? Yet, my concern remains. Do not worry, I shall act with prudence." Lu Ming reassured her, adding, "Do not glance out the window, it may alert them. And be sure to lock the door. Do not open it for anyone but me." "Understood." Xia Yuxing nodded in agreement. Following this, Lu Ming descended the stairs and departed the community in his car. "Look, master, that fellow Lu is leaving the neighborhood again," one of the followers exclaimed. "At this hour, he dares to venture out. Start the vehicle and maintain a safe distance while tracking him." "Understood, master." The Mercedes-Benz van quietly followed suit. Chapter 177. Exposing Kaishenfei's dark secrets. Di Kuan trailed behind Lu Ming, noticing that Lu Ming's vehicle was headed towards the suburbs. "Master, why has this fellow surnamed Lu ventured into the outskirts?" Perhaps there is a significant discovery to be made." "A significant discovery?" the slender apprentice remarked. "Indeed. Wealthy individuals often prefer to keep their mistresses in suburban villas or engage in clandestine activities there." At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly accelerated, picking up speed. Di Kuan quickly observed and shouted, "Little fatty, speed up. Don't lose him." "Understood." The plump apprentice hastened their pace. However, as they approached a sharp turn, the chubby apprentice swiftly maneuvered but found Lu Ming's car had vanished. Given that there was only a straight road ahead, it seemed impossible for Lu Ming to have accelerated so rapidly, especially considering the earlier proximity of their vehicles. The plump apprentice immediately halted the car to search. Master, where did that fellow Lu go?" "Gone? How can that be?" Di Kuan also glanced around and indeed saw no trace of Lu Ming's car. "Master, I understand now. What is it?" "He must have sped ahead and veered into a ditch." "That is a possibility, but there is another." "What possibility?" Di Kuan squinted, stating, "That rascal must have discovered us and hidden his vehicle." Suddenly, there came a series of knocks on their car window. "Who is it?" The slender apprentice was taken aback. Di Kuan sensed trouble and urged, "Quick, let us get out of here. We've been discovered." Just as the plump apprentice was about to start the engine, a loud crash shattered the window. A hand reached in, grasping him by the throat. The plump apprentice turned to find Lu Ming looking at him with a grin. Lu Ming beckoned with his finger, commanding, "Turn off the engine. Hand over the car keys." "You want to?" the plump apprentice began. But the pressure from Lu Ming's grip silenced him. He hastily turned off the engine, removed the keys, and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the car remote, unlocked the doors, and swung open the back door, revealing all the photographic equipment inside. Di Kuan and the slender apprentice exchanged anxious glances. "Make way," Lu Ming instructed Di Kuan. Only then did Di Kuan shift aside, allowing Lu Ming to take a seat. "Speak." Lu Ming regarded him coldly. An invisible pressure enveloped Di Kuan, causing beads of sweat to form. He knew Lu Ming was a master in combat, and the three of them were no match. Sir, we are photographers capturing the essence of nature in the wild. Surely, you must have misunderstood?" Di Kuan was reluctant to divulge information easily. "Misunderstood? What do you intend to photograph at this hour? The Grudge?" Lu Ming glared at him. "Brother, we genuinely are photographers. We just returned from Jincheng. You followed me all this way. Do you intend to continue fabricating tales?" Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. "I am not fabricating," Di Kuan insisted, still in denial. Suddenly, Lu Ming delivered a sharp slap to Di Kuan's face, leaving a vivid crimson imprint. "Ah!" Di Kuan grimaced in pain. The two disciples stood frozen in fear. Lu Ming flexed his wrist and continued, "If you utter another word, I shall knock out all your teeth. You are well aware of my skills, having secretly filmed me." "Brother, this is a misunderstanding," Di Kuan protested, clutching his face in agony. "A misunderstanding, you say? Very well. I shall first knock out your teeth on either side, and then I'll call the police to inspect your photographic equipment. I suspect you may be foreign spies." Lu Ming deliberately aimed to intimidate them. "Please, brother." Di Kuan thought to himself that wealthy people wield immense influence, and as a mere paparazzo, being accused of espionage would spell disaster for him. He quickly capitulated, revealing all he knew about Kong Kai Rong. "Indeed, it is the Kong family." Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. "Brother Lu, that is all I have." "They merely had you under surveillance?" "Yes, Kong Tai believes you must have some dirt on her as well, and intends to expose it to ruin your reputation." Lu Ming then inquired, "You have Kong Tai's phone number, correct?" "Yes," Di Kuan nodded. "Call her," Lu Ming commanded. "This." "Brother Lu." "I." Di Kuan hesitated. Lu Ming shot him a glare. Di Kuan thought, having already been exposed, he might as well proceed. He dialed Kong Kai Rong's number. Lu Ming extended his hand, and Di Kuan handed over the phone. "Hello, you called me so soon. Did the surveillance yield results?" Kong Kai Rong's voice was laced with surprise upon answering. Lu Ming promptly replied, "Kong Tai. Regrettably, I must inform you that your clever scheme has unraveled. The paparazzo you hired has been apprehended." "Who are you?" Kong Kai Rong exclaimed. "It is I, Lu Ming." "You wretched boy." "Indeed, it is me, Kong Tai. I warn you, cease your underhanded tactics. I find them utterly detestable and will perceive them as a provocation. What if I choose to provoke you? You struck my son, and my brother was arrested. Let me tell you, Lu, this matter is far from over." Given Kong Tai's obstinacy, Lu Ming saw no reason to continue the conversation. He ended the call abruptly. Infuriated, Kong Kai Rong smashed her phone against the wall. Lu Ming then warned Di Kuan to remove all storage cards from the photographic equipment before returning to Yushui Bay. Since Kong Tai had initiated this provocation, he felt no obligation to show restraint. If she was so protective of her offspring, it was time to uncover what dirt lay on her son, Kai Fei. On the way back, Lu Ming activated his information-gathering skills. The collection of dirt on Kai Fei was complete, with details as follows. Scandal 1. Kai Fei deceived a female classmate into going to a bar, where he surreptitiously drugged her drink and proceeded to engage in inappropriate conduct. Scandal 2. Kai Fei, along with several accomplices, forcibly took a barmaid to a racetrack, where they committed similar acts and subsequently threatened her with photographic evidence. Scandal 3. Kai Fei has a penchant for nightlife, indulging in the consumption of illicit substances, and has been known to gather with companions for similar indulgences at home. Scandal 4. Kai Fei organized private street racing and gambling competitions. Scandal 5. Kai Fei enlisted paparazzi to secretly photograph a female celebrity, subsequently threatening her to comply with his demands. Lu Ming observed that Kai Fei's notorious reputation in Yanbei was indeed well-founded. At such a young age, he has engaged in a plethora of nefarious activities. Such societal detritus must be reformed. Certainly, Kai Fei is implicated in further transgressions, but even these few scandals suffice to warrant serious consequences. System, reveal the scandals automatically. Chapter 178. Lu Ming is not to be provoked that evening. Kong Sairong returned home in a fit of anger. She had never anticipated that the private investigator she hired to surveil Lu Ming would be discovered by him. This Di Kuan, reputedly formidable and a descendant of the D family, displayed a lamentable lack of competence. To make matters worse, she had already disbursed a sum of 1 million yuan for his services, which felt like an utter waste. Subsequently, Lu Ming even called her, further kindling her ire. Upon arriving home, she found her son, Kai Xingfei, engrossed in a video game in the living room. "Xiaofei, how can you be so unreliable?" she exclaimed. "Mom, what's wrong?" Kai Xingfei replied, not bothering to look up from his game. "It's that private investigator you recommended." "Mom, did he get any evidence?" Kai Xingfei's eyes lit up, and he paused his game. Kong Cairong shot him a glare, retorting, "What evidence?" "He was caught by Lu Ming." "What? Caught? That incompetent fool. How can he be so inept?" Kai Xingfei could not suppress his frustration. "That Lu fellow even had the audacity to have his paparazzi call me directly." "What did he say?" "What else could he say?" "He warned my mother." "Who does he think he is? Am I someone to be intimidated?" "Mom, how about this?" "I know a few more." Kai Xingfei began to suggest, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. "Who do you know?" "Why the silence?" Kong Cairong inquired, furrowing her brow. She noticed Kai Xingfei casting a guilty glance behind her. Turning around, she discovered her husband, Kai Jiawu, standing silently behind her. "When did you return?" she asked. "I came back just now. I overheard your conversation with our son," Kai Jiawu said coldly as he took a seat on the sofa, gritting his teeth. "I told you not to provoke Lu Ming again. Why do you refuse to listen?" "I didn't do anything wrong. I merely hired a private investigator to see if we could capture some incriminating evidence." Kong Cairong replied, pouting. "You have no idea how serious this matter is. Kai Jiawu, you are being overly sensitive. You speak of Lu Ming as if he were a deity. How formidable could he possibly be?" Kai Jiawu shook his head in resignation, saying, "Let us hope this time will pass without incident." At that moment, Kai Xingfei picked up his phone, intending to resume his game, but unexpectedly, an adversary, Cheng Yaojin, rushed in and swiftly eliminated him with a skill. "Damn it!" Kai Xingfei exclaimed in frustration. Meanwhile, Kai Jiawu and Kong Cairong continued their heated argument. "Mom and Dad, please stop arguing. How powerful can Lu Ming really be? Is he going to summon the police to apprehend me?" Kai Xingfei interjected with impatience. At last, his parents fell silent, and the house was enveloped in an eerie calm. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside. Kai Jiawu's expression hardened. Kai Xingfei was equally startled. "Oh, it's just a coincidence. You're overreacting. I warned you against speaking carelessly," Kong Cairong insisted. Yet, the sirens grew increasingly closer. "But Mom, it sounds like they've entered the neighborhood," Kai Xingfei exclaimed in disbelief. "How could that be possible?" Kong Cairong stepped out of the villa and glanced around. The sound of police sirens was indeed drawing nearer, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the house. "This is bad. The police have truly come to our home." Kong Cairong's expression changed. Kai Jiawu and Kai Xingfei also emerged from the villa. 2 police cars had arrived at the villa, and several officers approached briskly. Kai Jiawu inquired, "Officers, who are you looking for?" "Hello, we are from the Bay Branch Bureau." "Who among you is Kai Xingfei?" an officer in the front asked. "That's me." Kai Xingfei felt his legs weaken. Kong Cairong immediately interjected, "What do you want with my son?" "Yes, what do you want with me? I am a model citizen. I have done nothing wrong." Kai Xingfei could not help but shout. At this moment, the officer replied, "Comrade Kai Xingfei, we have received numerous reports alleging you are involved in multiple criminal offenses. You must come with us to the police station immediately." "What? Multiple criminal offenses? This is impossible." "On what basis do you say that?" Kong Cairong panicked. Kai Jiawu quickly added, "Officers, if you intend to take my son, do you have an arrest warrant?" "Yes. Here is the arrest warrant." The police officer produced a paper document. Kai Jiawu and Kong Cairong were momentarily taken aback. "Take him away." 2 officers swiftly produced handcuffs and secured Kai Xingfei. In an instant, he was led away. What is happening?" Kong Cairong cried out in distress. Kai Jiawu hurriedly took out his phone and called a friend. A few minutes later, he hung up. "Husband, what is going on? Why has our son been taken away?" Kong Cairong urgently inquired. Kai Jiawu responded, "I found out that just 2 hours ago, a video surfaced online showing our son engaging in several questionable activities. Netizens directly tagged the police, who promptly arrived after reviewing the footage." "A video? How could this be?" Kong Cairong found it hard to believe. Kai Jiawu clenched his teeth. "How could it not be? Your son was seen swaying in a bar, and even gathering to indulge in illicit activities. These have been captured on film. This is irrefutable evidence. This is impossible. Impossible." I repeatedly warned you not to cause trouble, but you refused to listen. Now, look what's happened. Your brother has been arrested, and our son has been taken away. This is the result of your actions. Kong Kai-ron was utterly stunned. Kai Jiawu declared, after all these years, I have learned one truth. There are some individuals one cannot provoke. You have now entangled yourself with someone beyond our reach. Kong Kai-ron collapsed to the ground, her expression vacant, overwhelmed with regret. A month later, the affairs of the Kong and Kai families had finally quieted down on the internet. In high society, speculation ran rampant. The swift arrest of Kong Xiong-yi and Kai Xingfei, with solid evidence, surely indicated they had crossed paths with a powerful figure they ought not to have provoked. Many began to inquire about the recent incident where Kai Xingfei had assaulted Xia Wansheng's son, Xia Hongyuan. This matter sparked considerable discussion among the public. Many speculate that Xia Wansheng may be the prominent figure, while others assert that it is in fact Lu Ming. On the day Xia Hongyuan was assaulted, his brother-in-law Lu Ming was present and subsequently confronted Kai Xingfei. Later, Kong Xiongyi vandalized Lu Ming's company, leading to the subsequent arrest of both Kong Xiongyi and Kai Xingfei. Within the upper echelons of society, analyses have led to a prevailing belief that Lu Ming is indeed the formidable entity to be reckoned with. Notably, just recently, Xia Wansheng's company faced a financial crisis, and it was Lu Ming who extended a helping hand. Consequently, Lu Ming's identity and background have become the subject of intriguing speculation, with rumors circulating that his apparent persona is merely a fade, concealing his true identity as the illegitimate son of a powerful tycoon. Regardless of the rumors, a consensus has emerged. Lu Ming is not to be trifled with. Chapter 179. Expanding Overseas Financial Ventures. As June arrived, Lu Ming found himself in a state of great joy. Firstly, the substantial sum of 10 billion he had lent to his father-in-law, Xia Wansheng, had been returned. Xia Wansheng, a truly accomplished entrepreneur, had revitalized his company's operations within a mere 6 months. The Wansheng Group now boasted a reserve of funds in its accounts. Upon repayment, Xia Wansheng even paid interest to Lu Ming at the benchmark rate, despite Lu Ming's initial insistence on waiving it, as Xia Wansheng considered it a matter of business ethics. Consequently, Lu Ming did not press the issue. With the return of the 10 billion, and through Lu Ming's diligent efforts over the past 6 months, coupled with his own financial maneuvers, he had achieved a modest target of another 10 billion. This meant that Lu Ming's available capital had reached an impressive total of 20 billion. Simultaneously, he had also accomplished the milestone of amassing a fortune of 20 billion, thereby earning himself a piece of luck fragment. Ding. System task initiated. Achieve a net worth of 30 billion. Task completion reward. 1 luck fragment. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. While the initial task of accumulating 10 billion had posed some challenges, the prospect of reaching 30 billion now seemed exceedingly attainable. With 20 billion at his disposal, navigating the foreign exchange market for a while would surely solidify the target of 30 billion. Ding. System task initiated. Expand overseas financial operations. Task completion reward. 1 lottery opportunity. Lu Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving a task to broaden his overseas financial pursuits. With 20 billion in capital, it was indeed an opportune moment to establish a financial company abroad, enabling him to better engage in international financial activities and capitalize on foreign investments. Thus, Lu Ming shared his plan with Xia Yusheng. Establishing an overseas company? Xia Yusheng expressed her surprise. Yes, Lu Ming affirmed. I believe that creating an overseas entity would facilitate our ability to earn money from foreign clients. That sounds feasible. I suggest we set our first overseas company in Wall Street. Xia Yusheng, familiar with the area, proposed. Indeed, that was my thought as well. However, starting from scratch would be a considerable waste of time. I intend to acquire an existing local financial management firm for a more efficient setup. What do you think of this idea, my dear? That sounds good. We could commence operations shortly thereafter. Our overseas business will primarily revolve around Zhou Ying's financial management and Zhou Chuang's equity investments. I plan to hire a professional manager to assume the role of CEO. Hiring a CEO isn't necessary. I can oversee that personally, Xia Yusheng replied, undeterred by the workload. Lu Ming chuckled, wrapping his arm around her. That won't do. You'd be running back and forth between domestic and international locations, which would be too taxing. My dear husband, you are so considerate of me. In that case, I actually have a great candidate in mind. Who is it? That's a secret for now. I'm not certain if I can secure their agreement. As noon approached, Lu Ming found himself eagerly awaiting good news from his wife. Shall we go out for lunch? He inquired, glancing at the time. Xia Yuxing replied, I have made plans to dine with Wan Qing and He. Oh, what delectable delights do you three sisters intend to indulge in? Might I be included? Lu Ming asked. Taken aback. That is not possible, Xia Yuxing retorted playfully. Oh, do you have some secrets among your circle of friends? Of course, she responded with a hint of pride. At noon, Xia Yuxing met with Zhu Wanqing and Jian He at the Guimao area. Apart from their meal, the trio harbored a secret, the impending birthday of Lu Ming. Traditionally, he preferred to celebrate his birthday modestly, but Xia Yuxing was determined to orchestrate an unforgettable celebration for her fiancé. After all, Lu Ming had previously surprised her with a proposal by the seaside on her birthday. Thus, she consulted Zhu Wanqing and Jian He about the perfect birthday gift for Lu Ming. After some deliberation, they concluded that men are typically enamored with wealth, power, women, cars, and watches. Since Lu Ming had already acquired wealth, companionship, and a vehicle, they decided to bestow upon him a prestigious watch as a symbol of status. Consequently, the three friends visited the Patek Philippe flagship store to customize a timepiece. Upon learning that the future owner of this watch would be Lu Ming, the Patek Philippe representatives expressed considerable enthusiasm. Conveniently, the company was set to release a limited edition K3 watch, with only 13 pieces available worldwide, each priced at $33 million. Each watch would be etched with the owner's initials. At noon, the eagerly awaited Patek Philippe watch arrived. Xia Yuxing, Zhu Wanqing, and Jian He gathered to admire it. Wow, it truly is exquisite, worthy of its multi-million price tag, Zhu Wanqing exclaimed, marveling at the timepiece. Jian He chuckled, Yuxing, you've certainly invested a substantial amount this time. Xia Yuxing replied modestly, oh, it's merely a month's salary. What? Zhu Wanqing and Jian He's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, Lu Ming treats you exceptionally well, offering such a generous salary. Zhu Wanqing remarked incredulously. Indeed, I envy you, Jian He added. Lu Ming truly dotes on you. Zhu Wanqing noted, however. Yuxing works hard managing two companies. Isn't it tiring, Yuxing? Jian He asked, intrigued. Xia Yuxing smiled, not particularly. One company focuses on finance and the other on equity investments, both well within my expertise. Indeed, your capabilities are impressive. You are truly the foremost talent in the business realm, Jian He praised. Zhu Wanqing held on to her two companions, chuckling, indeed, Xing is the most beautiful CEO, He. You are the most beautiful designer, and I am the most beautiful police officer. Haha. The three of them erupted into laughter. After checking the watch for any issues, Xia Yuxing finally completed the payment. The trio exited the store, ready to indulge in a meal. Zhu Wanqing tugged at Xia Yuxing and inquired, Sheng, have you finalized the venue for Lu Ming's birthday party? Xia Yuxing nodded, replying, yes, it's booked at my mother's Yunding Resort Hotel. Jian He's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, wow, will Lu Ming's friends be joining us too? Zhu Wanqing teased, oh, are you perhaps yearning for love? Jian He quickly denied, saying, not at all. I simply wish to meet more friends. Ah, is it truly just friends you seek? Or perhaps a few handsome gentlemen? Zhu Wanqing giggled. Chapter 180. Trial production of 5G chip samples on this day. Lu Ming drove to Jin City, not to the city center, but to the development zone. The Super K chip company, Longyao Technology, which he had invested in, was located in the Jin City development zone. Since last year, Lu Ming had drawn the Super K chip technology team, and he had tasked team leader Qin Zhouye with quietly preparing a chip manufacturing factory in the development zone. Initially, Lu Ming had allocated 1 billion for the first phase, allowing Qin Zhouye to make arrangements, utilizing the quickest method for acquiring the factory. Qin Zhouye had successfully established the facility in the Jin City development zone. This time, it was Qin Zhouye who had taken the initiative to invite Lu Ming for a visit, and he had several important matters to discuss with him. Qin Zhouye, being the team leader drawn from the system, posed no concerns regarding loyalty. Thus, Lu Ming had been quite at ease in trusting the management of the chip company to him. After touring the factory with Qin Zhouye, Lu Ming was astonished by his capabilities. Mr. Lu, based on the major factories we have established and the related cooperative companies, we can commence trial production of the chips. Qin Zhouye reported on the progress of chip manufacturing. So soon, Lu Ming found it hard to believe. Even though the technology team had been drawn from the system, he understood that chip manufacturing was far from straightforward, given the complexity of its industrial chain. The notion that they could begin trial production seemed almost unbelievable. Qin Zhouye elaborated, Mr. Lu, our K-chip represents a new technology. distinct from both the current traditional silicon-based chips and the still researching quantum chips. Our K-chip is at the forefront of technology, boasting the strongest computational abilities and the fastest manufacturing processes. To prevent any disruptions in our chip production's industrial chain, we are currently focusing on the autonomous production of critical components of the K-chip. Simpler components can be manufactured in collaboration with domestic companies. Qin Zhuoye provided a detailed explanation of the K-chip technology. Lu Ming grasped that, in essence, the K-chip was an advanced technological product sourced from the system, capable of surpassing any chip manufacturing processes available on Earth today. Old Qin, you mentioned our chip technology is advanced and manufacturing is expedited. Does that imply our chip processes are simple and easily susceptible to theft? Lu Ming posed a crucial question. Qin Zhuoye shook his head, reassuring him. Rest assured, Mr. Lu. Our manufacturing equipment can only be produced by my team. No other teams can replicate it. The reasons are quite complex and may be difficult for you to understand. Very well then. Lu Ming decided not to pursue further details, as long as the technology was secure from theft. Qin Zhuoye continued, Mr. Lu, besides the factory tour, I also wish to consult with you regarding the first batch of trial production chips. What type of chips do you envision? Our design team is ready to create chips tailored to your specifications. What kind of chips should we produce? This is a question that Lu Ming had not previously contemplated. Currently, the chip market is replete with various types, including mobile phone chips, computer chips, and industrial machine chips. After some reflection, Lu Ming proposed, let us first attempt to manufacture a batch of mobile phone chips. As foreign entities are currently imposing restrictions on our domestic high-end chips, we should produce a sample batch. Understood, Mr. Lu. Our chips differ from traditional silicon-based ones. Will there be any compatibility issues with existing mobile devices upon launch? Mr. Lu, our chips can be designed to conform to the interfaces of current silicon-based chips, ensuring full compatibility with mainstream mobile phones. In the future, we could also develop proprietary chip interfaces. Excellent. Lu Ming exclaimed with excitement and inquired, how long until we have the samples ready? The design will take half a month, and production will require an additional month. Such speed? Lu Ming marveled internally. This pace suggests that mass production in the future would also proceed swiftly. After concluding his inspection at the factory in Chongqing, Lu Ming returned home for a brief lunch before heading back to Yebei. Upon arriving at Yushui Bay, Xia Yuxing inquired about his inspection. Lu Ming candidly shared the developments in chip manufacturing. Has the new chip technology truly advanced so quickly? Xia Yuxing questioned, her skepticism evident. Given the cutting-edge nature of the technology. Indeed, I spoke with Qin Zhuoye about producing a batch of 5G mobile chip samples. The feasibility will become clear once we conduct the tests. Let us hope this new chip technology achieves breakthroughs. If so, my dear, you may indeed astonish the world. Xia Yuxing could not help but dream of the possibilities. Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement as well. After conversing for a while, Xia Yuxing suddenly remembered something. By the way, while shopping this afternoon, I bought you a new suit. Oh, what prompted this sudden gift? I already have several. Your birthday is the day after tomorrow. You cannot attend your birthday party in anything less than a new suit. Haha, I thought a casual outfit would suffice. Many friends will be attending. You should dress more formally. All right, I shall heed your advice. Xia Yuxing fetched the new suit, and Lu Ming tried it on, finding it to be a perfect fit. At that moment, Xia Yuxing suddenly grasped Lu Ming's wrist and fastened a watch onto him. Wow! Lu Ming's eyes lit up in surprise. A Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe is renowned as a luxury watch brand, and Lu Ming recognized it instantly. Kiki, you recognized it right away. My dear, when did you purchase this? I ordered it from Patek Philippe a while ago. This is the latest K3 limited edition, and it's a custom piece. Look, your initials are engraved on it. Indeed, this must have cost quite a bit. Not excessively, it's just equivalent to my monthly salary. Well, my dear, you truly indulge me. As long as my husband likes it, no matter the price, it's worth it. Lu Ming exclaimed. Of course I like it. As long as it is a gift from my wife, I cherish it. That's all that matters. Remember to wear this watch on your birthday the day after tomorrow. Oh, with my suit complemented by a Patek Philippe watch, and considering my handsome, tall, and strong presence, it will surely leave them in awe. Haha, you narcissist. Xia Yuxing giggled, covering her mouth. Oh, little Xia, do you not think I am impressive? Come, let me show you my strength. I don't want to. Xia Yuxing blushed, instantly realizing what he intended to do. Chapter 181. Are you secretly engaged in semiconductors? On this weekend, A multitude of socialites gathered in the garden of the Yunning Resort Hotel Villa. This birthday celebration for Lu Ming had unmistakably transformed into a gathering of the elite. In high society, such social events, whether for a birthday or a wedding, require a certain degree of social standing and influence to come to fruition. Lu Ming's current societal stature and impact were sufficient to attract the interest of many influential individuals. At the banquet, friends of Xia Yuxing, friends of Lu Ming, and acquaintances mingled, creating a lively atmosphere. Under the coolness of the pavilion on the lawn, guests held their wine glasses and engaged in conversation. On Xia Yuxing's side, a group of women chattered animatedly, while on Lu Ming's side, a cluster of men laughed and bantered. "Hey, old Lu, is that a K3 Patek Philippe watch on your wrist?" Fu Shuai exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he noticed Lu Ming's timepiece. "Sharp eyes." Lu Ming chuckled. "Isn't that a limited edition?" Xiang Wenchu, unfamiliar with such luxury, inquired. Song Yuanzhou interjected, "This is the soon-to-be-released K3 limited edition, with only 13 pieces globally, valued at over 30 million. The revelation elicited gasps of astonishment from the guests. Just then, a few more friends arrived. Gu Tianyi, Shenange, and Bai Jin Luo. All familiar faces. Alongside them was a middle-aged gentleman. Although none had personal ties with him, they readily recognized Zhao Ruiwen, the president of Huaxing Mobile. Zhao Ruiwen was a well-known entrepreneur, frequently featured in various business magazines, making him a recognizable figure. Upon seeing him, Lu Ming approached with a smile to greet him. "Old Lu, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Zhao Ruiwen." Gu Tianyi offered. "Tianyi, does Mr. Zhao require your introduction? His reputation exceeds even mine." Lu Ming responded with a grin while extending his hand. Zhao Ruiwen reciprocated the gesture, saying, "Mr. Lu, you are a prominent figure in the financial realm. I, Zhao Ruiwen, hold you in high regard. Today, on your birthday, I made it a point to come with Tianyi to meet you. Haha, welcome, Mr. Zhao." Lu Ming warmly invited everyone into the venue. At such gatherings, aside from casual chatter, discussions often veered towards topics of economics, commerce, trade, and finance. At this moment, they all sat around a long table engaged in conversation. Gu Tianyi inquired, "Old Lu, I heard you recently partnered with Fu Shuai to invest in an animated film?" "Indeed." "That is true." Lu Ming nodded. Gu Tianyi continued, "Hey, why didn't you invite me? I'd like to be a producer as well." "Haha, Tianyi, you jest. You're busy making a fortune in mining, and you wish to dabble in box office revenues?" Lu Ming teased. "Exactly. Give us a break, Tianyi." Fu Shuai chimed in. Gu Tianyi laughed. "Damn it. I just want to collaborate with you guys. Old Lu, why don't you join me in a mining venture? I guarantee you'll earn a fortune." Fu Shuai quickly exclaimed, "Tianyi, I've finally latched onto a significant opportunity. You can't just take it away from me." Laughter erupted among the group. Lu Ming interjected, "Brother Tianyi, I'm not particularly interested in your minerals. Rather, I am intrigued by the location of your mining site. The African savanna is abundant with lions. We could embark on a lion-catching adventure." Gu Tianyi replied, "Old Lu, those lions are far too wild. Who would dare venture there to catch them? If you want to play with lions, we should go to Dubai. The lions there are domesticated, as gentle as house cats." Fu Shuai chuckled, "Dubai, huh? When shall we gather to indulge in a bit of luxury there?" Song Yuanzhou couldn't help but sigh. It seems the entertainment industry is indeed lucrative. Given the current economic climate, our President Fu still has the leisure to frolic in Dubai. Lu Ming chimed in, "Indeed. Just recently, old Fu mentioned investing in a film. After the lead actor's scandal, he was troubled and sleepless, yet he is now ready to head to Dubai for indulgence." "Hey, old Lu, I have good news. That film has been sold off. I broke even," Fu Shuai declared with a hint of pride. Lu Ming thought to himself that Fu Shuai was quite remarkable. That film was a guaranteed loss, yet he managed to sell it. The conversation shifted to the economic situation. Gu Tianyi remarked, "Speaking of the current economic climate, the global downturn is evident. Take mining, for instance. It is currently over-extracted, with a decrease in global demand. Yet my operations continue unabated. To halt would incur even greater losses." "Indeed, it's akin to the oil market," Zhao Ruiwen concurred. Xiang Wenchu inquired, "Mr. Zhao, has the global sales of Guoxing phones also seen a decline?" Zhao Ruiwen responded, "Yes, as you are aware, the smartphone market is challenging. Presently, Guoxing's 5G capabilities are restricted, and we are indeed under considerable pressure. However, soon this pressure will not solely affect us." Lu Ming asked in astonishment, "Not just us? Are foreign entities planning to sanction other companies as well?" Zhao Ruiwen replied, "Recently, several foreign giants have received directives from the U.S. to impose sanctions on other domestic smartphone manufacturers' chips. high-end chips may no longer be sold to China. What? So, in the future, domestic smartphone manufacturers will only be able to sell low-end devices? Gu Tianyi asked, astonished. Zhao Ruiwen nodded, stating, there is no alternative. This gang of bullies led by the U.S. aims to suppress our domestic manufacturers and reclaim the global smartphone market. Fu Shuai, exasperated, exclaimed, damn the U.S. They truly are thieves. Song Yuanzhou added, there is no remedy. They have built their empire on thievery. Xiang Wenchu questioned, Mr. Zhao. Is there no hope for our domestic chips to break through this blockade? Sighing, Zhao Ruiwen lamented, our domestic chips have just begun to achieve 12-nanometer mass production. While foreign counterparts have already commenced 3-nanometer production, the gap is still considerable. Gu Tianyi remarked, indeed. The next generation A17 chip of the snake fruit phone is already at 3 nanometers. These thieves only wish to impose blockades. Must we not strive to break through? Fu Shuai clenched his teeth in determination. At this moment, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, who says we cannot break through the blockade? Perhaps one day, a new chip technology will emerge, and by then, not only will the 3-nanometer chips struggle to sell, but even the optical terminals from the Netherlands may find no market. Song Yuanzhou chuckled. Haha, let us hope so. Then we can let those foreign folks go drink the northwestern wind. Gu Tianyi then playfully placed his arm around Lu Ming's shoulder and whispered, haha, old Lu, I've heard that you've been quietly purchasing land in the Jin City development zone and have built several factories. Could it be that you're secretly delving into semiconductors? What? Lu Ming was genuinely taken aback. Could it be that Gu Tianyi had a nose for such things? Chapter 182. Lu Ming's birthday banquet. Lu Ming chuckled. Tianyi, you must be involved in intelligence work. Right? You seem to know everything. It's not a secret, Gu Tianyi responded with a smile. You are quite the celebrity now. Your every move is under scrutiny. Like the new companies you register or your business ventures. Lu Ming did not conceal the truth, stating, indeed, I have invested in a technology research team in Jin City, specifically related to semiconductors. Oh, Zhao Ruiwen exclaimed in surprise. President Lu, you are also engaged in semiconductor research projects? Yes, Lu Ming affirmed. We are researching a new chip technology. Excellent, Zhao Ruiwen praised. This is akin to our research on quantum chips. While foreign companies monopolize silicon-based chips, we shall seek alternative paths, and perhaps we may stumble upon unexpected gains. Gu Tianyi added, Old Lu, Old Zhao, since both of you are involved in chip research, you can exchange ideas in the future. Certainly, President Zhao, you are welcome to visit our research lab, Lu Ming generously offered. Absolutely, Zhao Ruiwen readily agreed. In the afternoon, Lu Ming's birthday banquet concluded. He and Xia Yuxing took a leisurely stroll and watched a movie, enjoying a moment that belonged solely to them. Upon returning home that evening, Xia Yuxing decided to take the initiative and cook a longevity noodle dish for Lu Ming. Darling, let me prepare the noodles for you. Excuse me? Lu Ming replied, a peculiar look in his eyes. I meant I will cook longevity noodles for you, she clarified. Longevity noodles? That sounds delightful. Lu Ming grinned widely. With that, Xia Yuxing entered the kitchen. Although cooking was quite a challenge for her, having Lu Ming, a skilled chef, by her side made it easier. Before long, a bowl of noodles, light yet flavorful, was ready. It was adorned with seafood, tiny shrimp, fresh green vegetables, and high-protein eggs. As Lu Ming savored the longevity noodles prepared by his wife, he felt a deep sense of contentment. They enjoyed a simple meal and then took a shower before settling on the sofa to watch television. Darling, today is your birthday. Do you have any birthday wishes? Xia Yuxing asked playfully, nestled in Lu Ming's embrace. Oh, my dear wife, are you preparing to help me fulfill my wishes? Lu Ming teased, playfully lifting her chin. Well, if I could assist you in realizing them, that would be splendid, she replied with a smile. May I propose an extravagant wish? He inquired. Extravagant? Xia Yuxing's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, what are you thinking, you rascal? Lu Ming pulled her closer, whispering in her ear, can we use it later? You naughty wolf, Xia Yuxing exclaimed, feeling utterly shy. Oh, my dear, surely this is a wish you can help me fulfill? I cannot, I won't. Cannot. It's quite simple. How so? Well, we can start by watching some instructional videos, he suggested with a mischievous grin. How infuriating. Xia Yuxing felt increasingly embarrassed. Thus, Lu Ming brazenly retrieved several terabytes of external hard drives, drawing the curtains to create a private space for the two of them. Come on, dear wife. Choose one that you wish to watch. Xia Yuxing was at a loss, glancing at the densely packed options. Well, look at you. I didn't realize you had an external hard drive. I thought everything was stored on your D drive. One must have a backup, he replied shamelessly. Unsure of which to select, Xia Yuxing randomly clicked on one. She was not accustomed to such straightforward and crude narratives. However, having become quite familiar with Lu Ming, there was little left to feel shy about. Given that this was an educational session, Lu Ming chose a rather commendable instructional video. Once the video concluded, it was Xia Yuxing's turn to take the lead. I'm a bit uncomfortable, Xia Yuxing said, feeling shy. It's only the first time. Just give it a try. Lu Ming encouraged her, undeterred. Well, I think I'll go brush my teeth. Weren't you just brushing your teeth? I want to brush them again. All right then. Xia Yuxing hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. After washing up, she returned with a flushed face, having mustered her courage. On July 1st, a piece of news sent shockwaves worldwide. Several major foreign chip companies announced a halt in sales of high-end chips to Chinese smartphone manufacturers. Simultaneously, chip manufacturing companies would cease providing high-end chip foundry services to these manufacturers. Previously, only Guoxing Mobile faced chip restrictions, but now, all domestic smartphone manufacturers were affected. This was, without a doubt, a shameless act of piracy by the United States, prioritizing its own manufacturers' interests. Consequently, Chinese smartphone companies could only produce low-end chip devices. This situation not only threatened local markets but also risked eroding the global market share of Chinese manufacturers to foreign competitors. The announcement incited immediate backlash across the internet. However, this is the harsh reality of commercial competition. The major domestic smartphone manufacturers would face significant challenges. Surprisingly, at this critical juncture, Guoxing Mobile declared a new product launch event on September 1st, announcing the release of the H70 series smartphones. This news caught many netizens off guard. The H series is positioned as a high-end line. Did Guoxing Mobile still possess high-end chips? Perhaps they had some stock left? Even if they did, public anticipation for this launch was rather low, as everyone was aware that due to the sanctions, Guoxing's phones lacked 5G functionality. Finally, the day arrived on September 1st. Guoxing Mobile held the launch event at the Yinbei Technology Building, broadcasting it live across the internet. The press conference has yet to commence, yet within the live stream, netizens have already begun an animated discussion. A portion of the audience expressed their willingness to purchase the H70 series phones, even in the absence of 5G capabilities. Conversely, others indicated that they might refrain from considering the device without 5G functionality. Amidst the fervent discussions, the press conference commenced. To everyone's astonishment, the event featured none other than President Zhao Ruiwen himself taking the stage. Even more surprising was the moment Zhao Ruiwen unveiled a significant announcement at the outset of the conference. Guoxing Mobile has entered into a strategic partnership with Longyao Technology for chip development, and the H70 model will be equipped with the domestically produced Longyao K1 chip, which will support 5G communication. Moreover, the performance of the Longyao K1 chip is poised to surpass that of all high-end chips currently available in the market. The audience was left in a state of bewilderment. What exactly is the Longyao K1 chip? Chapter 183. Chip Breakthrough Leaves the U.S. In a panic, Zhao Ruiwen primarily focused on the launch event of the Guoxing smartphone, thus providing limited details on the CPU processor chip. Consequently, many attendees left the event with lingering questions. What exactly is Longyao technology? What kind of chip is the Longyao K1? Following the event, discussions surrounding domestic chips surged, and the Longyao K1 processor quickly became a trending topic. It soon became apparent that Longyao Technology is a company dedicated to chip research and development, located in Jin City, with a legal representative named Qin Zhuye. Although Qin Zhuye was not a well-known figure, it was quickly uncovered that the driving force behind Longyao Technology is none other than the financial oracle, Lu Ming. This revelation astonished many. Consequently, numerous individuals flocked to Lu Ming's social media platforms, including Weibo, Douyin, and Tushio, to inquire about the authenticity of the Longyao K1 chip. Initially, Lu Ming refrained from responding to the multitude of queries. This silence prompted skepticism across the internet, with various doubts emerging. The first question raised was whether the Longyao K1 chip is genuinely a domestic product. What type of exposure technology was utilized, and what is its fabrication process, measured in nanometers? The second concern revolved around the chip's computing power, which purportedly surpasses all current high-end chips in the market. Was this merely an exaggeration? The third inquiry sought to identify the designer of the Longyao K1 chip and the design firm behind it. Numerous similar questions arose. as Guisheng smartphones have historically attracted significant attention from international magnates. When Guisheng announced its breakthrough in overcoming the 5G blockade, introducing a 5G chip and communication capabilities, the news rapidly spread globally. Consequently, many peers in the semiconductor and mobile phone industries derided Guisheng, questioning whether they had lost their minds by making such audacious claims to sell smartphones. This drew particular mockery from the semiconductor lithography giant, AMU. They scoffed at the assertion that Longyao Technology's chip computing power eclipses all high-end chips currently available in the market, deeming it a ludicrous jest. AMU's CEO, Eisen, publicly challenged, "May I inquire, Longyao Technology, what is the nanometer measurement of your K1 chip? Is it 1 nanometer? If so, you are indeed at the forefront. If not, you are merely a jester." Not long after, the CEO of the renowned chip manufacturer Qualcomm, Lohman, also issued a statement. "I've heard that Longyao Technology in Huaxia can produce chips now. Are you merely a foundry? Who designed your K1 chip? Surely it is not by divine intervention?" In no time, this matter ignited global discourse. As the date turned to September 15th, Guisheng officially launched the H70 smartphone for sale across all networks. Loyal fans eagerly began purchasing it, marking the commencement of the initial wave of experiences. Soon after, those who acquired the device discovered that the Guisheng smartphone exhibited remarkably robust processing capabilities with an astonishing level of fluidity. At this juncture, many individuals began comparing the H70 smartphone with the snakefruit Apple phone. As a result, upon comparison, many discovered that the A16 chip of snakefruit smartphones was decisively outclassed. Following the release of these comparative videos online, numerous individuals who had not purchased the H70 phone expressed skepticism, deeming it a fabrication. However, the truth cannot be concealed, nor can falsehoods be validated. An increasing number of users who acquired the H70 model experienced a remarkable leap in quality. Notably, the current H70 smartphone has genuinely achieved domestic production of its operating system and CPU, signifying a monumental shift. Soon, prominent smartphone evaluation institutions commenced assessments of the Longyao K1 processor, and the results indeed overshadowed the snakefruit A16 processor. At this juncture, the online community erupted in fervor. The entire internet was ablaze with excitement. This marked a significant advancement for Chinese technology, as the nation finally broke through barriers in the smartphone chip sector. Longyao Technology swiftly entered the global spotlight. On September 20th, the highly anticipated Longyao Technology held its inaugural press conference. During the event, CEO Qin Zhouye introduced the K1 processor and the K-series chips, enlightening the audience. It became clear that the K-chip technology utilizes K-rays as its exposure light source, a groundbreaking discovery in electromagnetic waves by Longyao Technology. The K-chips, forged from this novel form of electromagnetic radiation, commence with computational and processing capabilities of 0.5 nanometers. The introduction revealed that the future applications of K-chips span a vast array of fields, including computing, home appliances, transportation, medical devices, and artificial intelligence, among others. In no time, the H70 phone caught the attention of foreign evaluation agencies. These arrogant overseas companies could hardly believe the authenticity of these claims, dismissing it as a mere farce orchestrated by a Chinese company. Yet, when these foreign evaluators conducted their assessments, they were astounded by the results. In that moment, they realized that the Longyao K1 chip had indeed eclipsed all high-end chips currently on the market in terms of performance. Consequently, global semiconductor manufacturers were thrown into disarray. Leading the charge, the CEO of Qualcomm, Cristiano Amon, hastily convened a shareholder meeting to deliberate on the strategic responses the company should adopt. They discussed the potential impacts on their high-end chip offerings and whether to continue investing in chip design and research funding. If the K-chip were to replace silicon-based chips in the future, their financial investments in research could be rendered futile. Similarly, the CEO of ASML, the leading lithography machine manufacturer from the Netherlands, called an emergency shareholder meeting. In contrast to Qualcomm, they faced an even greater market risk. If the K-chip supplanted silicon-based chips, who would purchase their lithography machines? They pondered whether to proceed with the development of the next-generation EUV lithography machine. In that moment, neither company could arrive at a definitive conclusion. Consequently, Low-Pass Company and Amo Company convened a joint shareholders meeting, both parties deliberating on various strategies. The looming prospect of a vast market and substantial profits is at risk of being eroded. Simultaneously, the officials in Eagle Nation are in a state of disarray. Previously, Eagle Nation wielded control over the capital sector, which in turn governed the world's leading technological giants. As such, Eagle Nation monopolized all discourse, able to wield its coercive logic to impose blockades or suppress competition at will. However, the tides have shifted. Huaxia has made significant strides in the semiconductor and chip domains, successfully breaking through previous constraints. Notably, Huaxia Longyao technology has managed to achieve a remarkable lead. Furthermore, the technology giants led by Eagle Nation remain oblivious to the advancements in K-ray technology. This predicament has left Eagle Nation and its capital sector in a state of panic. Chapter 184. The Divine Guardian Technique Skill in light of the recent advancements in chip technology within China. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing have decided to postpone their plans to personally establish an overseas financial company in the United States. During such critical times, it is prudent to adopt a low-profile approach and seek refuge. One must ponder where in the world is the safest haven. Undoubtedly, it is our great China. Nevertheless, efforts to expand overseas financial operations have not ceased. In mid-July, Xia Yuxing acquired 2 firms on Wall Street, one specializing in financial management and the other in equity investment. These companies have since been renamed Jiuying Capital U.S. Fund and Jiuchuang Investment U.S. Fund. Concurrently, Xia Yuxing extended an invitation to her senior sister, Yi Jinxiu, to assume the role of CEO for both overseas companies. Once hailed as the renowned queen of venture capital, Yi Jinxiu withdrew from the industry 3 years ago due to personal heartbreak and the ill health of her aging parents. Following the passing of her parents 2 years ago, she chose not to return to the venture capital sphere. Instead, she purchased a plot of land in the Ningchuan Hellanshan region, where she established a vineyard, cultivating grapes and producing fine wines. With her exceptional expertise, Yi Jinxiu is more than capable of leading the 2 overseas companies. However, Lu Ming harbored doubts that Xia Yuxing's invitation would be accepted. To his surprise, Yi Jinxiu agreed and flew to Yanbei to discuss the commercial plans for the overseas operations. By mid-August, she set off for the United States to launch the overseas business and recruit talent. Although Lu Ming remained in China, the age of the internet allowed him to work on future financial products for the overseas companies. Moreover, he employed his talent analysis techniques to sift through potential candidates for overseas positions to ensure no investment prodigies were overlooked. As the semiconductor technology sector thrived, on October 1st, Jiuying and Jiuchuang's overseas branches officially commenced operations. The financial titans of Wall Street buzzed with discussions about these newcomers. On that day, at the renowned Southeast CAF on Wall Street, several CEOs from financial management firms convened over coffee to discuss Lu Ming. John Xing, CEO of Dashing Capital, remarked, "Hello, everyone. Have you heard? The newly arrived Jiuying Capital's owner, Lu Ming, is said to be a highly regarded fund manager in China, often referred to as a prophet of the financial world." To which Sher Maiwo, CEO of DM Capital, retorted, "Prophet? I see him more as a grand deceiver. Perhaps he can make money there, but here, we are the ones who dictate terms." Anki, CEO of Daki Capital, added, "Yet this foolish lad did not even invite us for coffee. Perhaps he truly looks down upon us." Zhao Erbe, CEO of Debay Capital, scoffed, "An Eastern boy seeking a slice of the pie on Wall Street, attempting to poach our clients. Such delusions are laughable." Meanwhile, at Jiuying Capital Tower in China, Lu Ming sat in the conference room, holding a cup of Dahong Pao tea. He was conducting an investment strategy meeting with the company's fund managers. After the meeting, Lu Ming returned to his office and stretched languidly. A chime sounded, signaling a reminder from the system. "Host, you have 1 lottery chance remaining." Lu Ming was taken aback. It dawned on him that he had expanded the overseas financial business, and now that the overseas company was operational, he had completed the task and earned a lottery opportunity as a reward. "Host, shall we proceed with the lottery immediately?" "Yes, let's begin." "Understood, host." Subsequently, the system's lottery interface appeared, displaying a myriad of familiar skill rewards. However, to his surprise, a significant portion of the rewards were obscured by question marks, rendering them invisible. Having participated in numerous lotteries, Lu Ming had encountered many peculiar skills and had grown accustomed to the process. The pointer on the spinning wheel whirled rapidly, only to eventually halt at a position marked by a question mark. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the Divine Guardian Technique skill." Divine Guardian Technique? Lu Ming was momentarily perplexed. What kind of skill was this? He quickly examined the details. Divine Guardian Technique grants a protective aura to family and friends, endowing them with a shielding capability. Note: Each protective aura can safeguard its recipient 3 times. Once the aura is exhausted, the host must reapply it. Upon reading this description, Lu Ming instantly comprehended the implications. Goodness, he had become a healer. If this were in the realm of mobile games, he might resemble Kaiwenji, though Kaiwenji is akin to a moving fountain of health. This divine guardian technique seemed more like a protective shield, making him akin to Yell, a beloved character among female players. Clearing his throat, Lu Ming felt a surge of joy from acquiring such a skill. It could indeed serve as a life-saving charm for his loved ones. With a buoyant spirit, he made his way to the CEO's office, where Xia Yuxing was engrossed in company affairs. "My dear lady, are you busy?" Lu Ming entered with a smile. Xia Yuxing replied with a grin. "Ah, Lu the impoverished monk, I am indeed occupied. What brings you here?" "Haha, my wife. I simply feared you might tire yourself. So I came to offer a shoulder massage." "A shoulder massage? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for an interview soon? There's still 20 minutes left. I can give you a full body massage in that time." Lu Ming approached Xia Yuxing from behind and began to work his magic, helping her to relax. "Ah, this feels wonderful." Xia Yuxing relished the moment, exclaiming, "Darling, your massage skills are exceptional. Whenever I feel fatigued, having you massage me revitalizes my spirit." "Haha, then I shall make it a daily ritual to come and pamper you." In the midst of their conversation, Lu Ming employed the divine guardian technique, bestowing Xia Yuxing with a protective aura. With this safeguard in place, her safety was assured. "By the way, dear husband, regarding the overseas company's upcoming launch of the Ying A series, my senior sister called to inform me that the approval has been granted and we can commence fundraising." Xia Yuxing recalled the situation. "All right then, once the fundraising is complete, I will formulate an investment strategy." Although he was not physically abroad, Lu Ming was fully capable of managing stock selection and trading strategies from afar. "My dear, regarding Wall Street, you may not be fully aware that the newly launched financial products have just begun fundraising. You must prepare yourself psychologically, as the trust in our Chinese company from those individuals over there pales in comparison to that of their white counterparts." Xia Yuxing is merely offering a precaution. Having studied abroad and worked on Wall Street, she possesses a considerable understanding of the situation there. "Indeed, I have been mentally prepared for this. The Americans, despite their incessant proclamations of racial equality, are quite candid in their actions. Racial discrimination is deeply entrenched. My love, it is not solely the white individuals. Many black individuals here also harbor biases against Asians. This is the truth in what Xia Yuxing has stated." Lu Ming chuckled. "How frightening it is. However, we cannot change this reality. While our financial products may initially face skepticism, I am confident that once they witness profits, regardless of whether they are white or black, no one can resist the allure of wealth. Indeed, I believe in your ability to select stocks and manage investments, which will surely allow our company to shine brightly on Wall Street." Xia Yuxing exclaimed, giving Lu Ming a thumbs up. Chapter 185. Slapping the faces of Wall Street's wealthy elite. Zhu Yuanliang, an international student, returned to his parents' restaurant in Newman's Chinatown one Saturday. "Dad, Mom, Lu Ming's Jiuying Capital has opened on Wall Street. We can now invest with him," he suggested to his parents. "Isn't he the financial oracle your aunt mentioned? The most adept fund manager at making money?" inquired his father, Zhu Fugui. "Yes, that's him," Zhu Yuanliang affirmed with a nod. The Zhu family had long been aware of Lu Ming's reputation. Zhu Yuanliang's aunt in China had been investing in Lu Ming's Yiying Fund. During her visit abroad last year, she had shared her success story with the family. She sold a house in Yinbei for several million and invested the proceeds in Lu Ming's fund, which astonishingly doubled in just a few months. The Zhu family had been envious, as their small restaurant in Newman's Chinatown earned hard-won money. Yet it was insufficient to afford a decent home and improve their living conditions, especially with Zhu Yuanyang still in school. Now that Lu Ming's Jiuying Capital had arrived on Wall Street, Zhu Yuanyang promptly conveyed this news to his parents. "This is a golden opportunity, Mom and Dad. I visited their office yesterday and learned that their initial financial product is the Ying A series, which waives management fees for the first 3 months. It's an excellent chance." "Indeed, that sounds promising. The fees of other financial firms on Wall Street are exorbitant," Zhu Fugui exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. His wife, Hulin, cautioned, "I hope this Lu Ming's company is trustworthy. We can't afford to be swindled, considering how hard we work for our restaurant's earnings. Whether it's reliable or not, we can ascertain for ourselves. Let us go." Zhu Fugui decided to take his son to investigate further. The father and son arrived at Jiuying Fund Company, where a sales representative welcomed them and introduced the Ying A series financial product. Excuse me, is manager Lu Ming the one managing this Yiying A series? Zhu Yuanyang eagerly inquired. Yes, that's correct, the sales representative confirmed. But I heard that manager Lu is currently not in Wall Street. Zhu Yuanyang expressed his concern. Indeed. While manager Lu is not physically present in the U.S., all the stock selection and trading strategies for this financial product are formulated by him. So you need not worry about that, the sales representative assured them. At that moment, Zhu Fuguwei felt a tinge of hesitation. Xiaoyang, it seems that the clientele here is rather sparse, and we cannot ascertain if he is truly the one managing the product. Could this be a ruse? Just then, the company's CEO, Yi Jinxiu, entered the room. CEO Yi. The employees promptly greeted her. Zhu Yuanliang exclaimed with delight. Father, they must not be deceiving us. Look, the CEO here is indeed the venture capital queen, Yi Jinxiu. And who is this? Zhu Fuguwei did not recognize her. Zhu Yuanyang continued. Yi Jinxiu was previously the queen of venture capital in the financial sector and has now been recruited by Lu Ming to serve as the CEO of his overseas company. This information was disclosed on the official website of Jiuying Capital. Thus, it can be concluded that the Yaying of financial product this month is indeed managed by Lu Ming. We can invest a little to test the waters, but let us not invest too much just yet. All right, father, I shall heed your advice. Consequently, the father and son duo invested 100,000. In the following period, the majority of those purchasing the Yaying of financial product were Chinese clients. After all, Lu Ming had already established his influence domestically. Moreover, Jiuying Capital had published detailed information about the overseas company, including its address, financial products, phone number, and legal representative, thereby instilling trust among overseas Chinese clients. Ultimately, the fundraising for the Yaying a financial product concluded, amassing a total of 2 million. This achievement promptly attracted derision from several financial firms on Wall Street, as 2 million is considered a modest sum in that realm. However, to everyone's astonishment, a month later, the performance results for the Yaying of financial product were released, showcasing an astonishing return rate of 150. For the first 3 months, there were no service or management fees, meaning clients only needed to pay a nominal transaction stamp duty. This effectively allowed all investors to see their principal amount multiplied by 1.5 times. The launch of this financial product left many in awe. It is important to note that Yaying operates on a monthly cycle, typically raising funds from the 1st to the 7th of each month, followed by trading for the remainder of the month. Given this timeline, the actual holding period for Yaying was merely 23 days, achieving a return rate of 150 in that short span, translating to an average daily increase of at least 6.5. What does this signify? This is akin to the prowess of a stock market wizard. In no time, the legend of this financial product spread throughout Wall Street. When the second phase of Yaying A opened for fundraising, the number of clients began to swell. The Zhu family's initial investment of 100,000 had now burgeoned to 250,000, leaving them utterly astonished. By the time the second phase of Yaying A commenced, they promptly added another 250,000, bringing their total investment to 500,000. Soon, the second phase of fundraising concluded, this time raising an impressive 20 million, tenfold the first phase. As Lu Ming had previously stated, once clients see profits, they will naturally gravitate towards us, for the allure of wealth is irresistible. Nevertheless, the 4 major financial firms on Wall Street soon emerged to mock this success. John Xing, CEO of Dashing Capital, remarked that with the current rise in stock prices, such returns are hardly remarkable. Meanwhile, Shermimo, CEO of Morgan Stanley Capital, commented that this young man from the East seems to be rather fortunate. The CEO of Daki Capital, Enki, remarked that stock investment should not rely on long-term holding. While one can achieve monthly gains today, next month it may necessitate a change to monthly losses. Meanwhile, the CEO of Dubai Capital, Chabe, noted that despite raising 20 million in the second round, he believes these individuals possess a short-sighted perspective. The mockery from the 4 major wealth management firms swiftly became a topic of conversation among Wall Street professionals. However, soon after, the second phase of monthly winning concluded, and Lu Ming once again delivered a resounding performance that left these individuals astounded. The second phase yielded an impressive return rate of 160. Consequently, the third phase of monthly winning raised $200 million, achieving a tenfold increase. The CEOs of the 4 wealth management firms, these arrogant, affluent individuals, persisted in their hubris. dismissing the success as mere luck or a fortunate alignment with a rising stock market. Yet, when the third phase concluded, it boasted a return rate of 170. This remarkable performance unequivocally jolted them into awareness. With such consistently high returns over 3 consecutive months, can one attribute it solely to luck? The CEOs of the 4 wealth management companies not only fell silent but also began to panic, realizing that many of their premium clients were migrating to geoing capital. Chapter 186. 2 families celebrate the new year together. During the rapid development of overseas financial operations, Lu Ming remained industrious. In recent months, he has been quite busy domestically. Aside from his financial duties, he has also taken on several coordination tasks. The breakthroughs in chip technology have spurred numerous related matters, both in the commercial and official realms. The overarching goal is to leverage the advantages of chip technology to propel the economy of Huaxia. With the support of policies from the government, Longyao technology has flourished, with factories springing up across the nation. The singular aim is to establish a complete industrial chain for K-chips. Only Longyao technology possesses the expertise in K-chip technology, making the entire supply chain critically important. Currently, Huaxia has overcome the chip blockade, and foreign giants, particularly the Eagle Nation, have begun concocting various underhanded schemes. However, they soon realized that this endeavor is far from straightforward. Lacking any knowledge of K-chips, they are unclear on how to execute their blockade effectively. Crucially, Longyao Technology has also issued an official statement asserting that the Eagle Nation's attempts at blockade are futile, coupled with government support. The rise of chip technology cannot be thwarted. In addition to managing coordination tasks related to Longyao technology, Lu Ming has also been busy capitalizing on opportunities in the foreign exchange market. Over the past few months, he has accomplished a net worth task of 30 billion, earning a piece of luck fragment. As anticipated, upon completing the task, the system presented him with a new objective, amassing a fortune of 40 billion. The reward remains the same, a luck fragment. According to Lu Ming's predictions, he expects to complete this 40 billion task even more swiftly. Once he achieves this financial milestone, he will have gathered 3 luck fragments, enabling him to partake in the system's black technology lottery once more. The prospect fills him with eager anticipation. As the eve of the Little New Year approaches, the Spring Festival is just around the corner. One evening, after dinner, Lu Ming sat on the sofa with Xia Yuxing reclining on his lap. As he peeled an orange, he brought it to her lips. "Dear, the new year is almost here. Do you have any plans for this year?" "Plans? Husband, do you have something to attend to during the new year? If so, please go ahead and take care of it. It's nothing urgent. What I mean is, how about we spend the new year together this year, without separating?" Lu Ming proposed. Xia Yuxing was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Huh? Together?" "Yes. For the new year, why not invite our parents over? We could celebrate together, making it more festive." "Celebrating together sounds wonderful, but when do you need to return to your hometown this year?" "I can take my parents back on the 2nd day of the new year," he replied. "That is splendid. We can watch the Spring Festival Gala and enjoy the New Year's Eve dinner together," Xia Yuxing exclaimed, sitting up with excitement. "Indeed. I anticipate that your father and mine will indulge in quite a bit of drinking," Lu Ming predicted. Recalling their previous gathering on the island where Xia Wansheng and Lu Wenyo had both become thoroughly intoxicated, Lu Ming playfully pinched her nose and remarked, "However, in the days leading up to the new year, I may have to trouble you a bit. The villa we purchased is well furnished with appliances, but there are still some essentials we need to acquire. Don't worry, dear husband. You can focus on your work. I shall take on the task of decorating the villa splendidly. When uncle and aunt come over, it will surely feel like home," Xia Yuxing replied with enthusiasm. "All right then. I appreciate your efforts, my dear wife." Lu Ming kissed her gently and inquired, "When my parents come to stay, will you be residing with me at the villa? Or will you return home in the evenings?" "I think I'll go home," Xia Yuxing replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. "With uncle and aunt here, I might feel a bit awkward." Although they were already engaged, it was only natural for her to feel shy. Understood. Lu Ming did not press further and continued. "You know, I have another significant reason for having both families celebrate the new year together." "A significant reason? What could it be?" Xia Yuxing asked, momentarily taken aback. Lu Ming lifted her chin and said, "Silly girl, it's to discuss our wedding plans." "Ah." Xia Yuxing's face turned crimson as she exclaimed, "We are already discussing wedding plans?" "Indeed, my dear. Are you thinking of a traditional Chinese wedding or a Western-style one?" "I am open to either, as long as the groom is you." "Wow, my wife. Your words are so sweet. Let me savor them, as if they were honey." "Stop it." She laughed. "Oh, If we can settle the wedding arrangements early, I can bring you home sooner, and then I can officially take up my role. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and winked at her. You cheeky wolf. Whether you have a certificate or not, haven't you already been driving me around? Xia Yushin shot him a playful glare, her face still flushed. Haha. That's different. With the certificate, I can not only drive, but also fuel your heart. Lu Ming grinned widely. Enough of this. I'm off to take a shower. Xia Yushin declared, standing up to escape, lest she fall into Lu Ming's gentle trap. Unexpectedly, she was caught by him. Darling, after your shower, could you wear that black Balenciaga with the letters on it? What Balenciaga? I don't own anything with letters, she retorted, shooting him a skeptical look. Oh, come now, you bought one before, and I saw it. He teased. How annoying. I did show you before that I wore the black one, she protested. Wow, my wife. You're so charming. How could I ever see enough? Besides, it's been ages since then. Under the influence of Lu Ming's sweet talk, Xia Yushing eventually agreed. Half an hour later, after her shower, Xia Yushing emerged only to find Lu Ming had drawn the curtains in the living room and was displaying a list of videos on the television. Her face flushed crimson as she realized what he was up to. Oh, darling, you're done washing up. Come, let us watch some television. Is that really television? She retorted playfully. Indeed it is. Big sly wolf. Ha ha, soon you shall don Balenciaga, and I shall seek a tutorial. A tutorial? My dear. You are not about to embark on yet another whimsical endeavor, are you? Xia Yushing was taken aback. Lu Ming chuckled and replied, Haha, my love. You've guessed it. Today we shall engage in a novel project. Before long, Xia Yushing emerged, transformed. Lu Ming switched on the television. In an instant, Xia Yushing comprehended the situation and, covering her mouth, inquired with a smile, Darling, you harbor this peculiar inclination as well? You must be the fabled, what do they call it, a certain enthusiast. Ahem. Lu Ming's face flushed crimson as he denied. How could that be? I wouldn't classify myself as such. But life is all about exploration, and with a wife as stunning as you, I must indeed endeavor to try a variety of experiences. You sly wolf. Xia Yushing settled down and began watching television alongside Lu Ming. After observing the content on the screen, Xia Yushing finally realized that this time, it was not merely her wrists that ached. There was no need for brushing her teeth now. This time, it was her legs that felt the strain. Chapter 187. 100 million followers across the internet on the following Sunday. Lu Ming busied himself at the company for the entire morning, and by afternoon, he finally found a moment of leisure. Thus, he invited Fu Shuai and Gu Qianni to enjoy some tea in the attic. The three of them had established this tea-drinking ritual as a new form of relaxation, sitting in the tea house's loft. Immersed in traditional performances such as Peking opera and era music, was truly a delightful experience. Gu Qianni remarked, in my youth, if you had asked me to listen to Peking opera and traditional plays, I would have vehemently refused. Yet now, I find myself quite fond of it. What do you think the reason is? Lu Ming quickly retorted, what else could it be? It's simply a sign of aging. You rascal. Gu Qianni chuckled, playfully scolding him. At that moment, Fu Shuai took a sip of Longjing tea and interjected, to be honest, I don't particularly enjoy drinking tea with you too. Why not? Gu Qianni inquired. Fu Shuai replied, one of you is an investment mogul and the other is a mineral tycoon. One moment you're discussing the latest company you've invested in, and the next, you're talking about purchasing a mine. I feel as though I cannot contribute to the conversation. Haha, come on. Aren't you also a leader in the entertainment industry? Gu Qianni tossed a sunflower seed shell at Fu Shuai, who dodged it with a laugh. While peeling peanuts, Lu Ming chimed in, Brother Tianni, you're mistaken. Folks in the entertainment circle don't refer to each other as moguls. They call each other Padrino. Goodness, Lu, you truly are knowledgeable. Fu Shuai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Gu Tianni added, exactly. Besides Padrino, there's also Sugar Daddy. Speaking of which, Fu, how many goddaughters have you taken under your wing? Stop teasing me. You too. Fu Shuai waved his hands dismissively. Lu Ming and Gu Qianni exchanged amused glances. Just then, they turned their attention to the stage where the performance of Mu Guiying Takes Command was underway. Gu Qianni recalled something and asked, by the way, isn't the animated film you two invested in set to premiere on New Year's Day? Yes, it's been scheduled. Lu Ming confirmed. What is it called? Gu Tianni inquired. Xian Yuan Sword, Lu Ming replied. Gu Tianni exclaimed, Xian Yuan Sword. What a powerful name. I'll make sure to bring my family to the cinema to support you. Lu Ming jested, are you bringing your family, or are you bringing Bai Jinluo? Haha. Fu Shuai chuckled in agreement. Gu Qianni responded, I'll bring the whole family. Of course Bai Ji Luo will come along as well. Oh, Brother Tianyi, does this mean you and Bai Jinluo are together now? Lu Ming asked in surprise. He was aware that Gu Tianyi had been pursuing Bai Jinluo, albeit at a glacial pace. Gu Tianyi seemed somewhat proud when he mentioned their hand-holding, which had only recently occurred. Lu Ming teased, Brother Tianyi, you seem rather pleased with your slow progress. At that moment, Fu Shui leaned closer to Lu Ming and whispered with a sly grin, Old Lu, do you think Brother Tianyi is also a licking dog in front of Bai Jinluo? Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle as he replied, what's so strange about that? There are plenty of rich second-generation heirs who play the role of licking dogs. Hey, you two whispering over there, are you plotting against me? Gu Tianyi pointed at them with a sunflower seed in hand. Where is it? I was just chatting with Fu Shui about my fate is in my hands. Not in the heavens. Lu Ming wore a sly grin. What do you mean by my fate is in my hands? Not in the heavens. Is that a line from the film Xin Yuan Sword? Gu Tianyi inquired with curiosity. Haha. Lu Ming and Fu Shui couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gu Tianyi lifted his teacup and remarked, look at you two, laughing so cunningly. All right, Fu, let us return to the main topic. Xin Yuan Sword is set to premiere on the first day of the Lunar New Year. What is the screening rate like? Lu Ming took the initiative to steer the conversation. Speaking of the screening rate, it infuriates me, Fu Shui said, taking a sip of tea to calm his irritation. Gu Tianyi exclaimed, who on earth is so audacious as to deny our Fu's film a decent screening rate? Alas, there are numerous films being released during the Spring Festival, science fiction, comedies, family films, animated features, and our own animated film. However, our Xin Yuan Sword is not from a renowned team or a famous director, hence it has been overlooked by these cinemas, with a mere 3 of screenings. Fu Shui sighed in resignation. Lu Ming had anticipated that the screening rate would not be particularly high, given that it was a new director and a fresh team. Yet he did not expect it to be this dismal. In contrast, the comedies and science fiction films from established directors boasted screening rates of around 30 to 40. It is not unusual for cinemas to underestimate us, but is there anything we can do to bolster our efforts? Lu Ming pondered. We have been promoting across various channels, but without ratings or a strong reputation, the impact has been minimal, Fu Shui explained. Lu Ming asked, I attended the media screening, and the animated film was quite impressive. Its plot, visuals, and soundtrack were all commendable. Didn't the media help us promote it vigorously? Fu Shui replied, Lu. In the film industry, certain matters are dictated by capital, and many media outlets prefer to flatter well-known directors. Capital dictates? But aren't you, Old Lu, a part of that capital? Gu Tianyi jested. Lu Ming chuckled helplessly. Tianyi, please don't put me on a pedestal. Besides, I am not entrenched in the film industry. I cannot offer much assistance. However, Tianyi, perhaps you could ask your girlfriend, Bai Jinluo, to help us with promotion? All right, I will mention it to her. But I cannot guarantee her assistance, Gu Tianyi replied. Then, Gu Tianyi recalled something and said, Old Lu, you currently have over 100 million followers online, right? You could host a live stream to promote the film and sell some tickets. You did that last time, didn't you? Ah, indeed. Lu, why not personally step in to promote your own film this time? Fu Shui's eyes lit up. Lu Ming considered it. That could work. I'll wait until the film is released, so people won't accuse me of making empty claims. Haha, Gu Tianyi and Fu Shui burst into laughter. As the year drew to a close, on the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, Lu Ming drove home and subsequently brought his parents to the Yuhe mansion. Upon entering the community, Lu Ming's parents were astonished by the environment and the villa within. With a sigh of admiration, Lu Wenyao remarked on the evident luxury of the neighborhood. Su Yufan chuckled. That is quite an obvious statement. Who could fail to see this is an upscale community? Shortly thereafter, their vehicle arrived at the front of Villa number 20. Xia Yuxing hurriedly emerged from the villa to greet them. Uncle, Aunt, she exclaimed. Oh, Shengxing. It's far too chilly outside for you to be dressed so lightly, Su Yufan said, taking hold of Xia Yuxin's hand with genuine concern upon noticing her short-sleeved attire. Lu Ming interjected, Mom, Dad, there's heating in the villa. It's warm inside. Come on, Xingxing, let us quickly go in. It's freezing out here. Su Yufan promptly ushered Xia Yuxing into the villa. Thus, Xia Yuxing began to show Su Yufan around the residence, while Lu Ming accompanied his father to explore the villa's garden. After a brief stroll, Lu Wenyao couldn't help but inquire, Son, this villa must have cost quite a fortune, right? Several tens of millions, perhaps? Lu Ming replied, Dad, several tens of millions is an understatement. You should guess even higher. Chapter 188. The two families set the wedding date. How many millions can they possibly be spending? Could it be as much as 100 million? Lu Wenyao expressed his astonishment. Well, perhaps add a few more million. Wow, that's quite extravagant, Lu Wenyao mused. Lu Ming interjected, by the way, Dad, I was thinking, why not purchase another villa here in Yanbei? You and Mom could move in. Why spend that kind of money? Besides, isn't the family restaurant closed? Lu Wenyao replied. Mom and Dad, don't you ever consider taking a break? I just don't want you two to work so hard. Currently, your mother and I aren't struggling. The restaurant is staffed with employees. Your mother manages the cash register and cleanliness, while I handle the kitchen. We aren't tired at all, Lu Wenyao reassured. Well, at least you and Mom have some tasks to keep you from being bored. At that moment, Lu Wenyao said, It's fine for your mother and me to move to Yanbei. When you marry Shangshang and have children, we'll come over to help take care of them. Lu Ming found himself both amused and exasperated. The two entered the villa, and he guided Lu Wenyao through the interior. Not bad. This traditional Chinese-style decor is quite lovely, Lu Wenyao praised. Originally, the plan was for everyone to dine out that evening, but unexpectedly, Lu Wenyao and Su Yufan went directly to the market to buy groceries for dinner at home. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing did not intervene. As Lu Wenyao and Su Yufan were unfamiliar with the area, so they accompanied them. Right across from the community was a large market, making it very convenient. Lu Wenyao and Su Yufan walked ahead, selecting and purchasing vegetables, while Xia Yuxing linked her arm with Lu Ming's, following closely behind. Wow, darling. Look at all these people at the market. It feels so vibrant and lively. I can't wait for us to stroll through the market together to shop for groceries. It sounds quite delightful. Ah, my dear, how surprising to hear such sentiments from a distinguished business elite like yourself. You're not reviewing a PowerPoint, but shopping for groceries? Lu Ming teased. It's being with you that brings me happiness, she replied. Ah, my love, you have sweetened my heart. Lu Ming then led her out of the market. Where are we going? Xia Yuxing asked, somewhat puzzled. Mom and Dad will be busy for a while inside. Let us wander around the back streets. Exiting the market's rear entrance, they found themselves on a bustling street filled with vendors selling vegetables, groceries, and snacks. With the new year approaching, the atmosphere was lively and crowded. Oh, cotton candy. Xia Yuxing's eyes lit up. Lu Ming took her to the stall, declaring, Let us get a stick of cotton candy. All right. The vendor promptly prepared a fluffy stick of cotton candy. How much? Lu Ming inquired. 5 yuan, the vendor replied. Lu Ming scanned the payment and took the cotton candy, handing it to Xia Yuxing. Looking around, Xia Yuxing noticed that most of the cotton candy buyers were children, making her feel a bit shy. Haha, don't be shy. Who says adults can't enjoy cotton candy? If you don't eat it, I will devour it all. Lu Ming pretended to snatch it away. Xia Yuxing quickly dodged, giggling. Who said I wouldn't eat it? Subsequently, she took a bite, the sweetness melting in her mouth. Truly delightful. Lu Ming, do you know? I have never tasted cotton candy in my life. This is my very first experience. What? Lu Ming exclaimed in astonishment. You've never had it before? No, Xia Yuxing explained. When I was little, I thought it was real cotton and was too afraid to eat it. Huh, that's hilarious. Lu Ming laughed heartily. As they exchanged banter, they came across a vendor selling candied hawthorn. Lu Ming pulled her over to the stall. Come on, dear, choose one. All right. Xia Yuxing glanced around and picked 4. Wow, dear, are you really going to eat that many? Silly. We must buy one for Uncle and Auntie. Haha. You little clever one. After purchasing the candied hawthorn, Lu Ming added, All right, my love, tell me what else you haven't tried as a child, and I'll get it for you. Xia Yuxing pondered for a moment and replied, I always wanted to eat grilled gluten, but my mother said it was junk food, so she never let me have any. Well, your mother is right, but indulging once in a while won't hurt. Lu Ming led her to his stall selling grilled gluten, purchasing 3 skewers for 10 yuan. To their surprise, there was also a vendor selling cold noodles nearby, so they bought a serving of that as well. Xia Yuxing savored her food with delight. This is delicious. How can it be junk food? It's precisely because it is considered junk food that it tastes so good. The healthier options often lack flavor. Xia Yuxing's eyes sparkled as she remarked, Hey, that's really true. The two strolled back to the market, where they found Lu Ming's parents browsing the seafood section, selecting fish. Lu Ming pointed and said, See, dear. Tonight my dad is gathering the 6 treasures of the farm for you. The 6 treasures of the farm? What are they? Chickens, ducks, fish, cattle, sheep, and pigs. What? Xia Yuxing looked and indeed saw Lu Ming's parents carrying a variety of items. She quickly urged, Let's not just stand here. Uncle and Auntie have so much to carry. We should help. They assisted in carrying a considerable load, and after passing the items to Lu Wenyao and Su Yufan, they continued shopping. That evening, Lu Wenyao prepared a lavish feast. During dinner, Lu Wenyao and Su Yufan had already planned the meals for the next 2 days: chicken and fish stew with a hearty meat dish for tomorrow, and dumplings for New Year's Eve. The following day, while their parents stayed home to stew meat, Lu Ming and Xia Yusheng headed to the company. Currently, at Jiuying and Jiuchuang, most employees had already started their holiday. Only those who had prearranged to work during the annual leave remained. For those working during the Spring Festival, Lu Ming offered triple the regular pay, plus an additional triple, totaling 6 times the usual salary. The company was relatively quiet during these days. In the afternoon, Lu Ming decided to grant the employees a day off, and he and Xia Yusheng ventured to the shopping mall. Lu Ming's intention in visiting the mall was to purchase New Year gifts for Xia Yusheng's parents. Given the status of Xia Yusheng's parents, their household lacked for nothing. Yet as a prospective son-in-law, he felt it essential to present gifts for the new year. Considering that there is no shortage of fine tobacco and exquisite wine at Xia Wanshen's place, Lu Ming decided to purchase a set of go. Xia Yusheng's mother, Song Jiawen, has a penchant for literature, so he gifted her a collection of In Search of Lost Time, a stream of consciousness work that could occupy her for a year and a half. On New Year's Eve, Lu Ming brought along his 2 pets, the dog Hammer and the cat Pippi, to the villa. The duo commenced their exploration of the new territory. In the morning, Xia Yusheng, along with her parents, arrived at the villa. The 2 families sat down together to make dumplings. After enjoying the dumplings for lunch, they busied themselves preparing the New Year's Eve feast. In the evening, the families finally gathered together to discuss the most significant topic, matrimony. Ultimately, they agreed upon a wedding date, planning for a traditional Chinese ceremony during the National Day holiday next year. Chapter 189, a family movie night on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Lu Ming drove with his parents, while Xia Yusheng did the same with hers, to the Wansheng Cinema to watch the animated film Xin Yuan Sword. It was the first time for Lu Wenyao and Su Yufan to experience a movie at the cinema, and Xia Wansheng and Song Jiawen did not often visit cinemas either. However, the 4 of them had promised Lu Ming and Xia Yusheng the night before, so they decided to join in today. The 2 families gathered in the square in front of the cinema. "My dear in-laws, you were the first to get drunk last night, weren't you?" Lu Wenyao remarked as they met, bringing up the previous night's drinking escapade. Indeed, Xia Wansheng had been the first to succumb to intoxication. "Ah, I must admit, I completely lost track of things and even forgot how I got home," Xia Wansheng replied, a look of embarrassment on his face. Song Jiawen chimed in. "And you still dare to mention it? It was Lu Ming who had to carry you to the car, you 300-pound giant." "Thank goodness Lu Ming is strong." Xia Wansheng's face flushed with shame, realizing the absurdity of being carried by his son-in-law while inebriated. To ease the awkwardness, Lu Wenyao quickly interjected, "My dear in-law, your drinking capacity is commendable. In all my years of drinking, I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent, but you are indeed my equal. Isn't that so? My skills were honed through years in the business world, yet I never anticipated being bested by someone from Ludong." Xia Wansheng couldn't help but express his astonishment. As they conversed, they approached the cinema. Suddenly, Xia Wansheng pulled a mask from his pocket. "What are you doing?" Song Jiawen inquired. "I plan to wear this mask. I fear that once we enter, someone might recognize me among the crowd," Xia Wansheng explained. Being a prominent figure in the business world, he frequently appeared in various media outlets and business magazines, making him a familiar face to many. However, Song Jiawen retorted, "You are overthinking it. Lu Ming's fame is not any less than yours, and he isn't wearing a mask." Xia Wansheng countered, "You don't understand. If I get photographed, it could lead to all sorts of scandalous news. Worry not. With your plump features, no one will recognize you in the throng," Song Jiawen added cheekily. Lu Ming stifled a laugh from the side. "Well then, I won't wear the mask," Xia Wansheng conceded, putting the mask back into his pocket. The group entered the Wanshen shopping mall, which was bustling with shoppers. The cinema was located on the 4th floor, and they ascended via the escalator. Surprisingly, amidst the crowd, not a single person recognized Xia Wansheng. He mused to himself that perhaps wearing a mask previously had been a bit narcissistic. When he was out and about for work, he was always accompanied by a throng of subordinates, drawing attention. Without his bodyguards and entourage, he felt rather ordinary in the sea of people. Seeing the multitude, Lu Wenyao remarked, "With so many people, do you think we will be able to get tickets to the movie?" "Uncle, fret not. Lu Ming already booked the tickets on his phone yesterday," Xia Yusheng reassured him. "Haha, my dear in-law, now that we are in our territory, even if there weren't any tickets, I could have the manager bring in extra chairs for us." Xiao Wansheng wore a proud expression. Song Jiawen chuckled. You might want to hold off on boasting. The manager here may not even recognize you. Soon, a group arrived at the cinema. As Lu Ming and Xia Yuxin were collecting their tickets, Lu Ming jokingly suggested, "Why don't we have your father buy the popcorn later and see if the cinema staff recognize him?" Haha, sounds good. Xia Yuxin found it rather amusing. Once they obtained their tickets, she inquired, Dad, Uncle, would you like some popcorn? I don't want any. Xiao Wansheng waved his hand dismissively. Lu Wenyo added, If you wish to indulge, buy your own. Your aunt and I should avoid sweets. Consequently, Xia Yuxing proposed, All right then, Dad. Could you please help me buy a bucket of popcorn? What? Me? Xiao Wansheng was taken aback. Song Jiawen laughed. What's wrong with that? Go on. Thus, Xiao Wansheng genuinely went to the concession stand to purchase popcorn. To his surprise, the staff did not recognize him as the chairman of Wansheng Plaza. Returning with the popcorn, he felt somewhat disheartened. It was one thing for passers-by not to recognize him, but the staff at Wansheng Plaza failing to acknowledge their own chairman was disheartening. Sigh. Song Jiawen teased. Well, how does it feel to be unrecognized by your own employees? You're even wearing a mask. Suddenly, two girls nearby squealed in excitement. Xiao Wansheng looked over to see them gazing at him in astonishment. Could it be that they recognized him? To his surprise, the girls rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, is that you? They exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Lu Ming nodded. Yes, I am Lu Ming. One of the girls joyfully proclaimed. We're both securities professionals and your fans. Indeed. May we take a photo together? The other girl asked eagerly. Sure, but would you mind if my girlfriend joins us? Lu Ming replied, taking Xia Yuxing's hand. Not at all. The two fans agreed enthusiastically. Thus, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing posed for a photo with the two fans. Xia Wansheng, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy, muttering, You're not even an actor. Why take a photo? Song Jiawen added, Haha, old Xia. That sounds like sour grapes. After watching the film, everyone agreed it was indeed captivating. Lu Wenyo remarked, I thought it was just a children's animated movie. But I was utterly engrossed. Xia Wansheng commented, It's truly impressive. Such high-quality domestic animated films are commendable. After lunch together, in the afternoon, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing headed to the cultural company. According to their plan, Lu Ming was to start a live stream later that evening to promote and sell movie tickets. This time, he intended to include Xia Yuxing in the broadcast. Upon arriving at the live streaming studio, Xia Yuxing picked up the live stream proposal and began studying it earnestly. Lu Ming chuckled, Dear, why are you so concerned about this? It's just a live broadcast. You can be a bit more casual. No one expects you to adhere strictly to a script. Xia Yuxing replied, But I've never done a live broadcast before and lack experience. What if I become nervous and embarrass myself? Nervous? You are the CEO. And so what? Being a CEO means addressing a dozen executives, not facing hundreds of thousands of netizens. I too feel anxious. Haha, don't worry. I will manage the entire event. Moreover, most of the evening will be spent connecting with celebrities. What? I have to connect with celebrities? Xia Yuxing was taken aback. Indeed, that's what Fu Shui arranged. By the way, one of the guests will be Gu Tiany's girlfriend, by Ji Luo. Oh, I'll be connecting with Ji Luo? Xia Yuxin's anxiety surged once more. Chapter 190. The celebrities gather at 7:30 that evening. Lu Ming's live broadcast commenced. Due to an advance announcement made before the new year, a staggering 50,000 viewers flooded in as soon as the stream began. The moment Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing appeared together in the live room, the fans erupted with joy. Within just a few minutes, the viewership skyrocketed to 100,000. At the outset, Lu Ming, known for his social charisma, elucidated the purpose of the broadcast, to promote the animated film Xianyuan Sword. He then shared a brief synopsis of the movie's storyline. As he spoke, several viewers who had watched the film earlier that day enthusiastically praised its brilliance. To everyone's astonishment, within half an hour, the number of online viewers surged past 500,000. Lu Ming's popularity stems not only from his influence in the financial sector, but also from the significant breakthroughs achieved by his company, Longout Technology, in overcoming chip restrictions. Consequently, he has emerged as a pivotal figure in the advancement of chip technology, earning him a near-mythical status among netizens. In no time, Lu Ming released the first wave of movie tickets, 200,000 in total, which were claimed in an instant. Shortly thereafter, he began connecting live with prearranged celebrity guests. The second guest to join him was the renowned singer by Ji Luo. With her immense popularity and rarity of collaborations, her appearance alongside Lu Ming left everyone in awe. affirming the extraordinary influence he wielded. During their interaction, Bai Jinluo urged the audience to support the animated film Xinyuan Sword. Once their connection concluded, Lu Ming made another 200,000 tickets available, which were again snatched up within mere seconds. At that moment, both Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing were left utterly astonished. No wonder live commerce has become so fervently popular. The speed at which tickets were sold was simply astonishing. It is little wonder that internet celebrities can easily sell hundreds of millions in a single night. Continuing with his live connections, Lu Ming was soon joined by guests whose fame could not rival Bai Jinluo's. However, to his surprise, he began receiving a flurry of requests from other prominent figures in the entertainment industry, award-winning actors and actresses, leading hosts, and celebrated athletes. Both Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing were taken aback. These connections propelled the live room's viewer count to an unprecedented 2 million. The vast online audience was left in awe, marveling that only Lu Ming could achieve such a remarkable feat. After the broadcast concluded, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing sought out Fu Shuai in the adjacent live room. Lu Ming was eager to inquire how Fu Shuai had managed to invite so many celebrities to join the stream. To his surprise, Fu Shuai rushed over, visibly excited. "Old Lu, you're incredible. You've quietly achieved such greatness, inviting so many celebrities to join." "Me? I thought you arranged this." Lu Ming responded, bewildered. Fu Shuai, equally perplexed, retorted, "I arranged it? Where would I find the capability for such a feat? These are all major stars." Lu Ming was filled with confusion. Was this arranged by Wenchu? It certainly wasn't my doing. I lack such connections. Wenchu approached as well. "This is indeed peculiar." Lu Ming's mind was awash with questions. Fu Shuai remarked, "None of us invited them, so these celebrities must have come of their own accord. It seems, old Lu, your popularity is quite remarkable." However, Lu Ming found this hard to believe. What were the odds that so many celebrities would attend? Suddenly, a thought struck him. During the live stream, when these celebrities joined, Xia Yuxing appeared remarkably composed. Furthermore, after leaving the stream, she had not inquired about the influx of famous personalities. Turning to Xia Yuxing, he asked, "Darling, you didn't invite them, did you?" Xia Yuxing smiled. "Oh, you really did invite them?" Lu Ming's eyes widened. Xia Yuxing explained, "Not exactly. You didn't inform me that you would be streaming with Bai Jinluo, so I mentioned it to my father, asking him to help gather a few celebrities. I didn't expect him to act so swiftly. So that is how it was." Lu Ming finally resolved his lingering doubts. With Xia Wanqing's status and connections in the business world, it was indeed feasible to enlist so many stars to assist. After the live stream, it was nearly 9:30. Lu Ming took Xia Yuxing out for a bite, and by around 10:30, he drove her home. Since it was the New Year period, Xia Yuxing was staying with her parents, and by the time they reached Wanqing Villa District, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Upon arrival, Lu Ming parked the car in front of the villa. "Are you tired?" he asked, gently touching Xia Yuxing's delicate face. At this hour, she would typically be indulging in her beauty sleep. "I'm not tired." "Oh, really? How about we linger a bit in the back seat?" "Sounds good." They exited the car and made their way to the back seat. As enamored lovers, they embraced each other tightly. Soon, they began to share gentle kisses, with Xia Yuxing playfully teasing Lu Ming, her hand caressing him. Before long, Lu Ming found himself in a flurry of emotions. "Haha, dear husband, what's wrong? Why is your breathing so rapid?" Xia Yuxing giggled mischievously. "Hey, little Xia, you're being naughty. You're making me flustered at this late hour." "Haha, not at all. I haven't done anything." Xia Yuxing feigned innocence. "You haven't done anything? What was your hand doing just now?" "I was simply cold and wanted to warm my hands." "This isn't fair. You've left me feeling restless. You must help me calm down." "Oh, it's already 11. I'm feeling sleepy. I think I should head back to rest." Xia Yuxing grinned slyly, attempting to flee. However, as she moved, Lu Ming caught her. "Haha, little Xia, trying to escape after causing trouble? That won't do. Please, husband, spare me. I was wrong. Not a chance. I must extinguish this fire." "What? In the car?" Xia Yuxing was fully aware of what Lu Ming meant by extinguishing the fire. Lu Ming squinted playfully and chuckled. "Indeed. We cannot see anything outside. My dear, why not endure a little longer?" His wife replied, "Tomorrow I shall return to my hometown in Ludo. I will certainly be back in Tianjin by the afternoon, and the day after may also find me here. However, beyond that, it is uncertain when we shall see each other again. What shall I do if I miss you terribly? Can you bear to witness my distress?" Xia Yuxing's heart softened, and she fell for Lu Ming's charm. The warmth of the car enveloped them as he turned off the headlights. The darkness outside rendered everything invisible. Xia Yuxing urged. You must be quick, otherwise my parents might wake up. Lu Ming gently clasped Xia Yuxing's small hand and reassured her, do not worry. They surely suspect our affection and will not intrude. Chapter 191. Lu Ming, the most handsome man in the realm in the confines of a car. Two individuals were poised to engage in mischief. Xia Yuxing chuckled. Oh, it's rather warm in here. Indeed, it is. I hope my hand isn't too cold for you, came the reply. Not at all. I've warmed it for you. Little did they know. Their antics had only just begun. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the villa. Song Jiawen, clad in a down jacket, stepped outside. When Lu Ming's vehicle had arrived and halted outside the villa, both Song Jiawen and Xia Wanxing had heard the commotion. However, they remained in the house, aware that the couple was still engrossed in conversation within the car. Having experienced such a phase in their youth, they understood that love-struck couples often wish to remain together. Yet, as the minutes ticked by without any sign of Xia Yuxing exiting the vehicle, Song Jiawen pondered the chilling air. After all, it was past 11 and the temperature had dropped. Thus, she made her way towards the car. Perhaps Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing were too absorbed in their discussion to notice Song Jiawen's approach. Upon reaching the front of the car, she peered inside, only to discover that the pair was not in the front seats. Were they not inside the car at all? She rapped on the rear window. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing exchanged wide-eyed glances, finally realizing the situation. Shengxing, Song Jiawen called out. Mom. Xia Yuxing quickly responded, hastily patting Lu Ming. He too hurriedly adjusted his attire and fastened his seatbelt. Are you two in the car? I thought you were gone, Song Jiawen remarked. Only then did Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing gather themselves and exit the vehicle. Aunt Song, Lu Ming greeted as he stepped out. You two have arrived at the doorstep. Why not come inside to chat? It's dreadfully cold out here, Song Jiawen urged. Xia Yuxing quickly explained. Oh. We didn't want to disturb you, and Dad if you were sleeping, so we thought we'd chat in the car for a bit. Your father and I aren't asleep yet. Come inside, Song Jiawen insisted. Well, Aunt Song, it's getting late. You and Uncle, along with Shengsheng, should retire early. I want to intrude, Lu Ming said. Right, drive safely on your way back, Xia Yuxing added, playfully gesturing at Lu Ming. Don't worry, he affirmed before departing. Afterward, Song Jiawen and Xia Yuxing returned to the villa. The hour was late, and Xia Yuxing headed to her room, while Song Jiawen made her way to the bedroom. Xia Wansheng, who was perusing a newspaper, lifted his gaze and inquired, Has Lu Ming left? Yes, replied Song Jiawen. Can you believe they were chatting in the back seat of the car, seemingly unfazed by the cold? Xia Wansheng paused, then said, You often boast about having a higher emotional intelligence than I do, yet Lu Ming's car is a Bentley, equipped with heating. But that's not warmer than inside the house, is it? She retorted. You're finally coming around. I see, he sighed, setting aside the newspaper. Shaking his head in resignation as he prepared for sleep, Song Jiawen frowned, contemplated for a moment, and suddenly her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Lao Xia. Could it be that those two are, engaged in some activities in the car? What activities? Just turn off the lights and go to sleep. Xia Wanxing shot her a disapproving glance. In the ensuing days, Lu Ming's live broadcast significantly boosted the attendance rate of the film Xianyuan Sword. While other films were experiencing attendance rates around 30, Xianyuan Sword soared to an impressive 60. Such attendance figures are exceedingly rare for films. Many viewers, after watching, realized that the animated film Xianyuan Sword was indeed a hidden gem, showcasing high-quality storytelling and visuals. Consequently, numerous viewers and self-media began to actively promote this animated film on platforms like Weibo, Douyin, and their social circles. Many hailed it as a pinnacle of domestic animated cinema. However, despite the fervent recommendations from the masses, netizens noticed that the film's screening rate remained disappointingly low, still below 10, even with a slight increase. Although the Wanxing cinema under Xia Wansheng had a relatively higher screening rate, the overall rate across the numerous cinemas nationwide was still low, especially with the presence of other well-known chains such as Wandi Cinema, Zhangda Cinema, and Lianhao Cinema. The top three films in terms of screening rates were the sci-fi film Black Hole Arrival, the comedy Crazy Monkey, and the heartwarming film Dumplings on New Year's Eve. What incensed many netizens was that Black Hole Arrival had an attendance rate of less than 10. Consequently, a wave of criticism against the cinema capitalists ensued. Eventually, the efforts of the netizens bore fruit as the screening rate for Xianyuan Sword increased, and its box office began to skyrocket. By the fourth day of the Lunar New Year, the daily box office even surpassed that of Black Hole Arrival. Unexpectedly, that day, numerous discussions erupted online. claiming that Black Hole Arrival, a domestic sci-fi film with a $2 billion investment, deserved everyone's support and was the true blockbuster of the New Year season. In reality, many viewers criticized the film for its poor quality, likening its special effects to those of a 5 yuan production. However, such opinions were quickly drowned out by an influx of paid commenters. It is natural for differing opinions on films to exist. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, that very evening, the influential figure in the film industry, Chow Lien-hao, the owner of Lien-hao Film, publicly denounced Xianyuan Sword. He stated that Xianyuan Sword was merely a foolish money grab, asserting that the investors behind the film exploited their capital and the cloud of celebrities to unjustly inflate its screening rates, thus depriving Black Hole Arrival of a substantial portion of its screenings. This was a disgrace to the film industry. When discussing the cinematic offerings during the Spring Festival, one must highlight the science fiction blockbuster Black Hole Arrival, which boasts an impressive investment of $2 billion. If audiences fail to support such grand productions through their attendance, the future of the Chinese film market may very well be stifled by the hands of those who produce subpar content. This statement was promptly shared by numerous individuals, leading to an influx of online detractors. The film Xianyuan Sword is backed by two prominent investors, Fu Shuai and Lu Ming. Consequently, Lu Ming's fans found themselves displeased. Who is Lu Ming, you may ask? He is hailed as the foremost figure in the technology sector, the leading light in finance, and a paragon of male beauty. Naturally, these devoted fans felt compelled to defend him, especially considering the already favorable reputation of Xianyuan Sword. However, a multitude of uninformed internet trolls, under the guise of advocating for the development of the film industry, have been misled and are indiscriminately voicing their criticisms. As a result, various trending topics and social media influencers have thrust Lu Ming into the eye of this turbulent storm. Chapter 192. Turning clouds into rain. As Lu Ming drove back to Yanbei on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, he received a call from Fu Shuai, which informed him of the situation. Alas, old Lu, this Chow Lien-hao is truly insufferable. I have already taken to Weibo to confront him. What a disgrace. He speaks utter nonsense with his eyes wide open. Fu Shuai expressed his outrage. Lu Ming was somewhat perplexed by the backlash against the film Xianyuan Sword. I understand that Chow Lien-hao is a liar, but why are there so many trolls online? And why are there so many negative reviews for the film? Fu Shuai elaborated. Old Lu, you are not in the entertainment industry, so you may not be aware that Chow Lien-hao made his fortune through orchestrating online narratives. He built his career on being a paid commenter. Indeed, in earlier years, he manipulated public opinion with his army of internet trolls, aiding numerous celebrities in navigating public relations crises. However, he's also exploited this power to deceive many. It's rather bizarre to rise to prominence in such a manner. Not only that, many within the industry refer to him as the commander of the trolls. Now I see. If it were merely film critiques, it would be inconsequential. However, his blatant distortion of the truth and the unfounded accusations against us, claiming the film is poorly produced, are intolerable. Fu Shuai added, exactly. You ought to respond on Weibo, lest it appear as if we are indeed engaged in some underhanded dealings. Let me assess the situation further. Lu Ming refrained from responding immediately on Weibo. Instead, he decided to employ his skill in gathering compromising information. This ability proved quite effective against malevolent individuals. The system was now compiling dirt on Chow Lien-hao. Ding. Collection complete. Compromising information 1. Chow Lien-hao engages in unethical practices such as orchestrating internet trolls, spreading rumors, and threatening entertainers. Compromising information 2. Chow Lien-hao exploits his position within a film company to coerce female artists. Compromising information 3. Chow Lien-hao invested in the film Black Hole Arrival, allegedly evading taxes and fabricating a $2 billion investment to manipulate finances, utilizing his own cinema chain to launder illicit funds. Compromising information 4. Compromising information 9. Lu Ming perused the extensive list of incriminating evidence, utterly astounded. The entertainment industry is indeed chaotic. The amount of dirt on Chow Lien-hao is staggering. Now he comprehended why Chow Lien-hao is so agitated, hurling baseless accusations on Weibo and employing trolls to disparage Xianyuan Sword. It became clear that Chow Lien-hao was attempting to cleanse his own illicit gains through Black Hole Arrival. Goodness, he even invested $2 billion. The special effects were worth no more than 5 dimes, perhaps even less than $1 billion. Through fraudulent accounting and ghost box office returns, he transformed his dirty money into clean funds. Lu Ming promoted the animated film Xianyuan Sword through a live broadcast, resulting in Xianyuan's sword seizing a significant portion of the screening slots from Black Hole Arrival, effectively robbing it of potential box office growth. No wonder this fellow was in a panic. It was indeed a blow to his profits. If Lu Ming had been oblivious before, he certainly could not tolerate such blatant disrespect now. How dare such a shameless individual malign him? Thus, Lu Ming unhesitatingly allowed the system to automatically expose the scandalous information regarding Chow Lin-hao. That afternoon, the revelations detonated throughout the entertainment industry. No one could have anticipated that Chow Lin-hao was so deeply mired in controversy. Had he ever done anything commendable? The vast multitude of netizens could not help but exclaim. So this is the entertainment world. Indeed, the depths of this realm are unfathomable. Upon being exposed, Chow Lin-hao was utterly bewildered. Having navigated this industry for some time, he was acutely aware that many of its titans harbored numerous undisclosed secrets that ordinary individuals could never hope to uncover. Yet, Chow Lin-hao could never have imagined that his own secrets, his own scandals, would be laid bare as if the heavens themselves had stripped away his faude. His unsightly truths were now on full display for the public to scrutinize. Chow Lin-hao found himself in a state of confusion, pondering how his transgressions had come to light, how they had been gathered and disseminated. The contemplation of this matter sent shivers down his spine. He was no fool. Intuition whispered that the architect of his downfall was none other than Lu Ming. It turned out that this individual was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Seeing the impact on his efforts to redeem his reputation, Chow Lin-hao had impulsively made certain comments. Regret consumed him, but it was too late, for he was soon to face the consequences. A vehicle would arrive for him shortly. The chain reaction of this incident unfolded rapidly. The science fiction film Black Hole Arrival was pulled from theaters that very afternoon, and all traces of it vanished from the internet. After all, Chow Lin-hao's misdeeds were of grave significance. With Black Hole Arrival being delisted, other films naturally began to fill the void in the schedule. While many netizens reveled in the spectacle of the entertainment industry, Chow Lin-hao's predicament once again served as a stark warning to the upper echelons. Some individuals are truly not to be trifled with. The following day, Xia Yuxing accompanied her parents to pay New Year's respects to their elders. Lu Ming had arranged to meet with Fu Shuai, Song Yuanzhou, and Xiang Wenchu to enjoy traditional opera in the attic of Yanbei. The festive atmosphere was palpable, as it was still the holiday season. Ah, old Lu has arrived, Fu Shuai exclaimed upon noticing Lu Ming, promptly offering him a chair. As soon as Lu Ming was seated, Fu Shuai arranged a cup for him and poured tea. Old Lu, would you care for some peanuts? Certainly. Please, depeel them for me. Fu Shuai was all smiles. Lu Ming retorted, get lost. Old Fu, why do you look so eager? I assure you, I have no interest in men. Do you wish to provoke me? Laughter erupted from Song Yuanzhou and Xiang Wenchu. Fu Shuai chuckled. Oh, old Lu, you are a big shot. I must take good care of you. You're the real big shot. Lu Ming replied with a playful curse. Heh, old Lu, to me, you are a pillar of support, and I shall cling to you tightly. Fu Shuai grinned, exuding flattery. Lu Ming could only shake his head in exasperation. In truth, Coach Fu is not a fool. Yesterday, he shared his grievances about Chow Lin-hao with Lu Ming, even suggesting that Lu Ming respond to Chow Lin-hao on Weibo. However, to his surprise, Lu Ming merely said he would consider it. What transpired later that afternoon was astonishing. A plethora of scandalous revelations about Chow Lin-hao surfaced, creating a tempestuous upheaval in the entertainment industry. Chow Lin-hao was summoned for a tea session, and the film Black Hole Descending was withdrawn from cinemas nationwide. Coach Fu, astute as he is, quickly grasped the situation. Lu Ming, indeed, is a person of profound depth, capable of turning the tides at will. Coach Fu realized that Lu Ming undoubtedly belongs to a cadre of individuals with enigmatic backgrounds. In the presence of someone like Lu Ming, a figure of Chow Lin-hao's stature is akin to an ant, easily crushed with a mere thought. It is only natural for such significant individuals to seek the favor of those in power. Chapter 193. Which man does not love driving? Lu Ming and Fu Shuai were engaged in conversation. By the way, why hasn't Brother Tianyi joined us today? Fu Shuai inquired with curiosity. Lu Ming explained. Brother Tianyi went abroad yesterday. Abroad? Yes. It is said that Brother Tianyi has taken a liking to a splendid vineyard in Bordeaux that is up for sale. He is considering purchasing it and has gone to negotiate the business. Lu Ming had spoken with Gu Tianyi a few days earlier, hence his knowledge of the matter. Fu Shuai remarked, truly worthy of Brother Tianyi. He is buying a vineyard in Bordeaux. How splendid. From now on, we can simply ask him for red wine. A vineyard? Let us go directly to his vineyard and drink all his wine. Lu Ming grinned. Fu Shuai said, that's a marvelous idea. But old Lu, when will you be able to go abroad? I'm not sure. At the very least, we must wait for the situation to stabilize, Lu Ming replied, aware that the current circumstances were still precarious. Perhaps when the eagle sauce can no longer influence matters, he might finally venture abroad. Old Lu, when you can finally travel. Let us visit Brother Tiany's vineyard and then head to Dubai. Oh, old Fu, have you been gambling in Las Vegas lately, with so much money to spare? Haha, not at all. I simply enjoy indulging in leisure. Fu Shuai smiled wide. At that moment, Song Yuanzhou recalled something and said, by the way, fellows, there will be an international sports car exhibition during the Lantern Festival at Donghai Magic City. This exhibition is jointly organized by several renowned companies from both domestic and foreign sectors. Are you interested? Sports cars? Lu Ming chuckled, old Fu. If you're itching to spend money, this is a splendid opportunity. Fu Shuai responded, oh, sports cars. I already own a Ferrari. Just a Ferrari? You should acquire a few more, like a Porsche, Lamborghini, Maserati, Aston Martin, Pagani, Bugatti. Let's have one of each. Come on, old Lu, don't tease me. You're the only one here with that kind of capability. Besides, why would anyone need so many sports cars? Lu Ming joked, why not buy so many? ISNT, it said, what is the point in buying so many clothes if you don't wear them? The same goes for sports cars, just drive them. Fu Shuai quickly retorted, I can't treat sports cars like clothes. I truly lack that kind of financial prowess. Old Lu, you don't even have a sports car yet. Why not buy 10 or 8? Well, that is indeed worth considering, Lu Ming mused, stroking his chin. As the saying goes, which man does not adore cars? Which man does not relish driving? Which man does not yearn for sports cars? Every man harbors a dream of owning a sports car. Song Yuanzhou said this time. The variety of car brands is remarkable. It's a great opportunity. Fu Shuai added, old Lu, if you buy one, then I shall purchase one as well. Lu Ming countered, what if I buy 2? Then I shall still purchase one. Fu Shuai was not easily fooled. Haha. Song Yuanzhou and Xiang Wenshu could not help but laugh. On this day, the International Auto Show Center in Donghai Magic City was bustling with activity, marking the inaugural International Sports Car Exhibition in Huaxia. The venue was teeming with visitors. Some came to admire the cars, others to purchase them, and many to broadcast live. Lu Ming brought Xia Yuxin along, and soon, Jianhe joined them as well. They quickly reunited with Fu Shuai, Song Yuanzhou, and Xiang Wenshu. The exhibition center was vast, showcasing an array of dazzling sports car brands. Lu Ming, beaming with enthusiasm, remarked to his wife, my dear, with so many sports cars here, let us buy 2, one for you and one for me. Really? We're actually buying 2. Xia Yuxing replied with a smile. Lu Ming wrapped his arm around her and insisted, absolutely. Our garage is empty, after all. Yes, Xing, don't hold back on your husband. Choose the most expensive ones. Jianhe chimed in. Ding. A system task was issued. Purchase a sports car. Completion reward. 1 lottery draw. Lu Ming's eye sparkled. A task had come up, presenting a twofold opportunity. At that moment, he remembered something and asked, by the way, has Hong Yuan come? Such an event, filled with excitement, was something Xia Hong Yuan adored. It would be peculiar for him to miss it. Xia Yuxing explained, he didn't come. Didn't he come? Why not? My dad is worried he might get into a scuffle with some rich heir, so he forbade him from coming. Lu Ming chuckled. Wow, your father is quite anxious. Hong Yuan isn't the type to seek trouble, and besides, the last incident wasn't entirely his fault. Though he said this, the trouble it caused was undeniable. Was that really trouble? If someone were to make lewd remarks towards your girlfriend, any man would step in. True, I admire that about Xia Hong Yuan. Jianhe said from the side. Xia Yuxing playfully linked her arm with Lu Ming's and asked, honey, if someone were to tease me, would you step in and fight? Fight. I'd slap him away. Lu Ming exclaimed, dramatically shaking his wrist. You're rather impulsive. Xia Yuxing teased, yet inside, she felt elated. Such is the nature of women, emotionally driven beings. Before long, they arrived at the Aston Martin exhibition area, which was particularly crowded with men. After a brief look around, Fu Shuai immediately set his sights on the latest DB11, priced at approximately $2.6 million. He swiftly secured the purchase. Having had his eye on an Aston Martin for quite some time, the group then moved on from the Aston Martin area towards the rear of the center. Hurry to the front hall. The Lamborghini is up ahead. Lamborghini? Ah, the crowd magnet. Let us go. Numerous live-streaming influencers, armed with their phones and equipment, surged into the Lamborghini exhibition hall. Song Yuanzhou, grinning broadly, asked Lu Ming and Fu Shuai. Do you know why so many live streamers are flocking to the Lamborghini section? Fu Shuai remarked, I am certainly aware, but Lao Lu might not be in the know. Indeed, Lu Ming was quite oblivious to the reason. Do you know? He inquired, casting a glance at the lovely Xia Yushin beside him. Xia Yushin blushed, responding, isn't it simply because Lamborghini always invites the most exquisite models to their car shows, featuring numerous long-legged beauties? You men adore it. Ah, is that so? Lao Fu, Lao Song, let us proceed to the Lamborghini showroom. Lu Ming exclaimed with a jovial wave of his hand. The group of burly men marched forward with great enthusiasm. Jin He couldn't help but stifle a laugh, saying, Xing Xing, do keep a close watch on your husband. Xia Yushin rolled her eyes and hurriedly caught up, tightly linking her arm with Lu Ming's, while her other hand discreetly found its way to his waist, affectionately giving it a playful twist. Chapter 194. Purchasing a sports car for the femme fatale, a group of friends entered the Lamborghini showroom, laughter echoing through the air. Inside, several exquisite Lamborghini models were on display. After a considerable wait, they finally approached the first exhibit showcasing a Lamborghini from the Aventador series, a vehicle valued in the millions. The sleek lines and configuration of the car left no man indifferent. Fu Shuai remarked, I have a fondness for this series. Alas, the price is rather steep. Su Wenchu jested, oh, Fu, it's merely 10 million. You could easily recoup that from a single film. Making money from movies isn't as simple as it seems. I think I'll save my pennies, Fu Shuai replied with a wink. Even a few million for a sports car can still be quite impressive. The group then wandered further back to explore additional models. Eventually, they reached a secluded area of the showroom that housed another exhibition hall. But it was secured by access controls, restricting entry to many. Is there another hall inside? Why can't we go in? Jian He inquired, glancing around. At that moment, several middle-aged men in suits approached the entrance, presenting their invitations to the security guard, who then allowed them entry. As Lu Ming and his companions pondered this, Song Yuanzhou hurried over, producing a few invitation cards from his pocket. This area features limited edition Lamborghini models. Only clients with invitations are permitted inside. Song Yuanzhou's family was a collaborative partner at this auto exhibition, making it relatively easy for him to acquire the invitations. With the coveted cards in hand, the group stepped into the exclusive hall. Inside, the atmosphere was markedly less crowded, creating a more serene viewing experience. At the center of the hall, a striking red Lamborghini was showcased on a pedestal, radiating brilliance and allure. Wow, this car is stunning, Xia Yuxing exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. At that moment, a middle-aged man on the podium began to explain the vehicle. It was revealed that this particular model, named Red Rose, was the latest limited edition planned for release by Lamborghini this year, with only 300 units available worldwide. In comparison to other limited editions, 300 units was a relatively high number. However, the price tag of 60 million was still exorbitant. Due to its exclusivity, spectators could only admire it from a distance, unable to touch it. Yet, as expected from the Lamborghini brand, the quality was beyond reproach. Darling, do you like this car? Lu Ming asked. I do appreciate it. But the price is quite excessive. There is a significant markup, Xia Yushin responded, demonstrating her knowledge of sports car pricing. Fu Shuai concurred, indeed, the car's beauty is undeniable. Yet the 60 million price reflects a considerable premium. Nonetheless, given the limited production, this price is justifiable. It's simply a premium. Come on, my dear. Let us inquire at the sales desk. With that, Lu Ming took Xia Yushin's hand, guiding her toward the service desk. Hello, is this car still available? Good day, sir. You are indeed fortunate. This Red Rose, as per our sales plan, we are selling 30 units in China, and we have already sold 29, leaving just one remaining order. The Lamborghini staff at the service desk replied enthusiastically. Without hesitation, Lu Ming declared, all right, we will take this one. Really? You are actually going to buy it? Xia Yuxing was taken aback by Lu Ming's decisiveness. There's only one left, and since you like it so much, we must secure it, Lu Ming said, playfully poking her nose. Although Xia Yuxing was not particularly fervent about sports cars, witnessing Lu Ming's eagerness to purchase one for her filled her heart with joy. Hello, is there still a remaining order for this sports car? Suddenly, a girl with a ponytail approached the service desk inquiring. The Lamborghini sales representative apologetically responded, I'm sorry, miss, but the last remaining order has just been secured by this gentleman and lady. Already ordered? The ponytailed girl frowned. She noticed another staff member preparing the purchase agreement. Yes, the sales representative nodded. The ponytail girl promptly walked over to Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing. Hi there. You two have ordered the last red rose. Yes, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing replied, puzzled by her sudden appearance. The ponytailed girl quickly exclaimed, this sports car is priced at 60 million. How about this? I will give you 1 million if you let me have it. Excuse me? Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing were taken aback. Well, that's rather unusual, they thought. However, the girl was certainly bold in her proposal, offering 1 million without hesitation. To be candid, even if she had offered 10 million, Lu Ming would not have entertained her request, especially since this was the sports car Xia Yuxing had taken a liking to. Lu Ming firmly rejected, I'm sorry, but this sports car is for my girlfriend. We want to part with it. Thinking the ponytailed girl would concede, they were surprised when she immediately turned to Xia Yuxing, saying, hey sister, I also have my eye on this car. Please let me have it, and I will add another 1 million. Sorry. Xia Yuxing shook her head. Upon hearing this, the ponytailed girl's expression turned sour. It's just a sports car. Would 5 million suffice? Absolutely not. Lu Ming's expression darkened. Frustrated, the ponytailed girl retorted. 5 million is not enough? You are asking for too much. Do you realize you are taking something I desire? Lu Ming frowned, his temper flaring. How were you raised? Did your parents ever teach you what manners means? What do you mean? Are you insulting my upbringing? The ponytailed girl shot back, glaring at him. Indeed. That's exactly what I meant. Lu Ming responded without reservation. Do you even know who I am? I'll have you know, my father is Gu Xiangfei. The ponytailed girl exclaimed, pointing angrily at Lu Ming. Daughter, what on earth is happening? Why are you two arguing? Just then, a balding middle-aged man in a suit approached. Lu Ming turned to the bald man, realizing he must be Gu Xiangfei. Dad, these two have taken my spot for the sports car. The ponytailed girl pointed at Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing. Who dares to compete with my daughter for a car? Gu Xiangfei turned to glare at Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing. Upon recognizing Lu Ming, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. Goodness, isn't this the most handsome man in the realm? The leading figure in technology, the foremost in finance, the one not to be trifled with in the country, with an enigmatic background? Gu Xiangfei, a figure of some stature, was certainly familiar with Lu Ming. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. My daughter, you have stirred up a tremendous storm. Chapter 195. The renown of Lu Ming. Gu Xiangfei's expression abruptly shifted as he approached Lu Ming with an ingratiating smile. I apologize, Mr. Lu. I am truly sorry. My daughter is quite thoughtless. She does not recognize you. She is just a child. Please do not take offense. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxing exchanged surprised glances, taken aback by Gu Xiangfei's sudden change in demeanor. Are you Gu Xiangfei? Lu Ming inquired. Yes, indeed, I am Gu Xiangfei. We had secured the last racing car. But your daughter insisted on creating a fuss, demanding that we relinquish our spot for her. Lu Ming recounted the earlier incident. I see. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lu. Gu Xiangfei bowed his head, striving to adopt a humble posture. Meanwhile, Gu Xiangfei's daughter was waiting for her father to stand up for her, expecting him to defend her. To her astonishment, he was instead apologizing. Dad, have you lost your mind? They stole my car. Why are you apologizing to them? She exclaimed, fuming as she stepped forward. Silence. Gu Xiangfei sharply reprimanded her, delivering a stinging slap. Dad, why did you hit me? His daughter was momentarily taken aback. You should apologize to Mr. Lu and Miss Xia. They reserved the car first. Hurry and apologize. Gu Xiangfei glared at her. How could he not be furious? He had always indulged his daughter. But the circumstances were dire. The individual before him was Lu Ming, a formidable figure. If he were to offend Lu Ming, he might very well find himself in dire straits that evening. I am sorry. I was wrong. Gu Xiangfei's daughter quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Having never witnessed her father so enraged, she hastened to offer her apologies. At that moment, Fu Shui, Song Yuanzhou, Xiang Wenchu, and Jian Hehe approached, inquiring about the situation. Seeing that an apology had been made, Lu Ming chose not to press the matter further. He then took Xia Yuxing to finalize the purchase agreement for the car. Gu Xiangfei, relieved that Lu Ming did not hold a grudge, exhaled deeply, drenched in cold sweat. Father, what on earth just happened? Why did you make me apologize? His daughter asked, bewildered. Gu Xiangfei shot her a glare and replied, You need to be quiet. You nearly brought ruin upon our family today. Ruin? Surely not. How can you say that? Do you even realize whom you offended? That was Lu Ming. Lu Ming? Which Lu Ming? Are you serious? How many Lu Mings do you think there are? That's the Lu Ming who could easily obliterate our family with a mere stamp of his foot. My goodness, This man is that powerful. Indeed, he is. Just recently, Chow Lianhao from the entertainment industry landed in trouble because he crossed him. Oh no, Dad, I'm so sorry. I caused this mess. Enough. Thankfully, we managed to apologize to him. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Xia Yushin completed the purchase agreement and paid the deposit. The group exited the Lamborghini showroom. Fu Shui chuckled and said, Old Lu, do you know who that Gu Xiongfei was just now? I don't know him, Lu Ming replied. Gu Xiongfei is in the seasoning business, specializing in soy sauce, vinegar, and culinary products. He is known as the soy sauce king. With a fortune of over 100 billion, Fu Shui explained. No wonder his daughter acts like a little diva. She's quite arrogant. Lu Ming couldn't help but tease. Fu Shui remarked, This Gu Xiongfei recognized you. He seems quite perceptive. As they chatted, they arrived at the Bugatti showroom. Bugatti is renowned for prioritizing speed in its vehicles, attracting many racing enthusiasts. Coincidentally, the showroom featured the latest Veyron A1 released this year. Fu Shui exclaimed, Wow, it's truly Bugatti. This engine embodies speed and passion. Lu Ming examined the specifications and found the car quite impressive. In addition to its stunning appearance, the seats could be fully reclined, transforming the car into a soft bed. Let us buy this one, dear. Lu Ming winked at Xia Yuxing. Xia Yuxing blushed and replied, If you like it, then let's get it. After consulting with the sales representative, they learned that the car was priced at 30 million, and Lu Ming decided to purchase it immediately. Wow, Sheng. You and Lu Ming each have a sports car. I'm so envious. Jian Hehe couldn't help but exclaim. Hehe, why don't you get one too? Lu Ming teased. Jian Hehe shook her head and said, I'm broke. Where would I find the money? Xia Yuxing laughed. Come on. Hehe, didn't you drive a Maserati last time? Jian Hehe clarified that Maserati wasn't mine. It belonged to my aunt. I'm just a poor architect without money. Maybe I'll make some cash later and invest with Lu Ming to afford a sports car. As they laughed, a foreign man in a suit approached them. Hi. Hello. Beautiful ladies. The foreign gentleman greeted Xia Yuxing and Jian Hehe. Jian Hehe frowned and asked, Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Owen from an American talent agency. I'm an international scout and have noticed that both of you possess natural beauty, elegance, and charm, making you ideal candidates for modeling. My agency represents thousands of outstanding models. You see, many of today's car models at this exhibition are from my agency. If you're interested, you could join us, and we would nurture your talents, potentially leading you to stardom in the entertainment industry, Owen spoke enthusiastically. Xia Yuxing and Jian Hehe exchanged astonished glances, realizing that scouts exist not only domestically but also internationally, though this one seemed more like a charlatan. Jian Hehe replied directly, Sorry, Mr. Owen, but we have no interest in your modeling or stardom dreams. Hey, I must tell you, this is a rare opportunity. Do you not aspire to become international superstars? Owen remains undeterred. Xia Yuxing retorts directly, Mr. Owen, we have no interest. Kindly take your leave. I must inform you. I am Owen. Are you aware that many seek to join my company, yet are denied the opportunity? I offer you this chance, and you do not cherish it. Owen continues to prattle on. Lu Ming, having overheard, strides over and firmly pats Owen on the shoulder. Hey, I grant you 3 seconds. If you do not vacate the premises, I may just introduce you to the art of Chinese martial arts. As Lu Ming pats, he exerts a significant force. Pain immediately shoots through Owen's shoulder. Rude. How rude. Owen glares, infuriated, before turning to leave. Xia Yuxing and Jian Hehe cannot help but chuckle. What a farcical international scout. He is nothing but a fraud. Jian Hehe cannot restrain her disdainful remark. Chapter 196. God-level misfortune technique skill after the Lantern Festival. All employees of Jiaoying and Jiaochuang officially resumed work. On the first day back, Lu Ming generously distributed a red envelope of 10,000 yuan to each employee. On this day, Yi Jinxiu arrived at the company to report on the overseas business to Lu Ming. President Lu, our overseas monthly profits have already gained considerable recognition. I plan to initiate several more, as the current limit for monthly profits there stands at a maximum of $500 million, she stated. Very well, Jinxiu. You have the authority on this matter, Lu Ming replied, acknowledging her seniority with respect. By the way, President Lu, do you have any plans regarding the financial management strategies over there? Yes, please launch another foreign exchange investment product, Lu Ming suggested. Foreign exchange investment? Eugene Xu responded, all right. Although this type of investment carries significant risk, with you at the helm, we can certainly captivate the attention of Wall Street's elite. Jinxiu, as our company expands, have you encountered any resistance? Lu Ming inquired. recalling her previous mention of clients from the 4 major investment firms on Wall Street flocking to them, causing a stir among their fund managers. Our rapid growth is bound to attract some high-quality clients from other investment firms, which may cause certain tensions with local giants on Wall Street. However, given the nature of business competition, such occurrences are inevitable, and I doubt they will resort to any extreme actions, she explained. When will you return to the branch in the United States? Lu Ming asked. The flight is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, she replied. Managing overseas operations is no small feat, and you must prioritize your personal safety, Lu Ming urged earnestly. Rest assured, President Lu, I will, Yi Jinxiu reassured him with a smile. As they spoke, Lu Ming activated the God-level guardian technique, bestowing upon Yi Jinxiu a protective aura. This aura would enable her to withstand multiple threats should she encounter danger abroad. During the new year, Lu Ming had also granted this protective aura to his parents and Xia Yuxing's parents. Once Yi Jinxiu completed her report and took her leave, Lu Ming suddenly recalled an important matter. System, can this God-level guardian technique be applied remotely? For instance, if Yi Jinxiu is in the United States while I am in China, can I still bestow it upon her? Yes, host. But the initial application requires either a direct view of the person or a photograph of the recipient, the system confirmed. Excellent. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. This is truly exhilarating. At that moment, he remembered he had completed the task of purchasing a sports car, granting him another chance to draw a prize. System, initiate the lottery. Certainly, host. With a familiar sound, the lottery page appeared. Super musical proficiency? This skill could easily allow one to pursue a career as a musician. Super mind reading? This skill is exhilarating. Mind reading is a coveted ability for many. Super acupuncture? This skill is also delightful. It would allow one to become a master of traditional Chinese acupuncture. Super prolific ability? Wow, this skill could be used to nurture pandas. And it appears to be extraordinarily productive. Surely, one could expect a litter of 10. The skill of super detoxification? Now that is indeed a remarkably practical ability. Super right-hand acceleration? Goodness, is that a legitimate skill? I already possess swift hands and have no need for it. Besides, I now have a girlfriend to assist me. Divine misfortune technique? What on earth is this skill? He already possesses a divine guardian technique, which is intended for protection. So, does this divine misfortune technique serve to unleash misfortune? Oh dear. This skill seems rather, shall we say, terrifying. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the divine misfortune technique. Lu Ming was taken aback. He truly had drawn this skill. He immediately examined it. Divine misfortune technique. It can bestow a misfortune talisman upon an enemy, which can release misfortune upon the recipient. Note, each misfortune talisman can unleash misfortune 3 times before it vanishes, and if necessary, the host may reapply it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lu Ming gazed at the skill, genuinely eager to test it out. However, to do so, he would need to find a misfortunate soul. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. Come in. Mr. Lu, I would like to remind you that at 10 o'clock, there is an investment summary meeting at the investment company. The assistant informed Lu Ming. I nearly forgot. Lu Ming promptly headed to Xia Yuxing's office. At that moment, Xia Yuxing was preparing materials for the meeting at the investment company. Dear, are you preparing for the meeting? Yes. May I skip it? Lu Ming, who detested meetings, always sought to escape them. Where would you go if not to the meeting? Perhaps to the neighboring establishment to listen to some opera, sip tea, and enjoy some sunflower seeds. I've heard that there are lovely young ladies at the tea house next door that you visit frequently. Oh, come now, my dear. You're unjustly accusing me. Lu Ming replied. Didn't I take you there last time? They perform traditional opera and showcase our classical instruments. Sometimes, there's even crosstalk. Xia Yuxing countered. This meeting is particularly significant. Our company has invested in so many projects. Don't you wish to see the summary and the returns of these projects? Lu Ming thought to himself that the returns were hardly worth examining, given that he had already analyzed them prior to the investments. All right, I'll attend the meeting. Lu Ming approached and embraced Xia Yuxing. She then retrieved several resumes from her desk, saying, here are candidates for the managerial positions we are considering for Jiao Ying and Jiao Chuang. Do you think their qualifications are satisfactory? During the last venture into overseas business, Xia Yuxing had proactively sought help from her senior, Yi Jinxiu. Lu Ming realized that Jiao Ying and Jiao Chuang must cultivate 2 vice presidents domestically. After all, it was indeed arduous for Xia Yuxing to manage both companies single-handedly. Secondly, if Xia Yuxing has matters to attend to, it is inevitable that the management operations of both companies will be affected. Thirdly, a successful enterprise undoubtedly requires a competent and virtuous second-in-command. The most expedient method for securing a management talent of the vice president's caliber is to recruit a professional manager. In fact, for Jiao Ying and Jiao Chuang, the recruitment of professional managers is quite feasible, considering Lu Ming's significant influence and personal charisma. Should Jiao Ying and Jiao Chuang issue a call for talent, it would undoubtedly attract a plethora of professional managers. However, this is not the outcome Lu Ming desires. The talent Lu Ming seeks must not only excel in innate abilities, but also possess exceptional personal integrity, patriotic sentiment, and a broad perspective. Therefore, the selection process for candidates for professional managers on Xia Yushin's side is conducted with meticulous care. Lu Ming took the resume and said, "All right. I will review it during the meeting later." Chapter 197. Unseen Schemes. Half an hour later, Lu Ming and Xia Yushin arrived at the conference room of Jiao Chuang. The ascent was merely a matter of floors, which rendered it quite convenient. In truth, despite Jiao Ying Capital and Jiao Chuang Investment being two distinct entities, the atmosphere among them resembled that of a singular company. They shared the same owner, the same president, the same office building, the same staff dormitory, and the same cafeteria. Remarkably, the owner and the president even shared the same bed. Occasionally, the conference rooms of both companies would be utilized interchangeably. The purpose of this meeting was primarily to summarize Jiao Chuang investment projects and to evaluate their respective return rates. Once the meeting commenced, the CFO, Wen Jie, began her report. Wen Jie was a high school classmate of Xia Yuxing and had studied finance at Stanford. During their time abroad, Xia Yuxing and Wen Jie often dined together. After graduation, Wen Jie returned to China while Xia Yuxing spent a few years on Wall Street. Following the establishment of Jiao Chuang Investment by Lu Ming, Xia Yushin recruited Wen Jie to join the company. As Wen Jie presented the compiled data on investment projects according to their return rates, a lively discussion ensued. Notably, over half of these investment ventures had yielded profits. Of course, there were some projects yet to commence profitability, such as the domestic browser project and the domestic database software project. At the forefront of the investment projects was the mobile game Pet Adventure. While Wen Jie delivered her report, Lu Ming retrieved the profiles of potential managerial candidates. He promptly activated his talent analysis technique. The first candidate exhibited modest talent, but had ascended to a respectable position, suggesting he was adept in navigating interpersonal dynamics. While being proficient in such matters is a virtue, it is essential to possess genuine capabilities as well. Next, Lu Ming examined the resume of the second manager, Lin Xinghui, a 40-year-old currently serving as the vice president of a leading fund in the Greater China region. Upon activating the talent analysis technique, Lu Ming discerned that Lin Xinghui possessed exceptional talent in equity management, making him a highly suitable candidate for the vice presidency at Jiao Chuang. However, recruiting such an individual would present certain challenges for headhunting firms, as often, these capable individuals work not solely for monetary gain but also for dreams, love, or personal connections. Lu Ming then employed his background check technique on Lin Xinghui. He found no detrimental information, indicating that Lin Xinghui's character was commendable. Consequently, Lu Ming marked a tick on Lin Xinghui's resume. He continued reviewing 3 additional resumes, but their talents proved to be underwhelming. The fourth candidate displayed considerable talent. However, through the background check, it became apparent that this manager had employed unscrupulous methods to ascend in his career. Lu Ming could only shake his head in disapproval. Recognizing that such a person could not be trusted, as compromised character could lead to becoming a corporate parasite in the future. The subsequent resumes of several managerial candidates were rather unimpressive upon talent analysis. Finally, I came across a woman named Gu Qianrui, whose aptitude for financial management was exceptionally high, only slightly trailing behind Xia Yuxing. Moreover, after activating the skills for gathering compromising information, it appeared that this woman had no negative records. Such talent is exceedingly suitable for the position of vice president at Jiao Ying Capital. Consequently, Lu Ming marked her for further consideration. At that moment, during the meeting, when Jia concluded her report, Yu Liang, the manager of the equity management department, provided an overview of the relevant equity management tasks. After detailing the equity situation, Yu Liang addressed a matter of grave importance. Mr. Xia, Mr. Lu, recently, several companies we have invested in have encountered a peculiar situation. Numerous venture capital firms are consistently following our lead in making additional investments. While it's typical for multiple venture capital institutions to invest in a startup, It is striking that several are clearly trailing our footsteps to increase their stakes. These investment firms tend to reach out to the founders privately soon after we finalize our investments, proposing higher equity prices for additional funding. Founders who prioritize long-term benefits naturally tend to decline such offers. However, these venture capital firms, while facilitating equity financing, also permit startup founders to cash out significantly, thereby undermining the established norms. It is common knowledge that founders of startups often face financial constraints. Thus, the sudden opportunity for substantial cashing out can be irresistibly tempting for many. Based on our investigations, it is highly probable that these venture capital firms are all backed by a single proprietor, with the primary objective of seizing control of the startups. Just recently, the founder of the Liolio shoe social app project, which our company invested in, approached us in distress, claiming to have been misled into signing an agreement that resulted in the loss of control over the company. Yu Liang recounted the entire situation. Lu Ming and Xia Yuxin grasped the gravity of the matter. It was evident that there were ulterior motives at play. Jiuchuang Investment, as a venture capital firm, is dedicated to facilitating the growth of startups and focuses on long-term benefits, hence would not engage in usurping control of these companies. In contrast, the venture capital firms mentioned by Yu Liang were evidently pursuing control with a specific, opportunistic intent. If a startup's control is wrested from its founders and team, it would inevitably affect the project's developmental trajectory and consequently impact Jiuchuang's interests. Lu Ming inquired, "Have you identified the owner behind these venture capital firms?" Yu Liang replied, "I conducted some research, and it appears that these firms are linked to an offshore company named LT. However, I have yet to ascertain the actual controller of this offshore entity." Lu Ming responded, "Allow me to investigate this offshore company. This kind of matter can be resolved with the right connections." Xia Yuxin continued, "Manager Yu, in addition, for all future investment projects undertaken by our company, we shall incorporate several clauses stipulating that within 1 year of securing our financing, no further fundraising activities shall occur. After the 1-year period, should there be any intention to seek additional funding, the founders must inform us immediately, and we shall retain the right of first investment." "Understood, General Manager Xia." Yu Liang promptly noted this down. After the meeting concluded, Lu Ming and Xia Yuxin returned to the president's office. "The LT offshore company, someone is clearly targeting us," Lu Ming remarked as he retrieved his mobile phone to call Gu Tianyi. For matters concerning business intelligence, there was no one more suitable than Gu Tianyi. "Ah, old Lu. You finally have something you need my assistance with, haha? Don't worry, it'll be sorted in 10 minutes. Gu Tianyi exclaimed, clearly elated to be of help to Lu Ming. Chapter 198. The Green Curse of Misfortune. After finishing the call with Gu Tianyi, Lu Ming retrieved the carefully selected resumes. "Dear, I've reviewed these. Both are impressive. Gu Qianrui is well suited for Jiaoying, while Lin Xinghui aligns perfectly with Jiuchuang. Very well. I will submit these to the headhunting firm. We shall see how capable they are," replied Xia Yuxing, glancing over the 2 resumes. Remarkably, Gu Tianyi's response was swifter than anticipated. Within merely 5 minutes, the call returned. "Hello, old Lu. I've uncovered the details." "Who is it?" "The Cayman Islands. LT Company. The mastermind behind it is Lon K. Capital S. Lon Yuntao." "Lon Yuntao? It's him." Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback. Gu Tianyi continued, "Old Lu, is Lon Yuntao trying to wager with you again?" "No, he has been engaging in some underhanded tactics." "Wow, is Lon Yuntao so shameless? Do you require my assistance?" "Brother Tianyi, you need not concern yourself with this matter. By the way, how's the Bordeaux winery progressing?" "Haha, all settled. This September. Bring your siblings to the estate for some grapes." "All right." After a brief exchange, they concluded the call. At that moment, Xia Yuxing inquired, "Did you find out?" "Yes. It's Lon Yuntao." "Is it really him?" Her brows furrowed in anger. Lu Ming approached and patted her shoulder, reassuringly saying, "It's all right, dear. You need not worry. I will handle it." "Husband, Lon Yutao's Lon K capital is vast, with numerous LPs both domestically and overseas. Rest assured, I know how to navigate this." Lu Ming thought to himself that dealing with Lon Yutao would be a breeze. After all, he had just drawn a divine-level misfortune spell from the system and was currently seeking a target for it. Look, Lon Yuntao had conveniently presented himself. Thus, Lu Ming returned to his office. However, he did not immediately intend to employ the divine-level misfortune spell. Instead, he planned to make contact with Lon Yutao first. Subsequently, he dialed the headquarters of Lon K and disclosed his identity. The personnel there sought out the chairman's assistant, who then confirmed with Lon Yutao. Finally, Lu Ming's call was transferred to the chairman's office. Hello, this is Lon Yutao. Mr. Lon, this is Lu Ming. Ah, so it's young brother Lu. A pleasure to connect. What brings you to call? Mr. Lon, I'm here to remind you about the outstanding debt. Debt? What debt? Mr. Lon, your memory seems to fail you. Surely you remember our wager on Weibo? You haven't forgotten, have you? That matter, of course, I have not forgotten. The outcome of our wager need not be reiterated, correct? The stake was 100 million. Mr. Lon, when shall you transfer the funds to me? There was a brief silence from Lon Yuntao's end before he replied, Oh dear, young brother Lu, you took that jest online far too seriously. Mr. Lon, I initially intended it as a jest as well, but you stated that whoever reneges on the wager would be regarded as a fool. I had no choice but to take it seriously. Are you implying that Mr. Lon wishes to be the fool? Lu Ming, your words have taken on a rather harsh tone. I am, after all, a seasoned veteran in the venture capital realm. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Ah, President Lon, I merely reiterated your own words. That was simply a moment of impulsivity, Lu Ming. Do not bring this matter up again. Very well, since you choose to feign humility, let us consider this sum of money null and void. Lu Ming, I suggest you adopt a more courteous tone. It was evident that Lon Yuntao was visibly irked. Lu Ming retorted coldly, Courteous? Must I show you courtesy? You, with your several venture capital firms, have come to seize control of the entrepreneurial project I have invested in. This is your doing, is it not? Yes, it is. So what? Lon Yuntao stated brazenly. Anyone can invest in a startup. If I can invest, why can't you? This is merely standard business conduct. Splendid. Lu Ming replied. Lon Yuntao, you still have the audacity to admit it. What of it? Lu Ming, the realm of business competition is exceedingly ruthless. Have you never encountered such ordinary tactics? Lon Yuntao responded with arrogance. Very well, Lon Yuntao, do take care when you venture out these days. Perhaps consult the almanac. Humph, cursing me, how juvenile. Not at all. Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? The wheel of heaven turns justly. What follows? Lon Yuntao muttered. The wheel of heaven turns justly. Does heaven spare anyone? Precisely, that's it. Ponder that well. Farewell. With that, Lu Ming ended the call. He then proceeded to open his computer and search for Lon Yuntao. A photograph of him appeared, dressed in a suit, looking rather pretentious. Let the divine misfortune be unleashed. I shall place a curse of bad luck upon Lon Yuntao. Oh, how delightful. This curse is green. After their conversation, Lon Yuntao snorted dismissively. TCH, a mere child. At that moment, his assistant entered and said, President Lon, you have a luncheon with the owner of the bouncing game company. Ah, indeed. Is my striped tie in the changing room? President Lon, you took that tie home last time. The weather is splendid today. I wish to wear that tie. So please have the driver take me home first. Certainly, President Lon. Lon Yuntao then took a special car back home to the Albay Villa district. I shall just fetch a tie. Have the car wait at the entrance. Lon Yuntao instructed the driver. His villa was not far from the community gate. Very well, President Lon. The driver complied. Lon Yuntao exited the vehicle and returned to his villa. Upon reaching the door, he gently pressed his finger on the lock, and the fingerprint scanner opened effortlessly. He entered the villa and ascended directly to the second floor. His striped tie was in the cloakroom on the second floor. However, upon reaching the second floor, he was taken aback to find his wife, Pan Yuan's, high-heeled shoes carelessly strewn in the corridor. This woman, why are her shoes lying about? Lon Yuntao picked up the shoes and headed straight for the bedroom. Yet, upon arriving at the bedroom door, he was left in shock. At the entrance of the bedroom, his wife's leopard print bra lay carelessly discarded. Lu Yutao sensed an unsettling atmosphere and cautiously approached the threshold of the bedroom. The familiar sound of his wife, Pan Yuan, reached his ears. Alas, he lamented his advancing age and waning abilities, feeling inadequate in fulfilling his wife's desires. It seemed she had resorted to self-satisfaction in his absence. It appeared necessary for him to procure some essentials for her. Just then, another voice echoed from within the room. You foolish man. Why are you in such a rush? You are driving me to distraction. Lu Yuntao was taken aback. Whom was his wife addressing as foolish man? Moments later, a male voice responded. This isn't my first time at your home. I'm just concerned about your husband's return. Chapter 199. The arrival of the tech giants. Upon hearing the voice of the man, Lon Yuntao felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. Could it be? His wife had been unfaithful. His wife, Pan Yuan, assured him, don't worry, Lon Yuntao won TB back for lunch. He asked meeting someone for a meal. Wonderful. That means I can indulge freely, the man exclaimed. Come on, let us enjoy ourselves. Am I not far superior to Lan Yuntao? Indeed, you are far superior. Lan Yuntao has lost his touch. Lost his touch? No wonder I see him in meetings at the company, always clutching a cup of goji berry tea. No amount of goji berries will help him. Lan Yutao recognized the voice belonged to Sherdakwa, the vice president of his own company. Enraged, he could hardly contain himself. With a fierce kick, he aimed for the bedroom door, but alas, it was locked. Instead of breaking through, he was rebuffed and struck his head against a vase. Crash! The sound startled Pan Yuan, who was inside the bedroom. She and Sherdakwa hurriedly donned their clothes and rushed to the door. Oh my! Pan Yuan gasped. For Lan Yutao lay on the ground, bloodied and bruised. Sherdakwa's eyelids twitched as he saw Lan Yutao sprawled on the floor. Is he dead? He exclaimed in excitement. Unexpectedly, Lan Yutao opened his eyes. Sherdakwa, you scoundrel! Startled, Sherdakwa recoiled. Pan Yuan, flustered, interjected, Old Lan, it's not as you think. Dakwa and I were merely playing games together. Lan Yutao, struggling to rise, pointed at them both. To hell with you. You two wretches. I shall make you pay. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sherdakwa exchanged a glance with Pan Yuan, and they swiftly exited the villa. A week later, Lan Yutao made headlines. The news reported that he epitomized the adage, when fortune turns, even drinking water can lead to misfortune. His first calamity, his wife's betrayal, which he discovered firsthand, resulting in a hypertension episode that led to a head injury requiring hospitalization. The second misfortune, Blue Sparrow Capital, under his stewardship, faced substantial losses after previously thriving investments. The third stroke of bad luck, Sherdakwa was conspiring with other shareholders to wrest control of the company from Lan Yutao. These three disasters triggered a cascade of repercussions: family feuds over assets, divorce proceedings, corporate power struggles, and stock market declines. As Lan Yuntao's plight became a spectacle for the entire internet, he felt a surge of indignation. Reflecting on a phrase once uttered by Lu Ming, he mused, "The wheels of justice turn slowly, and heaven spares no one." Lan Yuntao considered this perhaps a form of divine retribution. In the blink of an eye, March arrived. Two titans of the technology industry discreetly made their way to the northern regions of China. One was the CEO of the Dutch lithography giant ASML, Mr. Eisen. The other was Mr. Raman, the CEO of the American chip manufacturing behemoth Qualcomm. Upon their arrival in the northern region, they, as representatives of their respective divisions in Greater China, sent an invitation letter to the headquarters of Jiuying Capital. Xia Yuxing was the first to lay eyes on the invitation. The content revealed that Eisen and Raman had extended an invitation to Lu Ming to dine at the Lafayette Castle Hotel the following day. Xia Yuxing took the invitation to Lu Ming's office to discuss their response to this matter. Lu Ming chuckled, expressing his surprise at the proactive approach of these two tech giants, suggesting they must have realized that neither of them was traveling abroad, which prompted their urgency. Xia Yuxing responded, suggesting that she could reply on his behalf, declining their invitation. However, she proposed that since they had made the effort to come and extend an invitation, it would only be polite to accept. After all, they were on their home turf, and they should exhibit the demeanor befitting a great nation, lest they be accused of rudeness or lack of gentlemanly conduct. Lu Ming decided to respond to the two. Then I shall accompany you. Xia Yuxing expressed her concern. Lu Ming shook his head, asserting, I will go alone. But, dear, this is on our own soil in China. Rest assured, nothing will go amiss. Just be cautious, Xia Yuxing admonished. Have no worries, Lu Ming reassured her, embracing her for comfort. The next day, Lu Ming arrived at the Lafayette Castle Hotel. At an expansive dining table, he met the two technology magnates, Eisen and Raman. Hello, I am Eisen. Mr. Lu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Eisen approached, extending his hand with an unexpectedly courteous demeanor. It is worth noting that ASML is a global leader in lithography, controlling the very lifeblood of the global chip industry. After all, high-end chips could only be produced using ASML's EUV lithography machines. This very Eisen had previously made bold proclamations, claiming that even given China a century, it would still be unable to produce top-tier lithography machines. Eisen, who stood at the pinnacle of the technological hierarchy, had always been known for his arrogance. Yet today, his attitude towards Lu Ming was remarkably warm and humble. Was this mere politeness? Was it a genuine admiration for Lu Ming that stemmed from the heart? Lu Ming certainly did not believe it. He understood the inherent arrogance and mercenary mindset that lay beneath the surface of these Westerners. Such traits were unlikely to change. Thus, Their seemingly enthusiastic demeanor could be aptly described as suspicious. Where there is an unusual display of affection, there is often a hidden agenda. If one offers excessive kindness without reason, it is either deceitful or opportunistic. Lu Ming extended his hand, playfully remarking, "Mr. Eisen, welcome from afar. Are you here to sell us a few EUV lithography machines?" Eisen's face turned awkward as he replied, There are currently no such plans." Internally, he thought to himself, "You've already developed K-chips. Why would you need to purchase EUV lithography machines?" "Greetings, Mr. Lu Ming." In contrast to Eisen, the CEO of Lopass, Lohman displayed a rather lukewarm demeanor. Soon after, the three of them took their seats, and the hotel presented a sumptuous feast. The table was adorned with bottles of Roman economy worth millions. As the banquet commenced, Eisen and Lohman engaged in a bit of idle chatter, while Lu Ming responded with a casual air. "Since you are not in a hurry to get to the point, neither am I." Finally, Eisen broached the matter at hand, smilingly stating, "Mr. Lu, I have heard of your remarkable achievements at such a young age. I did not expect that your team has developed the K-ray and K-chip, which are truly marvels of human ingenuity. Our company, AMO, holds your technological enterprise in high regard and is eager to learn from your spirit. Would it be possible for Long Our company to open its doors to allow our AMO employees to observe and learn?"